Chapter 1. Students, my name is Irika, and from this day forth, I shall be your teacher now. Let us begin with self-introductions. Let the first student share their name, dreams, and dislikes. I am Dragon Set A, and my dream is to become Hokage. I have no dislikes. I am Dragon Set B, and my aspiration is also to become Hokage. My dislike is dumplings. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage, and I enjoy eating Ichiraka ramen. I have no dislikes. I am Choji Akimichi. I am Hinata Hyuga. I am Sasuke Uchiha. Before long, the entire class had introduced themselves, save for two students who were slumped over their desks in slumber. Irika gestured for Choji to awaken them. Choji approached the two and gave them a gentle tap. They simultaneously lifted their heads and chorused, "Is school over?" A burst of laughter erupted from the class, with Naruto laughing the loudest, even standing on his desk in amusement. Although Irika possessed a gentle temperament, he was irked by the two. "You two go stand outside, and you two?" Naruto, caught off guard by the reprimand, wondered how this involved him. Nevertheless, he hopped down from his desk and made his way towards the door. "How about we go eat ramen tonight?" "I think I'll pass. Big brother, I want to go home and rest." "And didn't you just eat yesterday?" "Shikamaru, you really need to change your lazy ways. You've become even lazier lately, big brother. You have the audacity to say that? You always make me clean your room. That's a form of training, you know? It's a demonstration of my love as your older brother. You always use that excuse. Can you not come up with a different one? Let's just forget it. Changing excuses is too much hassle. You can't even be bothered to change your excuse. Yet you still lecture me." As they bantered, they continued to walk outside. Irika was fuming internally, thinking, "Do you two not see me as a person?" Upon exiting, they encountered a small boy with yellow hair waiting for them. Seeing them, Naruto immediately exclaimed, "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Can we be friends?" Noticing Naruto's eager expression, Shikamaru promptly pushed his elder brother forward. "My brother loves making friends. You can chat with him." "Shikamaru, you're being lazy again." "That's quite rude," he retorted, shooting Shikamaru an exasperated glance. "I am Nara Shikashi, his elder brother. And this is Nara Shikamaru. Would you like to consider me as your older brother as well?" Naruto felt a bit bewildered. All he wanted was to make a friend, and now someone wanted to be his older brother? However, he eventually agreed, calling out, "Big brother." Observing Naruto's demeanor, Nara Shikashi gently patted Naruto's shoulder and said, "Very well, since you acknowledge me as your older brother, I shall treat you to ramen tonight." Upon hearing the mention of ramen, Naruto immediately responded, "Thank you, brother. Haha. It is nothing since you regard me as your elder sibling. Treating you to ramen is a trifling matter. Should anyone bully you in the future, feel free to seek Shikamaru's assistance." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru inwardly grumbled, "Why must my name be dragged into this?" At that moment, Irika in the classroom was on the verge of exploding with anger. Now certain that this boy had no regard for him whatsoever. "You three, stand outside properly and do not utter a word." Irika's voice echoed from the classroom. Immediately, Naruto stood obediently at attention, and Nara Shikashi joined the two to stand in line. The trio fell silent. Nara Shikashi closed his eyes and began to doze off, and before long, the sound of snoring could be heard. Ding! The host has met the activation conditions. The strongest shadow sign-in system of all realms is beginning to load. 117888100. Ding. Loading successful. Whoa, who spoke? You startled me, Nara Shikashi exclaimed as he opened his eyes, only to find two pairs of eyes staring intently at him at this moment. Nara Shikamaru remarked, "Brother, did I not warn you that standing while asleep would lead to nightmares? You refuse to believe me." Nara Shikashi glanced at the two before shutting his eyes once more. As he closed his eyes, the voice in his mind reappeared. "Host, I'm a shadow system. It was I who just spoke." This time, Shikashi did not open his eyes, but instead communicated with the voice in his mind. "You rascal. You finally showed up. I've waited 7 years for you. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 7 years? Do you?" After contemplating, Nara Shikashi realized that he had fared quite well during those 7 years, which made things a tad awkward. Originally, he was not a denizen of this world, but had traversed in the Naruto realm 7 years ago, becoming Nara Shikamaru's twin brother. Initially, he was quite pleased, but gradually he discovered that as a transmigrator, he lacked a unique golden finger. Over time, he forgot about the existence of the system, only to have it resurface today. "System, I forgive you. Please introduce yourself." "Host, the full name of this system is the strongest shadow sign-in system of all realms. As long as you sign in daily, you may grow stronger." "Ha, that is splendid. Let's sign in quickly. I can hardly wait." Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a pair of panties belonging to Yamanaka Ino. Ah, still in a daze, Shikashi heard a shrill scream from the classroom, followed by Yamanaka Ino dashing out, clutching her skirt, and sprinting straight for the school gates. "Whoa, system, the item I signed in for it can't possibly be what she's currently wearing, right?" "Host, as for that, I cannot say the items obtained through sign-in are entirely random. So that's how it is. But that's utterly unacceptable. Aren't you supposed to be the most formidable sign-in system? What do you mean by giving me someone else's underwear? If they find out, Shanjun Jingye's father might very well kill me. Host, please remain calm. Do not question the prowess of this system. The items you acquire are entirely dependent on your character. Then let's continue signing, and I refuse to believe they're no good items. I apologize. Host, this system allows for sign-in only once per day, so you must wait until tomorrow to proceed system. I must say, you hardly live up to your name as the strongest sign-in system. I apologize. Host, my limitations permit only one sign-in per day, alright. Having something is better than nothing, by the way. Is there no beginner's gift pack or anything of the sort? Host, indeed, there is one, and it has been placed in the system space. However, I advise against opening it now, as it may be somewhat wide. Do I feel like you're leading me into a trap? What kind of beginner's gift pack cannot be used immediately? Host, you will understand once you find a secluded place to open it. Fine. We'll discuss it at home, like class. Today's lesson concludes here. You are dismissed, Irika said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity as students began to organize their books and stationery. Finally, class is over, Naruto exclaimed, turning to Shikamaru, who was leisurely packing his things. Hey, Shikamaru, let's go. Let's grab some ramen together. Without lifting his head, Shikamaru replied nonchalantly while continuing to pack his bag. Not going. I'm heading home. Naruto's face fell in disappointment, but he persisted. Come on, let's go together. We can eat and then head back. Besides, your brother's going too. Shikamaru sighed. It's too much trouble. You all go ahead. Seeing Shikamaru's firm stance, Naruto had no choice but to relent. At that moment, Shikamaru turned to his younger brother. Tell Mom I won't be back for dinner today. Got it. Got it. You're such a hassle. Shikamaru replied impatiently. Just then, his younger brother suddenly reached into Shikamaru's pocket. Hey. What are you doing, bro? Shikamaru quickly shielded his pocket. However, his brother was much stronger and swiftly emptied Shikamaru's pocket money, turning away with satisfaction, leaving Shikamaru standing there, on the verge of tears, muttering, seriously, bro? That was my last pocket money for the month. As Shikamaru complained about his brother's departing figure, a large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Shikamaru, did your brother bully you again? Ha. It was Choji, holding a bag of chips and grinning at Shikamaru. Shikamaru pouted, isn't it just? That guy is too much. Dinksy shook the bag of chips in his hand and inquired, don't be downcast. How about you try wrapping some chips to vent your frustration? Shikamaru glanced at the chips and shook his head. Thanks, Dinksy, but I'm not fond of chips. He'll take my leave now. With that, he hastily made his way towards the classroom door. Why aren't you afraid of me, big brother? Naruto voiced his confusion while heading to Ichiraka Ramen. His words were laced with a palpable sense of disappointment. His bright eyes, once glimmering with vitality, now appeared dim and devoid of light, as if burdened by unending sorrow and solitude. Shikamaru was well aware of the reason behind Naruto's sentiment. It was all due to that old wretch, Shimura Danzo, who spread malicious rumors, labeling Naruto as a fox demon. Consequently, the villagers harbored deep-seated hatred and disdain towards Naruto. Shikamaru pondered silently. Unable to fathom why the third Hokage remained indifferent to this matter, was he not concerned about pushing Naruto into darkness? With this thought, Shikamaru furrowed his brow and gently shook his head. He then stroked his chin, studying Naruto intently from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Naruto felt uncomfortable under Shikamaru's scrutinizing gaze, and an involuntary shiver of fear crept into his heart. He dreaded that this newly acknowledged elder brother might treat him as others did at that moment. Shikamaru withdrew his gaze and remarked, you're no different from a regular person. Why should I be afraid of you? Upon hearing this, Naruto's head sank even lower. His mood further plummeting, he murmured, but everyone calls me a fox demon. Everyone despises me. Maybe the end. His voice had dwindled to a near whisper. Naruto wished to express more, but he suddenly noticed that Shikamaru had somehow positioned himself behind him. Startled, Naruto turned around, a look of confusion etched on his face. Big brother, what are you doing? Nothing, just checking if you have a tail. Don't fox demons usually have tails? Why don't you have one? I want to touch it. I've heard that a fox's tail feels quite nice. Naruto was clearly perplexed by his brother's words, thinking this big brother doesn't seem like a good person. When people hear about a fox demon, they usually run away. Why does my big brother want to touch its tail? Nevertheless, Naruto felt a surge of joy as his brother did not distance himself because of the fox demon matter. All right, Naruto, let's go. We're off to eat ramen. Next time someone calls you a fox demon, just tell them to visit the hospital without a tail. How can one be a fox demon? Shikamaru declared, striding towards Ichiraka Ramen. In truth, Shikamaru's words were merely a comfort for Naruto, as he never anticipated that Naruto would frequently bring up the absence of a tail later on. At that moment, Shikamaru remained oblivious to the fact that their interaction was being observed by a lecherous old man, none other than the most notorious pervert in Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi, how amusing. Has Naruto begun to forge his own bonds? It seems rather promising. Uncle Ichiraku, one bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Naruto exclaimed as he stepped into Ichiraku ramen. Shikamaru glanced at the menu on the wall and said, I would like a bowl of miso ramen. Very well. Please wait a moment. Ichiraku replied before heading to the kitchen. Brother, why do you and Shikamaru seem so lethargic? Naruto remarked, his large eyes fixed on Shikamaru. Shikamaru shot Naruto a sidelong glance, but replied, perhaps it's due to having a high IQ. The mental energy required for processing information can be quite taxing, so I try to conserve it at that moment. A crow flew overhead, and Naruto quipped, brother, is that really your excuse? Could you be any more dismissive? Ignoring Naruto's banter, Shikamaru resumed his daydreaming while awaiting the arrival of their ramen. In truth, Shikamaru was not being dishonest. Nara Shikaku had declared him the most esteemed of the Nara clan, even conducting a test to prove it. Currently, in the realm of shogi, Shikamaru had no rivals within the entire Nara lineage. Before long, their ramen arrived. Here are your bowls of ramen, Ichiraku announced as he placed 2 steaming bowls on the table. I'm about to dig in, Naruto exclaimed eagerly as he began to eat. Shikamaru, however, lacked such enthusiasm. He quietly consumed his meal, while Ichiraku appeared somewhat disappointed, as if the absence of Naruto's customary phrase indicated a lack of respect for the ramen. Yet, recognizing that everyone has their own habits, he refrained from commenting once they finished their meal. The two parted ways. Hizashi, the Nara clan has crossed a line. They are in contact with Jinchuriki, which constitutes betrayal. Sarutobi Hizashi was in the midst of paperwork when his old comrades stormed into the Hokage's office, questioning him vehemently. The notion of betrayal seemed utterly ludicrous. After all, it was Shimura Danzo who had betrayed the village, not the Nara clan. Nevertheless, Hiruzen sought to reassure him. Danzo, tread carefully. The Nara clan would never engage in such actions. The Umbu reported to me that today's incident was merely a matter between 2 children. Do not slander them. Oomph. In truth, Danzo understood that the idea of betrayal was absurd. His true aim was to exert control over the Jinchuriki. Hiruzen, hand over the Jinchuriki to me, I assure you. I will cultivate them into a blade that defends the village. Danzo, that is out of the question. I will not allow you to manipulate Naruto. Hiruzen replied firmly. Danzo, somewhat enraged, retorted, Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage. Hiruzen asserted. The door slammed shut as Shikamaru entered his home. He called out and back. His mother, upon seeing her eldest son, promptly approached and asked, son, how was school today? It was fine. Too easy. The teacher explained everything once, and I remembered it all. My son is truly brilliant, his mother exclaimed, glancing at the father-son duo engrossed in their game of shogi. Mother, I'm heading upstairs. I'm a bit tired, oh. You should go upstairs and rest. Remember to get up for school tomorrow. I understand, mother. After saying that, he ascended the stairs. As he passed by his father and younger brother, he noticed them engrossed in a game of chess and remarked, you two are such terrible players. His words elicited a moment of exasperation from both, but they indeed could not match his skills. He was certainly justified in calling them poor players. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly opened the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained a specter, a smoke blade, and a swordsmanship manual. What on earth is a specter? System, come forth and explain. Host, the specter is a creation from Jackie-chan Adventures, capable of concealing itself within the host's shadow. I recall now, this is indeed a valuable item, but doesn't it require a mask for summoning? It is like this, host. Jackie-chan Adventures has already ended, and the Shadow Legion you obtained was stolen by this system from that world. So you can summon them without the mask. Lucier didn't know what to say after hearing the system's explanation and complained, your statement is a bit ridiculous. If that's the case, with so many travelers and so many people with this ability, how do you explain that? Host, the number of shadows is actually infinite, but limited by energy. That's why you think there are only a few. The shadow legions of other travelers are also drawn from the masks. As long as there is energy, they can be summoned infinitely. However, according to the energy conversion in this world, you can summon a maximum of 50, unless you can break some kind of shackles. All right, that's not too few. By the way, what is that smoke knife? I don't think I've heard of it before. Host, it's a product from a failed anime that I stole. You shouldn't call it a sign-in system. Thief system would be more appropriate. However, he soon accepted this explanation, as he could travel through worlds himself, so he felt it was normal for absurd things to happen. Then Lucier took out the knife, which looked like a staff knife with no decorations at all. It looked just like a wooden stick. Lu took out the smoking knife, cough, 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 cough. System, you bastard, this is a smoking knife. Damn, this smoke is too cough, cough big. Lucier quickly put away the knife because his parents were already knocking on the door. Lucia, what's wrong? Why is there so much smoke coming from your room? Is there a fire? Open the door quickly. Lucia's mother shouted anxiously from outside. Lucia quickly opened the door, and 3 people rushed in at once, then looked around Lucia's room, saying, "There's no fire. Where's the smoke coming from?" Dear Gio looked at Dear Sure and asked, "Have you been smoking?" Lou rolled his eyes at his father and complained, "Don't talk about how high your IQ is in the future. You're still smoking. Can you smell this? Does it smell like smoke? And how much do I have to smoke to achieve this effect?" Hearing his son's complaint, Lou Gio felt it made sense. But he was just curious about where the smoke came from. At that moment, his mother also asked, "Son, where does this smoke come from?" Lucia knew that this matter couldn't be hidden any longer, so he said, "Let's go. Follow me to the yard, and you'll see where the smoke is coming from." The family of 4 quickly arrived in the yard, and then Lucia, in front of them, drew out the smoke knife, which had the shape of a standard samurai sword, with thick black smoke billowing from the blade. Lu Gio took the knife and examined it. After 30 seconds, he handed it to Lucia and asked, "Where did this knife come from? I've never seen it before." Lucia put away the cigarette knife. "I found it outside the village with Lumaru a year ago, and I just remembered it today. I didn't expect it to turn out this way." Rikuji looked at his younger son, and Riku's mother also looked at him. Shikamaru saw his parents looking at him and spoke up. "Actually, my older brother did find a knife in the forest before, but at that time it was all muddy, so I didn't pay much attention to it." "Oh, so that is how it is. You can use this knife since you were little, although I don't know why this knife emits black smoke. I think it's a good knife." "I understand, father. Anyway, I never planned to inherit the pig, deer, butterfly of this generation. Swordsmanship really suits me. All right, let us go inside. Try not to take this knife out at home in the future. It's too choking." "I understand." After Lucia agreed, the 4 of them returned to the house. Lucia's mother was somewhat worried. After Lucia went upstairs, she asked Lu Gio, "Why do I feel that knife is a bit strange? How about we let Lucia learn our family's secret technique instead?" Riku patted his wife's shoulder and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, it's fine. I felt that knife, and aside from the smoke, everything else seemed normal. And haven't you noticed? He's not interested in our family's secret techniques. Actually, I would prefer Riku to become the next generation of Juludi. But looking at that kid, it seems he has no interest, so let's not force him." Rikamaru is doing well too. Hearing Riku's comforting words, she finally felt at ease. As a mother, she truly loved her 2 sons, and fortunately, both of them were relatively worry-free. After Lucia returned to the room, he took out the book from the system space again. Lucia began to read it. This was a sword technique that paired with the smoke blade. The sword technique itself wasn't particularly remarkable, but it included some skills for fighting in smoke. The most impressive aspect was that in the smoke blade could sense the enemy's position. By the way, system, what about the ghost shadow? Host, the ghost shadow is in your shadow. You can control it with your mind. Upon hearing the system's words, Lucia immediately began to summon the ghost shadow. And in an instant, a dark figure appeared before him. It was entirely black, with only its eyes being red, somewhat resembling the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Lucia then said, "Clean up the room." Upon hearing Lucia's command, the dark figure immediately began to tidy up the room, and soon it was spotless. Lu is very satisfied, but I don't know how strong he is. I'll find a chance to test it out later. Lucia recalled the shadow and began to consider the next steps. He glanced at the moon and murmured, "Otsutsuki Kagaya." Early the next morning, Lucia brought Shikamaru to school, where classes had not yet started and many people were chatting. As soon as Rushi sat down, Naruto approached cautiously and said to Rushi, "Big brother, Ino seems a bit off today in the mountains. You should pay attention." Hearing Naruto's words, Rushi looked to the right at Ino and noticed that she wasn't wearing a skirt today, but rather pants, and she was holding a shuriken, glancing down from time to time. He hadn't noticed yesterday that Ino was sitting right next to him. Lucia scolded himself in his heart. "Look at how I've scared such a nice girl. What a sin." However, Lucia suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of panties from Ino in the mountains. Please check. Ah. As Lucia turned his head, he saw a kunai slicing through the air right in front of him. Then, bright red blood began to flow down Lucia's face. Following, that was a deathly silence. At this moment, Lucia touched the wound, feeling a bit of pain. Naruto Uzumaki also reacted immediately and shouted, "Ino, why did you hurt my brother's eye?" Shikamaru also showed a look of panic and hurriedly said to Shikaku, "Big brother, are you okay? Come with me to the infirmary to take care of it." At this moment, Ino was so frightened that she couldn't speak. Deer tried to look with his right eye and found that he could still see. If it was because of a pair of underwear that he ended up injuring his eye, that would be too much of a loss. Then Deer and his companions went to the infirmary, where the medical ninja immediately treated Deer. After the treatment, Deer's eye had stopped bleeding, so they bandaged it up and returned to the classroom. When Lu Shi just entered the classroom, he saw Irika scolding Ino. How could you hurt a classmate with a kunai, especially in the eye? Do you know what it means for a ninja to lose their sight? At that moment, Ino was hanging her head in tears, not saying a word. Irika noticed Lu Shi had returned and immediately walked over to ask, "How is it? Lu Shi, is your eye okay?" Looking at Irika and then at Ino, Lu Shi casually replied, "I'm fine, teacher Irika." Then Lu Shi walked over to Ino and gently comforted her. "I'm okay. Don't blame yourself. Although I don't know what happened, I know you definitely didn't mean it." After saying that, he blinked a few times with his left eye at Ino. "Ouch. It hurts a bit." Deer was flirting with someone, but ended up pulling on a wound. Ino immediately came over to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Ino couldn't continue speaking. How could she say such a thing to a boy? Deer did not blame her, but continued to comfort her. "It's okay. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Anyway, my eyes are fine." At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi, Nara Shikahiza, and Yamanaka and Noichi arrived. To avoid disrupting the class, Sarutobi Hizashi specifically took them to the office. After everyone sat down, Sarutobi Hizashi began to ask what happened. "Irika, you tell us. What exactly happened?" Irika felt distressed. How would he know what happened? When a student called for him, he was confused, but he still said, "Lord Hokage, I didn't see the process. By the time I arrived, Deer had already gone to the infirmary. I only know that Ino used a kunai to scratch Deer's eye." After hearing Irika's words, Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Deer and Ino. Yamanaka and Noichi patted his daughter's head and said to Ino, "Daughter, you tell us what happened at that time. I believe you didn't do it on purpose, but since it has happened, we still need to take responsibility." Yamanaka, Ino looked at everyone. Her face as red as an apple, but she couldn't say anything. Shika looked at Ino's appearance and felt a bit reluctant. After all, it was all caused by his own actions. Then Shika walked up to Sarutobi Hizashi and respectfully said, "Hokage-sama, since Ino said to let it go, let's just drop it. She's just a girl and might find it hard to speak up in front of all you men. Besides, I'm fine." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded at Shika's words and then said slowly, "All right, since you aren't pursuing this any further, let's consider the matter closed." He then looked at Ino and added, "Ino, you can't bring kunai to class anymore. If you encounter any difficulties, you can talk to your teachers or come to me." After saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi left the office, believing that it was better for the two families to resolve this minor issue themselves. The relationship between the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans was very good, and he came here to express that he cared about these children. After Sarutobi Hizashi left, Nara Shikaku approached Yamenka and Noichi and patted his shoulder. "Don't take it to heart. Don't make things difficult for the kids when you go back. Ino has grown up under my watch. She's a good child." Yamenka and Noichi sighed and said, "Sai, what is this all about? Today's class is definitely off." Shika returned home with his father. When Lu Shi's mother saw her son return home injured, she immediately ran up to him and asked, "Son, what happened to you? How did you get hurt?" Then, her gaze turned to Lu Jio, and she anxiously shouted, "Son, what on earth is going on? You all hurry up and explain." Dear Jio looked at his wife's anxious expression and hurriedly recounted the whole situation in detail. After hearing the entire incident, she couldn't help but feel a bit at a loss. After all, Ino was a child she had watched grow up. Logically, that child shouldn't have done something like this. She decided to find time to have a good talk with Ino's mother about the matter. Just then, Deershire also spoke up to comfort his mother. "Mom, don't worry. I'm really fine. It's just a small scratch. A couple of days of rest, and I'll be completely okay." Hearing her son say this, although she felt a little more reassured, she still wasn't fully at ease and asked, "What about your eyes? Are they really okay?" "Oh, Mom, my eyes have been fine for a long time. I received treatment immediately after the injury, and the medical ninja said that as long as I wait another 2 days, I'll be healed. It might just leave a tiny scar. But Mom, don't you think scars make a man look cooler? Look at my dad. He also looks very manly because of his scar." As he said this, Deershire playfully winked at his mother. Seeing her son still in a playful mood, her previously worried heart finally relaxed. She then turned and shot a glare at Deergio, scolding him. "Humph, you mustn't learn from your dad. That scar on his face is not something glorious. It was left from a fight he lost." Hearing his wife's reproach, Deergio felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Not long after Deer Maru got home that evening, the Nara family had a visitor. Deershire opened the door and saw a familiar face. "Oh, it's Uncle Hai. Come in." Shika invited the Inoue family into the house, and at that moment, Shikuhiza also came down from upstairs. Hajime, what's with you? Just come over. Why are you bringing things? It was only after his father's reminder that Shika noticed the Inoue family was all carrying items. Shikuhiza, I really feel a bit embarrassed. You see, Inoue hurt Shika, and as his father, Rika laughed heartily and said, "We've known each other for so many years. What is this small matter?" Although Riku said this, Yamamoto Hachichi and his wife still felt very guilty. Although no harm was done to the eyes, there would definitely be a scar. Just as Yamamoto Hachichi was about to say something, someone knocked on the door again. Lu Shur went to open the door again, and this time he found it was the Akimichi family. Akimichi Dingswa was tall and robust, his wife had a friendly face, and Dinxi was chubby and round, looking very adorable. "Uncle Akimichi, what brings you here? Please come in." Lu Shur politely invited the three of them inside. Nara Shikaka saw it was Akimichi Dingswa and also stood up to greet him. "Dingswa, come in quickly. Hachichi is here too. Let's have a gathering tonight. Our families haven't gotten together in a while." Upon hearing Shikaku's suggestion, everyone agreed, since the three families often dine together. Thus, the three diligent mothers went into the kitchen to get busy, and little Ino also obediently helped out. In the living room, Lu Shur, Lu Wan, and Dinxi, these three little friends, gathered together, chatting about Naruto's always funny antics. As they talked about Naruto's various amusing stories, the three of them occasionally burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Narashaku, Yamenka Hachichi, and Akimichi Dingswa, the three fathers, sat together, discussing seriously the development issues of the new generation of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. They knew that this Ino, Shika, Cho, while it sounded nice as a combination, was essentially a group seeking warmth in numbers, without strong bloodline limits. They could only survive in this harsh ninja world by sticking together. Just as the adults were passionately discussing, laughter came from the kitchen. It turned out that little Ino was sharing funny stories from school, making several mothers laugh heartily. Meanwhile, the topic about the new generation of Ino, Shika, Cho gradually deepened. Narashikaku stroked his chin and said, "The kids nowadays have great potential, but to truly become as coordinated as we are, they still need some time to train." Yamenka Hachichi nodded in agreement. Narashikaku continued, "By the way, Hachichi, Dingswa, I want Luwan to take over as this generation's Ino, Shika, Cho." Hearing this, both men were a bit stunned. Shouldn't it be Lu Shur taking over? They both had more faith in Lu Shur. Narashikaku noticed their doubts and explained, "Logically speaking, it should indeed be Lu Shur taking my place. In terms of potential and intelligence, he surpasses Lu Wan. However, it seems this kid doesn't want to take my position." Sigh. After saying this, Shikaku let out a sigh. Yamenka Hachichi asked, "Shikaku, have you asked him why? Why doesn't Lu Shur want to take your place?" Upon hearing Hachichi's question, Shikaku glanced around, then leaned forward and said cautiously, "That kid Lu Shur said one Ino, Shika, Cho is enough, and it shouldn't be too outstanding. If it's too outstanding, someone might get uneasy. Plus, he said Lu Wan is more suitable for this combination. If he teams up with Dingxi and Ino, it won't be beneficial for their growth." Dingswa and Hachichi listened to Shikaku's words, feeling a bit confused, thinking to themselves, "How come we can't understand what you high IQ people are saying?" Dingswa glanced at his son, who was currently telling the brothers about a kimchi barbecue. Yamenka Hachichi continued to ask, "Shikaku, tell me honestly, how much potential does Lu Shur really have?" Rikuji thought for a moment about when Rucky was 5 years old and realized that I was no match for him in shogi. As for ninjutsu, he wasn't very interested, so he only learned some secret techniques from our Nara clan. In terms of physical skills, he can now take on 10 Shikamaru. The two of them were surprised to hear Rikuji's words. After all, how old was Rucky? His physical skills were already that impressive. Rikuji wasn't exaggerating about this. When Rucky first crossed over, he would call for the system every day. Later, when Rucky realized there was no system, he gave up on that idea and started training his physical skills at the age of 4. His initial thought was for Shikamaru to control his output. However, after getting the system, he abandoned that idea. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Shikamaru stood up to open it, and when he opened the door, he found Naruto standing at the entrance, curiously peeking inside, and then somewhat shyly saying, "I came to see how my big brother is doing." When Lu Shur saw Naruto coming, he also stood up and walked to the door. "Gomein, Naruto." Just in time, Ino and Choji are here too. Naruto quickly declined. "No, I just came to see how you were doing. Since you have guests, I'll be on my way." After saying that, Naruto dashed away. Lu Shur sighed, leaving his hand hovering in the air. Deer still wanted to invite Naruto to have a meal together. Before he could finish speaking, he ran away. Now, Naruto is feeling insecure. After Lu Shi and the others returned, they started discussing the events at school today. The three adults watched as Naruto ran off and sighed in unison. Knowing that Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze, the hero, they felt a bit disheartened by the third Hokage's actions towards the hero's child. If they were to sacrifice themselves, their village would likely treat their children the same way. While they were sighing, dinner was ready, and the three mothers brought the dishes to the table, calling everyone to eat. Upon hearing the call, everyone walked towards the dining table, which was filled with a lavish spread of food, exuding delicious aromas. Nara smiled and urged everyone to come on, hurry up and eat. And then he brought out his treasured good wine. Everyone began to dig in. During the meal, Akimichi Chozo was eating with grease all over his mouth, constantly praising the food. Halfway through, Yamanaka and Oichi put down his wine glass and said to Ino and the others, "Don't isolate Naruto at school. That kid has already suffered enough." Ino and the others nodded in agreement with Yamanaka and Noichi's words. After dinner, Lu Shi and the others went to the yard to cool off while the three mothers cleaned up the dishes. The three fathers sat on the porch, watching the children play. Nara slowly said, "I hope this generation of Ino Shikicho can truly support and protect Konoha." As evening approached, the Yamanaka family and the Akimichi family said their goodbyes and left, while the Nara father and son waved them off at the door. Back home, Lu Shi returned to his room. 3 days later, Lu Shi and Shikamaru arrived at the school. As soon as they reached the entrance of the ninja school, Lu Shi silently recited in his mind, "System sign-in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 0.1 increase in physique." Hearing the reward, Lu Shi finally felt relieved, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness, the system has finally become serious these past 2 days." Although the items from the sign-ins over the last 2 days weren't very good, they were finally useful to him. The two brothers, Rushi and Rukmer, walked into the classroom, and all eyes turned to them. Initially, everyone had a hard time distinguishing who was the older brother, but now, seeing the scar on Rushi's eye, they knew it was him. The brothers paid no attention to the gazes of the others and went straight to their seats. Shikamaru Nara approached to greet them. "Rushi, Rukmer, you guys are here. Let me tell you something interesting. Naruto got punished again yesterday." Shikamaru didn't speak, and Shikashi was a bit curious. Then asked Dingxi, "It's only been a few days since school started. Why has Naruto been punished again?" Dingxi, while eating potato chips, replied, "Teacher Irika taught everyone about chakra extraction yesterday, but Naruto couldn't understand it, so he fell asleep. As a result, he was made to stand as punishment by Teacher Irika." Lu Shi was not too surprised to hear this. The influence of the Nine Tails chakra was constantly affecting Naruto, and it was normal for him not to have learned chakra extraction yet. Speak of the devil, just as the two were discussing Naruto, he arrived. As soon as Naruto entered the classroom, he saw Lu Shi and immediately ran up to him. "Big brother, you're here. How's your eye?" To be honest, Lu Shi sometimes envied Naruto's optimism. If he were treated like Naruto by the time he grew up, if he didn't raise Konoha to the ground, it would be a wasted life. "My eyes are fine. How about you? Have you learned what the teacher taught these past 2 days?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression immediately dimmed, and he stammered, "Big brother, no matter how I try, I just can't learn chakra extraction from Irika-sensei." Seeing Naruto like this, Lu Shi comforted him. "Naruto, don't worry. This is just the beginning. After some time, you'll master it. I believe you can become a very powerful ninja." Hearing this, Naruto's eyes immediately brightened. "Really? Big brother, I knew it. You must have seen my potential to take me as your little brother." Everyone else listening to Naruto's words was also speechless. He was too easy to fool. How could he believe everything others said? Deersher glanced at his classmates, Hinata, Sasuke, Ino, and Kiba. There were just 3 left before the 12 young strong ones were complete. At that moment, Irika walked in, and everyone quieted down upon seeing him. Irika walked up to the podium and said to the students below, "Class, we will begin our lesson now. This morning we have cultural studies, and in the afternoon, we have practical tests. Let's see how strong everyone's basic skills are." As soon as the students heard about the practical tests, they immediately became excited. Children of this age had little interest in cultural classes, but they all loved practical tests. "All right, let's continue with our lesson." Irika was speaking eloquently on stage, but Deersher wasn't paying attention at all. Instead, he started looking at the books. He was shocked when he began to read, internally exclaiming, "What the heck?" Lu Shi looked at the cover again and found that it was indeed the school's textbook. In his heart, Lu Shi was ranting wildly. if it didn't he know that Sarutobi Hizashi wasn't he a time traveler. He would think that the guy who always said he understood applause had also come from another world. This is definitely a school textbook, a complete manual for pyramid schemes. The strongest Hokage, a doctor of ninjutsu, the creator of peace in a hidden leaf village, Sarutobi Hizashi really dares to write this. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon, but only Lu Shi and Shikamaru felt that way. The two brothers hardly listened in class and spent the whole time sleeping. On the school training ground, Irika called out the names of the students one by one. When he called out a name, they would step up to throw shuriken. Sakura Haruno. Then they saw little Sakura pick up 3 shuriken and shoot them toward the target. As a result, one hit the bullseye. 6 points. After saying this, Irika shook his head. Mainly, the kids from common families were too far behind those from big clans. Hinata. 9 points. 2 hit the bullseye, and one was very close to hitting it as well. Shikamaru. 9 points. Naruto. 0 points. Damn it, I will definitely get full marks next time. Naruto grumbled as he returned to the crowd, and everyone chuckled at his words. Sasuke. As soon as Irika called Sasuke's name, he saw Sasuke walking up with his hands in his pockets, striding with an indifferent attitude. He picked up 3 shuriken, casually threw them without looking, and directly returned to the crowd. Rucky found it interesting to watch Sasuke and silently thought to himself, so, the second pillar awakened his Sharingan at such a young age. Reflecting on Sasuke's early life, it was either about getting beaten or being on the way to getting beaten. However, the Uchiha clan hadn't been exterminated yet, but it seemed like it would be happening soon. Rucky remembered that the Uchiha massacre occurred shortly after Sasuke started school, but he couldn't do much about it. For now, he would just focus on developing his skills quietly and wait for Tsunade to return. 10 points. As Irika announced Sasuke's score, Sakura excitedly shouted out. Lu Shi looked at this love-struck person, feeling speechless. Lu Shi. Hearing Irika call his name, Lu Shi stepped forward, picked up 3 shurikens, and threw them directly. Then, everyone saw that all 3 shurikens missed the target. Immediately, a shadow appeared beneath Lu Shi's feet. The shadow then picked up the 3 shurikens from ground, took them to the target, and reinserted them into the red center of the target. Everyone internally exclaimed, "Wow, this is possible?" 0 points, Irika said angrily. This was blatant cheating. Did he really think he was blind? However, Lu Shi didn't care and simply returned to the crowd. Next, this time, Irika didn't even call out a name and just shouted for the next person, probably out of anger. In fact, Lu Shi had practiced shuriken throwing, but no matter how he practiced, it never worked. Once, he almost hit Shikamaru, who was hiding behind a tree, and scared him so much that he never practiced shuriken throwing with his older brother again. He managed to dodge this time, but who knows if he can dodge next time. Although Shika was struggling with throwing kunai, the Nara clan's shadow binding technique was incredibly effective, and it didn't even require hand signs. After throwing the kunai, it was straight to the sparring. Irika started calling out names, and to teach Shika a lesson, he specifically arranged Shikamaru as his opponent. Shika, Shikamaru, you're the first group. Lu Shi and Lu Wan exchanged glances, and then Lu Shi winked at Lu Wan, who immediately understood. The two then walked onto the stage and formed a confrontation seal. Irika saw them forming the seal and was about to announce the start. Then Lu Wan raised his hand and said, "I forfeit. I can't beat my big brother." After saying this, the two walked back, and Lu Shi said to Lu Wan, "This time you lose. Next time I lose. Perfect. Big brother, when can you control shadows without forming seals? Why didn't you tell me?" Dear Shimo quietly said about his bun hairstyle, "I'm still perfecting it. Once I'm done, I'll teach you. Mainly, I plan to give Dad a surprise with our family's shadow binding technique. Once it's used, you can't move your own hands freely. So I've tried to improve it a bit. Just think about it. If you control the enemy and then shoot shuriken at them, what would happen?" Shikamaru said without thinking, "Brother, you are too cruel. If it were you, you might not hit the enemy. If you keep missing, you might scare them to death." Well, okay, I know I'm not good at throwing kunai, so I'm practicing swordsmanship, right? But scaring the enemy to death isn't bad either. At that moment, Irika was like a kettle, already boiling. He had taught many students and never thought he would encounter such a pair of odd brothers. He then shouted, "Sasuke, you practice against Shikashi, and you're not allowed to forfeit." Irika's words made Shikashi pause for a moment. He really didn't want to stand out too much. Who knows if Shimura Danzo, that old schemer, would take a liking to him. Although Sarutobi Hizashi wouldn't agree, the current Sarutobi Hizashi had little influence over Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Shikamaru returned to the crowd, leaving Shikashi alone in the wind, feeling a bit lost. At this time, Sasuke walked up with his hands in his pockets and coolly said, "Don't worry, it will be over soon." As Lucier looked at Sasuke, who was exuding the demeanor of a king, he suddenly felt that not giving him a beating would be a disservice to the title of heir Juzi. The two formed an opposing seal, and then Iruka shouted, "Start." 1 minute later, Sasuke was drenched in sweat. Iruka, standing nearby, urged Sasuke to move quickly. However, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something under Sasuke's feet. Upon closer inspection, he found that the shadow started from the ground behind Sasuke's feet, winding around the crowd, all the way to Lucier's feet. When did he do that? Iruka muttered to himself. Deer reminded, "Iruka-sensei, shouldn't you call it a day? Do you really want me to throw a kunai at Sasuke?" At this moment, Iruka also came back to his senses and said, "Deer wins." Hearing Iruka's words, Deer let go of Sasuke and then made a reconciliation sign towards him. However, Sasuke was still in a daze, not expecting to lose right after boasting. It was quite a slap in the face. The match ended, and both sides made a reconciliation sign. Iruka reminded Sasuke about it. At this point, Sasuke also came back to his senses, made a reconciliation sign towards Deer, and then hazily returned to the crowd. The next match was between Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto. To be honest, this kind of practice match is really quite boring. Besides a few individuals who can use a jutsu or two, the rest are just using physical techniques to battle. What kind of decent physical techniques can a group of 7 or 8-year-old kids have? It looks more like they're just playing around. Lucier looked at Hinata, who resembled a tomboy, and found her very cute. However, Lucier didn't like that type, so he had no intention of competing for the crown princess. He preferred Ino's kind of personality. Reflecting on everyone as adults, he thought Ino was the gentlest one. As for Temari, he felt sorry for Shikamaru. She often kicked him out, which was quite brutal. However, it seemed Ino's husband was an artist, and Lucier thought he could swoop in. As for that artist, who cares about him? A beautiful girl like Ino should be with him instead. Without hesitation, Lucier approached Ino and lightly touched her. Ino, who was still watching the match, turned around and realized it was Lucier who had touched her. "What's up?" Lucier. Deer took Ino to the back of the crowd. Although Ino didn't know what Deer was doing, she still followed. When they reached the back of the crowd, Deer sighed and said, "Sigh, Ino, there are some things I've wanted to tell you for a long time, and today I finally have the courage to say them." Ino felt a bit at a loss upon hearing Deer's words, but she still asked, "Deer, what's wrong? What do you want to tell me?" Deer Time's brain was working frantically. He had to think of a reason that Jingye couldn't refuse. Suddenly, he thought of Mountain Flower, an old woman from the Mountain Middle clan who had passed away last year. Then a reason popped into his mind. At this moment, Jingye was still looking at Deer Time, not knowing what he was trying to say. Lucier didn't keep Ino waiting for long, and then said with a determined face, "Ino, do you remember Granny Yamahana from the Yamanaka clan?" Ino nodded. "Yes, I remember. She was one of our clan members, but she has passed away. Why do you bring her up?" Lucier replied, "I went to your house to play and ran into Granny Yamahana. At that time, she told me that the woman who leaves a scar on my eye will be my future wife. If I don't marry her, I'll never find a wife in this life." At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. I thought it was just the old lady talking nonsense. But when I took off the bandage and saw the scar on my eye, I suddenly remembered Granny Yamahana's words. After saying that, he pointed at the scar on his eye with his finger. "So, can you be my girlfriend?" After hearing Lucier's words, Ino's mind went blank. Lucier actually confessed to her. Her little face turned red, and steam seemed to rise from her, resembling Hinata when Naruto pats her head. "I'm a bit confused right now. Let me think about it, and I'll tell you," she said before running away in a hurry. "Got it." Lucier felt that this time it was a sure thing. The others were still watching the competition and didn't notice the two behind them. It was only when Iruka called for Ino that he realized she was already gone. Rokushi explained to Iruka, "Iruka-sensei, Ino is feeling a bit unwell and has gone back to the classroom." Hearing Rokushi's words, Iruka didn't suspect anything. Ino had indeed been a bit unusual these past couple of days, so he didn't think much of it. Soon, the match ended, and everyone returned to the classroom to continue their lessons. When everyone came back, Ino was sitting alone in the classroom, looking a bit flushed. Iruka asked Ino if she needed to go to the infirmary. However, Ino refused and simply said that she just needed to rest for a while. School days were carefree, and time passed day by day. Ino eventually agreed to Rokushi, and at first, no one noticed anything unusual. Gradually, everyone began to notice the odd behavior of the two. In the past few days, Rokushi also stopped taking Naruto out for ramen and didn't go home with Shikamaru after school. Instead, he would first take Ino home and then go home himself. Yamanaka Inoichi was the first to notice and then told his wife. Ino's mother informed Rokushi's mother, who then told Nara Shikaku, and Shikaku shared the news further. In any case, both families were aware of it. Although Yamanaka and Noichi felt a bit uncomfortable about it, he didn't oppose it. After all, if one day his daughter were to be taken away by some unknown guy with yellow hair, it would be better for her to end up with that little brat Rokushi. Deersure was raised by them, so they know him well, and his potential is very great, completely deserving of their daughter. In the Ino family's flower shop, Deersure was telling Ino a joke. After Sun Wukong captured the 7 fairies, he actually went to steal peaches. Don't you think that's silly? Ha ha ha. If it were you, what would you do? Ino's sudden question left Deersure stunned. This was basically a life and death question, but didn't stump Deersure. If it were me, I would definitely take the 7 fairies basket first. Otherwise, how could I steal the peaches? Oof. You're lying. I don't believe it. After saying that, Ino started to arrange the flowers. Lucier knew that Ino was not angry, so he also got up to help Ino. Seeing Lucier come to help, Ino asked Lucier, "Are you sure it's really okay to have those 3 help deliver the flowers?" Deershiz didn't care and said, "What problem could there be? Dingxi is too fat. Shikamaru is too lazy. Naruto is too idle. Just right for them to get some exercise." Ino chuckled, "What about you? Of course I like you too much. Helping you arrange these flowers. Oh, you're so cheesy." After saying that, she playfully hit Shiz. Just then, the 3 laborers returned, and as soon as Naruto entered the flower shop, he shouted, "Big brother, you're so inconsiderate. You sent us to deliver flowers while you're here flirting with big sister-in-law. It's so unfair. Today, a kimchi barbecue is on me, all courtesy of Shikamaru." When Naruto heard this, he immediately cheered, "Big brother is the best," not even caring about who pays. Dingxi nudged Shikamaru, and Shikamaru turned to Dingxi and asked, "What is up?" "Shikamaru, I want to eat my fill. Is your wall enough?" Shikamaru didn't say anything, but gave Choji a deadpan look. Shikamaru is also feeling bitter. While others can get a free meal by helping out, he not only has to help for free, but also has to chip in. However, thinking about it, one is his older brother, and the other is his future sister-in-law, so he endures it. That evening, a few of them went to a kimchi barbecue together. After everyone sat down, they started ordering food. After the orders were placed, Shikamaru asked CHG, "Can you get some barbecue seasoning? We can go camping and even hunt when we have nothing to do." CHG thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Sure, just let me know when you plan to go camping." Soon, the barbecue arrived, and everyone started grilling. Once Shikamaru grilled some, he handed it to Ino. Ino's little face was flushed all evening because Naruto kept calling her sister-in-law. Riku watched Naruto gobbling down his food and felt a bit heartbroken. Perhaps what Naruto loved most wasn't ramen, but just the fact that it was cheap, and he had gotten used to eating on a budget. This damn ninja world, this damn Sarutobi Hizashi. Soon everyone finished eating, and since they were all kids, they didn't drink alcohol. After they came out, they all went their separate ways. Naruto wasn't going in the same direction as Choji and the others, and since the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families lived very close to each other, the 4 of them went home together. After dropping Ino off at her house, Riku took Shikamaru back home. When they got back, their father, Rikuji, was there with Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza, seemingly discussing something. When the 3 men saw the Riku brothers return, they stopped their discussion. The brothers stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle Inoichi, Uncle Choza, hello." Hello. Did you just come back from a gathering?" Yamanaka and Noichi asked. "Yes. Uncle Inoichi, we just dropped Ino off at home," Riku replied, and Inoichi was pleased with his answer. At that moment, Rikuji said to the 2 of them, "You 2 go to your room. We have things to discuss." Hearing their father's words, the brothers immediately headed upstairs. But just as they turned around, Yamanaka and Noichi said, "Riku, you stay here. I have something I want to ask you." Upon hearing that there was nothing related to him, Shikamaru walked alone towards his room. Lucier sat down beside his father and then asked Yamashita, "Hi, Uncle, hi. Do you have any questions for me? If it's about Ino, I promise I will treat her well." Yamashita Hai smiled slightly. Then his expression became serious as he said, "It's not about that. I still trust your character. What I want to ask is, what do you think of the Uchiha?" Lucier was a bit surprised, asking what the Uchiha were doing at this time. He organized his thoughts and then asked the 3, "Is the village going to take action against the Uchiha?" Yamashiro Kaichi and Akimichi Dingzo were both taken aback, wondering how he knew. Only Lugio was not surprised. His son's intelligence far surpassed that of everyone in the Nara clan. Therefore, he could guess this matter and was not surprised at all. Looking at the expressions of the 2, Rushi knew he was right and continued. The third Hokage has grown old and confused. In the end, the Uchiha are still the Uchiha of the village. If I'm not mistaken, the village wants to wipe out the Uchiha this time. Ryujin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect his son to guess so much. At this moment, Akimichi Choza spoke up. Rushi, if you were Hokage, what would you do? Lucier didn't hesitate and said directly, kill a batch, draw in a batch, and split a batch. The three listened to Lucier's words and pondered in their hearts. Seeing the three deep in thought, Lucier added, however, the third Hokage wouldn't do this. Rokaka looked at his son and asked why. Shimura Danzo. As soon as the four characters Uchiha were mentioned, the three of them were somewhat puzzled. Although Danzo Shimura had a prejudice against the Uchiha, they did not understand why Danzo hated the Uchiha so much. At this time, Lucier began to explain. In fact, there are many reasons for this matter. First, let's talk about why Shimura Danzo hates the Uchiha. As soon as the three heard this, they immediately sat up straight. However, Lucier did not speak immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the door, releasing the shadow ninja. You go guard outside, and notify me if anyone comes. The three did not know what Lucier was going out for, and thought he was just checking if there were people outside. Lucier returned to the living room, and sat beside his father again. The three of them remained silent, waiting for Lucier to continue speaking. Shimura Danzo hated the Uchiha clan partly because he inherited the ideology of his teacher, the second Hokage. The second Hokage hated the Uchiha because the death of the first Hokage was related to Uchiha Madara, and he feared that another Uchiha Madara would emerge. At this moment, the three of them were wide-eyed, as these matters were village secrets, and Lucier was only a few years old. How could he possibly know about this? Lucier ignored the three people's surprise and continued. The Uchiha clan has already been pushed to the edge of the village, yet the village still won't let up. Don't you find that strange? The three nodded at Lucier's words, feeling that he made a valid point. The village was indeed being a bit too oppressive. This brings us to Shimura Danzo, whose lifelong dream has been to become Hokage. But does he have the strength for it? At this moment, Lugio spoke up. The strength of the Hokage's advisor is indeed average. He only possesses the strength of an elite Genin. That's right. He wants to become Hokage without having the strength. What would you do if you were in his position? Dear Shur asked the three people a rhetorical question. The three listened to Dear Shur's question and began to think. If they lacked strength but still wanted to become Hokage, then they could only. Riku looked at Riku in disbelief and said, are you saying that Shimura Danzo has set his sights on the Uchiha Sharingan? Hearing Riku's words, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza also reacted, looking at Riku in astonishment. That's right. This is the most reasonable explanation. It's not so much that Shimura Danzo hates the Uchiha, but rather that he is jealous of them. Moreover, our Hokage-sama no longer has the ability to control the carriage of Konoha. Therefore, he can only eliminate those wild horses, but he is afraid that the Uchiha, being one of those wild horses, will attack him, the driver. So he has to take decisive action. If I'm not mistaken, the village will make the Uchiha act on their own, which can both remove the threat and avoid a direct confrontation with the Uchiha. The three of them were left speechless by Riku's words. Of course, the Uchiha also have their issues. They are too proud, looking down on everyone. Alas, it's a pity for the old and the young. The Uchiha clan leader is also a coward, unable to suppress his entire clan internally, and externally he is submissive. Even at the end of his life, he clings to the police force, which is truly sad. After Lucier finished speaking, he just stared at the three of them. It took him a long time to recover, and Lugio asked Lucier how he knew these things. As they only knew that the village was going to take action against the Uchiha. Faced with his father's question, Lucier did not speak, but instead tapped his head a few times with his finger, implying that it was deduced through his own thinking. After calming down a bit, Lugio asked his son what the three families of boar, deer, and butterfly would do in the future. Lu didn't understand what his father meant. What should we do? Our three families belong to the Hokage faction. Sarutobi Hizashi won't move against us. I know the Hokage won't act against us, but I'm talking about what we, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, should do after the Uchiha clan's extermination. Should we continue, as we did before? Duki added. Deer thought for a moment, and then said, my suggestion is, as always, to slowly resign from the position of the leader of the Jounin class. The three were surprised to hear Deer's words. The three clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly were relying on the Jounin class leader to hold things together. If he resigned, what would happen to the resources in the village for the three clans? Upon seeing the expressions of the three of them, Lucier immediately understood that they were worried about not being able to support three families. Father, Uncle Hai, Uncle Dingswood, don't worry. My father will resign from his position as the leader of the Jounin class, and the third Hokage will allocate some resources to our three families. Although we will lose a Jonin class leader, we will gain a lot of benefits. Right now, no one trusts the third Hokage. They only trust Shimura Danzo and the elders. If we take a step back, he will feel guilty and give us some compensation. We can completely use these compensations for investments to expand our family foundation. The three of them were contemplating Lu Shi's words. Resigning from the Jonin class leader position is not a small matter. If the position is lost without compensation, it would be a huge loss, as the leader of the Jonin class oversees many affairs. 10 minutes later, Lu Jio made a decision to follow his son's suggestion, but he still needed to discuss it with the two of them. After all, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have been together since the Warring States period. Hi, Dingzhua. I plan to try Lu Shi's approach. What do you think? Upon hearing Lu Jio's words, the two burst into laughter. Then Akimichi Dingzhua said clumsily, Lu Jio, our three families are one entity, and both you and your son are clever. You just go ahead with it. Lu Jio felt relieved after hearing the words of his two old partners. After greeting the three people, Lu Shi went upstairs to sleep, as there was nothing else to do. As soon as Lu Shi gang returned to the room, he remembered that he hadn't signed in today. So he silently recited the sign-in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Shadow Ninja. Lu Shi summoned the Shadow Ninja, just like the previous one. He remembered that this thing had 9 forms, and he only had one now, and just 2 of them. Lu Shi thought, if only this thing could be infinite, then Uchiha Madara would be nothing but a younger brother. At that moment, Lu Shi suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked the system, can the Shadow Ninja hide in someone else's shadow? Host, the shadow can hide in anyone's shadow, but it cannot be more than 10 kilometers away from the host. Otherwise, the Shadow Ninja will automatically return to the host's shadow. Alright, by the way, isn't there supposed to be 9 types of Shadow Army? Why did I only draw 1? Host, the types drawn are completely random. You can only draw them slowly. Fine, time to sleep. Just as Lu Shi was falling asleep, someone was already causing a ruckus for him. Nijan, leave Nara Lu Shi to me. I promised to train him into a sharp blade to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Nijan looked at his old buddy and was speechless. Toanzo, have you been drinking? Toanzo was somewhat confused by Sarutobi Nijan's question. However, he didn't care and continued, Nijan, that Nara Lu Shi has developed a ninjutsu without hand signs, which is very suitable for my route. Toanzo, don't harbor delusions. Nara Lu Shi is the young clan leader of the Nara clan. He can't possibly join your route. You'd better not have any designs on him, or your route will lose its significance. Nijan, you will regret it. Toanzo, don't forget that I am the Hokage. Hurry up and resolve the Uchiha matter, and stop having designs on that child. After Toanzo left with a bang, Sarutobi Nijan took out a crystal ball. A minute later, Sarutobi Nijan said, this Purewell is really nice. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for gaining 0. 1 in physique. Sigh, what kind of broken system is this? Why is it all junk? At the school gate, Lu Shi was somewhat frustrated. He really didn't dare to sign in next to Ino. What if he accidentally gave her a 3-piece panty set? Today, Lu Shi specially brought his smoke knife because they had a physical training class. Anyway, this knife would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to expose it early. It wasn't some extraordinary divine weapon, just a knife that emitted black smoke. There really weren't many in their class practicing with knives. Everyone used shurikens as weapons. Shikamaru looked at the knife in his brother's hand with a bit of fear. Not because he was afraid of getting hurt, but because he was afraid of getting smoked. The amount of smoke was like a big chimney. It wouldn't kill you, but it would definitely choke you. Soon, the two of them walked into the classroom, and as soon as Naruto saw Shikamaru, he immediately came over to greet him. Hey, brother, you're here. Yeah, by the way, Naruto, do you want to go have ramen together tonight? Sure. I haven't been to Ichiraka Ramen in a few days. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto noticed the knife in Shikamaru's hand. Brother, is this your weapon? Can I take a look at it? Lu didn't hesitate and handed over the knife, mainly wanting to tease him. Shikamaru saw his brother hand a knife to Naruto and turned to leave the classroom, while Shikashi also took a few steps back. Naruto didn't notice their actions and directly pulled out the knife. Then there was a series of coughing sounds, and the blade was emitting thick black smoke, quickly filling the classroom. At that moment, Irika also arrived. Something was on fire, and all the students rushed out. Irika was shouting at the classroom door. Lu Shi felt it was about time, sheathed the knife, and Naruto looked at everyone in confusion, thinking that this smoke wasn't even choking. In fact, he didn't know that only the person holding the knife could be immune to this black smoke. After Lu Shi put the knife away, Naruto immediately started coughing. Cough, cough. Big brother, what kind of knife is that? 10 minutes later, Iruka looked at Lu Shi helplessly. Not only did he not follow the usual path, but even the weapon he used was unconventional. All right, everyone, let's go back to class. Lu Shi, you're not allowed to use that knife in the classroom from now on, understand? I got it, Teacher Iruka. Since he made a mistake, Lu Shi obediently admitted it. The morning continued with the usual brainwashing from the Fire Nation. During lunch, many people gathered around Lu Shi, curious about the knife. Many boys thought it was really cool. Just imagine fighting with a smoking weapon. It sounds impressive, but it's a pity that it's not allowed in the classroom. They might have forgotten about the morning's events. Ino took the knife and looked at it, then asked, Lu Shi, where did you buy this knife? It feels very special. Hearing Ino's question, Lu Shi recounted what he had said that day, and Shikamaru also supported him. Ino seemed not too fond of knife-type weapons. She looked at it for a moment and then returned it to Lu Shi. In the afternoon, everyone went to the playground, divided into several groups to start training. Dear Shi then came to a wooden post, drew his knife, and began practicing swordsmanship. This time, Dear Shi deliberately chose a spot far away from everyone, fearing he might hurt his classmates. He then started practicing the basic movements from the book, which did not include any flashy or extravagant techniques. The book's focus was on teaching how to quickly kill with a knife. 10 minutes later, there were cries of despair on the playground, with some classmates shouting, Elder Dear, please stop using your powers. We can't take it anymore. When Lu Shi turned around, he was shocked to see black smoke all over the playground. Just then, several masked individuals suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shi and coldly said, Come with us. Lord Hokage wants to see you. Dear Shirshin said, It's over. I'll cause trouble this time. I've even alarmed that old thing, Sarutobi Hizashi. However, he still sheathed his sword and followed the person toward the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi examined the sword, then, not believing in evil, drew it out. Suddenly, thick black smoke filled the Hokage office. Shikamaru looked at the distant black smoke and said, Sigh. I wonder whose bad luck it is this time. All right, it's nothing. You all can go now. After Sarutobi Hizashi finished speaking, the few shadowy figures instantly disappeared. With a big smile, Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Nara Shikashi and then asked, Where did you get this knife? Sigh. Shikashi felt troubled in his heart. Why does everyone ask this question? He then repeated what he had said earlier. Sarutobi Hizashi didn't suspect anything. He had seen Nara Shikashi when he was born, and he and T left the village in all these years. These kids just played in the forest outside the village. He had just taken a close look, and indeed, this knife was sharper than an ordinary ninja knife, and it didn't fear the smoke when held. Other than that, there wasn't much else. As for sensing the situation inside the smoke, Sarutobi Hizashi really hadn't paid attention. He returned the knife to Shikashi and said, The knife is good, but don't use it at school anymore. Understood, Hokage-sama. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Train well. After the deer left, the monkey Fei Rizens said to the side, Go into that forest and take a look. Bring back anything you find. Yes. Although no one was seen, there was a response. When Lu Shi returned to school, the black smoke had mostly dissipated. Seeing Lu Shi back, everyone looked at the knife in his hand with fear. Iruka walked up to Lu Shi and said, Lu Shi, please don't use that knife at school anymore. If you want to practice, use a wooden sword. I understand, teacher. Without Iruka specifically saying it, Lu Shi didn't plan to use the smoke knife at school anymore. At that moment, Sasuke walked over and coolly said, Nara Lu Shi, I challenge you. Last time I was careless, but I won't lose to you again this time. Sasuke is so cool. Sakura started to fangirl again upon seeing Sasuke. Sure, let's do it now. Lu Shi readily agreed. If he didn't fight Sasuke, how would he help him grow? If he didn't fight Sasuke, how would he motivate him? Seeing that Sasuke was challenging Lu Shi again, everyone gathered around. Naruto was over there cheering for Lu Shi. Come on, beat that cocky Sasuke and teach him a lesson. Perhaps because Indra and Ashura were naturally at odds, Naruto and Sasuke didn't get along from their first day of school, often bickering, along with Sakura. It was completely a love triangle. I love you, but you love him. It's a mystery how these three ended up together. Lu Shi was not in the mood to care about the love and hate between these three people. Come on, Lu Shi said and drew out the smoke knife. Sasuke glanced at the weapon in Lu Shi's hand, turned around and left, then said with great flair, Since Teacher Iruka doesn't allow you to use that knife at school, let's wait until next time to spar. Naruto laughed. Ha! Sasuke is scared of my big brother. Ha ha! Everyone, who did you learn to act tough while running away from? In the Konoha forest, a group of kids were starting a fire to grill meat, and the afternoon breeze felt very pleasant. Hinata, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go over there. At that moment, Hinata was indeed watching Naruto bickering with Sasuke when Ino pulled her to the barbecue grill. Rushi is currently grilling meat and can't help but admire the children in the ninja world, as even 7-year-old kids can hunt. In Rushi's original world, who would dare to kill wild animals? That would definitely be a serious crime. However, today they haven't encountered any game. And the meat Rushi is grilling is all brought from home, especially by Dingxi, who brought enough for 20 people. Dingxi, the seasoning from your Akimichi clan, is really delicious. Lucier was grilling meat while praising the seasoning brought by Dingxi. Hearing Lucier's compliments, Dingxi felt very proud. This is the barbecue seasoning from our Akimichi clan, the best in the ninja world. This time, all 12 of the Little Strong were basically gathered, except for Shaoli, Tian, and Hinata Niji. Now, with himself included, there were a total of 10 people for this camping trip. Even the low-profile Yamanaka Shino had come. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a slight noise suddenly broke the cheerful atmosphere. Yamanaka Shino sent out his insects to investigate, and after a moment, his expression changed slightly. It seemed that something was approaching. The group immediately became alert. At that moment, a wild boar emerged from the bushes, bearing several wounds and glaring fiercely at everyone. Hinata looked at the wild boar and said, "How pitiful, it looks injured." Naruto was the first to rush forward, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect everyone." The others rolled their eyes in unison, thinking, "Do you even know your own strength? How can you protect everyone?" Just then, 3 ninjas wearing the Konoha headband appeared beside the group. "That wild boar is our mission. It accidentally got away." Seeing that they were ninjas from their own village, everyone relaxed. Naruto said to the 3, "Since it's your mission, you can take care of it. We still want to eat barbecue." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the 3 didn't hesitate and immediately dashed toward the wild boar. 3 minutes later, they finally took down the wild boar and left with it. Lucier watched the whole process and thought, how should I put it? These 3 people clearly looked like civilian ninjas, unwilling to use explosive tags. In this situation, a single explosive tag could solve the problem. However, one explosive tag costs several thousand Ryo, and they might not even earn that much from a single mission. So they could only rely on physical techniques to deal with the wild boars. After a brief interlude, the barbecue was ready, and everyone formed a circle to start eating. An hour later, they exclaimed, "I'm so full. Big brother, can we come camping often?" Deer tapped Naruto on the shoulder and said, "No problem. We can come once a month. Can't you come more often?" While saying this, he looked at Deer. Everyone laughed at Naruto's words, and this laughter was not mocking. They simply found it amusing. Only Deer understood Naruto's meaning. His meager living expenses were not enough to support frequent barbecues, which is why he wanted to gather often. Moreover, Deer noticed a very good quality in Naruto. He didn't take advantage of others. This time, everyone brought something to share, as no one could guarantee they would catch any game. Therefore, Deer specifically brought a lot of deer meat, and Dingji not only brought seasonings, but also some marinated meat. When Naruto saw that everyone had brought something, he went out to buy some drinks. Deer noticed that Naruto didn't have much money left in his wallet, yet he still managed to buy those drinks, which was enough to prove Naruto's character. Deer looked at Naruto and said, "As long as it doesn't interfere with training, it's fine for you to come often." I will definitely work hard on my training, big brother." Ha! Everyone burst into laughter again. Given Naruto's training speed, it would be fast for him to come out once every few months. Then everyone chatted for a while about their dreams. Naruto's dream was to be recognized by everyone, and Inuzuka Kiba's dream was to have ninja dogs in the ninja world. When it was Sakura's turn, she stammered and couldn't articulate her thoughts, just continuously glancing at Sasuke. But when it was Deer's turn, he fell silent. Having been in this world for 7 years, he really hadn't thought about this question. Unifying the ninja world? Forget it. That sounds too troublesome. Management is a hassle. Then Deer gave an answer that surprised everyone. "I want to grow up quickly and bring Ino home, to avoid long nights filled with dreams. If that smelly painter takes Ino away, I would be a loss." As soon as this was said, Ino's little face immediately turned red, and then she got up and ran away. Hinata and Sakura followed her. Don't think that 7-year-old children don't understand anything. The kids here are quite mature. Hinata has liked Naruto since she was very young, and Sakura is even more exaggerated. Everyone knows about her crush on Sasuke. Shikamaru felt that this dream was quite grand, although his older brother wasn't as averse to trouble as he was. He also didn't want to get overly involved in messy situations. Everyone enjoyed the evening breeze, watching the sunset, embodying a sense of tranquility in life. In the evening, everyone returned to Konoha. Then, they parted ways at the village entrance. Since they were in different locations, they couldn't go home together. "Shikamaru, You and Choji take Ino home first, and then head back. I'll take Naruto home. As soon as Naruto heard that Shikamaru was going to take him home, he quickly declined. No need, I can go back by myself. Alright, just listen to me on this. Seeing Shikamaru's firm attitude, Naruto eventually agreed. Shikamaru had no objections, since the Yamanaka family wasn't far from his home, and besides, Ino would be his future sister-in-law. After Ino and her friends left, Shikamaru followed Naruto as they headed to his house. On the way, Naruto seemed hesitant to say something. Lucia noticed and directly asked, "What's wrong?" "Naruto, do you have something to say?" "No, big brother, I just don't know if I should invite you in to sit for a while. But my place is quite messy, so I'm a bit embarrassed to say it." Lucia smiled and said, "I won't go today. I'll come to see you during the day sometime. Today is just to get familiar with the place." "All right, big brother, I'll treat you to ramen then," he added, showing off his big white teeth. Soon, the two arrived at Naruto's place. "Big brother, I'm here. You can go back now." At this moment, Lucia took out a few bills from his wallet, ready to hand them to Naruto. "What the hell? Why are you standing so far away? This is money, not an explosive tag." Lucia looked up and saw Naruto stepping back several steps, and for a moment, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Naruto stepped forward, tears in his eyes, and said, "Big brother, I can't take this. Who the hell said I was giving it to you for free? This is a loan. When you become Hokage, you can pay me back. I truly believe you can become Hokage. Just think about it. You become Hokage, and I become the Hokage's creditor. Isn't that cool?" Naruto burst into laughter at what Deer said. "Haha, big brother, you're too funny." Shikamaru stuffed money into Naruto's hand and then turned to leave. Naruto then heard Shikamaru say, "Train well, future Hokage." At that moment, Naruto shed tears once again and shouted at the already distant Shikamaru, "Brother, I will definitely become Hokage." This is the entire conversation between Shikamaru and Naruto. "I understand now. You can go and rest." Yes. After reporting the mission, the Umbu ninja instantly disappeared from the Hokage's office. After this, Umbu left. Hiruzen Sarutobi put down the documents in his hand, walked to the window, and looked into the distance with deep eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. The next morning, before Naruto had even gotten out of bed, he heard someone knocking on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? What time is it, really?" Reluctantly, Naruto got out of bed, went to the door, and opened it. Bang, bang, bang. "Stop knocking, I'm coming." Creak. Naruto opened the door. "Who is it? It's so early." Just as Naruto opened the door, he wanted to say a few more words, only to find a third Hokage standing outside. Naruto immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa Hokage, why are you here? Come in." Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in with a kind expression. The room was still as messy as ever, and seeing the instant noodles, Hiruzen felt a bit uncomfortable, suddenly thinking, was my previous approach wrong? Although Hiruzen thought this in his heart, it did not show on his face. "Grandpa Hokage, why did you come so early? Is there something going on?" Naruto's words interrupted Hiruzen's inner thoughts, and he said with a kind smile, "Naruto, I came to see you to check how you were doing. By the way, have you made any friends at school?" This was just to distract Naruto, who was a bit simple-minded. If Shikamaru knew, he would definitely make a sarcastic remark, knowing that Naruto goes to the bathroom several times a day. However, as soon as Naruto heard Hiruzen's words, he became excited and started talking about his experiences at school, with most of it revolving around Shikamaru, from when he first acknowledged him as a little brother, to Shikamaru's relationship with Ino, and finally to when Shikamaru lent him money yesterday, recounting everything in detail. 10 minutes later, Naruto finally finished speaking. Hiruzen listened, thinking as he did, and his final conclusion was, "Shikamaru is an excellent child, except for being a bit early in dating. Naruto, besides coming to see you, I also brought you some living expenses. Since you are in school and have made friends, your expenses have increased, so your allowance will double from now on." Naruto was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen. "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, thank you." Hiruzen left some money for Naruto and then left. However, as soon as he returned to the Hokage's office, he was stunned. If it weren't for the crystal ball on the table, he would have thought he had entered the wrong place. An Umbu ninja approached Hiruzen, bowing respectfully, and said, "Lord Hokage, this is all the ninja tools we found in that forest. We checked them, and there's nothing special about them." Hiruzen looked at the ninja as if he were an idiot. Then he instructed, "Since there is no problem, take them away. These ninja tools will be for your use." The Umbu ninja looked at Hiruzen in confusion, thinking to himself, "Did I do something wrong? These ninja tools are completely unusable." However, he still agreed and was about to take the ninja tools away when suddenly a large black cat popped out from among the tools, startling Hiruzen. The cat then jumped onto the desk, knocking his beloved crystal ball to the ground. The Umbu ninja then began a chase, resulting in a chaotic scene in the Hokage's office. Lu has arrived at the school gate. System sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a shadow ninja. Lu sure thought that this reward was not bad. He now had 3 shadow ninjas. Shikamaru and Shino walked into the classroom and saw that most people were already there. Naruto usually comes early every day, but he hasn't arrived yet today. Just as Lu Shur was about to walk to his position, our pressure king, the master of disguise, Uchiha Itachi, appeared. He stood in front of Lu Shur, not saying a word, just looking at him with his hands in his pockets. Ruki exchanged a glance with Rukamaru, then bypassed Sasuke and sat down in his own seat. Sasuke noticed he was being ignored and followed Ruki to his seat. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Ruki say to Rukamaru, "Stay away from Sasuke in the future. I've heard that stupidity can be contagious. You're already lazy, and if you become stupid, I won't want you as my brother anymore. I'll just have mom and dad have another child then." Everyone couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Ruki's words. Shikamaru shot a glance at his older brother, while Sasuke was already furious. As the esteemed heir of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't stand being called an idiot. Sasuke leaned on Shikamaru's desk with both hands, staring at him, and said word by word, "Nara Shikamaru, I challenge you." Deer slapped his chest, let out a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, so that's what it is. He thought Sasuke was just being melodramatic again. He then agreed, saying, "Sure, let's have a sparring match in the afternoon class." You could have just said this directly. No need to build up emotions and pose. Aside from those infatuated girls who think you're handsome, anyone with a normal mindset would wonder if you have a problem. Sakura, who had a lovesick expression, was momentarily stunned by Deer's words. She felt that Deer was hinting at her, and then she glared at him fiercely. Ino chuckled and looked at Sakura, thinking that Deer was indeed hinting at her. Not only Sakura, but many infatuated girls in the class were also glaring at Deer with anger. However, Deer didn't care. He glanced at Ino on his right, and then at his younger brother on his left. Then he commanded Shikamaru switch seats with Ino. Shikamaru was confused, and deep down he was refusing. It was too troublesome to keep messing around. But when he saw his brother's gaze, he immediately caved. "I got it," Shikamaru said reluctantly. Ino originally wanted to refuse too. After all, she was just across the aisle from Shikamaru, so it didn't matter whether they switched seats or not. However, seeing Shikamaru's eager little eyes, she agreed. After they switched seats, Iruka also arrived. Iruka glanced down and noticed that Naruto hadn't come yet, and it seemed Ino had changed seats. Iruka had no intention of getting involved in Ino's matter and planned to ask Naruto instead. Just as he was about to ask why Naruto was late, the classroom door was roughly pushed open with a bang. "Phew, I made it," Naruto said while catching his breath. Iruka looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, why are you so late?" "Sorry, Iruka-sensei. The Hokage came to my house too early today. Then I took a nap, so I overslept," Naruto explained. Iruka listened to Naruto's explanation but didn't delve deeper and told him to hurry back to his seat. On the school playground, Shikamaru and Sasuke formed a hand seal. After sealing, Sasuke immediately jumped back. Last time he was caught by Shikamaru because he was showboating and didn't dodge in time, and he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Just as Sasuke jumped back, he saw a shadow appear where he had been standing. Sasuke disdainfully said, "Shikamaru, you underestimate me too much. How could the same trick?" With a bang, everyone saw Sasuke scream as he flew towards Sakura. 2 seconds later, they crashed into each other, and Sakura and Sasuke ended up kissing. The crowd gasped. "This is too exciting. Is this something we kids should be watching? Shouldn't this be paid content?" After the two got up, Sakura glanced gratefully at Shikamaru. But Sasuke was in no mood for that. Sasuke roared, "You bastard. When did you appear behind me?" Everyone looked at the spot where Sasuke had been standing. And at that moment, Shikamaru was still in the stance of having just kicked. When Lu Shur saw everyone looking at him, he quickly retracted his foot and said shyly, "I'm sorry, I didn't control the force well." After saying that, he scratched his head. At this moment, Iruka noticed that there were 2 Lu Shurs, wondering if it was a shadow clone technique or a transformation technique. Iruka murmured to himself. Hearing Iruka's words, Lu Shur explained, "Yes, teacher Iruka." Then Lu Shur dispelled the shadow clone technique, and the Lu Shur facing Sasuke instantly disappeared. At this time, Sasuke stepped in front of Lu Shur and questioned, "When did you use the shadow clone technique? And when did you appear behind me?" Sasuke felt insulted. As the proud king of the ninja world and a master of deception, how could he possibly lose to someone twice in a row? Seeing Sasuke's expression, Lu Shur did not hide the truth from him. "From the beginning, what you saw were all my clones. At the start of the battle, I used the shadows to push you back, just for that final kick. As for when I appeared behind you, I can only tell you that I was always behind you. You just didn't notice. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Sasuke and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke turned around and, upon seeing the person, joyfully exclaimed, "Brother." Deer had seen Weasel long ago, as Weasel appeared right in front of him. Weasel patted Sasuke's head and then looked at Deer, saying, "Your battle intelligence is very high." This time, Sasuke lost. Deer just waved his hand carelessly, not caring about winning or losing. It was just a friendly sparring among classmates, nothing to win or lose. I just don't like Sasuke's habit of talking nonsense during sparring, which is why I went a bit harder. It seems Itachi didn't understand Deer's words either. In fact, not just Itachi, but everyone present didn't understand. Lucier could only explain to everyone. Talking during a battle can be distracting. If you have something to say, you can say it to the enemy's corpse. There's no need to say it while the enemy is still alive, and besides, who knows who will die? If you can't defeat the opponent, your harsh words before the battle will make you look like a clown. Itachi nodded. "You're right. Sasuke does have that habit. I'll make sure he changes it." "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Lucier asked somewhat ambiguously. Why would Itachi thank him for teaching Sasuke a lesson? "Thank you for the reminder about Sasuke. Future enemies won't remind him." "All right, you all continue. I need to go back." After saying that, he comforted Sasuke a few times. "Sasuke, your strength is not weaker than Lucier's, but your intelligence is far behind his. You need to try to change that." Listening to Itachi's words, Sasuke nodded, and then Itachi vanished in an instant. Lucier felt that Itachi's words made sense, but could Sasuke really change? Lucier thought it was a bit doubtful. If the Pressure King could change, he wouldn't be the Pressure King anymore. At that moment, Naruto approached Lu Shikamaru with a face full of grievances. "Big brother, how could you push Sasuke towards Sakura?" Sakura lost her first kiss. Seeing Naruto's pitiful little eyes, Lucier understood his thoughts. Moreover, he knew that Naruto liked Sakura. He had previously told Naruto that Sakura wasn't suitable for him. But Naruto was stubborn and wouldn't listen, so Lucier didn't continue to persuade him. "All right, Naruto, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, minors don't have a first kiss." "Really? Big brother, I'm going to bite you." Lucier was startled by Naruto. As soon as Lucier gang finished speaking, Naruto excitedly asked, and his face got closer and closer. Lucier took 2 steps back, fearing that he might lose his first kiss. This single-cell person is really easy to fool. "All right, Naruto, I won't lie to you. Let's start training." "Okay, big brother. Let's go over there." Then the two began sparring, while the others also started their practice. Only Sasuke was standing there in a daze. Sakura was in a particularly good mood today and trained more diligently than usual. Watching Naruto panting for breath, Lucier felt that this chosen one was a bit hard to describe, almost like he was just playing around. Lucier thought that Minato Namikaze was more suited to be the chosen one. After school, Lucier followed Ino to her family's flower shop. When Ino's mother saw Lucier had come with her daughter, she went home, leaving only Ino and Lucier in the shop. "Ino, you didn't tell me your dream last time. Can you share it with me today?" Hearing Lucier's words, Ino thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't really know. I just want to inherit my mother's flower shop and take care of my family at home." Hearing Ino's words, Lucier was very happy. After all, he didn't want his wife to be out fighting and killing with other ninjas. "So, do you prefer boys or girls?" Lucier's words made Ino's little face turn red. She didn't answer Lucier and continued to tidy up the flowers. Shika suddenly felt that he was asking this question a bit too early, as they were too young. So he didn't pursue the matter further and instead helped Ino tidy up the flowers. When he returned home in the evening, Shika found Yamamoto Kaichi and Akimichi Chozo there. After greeting the three, Shika prepared to head upstairs. Just as he turned around, he heard his father say, "Shika, don't run around tomorrow. Stay at school with your younger brother." Deer nodded and agreed. Back in the room, Deer guessed the meaning of his father's words earlier, which was that the village was going to take action against the Uchiha tomorrow. Lucier felt that he should do something, no matter what. He couldn't let that guy Shimura Danzo get the upper hand. Didn't he want the Sharingan? Then I'll just destroy it. Besides, the person is dead, so let those people be buried properly. Even if the eyes are damaged, it's better than having them dug out. "Classmates, you all need to stay a little later tonight. Their essay test at school, and we can only leave after the test is over." After Irika finished speaking, many students below began to complain. "What's going on? If their essay test, why not do it in the morning instead of waiting until evening?" Hearing the students' complaints, Irika had no choice but to try to calm them down. In fact, he didn't know why the school scheduled the test at this time either. The deer did not complain because he knew that the weasel, this great filial son, was about to take action. "Irika-sensei, I want to go to the bathroom." "Go ahead." Come back quickly. The test will start soon. Okay, teacher. When Lu arrived at the deserted place, he summoned the shadow ninjas and instructed them to go to the Uchiha clan's territory to destroy the eyes of the dead, making sure not to be discovered. After receiving the order, the 3 shadow ninjas instantly vanished into the darkness. Lucier has tested these shadow ninjas. Although they do not have their own thoughts, they execute their master's commands unconditionally. He also discovered that they seem to be connected to his consciousness. As long as Lucier thinks of something, they know it. It is for this reason that Lucier feels at ease in trusting tasks to them. After Lu returned, everyone had already started preparing for the test, which was still a written exam. He wanted to say, "Do you dare to be even more perfunctory? Forget it, let it be. After all, the test is just an excuse, and there is no need to take it too seriously." At this moment, the Uchiha clan was filled with wails, but soon quieted down. In a dark corner, several pairs of scarlet eyes were fixated on the corpses. 3 hours later, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Uchiha clan with Umbu and Root ninjas. He angrily discovered that not a single complete Sharingan was left in the entire Uchiha clan. All had been destroyed. Shimura Danzo cursed in anger, evil Uchiha Itachi actually breaking the agreement. At this moment, Sasuke was also discovered by the Umbu and was taken toward the hospital. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Itachi was watching Sarutobi Hizashi, while Sarutobi Hizashi was looking at the Uchiha clan. "Itachi, you go. The village will take good care of Sasuke. Don't worry. I will take care of my own matters. Lord Third, you keep an eye on Shimura Danzo. If he dares to lay a hand on Sasuke, then all previous conditions will be null and void." After saying this, the filial son left the Hokage building. Soon, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. "Hiruzen, Itachi has gone too far. He actually destroyed all the Sharingan. Hand Sasuke over to me, and I will personally train him." Sarutobi Hizashi was startled by this. It was different from what had been agreed upon. Didn't Itachi say he would only take his parents' Sharingan? How come the others were not taken, but destroyed? However, Sarutobi Hizashi didn't particularly care about this matter. He just didn't know that Shimura Danzo's ultimate goal in doing this was for the Sharingan. Coming back to his senses, Sarutobi Hizashi coldly said, "If you dare to touch Sasuke, I will immediately treat you as a rogue ninja." "I'm not joking, Danzo. Don't think I don't know about the things you've done. Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't know. Sasuke is the only way to control Itachi. If you dare to touch Sasuke, I will withdraw the root." Hiruzen, you at this moment. Danzo couldn't believe that his old comrade was giving him no leeway at all. "Fine, I'll go back to root. This time, you didn't destroy it." "I will." Bang. Danzo obediently returned to root, and as soon as he arrived at the base, he went crazy smashing things in his office. While smashing things, he cursed Itachi. That bastard actually destroyed all the Sharingan. What was the point of planning this operation? Just for Hiruzen to do dirty work. "Come here." After Danzo shouted, 2 people immediately appeared in the office. Danzo looked at the 2 and said, "Go see which clan has produced a genius and bring him back." Yes. After that, the 2 disappeared from the room. The next morning, Konoha village learned about the Uchiha clan's extermination, and everyone was discussing it. However, the major clans were quite quiet, as they knew some information to some extent. Lucier was walking on the way to school when he heard many people discussing the Uchiha situation. Lucier sighed, "What a sin. The Uchiha clan, which has been around since the Warring States period, has actually become a political sacrifice. Senju Tobarama is not a good person either. Just look at his few apprentices, the 2 old geezers in the Elder Council, occupying the most profitable positions in Konoha. Danzo is even worse, just a rat in a stinky sewer. Sarutobi Hizashi is also a coward. Systems sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewarded with an all-purpose glasses." Lucier was taken aback. The previous items he drew were either body enhancement or shadow ninja. But what was this all-purpose glasses? System, what is this all-purpose glasses? It sounds quite impressive. Host, the all-purpose glasses are a high-tech product that can not only prevent illusions, but also see through disguises, and even have tracking capabilities. However, these effects only apply when the host is wearing them. To others, they appear as just ordinary glasses. Wow, that's pretty awesome. After saying that, Lucier took out the glasses, which had round lenses. He felt that once he put on these glasses, the aura of a financial officer immediately emerged. Shikamaru looked curiously at the goggles that his older brother had pulled out from somewhere. "Big brother, where did you get these goggles?" When Lucier put on his glasses, he walked towards the school without answering Luwan. He mainly couldn't explain where the glasses came from. Their sudden appearance was too shocking. Fortunately, Luwan didn't notice. And seeing that his older brother didn't want to talk, he didn't press further. When Lu arrived at the classroom, many people were already there, but Erjuzi didn't come. Naruto was just staring blankly by himself. It's really a rare thing for Naruto to be in a daze. Deer walked up to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? It's rare to see you so quiet. Big brother, you're here. I heard about the Uchiha situation this morning, and I'm worried about Sasuke. I really feel that Naruto and Sasuke are true love, while Hinata and Sakura are just accidents. Although I think this in my heart, I still comforted him by saying, "Don't worry. Sasuke is fine. He'll be back in a few days. If you're worried about him, you can go see him at night." Naruto nodded. When Rushi returned to his seat, he saw Ino and Hinata talking. He didn't disturb the two kunoichi, but instead started to sleep, which everyone was already used to. What frustrated everyone the most was that Rushi could sleep in class every day and still score first in exams, making things a bit awkward for them. A week later, Sasuke was discharged from the hospital and returned to school. Tomorrow was the weekend, so everyone planned to go camping together. Rushi was initially worried that Sasuke wouldn't join, considering his mental state wasn't great. However, after Naruto's relentless persuasion, Sasuke agreed, which made Naruto jump with excitement. The next morning, everyone gathered at the village gate. Hinata, Ino, and Sakura carefully checked all the gear, afraid of missing anything. Shikamaru, on the other hand, yawned and complained about having to meet so early. Once they entered the forest campsite, Choji eagerly took out snacks to eat. Then, everyone worked together to set up tents, start a fire, and enjoy this rare leisurely time. At 10 in the morning, Rushi began grilling meat. After all, he was the only one who knew how to grill. As for Choji, he was just a foodie. "Hey Sasuke, I tell you, I'm training with my brother every day now, and I'm really getting strong," Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke ignored him and simply replied, "Idiot." Lucier didn't understand what Hinata liked about Naruto. This idiot, apart from fawning over Sakura, was always clinging to Sasuke. Shino and Kiba had taken their ninja dogs to go hunting, and the rest were just chatting. Lucier looked at these people and felt very warm. This was the childhood of normal kids. It would be even better if there were no wars. Just then, 3 people came running towards them. Lucier recognized them. The other 3 from Team 10, Tenten, Lee, and Niji. As soon as Hinata saw Niji, she immediately shouted, "Niji and I." Everyone greeted Hinata's brother. And Tenten and Lee were a bit more friendly, warmly greeting everyone, while Niji was somewhat aloof. Since they knew each other, why not join us? We're camping, and we have plenty of food prepared for you. The 3 felt a bit shy upon hearing Lucier's invitation, but they eventually agreed. Tenten even came over to help. And Naruto and Lee, the 2 simple-minded ninjas, started chatting. Although the children in the ninja world were very mature, they were also very innocent, and everyone quickly became familiar with each other. Lee didn't look as youthful as he used to. He seemed more like a normal person now. However, it seemed that Lee had a crush on Sakura, as he kept stealing glances at her. Soon, the barbecue was ready, and everyone gathered to eat. The girls ate the barbecue quite gracefully, while Naruto and Choji's eating habits were nothing short of gluttonous. At this moment, Niji asked Sasuke, who was the strongest here? Hearing Niji's question, Sasuke glanced at Lucier and pointed with his chin. Niji looked at Lucier and then at Shikamaru. Without that scar, he wouldn't be able to tell who was who. "Let's spar after we finish eating. I feel like I've hit a bottleneck in my strength lately." After Niji said this, everyone looked at him in disbelief, and Niji felt a bit embarrassed, not understanding why everyone was looking at him that way. "Sure," they replied. Lucier did not hesitate and agreed right away. Tian was a bit curious as to why everyone reacted that way after Ning Si finished speaking. So she asked Jingyi, why did Ning Si challenge Lucier, and why did they have that kind of expression? Jingyi looked at Tian awkwardly. I can't really explain it either, but you'll find out soon." After saying that, Jingyi glanced at the stick next to the tent. Tian also looked in that direction, but she didn't see anything special. Everyone enjoyed the barbecue, chatting happily, discussing everything from studying to training, and then from training to girls. After eating, a few girls started to clean up, while the men went to an empty space because Ning Si was going to spar with Lucier. Everyone was also curious about Ning Si's strength. Ning Si looked at the stick in Lucier's hand and asked, "Is this your weapon?" "Yes, this sword weighs 7 pounds, cough cough, this is my weapon. But I rarely use it. Its power is a bit too much." "That's okay, I've just hit a bottleneck. So please attack me with all your strength." "Okay." As soon as Rushi finished speaking, he was about to draw his sword. Seeing this, Ino, Hinata, and Sakura immediately grabbed Tenten and ran off into the distance. "Why are we running? We haven't finished cleaning up yet. And will he really cut us if he draws his sword?" Sakura explained, "Tenten, let's leave first and clean up later." You'll understand about Rushi soon. The others, noticing Rushi was about to draw his sword, also ran back. Naruto pulled Lee along, who looked confused, not understanding why everyone was acting this way. Byakugan, activate. I'm going to attack. Come on, let me see the strength of the Hyuga clan's genius. With that, Rushi drew his sword, and then a thick cloud of black smoke erupted. Niji was curious why a sword could emit smoke, but he still attacked. 1 minute later, 8 trigrams, cough cough. 8 trigrams, cough cough. 8 cough 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 cough. Cough cough, I admit defeat. You put away your cough cough sword. I admit defeat. Cough 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 cough. At this moment, Niji covered his mouth and nose with one hand while speaking. Lee looked dazedly at the two figures in the black smoke, mumbling to himself, what kind of sparring is this? Naruto, holding Lee's shoulder, boasted, how about it? My brother is amazing, right? Lee looked at Rushi and said, amazing, but the way of defeating opponents is a bit unusual. Ha! Only my brother can do it this way. 10 minutes later, the black smoke dissipated, and everyone returned to the tent. Sakura turned to Tenten and said, now you know why we dragged you away, right? Tenten nodded and then looked at Rushi's sword. Niji, feeling frustrated, complained, Rushi, when will you stop using that sword? Let's spar again. I admit, if you use that sword, I'm not your opponent. Okay, let's spar again before you graduate. All right, by then, I will definitely defeat you with my gentle fist. Niji no longer wanted to face Rushi with a sword. It was too frustrating. By the way, Niji, how did you 3-in up here? This was something Rushi had wanted to ask since the beginning, but there hadn't been an opportunity until now. We're here to search for treasure. Hearing Niji's words, everyone exchanged glances. Tenten explained, looking at their expressions, recently, everyone in the village has been saying there's treasure here, and even the Hokage sent someone to look for it. So the 3 of us decided to come and try our luck since we have a day off today. Upon hearing that there was treasure here, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Lucier knew that this was how he explained the origin of the smoke blade at that time. Similar to what Sarutobi Hizashi said. He didn't expect it to be passed around and transformed into this. However, Lucier had no intention of explaining. A treasure hunt game for everyone was not a bad idea. In the evening, 13 people headed towards Konoha village. In the afternoon, everyone conducted a thorough search of the forest, but found nothing. There were some damaged ninja tools originally, but they were all gone today. They didn't know that those items had been picked up by the Umbu. Just as they arrived at the entrance of Konoha, 2 people appeared in front of the group. They addressed everyone. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, you 2 leave. The rest of you come with us. Lord Danzo has something to discuss with you. The group exchanged glances, as some of them had never even heard of Danzo. Rokushin stepped forward and said, no, we don't know any Danzo. We want to go home. Whether you go or not is not up to you to decide. I advise you to honestly come with us. Otherwise, Deer turned his back to Shikamaru and made a hand gesture. As soon as Shikamaru saw it, he immediately understood his brother's meaning and then secretly extended his shadow towards a member of the root. When Lu saw Shikamaru was about to succeed, he also controlled his shadow to reach another Umbu member. These 2 people still thought those individuals were scared. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly realized that his body couldn't move. Deer time spoke, hit him. In an instant, Naruto rushed towards the 2, truly believing that his training during this time was not in vain. During this period, Deer Time had frequently instructed them on how to engage in team battles and even taught them beyond hand signs. Naruto and the others had seen the hand sign Deer Time made just now. When everyone saw Naruto make a move, they all followed him towards the 2, and eventually, Tenten joined in as well. So, 11 people and a dog began to kick at the 2 Chunin from the Umbu. The Umbu members were dumbfounded. In fact, when the root appeared, some of them had gone to inform the 3rd Hokage, but they never expected this group of kids to be so brutal. Coincidentally, Hiruzen Sarutobi was discussing matters with various clans. Due to the Uchiha clan massacre, the land of Earth was becoming restless. Therefore, Hiruzen planned to send some clan ninjas to the border. Just then, an Umbu appeared beside him and whispered a few words in his ear, causing Hiruzen to stand up immediately. Where are they? Take me there quickly, he said as he walked out, and everyone was unsure of what was happening. Noticing that the Hokage seemed very anxious, just as they hesitated about whether to follow, Hiruzen turned back and said to them, you all come too. It concerns you as well. Hearing Hiruzen's words, everyone followed him in confusion. When they arrived at the scene, they were stunned to see a group of kids surrounding and beating up 2 people. Among these kids were their own children, who immediately rushed to pull their kids away, only to see the 2 individuals lying on the ground with bruised faces. At that moment, Shikamaru directly retracted his shadow and sat down on the ground. Rikuji came to Shikamaru and helped his son up, then looked at Rushi and asked, Rushi, what do you think is going on? Lu Shi retracted his shadow and began to explain the cause of the incident to his father. Dad, we just got back from camping when two people claiming to be from the route approached us, saying that Lord Danzo wanted to see us. We didn't know who he was, and they tried to forcibly take us away. Then, Shikamaru and I used shadow control on them, and the rest was me directing my classmates to fight them. Not only Lu Shi, but the others were also telling their fathers about the incident. Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened. He had already cursed Danzo's ancestors in his heart. Danzo, do you want to disband Konoha? If these kids are taken to the route today, they will rebel tomorrow. Not everyone is as cowardly as Uchiha Fugaku. While these clans are loyal to Konoha, if you pull their heirs into the route, let's see if they 1T rebel. They don't care who you are. Hearing their children's words, everyone's expression turned grim. They knew what the route was. The ninjas there could hardly be called human anymore. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Sarutobi Hizashi immediately spoke to comfort them. Everyone, take your children home for now. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Seeing that the Hokage had said so, no one spoke up. They decided to wait. After all, one more night wouldn't make a difference. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hizashi took the two individuals toward the route. At this moment, Danzo was still in the route's office. His subordinates had just reported finding several promising candidates and were about to bring them over. However, before his subordinates could arrive, Sarutobi Hizashi came in. Bang! Sarutobi Hizashi pushed the door open directly. Impudent. Danzo wanted to scold him, but upon seeing who it was, he immediately retracted his reprimand and asked Hizashi, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo and asked, do you know where Tsunade is? Danzo was taken aback. Why was his old friend asking about Tsunade? Nevertheless, he informed Hizashi the last news about Tsunade was half a year ago. It seems she was in the land of hot water when the route encountered her during a mission. Why do you ask about her? I'm asking for you. Danzo felt that his old friend was acting very strangely today, saying things he couldn't understand. Danzo said somewhat angrily, what do you mean? It means you should bring Tsunade back. Let her treat your brain. Upon hearing this, Danzo could no longer hold back. Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly came to the route and said a bunch of things he didn't understand, and then he mocked his brain. Hizashi, are you making fun of me? Don't think that just because you are Hokage, you can do whatever you want. Sarutobi Hizashi signaled the Umbu to bring in the two individuals. Upon seeing the miserable state of his two subordinates, Danzo couldn't hold back his anger and roared at Sarutobi Hizashi, Hizashi, you've gone too far. You actually laid hands on my people. I've gone too far. What did you send them to do? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Danzo calmed down and tentatively replied, the route has been short-handed lately, so I had them look for some talented children to cultivate. Haha, you really dare to admit it. Seeing Hizashi's expression, Danzo felt a bit angry. So what if I'm looking for some talented kids? I told them not to touch Naruto and Sasuke. Haha, this time, even if you find Naruto and Sasuke, I wouldn't be this angry. Do you know who those two fools want to catch today? Upon hearing this, Danzo felt the situation was getting serious, especially since his old friend had mentioned Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Those two fools wouldn't have gone to catch Konohamaru, would they? But that kid is so young. Speak. I told you to find a few talented kids. Who did you find? Facing Danzo's question, the two dare not hide anything and spoke directly. Lord Danzo, after our investigation, we found quite a few good candidates in the school. Danzo interrupted them directly, scolding, just say the names. Yes, Lord. The candidates include Hinata Niji, Tenten, Lu Shi, Shikamo, Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Yamanaka Shino, and Bang. Danzo threw a cup from the table, hitting one person's head hard. Enough. You two fools. I asked you to find me talented children, not to create trouble. If you really bring these kids here, the route will be wiped out by them tomorrow. You two idiots. They are the future heads of their respective clans. Their talents are certainly great, but are they someone you can touch? If you touch one, that's one thing, but you want to catch them all? Are you trying to wipe out all the clans in Konoha? How do I end up with you two fools? Danzo roared at the two, and he was about to explode with anger. If it were just interacting with a single person, it would be one thing, but involving all the clans in Konoha? Were they trying to kill him and take his position? Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo's expression and felt relieved. It seemed it was not his idea. If he really had this thought, for the sake of Konoha, he would have to deal with the root himself. Danzo, no matter what, this matter was initiated by you. And I need to give those people an explanation. I have nothing to compensate them with. Hizashi, you figure it out. Danzo immediately started to play tricks. This matter was a bit serious, and he didn't want to pay out his own pocket. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled slightly. He was waiting for Danzo to say this. All right, since that's the case, you handle the Route S funding for the second half of the year yourself. Hizashi, you've gone too far. I want to accept such a request. Danzo, you need to understand how serious this matter is. I have been very lenient with you. You better not challenge my patience. Seeing his old friend's attitude so firm, Danzo could only compromise. All right, I agree to this condition, but I need some medical equipment. Sarutobi Hizashi considered it for a moment and ultimately agreed. He didn't want to push his old friend too hard. Okay, you can go find Tsunade. After Sarutobi Hizashi finished speaking, he left the route base with the umbu. Come here, Danzo called out, and immediately 2 people appeared in front of him. Deal with these 2 fools, and then find out who brought them in. Dispose of them as well. I've had enough of these idiots. The 2 kneeling on the ground wanted to plead for mercy, but were instantly knocked unconscious and taken away by Danzo's guards. Useless, useless. If I had the ability to bring those kids into the route, I would have been Hokage long ago. Danzo cursed in the route. While Sarutobi Hizashi was in a relatively good mood, in fact, he didn't care about the money, mainly to keep Danzo in check. Danzo was a knife in his hand. He had to control the sharpness of this knife from time to time to prevent it from hurting himself. That night, at Nara, Luciur's home. Luciur, what do you think is going on? Luciur thought for a moment and then said to his father, I think this is likely just a misunderstanding. The Hokage's advisor has a lot of power, but he isn't foolish enough to fall out with so many clans. If that were the case, it would be even harder for him to achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Dearju nodded. It's really troublesome. You guys chat on. I'm going back upstairs to rest. Rikuji looked at his little son with helplessness. This guy was too lazy and found everything troublesome. Just as he was about to tell Riku to go upstairs to rest, Riku's older brother called out, Mom, Riku said at school that you're a troublesome woman. I think you should have a talk with him. Shikamaru. When Lu's mother heard her son's call, she immediately walked down from upstairs. Then, with a serious expression, she said, Lumar, come inside with me. I have something to discuss with you. Shikamaru glanced at his father, and Shikaku immediately turned his head away. Come up with me. Reluctantly following his mother's words. Shikamaru went up, casting a glance at his dog brother, but Shikashi didn't care at all. After his wife and youngest son left, Shikaku asked Shikashi, Is it really okay for you to keep putting your brother in such a tough spot? Luciur waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't worry. It's fine. Shikamaru is too lazy. It's good for my mom to tidy him up a bit. All right then. By the way, what do you think Lord Hokage will do about this matter? What else can be done? Just offer some benefits, either ninjutsu or a shop. But it definitely won't be any jutsu from the ceiling book. At most it will be a rank ninjutsu. By the way, Dad, if it's a shop, you can keep it. But for ninjutsu, let's forget about it. Those jutsus aren't suitable for a Nara clan. Also, I've almost sorted out the method for controlling shadows without hand seals. In a few days, I'll teach you and Shikamaru the method, so you can free your hands during battles. Really? That's great. In future battles, I'll have another means of attack. Just a moment ago, the cheerful Shikaku suddenly became serious. Luciur, there's something I wanted to ask you for a long time. After all, you are much more mature than your peers, and I want to hear your thoughts on something. Looking at his father's expression, Shika guessed his father's thoughts and said straightforwardly, Let Shikamaru be the head of the Nara clan. That guy may be lazy, but he is very reliable. Although our Nara clan isn't a big family, we still have over 100 members, and I really don't like doing this kind of thing. Nara Shikaku nodded in satisfaction at his eldest son's words. He knew that the next generation's clan leader would surely be the next generation's pig, deer, butterfly. Since his eldest son didn't want to become the next pig, deer, butterfly, Shikamaru was more suitable to become the next clan leader. He was worried that the 2 brothers would turn against each other over this position, which would make his wife very sad. I'm relieved that you can think this way. All right, you should go rest now. Okay, father. After returning to his room, Shika immediately signed in, as he had forgotten about it after getting up early to prepare for camping. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bald eagle with golden claws. What is this? Why is it still an animal? Host, the bald eagle with golden claws is a super large bird of prey that, when fully grown, can even carry 2 adults in flight, and it has a very long lifespan, making it a perfect spirit beast for you. After hearing the system's introduction, Shika couldn't wait to take out this bird of prey. Then, system, you said it's a super large bird of prey. It can't be weaned yet, right? Host, an adult bald eagle cannot be tamed by humans, so you understand. All right, I'll just treat it as a pet, but it's only about the size of my hand. What should I feed it? Host, you can now feed it some water and eggs. Once it opens its eyes, you can feed it some meat chunks. And when it can fly, it will be able to hunt for itself. But you must ensure that the first thing it sees when it opens its eyes is you. Otherwise, it won't recognize its owner. Okay, let's give it a name then. I'll call you Little Black. As Lu Shur was teasing the little guy, he called out its name. Bang, 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 bang. In the forest outside of Konoha, Lu Shur was wildly chopping down a big tree with a wooden sword. What's wrong with my big brother, Shikamaru? He seems to be training really hard lately. I don't know, but I've noticed it too. My big brother has indeed been training very diligently recently. Hearing the conversation between Naruto and Shikamaru, Choji came over and said to them, shouldn't we also work hard on our training? I feel like at this rate, by graduation, Lu Shur might even have the strength of a Chunin. Upon hearing Choji's words, Naruto immediately started training. He didn't want to fall too far behind his big brother. What they didn't know was that Lu Shur was working so hard simply because he wanted to become stronger quickly and hunt more prey. Xiaohei had been with him for 3 months now, and its appetite was growing larger. Lu Shur was running out of pocket money to feed Xiaohei, and he was afraid that if this continued, he might starve the black eagle given by the system. Just as Lu Shur was practicing hard, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lu Shur, stop training for now and come eat. Turning around, he saw Ino and Hinata. Lu Shur put down the wooden sword in his hand and walked towards Ino. Ino, what brings you here? As soon as Lu Shur reached Ino, he asked. Ino looked at Lu Shur, who was sweating profusely, and kindly wiped the sweat off his face before taking out a lunchbox. I went to your house to find you. And Uncle Gio said you were training here. So I thought you probably didn't bring any food, so I came to bring you lunch. After saying that, she showed a sweet smile. At that moment, a small chubby hand reached for the lunchbox from behind Lu Shur. Smack! Ino didn't hesitate to swat the small chubby hand away and called out to its owner, Ding Ci, your food is with Hinata. This is specially prepared for Lu Shur. Hinata, looking embarrassed, handed the lunchbox to Ding Ci and stammered, this is your lunch with Naruto-kun. While saying this, Hinata secretly glanced at Naruto. Naruto didn't notice Hinata's unusual behavior and took the lunchbox without hesitation. The others opened the lunchbox and started eating. The food in this world is actually quite ordinary. But Lu Shur was used to it. After finishing lunch, Ino and Hinata left, reminding Lu Shur not to work too hard before they left. Shikamaru, Naruto, and Choji took a big bite of dog food. After Ino left, Shikadai started practicing water walking and tree climbing, which is the best way to master chakra control. He can now stand on water, but he still can't move. Naruto and the others also tried to practice like Shikadai, but it didn't go very smoothly. They fell into the water many times. After finishing the water walking and tree climbing practice, Shikadai began to practice the body flicker technique. Although it's a low-level ninjutsu, mastering it can be very useful. The former salamander Hans earned the title of demigod thanks to his extraordinary body flicker technique and swordsmanship, though his use of poison also played a part. However, it cannot be denied that his taijutsu was indeed very strong. Lu knows very well one thing. Rather than learning some flashy ninjutsu, it's better to specialize in one skill. Just think of Kai, the man who almost kicked his way to the finale. And then there's Sarutobi Hizashi, who knows a lot of ninjutsu. But in the end, he still relied on selling out his village to achieve peace. Dear Time shouted at the 3 little buddies taking a bath. All right, let's wrap up today's training. Let's go back. Upon hearing Dear Time's words, Naruto immediately climbed ashore and complained to him, Big brother, how come you can master treading water and climbing trees so quickly? Why can't I learn it? Am I really that stupid? Naruto bombarded Dear Time with a series of 3 questions as soon as he got up. Rushi carefully explained the reason to Naruto. Naruto, you're too impatient. You need to calm your mind first before practicing. Didn't you see that Choji and Shikamaru didn't succeed either? Shikamaru was distracted, and Choji kept thinking about what to eat. If they could succeed like that, it would be a miracle. The 3 listened to Rushi's analysis and silently took it to heart. If all their friends slacked off together, it wouldn't be a big deal. But having one particularly hardworking person among them created a sense of urgency. That night, when Rushi returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner. However, his father had not yet come back, probably because he was on a mission. After the 3 finished their meal, Rushi took a big piece of meat back to his room. As soon as Xiaohei saw Rushi, it made a gurgling sound, which wasn't from its stomach, but was its way of calling out. When Lu Shur came to Xiaohei, he took out the piece of meat and placed it in front of Xiaohei. Then he watched as Xiaohei began to eat. Xiaohei had already grown to 30 centimeters, and its fur had fully grown, but it still couldn't fly. The family knew that Lu Shur had a pet, and his parents didn't mind. After all, children love to have pets. There was always a Shiba Inu lying on top of Inuzuka's head. When Lu Shur was in school, he asked his mother to help take care of Xiaohei, but Xiaohei refused to eat anything other than what Lu Shi fed him. So every morning, Lu Shi would set aside the meat for lunch in advance, fearing that Xiaohei would go hungry. During this period, Lu Shi's training was exceptionally diligent, and his friends watched him work so hard. As a result, everyone began to compete with each other, which made Irika very pleased. Even Naruto, who usually lagged behind, made significant progress. During this time, Lu Shi also met with Kai and Kakashi. Although Kakashi had given up on the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan, he still taught Lu Shi a few techniques. The swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan had many similarities with Lu Shi's practice, such as both focusing on speed and emphasizing a one-hit kill. Moreover, Lu Shi's swordsmanship combined with smoke blades appeared even more bizarre, with more intricate angles of attack. However, Lu Shi had been feeling a bit down lately. He hadn't drawn any shadow ninjas for quite a while, which meant he had to postpone his plan to form a shadow army. Just imagine controlling an enemy, and then suddenly a lot of shadow ninjas appear from the shadows. Wouldn't that scare them to death? The only downside was that these shadow ninjas had average strength, only at the level of Chunin, but they were sufficient for ambushes, and importantly, they couldn't be killed. In some ways, these shadow ninjas were indeed quite similar to ordinary ninjas, in that they had high attack, but low defense. If he could summon ninjas of 9 different forms, Lu Shi wouldn't have to fear any kind of one-on-one combat. After all, facing a group while the opponent is alone, just thinking about it makes him happy. Moreover, not long ago, Lu Shi had placed a shadow ninja in Danzo's shadow, so he didn't have to worry about that old schemer playing tricks. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Shi had been in the Hokage world for 11 years. On the playground in Konoha, 2 figures, one black and one white, were engaged in battle. 8 trigrams, 16 palms, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Smoke blade, 10 continuous strikes. Bang! The boy in white was instantly struck by the back of the black-clad boy's blade and flew backward. Ha ha, my brother won. I told you, my brother is the strongest. Everyone looked at Naruto with a bewildered expression, thinking, it's not you who won, so why are you so excited? Today was Niji's graduation day, and Lu Shi fulfilled his previous promise to spar with Niji without using the smoke blade. Seeing Niji being sent flying, Tintin looked worried and said to Lee, is Niji okay? That guy Lu Shi has gotten stronger again. Lee nodded. Yeah, I thought they would at most end in a tie. I didn't expect it to be over so quickly, but Lu Shi used the back of the blade just now, so Niji should be fine. Just as Lee finished speaking, Niji stood up. Niji walked up to Lu Shi, and although he felt a bit unwilling, he still said to Lu Shi, you won. It seems that even without the smoke blade, I'm not your opponent. Yash, this is youth. Having a goal to chase after can really ignite the fighting spirit of youth. Hearing this, Tintin immediately moved a few steps to the side. She recognized that it was Teacher Guy, and sometimes his behavior with Lee made her feel particularly awkward. Youth is the process of chasing after each other. No one can always be first. Niji, you are a genius, but don't let the title of genius bind you. Keep working hard. I believe you can surpass me, but I will also continue to work hard. Lu Shi gave Niji a mental boost, as he didn't want Niji to be discouraged. Lu Shi said it wonderfully. This is what youth is all about. Xiao Li and Kai echoed in unison. Then they saw Kai and Xiao Li hugging each other, crying and lamenting, with their heads in their hands. Those 2 idiots. Don't worry, Lu Shi. I won't be discouraged just because I lost once. From today on, you are my target to catch up with, but don't let me catch up too easily. I might be disappointed. Hearing Niji's words, Lu Shi smiled slightly and said, don't worry, you definitely won't catch up to me before you have kids. Niji was taken aback and then burst out laughing. Haha, just you wait. Then Niji asked Lu Shi, aren't you planning to graduate? You already have the strength to graduate. Why waste time in school? Upon hearing Niji's question, Lu Shi looked at the classmates behind him and waved at them. Turning back, he said to Niji, school days are wonderful. I want to graduate with them. Niji clearly didn't expect Lu Shi to answer like this, but still said, all right, then I'll graduate first. Okay, wait for me outside. After saying that, Niji walked towards Teacher Kai, while Lu Shi walked towards Ino. Naruto saw Lu Shi coming over and immediately ran to him. Big brother, you're amazing. You defeated someone as strong as Niji. You're truly my big brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Lu Shi was amused by Naruto's words, feeling it was a bit strange. Lu Shi walked to the front of the crowd and said loudly, today, I will treat everyone to ramen. Yay, long live big brother. Then Lu Shi took Ino's small hand and walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. Everyone was very happy, except for Shikamaru, who muttered behind, you're treating? Do you have money? It's still me paying. The actions of the crowd were clearly seen by a lecherous old man in a crystal ball, who was none other than Sarutobi Hizashi. Hiruzen, hand over Nara Lu's shirt to me. I promised to train him into a sharp blade to protect Konoha. Hiruzen didn't even need to look to know who it was. He withdrew the crystal ball and said slowly, "That's impossible. I won't even bother to mention the things you usually do. But if you want to shake the foundations of Konoha, I won't agree to that. Hiruzen, I really need people right now. The kids in the orphanage have no potential at all, and the foundation also needs some promising children." Hiruzen's expression gradually turned cold as he warned, "Danzo, put away your little schemes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I won't care about what you do outside, but if you reach into the school, you know how I will deal with you." Hiruzen, you're getting old. If it weren't for my foundation these years, do you think you could have been so at ease as Hokage? That's enough, Danzo. There's no war now. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I may be old, but I'm not dead, and besides, you're old too. Hiruzen's words directly touched Shimura Danzo's most sensitive nerve, meaning that both of them were old and should stop thinking about the Hokage position. The door slammed shut. Watching Danzo leave, Hiruzen began to reflect on himself, wondering if he had been too indulgent with his old partner, to the point where he dared to infiltrate the Umbu. After Shika had a spar with Niji, Danzo already knew about it. He wouldn't believe that there were no members of the Umbu under Danzo, even if you beat him to death. The security work of the school has always been the responsibility of the Umbu, and this is the reason why he was angry. Sarutobi Hizashi said, "Go check who was on duty today and see which ones are Danzo's people, then deal with them." Yes. Sarutobi Hizashi picked up his pipe and started smoking. In the evening, Shika returned home, and a shadow ninja reported today as events to him. This Danzo really is relentless. Lucia originally thought that Danzo had stopped thinking about him, so he didn't plan to do anything about it. After all, leaving Danzo for Sasuke to deal with could be considered a way for Sasuke to get revenge. Since Danzo, that old schemer, was targeting him again, he couldn't just wait around any longer and had to take the initiative. Lucia then issued a command to the Shadow Ninja. Upon receiving the order, the Shadow Ninja instantly disappeared into the darkness. At the root, Danzo was still cursing. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this. You should have made me Hokage back then. Only I can lead the village to..." Suddenly, Danzo felt a sharp pain in his lower body and involuntarily let out a scream. The Umbu members heard Danzo's cry and immediately rushed in. "Lord Danzo, what happened to you?" The two ninjas approached Danzo and were met with a scene that shattered their worldview. Danzo was hunched over the table, clutching his lower body, with blood still on his hands. At that moment, Danzo had already fainted from the pain. The two quickly picked him up and ran towards the Konoha hospital. At the Konoha hospital, Hiruzen Sarutobi was talking to the doctors, inquiring about Danzo's condition. He had seen the root members carrying Danzo to the hospital on his way home and followed them. However, Danzo's condition left him dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that the doctor was the hospital director, he would have thought someone was playing a joke on him. The doctor said, "Lord Danzo has sustained some injuries, but it's not serious. He just needs to be careful in the future." Hiruzen Sarutobi stood there in a daze, staring at the doctor. "Hokage-sama, are you all right?" Hearing someone call him, Hiruzen snapped back to reality and instructed the doctor, "I'm fine. You can go now, and don't let this leak out." "Understood. Hokage-sama," the doctor replied and left. Hiruzen opened the door to the ward, where Danzo had already woken up but was still slumped on the bed. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and said to Danzo, "Danzo, are you feeling a lot of pressure lately? If you're short on people, I can give you a few Umbu." "Sigh. It's all because of the village's burdens that you still haven't settled down." Danzo was confused. He felt happy when he heard he could get a few Umbu, but what did the rest of that mean? Just as he was about to speak, Hiruzen continued, "Danzo, you really should find a woman for those kinds of things. Two men might be a bit." Danzo finally understood. Was he implying that he was gay? He immediately tried to get up to explain, but just moving caused him pain. Still, he opened his mouth to clarify, "Hiruzen, it's not what you think. Danzo wanted to explain, but he didn't even know how he got hurt. He woke up in the hospital. Seeing Danzo's expression, Hiruzen became even more convinced. Yes, it was exactly what he thought. There was no way to explain this. Hiruzen continued to comfort him. "Danzo, just focus on resting. When you get discharged, I'll have a surprise for you." Danzo wanted to explain further, but Hiruzen had already left. However, he could see Hiruzen's back shaking with suppressed laughter. At that moment, Danzo felt like he was about to explode in anger and roared at Hiruzen's retreating figure. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." Hiruzen turned back to glance at Danzo, who felt a bit embarrassed. He had blurted that out in his haste. Hiruzen ignored him and continued walking towards the door. "Come here." As soon as Hiruzen left, Danzo called for his subordinates. "Lord Danzo, is there something you need? Go back to the route and search the entire area to see who attacked me." The two looked at each other. They'd been guarding outside the door, so how could anyone have gotten in? However, they figured that Danzo might be a bit embarrassed, which was why he said that. After agreeing, they left. Danzo began to think about who had attacked him. This person definitely had space-type abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to sneak into the Umbu unnoticed. When Lucier heard the report from the Shadow Ninja, he couldn't help but laugh. This Shadow Ninja was so straightforward, doing whatever he was told. He really wanted to see Danzo now. I wonder how Lord Hokage's assistant is doing? It must be quite a bitter experience. Although Sarutobi Hizashi asked the hospital director not to spread it, the news still got out. Soon, the whole Konoha knew about the glorious deeds of the Hokage's assistant, and Danzo never expected that he would become famous for this incident. Villager A, have you heard? Lord Danzo likes men. My son who works at the hospital told me directly. Villager B, that's not right. I heard that Lord Danzo has a summoning beast. Villager C, you're both wrong. Lord Danzo likes snakes, and his injury is. In just a few days, various versions of Danzo's love and hate stories began to circulate in Konoha. However, at this moment, the Umbu took action, and with their suppression, this matter was quickly put to rest. In the Hokage's office, two men and a woman were looking at each other in silence. Danzo, this is from our Sarutobi clan. Her name is Sarutobi Shuko. This is what I promised you earlier, and I specifically selected her for you. You should take her and talk for a bit. Get to know each other. Danzo looked at the woman in front of him, who appeared to be in her 50s. And she didn't seem to be a very powerful ninja. Could she be a ninja with special abilities? Danzo coldly asked, what are your special skills? The woman had a very good temperament. Even though Danzo was cold, she still said gently, I could do laundry, cook, take care of the household. And I can take good care of you, so that you won't have to worry about home. Is that all? What did you say? Say it again. What can you do? Danzo felt he must have misheard and asked again. Sarutobi Shuko repeated her words, and at this moment, Danzo understood completely. This woman was not a ninja with special abilities, but rather the wife that Sarutobi Hizashi had introduced to him. Danzo's face turned pale with anger. He really wanted to chop Sarutobi Hizashi into pieces and feed him to the dogs. He had previously thought that Hizashi would introduce him as special abilities ninja, and yet, this was the result. As the Hokage's assistant, if he really wanted to find a wife, he wouldn't need your introduction. Danzo turned to leave, his face dark as a storm cloud. Danzo, think it over. Shuko is indeed a nice person, and she won't hurt you. Hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Danzo stumbled and almost fell, quickly exiting the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Sarutobi Shuko apologetically. He had called her here, yet Danzo had that attitude. Danzo returned to his office with his subordinates. As soon as he entered, he saw his chair, which had a hole in it, making him feel uneasy. Damn it! Why didn't he replace the chair? Seeing Danzo getting angry, his subordinates quickly brought in a new chair and took the old one away. Danzo sat down but instantly stood up again, checking the chair inside and out. Still feeling uneasy, he moved the desk position before finally sitting down. After sitting down, Danzo asked the two, has there been any movement in the village recently? The two exchanged glances before replying, nothing special, just some rumors about you, sir. But the Umbu has already dealt with it. Danzo was stunned. Why was there still news about him? What are they saying outside about me? 10 minutes later, Danzo was about to explode. He admitted that he, Shimura Danzo, had a bad reputation, but there shouldn't be such outrageous rumors. 3 days later, many villagers came to Nara Shikaku's house, including people from the Nara clan. Nara clan leader, you need to deal with your eagle. It has already taken 2 of my calves. Yes, Nara clan leader, not only my calves, but also many of my livestock have been taken by that black eagle. You can't ignore this. Leader, our Nara clan's deer farm has also been visited by the little black bird several times. It doesn't matter if it eats something, but every time the deer see the little black, they go into a frenzy. Can you ask Lu Shur to manage the little black? And we. 10 minutes later, everyone finally finished speaking. The Nara clan people all knew that the little black was Lu Shur's pet. At first, everyone thought the black eagle was quite impressive. However, no one expected that in just a few years, the black eagle had become a menace in Konoha. If it weren't for the good relationship between the Nara clan and the villagers, these villagers would have wanted to issue a mission to deal with it. Lujio quickly explained to everyone, Everyone, I will take responsibility for your losses, and I will make sure to keep Xiao He in check. I'm really sorry. After saying this, he bowed to the crowd. Seeing that Lujio was so sincere, everyone quickly let it go. After all, Lugio's status in the village was not something they could compare to. Since he had admitted his mistake, if they continued to hold a grudge, it would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Just as everyone was leaving, Lu Shi and Lu Wan returned, with Lu Wan carrying a bag. As soon as Lu Shi entered the yard, he called out to the little black bird on the wooden post, "Little Black, I brought you some treats." Then Lu Shi placed the bag he was holding on the platform, which he had specially commissioned to be made. It had 3 layers. The top was where Little Black usually stayed, the middle was where Little Black lived, and the bottom was where Little Black ate. When Little Black saw Lu Shi return, it immediately flew down and started eating, which Lu Shi had specially prepared for it. Now Little Black can hunt on its own, but Lu Shi still likes to give it some snacks. Little Black's wingspan has now reached 5 meters, but it is still not fully grown. Eagles grow very slowly, and it is estimated that it will take a few more years before Little Black can be used as a mount. At this moment, Rika walked out and saw his 2 sons playing with the little black dog, feeling both happy and bittersweet. When he first saw the little black dog, Rika thought it was his son's pet and didn't pay much attention. Gradually, he began to notice the dog's unusual traits. The little black dog was growing larger and more aggressive, and now even the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan would turn and run upon seeing it. Lu Shi said that from now on, he would let Xiao Hei be his spirit beast. Rikuji thought for a moment and felt it was a good idea. After all, there are very few summoning beasts that can fly in the ninja world. The 2 brothers saw their father coming and immediately asked, "Father, what brings you here?" Lu Jiu smiled bitterly for a moment, then looked at Xiao Hong and said, "Lu Shi, can you communicate with Xiao Hong now?" Lu Shi didn't expect his father to ask this, but he replied, "Sure, some simple communication is fine." "Why do you ask, Dad?" "Haha, it's nothing. Since that's the case, you should tell Xiao Hei to go hunting in more distant places from now on." Hearing his father's words, Lu Shi immediately understood what was going on. Xiao Hei must have caused some trouble. Lu replied immediately, "I understand, father. I will let Xiao Hei go further away to hunt." Lu Jiu nodded at his son's words and then went back into the house. After Rika left, Rikamaru asked Riku, "Big brother, when will you find me a spirit beast like Little Black? I really want one." Hearing this, Riku scratched his head. He also wanted to get one for Rikamaru, but despite signing in for so long, he hadn't found one. This left him feeling helpless, and he could only comfort his younger brother for now. "All right, Rikamaru, if I find one, I'll definitely let you know right away." Hearing his brother's promise, Rikamaru felt relieved. He was really worried that his brother would give one to Naruto, first since Naruto was also looking for a Little Black like Riku. In fact, Rikamaru didn't know that Riku was just brushing off Naruto. Riku was internally complaining, "You have such a big fox in your belly. Why do you need a Little Black?" One day, on the school playground, Irika was organizing students for practice matches. Unfortunately, Sasuke's opponent this time was Riku. "Give it up. You're no longer my match. In front of my eyes, your past schemes are just a joke." Before the match even started, Sasuke delivered a high-profile speech. Riku felt extremely awkward, as if he was suffering from late-stage embarrassment. It seems Sasuke had forgotten the terror of Riku. Then Riku took out his smoke blade. The moment Sasuke saw the smoke blade, his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't back down in terms of momentum and stubbornly said, "Your smoke might cause me some trouble, but that's in the past. I now have the Sharingan. Using a smoke blade now is somewhat overestimating yourself." Lu Shi didn't say anything and quietly watched Sasuke show off. Sasuke saw that Lu Shi had no intention of retracting his smoke blade, nor did he plan to continue speaking. So he jumped back a few times to create distance from Lu Shi. After Irika shouted start, he quickly led everyone away from the playground. Lu Shi's smoke blade completely blurred the line between friend and foe. 3 minutes later, Sasuke rolled his eyes and lay on the playground. Everyone only saw Sasuke use a great fireball jutsu and throw a few shuriken. The rest was obscured by black smoke. Sakura immediately ran to Sasuke's side, picked him up, and urgently shouted, "Sasuke, wake up. What's wrong with you?" Seeing Sasuke in such a bad state broke Sakura's heart. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare mention Lu Shi. After all, Lu Shi was not like Naruto, who was a sycophant. Irika also looked at Lu Shi, wanting to know what Lu Shi had done to Sasuke. Lu Shi glanced at Sasuke and then at Irika, and then spread his hands, helplessly saying, "Irika-sensei, I actually didn't touch Sasuke at all. After he finished his fireball jutsu, he just held his breath until he fainted just now. This is simply a case of hypoxia. He just needs to rest for a while." After hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone was stunned. "Everyone, this is too funny. He fainted from holding his breath. Irika, forget it. Sasuke is about to graduate anyway. Just bear with it." Soon, Sasuke woke up and felt a bit embarrassed looking at everyone. Just a moment ago, he was bragging, and now he was immediately slapped in the face. However, no one laughed at Sasuke because, when facing Lu Shi, they might not be stronger than him. Only Naruto wanted to mock Sasuke a bit, but was scolded by Sakura. Sasuke ignored everyone and walked straight out of the crowd, while Sakura wanted to follow him. Get lost, Sasuke said to Sakura, who was trying to catch up. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura immediately stopped in her tracks, tears welling up in her eyes. Iruka-sensei, I'll go check on Sasuke, don't worry. I'll talk to him. Iruka nodded gently and softly said, Go ahead. I believe you can talk some sense into Sasuke. Deer ran towards Sasuke's direction and soon found him. At that moment, Sasuke was sitting on a swing. Deer sat down on the swing next to Sasuke, who glanced at Deer. Are you here to mock me or to comfort me? If it's mockery, then go ahead. There's no need for comfort. I don't need anyone's pity. Losing is losing. I'm not that weak. I just hate myself for being so weak. When will I ever get my revenge? Lucia ignored Sasuke's words and continued to say, I'm really envious of you. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was clearly taken aback. He didn't understand what Lucia meant. Then he heard Lucia continue, I'm really envious of your potential. You don't need to rely on external factors. With just your Sharingan, you can reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Sasuke, I'm not mocking you at all. In fact, I admire you. Although I won this time, it was because of the uniqueness of the smoke blade. But that can only win for a moment. It can't guarantee continuous victories. That's why I've been working hard to train, so that I won't lose to true geniuses like you. Sasuke was stunned. It turned out that he was seen as a genius in Lucia's eyes. My father once said that when powers are equal in one-on-one combat, the Uchiha are invincible. Because the Uchiha Sharingan not only has extraordinary dynamic vision, but also those unpredictable genjutsu. Although I'm not an Uchiha, I know that you haven't fully utilized your eyes because I'm brave enough to look directly into your eyes. Sasuke, if you want to take revenge, work hard to train your eyes. When there comes a day that I no longer dare to face your eyes, that'll be the day you win. After Lucia finished speaking, he jumped off the swing and walked towards the school. At this moment, a storm of emotions surged within Sasuke. It seemed like he understood me very well, and he also understood our Uchiha clan. Then he remembered what his father had told him. Sasuke, you must remember, we Uchiha ninjas are hexagonal warriors. Whether it is swordsmanship, taijutsu, genjutsu, or ninjutsu, we Uchiha must master them all, so that our enemies dare not face our eyes. When Rushi returned, everyone was training. Iruka saw Rushi come back and immediately stepped forward to ask, Rushi, how is Sasuke doing? Rokushi flashed a big smile at Iruka and said, Don't worry, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke will be back to normal by tomorrow. Hearing Rokushi's words, Iruka felt relieved. All right, Rokushi, since Sasuke is fine, you should start her training. Okay, teacher. After school, Sasuke quickly ran towards the Uchiha clan's compound. As soon as he entered the house, he dashed into his father's old room. After rummaging through things, he finally found several jutsu scrolls and 2 training notebooks. Sasuke picked up the first training notebook. It belonged to his father. Looking at the other notebook, he hesitated whether to read it or not, as it was Itachi's training notebook, the person he hated the most. Nevertheless, Sasuke picked it up and began to read it carefully. The next morning, Rokushi arrived at school. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden-headed, jade-clawed, white eagle female. Wow. After checking in for so long, I finally got another one. This time I could finally give it to Shikamaru. Deer took the cub and put it into his backpack, then said to the dazed Deer Maru beside him, Deer Maru, I went out this morning and have a gift for you. As soon as Shikamaru heard this, he didn't show much expression. He was only interested in the little black one and had no interest in anything else. However, when he saw his brother take out the cub from the backpack, his eyes lit up immediately. He then carefully took the cub and excitedly said, Big brother, is this a relative of the little black one? Yes, I specially brought it back for you. If you find it troublesome, you can give it to Naruto first. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru hugged the chick and ran home, saying as he ran, Big brother, please help me ask teacher Iruka for leave. I'll be a bit late. I need to take it home first. Lu looked at his younger brother and found it somewhat amusing. It's not easy to make this trouble-averse brother show such an expression. Shikamaru rushed into the house energetically, where his parents were chatting. Upon seeing Shikamaru burst in, they ran back to their own room, and the couple followed upstairs. Then they saw a little fledgling on Shikamaru's bed. The small creature was still chirping away. Lugio raised his forehead and said weakly, What a sin. Here comes another one. At this rate, I really don't know if I can still support this family. Shikamaru's mother gave him a displeased glance. At that moment, Shikamaru walked out of Shikashi's room, holding a bird's nest in his hand, which Shikashi had made for Kuro at that time. Shikamaru returned to his room and gently placed the chick in the nest. Then he said to his mother, Mom, I'm off to school now. Please help me feed it something later. After that, he hurriedly ran off. The couple exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. When Shikamaru arrived, class had already started, but Irika had informed him about this in advance. So Irika didn't say anything and just let him return to his seat to continue listening to the lesson. Now, let's talk about the Will of Fire. Deer was holding Ino's small hand under the table, then leaned on the table to look at Ino, making her feel a bit shy, and then she rolled her eyes at him. At noon, the little friends all knew that Shikamaru had a pet like Little Black, and everyone was envious. Only Naruto seemed a bit unhappy, coming up to Shikamaru to whine. Hey, when are you going to get me one? I also want a Little Black. All right, Naruto, I'll definitely get you one next time. This one is for Shikamaru, so he can have a companion for Little Black. Otherwise, Little Black will be lonely. How about this? To make it up to you, I'll treat you to ramen tonight. As soon as Naruto heard ramen, he forgot all about Little Black and Little White. The few girls didn't seem too interested in the fierce birds like Little Black, so they didn't join the discussion. Girls generally prefer cute little animals, and they aren't fond of fierce birds or beasts. Today, the classroom was unusually lively, with everyone discussing the graduation assessment happening today. That's right, Deer and the others have been in school for 5 years, and today was graduation day. Ino, after graduation, who will be your team leader? Although Deer already knew the answer, he still asked Ino just to tease her a bit. Ino looked at Deer and said, Actually, I don't know either, but I want to be on the same team as you. Deer sure gently touched Ino's hair and said indulgently, I also want to be in a squad with you. But the choices for the pig, deer, butterfly team have already been decided, so I can't join your squad. Hearing this, Ino felt a bit wronged, but still smiled at Deer sure. All right, Ino, when I have free time, I'll accompany you guys on missions. Upon hearing Deer sure's words, Ino immediately smiled. Okay, no lying. Okay. Upon hearing Ino's words, Lu immediately extended 3 fingers and vowed, Don't worry. I swear on the happiness of my life with Shikamaru that I will help you with tasks whenever I have time. Hee. Hinata laughed out loud beside them, and then, noticing the gazes from the others, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Rika didn't pay much attention to this matter. Ino said to Hinata beside her, It's okay, Hinata, you don't need to apologize. Rika isn't angry. Looking at these little friends, Rika felt a sense of nostalgia. Time really flies. Then Rika's gaze swept over everyone. Naruto, a golden-haired boy always wearing a big smile, dreams of becoming Hokage and gaining everyone's recognition. His enthusiasm and determination inspire everyone. Sasuke, the bearer of the Sharingan, the strongest in the clan, always either getting beaten up or on the way to getting beaten up, a man born to show off. Rika would call you the strongest in the show-off world. Sakura Haruno, a woman who embodies infatuation and romantic thoughts, a woman with a broad forehead. Well, never mind. There's nothing good to say if I keep thinking. Shikamaru, a severe procrastinator, is a little boy who dislikes trouble, and he also plays the role of a caretaker. Choji, a chubby guy who only thinks about eating, once shouted that he was hungry right after they came out of Ichiraka ramen. Ino, my future wife, is a beauty with both wisdom and talent, possessing grace and intelligence, gentle and generous, and I could go on praising her. Shino, a mysterious man with an extremely low presence, is a pitiful guy who can be ignored anywhere, anytime. Kiba, a dog lover and Akimeru's owner, dreams of having ninja dogs throughout the ninja world. Hinata, a very shy girl who feels a bit insecure, is the future princess. These people all have their own dreams and goals. Although they are different, they are all working hard to achieve them. Looking back over the years, they trained and grew together, and their friendship deepened. Perhaps this is the eternal theme of bonds in the Naruto world. At this moment, Irika walked in, looking at these kids, feeling very happy inside. They're the future of Konoha. All right, everyone, let's begin the graduation exam. Upon hearing Irika's words, everyone immediately quieted down. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Irika continued. Today's test is the 3 transformation techniques. Transformation technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique. Only those who pass these 3 tests can graduate, starting with the dummy test. An hour later, everyone burst into laughter at Naruto's shadow clone. However, Shikamaru didn't laugh. Not because he didn't want to, but because as Naruto's older brother, he couldn't laugh. Yet inside, Shikamaru was laughing uncontrollably. He found Naruto's substitution technique hilarious while watching the anime, and he didn't expect it to be even funnier in reality. Irika facepalmed. Naruto failed and cannot graduate. Hearing Irika's words, Naruto felt very dejected. After Irika handed out the headbands to everyone, he left to discuss Naruto's situation with the Hokage. While everyone was happy about their graduation, Naruto sat alone on the school swing. This isn't like you, Naruto. Naruto looked to the right and saw Shikamaru, but he felt even more dejected. Am I really that stupid? I can't even graduate, Naruto said, tears falling to the ground. Deer pushed the swing gently as he approached Naruto from behind. Even though your shadow clone technique isn't great, it doesn't mean you can't graduate. I believe you can definitely graduate. Naruto was a bit confused by Deer's words. Naruto, you have to remember, your dream is to become Hokage. And this is just a small setback on the road to becoming Hokage. If you can't overcome this difficulty, how can you become Hokage? Hearing Deer's words, Naruto looked up and turned to his older brother, determinedly saying, "You're right, big brother. I can definitely graduate. My dream hasn't been realized yet, so I must graduate. Please teach me. I want to learn the shadow clone technique in one night. I want to." Deer stared blankly at the flying Naruto, feeling 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, thinking, I just wanted to encourage you. How could I possibly teach you? If I teach you, how will you steal the sealing book? Without the sealing book, where would I find the multi-shadow clone technique for you? Without the multi-shadow clone, how would you make your ramen? And without ramen, how would you find a wife? You're thinking too far ahead. At this moment, Naruto limped over, looking at Deer with a pitiful expression. Big brother, why did you push so hard? It hurts. Deer sure approached Naruto with a big smile, helping him pat down his pants. Sorry, Naruto, I didn't control my strength well. You can't learn the shadow clone technique in just one night. I'll go back and think of a way for you. After saying that, he dashed away as he spotted Mizuki. It seemed that the plot to steal the scroll of seals was about to begin. Naruto raised his hand to call out to Deer Sure, but he had already run far away, so he could only helplessly drop his hand. When the two brothers, Lu Sure and Lu Wan, returned home, they saw Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai eating. The name Xiao Bai was given by Lu Wan, and now Xiao Bai no longer needed special feeding, as Xiao Hei would catch prey every day. Lu Sure thought that Xiao Hei seemed to want to play the nurturing role, but having a companion was also good. As soon as they walked through the door, they saw the table filled with food. Their mother immediately said, "Come over and eat. I specially made this to celebrate your graduation." At that moment, Luju also came down from upstairs. After finishing the meal, their mother began to clean up, while the three of them chatted in the living room about their plans after graduation. Lu Sure, have you thought about your plans after graduation? Yes. In 2 years, I'll marry Jingyi. Rikuju, Shikamaru. Ahem, that's not what I meant. I meant to ask if you want to take on missions by yourself after graduation or join the Umbu. The Hokage has mentioned several times that he wants you to join the Umbu. Shika thought for a moment. Right now, the Umbu has all sorts of characters, with people from Danzo and the Elder Council, and anyone can give orders to the Umbu. Although the Umbu has good conditions, it's not the right time to join. If he forms a team, he could spend more time with Ino and cultivate their relationship. After a year or so, that old guy Sarutobi will be sent off by his own disciple. With this in mind, Shika said to his father, "Father, I want to train outside for a year before joining the Umbu." Regarding Shika's choice, his father, Shikaku, thought about it. His two sons were both lazy and definitely didn't want to go to the Umbu, a place full of special tasks. All right, since that's the case, I'll inform the Hokage tomorrow. Shikamaru, you'll form a new Ino Shikacho team with Ino and Choji. Take good care of Ino. After all, she will be your future sister-in-law. Got it, what a hassle. Just after Shikamaru finished speaking, he felt a gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw his elder brother's face, which looked like a smile, but wasn't quite one. He immediately changed his words. I will definitely take good care of Ino. It's not a hassle at all. Hearing Shikamaru's response, Shikashi nodded in satisfaction. Shikaka looked at his two sons and did not interrupt their play. After returning to the room, he planned to rest, knowing that he didn't have to worry about Naruto, as it was the time for Naruto and Iruka to resolve their conflict. However, things did not go as planned. While Shikashi was sleeping, someone knocked on his door. Nara Shikashi, along with his father, mother, and Shikamaru, were all awakened by the knocking sound. The first to come downstairs was Rushi. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Iruka standing outside with an anxious expression. When Iruka saw that it was Rushi who opened the door, he immediately said, "Rushi, come with me quickly. Naruto has gotten into trouble." At that moment, Rugio and the others also came down. Iruka then explained the situation again. The gist of it was that Naruto had stolen the Book of Seals and wanted Rushi's help to find it. Lushidu was speechless. It was such a trivial matter that it was worth coming to me in the middle of the night. This was all part of that old guy, Sarutobi's plan. However, I couldn't say that, so I turned to my parents and said, "Father, mother, you two rest first. I'll go take a look and come back once I'm done." Deer nodded. "Go. Be careful." Then, Deer ran after Iruka in the direction where Naruto had escaped. During this time, Deer intentionally separated from Iruka to search. hoping to arrive a little later so that Irika could have some emotional moments with Naruto. Naruto, where are you? Come out quickly. As Lucier walked, he shouted. But of course, it was just for show. He already knew Naruto's location. The Shadow Ninja had informed him of Naruto's position. In the afternoon, he had placed a Shadow Ninja within Naruto's shadow. At that moment, Naruto was learning the multiple shadow clone technique, which was the only jutsu in that sealing book, specifically prepared for him. Otherwise, how could Naruto have stolen the sealing book? I have to say, Sarutobi Hizashi is really stingy, even if an accident happens. The loss would only be one jutsu. Moreover, this jutsu can't be used by just anyone. After all, not everyone is chakra. By the time Lucier arrived, the emotional scene had already ended. It seems I might have missed something. The words of Shika immediately attracted 3 gazes. Naruto saw Shika arrive and shouted, "Big brother, this Mizuki is a bad guy. He injured Irika-sensei." Mizuki, upon seeing the newcomer, felt a bit disdainful, but just as he was about to continue snatching the sealed book, he was terrified to find that he couldn't move. He still wanted to say a few words, but Shika didn't give him that chance. Riku said to Naruto, I've got him under control. The rest is up to you. Upon hearing Riku's words, Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique. Then, multiple Narutos appeared around and charged towards Mizuki. A minute later, Mizuki was lying on the ground in a non-human shape. At that moment, the Umbu appeared and took Mizuki away. Shika and Naruto supported Irika as they walked towards the Hokage building. On the way back, Shika complained to Irika, "Teacher Irika, your strength has really weakened. I feel like that Mizuki is just a chunin. How could you get hurt?" Irika awkwardly scratched his head, only to pull at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Then Irika said to Shika, "Shika, not everyone has your level of potential, and training is not easy. It requires a lot of resources." Deer did not refute Irika's words. Indeed, there are too many things needed for ninja training, especially when it comes to ninjutsu. Many CH need only know a few low-level ninjutsu, not because they don't work hard, but because their innate talent is just average. Without the support of a clan, it becomes even harder for them to grow. When the 3 returned to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi was still waiting for them. He then symbolically scolded Naruto a few times before sending Irika to tend to the injuries. Just as Lucier was about to leave, he was called to stop by Sarutobi Hizashi. "Lucier, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." Hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Lucier stopped and turned around. "Is there something you need, Hokage-sama?" Sarutobi Hizashi said with a kind expression. "Lucier, has your father talked to you about me wanting you to join the Umbu?" Deer nodded and said, "My father told me about this. My idea is to first experience the life of doing missions and then join the Umbu." "All right, you can start doing some missions outside for now. Next year, it's our turn for Konoha to host the Chunin exams, and I hope you can join the Umbu after the exams." Deer was secretly amused, thinking that you probably wouldn't see me join the Umbu. However, he still agreed verbally. "Yes, Lord Hokage. All right, you and Naruto can go ahead." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, Deer walked out of the Hokage office with Naruto. After Lucier followed Naruto, Sarutobi Hizashi asked a member of the Umbu, "What is that kid's strength like?" The Umbu replied, "Hokage-sama, that kid's swordsmanship is quite good. With that strange smoke blade, he can reach the level of an elite chunin. If I were to fight that kid, I would have a chance to defeat him in a minute. If I can't defeat him quickly, I would choose to retreat. That black smoke is indeed too choking, and that kid's battle IQ is very high. When faced with stronger ninjas, he probably won't fight head-on." Sarutobi Hizashi was surprised that the Umbu captain would give such a high evaluation. "All right, you can go." "Yes." The next morning, Lucier brought Shikamaru to the classroom. Everyone arrived particularly early today because it was the day of class division. Everyone was discussing who their team leader would be. However, they were soon called away. Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru were called away by Asuma. Ino lingered with Lucier for several minutes before reluctantly leaving the classroom. Sarutobi Asuma rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Today's kids are too mature. Besides, it's not like they won't see each other again. Why be so clingy?" If Yuhi Kurinai knew Asuma's thoughts, she would definitely say, "If that's the case, I would have been taken by you long ago." Choji and Shikamaru didn't think much of it, as they were already used to it. They were immune to the dog food. One group left, then another group left, and soon the classroom was left with just him, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Deer was a bit confused, really just didn't care about me at all. Naruto was still over there rambling about the team leader, and the 3 of them ignored him. Only Sasuke said, "Idiot." Then Naruto stood on the table and yelled at Sasuke, making it seem full of passion. I have to say, Ashura and Indra are truly natural enemies, always arguing when they meet and still thinking about each other when they don't. Lucier didn't think anymore and directly lay down on the table to sleep. He didn't know when, but someone patted his shoulder a few times. And when he opened his eyes, he was startled. What the hell? A big face with white hair and a mask appeared in front of him. Kakashi lifted his head and said to Lucier, "You guys come with me." After saying that, he walked towards the door. At this moment, Naruto came to Lucier and asked, "Big brother, why do you fall asleep as soon as you enter the classroom? This is a talent. You can't learn it." Naruto thought for a moment. His big brother could indeed sleep standing up, which was quite a talent. "All right, everyone, let's introduce ourselves. You can talk about your favorite food or what you dislike, and also share your dreams. I'll start. My name is Kakashi, and I am your team leader. As for what I like, I won't tell you, and I don't want to say what I dislike. Now it's your turn." After hearing Kakashi's introduction, Naruto began to complain. "Your introduction is too perfunctory." Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement with Naruto's words. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is Ichiraka ramen. I don't have anything I dislike, and my dream is to become Hokage. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have a particular favorite food or anything I dislike. As for my dream, it's to kill that man. I am Haruno Sakura. I like everything Sasuke likes and dislike everything he dislikes. My dream is to marry Sasuke. I am El Ushu. My favorite foods include steamed lamb and steamed bear paws, followed by a long list of dishes. I also have many foods I dislike, for example. All right, just tell us your dream." Kakashi was afraid Lucier would continue with a long list. "I have many dreams as well. The first is to grow up quickly and marry Ino. The second dream is to have a lot of money so I won't have to worry about living. My 47th dream is to hope for peace in the ninja world. Okay, dream time is over, dismissed. Gather here tomorrow morning, and a friendly reminder, don't eat." After saying that, Kakashi left quickly. He was really afraid Lucier would go on. After Kakashi left, the four of them walked towards a village, and Naruto asked Lucier, "Big brother, why did Kakashi-sensei remind us not to eat? It's an old trick. Don't listen to him. You should eat, and eat a lot, and bring some with you. But don't get caught." Sasuke and the others didn't understand why Lucier said that. However, Lucier was the smartest among them, so listening to him would definitely not be wrong. When they got home, Shikamaru was already back. Lucier asked while taking off his shoes, "How is teacher Asma? Did he tell you not to eat breakfast when you parted?" "Yeah. Was it the same for you guys?" Lucier sat down in front of Shikamaru and said, "Yeah. Kakashi-sensei said the same thing. What a boring trick." "Brother, do you have any insider information?" "No insider information. But I have a suggestion. Remember to eat more in the morning. Also, I'm going out to eat with Ino, so you can tell Mom not to worry about me." Oh, hearing his brother's dismissive tone, Lucier thought he was too lazy and directly said, "What the heck? Is it going to kill you to say a couple more words?" After scolding his brother, Lucier went upstairs to rest, leaving Shikamaru in a state of confusion. In the evening, outside Ino's family's flower shop, Lucier helped Ino close the shop door and then took her hand as they headed to Ichiraka Ramen. As they walked and chatted, Lucier specifically reminded her to eat more in the morning. Although Ino didn't know why Lucier said that, she still unconditionally believed him. The next morning, the four of them arrived at the meeting place. Lucier was the last to arrive because he knew Kakashi wouldn't come that early. As soon as they met, he asked the three of them, "Have you eaten?" The three nodded. "That's good. All right, since Kakashi-sensei isn't coming that early, let's find a place to rest." The three didn't understand what Lucier meant, and then they saw him take out a blanket and spread it on the ground. Then came Lucier's special talent, sleeping. After an unknown amount of time, the same waking method, the same big face, and the same mask reappeared. Lucier sat up and looked at Kakashi, stretching lazily. "Kakashi-sensei, you seem to be lost on the path of life." Kakashi was taken aback. Hadn't he just been asleep? How did he know what he had just said? Especially since the place where he had spoken was several dozen meters away. However, Kakashi didn't dwell on this question. He addressed the four of them, saying, "Today we will have a test, and the task is to grab the bells." As he spoke, he took out 3 bells, displayed them in front of the 3, and then put them back at his waist. Naruto looked at the bells and asked Kakashi-sensei, "With 3 bells, how are the 4 of us supposed to grab them?" This is what I'm about to explain. There are only 3 bells, and only those who manage to grab a bell can graduate smoothly. If you can't grab one, you'll have to go back to school and repeat the year. The 3 were a bit shocked by Kakashi's arrangement. How could a few freshly graduated students possibly grab bells from a skilled jonin? Kakashi ignored their reactions and continued, "You can use any means necessary. If you don't have the determination to defeat me, you won't be able to grab the bells. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Can a teacher change the rules?" Kakashi looked at Lu Shi, intrigued, and asked, "How do you want to change them?" "Kakashi-sensei, you're an elite jonin. It's nearly impossible to grab something from you. How about this? You give us the bells, and we'll try to grab them back one by one. If you can retrieve all 3 bells, the 4 of us will go back to school and repeat the year. What do you think?" Kakashi thought for a moment. "All right," he agreed, then took the bells from his waist and tossed them to Lu Shi. Deer took the bell and shared it among the 3 of them, saying they had to protect the bell well, because they had one, yay? Naruto looked at Deer with foolish and innocent eyes, not understanding what his brother meant. Sasuke immediately reacted and then looked at Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi had a black line on his forehead. He had realized he was being played. However, according to his own words, these few had indeed won. Kakashi didn't cheat. Instead, he asked the 4 of them, "Even though you won, there are only 3 bells. Who among you is going back to school to repeat a year?" "Brother, how can we have one when we haven't even started?" Kakashi face-bombed. "How did this idiot graduate?" "Sasuke, idiot. Sakura, big idiot." Lu Shi is also a bit speechless. The pig teammate is just not helping. "All right, Naruto, this question is a bit difficult for you. Just think about who went back to school to repeat a year." Lu Shi felt it was a bit of a hassle to explain to him, so she switched to the next question. "Big brother, maybe I should go back and repeat my studies. I'm the dumbest in there." Then Sasuke and Sakura also said similar things after the emotional moment. Lu Shi looked at Kakashi, who was still watching the performance. "Kakashi-sensei, isn't it about time to announce the results?" Kakashi, who was still engrossed in the show, froze for a moment upon hearing Lu Shi's words, then smiled. "Ah, you Nara clan members are really smart. You can't hide anything from you. All right, I announce that you all passed." This time, Sasuke and Sakura were also confused. "What's going on? How do we all pass?" Kakashi walked in front of the group and took back the bells, hanging them back on his waist. "Although you all passed, I still want to see your strength. We will follow the procedure to grab the bells. If you manage to grab the bells this time, I'll treat you to barbecue." At this moment, Naruto approached Kakashi and asked blankly, "Kakashi-sensei, why did we win?" "Kakashi, Sasuke, idiot. Sakura, big idiot. All right, Naruto, let's leave the thinking to others. Now, let's prepare to grab the bells. We'll officially start in 10 minutes. The group formed a circle to discuss tactics, but none of the 3 spoke. They all looked at Lu Shi. "Okay, then I'll come up with a plan." Suddenly, Lu Shi thought of the soldier pills and took out more than 10 soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch. The 3 looked at the soldier pills, not knowing what Lu Shi meant. Rushi didn't plan to let them guess, but directly told the 3 about the plan. Soon the bell snatching began. At first, Naruto rushed in and started to cling to Kakashi, getting knocked away several times, but the other 3 never showed up. After Kakashi knocked Naruto away again, Naruto didn't get up. Instead, he rolled his eyes and spat out black foam. With the cries, the 3 rushed towards Naruto. Kakashi stood still, feeling a bit confused. What was going on? He hadn't even used much strength. While he was lost in thought, Kakashi was pulled back to reality by the voices of the 3. He immediately teleported in front of Naruto and began to check on him, while Rushi gave Sasuke a glance, and Sasuke nodded subtly. Then he reached for Kakashi's bell. Possibly because Kakashi's attention was entirely on Naruto, he didn't notice that the bell had already disappeared. Sasuke stood up and said to Naruto on the ground, "It's fine now. Naruto, let's go eat barbecue." Upon hearing barbecue, Naruto immediately jumped up and followed Sasuke towards Akimichi's barbecue. A crow flew overhead, calling "fool, fool." At that moment, Kakashi realized he had been played again. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. In the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, 2 equally frustrated individuals met, Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Hitaki. Both had brought their students for a meal, but when they talked, they realized they had both been tricked today. Even the usage of the last military ration pill was the same. Since they were so fated, the 2 classes dined together. During the meal, Asuma and Kakashi kept looking at Rushi, wondering, how does this kid think? However, Rushi didn't mind their gazes and kept serving meat to Ino. Everyone felt that today's barbecue had a strong flavor of dog food. Far away in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, this is too interesting. I didn't expect 2 jonin to be played around by a few freshly graduated students." Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Hiruzen stopped laughing and said, "Come in." Then he saw a man and a woman walk in. As soon as she entered, the woman began to complain. "Hiruzen, you're indulging Danzo again. Look, he's come to ask me for medical supplies again. His root consumes more than the entire Konoha. At this rate, the medical department really can't bear it." After speaking, she handed a document to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, who had been smiling, immediately darkened his expression upon seeing the document. Bastard, what does Danzo want? Does he want to turn the route into a hospital? In just half a year, he has used up 2 years' worth of Konoha's medical reserves. As for Hiruzen's roar, Koharu Yutane didn't respond, thinking, why are you yelling at me? I didn't use it, and besides, Danzo always comes to take things with documents signed by you. Hiruzen continued reading, his face growing darker. He didn't remember approving so many times. However, upon seeing the last part, he recalled that he indeed signed for it. But that time, the documents didn't indicate such a large quantity. Hiruzen adjusted his emotions and said to Koharu, next time, don't give Danzo supplies anymore. I want to prove supplies for him either. As for these supplies, I will ask Danzo for clarification. By the way, Hiruzen, didn't Rukyu resign from the position of Jonin class leader? I want to find someone to take his place. Koharu, that position can remain vacant, but it can't be given to someone from our clans. Otherwise, other clans will have something to say. Seeing that Hiruzen did not agree to his request, Koharu did not continue to persuade him. The three chatted for a few more moments before leaving. After the two left the Hokage's office, they headed towards Koharu's office. As soon as they entered the office, Koharu complained, Manyin, Hiruzen is increasingly looking down on us. He actually clings to the position of Jonin class leader and refuses to let go. This is simply too much. Whatever Danzo asks him for, he agrees without hesitation. Isn't this discrimination? Manyin sighed helplessly and comforted her. Koharu, calm down. The position of Jonin class leader has always been held by the Nara clan. If we rashly hand it to someone else, the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans will surely be dissatisfied. Besides, to be honest, the actual benefits of that position are quite limited. It's not worth getting angry over. However, Koharu clearly did not accept this reasoning and retorted, I don't care about that. I just can't swallow this anger. I just hope to secure a senior position for my clan. Is that too much to ask? But look at Hiruzen's attitude. Knowing full well that the power of the Jonin class leader has long been consolidated in his hands. I only want a nominal position, and he won't even relent. It's infuriating. Oof. Saying this, Koharu slammed the table hard. If Rushi were here, he would definitely recognize the two people before him. They are two members of the Konoha Elder Council, renowned and feared, part of the Konoha F4, and widely referred to by netizens as the two pests of Konoha, Manyin and Koharu Yutane. In the evening, the sunset looked blood-red, dyeing the entire Konoha village in shades of orange. On the bustling streets, a couple was slowly walking hand in hand. The man was tall and handsome. The woman was graceful and beautiful. They chatted and laughed along the way, drawing curious or envious glances from those around them. At this time, Rushi had grown to 1.6 meters tall. Rushi was walking side by side with Ino. With a smile on his face, Rushi said with great interest, Ino, have you noticed? Today, Asuma-sensei and Kakashi-sensei look even darker than the bottom of a pot. It seems this assessment really got them upset. Ino couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, agreeing, isn't that right? Perhaps even they never expected that we could pass the assessment in that way. You don't know at that time. Asuma-sensei didn't understand at all how we won. It was only after Shikamaru explained it that he got it, and the frustrated Asuma-sensei ended up smoking on the tree for half the day. Clearly, recalling this incident filled Ino's heart with joy as well. Thus, the two continued to stroll along, chatting and laughing, completely disregarding the two single people behind them. These two lonely figures silently followed the couple in front, watching their sweet and loving demeanor, feeling quite uncomfortable inside, not because they didn't have girlfriends, but simply because Rushi had completely forgotten about them. Choji, while munching on chips, turned to the lazy Shikamaru beside him and mumbled indistinctly, Shikamaru, do you think Rushi and Ino remember that we are right behind them? After saying this, he stuffed another handful of chips into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up. Shikamaru couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids and replied weakly, is there even a need to ask? They've probably forgotten about us long ago. Choji swallowed his food, blinked his small eyes at Shikamaru, and said with a grin, hee. As expected of my brother, you know your unreliable brother the best. Shikamaru crossed his arms and said helplessly, forget it. Who told him to be so infatuated with Ino right now? But speaking of which, didn't we just finish eating? Why are you still having snacks? Choji shyly replied, this is a post-meal snack. Shikamaru didn't pay attention to Choji's snack issue, and the two continued walking forward. Soon, Shikamaru arrived at Ino's house. After watching Ino go inside, he was about to head home, but as he turned around, he exclaimed, what the hell? How are you two here? Shikamaru looked at his brother with helplessness. He originally thought that he just forgot that he was following him, but unexpectedly, he had even forgotten about the dinner gathering. Bro, you really are something, completely forgetting about us. It was only then that Shikashi remembered that they had come out of the barbecue restaurant together, but he had forgotten the rest of the details. Just a moment ago, he was contemplating whether to kiss Ino, but when he saw Yamanaka and Noichi at the door spinning a shuriken with his fingers, he gave up on that idea. Lucier awkwardly smiled and quickly explained, I haven't forgotten, it's just, well, I just let you forget. At most. One day, I'll treat you to a meal. As my younger brothers and friends, don't you wish for my happiness? The two didn't expect Lucier to admit it so easily, but they didn't pay much attention to the matter either. After Lucier returned home, he went upstairs to rest. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a shadow ninja appear in the corner. The shadow ninja handed him a notebook and 2 pieces of paper. When Lucier looked at them, his hand trembled with anger. That bastard Danzo was actually conducting human experiments, and, from the data, it seemed to involve adults. The 2 pieces of paper contained information about him and Ino, with instructions to first control Ino and then coerce Lucier. It seemed Danzo was still not giving up on him. He had shown any special abilities over the years. Had he? Wasn't it just the development of the shadow manipulation technique? Why was he still on his mind? He just didn't know where those adults came from. He hadn't heard of anyone going missing for no reason. Although Danzo hadn't caused him any trouble in the past 2 years, since he dared to target Ino, he shouldn't blame him. As a good young man who came out of the rabbit-ass home, what should he do in such a situation? Of course, he had to fight back. Great figures have taught us, strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. Lucier silently began to think about the original plot. Although he had watched Naruto, it had been many years, and he remembered that Danzo's arm was modified by Orochimaru before his defection. Why was he still conducting human experiments now? Lucier didn't know. Because he destroyed all the Sharingan, which resulted in there being very little Sharingan to suppress the Hashirama cells in his right hand. So he could only continue the experiments. However, with Orochimaru, the #1 scientist in the ninja world, not present, it was questionable what they could develop. Then Lucier summoned the 7 shadow ninjas. Since it was like this, he decided to give Danzo a big gift. Originally, he sent a shadow ninja to monitor Danzo out of fear that he would take action against him. But unexpectedly, he gained something unexpected. Sarutobi Hizashi was willing to cover for Danzo, right? Let's see how he covers for this. I'll strip him bare and see how he covers himself. Lucier then instructed the 7 shadow ninjas to start writing flyers, all containing explosive news about Konoha. He wondered how Itachi, that dutiful son, would react upon learning about this. Would he come back to take down Danzo and Sarutobi Hizashi? They rode until the early hours of the morning, and Lucier clearly detailed Danzo's actions. The 7 shadow ninjas wrote very quickly, producing thousands of flyers in just a few hours. There was also the matter of Sarutobi Hizashi tacitly allowing Danzo to force Shikaku through rumors. After finishing, Lucier revealed a sinister smile. He cackled, Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, I hope you enjoy this gift. Go, carry out the plan I just told you. The 7 figures instantly vanished into the darkness. The next morning, Konoha exploded, literally. The streets of the village were filled with dense experimental equipment, and over 20 people were on these experimental devices. It was clearly human experimentation. The streets were packed with villagers watching the spectacle, and they looked at the experimental equipment and the people on it, pulling out the letters they received that morning. Each villager had received a letter at home that left them in disbelief, saying it was too much. However, seeing the people on the experimental devices, they began to believe it. Meanwhile, in Sarutobi Hiruzan's home, several Umbu ninjas reported the morning's events to him, handing him the letter as well. Sarutobi Hiruzan looked at the letter, stunned, and immediately yelled at the Umbu, seal off Konoha immediately. This news must not get out. Confiscate all the letters, hurry. The Umbu, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, quickly took their orders and left. However, Lucier had anticipated this, so he had left a backup plan. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzan carefully read the letter. It was a confession from a root ninja. Hello, villagers of Konoha. I'm a ninja who has spent almost 20 years in Root, and writing this letter is also a last resort. I previously wrote a letter with the same content to the Hokage, but it was ignored. Furthermore, Root has begun a large-scale purge, and I know I will soon be exposed, so I wanted to do something before I die. I remember when Lord Danzo recruited me. He said to me, your strength is good. Would you like to join my Root to protect Konoha together? It was because of this sentence that I agreed to Lord Danzo. However, after entering Root, I found that it was not what it seemed. Lord Danzo ordered us to take children from the orphanage and train them as dead soldiers. To prevent them from leaking information, he even planted tongue roots in them. At first, I thought these were acceptable for the sake of Konoha, but later, Lord Danzo's orders made me question whether Root was truly protecting Konoha. Was such a Root really established to protect Konoha? Later, we surrounded and killed the Uchiha genius Shursui. We spread rumors that drove Shikaku to death. We threatened the heads of small clans, forcing them to hand over their geniuses. We kidnapped village children for human experimentation. We assassinated those who refused to join Root. There have been too many such incidents. I can no longer remember how many there were. However, in recent years, Lord Danzo has become increasingly insane. His right arm has become more unstable over the years, and he has started conducting crazy human experiments to find a solution. Recently, I discovered a huge secret, the reason for the Uchiha massacre. It sounds ridiculous, but the reason for the Uchiha massacre is that Lord Danzo needs Sharingan to suppress his right arm. The most laughable part is that our Hokage has tacitly approved of Lord Danzo's actions. Although the Uchiha were exterminated, Lord Danzo did not obtain the Sharingan he wanted, so he could only continue the human experiments. I thought the Hokage would stop him. After all, conducting experiments requires a large amount of medical equipment, and Root is not a hospital. How could the Hokage possibly provide it? But I was wrong. The Hokage not only provided it, but also unconditionally supported it. I stayed under Hokage Rock for an entire night before deciding to do this. I don't want the village established with great effort by the first Hokage to turn into this. I now seriously doubt the second Hokage's judgment. Why would he choose such a Hokage for Konoha? Under such a Hokage's leadership, does Konoha really have a future? I know you, Hokage, will see this letter. I want to beg you for one thing. Spare Konoha. Konoha can't take any more turmoil. The once strongest village in the ninja world has reached a point where it needs to sacrifice the lives of its own ninjas to achieve peace. After your death, how will you face the past Hokages? Don't think about covering things up. Not only am I publicizing this matter in Konoha, but I have also done the same in the daimyo's mansion. I know that even so, you will not punish Danzo. You will only imprison him temporarily. When there are some disturbances outside, you will use the excuse that Konoha needs him to reinstate Danzo. I truly feel sorrow for the second Hokage. The once proud ninja has turned into a shadow of himself, and the once top village in the ninja world has become a soft target. And Uchiha Itachi, you are such a fool. You believe everything others say, and even when others sell you out, you willingly serve them. Before I die, let me tell you something. Your will has already been altered by Shursui using Kodoame Tsukumi, which is the real reason you could carry out the massacre. This is something I only learned recently. That is all I have to write. I must face my death now. After doing this, I feel I can meet the past Hokages with dignity. A heartfelt farewell from someone who loves Konoha. After reading the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark. He never expected that Danzo had hidden so much from him. Bring someone in. Yes, Hokage-sama, what is your command? Go find Jiraiya and bring him back. Understood. After the Umbu ninja left, he put on the Hokage cloak and headed for the Konoha building. At this moment, Lucier was still at home sleeping, having stayed up too late the previous night. However, Lucier did not expect that his actions would directly change the course of the plot and save Jiraiya's life. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lucier was dreaming of kissing Ino, there was a knock at the door. Lucier, open the door. Something big has happened in the village. Wake up. Lucier, who was in a springtime dream, was startled awake. You really know how to pick your timing. Couldn't you wait until I kissed Ino before calling me? Lucier reluctantly got out of bed to open the door, but as soon as he opened it, it became a bit awkward. His father and Yamaguchi Hachi were also there. Yamaguchi Hachi glanced into the room and then looked at Lucier's expression, realizing that the kid hadn't had a good dream. Lu felt awkward as he scratched his head and asked, "What's wrong, father? And Uncle Hai, why are you here too?" Without paying attention to his son's reaction, he pulled him and was about to go downstairs. "No, wait for me to change my clothes." Lu didn't pay attention to his son's words and directly pulled him downstairs. When Lucier entered the living room, he found Akimichi Dingza was also there. "Good morning, Uncle Dingza. Why did you come to my house so early? Don't you have any missions today?" Akimichi Dingza looked at Lucier and directly took out a piece of paper, handing it to Lucier. "Take a look. Lucier, we want to hear your opinion." Lucier took the letter. He actually knew its content, but he still had to act a bit and started reading it. While reading, he said, "What's wrong with you today? You want me to look at this thing early in the morning? Can't you read? What the heck is this for real?" 5 minutes later, he asked, "Are you done reading? Tell me your thoughts after you finish." Roku looked serious as he asked Roku, while Yamaguchi and Akiato were also looking at Roku with eager expressions. Lucier didn't pay attention to the expressions of the few people and rubbed his face, saying leisurely, "What ideas can I have? Isn't it all written here? It's all the business of Hokage and Danzo. Don't change the subject. You know what I'm asking about? Lu Jio said as he patted Lu Shi's head. Hey, why are you talking and hitting me at the same time? Then Lu Shi shouted upstairs, Mom. My dad is ugh. All right, Lu Shi, stop messing around. Our three families, the pig, deer, and butterfly, have always been part of the Hokage lineage. Now that Lord Hokage has done such things, I'm afraid our three families will also be implicated. After Lu Jio finished speaking, he also released the hand that was covering Lu Shi's mouth. Lu Shi spat and stopped joking, continuing, don't worry. Our three families won't be implicated. I guess the Hokage will soon hold a high-level meeting. Whatever tasks he assigns you, just agree to them. As for how to execute them, and to what extent, that's up to you. Moreover, I suspect the Hokage will soon announce his abdication, and the most likely candidates to succeed him are Tsunade and Jiraiya. Regardless of who becomes Hokage, they will heavily rely on our Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans, because we are loyal to the Hokage. Also, if the Hokage asks you to capture Danzo, you can directly refuse. Yamashiro Kaichi asked, why is that? Lu Shi respected this future father-in-law, so he explained the reason for not getting involved. The letter also mentioned that even if they captured Danzo, the Hokage wouldn't take action. At most, he would just imprison him. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to get involved. Who knows if Danzo will hold a grudge against us? No, Danzo will definitely hold a grudge against our three families. So let the Hokage handle this mess himself. Whether to release or capture him, let our Hokage decide. We won't take the blame. Once this matter settles down, I think your generation of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi should fall ill. After saying this, he winked at the three. The three quickly understood Lu Shi's playful gesture. It was a signal for them to withdraw while the waters in Konoha were still turbulent. Who knows which wave might be dangerous? While they were talking, Yamashiro Kaichi glanced outside and said, let's go. The Hokage has sent someone. Sure enough, when they opened the door, they saw an Umbu standing outside, here to inform them to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. After the three left, Lu Shi began to think about the upcoming events. In fact, he hadn't planned to intervene too much in the plot. With Naruto, the prophesied child, around, why would he need to save the ninja world? When danger strikes, just lock the door and let Naruto handle the enemies. Then the enemies would cry and repent under Naruto's words, turn over a new leaf, and ultimately join their side. Perfect. If he hadn't seen his and Ino's information, he wouldn't have done such a thing. What if his intervention caused the plot to deviate? That would negate the advantage of the prophet. While Lu Shi was deep in thought, the Hokage's office was silent. Even the usually loud Tsukimi Kamachi was surprisingly quiet. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at the silent crowd and could only speak first. Sai, I think everyone knows what happened this morning, so let's discuss it. What does it mean? Although Sarutobi Hizashi asked this, none of the clan leaders seemed inclined to speak. These heads of clans were all shrewd individuals. Why would they willingly wade into this murky water? Even though no one spoke, everyone was secretly grumbling. You did this yourself, and now you ask us what to do? I say, can you agree to eliminate you and Danzo? Seeing everyone silent, Sarutobi Hizashi sighed helplessly. Sigh. Then for the next couple of days, everyone work hard to ensure the village's safety. I need to meet with the daimyo and report the village's situation. As for Danzo, let's just lock him up for now. With a flash, everyone turned to look at Sarutobi Hizashi, thinking, that's right, the letter said so. It seems that person really understands the Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi recalled the letter and quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I mean to lock him up first, and I will handle it when I return. I won't show favoritism to Danzo. Everyone thought, I don't believe you, you old man, you're quite cunning. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hizashi said to Tsukimi Kamachi, I've been thinking, the position of the Jonin team leader has been vacant for too long. Let someone from your clan take over. Tsukimi Kamachi immediately stood up and hurriedly refused, no, I've thought about it, and our clan's people really don't have that ability. Let's let them train for a few more years. Though she verbally rejected it, in her heart, she cursed Sarutobi Hizashi. You bastard, now you think of me? Anyone who takes the position of Jonin team leader now is a fool, merely a shield for you, Sarutobi Hizashi. Seeing Tsukuyami Kamachi refuse, Sarutobi Hizashi didn't press further. After all, she was his old teammate, and he couldn't be too harsh. However, Sarutobi Hizashi felt distressed. When it comes to using people, there's not a reliable one among them. Inside the root base, Danzo was furiously shouting, useless, useless. A bunch of useless fools. How could so many things be moved away without a sound? Who is this person? Why do they know so much? I don't recall any powerful ninjas in Root. If there were such geniuses, why would I target those clan ninjas? Then, Danzo smashed everything he could in the office, leaving only a chair. After venting, he asked the two people in front of him, "Have you found out who did this?" One subordinate, trembling, replied, "Lord Danzo. The people from Root have all been dispatched to capture the experimental subjects. We haven't identified who it is yet. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. What do I feed you for? Useless, useless. And that white-eyed wolf. If I find out who it is, I guarantee you'll wish you were dead." Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the door open and walked in, looking at the wrecked office and then at Danzo, sitting in the chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to Danzo and waved his hand to the two Root members, signaling them to leave. But they didn't move, instead looking at Danzo. After Danzo gave them a look, the two finally left. This scene was all seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he didn't say anything. After the two left, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo, "Danzo, we need to talk. Go ahead. Are you going to disband Root or capture me? I'm ready for either." After saying this, he turned his head to the side, looking resolute and fearless. Seeing Danzo like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to give him a few good slaps. Thinking, "You're the one who made all this trouble. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to step down. The wood release experiment has already ended. Why are you still messing with the first Hokage's cells? Do you think I don't know why Orochimaru defected? I've been too lenient with you, which has led to so many problems. Root must be disbanded. All I can do is spare your life." Toanzo was provoked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and immediately stood up to refute. "I'm doing all this for the village, and also for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to secure your position as Hokage. You've long lost control over the village. Without me, do you think you can safely remain Hokage? Without me, could your Sarutobi clan have grown to this extent? I can't lose power. If you disband the Root, we might as well perish together. After all, your Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands aren't clean either." Toanzo would never willingly give up his power. He would rather die than concede. Over the years, he had offended too many people, and without Root, he wouldn't even know how he would die. The two were at a stalemate, neither willing to back down. 10 minutes later, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who softened first. "Toanzo, I can keep your Root, but it can only have 20 people. Consider them your bodyguards." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen agree to his demands, Toanzo took the opportunity to slide down the slope and agreed. After all, if he truly went to war with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would definitely suffer great losses, but he still proposed his conditions. "All right, but you have to ensure that the next Hokage won't come after me." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, "I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee it. Also, this afternoon, I will send Umbu to take over the assets of the Root base. You better cooperate, or don't blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Root. Lugio thought that no matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen favored Toanzo, he would still have to imprison him, not expecting that he favored Toanzo to such an extent. At noon, the Hokage building issued a notice regarding Toanzo's handling and Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention to step down. Upon seeing this notice, everyone in Konoha was dumbfounded. This was considered a punishment? Toanzo was relieved of his position as Hokage's advisor and was detained at the Root base, not allowed to go out. Lugio read the announcement and then found the patrolling Haichi and Dingswa. After learning about the handling results, both were also stunned. This punishment was even lighter than what Lugio had mentioned. The three silently decided that they must be sick. However, the villagers of Konoha were not satisfied. They felt this was not a punishment, lighter than the penalties for not paying for their purchases. Thus, many began to protest, but it was ineffective, merely being informed that the Hokage had gone to meet the daimyo. In reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just hiding away, knowing that if he remained in the village, the villagers would definitely come to protest him. At this time, Lugio and the others were doing their weed-clearing task, which was also their first mission. Naruto complained while pulling weeds. Kakashi, instead of reading his little yellow book today, was daydreaming nearby. He had received a letter that morning, and upon reading its contents, he found it hard to believe that his respected Hokage was such a person. Just for a Hokage half-sleeve, he had driven his own father to death. Deer saw Kakashi's situation, but he had no intention of comforting him, because such things can only be dealt with on one's own. Just then, a wild boar rushed out of the woods, with 3 people chasing after it. When Lucier looked up, he saw Ino and the others. Lucier drew his smoke knife and charged towards the wild boar. When he was about 30 meters away from the wild boar, a massive black eagle swooped over his head, accompanied by a piercing eagle cry. Little Black dove down towards the wild boar, and at the moment of contact, its sharp claws dug fiercely into the wild boar's spine, pinning it firmly to the ground, while its beak attacked the wild boar's eyes. By the time the others arrived, the wild boar was already dead. Deer sure looked at the majestic Little Black and felt very proud. Then he patted Little Black's wings. There was no other option. At Deershire's height, he could only reach Little Black's wings. At this point, Little Black was already over 4 meters tall, with a wingspan of over 10 meters. One couldn't help but marvel at how large the creatures in the two-dimensional world really are. At that moment, Ino approached Deershire and asked, "Deershire, are you on a mission?" Lushire wiped his hands on his clothes and then held onto Ino's small hand, saying, "Yeah, our task today is to clear the weeds. What about you guys? Is it this wild boar?" "Yes. It got away because we weren't paying attention, but luckily we have Xiaohei. He's really impressive now." After saying this, Ino glanced at Xiaohei. Actually, Ino had become somewhat familiar with Xiaohei, as she often fed Xiaohei and Xiaobai together with Lushire. Just then, another call of a warbler was heard, and everyone looked over to see it was Xiaobai. Hearing Xiaobai's call, Xiaohei took off with the wild boar, and everyone couldn't help but admire Xiaohei's strength. He easily carried away a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Naruto was feeling jealous and wished he could have a pet like Xiaohei. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi also arrived, but his state was similar to Kakashi's. Both looking listless. He already looked old, and now, with a cigarette in his mouth, he appeared even more worn out. It was hard to understand why Kurenai liked him. It seemed like a waste. At this time, Asuma walked up to Kakashi, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. After all, his father had caused Kakashi's father's death, making their meeting very awkward. However, Kakashi spoke first. "Asuma, you don't need to say anything. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't take it to heart. Let's not talk about the old man anymore. Once the task is over, let us go eat barbecue." In the end, Asuma decided to treat everyone to barbecue, and Kakashi agreed. Hearing about the barbecue made Naruto work even faster on the weeds. 7 days later, the entire ninja world knew about the situation in Konoha. After all, Lushire had done the same thing at the daimyo's residence. And the ninja world was small. The story of Naruto was basically just about the 5 villages fighting and the legendary rescue of a mother. Now, Sarutobi Hizashi was like a stinky rat, being pointed at wherever he went. When he met the daimyo, he was scolded again. But the daimyo agreed to his request to resign from the position of Hokage, allowing Jiraiya to take over. After discussing the Hokage candidate, the daimyo brought up another matter. "Hokage, I plan to reduce Konoha's military budget starting next year." Boom! The daimyo's words exploded in Sarutobi Hisashi's mind. He hurriedly persuaded, "Daimyo, you can't do this. If you cut the military budget, many ninjas in Konoha won't be able to survive." "Haha, survive? Do you think I'm a fool? I see it's your Sarutobi clan that won't survive. Do you really think I know nothing about Konoha? Most of the military budget goes to the Sarutobi, Naramito, and Shimura clans. How much actually reaches the lower ranks? Should I tell you? Originally, I didn't want to interfere with your affairs, as you Konoha protect me from enemies. But your actions have disappointed me. Plus, I see Konoha as having too much money to burn, even having funds for human experiments. Should I show you the evidence?" Sarutobi Hizashi was left speechless by the daimyo's accusations, but he knew the military budget couldn't be cut. If it were, Konoha would fall into chaos. He had to stubbornly say, "Daimyo, I have made some mistakes. Many mistakes." The daimyo added, "You made a lot of mistakes." Sarutobi Hizashi gritted his teeth and continued, "Yes, I made many mistakes, but this military budget cannot be cut. Otherwise, Konoha will be in chaos, and other villages will too." At this moment, a daimyo aide walked in, approached the daimyo, whispered a few words, and then left. The daimyo looked at Sarutobi Hizashi and said slowly, "Hokage, I really overestimated your limits and underestimated your feelings for Shimura Danzo. Forget it. Don't say anything more, just go back. If you can protect the land of fire, then do it. If not, I'll just change to another village. After all, it's the same who I give the money to." Sarutobi Hizashi was now even more confused. What was happening with the daimyo? Why had he suddenly changed like this? He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the daimyo. "Hokage, don't say any more. I won't trust you again. Although I don't interfere with Konoha's management. Your handling of Danzo has truly opened my eyes. Just forget it, go back. Go live your life with Danzo." After saying this, the daimyo returned to his residence, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi in a state of confusion. He didn't even know how he got out, just wandering aimlessly towards Konoha. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. The Umbu members, seeing the Hokage come out, closely followed behind him. Not knowing how long he walked, Sarutobi Hizashi stopped, and then asked the Umbu beside him, "Song, do you think I was wrong about Danzo?" The Umbu was taken aback and quickly replied, "Lord Hokage must have his own considerations. I dare not speculate." Sarutobi Hisashi's face darkened. "Speak honestly." This was indeed a bit light. It didn't even match the punishment for Umbu members failing their missions. The Umbu retreated obediently behind Sarutobi Hizashi. He continued walking towards Konoha. In fact, the daimyo was so angry because Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo had forced the death of Itaki Tsukumo, and the reason was still because of the Hokage's half-sleeve he had conferred. Wasn't this a slap in the daimyo's face? Moreover, he had never forgotten the threats Danzo had made against him. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, he had to ensure Sarutobi Hizashi properly punished Danzo, so he would know who was the real boss of the Land of Fire. At the Akatsuki organization's base, Itachi looked at the letter in his hand, standing there in a daze. He was shocked by the content of the letter. He wanted to disbelieve it, but when he used a Sharingan, he realized that the Kodoe Mitsukami had indeed been used once. Now, looking at this letter, he felt that what was said in it was correct, but his mind told him not to believe it. The two conflicting emotions intertwined, and he shed tears again. This was the second time he had cried since he could remember, the first being when his parents died. Now, the happiest was Suna Village, as they felt the opportunity had come again. Therefore, Raza immediately summoned the higher-ups of Suna Village to plan a war against Konoha. In the conference room of Suna Village, it was filled with people, all high-ranking officials of Suna Village. Cough, you all have seen the letter, right? Everyone nodded, indicating they had seen it. Raza continued, since you've all seen it, I'll share my thoughts. Konoha is weaker than ever, so I want to go to war with Konoha. What do you think? Upon hearing Raza's words, everyone in Suna Village began to weigh the pros and cons. At this moment, Chiyo stood up and said to Raza, Kazukai-sama, I don't think now is a good time to go to war. Our supplies in Suna Village are currently insufficient to support a war against Konoha. If we do go to war, it's better to wait a year until the daimyo's military budget is allocated before attacking Konoha. Otherwise, if we get into a protracted war, Suna Village is very likely to be defeated. Raza rested his chin on his hands and began to ponder. Chiyo's point was indeed an issue. After all, they didn't have the strength to defeat Konoha instantly. Raza put down his hands and said to everyone, then let us start preparing for war from now on. ISNT, it Konoha's turn to hold the Chunin exams next year. Then we can act during the Chunin exams. Let Gaara participate in the Chunin exams and try to kill as many Konoha geniuses as possible. Then we will find an opportunity to eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi and then go to war with Konoha. Maki, you focus on preparing supplies right now. At this moment, the San Shinobi stood up and said, all right, Lord Kazekage, I'll go after the meeting is over. Raza looked at this subordinate and became more and more satisfied. This was one of the few jonin in Sunagakure and also his right-hand man. Chiyo did not continue to speak. After all, Raza's heart was not just generally dark. If he truly angered Raza, she wouldn't have a good outcome either. However, Raza did not know that once the Chunin exams began, it would also be his death knell, as there were others who had their sights set on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. The other villages were watching, waiting to see what kind of funny things Konoha could come up with, as a Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite rare. At this time, Konoha had become a joke in the shinobi world. That morning, Shika followed Kakashi to the Hokage's office, and the reason for coming was because of Naruto. Early that morning, Naruto had been pestering Kakashi, asking him to take him out of the village to do missions. He had already done enough of those weed-clearing tasks and wanted to take on missions outside the village. However, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Kakashi didn't dare to agree easily, so he brought a few people to ask for the Hokage's opinion. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, but later, under Naruto's relentless persuasion, he finally agreed and assigned him a C-rank escort mission. When Lucier saw the client, he recognized him. He was Dazna, the bridge builder from the Land of Waves. In fact, Lucier was looking forward to this mission, not because he was interested in Zabuza, but because he was interested in Kato, who was a wealthy man. Dear Time likes rich people the most. They speak nicely and are talented. He really likes them. In fact, Dear Time is only interested in Kato's money. With that money, he could do a lot of things with Jinya. Just as Dear Time was fantasizing, Dazna's voice interrupted his daydream. I said, Konoha is too perfunctory. They actually sent a few kids to escort me. I want to change personnel. Kakashi was about to say something when he heard Dear Time speak up. Why are you afraid? We are so small and not afraid at all. Besides, Konoha wouldn't joke with our lives. At worst, we still have teacher Kakashi. This is just a low-level escort mission. There's no reason to be afraid. I seriously suspect you are hiding the mission level. Dazna, damn, is this kid a fortune teller? How did he guess this? Although he thought so in his heart. He didn't show it on his face and quickly explained, I'm just afraid of encountering robbers and losing your little lives. Even though Dazna was only flustered for a moment, Kakashi noticed it. However, Kakashi didn't say anything. If the situation changed, he could end the mission immediately. Right now, there is no evidence to prove that Dasna is hiding the mission level. Everything is just speculation. Dasna was also stunned by Dear Time's words and didn't dare to mention changing personnel again. So the group headed towards the Land of Waves. It was the first time for several people to leave the village for a mission, so they were very excited. Naruto's mouth didn't stop the whole way. Dear Time seriously suspected that Naruto's chatterbox was on the same level as a gossip. Perhaps it was because he was intimidated by Dear Time. Dasna was very honest along the way. A few days later, as they were walking on the road, a puddle suddenly appeared ahead. Dear Time glanced at Kakashi, who didn't look at him, but Dear Time knew that Kakashi definitely realized it was an ambush. He just wanted to test them. Lu Shi deliberately quickened his pace, surpassing the crowd, and Kaka, noticing Lu Shi's behavior, smiled slightly. As soon as Lu Shi gang arrived at the edge of the waterhole, he drew his knife in an instant, and with two sounds of pu-pu, the waterhole immediately transformed into two people. However, these two individuals were not dead, but both were seriously injured. After they reverted back from their transformation, they immediately charged towards Dasna. What followed was a complicated battle, but fortunately, Sasuke held his own and took down one of them, while the other was dealt with by Kakashi during their escape. Kakashi glanced at the stunned Sakura and then turned his gaze towards Dasna. Mr. Dasna, can you tell me why there are ninjas ambushing you here? Given that you concealed the mission's rank, for the safety of these children, I have decided to halt the mission. Dasna then began to morally blackmail them and lament his situation, which deeply moved the foolish Naruto. In the end, he used the Biton Zue technique, compelling Kakashi to decide to continue the mission. The group continued to move forward, but as they approached the Land of Waves, Kakashi signaled for everyone to stop. Lu Shi took out 5 masks and handed them to several people. These were the smoke masks that Lu Shi had drawn in a lottery. Sasuke and the others naturally put them on, and although Kakashi didn't understand what Lu Shi meant, he also put one on out of trust for him. Then Lu Shi drew out a smoke knife, and black smoke quickly spread around. A few minutes later, Kakashi shouted, "Get down," as several people quickly lay down on the ground. A large knife flew over their heads and struck a tree on the opposite side. Then, they saw a shadowy figure standing on the knife ahead. At that moment, the figure spoke. "I thought it was just a cough. Turns out it's the cough of the copy ninja Kakashi. You bastard, can you put the knife away?" Kakashi recognized the person, but it was the perfect time to act, so he didn't waste words and directly used Raikiri. Momochi Zabuza felt it was too unfair this time. They hadn't even started fighting, and he was already in a tough spot. It seemed he would have to deal with that little brat first. As expected of an elite jonin, he quickly found the key to breaking the deadlock. However, Kakashi wouldn't give him that chance, and the two began to fight amidst the black smoke, hearing various names of jutsu. 10 minutes later, Kakashi shouted, "Shika, put the knife away." Another 10 minutes passed. The black smoke dissipated, and everyone saw Momochi Zabuza lying on the ground. At that moment, Zabuza was already foaming at the mouth, his chest pierced by Kakashi, and it was uncertain if he would survive. Suddenly, countless shurikens shot towards Zabuza, and everyone quickly jumped away. Then, they saw a person leap in front of Zabuza. Lu Shi knew that this was Bai, a companion of Zabuza. At this moment, Bai spoke up. "I am from the Mist Village's pursuit team, and we are here to capture Zabuza. Can you let me take him away and hand him over to the village?" Kakashi knew that the Mist Village was indeed aware of this organization, which was specifically responsible for hunting down rogue ninjas, so he allowed Bai to take Zabuza away. After Bai left, Kakashi continued to lead the group towards the Land of Waves. On the way, Kakashi glanced at Lu Shi's smoke blade and asked Lu Shi, "Where did you get this blade? It's quite special." Lu Shi then explained the origins of the smoke blade once again. Kakashi nodded and said to Lu Shi, "This blade is powerful, but it has significant drawbacks, namely the wind. Once it encounters windy weather, it loses much of its effectiveness. Also in open plains, the smoke doesn't linger, greatly reducing its power. Lastly, there's wind-style ninjutsu. If it weren't for being in the forest this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to easily defeat Zabuza Momochi. And the mask you gave me, the material is very special. It can completely block the smoke." Seeing that Kakashi was about to continue asking, Lu Shi quickly interrupted, "Kakashi-sensei, isn't that the sea over there?" Kakashi looked in the direction Lu Shi was pointing, and the blue sea came into view. Soon, they arrived at the Land of Waves, which looked desolate. Although Konoha was somewhat dark, it was still manageable to fill their stomachs, but the Land of Waves looked almost like a refugee camp. The group settled at Dasna's house, preparing to protect Dasna as he began to build the bridge the next day. Once the bridge was completed, they would be heading back. In the evening, in Kato's office, several shadows were moving things, all boxes of money. These were Kato's savings, all found by the shadow ninjas. At that moment, Kato and his subordinates had been knocked out by the shadow ninjas, and it was uncertain what would happen when Kato woke up. The next morning, the group arrived at the bridge construction site, with Lu Shi and the others on guard at the bridgehead. Dazna felt much more at ease these past 2 days, as he didn't expect that after hiring ninjas, Kato would truly stop causing trouble. What Dazna didn't know was that Kato had no chance to cause trouble anymore, because that night, when his subordinates saw he had no money, they mercilessly killed him. They were all rogue ninjas. When Kato was out of money, they didn't care if he was the boss. The bridge was finally completed, but this time it was not named after Naruto. Instead, it was called the Konoha Bridge. After the bridge was completed, the group left the land of waves. Lu Shi felt that something was missing. Then he suddenly thought of it. It was the absence of Naruto's mouth jutsu against Zabuza. This time, because of his appearance, the plot deviated slightly, which indirectly saved Zabuza's life, who was still recovering from his injuries. Without Dazna, an ordinary person, the group's speed increased significantly. Just as they were about to reach Konoha, Kakashi called out to Lu Shi and asked Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto to go ahead. Lu Shi, wait a moment. Naruto, you three go ahead first. I need to talk to Lu Shi about something. The three listened to Kakashi and said nothing, continuing to walk forward. Kakashi watched the three leave and said to Lu Shi, you plan to leave the team, right? Lu Shi nodded and said nothing. That's fine. The Nara clan's combat intelligence is very high, and you're also an anomaly within your clan. Not only is your taijutsu strong, but your swordsmanship is also impressive. It seems a bit of a waste to be executing missions with Sasuke and the others. By the way, when I was teaching you swordsmanship before, I noticed that while your skills are good, they seem to be lacking something. In this battle with Zabuza, I realized that your swordsmanship should be with a double-handed sword. So prepare another sword when you go back. This should help improve your sword skills. Actually, Lu Shi also noticed this issue without Kakashi having to say it. It was just that he didn't have the right sword. So he didn't take it to heart. But he had already started practicing using a sword with his left hand. In the evening, the group returned to Konoha, showed their proof to the gate guardians, and then entered the village. Kakashi went to report the mission at the Hokage building, and the four of them each went home. But Lu Shi told the three that he would treat them to barbecue tomorrow night, and that they should go home and rest well today. Before leaving, Lu Shi gave each of them a stack of money, which shocked the three of them. At first, they refused to take it, then asked where the money came from. After all, Lu Shi was still a child, and adults wouldn't give him so much money. So Lu Shi made up a story. He found it on those two ninjas, so it counts as loot for the four of us. You should take it. However, in the future, don't casually touch enemy corpses. There might be traps set on them. Don't put your lives at risk for a bit of loot. The three nodded and ultimately accepted the money. After they parted ways, Lu Shi walked toward his home. As soon as he arrived at the door, he shouted inside, "Mom, I'm back." A few seconds later, the door opened, and Lu Shi's mother rushed out. "My son is back. Come in quickly. Uncle Hayashi and Ino are here too." Dear Shi was welcomed into the house like a hero by his mother. At that moment, Jingyi stepped forward to hold Dear Shi's hand, asking him about his well-being and carefully checking him over. After confirming that Dear Shi was not injured, she finally felt relieved. Watching this, Shan Zhonghai felt a bit jealous. His little coat was completely taken by someone else. When he returned home, his daughter didn't treat him this way, but he was still quite happy. After all, Dear Shi was indeed a good kid who could take care of his daughter well. After Lu changed his shoes, he brought Ino to the living room, where he saw his father, Uncle Kaichi, and Shikamaru all sitting there. Lu Shi greeted the two people. "Father, Uncle Hai, I'm back." Good. Was this mission smooth?" The two replied happily to Lu Shi. Dear, she sat down with Ino. As soon as they sat down, Shikamaru asked Dear Shi, "Brother, did Little Black get into trouble again?" Dear Time. However, Dear Time quickly realized that this guy must have been messing with the villagers' livestock again. But that wasn't a problem, as he wasn't short on money right now. Then, Dear Time snapped his fingers, and several shadow ninjas appeared in the corners of the house. Lu Shi's mother screamed in fright along with Ino, while Lu Jio and Yamanaka Kaichi also stood up and took a fighting stance. Dear Time quickly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. This is my Shadow Legion. They are on our side." Then several shadow ninjas came forward, each carrying 2 boxes, and placed them in front of Dear Time. After putting down the boxes, the shadow ninjas returned to Dear Time's shadow. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at this scene. It was simply too incredible. In fact, Dear Time had wanted to tell them about this for a long time, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. This time was just right to inform them. After all, they would need to know eventually, so it was better to let them know sooner, allowing them to feel more at ease. Lu Jiu was the first to regain his composure from the shock, and quickly asked Lu Shi, "Son, what on earth is going on?" Upon hearing Lu Jiu's question, everyone else also reacted and turned to Lu Shi, wanting to know what was happening. Lu Shi looked at the gazes directed at him by the crowd. He explained to a few people, but it wasn't really an explanation. It was just making up a reason. In fact, he didn't know what was going on either. He had improved the secret technique of the Nara clan and felt that there was something within it. Then he tried to summon them, and the result was these shadow ninjas appearing. At that moment, everyone looked at each other. If it weren't for their knowledge of Lu Shi's character, they would have thought he was talking nonsense. After the initial shock, the crowd believed Lu Shi's explanation and then turned their attention back to the boxes. When Lu Shi opened these boxes, everyone was once again shocked. There was too much money. For these small families, it would take them decades to save this much, and that is without eating or drinking. This time, without waiting for them to ask, Lu Shi directly revealed the source of the money. This money was obtained by me in the land of waves where Kato sent people to assassinate Dasna, and then Lu Shi carefully explained the matter, fearing that his mother would think he was not studying well and had developed the bad habit of stealing. His mother was very strict and would never allow her son to engage in such activities. After hearing Lu Shi's explanation, everyone felt relieved. They were also worried that Lu Shi might do some petty things after gaining such abilities, but since it was the enemy, it was acceptable. In battle, the Ino-Shikicho trio would also plunder some of the enemy's wealth, which was a common phenomenon in the ninja world, as long as they didn't harm innocent people. After all, ninjas also needed to eat. In short, being a ninja was a skill that could provide for one's livelihood. Then, Lu Jiu suggested that the Ino-Shikicho families have a gathering today, and everyone agreed. A confused Shikamaru went to invite the Akimichi family, while Lu Shi and Ino went to call Ino's mother. 2 hours later, members of the Ino-Shikicho family sat around a long table that had been carefully arranged, covered with a variety of delicious foods, from fragrant grilled meat to fresh vegetable salad and colorful sushi. Every dish was mouth-watering. The meal lasted until midnight, and in the living room, Lu Shi was discussing with his father and others how to use the money. As for Choji and Shikamaru, they were studying shadow ninjas, while Ino was helping in the kitchen. "Father, I plan to divide this money into 3 parts. 1 part for the family's daily expenses, another part to help our Ino-Shikicho trio acquire some assets, but it won't be free. They will need to pay some interest. You all understand the principle of a favor in rice and a grudge in beans. I don't want to fall out with my clan over money." The 3 nodded, agreeing that Lu Shi's reasoning made sense. Human nature is such that people are not worried about being poor, but about inequality and instability. The rest I want to save up as a dowry for Ino. At that moment, Akimichi Choji, who was drinking water, accidentally sprayed it all over Lu Jiu's face. Cough. Cough. Sorry, Lu Jiu, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect Lu Shi to start saving for a dowry at such a young age. This kid is really, really good. After thinking for a long time, Akimichi Choji could only say one phrase to compliment Lu Shi, really good. Rika didn't pay much attention. In fact, he felt a bit awkward about Rika's thoughts, thinking to himself, "How old are you? You're already preparing a betrothal gift, not to mention that Ino's dad is still around." Meanwhile, Yahi was very calm. Upon hearing Riku's words, he didn't share the same thoughts as the other 2. Instead, he was quite happy after all. This kid is starting to save for a betrothal gift at such a young age. When Ino, who was helping in the kitchen, heard Riku's words, her face immediately turned a shade of crimson. Akimichi Choza looked at his son and felt it was time to educate him. "Look at you. All you think about is eating. Others your age are already thinking about saving money to marry a wife. I'm going to be a grandfather later than others. I must educate you today." Just then, Choji, who was studying shadow ninjas, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw his father watching him, and he awkwardly smiled at his father before continuing to study the shadow ninjas. At this moment, Akimichi Choza asked Riku, "What is the strength of those shadow ninjas?" "They're probably low-level ninjas. These shadow ninjas are quite weak, but they won't die. They can respawn infinitely and don't need chakra." The others felt these ninjas were a bit weak, but fortunately, they could respawn infinitely, which compensated for their lack of strength. Moreover, Riku's strength was not weak. Among the same level, Riku was basically invincible. After tidying up, both families took their leave. Before leaving, Riku whispered a few words in Ino's ear, making her face turn bright red. The adults laughed heartily. When Lu Shi returned to his room, he started looking for paper and pen, then wrote in his notebook, "Ino, I miss you. He then handed the notebook to the shadow ninja. Ino quickly ran into her room when she got home, and as soon as she entered, she saw a shadow ninja appear in her room, which startled her instinctively. However, she quickly realized that it was sent by Lu Shi. The shadow ninja handed the notebook to Ino. Upon seeing the content in the notebook, Ino chuckled and wrote below, "I miss you too," then handed the notebook back to the shadow ninja. The shadow ninja disappeared into the darkness again. Thus, their private WeChat conversation began, and eventually, Ino took out another notebook, while Lu Shi sent out 2 shadow ninjas to relay messages. Perhaps this way of chatting was novel. The two chatted until dawn before going to sleep. In the morning, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was reporting on the progress of this mission. Kakashi originally wanted to report yesterday, but Sarutobi Hizashi was not there, so he had to come early in the morning to report. Sarutobi Hizashi listened to the performance of the others. Finally, Kakashi asked the question he had been struggling with. "Hokage-sama, why did you include Haruno Sakura? Without her, Team 7 would be a very versatile team, with a brain and main attacker, a support with Sasuke's Genjutsu, and Naruto. This unexpected ninja, it would be perfect." Sarutobi Hizashi put down his pipe, walked to the window, looked at the village below, and said to Kakashi behind him, "Kakashi, that kid Lu Shi is only temporary with you. Although that kid has been hiding his talents all these years, I know he already has the strength of a Chunin. I've always wanted to recruit him into the Umbu, but he refused me, always saying he wanted to do missions outside for a while before joining the Umbu. But I know he's just making excuses. He doesn't want to join the Umbu, or rather, he doesn't want to join the Umbu while I'm Hokage. Kakashi, do you think I'm a failure as Hokage?" Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzan's back with his dead fish eyes, then thought for a moment and said, "Hokage-sama, that kid inherited the high intelligence of the Nara clan, and I've heard he is the smartest person in the Nara clan's history. A person like this may think differently from normal kids. I think you should try to have an open and honest conversation with him. He will understand you." "Sigh. Let's hope so. By the way, you mentioned that Sasuke knows Genjutsu. Do you know who taught him?" "Hokage-sama, I asked Sasuke, and he said he learned it by himself from the ninjutsu scrolls left by his father." "Oh, I see. All right, Kakashi, you can go back and rest. Tomorrow, go to the mission department and pick a bloodshed mission. Let these future of Konoha experience what a true ninja is." "Understood, Hokage-sama." After saying that, Kakashi exited the Hokage's office. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shadow ninja, Kuei-ing. When Lu heard the reward, he immediately opened his eyes and thought, wow, a new reward has arrived. The previous ones were all ordinary forms with average combat power, but this time I've finally received a new form of shadow ninja. When Lu summoned this armored shadow, he found it to be similar to an ordinary shadow ninja, except it had armor and an additional katana. Lu Shi recalled the shadow ninja and continued to lie down to sleep, as he had chatted with Ino too late yesterday. However, his plan to sleep in was doomed to fail. Just as he lay down, he heard his mom calling him for dinner. Halfway down the stairs, he saw his father and Shikamaru bowing to their respective shadows, mumbling something like "come out." Lu Shi was speechless, thinking to himself, if you could actually summon them, that would be something. What I have is given by the system. I only said that yesterday to find an excuse for the shadow ninja's origin, and you guys actually believed it. In fact, I would like to give you a few, but once a shadow ninja dies, it goes back to its own shadow realm. So giving them to you would only be a one-time deal. Lu Shi went downstairs and teased the two, saying, "Oh, what kind of ninjutsu are you practicing? Take me along." Lu Jio then saw his eldest son smiling at him and his younger son. Feeling embarrassed, he retracted his shadow, walked to the dining table, sat down, and said, "I just wanted to see if I could summon your ninja for my shadow. If it works, our Nara clan will definitely reach new heights." Lu summoned 7 ordinary-shaped shadow ninjas and commanded them to tidy up the house. Upon hearing the order, the 7 shadow ninjas immediately began to act. 10 minutes later, the family of 3 widened their eyes and opened their mouths in astonishment. Lu Shi's mother sighed, "This is too clean. It's even more thorough than how I clean." Then she looked at Lu Shi with a big smile, but this smile made Lu Shi feel a bit uneasy. His mother said to him, "Son, from now on, when you're at home, the cleaning will be your responsibility." "Phew, that's what it's about. You should have said so earlier. I thought it was something serious. You scare me to death." After dinner, Lu Shi took 2 wooden swords to the yard. He needed to practice his dual-wielding technique. In fact, even if Kakashi hadn't reminded him, he had planned to practice anyway. However, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why didn't that swordsmanship manual mention this? But after practicing, he understood that it wasn't the manual that failed to remind him. It was that he had been practicing incorrectly. At first, he thought these sword techniques were just one move and two styles. Now he realized this was a dual-wielding technique. This technique was originally meant for both hands, with the left sword focusing on speed to restrain the enemy, and the right sword focusing on deception for surprise attacks. Lu Shi felt that the knife in his right hand should be a short blade. Otherwise, he would not be able to meet the requirements stated in the book. That night, Lu Shi treated Naruto and the others to a nice meal, but he couldn't understand why Sakura had been so quiet throughout the evening. Even when Sasuke appeared, she didn't even react, which made Lu Shi feel a bit uncomfortable. However, he didn't mind too much. Everyone has their own path to follow. Although he didn't like Sakura's personality, it didn't matter to him since he had no intention of pursuing her. Early the next morning, Naruto came to find Lu Shi, saying there was a mission today. By the time Lu Shi and Naruto arrived at the village entrance, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were already waiting for them. But Sakura still looked half dead. Kakashi pulled out the mission scroll and said to the four of them, "This mission is to eliminate mountain bandits. This time, I won't be intervening, so you'll have to complete it on your own. My requirement is that none are to be left alive. All must be killed." Upon hearing Kakashi's demand, Naruto wanted to argue, but seeing Kakashi's serious expression, he refrained from speaking out. "Let's go." With Kakashi's words, the group headed out of the village. On the way, Naruto asked Lu Shi, "Big brother, do we really have to kill those people? Can't we just drive them away or try to reform them?" As soon as Rushi heard it, he knew that Naruto's maternal instincts were overflowing again, wanting to use his words to sway the enemies. However, these mountain bandits were too low level, and Naruto's words were completely useless against them. Facing Naruto's question, Rushi did not stop but told him, "Why don't you tell those victims' families? If they agree, I'll go ask Kakashi-sensei to let those bandits go." Naruto didn't say anything further and followed the others towards the village where the mission was posted. Kakashi, who was reading an adult book in front, heard Rushi and Naruto's conversation but said nothing, only smiling slightly. In the afternoon, the group arrived at the village where the mission was posted. Looking at the tragic state of the village, Naruto began to understand his brother's meaning and thought, "If I told him to let those bandits go now, I'd probably get beaten to death." After Kakashi learned about the situation from the village chief, he led the four away. In the evening, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, which was also the stronghold of the bandits. Kakashi pointed to the mountain and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Wipe them out and come back." The four cautiously made their way up the mountain, knowing that Kakashi would definitely follow them. He wouldn't truly ignore them. If something went wrong, it would be hard to explain, especially with a Jinchuriki like Naruto. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the bandit stronghold, where only two people were standing guard. Lu Shi signaled for the three to stop and then turned to them, saying, "You go hide first. I'll go check the situation inside. Let's act in the second half of the night. The bandits are still awake. If we make a move now, it will make too much noise." The three nodded in agreement with Lu Shi's plan. Deer climbed to the top of the mountain to carefully observe the situation inside the stronghold. An hour later, he came down from the top and introduced the situation to the three. There were about 30 bandits inside, and a direct attack would definitely result in injuries. "We should wait until they are resting before taking action. I will take charge of the room on the east side with the most people. Sasuke will go to the room on the north side, which should be where their leader resides, with about 6 or 7 people. Sakura and Naruto will go to the room on the west side, which has more than 10 people. Any questions?" The three all said no. "All right. Since there are no issues, let us rest first, conserve our energy, and wait for the bandits to fall asleep before we act." A few of them then leaned against a rock to rest. Kakashi, not far away in a tree, listened to their plan and was very satisfied with Deer's arrangements. This plan was perfect. In a situation where the enemy outnumbered them, Deer's strategy was very reasonable. He just wondered if Naruto would cause any unexpected issues. As night fell, the stars were hidden behind thick clouds, as if even the sky was holding its breath for the impending action. Deer time, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura quietly approached the entrance of the bandits' lair. Then, 2 shurikens whistled through the air and struck the patrolling bandits. Moments later, the 2 patrolling bandits lay on the ground, and Deer time stepped forward to deliver 2 more strikes. He didn't want to make the foolish mistake of leaving the enemy alive to alert others. After entering the bandits' lair, Deer time gestured several signs to the 3. Then, the 3 instantly moved towards their respective targets. The person in charge of the Deer time quietly entered the east room like a nimble shadow in the night. Inside, the mountain bandits were either lying down or resting, and it was clear they had already fallen asleep. Lu Shi summoned the shadow ninjas and gave them orders. The shadow ninjas, like reapers, silently harvested the lives of the bandits. There were no screams, no struggles. The bandits died in their sleep. For them, this might have been a stroke of luck. Just as Lu Shur had finished dealing with everyone, a commotion arose from the west room. What should have been a silent assassination was suddenly interrupted by the sounds of a fierce fight. As soon as Lu Shur heard the source of the sound, he knew something had happened with Naruto. He recalled the shadow ninja and, in a flash, headed towards the west house. It was not the time to reveal his trump card. Sakura and Naruto had already entered the west house, and possibly due to nerves, Sakura accidentally knocked over a bandit's weapon, the sound echoing sharply in the silent night, immediately alerting the bandits. A few bandits woke from their sleep, grabbing their weapons and looking towards the two. Sakura and Naruto could only draw their kunai to prepare for battle, and a fight was about to erupt. By the time Lu Shur arrived, the two had already engaged in combat with the bandits. He quickly drew his short knife and charged the bandits, his figure darting across the battlefield like a ghost, and each appearance was accompanied by the fall of a bandit. Lu Shur's involvement quickly changed the tide of the battle, causing the bandits to panic, unsure of where these ghostly attacks were coming from. Meanwhile, Sasuke encountered an unexpected situation. He was responsible for the house at the North Gate, where the bandit leader resided. Sasuke approached the house silently, his Sharingan spinning in the darkness. He deftly opened the door and easily dispatched a few bandits. But when he entered the bandit leader's room, he found it empty. Sasuke's heart sank as he realized the bandit leader might have sensed their actions. After all, with such a loud noise outside, there was no reason for the people inside not to hear it. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Kid, who sent you? If you leave now, I can spare your life." The bandit leader's voice was clearly shaky as he saw the forehead protector on Sasuke's head. He had no confidence in dealing with a ninja. Sasuke quickly retreated, seeing a man with a large knife appear to his right. He knew this was the bandit leader. Without hesitation, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, causing the bandit to momentarily freeze. Sasuke's kunai swiftly sliced across his neck. Sasuke's current strength was certainly sufficient to handle an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the battle in the West House was also nearing its end. However, most of the bandits were killed by Lu Shur, with Naruto taking down one, leaving Sakura merely coasting through the fight. Although she had knocked down two, she didn't finish them off. When the three emerged, they saw Sasuke covered in blood, and Sakura rushed over to tend to him. This time, Lu Shur was indeed a bit angry. Naruto had blocked several attacks for her. Shouldn't she have checked on Naruto first? There should be some feelings, right? Just as Sakura was tending to Sasuke, a cold voice rang out. "Because of your mistake, your teammates are in danger. During the fight, your teammates blocked several attacks for you. Shouldn't you ask about their situation? Is that brain of yours only good for being infatuated?" Upon hearing Lu Shur's words, Sakura was initially taken aback, but then her entire demeanor dimmed. After Lu Shur finished speaking, he pulled Naruto down the mountain while saying, "Sasuke set this place on fire to prevent a plague." Naruto wanted to comfort Sakura a few times, but ended up getting kicked by Lu Shur, causing smoke to rise from his butt, mainly because his butt was covered in dust. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, Kakashi was already waiting there, and Naruto kept looking back. Kakashi pretended not to know anything and asked Lu Shur, "Why are only you two down here? Where are Sakura and Sasuke?" Seeing Kakashi's expression, Lu Shur replied irritably, "They died, all burned. If it weren't for you, Kakashi-sensei, we'd have to bring their ashes back to Konoha." Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had been seen through. After all, he had just come down. How could he not know what Sakura and Sasuke were doing? Soon, the bandits' lair was engulfed in flames, and Sakura and Sasuke appeared in the sight of the three. Seeing the two, Lu Shur walked towards the village that had issued the mission, as completing the task required the employer's signature. In the morning, as the sun just peeked out, the five headed towards Konoha, but Sakura stayed behind the four, showing no intention of stepping forward. To be honest, Lu Shur used to really dislike Sakura when he watched the anime. She would call Naruto when she needed something and Sasuke when she didn't, though she was a bit better in the later episodes. Since Lu Shur crossed over, he hadn't targeted Sakura or viewed her through colored glasses. After all, everyone has their own choices, and there's no need to interfere with others' choices. However, what happened today really disgusted Lu Shur. If Sakura were a ninja from another village, he would have wanted to kill her. By noon, the group arrived outside Konoha, where the gatekeepers were still the same two guardians. Upon entering the village, Kakashi led the four towards the Hokage building. Originally, Lu Shur planned to go home, but Kakashi said Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to see him, so he followed along. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to go back and flirt with Ino for a while? What is so interesting about an old man? However, after Sakura said a few words to Kakashi, she went home, and the others didn't know what she said. Nor did they ask. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi reported on the mission's progress, then leaned in to whisper something to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lucier guessed that Kakashi might have told Sarutobi Hiruzen about what he said to Sakura. Just then, a 7- or 8-year-old boy wearing a long scarf ran in. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Grandpa, I want to defeat you." Then, the little boy stepped on his own scarf and immediately had a close encounter with the ground. As soon as the little boy walked in, Deer recognized who it was. It was the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konohamaru Sarutobi. Then Konohamaru foolishly looked up and thought to himself, "Didn't I come here to challenge my grandfather? Why did I fall?" Then he saw Naruto, who was closest to him, and immediately shouted, "Did you trip me?" Naruto didn't hold back and punched Konohamaru on the head, saying, "You idiot. You fell on your own. It has nothing to do with me." At that moment, the color demon, Ebisu, walked in and started scolding Naruto. Lu couldn't stand it anymore. This is just too much bullying. Even a dog relying on its master shouldn't act this way. Just as Rushi was about to draw his knife to scare Hibiki, he had only pulled it halfway out when he noticed Kakashi's hand pressing down on his, signaling him with his eyes not to act recklessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Rushi to draw his weapon at that moment, and then said, "Hibiki, Konohamaru fell by himself. It has nothing to do with Naruto. Please take Konohamaru down first." "Yes, Hokage-sama, young Master Konohamaru, let's go back first." After the two left, Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly asked Rushi, "Rushi, originally I planned to talk to you about this later, but Konoha is short on people right now. So I would like to invite you to join the Umbu once again. What do you think?" Deer thought for a moment. He felt it was okay to agree. After all, this old man didn't have much time left. Then he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Sure, by the way, Lord Hokage, doesn't the Umbu only take orders from you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was still happy about Deer agreeing to join the Umbu, but upon hearing Deer's question, his smiling face stiffened. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and said, "Of course, the Umbu is the Hokage's exclusive guard, and no one can give orders except for me." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, he was interrupted when someone at the door said to the Umbu, "Go call Elder Mido and tell him to come to the Hokage's office. I have something to discuss." Then they saw the Umbu actually go to call someone. Lucier looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a teasing expression. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also had an awkward look on his face, and he was inwardly cursing Tsunade for her bad timing. Why couldn't this wasteful old lady come a little later? Ahem, Lucier, this is a Konoha elder, and sometimes they do have the Umbu do some tasks. But you don't need to worry about that now. Just listen to me. Tsunade walked into the room and directly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, complaining unhappily. "Hiruzen, my medical department can't hold on any longer, the daimyo." Before Tsunade could finish, she noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen winking at her repeatedly. She seemed to understand something and immediately shut her mouth, placing the documents on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the documents on the table and said to Lucier, "All right, Lucier, you can go back and rest for now. Remember to report tomorrow. Kakashi, take them out." "Yes, Hokage-sama." As everyone walked out of the Hokage building, they saw Sakura standing at the door, and she also noticed them. Sakura ran directly in front of Lucier and bowed 3 times, then did the same to Naruto. At this moment, Sakura's eyes were red, clearly having cried. With a choked voice, she said, "Naruto, I'm sorry, I was wrong about what happened before. I apologize and hope you can forgive me." Then she bowed to Naruto 3 more times, leaving him at a loss, and he immediately forgave Sakura. Looking at Naruto, Shikamaru felt that there was no hope for him. Can Sakura change? Shikamaru felt uncertain. After apologizing to Naruto, Sakura turned to Shikamaru and said, "You're right to criticize me. I was wrong before. I was too self-righteous." However, Shikamaru interrupted her, saying, "Okay, you don't need to apologize to me. You haven't done anything wrong to me. I just hope that when you do things, you think more about others. If you really dislike Naruto, you can tell Kakashi-sensei, and he will switch your team. There is no need to treat Naruto as a punching bag. It's unfair to him. You often bully Naruto at school, and it's because Naruto likes you that he puts up with you. If it comes to a real fight, I don't think you're a match for Naruto. Don't take someone else's affection as capital to trample on their dignity. The height of Naruto's future is something you will never reach. The Naruto you look down on today might be someone you can't aspire to tomorrow. That is all I have to say. How to act is up to you. Even if you see me as an enemy, I don't care. Since the day I decided to become a ninja, I was destined to have many enemies. The kind that won't stop until one of us is dead. So losing one more doesn't matter." After saying this, Shikamaru headed towards Ino's flower shop. At this moment, everyone was shocked, especially Naruto, who didn't expect his brother to have such confidence in him. Kakashi looked at the departing boy and suddenly felt a feeling he couldn't quite describe shaking his heart. Sasuke thought this was the awareness that a ninja should have. Sakura felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Even Sarutobi Hizashi, who was eavesdropping by the window, felt deeply shocked, especially by the words. Since the day I decided to become a ninja, I was destined to have many enemies, the kind that won't stop until one of us is dead. So losing one more doesn't matter. He suddenly felt old, lacking the courage to face enemies, and thought of Kakashi and Hinata, recalling his compromises. Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, Tsunade's words brought him back to reality. Hiruzen, what's wrong? The military budget cuts really won't work. That would throw Konoha into chaos. Should we go talk to the daimyo again? What? What did you say? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Hiruzen. Thinking to herself, I wasted my breath. But she repeated what she just said. Tsunade, the daimyo probably won't change his mind unless Tsunade goes to speak personally. But Tsunade hasn't returned in so many years. She probably won't either. Let us wait until Jiraiya comes back to discuss it. Inside Ino's flower shop, bursts of laughter could be heard from within, and passers-by would peek in. Let me tell you the story of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama that you have to hear. All right, Shikamaru, save that for next time. Let me catch my breath. Your story about the Ninja World Dance King just killed me. Does Uchiha Madara really know how to do the Thomas spin and pull willows effortlessly? I can't believe that. Ino, you have to believe me. Don't you believe that Uchiha Madara would definitely say, do you want to dance too? When fighting. Okay, I believe you. By the way, let me treat you to dinner today, to celebrate your joining the Umbu. All right, I'll go deliver flowers first, and come pick you up later. Lucia finished speaking and ran out of the flower shop. The next morning, Lucia reported to the dark department, where she was greeted by a woman wearing a mask, making her face unrecognizable. The woman led Lucia to a rack filled with masks. Pick one. Then come up with a code name to report to logistics and pick up your equipment. After that, go report to Lord Hokage. He has a mission for you. After giving her instructions, the woman turned and left. Lucia looked at the masks and couldn't find one he liked. After a long selection, he finally chose an eagle-headed mask. Once the logistics team received their equipment, they immediately changed into it and gave themselves the codename Black Eagle. After leaving the logistics area, Lucia headed towards the Hokage's office. Before he arrived, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. When Lucia turned around, he saw that it was Tsuki Kamaru. Just as Lucia was about to ask what was the matter, Tsuki Kamaru handed him a folder and spoke in a commanding tone. Take this document to the hospital director. After saying that, he left, as if he were commanding one of his subordinates. At that moment, Lucia stood there in confusion, thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After a moment, Lucia casually tossed the document into a nearby trash can and walked towards the Hokage's office without looking back, muttering to himself about what kind of person he thought he was to order him around. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, there were 3 other people inside. Just as Lucia entered, he was introduced. This is your teammate. You will be going to Sunagakure with them for a mission. As for the rest, you can get to know each other on the way. At that moment, Tsuki Kamaru burst into the Hokage's office and immediately shouted, what about that Umbu just now? Who gave him the guts to throw away my document? Everyone turned to look at Lucia, including Sarutobi Hizashi. Lu didn't hold back and directly said, if you want to deliver the documents, go yourself. Don't you have legs? I'm from the Umbu, not an errand runner. The 3 Umbu members exclaimed that this was a warrior. They wouldn't dare speak to an elder like that. The expression on Chuchuan's face turned livid. She didn't expect a new Umbu member to openly defy her orders. What kind of attitude is this? She reprimanded. Lucia stared directly at Xuan Chi Xiaochun without fear and said in a frivolous tone, I am a member of the Umbu, and my duty is to carry out the tasks assigned by Lord Hokage, not to run errands for you. Xuan Chi Xiaochun scoffed. Who do you think you are? You dare to be arrogant in front of me just because you're an Umbu member? A trace of disdain flickered in Lucia's eyes. I respect every elder, but respect is not blind obedience. My mission is to protect the village, not to engage in trivial matters. The others in the Hokage's office began to whisper among themselves, admiring Lucia's courage while feeling dissatisfied with Rin Kamachi's arrogance, thinking, what's wrong with the Umbu? Did the Umbu eat your family's rice? Of course, these were just thoughts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Rin Kamachi's anger flared even more. You are challenging my authority. Lucy calmly responded, no. I'm just fulfilling my duties as a member of the Umbu. Sarutobi Hizashi finally spoke, looking at Nara Shikamaru, and said, Shikamaru, Lucia is right. The duty of UMBU members is to carry out important missions, not to deliver documents. Let's end this matter here. If the medical department is overwhelmed, go find Min Yin and request a few people. Nara Shikamaru's expression darkened further. She didn't expect Hizashi to not stand up for her, but she couldn't ignore his words. She shot Lucia a fierce glare and turned to leave the office. After Nara Shikamaru left, Sarutobi Hizashi took out a document and handed it to the man wearing a fox mask. Fox, you must retrieve this information. Our intelligence personnel went to great lengths to obtain it. However, it was discovered by Sunagakure, which has increased their scrutiny of incoming and outgoing personnel. In this situation, the action team had no choice but to leave the information scroll in a safe house and requested the village to send someone to retrieve it. So you must be careful on your way. Lucia really wanted to complain about these people. They were so stupid. Couldn't they just take a look at the intelligence scroll? Instead of sending someone back to dictate it, they had to do all this with the intelligence scrolls. They deserved to die. However, there was a benefit to this approach. Even if the operatives died, the intelligence would still be intact and the team could continue the mission. Thinking of this, Lucia interrupted. Lord Hokage, there's really no need to make it so complicated. I can take Xiao Hei with me and have it back by tomorrow morning. For people is just too big of a target and would be easily spotted. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his eyes lit up. He thought it was a good idea, and he was aware of Xiao Hei as well. If it weren't for the fear that Lu Jiu would feel estranged from him, he would have wanted to take Xiao Hei over. There were hardly any flying mounts in the entire ninja world. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen mentally ran through the operation, and after consideration, he felt that Lucia's plan was indeed more likely to succeed than sending 4 people together. All right, let Lucia go by himself this time. Fox, give the documents to Lucia, but you all should go to the border to provide support. We must ensure everything goes smoothly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Then the man with the fox mask handed the documents to Lucia. Looking at the documents, Lucia felt he might have overstated things. The safe house was in Sunagakure. Was it really safe? But since he had already spoken, he couldn't back out now. I've read the documents, Lord Hokage. I'll prepare and set off. Good, you can go prepare. I'll have Fox and the others meet you at the border. If anyone chases you, run to the border outpost. There will be more people there. Yes, Lord Hokage. After coming out of the Hokage's office, Rushi headed home. He needed to prepare a bit and pick up Xiao Hei, and also get some supplies ready for Xiao Hei, as he would be the main force for this mission. There was actually another option, which was to send the Shadow Ninja to retrieve it. However, it wasn't the right time to reveal his trump card, and while the Shadow Ninja were decent in combat, they weren't as effective in espionage tasks. Moreover, he couldn't share vision with the Shadow Ninja. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be good. Last time when he ordered them to sabotage the Uchiha Sharingan, Rushi realized that commanding these Shadow Ninjas relied on direct orders and mental control, which didn't work well over long distances. There was also the Shadow Space, which had no air, so Rushi couldn't enter it. He could only stay there for 2 minutes in emergencies. When he got home, Rushi briefed his father and then set off with Xiao Hei. Rushi was curious about how Xiao Hei, being so large, could take off from standstill, but then he thought about it and realized that this was an anime world. So he let it go. Rokako looked at his eldest son with satisfaction. The young eagle was finally about to start his journey to conquer the sky. Outside Sunagakure, Rokushi was still pondering how to enter the village. He noticed that the entrance to Sunagakure seemed even stricter than what Sarutobi Hiruzen had mentioned. And figuring out how to get in was a problem, but it was not something that would stump him. Deersher arrived at a shadowy place, allowing the Shadow Ninja to take him inside, and then he came out from within the sand-hidden village. This process took no more than a minute, and even without breathing for a minute, Deersher could still hold on. Soon, Deersher appeared in the shadow of a street corner. Suddenly, he had a great idea. When he encounters an opponent he can't defeat in the future, he could directly let the Shadow Ninja take him to the shadow space and suffocate him. When Rushi appeared on the streets of Sunagakure, he had already completed his disguise, transforming himself into the appearance of a Sunagakure ninja. In fact, Rushi had considered transforming into a tourist or something similar, but there were too few tourists in Sunagakure, and he noticed that tourists seemed to be monitored, so he could only disguise himself as a Sunagakure ninja. Lucia did not rashly go to the safe house to retrieve anything. It was just past noon, and going now might attract attention. Moreover, he did not plan to go himself. Such a dangerous task was perfect for the Shadow Ninja. Meanwhile, Lucia took a stroll around the ninja tool shop in Sunagakure. However, as soon as he entered the shop, he ran into his future sister-in-law, Tamari. Nevertheless, Lu Shi did not turn to leave. Leaving now would immediately raise suspicions. Additionally, there might be someone secretly protecting Tamari, so he had to remain calm. When Lu Shi arrived at the counter, the boss also noticed him. Just a moment ago, he was explaining ninja tools to Shoju. The boss was very enthusiastic and immediately asked Lu Shi, "Excuse me, what can I help you with?" Lu Shi glanced at the ninja sword rack and replied, "I need a ninja sword, but it should be a short one, and the price should be a bit cheaper." After hearing Lu Shi's request, the shopkeeper thought for a moment, then took down 3 short swords from the rack and placed them on the counter. "These 3 are quite in line with your requirements. Take a look and see if you like any of them." Deer looked around casually and chose a random knife, paid, and was about to leave. At that moment, Shoju spoke up. "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Deer, who had taken a few steps, stopped and turned to Shoju, saying, "My name is Halua. I've been at the front line with my father and just returned yesterday. I've already reported to the village. Can I leave now?" Shoju thought his explanation was reasonable, especially since he mentioned having reported it. However, she still felt something was off, but she let him go anyway. After Lu Shi came out, he immediately found a deserted place to change his appearance, as his previous look could no longer be used. If he were to run into Tamari, it could expose him. At this moment, Tamari finally realized something was off. How could someone returning from the front lines be so pale? It was clearly suspicious. Tamari then immediately said to those around her, "Check that person. If he really reported in, then it's fine. If there are no Halua among those who reported, then capture him immediately." Understood. At this point, Tamari also exited the ninja tool shop, where she had come to choose a gift for her brother. She had lost interest now, so she headed home. Unfortunately, after transforming, Lu Shi ran into Tamari again. At that moment, Tamari was still thinking about the Halua matter, and they brushed past each other. Lu Shi felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. How could he still not avoid her? Fortunately, there was no interaction this time. After leaving, Lu Shi decided not to wander aimlessly anymore, as it could easily lead to exposure. He then found a dilapidated house with no one living in it to rest. Lu Shi was curious about how Sunagakure piled up sand. All the houses there were built from sand. He wondered why the sand didn't T-collapse. Soon it got dark, and he could move again. At that moment, Lu Shi noticed many Sunagakure ninjas appearing on the street, searching house by house, with Tamari leading the charge. Lu Shi began to think about a countermeasure. When Tamari returned home, she received news that there had been no reports from anyone related to Halua. She then reported this to Arsuk. Arsuk believed this incident was related to the previous information leak. Therefore, he instructed Tamari to lead a search while he took his team to ambush outside Sunagakure. After all, once they obtained the information, they would definitely leave the village. So he specifically ordered the guarding ninjas to be more lenient. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Spies from other villages have infiltrated, and we need to check." Creak. The door opened, and a man wearing a Sunagakure headband stepped out. "What is the matter? Where are the spies? Do you need me to help take care of those pests?" he said as he drew his ninja blade. With this acting, it's definitely worth an Oscar. The inspecting ninja could tell at a glance that this was one of their own. This is how a ninja from the hidden sand village should behave in front of an enemy. With a smile, he reassured, "No need, you can go back. If you find anything, make sure to alert us immediately." Lu Shi nodded and said, "I understand. If there's anything, I'll call you." After speaking, he put away the knife and returned to the house. In the distance, Tamari glanced at Lu Shi but didn't pay much attention, instead directing everyone to continue searching. Once back in the house, Lu Shi was already extremely nervous. If it weren't for the help of the shadow ninjas, he would likely have been exposed by now. This was originally an uninhabited house, and the items inside were all stolen by the shadow ninjas from others. That's why the inspector didn't scrutinize Lu Shi closely upon seeing the furnishings in the house, as most places in Sunagakure were similar. It was already dark, and Lu Shi instructed the shadow ninjas to take him to a corner, then sent 3 shadow ninjas to retrieve the information scrolls. At that moment, Tamari was still conducting searches with the Sunagakure ninjas when she suddenly recalled the earlier ninja, not so much the ninja himself, but the knife in his hand, which looked like the one bought by the white-headed calabash boy, with a striking black and white scabbard. "We need to hurry back. That person is a spy." Tamari then led the Sand Village ninjas toward the direction where Lu Shi was staying. However, by the time she arrived, the house was already empty, making her so angry that her hands began to tremble. Outside Sunagakure, Lu Shi had just been brought out of the shadow space by the shadow ninjas. His face was a bit flushed. Having stayed inside for 3 minutes, he was somewhat oxygen deprived. He then whistled. However, what came in response was not Little Black, but a flurry of shurikens and thousands of kunai, along with quite a few kunai. Startled, Lu Shi quickly summoned all the shadow ninjas to shield him from the projectiles while he made a swift escape. However, Lu Shi soon felt that the shadow ninjas had returned, and even the helmet-wearing shadow had come back. It seemed there were experts involved here. As Lu Shi ran, he drew his smoke knife, but the desert was too vast to hold onto the smoke, and since Lu Shi was running ahead, it was like being followed by a plane pulling a line. However, it still had some effect. But for the two people playing in the sand behind, it was not very effective as they were flying in the sky. Fortunately, Xiaohei arrived just in time, and Lu Shi jumped onto Xiaohei's back, who then flew Lu Shi into the air. A great show began. The two people behind were chasing Lu Shi relentlessly, and Lu Shi didn't expect that Luo Sha and Gaara could fly so fast. However, Luo Sha and Gaara were not in a good mood because it was too suffocating. Luo Sha shouted from behind, "Leave the intel, and I can let you cough let you go." How could Dear Time possibly listen to him? On Xiaohei's back, he kept waving the smoke knife, which made it very uncomfortable for Gaara and Rasha behind him, but they couldn't stop chasing. So, he chased while the other ran away. In the end, at the border of the land of Earth, Rasha gave up because he couldn't catch up, and since they were at the border, continuing to chase would easily provoke dissatisfaction from the land of Earth. However, Dear Time had no intention of letting him go, chasing him for an entire night. And now he didn't want to stop chasing. He was just playing. Deer instructed Little Black to fly low and arrived above the Earth Country's camp, shouting below, "I am an intelligence officer from Awagakure, a subordinate of Lord Suchikage, and I have important information. Quickly help me stop those two people behind." At that moment, the commander of the Awagakure camp was looking at the person above, considering the authenticity of the situation. Taking rash action against the wind shadow was no small matter. When Lu Shi saw that these people were not falling for it, he could only transform into Daidara's appearance and continued shouting, "I am Daidara. I'm not a rogue ninja. I was sent by my teacher to carry out a mission. The mission is complete now. Quickly help me stop them. This intelligence concerns the future of the land of Earth. Do you want to become sinners of the land of Earth?" The camp commander was moved because very few outsiders knew about Daidara's situation, and even fewer knew that Daidara was the disciple of the Suchikage. Most importantly, what he said was too significant. He couldn't afford to take the blame. The Sunagakure ninja were dumbfounded, thinking, "This information has nothing to do with us from Sunagakure. What does it have to do with the land of Earth?" Then they saw dozens of people using Earth release techniques to attack Raza and Gaara. As for how many people from Awagakure died, it had nothing to do with Nara Lu Shi. It was all Daidara's doing. Little Black carried Lu Shi and flew a distance in the land of Earth before heading towards Konoha, taking a break along the way because he felt Little Black seemed a bit tired. At noon, Lu Shi returned to Konoha, in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence report, his face darkened. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table hard and cursed. These ungrateful guys from Sunagakure actually want to go to war with Konoha. Then he turned to Lu Shi and smiled, saying, "Lu Shi, you did well on this mission. By the way, didn't you say you would be back in the morning? Why did you return at noon?" Lu Shi then recounted his encounter with Raza, emphasizing how he led Raza to the land of Earth camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, not expecting it could be done this way. If they really fought, Konoha would have it much easier, but it was still difficult. There weren't any major conflicts, making it hard for a fight to break out. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the intelligence scroll in his hand, took out another document, and handed it to Lu Shi. "This is your next mission, but there's no rush. You can wait 2 days before going." Lu glanced at it and found it was still a task to gather information. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. As soon as Lu Shi left the Hokage's office, he ran into T. Nakakamaru at the door. The old woman glanced at Lu Shi and let out a cold snort. Oomph. After that, she walked away, leaving Lu Shi feeling a bit bewildered by her behavior. After exiting the Hokage building, Lu Shi headed home. Upon arriving, he found only his mother at home. They chatted for a while, and then Lu Shi went out to find Ino. His mother had heard from Shikamaru that this time the Ino Shikicho team's mission seemed to be an escort mission, likely to the Land of Iron. Coincidentally, the location where Lu Shi was gathering information was also the Land of Iron. So, Lu Shi decided to seek out Ino and join her in carrying out the mission. It wouldn't be bad to work with his future wife. Suddenly, Lu Shi remembered that he hadn't checked in today, so he immediately checked in. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a full set of Death God attire." What the hell, this reward is getting more and more bizarre. After putting on the Death God attire, Lu Shi's aura instantly improved. Combined with a smoke knife and sunglasses, he looked just like a death god from the ninja world. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Shi was very satisfied and thought, It would be great if I could get a Zanpakuto too. However, the system interrupted his fantasy directly. Host, don't think about the Zanpakuto. I could get one for you, but you wouldn't be able to use it. There are no conditions for the Bankai of a Zanpakuto here. The system was confused. Why can other travelers use Zanpakuto, but I can't? Well, it's because this system cannot obtain the quota for a Zanpakuto, so you can't use it. System, so you mean there's one, but I just don't qualify? Host, all our systems are managed by the Transmigration Management Bureau. As for what capabilities we have, it is also the responsibility of the Transmigration Management Bureau. So TCH, useless. Why don't you dare to fight the Transmigration Management Bureau? If you did, could I, at 7 years old, punch Uchihamadara, kick Senju Hashirama, and casually wipe out the Otsutsuki? Then at 10, I could unify the ninja world, and at 20, live a shameless life with Ino. System. Looking at the silent system, Lucier packed his things and set off. In fact, he just thought that being too invincible wouldn't be interesting. He preferred to get stronger little by little. This time, Lucier didn't bring Xiao because it wasn't necessary. The time for this mission was ample, and there was no need to rush. After completing it, that old guy Sarutobi Hizashi would continue to give him tasks, and he didn't want to be used like a donkey by Sarutobi Hizashi. By evening, Lucier caught up with the Ino Shikicho team. Asuma was also surprised to see Lucier. He had heard that Lucier was going to Sunagakure when he set off, but he didn't expect him to be back so soon. As soon as Shika met Ino, he grabbed her little hand and asked with concern, Ino, are you tired? Do you want me to carry you? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Ino lightly punched Shika with her small fist and playfully said, I'm not that weak. Stop talking nonsense. There are people watching. Deer turned around and said, Who is there? Shikamaru rolled his eyes at his older brother and said, Big brother, that's enough. We're already full from all this dog food. TCH, what do you expect a single dog to eat if not dog food? Puffed. Ino couldn't help but laugh at Shikashi's words. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi said, Shikamaru, go tell the merchants that the forest is just ahead. It's going to get dark soon, and traveling at night isn't safe. Let's rest here for today. Okay, Asuma-sensei. After Shikamaru left, a few people began to check the surrounding environment. As they were about to recommend a 5-star review, in the evening, after everyone had dinner, Asuma started assigning tasks. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, you guard the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Stay alert. The three responded in unison, Okay, Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru didn't interfere with Asuma's arrangement. This way, it could also train the others, which would be helpful for them in the future. Then, Ino and Shikamaru began to keep watch together, during which Shikamaru told Ino stories about Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama that were hard to believe. Asuma was sleeping next to the campfire, but his shaking shoulders betrayed him. He thought, if Hashirama were still alive and heard this story, he'd be furious, especially since 3 of them got married. Madara agreed, but the Uzumaki clan wouldn't. Soon it was the second half of the night, and Asuma got up to keep watch, then gave Shikamaru a puzzled look. Ino started to sleep on Shikamaru's lap, and Shikamaru sang her a lullaby. Choji suddenly felt that he should also find a girlfriend. He had had enough of the dog food-flavored chips. The next morning, they were all awakened by a delicious smell, especially Choji, who had been awake for a while. They gathered by the campfire and saw Shikamaru cooking deer meat, which he had prepared before departure. Shikamaru discovered that in the shadow space, things could be stored for a long time due to the lack of oxygen. Asuma approached Shikamaru and asked, Shikamaru, where did you get this meat? I didn't see you bring any packages or anything. Lucier did not respond to Asuma's words, but directly showed him. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the shadow in front of Lucier, holding several plates, which startled Asuma, causing him to draw his tiger dagger. Lucier took the plate, and that hand disappeared into the shadow again. Then Lucier said, This is the ability of my shadow. It can hold many things, but there's no oxygen inside, so it can only hold inanimate objects. Asuma looked at Lucier in disbelief, and then turned to glance at his student, Shikamaru. Shikamaru saw the meaning in his teacher's eyes, which was to ask, Can you also use this ninjutsu? Teacher, don't look at me. Both my father and I can't do it. I've practiced secretly for a long time, but there's not even a shadow ninja. Shadow ninja, what is that? Asuma asked curiously. Just after Asuma finished asking, he saw 8 dark figures appear in Shikamaru's shadow. At that moment, Asuma's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say anything. Deer Time retracted the shadow ninja and continued frying the meat. Actually, the shadow ninja with a white head can also appear, but there are some limitations. They can't appear from anywhere like the black sky, but only from places with shadows, and these ninjas are not afraid of light. After the shock, Asuma stammered and asked, Deer Time, your ability, is it this kind of shadow ninja? How long have you been awakened? Since I was 6 years old. But I only discovered it after starting school. Lu Shi told Asma the time when the system arrived, and the rest was just made up. Since this ability had already been exposed in Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hizashi would find out sooner or later. So he didn't mind telling Sarutobi Hizashi through Asma. So how did you show it? Asma continued to ask. Asma-sensei, if I hadn't exposed it to protect myself, do you think I could have grown up? Or could I have graduated from school quietly? I would have probably been captured by Danzo long ago. Do you think the Hokage would confront Danzo for the sake of child? I can tell you he wouldn't. After such a big incident last time, didn't he also cover it up for Danzo? So I don't trust your father, and I don't want to put my safety in someone else's hands, especially not in someone unworthy of trust. Asma was left speechless by Lu Shi's words and could only complain about his father in his heart. Sigh. The old man is really confused. What has he been doing all these years? A genius who is afraid to show his talents in the village, worried about being targeted. It's truly a tragedy for the village. At this moment, Lu Shi continued, I am still very weak now, but I have the ability to run and can pull people into the shadow space, suffocating the enemy to death. That's why I dare to expose myself now. Asma didn't say anything, lost in thought. After finishing breakfast, the group set off, with Lu Shi and Shikamaru leading the way. The convoy had been traveling for over an hour when Lu Shi signaled for the convoy to stop. At this point, Asma also came to Shikamaru's side and said, What a poor trap. All right, Shikamaru, you three go deal with them. I'll guard the convoy from back. Then Lu Shi witnessed what it meant to be a pig. Deer, butterfly combination. Shikamaru controlled, Ino assisted, and Choji dealt damage. Although Shikamaru was also dealing some damage now, and his shurikens and kunai were quite accurate. A few minutes later, the three returned, having dealt with a group of mountain bandits. However, it seemed they hadn't checked the calendar before setting out today, as their first job ended up costing them their lives. Lu Shi admired these bandits. In this ninja world, they still dared to be bandits, having been cleared out by numerous travelers again and again, yet they remained unyielding. One couldn't help but admire their courage. In a land of fire, it's easy to plant some crops and not starve, which only goes to show that those who wish to gain without labor exist in every world. The road ahead was quite peaceful, with no one foolish enough to seek their own demise. Thus, the group enjoyed a leisurely time. Ino was chatting with Lu Shi while on the road, making Asuma click his tongue in frustration. At that moment, Lu Shi was telling Ino about the love-hate relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, which had Ino laughing heartily. Everyone had gotten used to it. If there were no convoy following them, they would think these two were on a honeymoon trip. In fact, Lu Shi had suddenly come up with an idea over the past couple of days to write a book. Over the years, he had signed many books across various genres, including love and hate, family feuds, and even some about Senju Hashirama and Madara. He even had the 4 great classics from the Rabbit family, especially some banned books. Lu Shi has read Kakashi's Little Yellow Book, and to be honest, it's quite average. Perhaps it's because there are fewer entertainment activities in this world, which is why people think Jiraiya's works are better. Compared to certain Mei's works, Intimate Paradise is completely overshadowed and left with nothing. After deciding to return, Lu Shi planned to implement his ideas and become the richest person in the ninja world. As for what to write in the first book, isn't that just copying at random? Change the era and switch the background, it's that simple. He even thought of a name for the first book, The Tales of Shimin the Official. After more than 10 days of travel, the convoy finally arrived in the Land of Iron. As soon as they entered the Land of Iron, the streets were lined with a dazzling array of weapon shops. And everywhere he looked, there were samurai carrying swords. The sound of hammering from the blacksmith shops echoed continuously. Asuma turned to the group and said, All right, you guys can explore the Land of Iron, but don't cause any trouble. After saying this, he left with the convoy. Thus Lu Shi, along with Ino and the 2 single dogs, began to stroll through the exotic streets of the Land of Iron. As they walked, Lu Shi suddenly remembered the piece of fine iron he had signed in earlier. He hadn't paid much attention to it, but since he was in the Land of Iron, it would be better to use that fine iron to forge himself a short knife. What he was currently using was just an ordinary ninja blade. Without further ado, Lu Shi found a secluded spot and took out the piece of fine iron from a shadow. The fine iron had a dark, glossy color, somewhat resembling obsidian. Although it was only the size of a fist, it felt heavy and substantial. Following that, Lu Shi took the piece of fine iron and led Ino toward the large shop. As soon as they stepped through the door, a wave of heat mixed with the unique metallic scent rushed towards them. The interior of the shop was quite spacious, with neatly arranged counters displaying various exquisite weapons at the front, while the back half of the shop was a bustling forging area. The sound of blacksmiths sweating and hammering iron could be clearly heard. The shopkeeper saw the customers and immediately approached with a smile, greeting them. Welcome. Are you here to buy weapons? Our weapons are the best in the land of iron. Lu handed the refined iron to the shopkeeper and said, I want to use this piece of iron to forge a short knife. I can draw the design for you now. You can see if you can take on this job. Money is not an issue. The shopkeeper took the refined iron, tested it with a magnet, and confirmed it was indeed iron. He then called out, Taishan, stop what you're doing and come over to take a look at this job. Can you take it? The person called Taishan immediately put down his work and came to the front. What is the matter, shopkeeper? What job do you still need to ask me about? The shopkeeper handed him the refined iron, indicating for him to take a look. However, Taishan did not take it and instead said unhappily, Shopkeeper, I'm a blacksmith, not a stone carver. What use do I have for a piece of jade? The shopkeeper rolled his eyes at him and then placed a magnet from his right hand onto the refined iron, releasing it, and the magnet stuck tightly to the iron. Upon seeing this, Taishan immediately took it over and tested it himself, confirming that it was indeed a piece of iron. He then took out a chisel from his leather apron and made a few marks on the refined iron, exclaiming, Good iron. Shopkeeper, where did you get this kind of iron? This is the first time I've seen iron that is as good as jade. The sound of Lu Shi's cough interrupted Tai Shan's words. The boss explained, This isn't mine, it's this guest's. After saying that, he looked at Lu Shi. Tai Shan approached Lu Shi, sized him up, and then asked this guest, Do you have any more of this iron? I want to buy some to make a knife for my son as a gift for his coming of age. There's no more, just this piece. I bought it in Sandy Hidden Village. I heard they discovered an iron mine there, filled with this type of iron. If you want it, you can go there and have a look, but you should hurry if you plan to buy it. For some reason, it seems they are starting to reclaim the iron or they sold, and I don't know if you'll still be able to purchase it. When Lu Shi saw the blacksmith like this, he immediately knew it was a good piece of iron and had an idea in his mind. Then he started to weave his thoughts. If the other villages knew that Sandine Village had such iron, they would definitely want it. What if Sandine Village didn't sell it? What to do then? Just thinking about it was exciting. At this moment, the shopkeeper interrupted Tieshan's question. All right, Taishan, don't think too much. If Sandine Village has this kind of iron, it will definitely flow out eventually. I'll keep an eye out for you for now. See if you can take on this job. The boss was also helpless, but he knew that when a blacksmith encountered good iron, it was more exciting than seeing his wife. Taishan glanced at the iron in his hand and said firmly, Okay, give me 10 days. And I guarantee I will forge a weapon that will shock the Iron Kingdom. Then Lu Shi drew him a sketch of what he wanted. It wasn't anything fancy, just a simple straight knife, similar to the Tang horizontal knife, with the tip being the cutting edge, but shorter, a total length of 70 centimeters. This was also designed according to his future height. The smoke knife was 95 centimeters, and the short knife was 70 centimeters, both being straight knives and all cutting edges, perfectly matching his swordsmanship. The appearance was very plain, similar to the smoke knife, both having a staff knife appearance. The old blacksmith felt a bit pained, thinking that such a simple appearance didn't match this knife. However, since the customer requested it this way, he could only proceed as instructed. Lu recognized Tieshan's thoughts and said to him, A knife is a weapon, not a work of art. An overly flashy appearance is meaningless. Upon hearing this, Taishan felt it made sense, so he stopped dwelling on it and went to forge a knife with the wrought iron. After negotiating a price with the boss, Lu left the shop. He still has tasks to complete. It's impossible to stay there all the time. As the deer just came out, Asma also returned. Seeing a few people coming out of the weapon shop, he asked, Are you looking to buy ninja tools? There might not be any here. This place only has ninja swords. If you want to buy, it's better to go back to the village. Shikamaru explained, Asuma-sensei, we're not buying ninja tools. My brother wants to forge a short sword. He practices with dual-wielding swords, and he still needs one more short sword. So this time we came to the land of iron to forge one. Oh, I see. It looks like we might have to stay here for a while. The ninja tools we ordered from Konoha were supposed to be ready to bring back, but there have been some issues, and they're not prepared yet. So we'll have to stay here for a few days. The others didn't pay much attention to this. They had just completed a mission, and staying in the land of iron for a few days was not bad. Asuma-sensei, you guys go find a place to stay. Before I came here, Lord Hokage assigned me a task. I need to step out for a bit. All right, go ahead. If you need help, just call me. Okay. Before leaving, Lu Shi pulled Ino aside and placed a shadow ninja in Ino's shadow, which surprised Ino greatly. Dear Time told Ino that the shadow ninja could not only protect her, but would also be able to find them when he returned. After giving his instructions, Dear Time went to gather intelligence. However, he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was being unnecessary and overdoing it. Why not let Asuma bring back the items from the Iron Country easily instead of making it complicated for him. 10 days quickly passed, and today was the day he would pick up his sword. The ninja tools ordered by Konoha had been prepared the day before, so Asuma left early with the Ino Shikicho team. Before leaving, he told Dear Time to catch up with him after he picked up the sword, as a convoy wouldn't be moving very quickly. When Dear Time arrived at the shop, he found it surrounded by people and heard someone inside say, "Lord Sakamoto, I really can't give you this sword." The shopkeeper spoke urgently, his face written with helplessness and fear. "This was ordered by a customer. If I give it to you, how can I explain to the customer? Moreover, there's only one piece of this iron, and it was bought from Sunagakure by that customer." Sakamoto Nakatsuki scoffed coldly, his eyes revealing an undeniable arrogance. "Any sword Sakamoto Nakatsuki, set my eyes on, I will get. When he comes, just tell him I want this sword, and besides, haven't I already given you money?" His words were filled with confidence and power, as if money and authority could solve all problems. At that moment, a firm voice rang out, "I won't sell." The crowd turned to see Dear Time, dressed in his death-defying outfit, standing at the door, his gaze resolute and his posture upright. Dear Time clearly heard the shopkeeper's words. Someone was trying to forcefully buy his sword. That's why he shouted, "I won't sell." His arrival made the crowd automatically part to create a path as he walked into the shop and snatched the short sword from Sakamoto Nakatsuki's hands. An action that was undoubtedly a challenge to Sakamoto Nakatsuki's authority. Sakamoto Nakatsuki was furious. A grim expression appeared on his face as he instantly drew his sword and swung it at Dear Time. In an instant, Lu Shur appeared on the street, with Sakamoto Naki closely pursuing him. He said to Lu Shur, "Hand over that knife, and I can let you go." Lu Shur chuckled. "Is this the kind of virtue you, samurai, have? Robbing people in broad daylight, and you still say you'll let me go? Aren't you ashamed?" Among the onlookers, there were samurai who felt that Sakamoto Naki was disgracing the samurai's honor. A knife is a samurai's life. How could he do something so embarrassing? However, due to the Sakamoto family's prestige in the Iron Country, no one dared to speak out, only despising him in their hearts. Sakamoto Naki was somewhat provoked by Lu Shur's words and immediately swung his knife at him. Lu Shur drew out the short knife. Yet he hadn't even taken a look at what the knife looked like. The blade resembled a bottomless ink pool, filled with a sense of mystery. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting no light, yet it could mirror the user's silhouette. Although it was made of iron, it shimmered with the luster of jade. A good knife, since you desire it so much, then let you die beneath its edge. After Lu Shur finished speaking, he charged towards Sakamoto Nakaki. The two immediately engaged in an intense duel on the street. Although Lu Shur had decent sword skills, he was still just a child, and Sakamoto Nakaki, being over 30, had a significant advantage in strength. However, as Sakamoto Nakaki's attacks became increasingly fierce, Lu Shur gradually fell into a disadvantage. This was Lu Shur's first battle against a samurai, and it was no surprise that a samurai who could hold his own in the ninja world had unique skills. But Lu Shur was ready to strike back. After all, he was not a samurai, but a ninja, and his goal was to eliminate his enemy. He began issuing commands to his shadow. While fighting, Sakamoto Nakaki mocked Lu Shur, saying, "Kid, keep being arrogant. Aren't you going to let me die under this blade? What are you?" Suddenly, a samurai sword appeared from Sakamoto Nakaki's shadow and pierced through his thigh, leading to a scream of agony. "Ah, my leg." He then fell to the ground, clutching his leg. Lu Shur seized the opportunity and plunged a knife into Sakamoto Nakatsuki's heart, ending the battle. Then, looking at the corpse, he said, "See, didn't you die under this knife? I keep my word, don't I?" The people around him were left speechless. Is this how you interpret keeping your word? However, they never expected that Lu Shur actually dared to kill Sakamoto Nakatsuki. In the distance, two men in red, cloud-patterned robes with black backgrounds watched this scene from afar. Lu Shur did not see the two of them. If he had, he would definitely have recognized them, as they were Itachi and Kisame from the Akatsuki. Kisame asked Itachi beside him, "Your Konoha has produced another genius. Did you notice the knife inside the shadow?" "Huh, what did you say?" Itachi was still thinking about what Lu Shur had said to him earlier, so he didn't hear Kisame's question. "Itachi, what were you thinking just now?" Kisame decided not to ask his previous question and asked a new one instead. Itachi looked at Lu Shur in the distance and said, "I know that kid. He is my brother's classmate. He once said that my brother talks too much. Isn't it better to say something to the enemy's corpse?" So seeing his behavior just now reminded me of the past. An interesting little guy. "All right, Itachi, we should head back. The leader is urging us." The two jumped down from the rooftop and walked towards the land of rain. At that moment, as Lu Shur had just finished paying, a large group of samurai came running towards him. One of the samurai shouted while running. Where has there been a murder? Soon, these samurai arrived in front of Lu Shi, and the weapon shop owner, seeing the crowd, immediately ran out and shouted, General Mifune, I have something to say. Mifune walked up to the weapon shop owner and asked, What do you want to say? Who killed this person? The weapon shop owner then spoke and gestured to Mifune, pointing at Lu Shi twice in the process. In fact, Lu Shi heard everything the weapon shop owner said. It was all in his defense. Lu Shi thought this person was really nice, being willing to explain to him at this time, which could easily provoke the revenge of the Sakamoto family. A few minutes later, Sambu walked up to Lu Shi and said, Can you show me that knife? Rokushi did not hesitate and directly handed the knife to Mifune. He knew that Mifune was not a greedy person. The manga even described him as a pure samurai. It's a good blade. No wonder Sakamoto Nakayoshi wanted to take it. After Mifune finished speaking, he returned the knife to Rokushi and then advised him, You should leave the Iron Country quickly. The Sakamoto family won't let you off so easily. You ninjas are fast on your feet. He won't be able to catch up with you. Lu Shi took the knife and thanked Sanchuan. Just a reminder, I was planning to leave after getting the knife. Then Lu Shi pointed to the weapon shop owner and said to Sanchuan, Tell the Sakamoto family that if they want revenge, they can come find me. If innocent people get involved, I will guarantee the destruction of the Sakamoto clan. Ha! I will inform the Sakamoto family. Don't worry, Mr. Murakami. His background is bigger than you think. The Sakamoto family wouldn't dare to act against him. That's good. Well then, I will take my leave. Sanchuan urged, Okay, I understand. You should leave quickly. The Sakamoto family will know about this soon. Although Sanchuan's words had a hint of urgency, Lu Shi knew it was for his own good, so he headed straight towards Konoha. After a whole day of chasing, Lu Shi finally caught up with the convoy in the evening. When he arrived, they were eating soldier pills. Ding Xiai saw Lu Shi and immediately hugged his thigh, saying pitifully, Lu Shi, you finally came back. I almost threw up from eating soldier pills these past 2 days. Hurry up and make me some deer meat. Asuma looked at his student helplessly. While others were eating soldier pills to stave off hunger, he treated soldier pills as snacks after meals and still complained about being hungry. Deer Shi pushed Ding Xiai aside and walked up to Ino, asking, Have you missed me? I hate it. Hurry up and make deer meat. I don't like eating soldiers' rations either. All right, I'll be quick. Then Deer Shi took out pots and pans and started making deer meat for his wife. Ding Xiai was stunned. Why was there such a big difference between what he said and what Ino said? But at least there was food, the rest didn't matter. Soon, everyone was enjoying the delicious fried deer meat, and Deer Shi specially made enough for 3 people for Ding Xiai. They chatted while eating. Asuma Sarutobi asked Deer Shi if anything special had happened in the past 2 days. Not really. Aside from me killing someone, it seems like nothing happened in the land of iron these past 2 days. Oh, so you killed someone? Wait, you just said you killed a person. Asuma Sarutobi realized halfway through that something was off. Lu said nonchalantly, Yeah, someone tried to steal my knife, and then I killed him. That General Mick also went there. And later he said, I wasn't responsible, so I came to chase you guys. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino all felt that this way of doing things was very much like Shikamaru. They knew that Shikamaru really hated others taking his things, especially Shikamaru, who was well aware of how petty his older brother could be. If someone tried to take his things, wasn't that asking for trouble? Asuma thought for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The ninja world was just like that. If you wanted to take someone else's stuff, then getting killed was what you deserved. Then he casually asked, What was the name of the person you killed? Sakamoto Nakaki. As soon as the 4 words Sakamoto's family came out, Asuma's head exploded. He was too familiar with the surname Sakamoto. He had bought this ninja tool from the Sakamoto Trading Company. He had only been away for 2 days. And now Lu Shi had killed the young clan leader of the Sakamoto family. He hated himself for not staying a couple more days. As Konoha had many business dealings with the Sakamoto Trading Company, Asuma then asked for the person's name again, and after confirming, he was sure this was indeed the young clan leader of the Sakamoto family. It seemed he needed to discuss this with Lu Jio when he returned. Why did it feel like Lu Shi was 2 different people, one in the village and another outside? Just then, 6 samurai-dressed men ran towards them, quickly arriving in front of the crowd. At that moment, the leading man asked everyone, Who is the murderer of our young master Sakamoto? Step forward, and I will give him a quick death. Asuma was about to explain, but Lu Shi jumped in first, walking up to the samurai and saying, Sir, the person you mentioned is my companion. Upon hearing this, the samurai immediately pressed. Which one? Quickly tell me. Deer sighed and said with a pained expression, He ran away a quarter of an hour ago. He knew someone would definitely chase him. So he ate something here and continued running towards Konoha. You all follow me. He hasn't run far yet. Then the 6 of them chased in the direction of Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. Why did he feel like his brain wasn't working properly? Not only Asuma, but the others were also confused. These warriors were too easy to deceive. They actually believed it. Even freshly graduated students wouldn't fall for this. A minute later, Asuma reacted and asked Deer why he tricked the others away. Lucier glanced in the direction the few people had left and said, "It's nighttime, and those people are too weak. I don't really want to kill them. So I'll give them a way out. If they dare to come back looking for death, I don't mind sending them on their way." Asuma looked at Lucier and suddenly felt that this child seemed very unfamiliar to him. The child who used to smile every day seemed to have grown up overnight, becoming a real ninja. In fact, Lucier hadn't grown up overnight. He simply didn't want to leave any hidden dangers for his family's safety because this was the ninja world, and kindness was the last thing one should have. However, he wasn't someone who killed the innocent indiscriminately, which is why he let those few people go. Early the next morning, before dawn, the shadow ninjas issued a warning, and everyone immediately stood up. They looked towards the land of iron, where several figures slowly appeared, getting closer and closer. Soon, the two groups met, and Lucier recognized the newcomers. They were still samurai, just a different batch of people, this time with more than 10 individuals. Neither side spoke, and the situation remained tense. One person stepped out from among the samurai. He didn't look like a typical samurai, and he scanned Asuma and the others. When he saw Lucier, he pointed at him and exclaimed excitedly, "It's him! It's him! He's the one who killed young Master Sakamoto." Then the leading samurai drew his sword and said to Lucier, "Since you killed young Master Sakamoto, you will die here." Asuma was already prepared for battle. Regardless of the cause of this incident, he wouldn't watch someone kill a Leaf Village ninja in front of him. Just as the samurai was about to act, several hands appeared beneath him, pulling him into the shadow space. Perhaps it was too sudden, and the leading samurai struggled symbolically a few times before disappearing into the darkness. Immediately, chaos erupted among the samurai. The leading samurai was a vassal of the Sakamoto family. How could he vanish without a fight? The samurai were also afraid of death, and seeing their leader gone, they scattered like birds and beasts. Asuma took a puff from a cigarette and asked Lucier, "Is this what you meant by suffocating the enemy?" "Yes, but this method can only be used at night or when there is no sun. Otherwise, it's hard to accomplish, and that samurai was very strong. I'm not his opponent right now, so I use this method. After all, I'm not a samurai, so I don't have to adhere to any samurai spirit. I'm a ninja, and being able to eliminate the enemy means being a good ninja." Asuma nodded, acknowledging Lucier's perspective. In essence, ninjas will go to any lengths for their mission, and there's no need to worry about such things. At this moment, Shikamaru felt extremely sour. It was all about the Nara clan's secret techniques. Why was his brother so outstanding? He also reacted, as Asuma arranged for everyone to have breakfast and to return to Konoha early. After finishing breakfast, when everyone was about to set off, Shikamaru released that samurai. The man's face was purple. He was already dead. Lucier checked his body and found 2 scrolls and his dagger. They looked pretty good, so Lucier directly put them into the shadow space for a few ordinary shadow ninjas to use. Then he found 2 more scrolls, opened them, and saw they were filled with money. This should be the samurai's entire savings. Everyone complained, "Are you here for revenge or to spread warmth?" In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head at the document, while his old friend Shimura Danzo stood beside him. Deer looked at Danzo curiously, not expecting that Sarutobi Hizashi truly had deep feelings for Danzo. Even after all this, he still let Danzo run around freely, clearly not caring about the thoughts of the common people in Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi put down the documents in his hand and relaxed his furrowed brow. Originally, Deer had performed very well on his mission in Sunagakure, so he hadn't set a deadline for him this time. But who would have thought that it took over a month to retrieve this piece of intelligence? That was a bit ridiculous. After all, the second piece of the same intelligence had already been brought back, and he had just returned. It seems that the Nara clan's laziness is innate. Next time, he must set a clear deadline for him. Sarutobi Hizashi took out another document and glanced at it. This was a message sent to him by Asuma Sarutobi some time ago. It said that Deer had awakened a very powerful ability and that he should take it seriously. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled and said, "Deer, I heard that you've awakened a very powerful ability. Can you show it to me?" Lucier directly summoned 8 shadow ninjas, 7 in ordinary form and 1 in armor. Lucier didn't intend to hide it, knowing that Asuma would definitely inform Sarutobi Hizashi about this. The appearance of the shadow ninjas instantly prompted the Umbu members protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen to appear and stand in front of him, guarding him closely. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't panic. Instead, he instructed the Umbu to step back. Once the Umbu retreated, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the shadow ninjas and touched them with his body. Danzo's greedy gaze was uncontrollable, wishing he could immediately pull Lu Shi to the root. After observing for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and asked Lu Shi, what level of power do these shadow ninjas possess? Lu pointed at the 7 ordinary-shaped shadow ninjas and said, these 7 have the strength of a lower ninja, and that armored one probably has the strength of a middle ninja. After saying that, he took the shadow ninjas back into the shadow. At that moment, Shimura Danzo spoke up, saying, this ninjutsu is too dangerous and should be handed over to the village for safekeeping. Sarutobi Hiruzen, startled by Danzo's voice, turned around and shot him a glare, thinking to himself, with that attitude of yours, it's a wonder anyone would be willing to hand it over. Dear Time looked at Shimura Danzo with a foolish gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the awkward situation, quickly stepped in to mediate. Dear Time, the village wants to exchange the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals for this ninjutsu. What do you think? Lu Shi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a fool's gaze, making him feel a bit uneasy, and then continued speaking. Lu Shi, this jutsu is very helpful for the village, so I want to quickly bring it out. Do you want to betray the village? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his sentence, Danzo directly interrupted him, even bringing up betrayal. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to teach Danzo a lesson. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a katana pressed against Danzo's back. That shadow ninja had appeared behind Danzo without him noticing. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly spoke to stop Lu Shi, as he was truly afraid that Lu Shi would stab Danzo. All right, Lu Shi, stop. Danzo didn't mean it that way. Lu Shi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, retracted his helmet shadow, and then said to Sarutobi, Hokage-sama, does that mean if I don't hand over this ninjutsu, I'm betraying the village? Of course not. Danzo didn't mean that. Don't take it to heart. However, this ninjutsu is indeed too dangerous and has great implications for the village. Hee. Lu Shi felt disdain in his heart. What great implications? Isn't it what you all want? He then said, Hokage-sama, this is the secret technique of the Nara clan, and we, the Nara clan, will not hand it over. This is the foundation of our existence, and the village has no precedent for such a thing. If Hokage-sama can make all clans hand over their secret techniques, then our Nara clan can also do so. There's one more thing I must tell Hokage-sama. Not everyone can summon shadow ninjas. My father has practiced at home for a long time. So, does Hokage-sama still want our Nara clan's secret technique? Sarutobi lit his pipe and began to think, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. This ninjutsu is indeed very useful, but Lu Shi is right. Not everyone can summon shadow ninjas. If the Nara clan could summon shadow ninjas, then during the Warring States period, there would have been no Uchiha or Senju. Furthermore, he didn't dare to demand secret techniques from all clans. Those clans would rebel, and they wouldn't hand over their family heritage. Without these clan secret techniques, or if everyone else could use them, these clans would lose their significance, and they would fight me to the death. 5 minutes later, Sarutobi asked a question that even Lu Shi found unbelievable. Lu Shi, do you want to be Hokage? Lu Shi quickly realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen was testing him, testing his loyalty to the village. Lu Shi found Hiruzen to be quite contradictory, both clinging to power and willing to die for the village. Such a person was hard for Lu Shi to see through. After considering for a few seconds, Lu Shi said to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, I don't want to be Hokage. It's too troublesome. I don't want to sit in the office all day dealing with paperwork, with no time to spend with my family, waking up earlier than the rooster and sleeping later than the dog, working harder than an ox. Danzo, Hiruzen, my wish is to do some missions and spend time with my family when there is nothing going on. I also know what your concerns are, Lord Hokage. I can tell you that if you are willing to use me, I can fight to the death for the village. If you don't want to use me, I'll just live my quiet little life. That is my answer. Are you satisfied, Lord Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly and then said, All right, Lu Shi, you can go rest now. I understand your point. I can assure you that the Nara clan will remain the Nara clan, and there will be no changes. As soon as Lu Shi gang left the Hokage's office, he heard a commotion inside. Hizashi, you should take him down and interrogate him for that secret technique. If worst comes to worst, you can hand him over to me, and I promise to train him into a blade that guards Konoha. Danzo, don't treat me like a fool. I know what you're thinking. I warn you, don't provoke that kid. He's not as easy to talk to as Rukyu. Saying this, he handed a document to Danzo. After reading it carefully, Danzo double-checked and, realizing he hadn't misread, asked, did Hizashi really kill Sakamoto Nakaki? Will the Sakamoto Trading Company still do business with us? It doesn't matter. The Iron Country's trading companies aren't just the Sakamoto family. Now, I have an important task for you. If you do it well, I can restore the authority of Root. After saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi handed another document to Danzo. After Danzo read the document, he heard Sarutobi Hizashi say, go and get this done. I found some experienced craftsmen working in the mines. They told me that the rarer the ore, the rarer the weapons made from it. If all of us in Konoha are equipped with such weapons, our ninjas will be able to take on 10 opponents. At that time, you won't have to worry about the numbers en route. Just think about the 7 ninja swordsmen. I understand, Hizashi. I promise to bring back all those ores to Konoha. However, the weapons made from that or should be prioritized for a route. Agreed. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's response, Danzo left the Hokage's office. The door slammed shut. After returning home, Liu informed his father about the matter. Lugio was very pleased with his son's actions. Unlike Fujiwara, Lugio did not have that kind of personality. Although he was a staunch supporter of the Hokage, he would not sacrifice his own interests for the sake of the Hokage. After Lu Shi returned to the room, he began to write a book. In fact, it wasn't really writing. He was copying a book, making some changes to the background and details. He also specifically summoned the 7 shadow ninjas, who could not only fight, but also handle some chores. 3 days later, he finished writing about Shimura Danzo, and now Lu Shi needed to look into publishing the book. Since there was no bookstore in Konoha, he had to go to the daimyo's residence. He then had Xiaohei take him to the daimyo's residence. In a bookstore at the daimyo's residence, the shopkeeper was reading the manuscript of Shimura Danzo, drooling while he read, especially since Lu Shi's book included illustrations. The shopkeeper then slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is a good book. What is that intimate paradise? It can't compare to this at all." He then turned to Lu Shi and said, "Sir, we want your book at our bookstore. Name your price, and I won't haggle." Lu Shi extended 3 fingers and said leisurely, "I want 30% of the net profit. Sure, I can settle the accounts with you every 3 months. How does that sound, sir?" "No problem. And when it comes to the signature, just use the name Konoha Melancholy Prince." "Got it, sir." The boss readily agreed. He didn't mind whose name he wrote as long as he could make money. Then Lu Shi discussed the publication of his subsequent books with the bookstore owner. The owner promised Lu Shi that as long as this book sold well, they would handle all of his future books. A month later, the affairs of Lord Shimin went on sale and sold like hotcakes, making the bookstore owner extremely happy. In a corner of the ninja world, a white-haired old man leered at the affairs of Lord Shimin and suddenly began to mutter to himself, "Konoha Melancholy Prince. Who is this? Stealing this old man's meal ticket. But this book is really good. The old man called me back. I need to communicate with this person." He then continued to flip through the pages, drooling as he read. "Haha, Lord Shimin is so lucky. If only Tsunade could be this gentle. Haha." This lecherous old man is Jiraiya, known as the Pervy Sage. During this time, Lu Shi's second book was also finished, titled The Temptation to Return to the Village, and had already been sent to the bookstore. During this period, Nara Shikashi was living quite comfortably. Since it wasn't wartime, the Umbu didn't have many dangerous missions, mostly just intelligence-gathering tasks. However, trouble found him today. In the Hokage's office, Shikashi looked at the samurai and knew they were here for him. At that moment, an elderly man in his 50s spoke up. "Hokage-sama, you can't protect the murderer. This person killed my son, and I must take him back to execute him in front of my son's spirit." Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Shikashi and then at the head of the Sakamoto family before responding. "That's impossible. Shikashi did nothing wrong. Your General Mifune has already stated that your son was killed while attempting to steal from others. He can only blame himself for being outmatched." At this moment, the Sakamoto clan leader trembled with anger, unable to speak. Deep down, he knew his demands would not be met. However, this ninja had killed his only son, and he couldn't accept it. At the same time, he blamed his son, thinking, "Why did you have to rob someone? You chose to steal from a ninja, and those ninjas live by killing. Could someone like you handle that?" Sakamoto Fujihara calmed himself and said with a sinister expression, "You are Nara Shikashi, right? Don't think that Konoha can protect you. I don't believe you won't leave the village. And your friends, they better watch out. I will have the bounty hunters kill each one of you. I will make you regret what you've done." After saying that, he walked out, telling Sarutobi Hizashi, "Hokage, from today onwards, our Sakamoto Trading Company will not conduct any business with Konoha, so you better settle the remaining payments quickly." After the samurai left, Shikashi said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama, I'd like to take a few days off to handle some matters. Go ahead. If you need people, just select a few from the Umbu," Hiruzen replied. He understood what Shikashi was planning to do and had no intention of stopping him. Even if Shikashi didn't go, he would send someone. Since Shikashi wanted to go, he could let him. Did he really think that being Hokage meant he could be threatened by anyone? No need. I can handle it alone. After leaving, Lucia returned home. The samurai had just left, and now was not a good time to act. Making a move in Konoha could easily lead to misunderstandings. In the evening, Lucia exchanged a few words with his father before leaving. In a forest in Konoha, a group of samurai was having dinner, and Sakamoto Zai was still cursing. Damn Konoha, actually sheltering the murderer really doesn't take our Sakamoto family seriously. When I go back, I will unite with the other guilds, and Konoha can forget about. Suddenly, a samurai sword pierced through Sakamoto Zai's body, the tip protruding from his chest. Sakamoto Zai looked at the sword that had pierced him in terror. The other samurai immediately stood up, looking incredulously at the shadow behind Sakamoto Zai. At that moment, a voice reached everyone's ears. "I didn't intend to wipe you all out. You forced my hand. You should never have threatened my friend. Since you did, then you shall die." Everyone turned to see Lu Shur walking towards them, followed by 7 black-clad ninjas. A few of them quickly drew their samurai swords. Lu Shur walked in front of the crowd and glanced at Sakamoto Zai, who was now speechless, looking at Lu Shur with pleading eyes as if to say, "Save me." Ignoring Sakamoto Zai, as he was already dying, Lu Shur looked at the samurai and asked, "Are you here to accompany him in death, or will you leave?" The samurai immediately brandished their swords and charged at Lu Shur. Seeing their movements, Lu Shur realized that these people were Sakamoto Zai's loyal followers, willing to share his fate, which was quite commendable, since they had made their choice. Lu Shur no longer hesitated and drew his dual swords, rushing towards the samurai. Fighting against them was actually quite interesting. A few minutes later, aside from the samurai who was still battling Lu Shur, the rest were dead. Fighting against these seemingly immortal shadow ninjas was tricky for anyone, let alone these average-strength samurai. Soon, Lu Shur took down the remaining samurai as well. Lu Shur whistled, and Xiao Hei flew down. Lu Shur jumped onto Xiao Hei's back, and then they flew toward the Iron Country. After a day and night of flying, they finally arrived at the Iron Country that evening. However, this was already quite fast. It had taken him more than half a month to walk to the Iron Country before. After eating something in the Iron Country, Lu Shur headed towards the Sakamoto residence. Upon arrival, instead of using the front door, he went directly to the roof to scout for any potential threats. He then reviewed the relationships of the people here and discovered that aside from Sakamoto Sai, there were only his 2 younger brothers and his wives. Moreover, Sakamoto Nakatsumi's mother had already passed away, meaning he wouldn't need to resort to mass killings. He also heard that Sakamoto Sai's 2 brothers were planning to seize power while their brother was away, harboring deep resentment towards Sakamoto Sai for monopolizing the Sakamoto family's legacy and treating them like mere servants without sharing any benefits. Upon hearing this, Lu Shur realized there was no need to kill anyone today, as these people wouldn't seek revenge for Sakamoto Sai. Besides, after tonight, they would be left with nothing, leaving them incapable of any revenge. Lu Shur then knocked everyone unconscious and began to cleanse the Sakamoto family of their sins. What constitutes sin, you may ask? It is undoubtedly the evil of money. It must be acknowledged that the wealth of the Sakamoto family is beyond imagination. Their affluence surpasses even that of the Cardo family. The mountains of grain, the array of weapons, the countless cash, and the priceless antiques were all moved by Lu Shur into the shadow space. Dear Time once again cast his gaze on the tables, chairs, pots, bowls, and even the bed, then similarly moved them into the shadow space. Of course, Dear Time had no intention of using these items himself. Since he couldn't use them, he would sell them instead, which would also be a considerable profit. Thinking of this, the corners of Dear Time's mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction after cleansing the evils. Then Dear Time took another round at the Sakamoto Trading Company, going through the process again to ensure there was not a trace of evil, before he left satisfied. The next morning, as soon as the wives of Sakamoto Shrine woke up, they found themselves in a strange environment. Although the surroundings were somewhat unfamiliar, they still felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, they realized it was their own home. They burst into tears, and the same thing happened in different rooms. Soon, the people of the Iron Country learned about this incident, and they began to whisper, "Did you know? The Sakamoto house was robbed." And it said that not even the quilts were left. Mifune received a notification and came to take a look. After calming down these people, he left. He knew that this was most likely the work of Konoha, and he didn't expect them to be so ruthless. However, he was curious about how Konoha managed to take so many things away. The belongings of the Sakamoto family were quite numerous. It would make sense for Konoha to mobilize all the ninjas in the village just for the Sakamoto family. If that were the case, they surely wouldn't escape the patrol's eyes. Not wanting to think about it any further, he dismissed the thoughts. After all, he also disliked the Sakamoto Trading Company's monopolistic practices. While the Sakamoto family was in mourning, Little Black was leading Dear Time towards Konoha. By evening, Dear Time returned to Konoha and saw Naruto, who had just finished a mission. Naruto spotted Dear Time and rushed over, excitedly saying, "Big brother, did you just come back from a mission? I really want to join the Umbu." Kakashi walked over and patted Naruto's head, saying, "Naruto, your strength isn't enough to join the Umbu. If you want to join, you'd better catch up to Dear Time. Only then can you join the Umbu." Is that so? All right, I will work hard." Naruto was easily swayed, and Kakashi had gotten used to it. "Kakashi-sensei, did you just finish a mission?" Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, we just completed a C-rank mission, so I plan to treat them to ramen." "Dear Time, did you just come back?" "Yeah. How about I treat you all to barbecue today? I just earned a big sum of money." Upon hearing that Dear Time had earned a lot of money, Naruto's eyes lit up as he asked, "Big brother, did you do an S-rank mission?" "No, I just did a rather special task. Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. For now, go find Asuma-sensei and bring Ino and the others over. Today I'll treat." "Yay, big brother. I'll go right now," Naruto exclaimed, then dashed off. Kakashi smiled at Naruto's energetic demeanor. At the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, Dear Time, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Asuma, Sarutobi, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji sat together. This was their second gathering as two teams. While enjoying the barbecue, they chatted about their respective missions and training progress. Naruto excitedly recounted his recent completed tasks and constantly teased Sasuke. Sasuke quietly listened, occasionally interjecting, but mostly retorting back at Naruto. Sakura said little. After being scolded by Dear Time that day, she felt much more mature. Asuma and Shikamaru discussed tactics and strategies, while Choji ate heartily, occasionally sharing light-hearted and humorous stories, livening up the atmosphere at the table. Ino and Dear Time were showing off their affection on the side, their interactions filled with sweetness and warmth. Ino would occasionally serve Dear Time food, and he reciprocated in kind, their actions making everyone around them sense the smell of love. At the dining table, Dear Time noticed the book in Kakashi's hand. He remembered that Kakashi usually held onto Jiraiya's Ica Paradise, but today he had switched to the affairs of Shimin Dagon. Lu Shur asked, "Kakashi-sensei, where's your make-out paradise? How come you switched to this book?" Kakashi smiled slightly and replied, "Oh, I finished that book already. Recently, I wanted to try something different, so I picked up The Adventures of Shimin Dagon. I heard the content is quite interesting." Naruto, curious, leaned in and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, is this book good? What's the story about?" Kakashi casually said, "Well, this book tells the adventure story of a man named Shimin Dagon. There are many exciting plots and characters. It's quite interesting." Sasuke frowned slightly, seemingly uninterested in this type of book. Sakura, however, looked curious. She had always been interested in Kakashi's reading taste, so she asked, "Kakashi-sensei, is there anything special about this book?" Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "The special part is probably its unique story background and character setting, which is refreshing. Also, the author's writing style is very smooth, making it easy to read." Lu Shur couldn't help but burst out laughing, exclaiming, "I didn't expect Kakashi to describe a yellow book so refreshingly. Is Shimin Dagon going on adventures in women's arms?" Everyone looked at Lu Shur in confusion, not understanding what was funny. After Lu Shur stopped laughing, he whispered a few words in Jing Ye's ear, and her little face visibly turned red. Then she hit Lu Shur and ran over to Sakura. "Kakashi-sensei, the book you are reading right now is actually just the first part. There are also the middle and the last parts. When my new book is published, you must come to support me." Lu Shur looked at Kakashi, wanting to see if his dead fish eyes always looked this way. Kakashi, who had been half closing his dead fish eyes, suddenly widened them after hearing Lu Shur's words. An lewd glimmer emerged from the depths of his eyes. He could hardly believe that this book was actually written by Lu Shur. So, he gently put down the book in his hands, stared straight at Lu Shur, and asked, "Did you just say this book is written by you? Then do you know how many illustrations are in this book?" Lu Shur confidently nodded and replied without hesitation, "Of course I know. There are a total of 17 illustrations, and in the lower right corner of each illustration, there is a small deer horn pattern. It's very small, and you have to look closely to find it. After hearing this, Kakashi quickly flipped through the pages of the book, found one of the illustrations, removed the forehead protector that was blocking his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. Sure enough, as Lu Shi said, there was a delicate little deer horn pattern in the lower right corner. So it turns out this book was really written by Lu Shi. Kakashi's actions made Lu Shi internally exclaim, "Wow," thinking that he was using his Sharingan just to look at an adult illustration. If Obito knew about this, he would probably have his eyes gouged out. Immediately after, Kakashi seemed to have transformed into a different person. His face filled with flattering smiles as he shifted to sit beside Lu Shi. He reached out his right hand and affectionately placed it on Lu Shi's shoulder, softly pleading, "Lu Shi, since this book is written by you, when can you start writing the next 2 parts? Hee. How about this? Can you let me have a look at the original drafts of those 2 parts? I promise I won't leak it out." However, in the face of Kakashi's request, Lu Shi didn't even think for a second and firmly shook his head to refuse. "No way. If I let you see the original drafts now, you definitely won't buy my book anymore." Kakashi, feeling a bit helpless, scratched his iconic white hair and continued to persuade. "Lu Shi, as long as you're willing to show me the drafts, I promise that from now on, I will buy 2 copies of every book you publish. One for collection and one for reading. That should be okay, right?" Lu Shi thought for a moment and secretly pondered. Anyway, he would definitely write a lot of books in the future. It would be quite nice to have such a loyal and generous reader. So he nodded and readily agreed. "All right, after I finish writing, you'll be the first to see it." Hearing Lu Shi finally relent, Kakashi was so excited that he almost jumped up. He immediately thumped his chest and said loudly, "Haha, that's great. In that case, today's barbecue will be on me, Hatake Kakashi." After enjoying a hearty meal, everyone left the barbecue shop one after another. After saying their goodbyes, they each went their separate ways. Lu Shi tightly held onto Ino's soft little hand as they walked side by side, while behind them, 2 lonely figures followed at a leisurely pace, looking just like 2 pitiful single dogs. After safely delivering Ino to her home, Lu Shi and Shikamaru headed back to his house. Once they entered the house, Lu Shi went straight to the living room without saying a word and took out the money from the Sakamoto family. When Lu Shi's parents saw this money, their faces showed surprise, and their mouths dropped open wide as if they could fit an egg inside, thinking, "Who did our son rob this time?" Seeing his mother's expression, Lu Shi quickly recounted in detail all the events that had occurred between him and Sakamoto. In the end, he specifically emphasized that the reason for doing this was entirely to avoid leaving any opportunity for retaliation to the Sakamoto family. After hearing their son's explanation, Lu Shi's parents exchanged glances and ultimately expressed their understanding and support for his actions. Once everything was settled, Lu Shi slowly climbed the stairs with a slightly weary body, ready to get a good sleep. After all, he had been on the go nonstop for the past few days and was indeed a bit tired. "Xiaohei, what the hell are you rushing for? You've just been sitting on my back." The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window, and Lu Shi had not yet woken up. Suddenly, he felt someone gently pushing his shoulder. Lu Shi slowly opened his eyes, still drowsy, and what he saw was a huge face wearing a mask, so close that he could almost feel the person's breath. The sudden sight startled Lu Shi, causing him to almost jump out of bed. "What the hell, why are you here?" Lu Shi exclaimed, his heart racing from the shock. The face behind the mask showed a hint of embarrassment and apology. It was Kakashi. He scratched his head and said a bit shyly, I just wanted to see if you had started writing your book." Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, secretly mumbling to himself. Kakashi is really too obsessed. Instead of taking advantage of this great time to find a girlfriend and fall in love, he spends all day reading adult books. With Kakashi's handsome looks, what kind of girl couldn't he attract? While thinking, Lu Shi quickly put on his clothes and sat up from the bed. He tidied his hair and then said to Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, you know I have a lot of tasks to complete, so I can only find some time to write." Kakashi nodded in understanding, but added, "All right. However, if you come across some tasks that aren't too important, feel free to hand them over to me, and I'll help you with them. That way, you'll have more time to write your book." After saying this, he even winked at Lu Shi. Lu Shi shot Kakashi an annoyed glance, thinking to himself that this guy really didn't care about his image just to read adult books. After Kakashi left, Lu Shi hurriedly finished his breakfast and headed to the Umbu. These past few days had nearly driven Lu Shi crazy. Kakashi appeared like a ghost, always popping up out of nowhere. Every time he showed up, Kakashi would demand that Lu Shi hurry up and write. At first, Lu Shi tried to resist a bit, reasoning with Kakashi or saying he was busy with missions, but Kakashi didn't care about any of that, always urging him to update. Faced with such a Kakashi, Lucia really had no way to deal with it. He could only ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for a few days off to finish up the matters concerning Shimandakingren. When Lucia was taking a leave, he discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was also reading about the affairs of Shimandaxian. It must be said that Jiraiya has truly inherited the true teachings of his master. It was a sunny day, a gentle breeze was blowing, and on that day, Lucia finally finished writing the last two parts of the affairs of Shimandaxian. Just as Lucia had completed it, Kakashi appeared. Lucia handed the manuscript to Kakashi and particularly urged, "Kakashi-sensei, you absolutely must not let anyone know I wrote this. It must be kept a secret." Kakashi nodded solemnly, indicating that he would definitely keep his promise. During dinner that day, the conversation between Lucia and Kakashi about this novel did not attract the attention of those around them. Everyone was immersed in their own topics, and laughter filled the entire room. Therefore, Lucia was not worried that others might leak this secret. The reason Dear Time advised Kakashi is that the character names in this novel are really too unique. Among them are Shiman Fei, Shimizu Jinlian, Mito Pinger, and Zhuangqi Chunmei, etc. These names include the Konoha F4, so letting them know would be a troublesome matter. Lucia couldn't help but imagine what would happen if Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy, knew he was the one who wrote it. Meanwhile, Kakashi was reading the manuscript in a tree. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind him without warning and snatched the manuscript away. Kakashi was startled. He hadn't realized someone could approach him so silently without him noticing. Kakashi quickly turned around and saw a figure with white hair standing there, holding the manuscript, eyes glued to the text, with a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. This person was none other than Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, are you serious?" Kakashi said helplessly. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and said, "I didn't expect the gloomy prince of Konoha to be you. I must say, your writing skills are almost catching up to mine. I'll keep this for a couple of days, and when I'm done, I'll give it back." He then stuffed the manuscript into his robe. Kakashi wanted to say something else, but Jiraiya was already gone. At that moment, Kakashi felt incredibly wronged. He was pushing for updates just to be the first to read it, and yet someone else had intercepted it. Sigh. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reading the tales of the great Minister Shiman, and the more he read, the more uneasy he felt. That surname was too damn familiar. Just as he was about to call someone to investigate who wrote it, the office window was thrown open, and he didn't even need to think to know it was Jiraiya returning, because no one else would jump through the window like Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped into the office and saw his teacher also reading the book. So Jiraiya teased, "Old man, you're reading this kind of book too? But yours is outdated. That's just the first part. I have the manuscripts for the last two parts. Want to take a look?" Saying this, he pulled out the manuscript and waved it around. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He had just wanted to find out who the author was, and the culprit had appeared right in front of him. He then erupted at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, do you want to drive me to an early grave? What kind of terrible book is this? Forget the book being terrible. What kind of ridiculous name is this? Shinomiya Kinrin. You've completely embarrassed me." 20 minutes later, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally finished venting his frustration. At this point, Jiraiya looked completely bewildered. What had he done to get scolded as soon as he returned? After venting, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to discuss serious matters, as there was a reason he had called Jiraiya back. "Jiraiya, you heard about the village's situation, right? The daimyo wants to cut military funding, so I want you to bring Tsunade back. Only she can change the daimyo's mind. After the Chunin exams, I want you to take my place and become the 5th Hokage." Jiraiya was even more confused upon hearing his teacher's words. The transition was too sudden. Just a moment ago, he was being scolded, and the next second, he was being asked to become Hokage. Regaining his composure, Jiraiya immediately rejected, "Old man, you know me. I'm not suited to be Hokage. Even if you're looking for a successor, it should be Tsunade, not me. Just let me off this one. I really can't do this Hokage thing." Hearing Jiraiya's refusal, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even angrier, but he still spoke calmly. "Jiraiya, the village is really in trouble right now. The villagers are calling for me to step down, and Tsunade won't come back. If she does return, I'd be fine with her being Hokage, as long as you can persuade her to come back. It's my fault for letting her lose hope in the village." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to age a lot in an instant. Seeing his teacher like this, Jiraiya felt bad too. However, he still didn't want to be Hokage and said, "After the Chunin exams, I'll go find Tsunade. I will definitely make her the Hokage." After saying this, Jiraiya jumped out the window and ran away. He was afraid of being scolded again. However, just as he had run a short distance, a loud and angry voice came from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You bastard Jiraiya! Hurry up and change that damn name back, or I will not let you off easily. At this moment, in Akimichi's barbecue restaurant, the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Jiraiya kept glancing at Kakashi, then turning his gaze to Lu Shi, repeating this several times. Finally, Kakashi broke the silence first. He looked seriously at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, please believe me, the true author of the tales of the great minister Shimen is Nara Lu Shi, and the manuscript you have is written by Lu Shi." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi, who had been somewhat confused, suddenly understood what was going on. It turned out he had been inexplicably brought here by Kakashi, and now seeing Jiraiya, everything made sense. Just earlier, he had been helping Ino sell flowers in the flower shop when Kakashi burst in like a gust of wind, grabbed him without a word, and dragged him outside. Constantly muttering, "Lu Shi, there's a very powerful person who wants to meet you." Thus, the bewildered Lu Shi was brought all the way to Akimichi's barbecue restaurant. When Jiraiya finally saw Lu Shi in person, his eyes were initially filled with eager anticipation. However, as time passed, that anticipation gradually turned into doubt, ultimately evolving into deep disappointment. Lu Shi only needed a moment of thought to understand the significance behind Jiraiya's changing expression. Lu Shi knew he was being looked down upon. He couldn't tolerate it any longer and said to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, your Ica Paradise is garbage." Of course, I'm not saying that Ica Paradise itself is garbage. What I mean is that all the books you've written are garbage. Kakashi and Jiraiya both showed shock on their faces upon hearing Lu Shi's words, as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. Especially Jiraiya, whose eyes widened and mouth slightly opened, unable to believe what he had just heard. After all, Jiraiya is a prominent figure. He is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a highly respected author. Although there have always been differing opinions on his works, no one had ever so bluntly belittled his books, even going so far as to call them garbage. In that moment, Jiraiya really wanted to punch Lu Shi in the face. Of course, he only thought about it. He wasn't about to hit a child. But hearing such a comment for the first time made him somewhat uncomfortable. For a creator, receiving such criticism for a work they had poured their heart and soul into is an unbearable insult. However, just as Jiraiya was preparing to retort, Lu Shi stepped in and spoke again. He calmly looked at Jiraiya and slowly said, "Lord Jiraiya, I know you are very angry right now. Please don't be upset and patiently listen to what I have to say. However, after I finish, I fear you will be even angrier." Hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Kakashi was inwardly lamenting, regretting bringing Lu Shi to meet Jiraiya. "If I had known, I wouldn't have brought this guy to see Lord Jiraiya. Now look what he's done. He's caused a huge mess. This kid is really too bold. He dares to say anything." At this moment, the three of them fell silent. Jiraiya and Kakashi were both thinking about what Lu Shi would say next. Lu Shi took a deep breath and continued, "Lord Jiraiya, to be honest, I have read your Make-Out Paradise, but to speak frankly, it hardly qualifies as a book. At best, it can only be considered a diary. Moreover, when I carefully flipped through this diary, the only two words that came to mind were peeping." Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the boy in front of him, waves of shock crashing in his heart. He never expected that such a young and innocent child could possess such precise insight and profound understanding. Then, Lu Shi spoke confidently, "When you describe women, you must make your writing more delicate. Never use crude and simplistic words like big and white to describe them. Such descriptions hardly evoke images of women. Instead, they're more likely to remind people of plump, white buns. Additionally, you need to cultivate a unique ability to have a pair of eyes that can penetrate clothing and see the essence. However, please remember, this does not mean you should discover the beauty of women through peeping." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was completely stunned, his mouth agape as he stammered, "Wait, are you talking about Byakugan? But where would I even get something like Byakugan?" Upon seeing the situation, Lu Shi immediately realized that Jiraiya had clearly misunderstood his meaning and quickly shook his head and waved his hands to correct him. "Lord Jiraiya, what I meant is not the special ocular technique like the Byakugan. My intention is for you to cultivate a pair of eyes that can appreciate beauty without resorting to improper means, such as peeping. Only then can you truly appreciate the beauty of women. If you cannot change this mindset and behavior, then the works you create will likely forever be classified as lowly rogue diaries." Under Lu Shi's modern persuasion, Jiraiya was stunned. He felt that Lu Shi made sense. But something felt off. The reason Lu Shi was doing this was that he wanted Jiraiya to teach Naruto sooner. Only by making Jiraiya feel inferior in writing would he be motivated to seek advice, allowing Lu Shi to negotiate terms with him. Things developed as Lu Shi had anticipated. After the initial shock, Jiraiya asked Lu Shur, "You're called Lu Shur, right? I want to ask, is Intimate Paradise really that bad?" "Lord Jiraiya, I actually don't want to discourage you, but that book is indeed mediocre. Your book attracts readers mainly because of its explicit content, which appeals to those old perverts. If there were a book that was both explicit and nuanced, they would prefer it even more." Kakashi felt that Lu Shur was hinting at him, but he had no evidence. At that moment, the barbecue arrived, and the three of them chatted while eating, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Shur then shared many writing techniques with Jiraiya. Of course, this was all just on-the-spot learning. He had no real experience, being just a copycat. Jiraiya had a bit too much to drink, perhaps because he finally had someone to discuss writing with. So he ended up drinking more. Jiraiya, with a drunken expression, hugged Lu Shur's shoulders and said, "If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly. There's nothing I, Jiraiya the Sage, can't do." As soon as Lu Shur heard this, he immediately became energized, as this was the very phrase he had been waiting for. He then briefed Jiraiya about Naruto's situation, hoping that he could help mentor him for a while. He mentioned that Naruto currently lacked a powerful attack method and hoped that Lord Jiraiya could teach Naruto the Rasengan. Riku wanted Naruto to meet Jiraiya earlier, so that life wouldn't be so hard, at least mentally. With Riku as good big brother, Naruto no longer has to go hungry. Jiraiya ambiguously agreed to Riku's request. In fact, Riku knew that Jiraiya wasn't drunk. He suspected that Jiraiya was pretending to be drunk because he didn't want to pay the bill. Don't doubt it, Jiraiya is capable of that. After leaving the barbecue place with Akimichi, Riku parted ways with Kakashi. As for Jiraiya, he was still pretending to be drunk on Kakashi's back. When Lu Shur disappeared around the corner, Jiraiya, who was on Kakashi's back, jumped down. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Lord Jiraiya, what do you think of that kid?" Jiraiya scratched his white hair and said, "That kid is too smart. He has always known I was pretending to be drunk, but he didn't expose me. Instead, while I was pretending to be drunk, he asked for benefits for Naruto. He's a good kid. By the way, Kakashi, is he close to Naruto?" Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, "Lord Jiraiya, Lu Shur and Naruto have a particularly good relationship. I asked Sasuke about it. Naruto has been bullied since he was young, and Lu Shur has never bullied him. After starting school, he even acted as Naruto's big brother. Recently, he criticized Sakura for Naruto's sake, and those words were quite shocking." Listening to Kakashi's account, Jiraiya was curious about what Lu Shur had said that could excite an elite jonin like Kakashi so much. A minute later, Jiraiya murmured, "From the day I became a ninja, I was destined to have many enemies. There will be many who won't stop until one of us is dead. So I'm not worried about losing just one." Jiraiya felt that this kid's personality was somewhat similar to Orochimaru's. However, this kid wasn't as cold-blooded as Orochimaru. In the Sand Village conference room, Raza was furious. The village had inexplicably gained many spies. At first, Raza didn't pay much attention. After all, the Sand Village had spies in other villages too, which wasn't a big deal. But later he noticed something was off. The number of spies kept increasing, from sneaky at first to openly brazen. These people asked in the Sand Village shops if there were any ores, but the owners told them that they needed to find the Kazekage to buy ores, as such strategic materials were under the Kazekage's control. Some people did find the Kazekage, expressing a desire to buy some ores, but when Raza asked them what kind of ores they wanted, he was confused by their answers, like iron or that resembled obsidian. Raza asked several times to confirm he hadn't misheard. After sending these people away, they still didn't leave the Sand Village and continued to inquire about black iron ore. Since they hadn't done anything threatening to the Sand Village, Raza couldn't act too harshly. If he went too far, it would lead to a fallout with several villages. Before the spy issue was resolved, today the daimyo of the Land of Wind sent him a message demanding 300 pounds of black refined iron, which troubled Raza greatly. Where is he supposed to get black refined iron? He couldn't just dye iron black. In the Sand Village conference room, Raza was asking the intelligence department, "Has the situation been clarified?" The person in charge of intelligence immediately stood up to respond, "We have clarified it. That piece of black refined iron was brought out by Nara Lu Shur from Konoha, and that sword has been confirmed by Mitsubian to indeed have power comparable to the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village. Also, he was the one who previously infiltrated the village and took away intel. Everyone in Konoha knows he has 2 giant ninja eagles, and the one you saw was one of them." Raza fell into deep thought and continued to ask, "Do you think that piece of refined iron could really have originated from our Land of Wind?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, some not understanding the Kazekage's meaning. However, everyone was thinking, now that so many issues have arisen because of this iron, you didn't proactively explain, and now you're taking the initiative to implicate yourself? Ignoring these people, Raza continued, that Nara Lusher's arrival in the Sand Village coincided perfectly with the time he went to the Land of Iron to forge swords. It is very likely that the piece of refined iron flowed out from our Sand Village. We just don't know who sold it to him. Another possibility is that our miners mistook this iron ore for a type of jade and selected it, which was then obtained by Lusher. The people of the Sand Village suddenly felt that the Kazakage's words made sense. After the meeting, he said, "I will send people to inspect every mine, and everyone is responsible for the village's security. If necessary, expel them, and those who resist will be killed." After the meeting, Raza returned to his office and saw Temari there. He didn't pay much attention to her. As soon as he sat down, Temari handed him a mission list and complained, "Why do you always have Gara undertake such dangerous missions?" This time he was ambushed by 3 jonin and almost didn't come back. "He is your son, not a tool." Temari became increasingly agitated, but Raza interrupted her immediately. "That's enough, Temari. I am the Kazakage. The village's interests are paramount. Besides, several jonin can't do anything to my Gara. Take this document to Gara and tell him this is the person who escaped last time. You should find an opportunity to kill him during the Chunin exams." Temari took the document, and seeing the content, she gritted her teeth, mainly because last time, Nara Lusher appeared in front of her twice, and she didn't see through his disguise. Just thinking of the name Halua made her angry. The subsequent actions of the Sand Village had a somewhat self-deceptive quality. While claiming there was no such, or they sent ninjas to various mines and expelled those spies buying ores. This made the other villages scent an opportunity, especially Danzo, who had been living underground in the desert of the Land of Wind for quite a while, specifically for this or issue. Now the Sand Village finally took action. Not only Konoha, but also the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth sent ninjas. They had also received intelligence from the Land of Iron. Especially upon learning that weapons made from this type of iron could reach the level of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, their eyes turned red. No village could resist such temptation, and they also couldn't allow the Sand Village to have such good things. Once such weapons were mass-produced, it would pose a threat to the other villages. Thus, a few days later, the iron mines of the Sand Village were almost simultaneously attacked, and these events quickly spread back to the village. After receiving the notification, Raza immediately took the Sand Village ninjas to the mine to provide support. However, upon arriving at the mine, Raza looked at the miners in confusion. To be honest, he was a bit dazed. They were all fine. It was just the guarding ninjas who had been tied up. After having them untied, Raza asked the miners what had happened. One miner trembled and said, "Kazake-sama, after those people dealt with the ninjas, they gathered us together and asked if we had collected a kind of, or that looks like black jade. If so, we should hand it over and they would pay for it. We have never seen such, so we said no. They didn't believe us and searched around, and after finding nothing, they left. Then 3 groups of people came one after another, and the process was similar. Raza felt that this matter had escalated significantly. His previous actions had led them to mistakenly believe he was somewhat guilty, which was why he expelled people from other villages. Now, these people were certain that they had this kind of ore, which was why they came to attack here. Fortunately, these people were somewhat restrained and didn't want to tear apart relations with the Sand Village without finding the ore. Realizing this, Raza immediately ordered Maki, take people to support the other mines. Avoid conflict with them as much as possible if they haven't killed anyone. I need to return to the village. This matter needs to be resolved quickly. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Maki agreed and left with his people. Raza also hurriedly flew towards Sunagakure. As soon as Raza arrived in the village, he called all the high-ranking officials, even though it was already late at night. The office of the Wind Shadow was brightly lit, and Raza was issuing orders one after another. Once all the orders were given, Raza leaned back in his chair and rubbed his head. He said to Chiyo beside him, "Elder Chiyo, I just realized that I've been schemed against by Konoha." Raza continued rubbing his head and said, "What kind of, or that looks like jade is there?" "It's all Konoha's conspiracy. They must have found a piece of special fine iron somewhere and claimed it was bought from Sunagakure, directing the blame from several villages towards us. I must say, the hearts of the people from Konoha are truly dirty." Chiyo thought about Raza's words and also felt that this was Konoha's scheme, because Konoha knew that Sunagakure was about to go to war against them. They came up with this plan. However, some aspects didn't make sense. If it was Konoha's conspiracy, why did they also send people to look for that kind of ore? Was it just to stir the waters? While Sunagakure was facing continuous troubles, the book Temptation of Returning to the Village was released. Unlike the release of the affairs of the great officer Shimen, which was mostly bought by men, this time the buyers were all women. On the first day, The sales of temptation of returning to the village exceeded the first day's sales of the affairs of the great officer Shiman. At this moment, if Lucier knew, he would definitely say, women's money is easy to earn. At this time, Jiraiya had already started to interact with Naruto, and Lucier just wanted these two fated master and disciple to meet as soon as possible. 2 days later, Konoha received a letter of condemnation and protest from Sunagakure, which essentially stated, Konoha was spreading rumors and causing significant trouble for Sunagakure, and Konoha needed to clarify the situation proactively. Otherwise, there could be a war between the two villages. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he was bewildered. When did he spread rumors? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen called Lucier to the Hokage office. When Rushi arrived, Sarutobi Hizashi was smoking. Upon seeing Rushi, he immediately put on a kind smile and asked, Rushi, are you adjusting well to the Umbu? Pretty good. The work in Umbu suits me well. Hokage-sama, is there something you wanted to talk to me about this time? Lucier felt a bit uncomfortable under Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, so he directly asked him the purpose of calling him here. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately became serious. He then handed Lucier the invitation letter sent by Sunagakure. Looking at the contents, Lucier found it particularly amusing but managed to hold back his laughter. He placed the short knife on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and said, Hokage-sama, please take a look. This is the knife, made of that iron. I obtained this iron during a previous mission to gather intelligence. I heard that Sunagakure was still searching for the iron that had leaked out. Now, with what Sunagakure is saying, it's clear they don't want to take responsibility. I suspect they want to form a ninja sword army. A force larger than the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, like a puppet army. We can't just sit back and wait. We need to let all the villages know about this and expose Sunagakure's plans, making everyone aware of their ambitions. While looking at the knife and listening to Lucier, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Lucier made a lot of sense. The information that Danzo had relayed mentioned that Raza had been frequently visiting various mines lately, which would mean he had just collected this kind of ore and then taken it away. Lucier's acquisition was likely a coincidence. As he handed the knife back to Lucier, he said, Lucier, you make a valid point. I will consider your suggestions. You can leave for now. After Lucier left the Hokage's office, he sneered inwardly while mocking Sunagakure. You thought you could shoot me and chase me? Watch me dig a pit for you to bury yourself in. You still want to clear your name? If you want to clear your name, I'll make sure you lose a layer of skin. It's a pity, though, if he had one more piece of such fine iron. Lucier could definitely drag all the villages to the land of wind to stir things up. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly sent messages to the other villages, stating that Sunagakure was forming a shinobi sword corps, which threatened the entire ninja world, and hoped everyone would work together to stop Sunagakure. Soon, several villages received an invitation from Konoha. Upon reading the content, they immediately objected. The 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure were already difficult enough to deal with. Now you want to create a corps? This is unacceptable for any village. The threat is too great, and they didn't dare to gamble. What if Sunagakure really attacked their village one day? Thus, a storm of opposition against Sunagakure quickly swept through the ninja world. Kimogakure and Iwagakure urged Sunagakure to abandon such evil practices and demanded that Raza hand over those ores to be managed by the other villages. During this time, Raza was extraordinarily irritable. The entire ninja world was cursing Sunagakure, and he felt particularly aggrieved. He hadn't done anything, yet he was being scolded like this. The most important thing was that the daimyo of the Land of Wind also asked him to hand over those ores, of which he had plenty. However, he truly did not have the kind of ores that were being talked about outside. Soon, the 9th meeting of the month began, mainly discussing how to resolve the current issues. A high-ranking official complained, it's only the 4th, and we've already had 9 meetings in Sunagakure. I really want to go out and do some missions. Just as he was complaining, Raza arrived. He sat down in the main seat and said directly, Gentlemen, this situation has exceeded my expectations. The 4 great ninja villages are pressuring us. Does anyone have a good solution? The complaining high-ranking official from Sunagakure said, If it doesn't work, we might as well hand over those ores first. We can discuss forming the shinobi sword corps later. Since this matter has been exposed, let's wait. Just as this high-ranking official from Sunagakure was about to say something else, Raza's angry voice interrupted him. Raza was genuinely furious this time. Even his own people believed the rumor. Enough, you fool. Sunagakure does not have that kind of ore, nor do we have any plans to form a shinobi sword corps. If I had that kind of ore, I would have used it long ago and wouldn't let the other villages be so arrogant. After shouting, Raza felt a bit better and then asked Chiyo, Elder Chiyo, do you have any solutions? If we don't give the other villages an explanation, this matter will be hard to resolve. Chiyo, with her fingers crossed under her chin, calmly replied, "Now that things have developed to this extent, we can only admit it." Several high-ranking officials were immediately unhappy and wanted to refute Chiyo, but Raza stopped them and signaled Chiyo to continue. Seeing Raza's gesture, Chiyo continued, "We were indeed ambushed by Konoha this time, but it's no big deal. We'll only lose a bit of face. If I don't admit it, the other villages will continue to pressure us, and we might even face war. As you all know, we in Sunagakure can't deal with 4 villages at the same time. But if we admit it, we can tell the other villages that the fine iron did indeed come from our village. However, that was a piece of, or that took over 20 years to refine. And we can let people from the other villages go to the iron mine to see for themselves that we truly do not have that kind of ore. That piece of fine iron was accidentally sold as jade by a careless miner, since there is no profit. Do you think the other villages will still fight us to the end?" Everyone felt that Chiyo was right, and Raza also thought it was a good idea. Thus, on that day, the entire ninja world was stirred up by a notice issued by Sunagakure. The message conveyed by this notice was roughly as follows. The black fine iron was indeed refined by Sunagakure. However, the quantity is particularly rare. It took them 20 years to refine just that one piece. But unexpectedly, this extremely precious black fine iron was mistakenly sold by a careless miner as jade. And the buyer was none other than Nara Lushur. Now, Sunagakure no longer has any black fine iron left. If anyone doubts or does not believe this statement, Sunagakure welcomes them to come for a thorough investigation. The villages that received this notice were somewhat flustered. With just that one piece, weren't they working in vain? Some villages, not believing it, really went to investigate in Sunagakure and found that the village truly had none left, only ordinary ores. Then these people left Sunagakure cursing. Even Lushur knew this news, and he couldn't help but admire the person who came up with this idea. It not only managed to undermine the other villages' targeting, but also eliminated their wariness. It seems that Sunagakure still has smart people. Lushur thought that Sunagakure would have to fight with the other villages, but he didn't expect this to be the end of it. However, Lushur had no time to worry about this matter, because his new book, The Secrets That Must Be Told About Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, went on sale today. The bookstores sold out immediately as soon as they started selling it. The book by the melancholy Prince of Konoha is so popular that people are buying it regardless of the genre. In the Akatsuki organization's base, Conan was reading a book while watching Obito, because Conan still didn't know that the Madara in front of her was fake, even if the book said it wasn't him. Obito was very angry and wished he could skin the author alive. Conan, who was reading, chuckled and then looked at Obito and asked, "Mr. Madara, did Hashirama really invite you to his wedding with Uzumaki Mido? Did the Vajra chains of Uzumaki Mido really beat you both up?" Obito didn't say anything, just huffed coldly and walked away. These books are actually just appetizers. They're meant to make money. His Black Absolute Rescue Mother legend is the real bombshell. But now is not the time. We should wait until the Rice Brother is about to destroy Konoha before bringing out this book. It will definitely be a lot of fun then. The main characters' names in the book are already decided. Vortex Nerve Gate, Uchiha Dog Belt, South Little Fool, Yellow Hair Yen. Of course, the saviors must be Naruto and Sasuke, but they just need to change their names and identities, allowing them to wreak havoc on other villages. Once this book is released, it will definitely make Obito doubt Black Zetsu. As a time traveler, how could Lushur easily let Black Zetsu rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki? According to the world's corrective force, Kagaya Otsutsuki would definitely be rescued. This is something Lushur cannot change. However, Lushur also wouldn't let Black Zetsu rescue her too easily. This time, even Sasuke bought a copy, wanting to see what Uchiha Madara was like in it. After reading it, even Sasuke, the so-called king of annoyance, laughed until his stomach hurt. It's just a pity for Jiraiya, who was once again scolded by Hiruzen Sarutobi in the office. Since he was the only one writing books in Konoha, he took the blame for Lushur. Jiraiya thought, "Aren't you trying to make me die early to inherit the Hokage position? If you want to be Hokage, I can abdicate right now. You don't need to anger me like this. In the past, you made up stories about us, and that was fine. But now you even dare to make up stories about the first Hokage. I really want to take you to the first Hokage's grave and personally send you down to meet him." At that moment, Jiraiya was in a daze, thinking, who am I? Where am I? Why am I being scolded again? Until he saw the book in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand, titled The Secrets of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He finally understood why he was scolded again. He actually wanted to explain, but Lushur had advised him not to reveal that Lushur was writing books, so he could only silently endure it. After scolding Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi told him to get lost, and before leaving, Jiraiya took the book with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted at the window, "Damn Jiraiya, I haven't finished reading yet. Can't you just buy one yourself?" But as soon as he shouted, he regretted it, wondering what others would think if they heard him. In a casino, the ninja world's big fat sheep was gambling, while his little follower, Shizun, was reading a book, completely unconcerned about the noisy gambling sounds. Tsunade suddenly felt something was missing. It seemed that Shizun hadn't tried to persuade her today. She turned around and saw Shizun reading a book. So Tsunade snatched it away and glanced at a few pages. Shizun immediately tried to get it back, but seeing Tsunade's expression, she gave up. Tsunade casually flipped through the pages of the book. However, after just a few pages, veins began to visibly bulge on her smooth forehead, as if they were about to burst. Finally, she could no longer stand it, and she slammed the book down on the table, stood up abruptly, and walked out of the casino. At that moment, Tsunade had no intention of continuing to gamble, mainly because she was out of money. As she walked, she kept cursing, "Damn Jiraiya, how dare you randomly make up stories about my grandfather? The day I run into you, I'll break all your ribs one by one. You'll know how powerful I am." Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Jiraiya was sitting leisurely on a bench, engrossed in reading the secrets of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Suddenly, a chilling sensation inexplicably crept up from the back of his neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Jiraiya turned around curiously, but found no one behind him. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off a vague sense of unease. He frowned and muttered to himself, "This is strange. Why do I feel like I'm being watched by someone terrifying? Could someone be plotting against me? But that shouldn't be the case." Shaking his head, Jiraiya temporarily dismissed these thoughts and continued reading. Lu Shi's writing is quite good, but can 3 people getting married at the same time really find happiness? It really makes one curious, Jiraiya muttered to himself. At this moment, Lu Shi was comfortably lying on his couch, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Completely motionless, Lu Shi suddenly felt that he had lost his direction. Now that he had earned enough money, he suddenly wanted to retire and enjoy his old age. If Lu Shi's mother knew, she would definitely give him a complete childhood. In a training field in Konoha village, Naruto was about to have a spar with Lu Shi. At first, Lu Shi refused this spar, as Naruto was still too inexperienced and hadn't reached the level of the meatball maniac. Even if Naruto did reach that level, Lu Shi had ways to deal with it. However, Jiraiya said he wanted to see Naruto's strength, and regardless of the outcome, he would teach Naruto. For the sake of his younger brother, Lu Shi agreed. Seeing that the two were ready, Jiraiya first said to Shikamaru, "Shikamaru, your intelligence and strategy are your strongest weapons. Remember, battle is not just a contest of strength, but also a contest of wisdom, so you are not allowed to use that shadow jutsu or your smoking knife. Dear Time, your praise is just to prevent me from using Shadow Ninja and Smoke Blade. This is too unexpected." Although Jiraiya's compliments can be a bit tricky, Dear Time still agreed. After all, he didn't intend to use those tactics against Naruto. 2 wooden swords were enough, and it was a good opportunity to practice shadow binding, which he hadn't used in a long time. With that thought in mind, Shikamaru nodded and said, "Okay." Jiraiya then looked at Naruto, his words filled with encouragement. "Naruto, you have endless potential and perseverance. Your passion and indomitable spirit are your greatest strengths." Naruto felt a bit overwhelmed by Jiraiya's words, aside from his brother. This was the second person who recognized him. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes, and Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of momentum he wanted. Begin. With Jiraiya's command, the practical training officially started. Jiraiya thought to himself, "Naruto, this is as far as I can help you. Let's see what you can do." On the training ground, Dear Time quickly drew 2 wooden swords, and Naruto charged at him with the momentum of a scion. "Ah!" Naruto's screams echoed across the training ground, prompting Jiraiya to close his eyes and turn his head away. E-slash, E-stalb, E-stalb, E-slash, E-slash, slash, slash, E-stalb, stalb, stalb. Jiraiya couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted at the two. "All right, Dear Time, stop. Naruto has had enough. Just stop." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Dear Time stopped. Naruto was already lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, not from injury but from pain, as Dear Time had done this on purpose. Whether in sparring or battle, Naruto liked to charge in recklessly. He wasn't yet a Maruko maniac, and being reckless made him prone to injury. Moreover, Naruto had charged in alone without using Shadow Clone Jutsu, so Dear Time took the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Jiraiya helped Naruto up and took him to rest under a tree. 10 minutes later, Naruto was back on his feet. One must say, as the protagonist. His physique was unmatched. Looking at the now-recovered Naruto, Jiraiya helplessly said, "Naruto, to be honest, I was deceived by your momentum. I thought you would last a few minutes. But you went down right away. You didn't live up to that momentum. Since you're back, let's continue sparring." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto hesitated for a moment and stole a glance at Dear Time. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's thoughts and continued. "This time, Dear Time won't use dual swords. You can use Shadow Clone Jutsu." Dear Time, Jiraiya is really sacrificing his face to let Naruto win. Why not just say to let me stand still? Forget it. I'll use Taijutsu then. Do you really think my Taijutsu is weak? Upon hearing this, Naruto's momentum rose again. Soon, the second battle between the two began. This time, Naruto directly summoned 12 shadow clones. One has to say, the amount of chakra from the Uzumaki clan is truly impressive. Before long, their battle intensified. Dear Time skillfully controlled the rhythm of the battlefield, using his shadow imitation technique. The shadows moved like living creatures, binding and attacking at times, making it difficult for Naruto to get close. Naruto relied on his shadow clone technique to create multiple clones, trying to confuse Dear Time and find a breakthrough. However, Dear Time's taijutsu was also impressive, eliminating Naruto's clones one after another. Jiraiya quietly observed from the side, and this time there was approval in his gaze as he began to give Naruto advice. "Naruto, have the clones grab his legs, hold onto his legs. Go for the crotch. Oh no, he broke free, quickly surround him. This time, grab his legs and lock his throat, then give him an eye poke. When his shadow comes, have the clones block the shadow. Oh no, you idiot, don't stop. Do you have to stop and listen to me?" Jiraiya's words sent a chill down Dear Time's spine. How could the legendary Konoha 3 ninjas teach Naruto things that sounded so much like street fighting? In a moment of distraction, Naruto's original body was found by Dear Time, who then bound Naruto with his shadow. Alright, the match is over, and Naruto lost again. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Dear Time released Naruto. Then Naruto, dissatisfied, said to Jiraiya, "Perverted sage, it's all your fault. If you hadn't talked to me, I would have won." Jiraiya ignored Naruto's mysterious confidence. Dear looked at Jiraiya with a disdainful gaze, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He had been too excited just now. Moreover, the techniques he used were indeed not suitable for practice. Fortunately, Jiraiya had a thick skin and ignored Dear's expression. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, your performance this time was good, especially you, Dear. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be so impressive, so just keep training." Then he looked at Naruto and said, "As for you, idiot, tomorrow I'll teach you some basic combat skills. You're too weak. I've restricted Dear this much, and you still can't win. You're far behind compared to how I was back in the day." Dear Time shot Jiraiya a glance with annoyance, thinking to himself, if I hadn't read the original work, I might have believed your nonsense. You're just a loser, just like Naruto back in the day, often getting beaten up by Orochimaru and Tsunade. Jiraiya put away his previous joking demeanor and said seriously, "Dear Time, do you want to hear some harsh words?" Upon seeing Jiraiya like this, Rushi became serious as well. "Lord Jiraiya, please speak your mind. I would really like to hear your advice." Jiraiya didn't hesitate and said directly, "Rushi, both your strength and combat intelligence exceed that of your peers, and you also have enough means to protect yourself. It's fair to say that as a ninja, you are very well-rounded, but that's also your problem. You lack the desire to become stronger. So you miss a bit of the courage to risk everything for survival. I fear that when you face truly strong opponents in the future, you might suffer for it." Rushi thought for a moment and felt that Jiraiya had a point. However, he believed it didn't apply to him. So he said to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, you are right, but this saying doesn't suit me. I have never been a ninja who survives by force. In my understanding, there are no concepts of strong and weak, only living or dying. And I will do everything I can to send my enemies to their death." Jiraiya looked at Rushi. Perhaps he had overestimated the boy's limits. After several days of rest, Rushi was called to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled as he handed Rushi a letter and instructed him, "Find Tsunade and give her this letter. If you can't find her, come back. Don't take over a month like in the Land of Iron." Lu was somewhat surprised. Isn't it Jiraiya who is supposed to look for Tsunade? Why is it me this time? Lu sure was taken aback for a moment, then took the letter and asked, "I understand, Lord Hokage, but I don't know where Lady Tsunade is. Where should I deliver the letter?" "You should ask at the intelligence department. They have the latest news about Tsunade. By the way, bring a picture of Tsunade with you." After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, Lucier left the Hokage's office. He really couldn't understand why he had to deliver a letter to Tsunade. This task was clearly more suitable for Jiraiya. After getting the information, Lu Shi went home to explain to his mother that he was on a mission, so she wouldn't worry. This time, Lu Shi didn't plan to bring Xiaohei. Although having Xiaohei would save him a lot of walking, Lu Shi didn't want Xiaohei to work for Sarutobi Hizashi for free. 5 days later, Lu Shi met Tsunade, known as the big fat sheep of the ninja world, in a casino. Lu Shi walked into the casino and came to stand behind Tsunade, wanting to see how lucky this woman was with gambling. Watching as Tsunade lost her last chips, Lu Shi thought that it was quite remarkable that she was still unharmed. It was entirely due to her luck of always losing at gambling. Otherwise, she would have been taken away as a captive wife long ago. An average person could not afford to keep this spendthrift woman. Tsunade turned her head to glance at Lu Shi and asked, "Do you have any money?" "Lu Shi, I'm feeling numb. What's going on? Do I know you? You're just asking me to borrow money, fine. I do know you, but you don't recognize me." After some internal struggle, Lu Shi took out 2 stacks of money and placed them on the table. Then, over the course of an hour, Lu Shi took out some more money. By the time he lost all the money he had on him, the 3 of them finally walked out of the casino together. As soon as they exited the casino, Tsunade asked, "Are you here to find me?" Without responding, Deer handed the letter to Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, this is a letter from Lord Hokage for you." Tsunade took the letter, tore it open without a glance. When Lu Shi turned around to leave, the letter had already been delivered, and the rest of the matters were none of his concern. Just as Lu Shi was about to turn his head, Tsunade asked him, "How did you find me, and why do you know me?" Lu Shi thought for a moment and said, "I have seen Lord Tsunade's portrait. As for how to find you, it was Jiraiya who told me. He said just go to the casino and look for her. She is someone who will never win. That's why I gave you the money, to see if it's true what Lord Jiraiya said. I can't say I've read the original work. Just now, when I gave Tsunade the money, he just wanted to see the true strength of the big fat sheep in the ninja world. Besides, putting these things on Jiraiya's shoulders, he doesn't feel any burden at all. That bastard Jiraiya actually dared to scheme against me. Just wait and see if I won't break your bones in the future. Hey, kid, what else did Jiraiya say about me?" After thinking for a few seconds, Rushi said, "Lord Jiraiya said you are the big fat sheep of the ninja world. A charitable gambler, a money-spending prodigy, a spendthrift, big-chested but brainless. And he also said you should use your medical ninjutsu to treat your head. Let some of that water out. Maybe there's still hope for you." At this moment, Tsunade was tightly holding onto the furious Shizun. "That Jiraiya, I'm going to kill him for daring to say that about me. I think he is just asking for trouble." Inside the izakaya, Rushi was eating, while Tsunade was drinking heavily. After taking a big gulp of her drink, Tsunade put down her cup. "I really didn't expect Rukyu's kid to be this grown-up. Kid, how about traveling the ninja world with me?" Upon hearing this, Shizun immediately gave Rushi a look, signaling him not to agree. Both of them had to rely on borrowing money to get by. With one more person, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Lu Shi certainly saw the mute prompt. Even without it, he wouldn't agree. What kind of serious illness would make him agree to Tsunade? As a rich heir, isn't it better to stay at home, running around the world with a big fat sheep? He must be crazy. Thinking of this, Lu Shi declined. "Forget it. Traveling is not suitable for me. I prefer to stay in Konoha, helping Ino sell flowers when there's nothing to do, taking on a few missions occasionally, and reading Jiraiya-sensei's books in my spare time. I heard that his next book is already being written, titled Those Years of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara." Suddenly, Tsunade's wine cup was crushed in her hand, and Lu Shi immediately closed his mouth. Actually, Lu Shi was provoking Tsunade for a reason. He wanted to see if she could return to Konoha early and push Sarutobi Hizashi off the stage, so he wouldn't have to see that old face all the time. Soon, Tsunade got drunk. She was really drunk, not pretending like Jiraiya. Lu Shi took out a scroll and handed it to Shizun, saying, "There is some money in here. You keep it for your daily expenses. Make sure Tsunade-sama doesn't find out, or she'll definitely use it for gambling. If one day, the great Sannin of Konoha, the princess of the land of fire, ends up sleeping on the streets, it would be too embarrassing. All right, I've delivered the message, and I'm heading back to Konoha now." Shizun took the scroll, unsure of what to say, and while she was still organizing her thoughts, Lu Shi had already left. The scroll probably contained about 1 million. For Lu Shi now, 1 million was just pocket change. His reason for giving the money was simple. Shizun's situation with Tsunade was a bit tough, sometimes going hungry and sometimes having to dodge creditors, making a pretty girl look like she was fleeing from disaster. If this money wasn't used for gambling, it could definitely be used on the day Sarutobi Hizashi was taken down by Orochimaru. "Hokage-sama, that's the whole story. After I treated Tsunade-sama to a meal, I returned to the village. Hokage-sama, can this money be reimbursed?" Listening to Lu Shi's report, the Hokage was initially quite satisfied. However, that last sentence almost broke his composure, but he managed to hold it together. Then, Sarutobi Hizashi took out 2 bills from his drawer and handed them to Lu Shi. Say, of course, you can keep that money. No need to give back the rest. At that time, Lu didn't answer but rather shyly said, Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade drank 13 million ryo worth of alcohol from me. Otherwise, how much would I owe? What kind of expensive alcohol did Tsunade drink? Never mind. Sarutobi Hizashi was somewhat surprised, his voice rising a bit higher than usual. However, he still accepted this bill. After all, Tsunade was his disciple. Rushi happily returned home with the money. In fact, he didn't really need it, but he didn't want to let Sarutobi Raijin take advantage of him. A week had passed since he sparred with Naruto, and today Rushi had a day off. So he put on his casual clothes and wanted to go see Ino. Ino had been on missions these past few days, and they hadn't had a meal together for several days. However, as soon as Rushi stepped out, he saw Jiraiya in his yard, holding a hardcover book about the tales of Shimin Daxian, drooling over it. Lu Shi was curious about how Jiraiya was there, so he asked, Jiraiya-sama, what are you doing here? Also, please don't read that kind of book in my house. If my mom sees you, she'll definitely kick you out for being a pervert. Hearing someone speak, Jiraiya put away the book, turned to Lu Shi, and said with an embarrassed expression, I just came from Yambu. I heard you were off duty today, so I came to find you. I was actually going to knock on the door, but I heard you say you're going to find Ino, so I waited for you here. Oh, does Jiraiya-sama have something to discuss with me? Rushi was curious about Jiraiya's intentions, so he directly asked, if there's nothing important, he still needed to find Ino. Jiraiya grabbed Rushi's hand and pulled him outside, saying as they walked, I specifically came to find you. Today, Sage Fukasaku sent me a message saying that the great sage wants to meet you, so here I am. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Rushi began to recall the great sage Jiraiya mentioned. It should be that old toad Gamamaru. Why does that old thing want to see him? But it doesn't matter. After all, he was an enemy. So Rushi agreed to meet the old toad. All right, when shall we go? Upon Rushi's agreement, Jiraiya took him to a remote location and summoned a small toad. After Jiraiya said a few words to the small toad, it vanished in a puff of white smoke. Jiraiya then came to Rushi's side, placed his right hand on Rushi's shoulder, and instructed him, Rushi, in a moment, Mayaboka Mountain will teleport us, so don't resist. Okay, I understand. 30 seconds later, a sensation of weightlessness came over them, and Rushi realized that someone was using reverse summoning to take them to Mayaboka Mountain. His vision blurred, and the scene immediately changed. Jiraiya, you guys are here. Deer looked in the direction of the sound and found no one there. Jiraiya pressed down on Deer's head to look down, and Deer then noticed an old toad with a goatee right by his feet. Wow, how did you get so close? Aren't you afraid of getting squished? Lu Shi took a few steps back. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, a large number of black lines appeared on the forehead of the toad. Jiraiya immediately came to the center of the scene. All right, Lu Shi, let me introduce you. This is Sage Shinzaku, a high-ranking member of Mayaboka Mountain and also the assistant to the great sage. Lu Shi suddenly realized and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I just noticed a toad by my feet and got startled. It was fine until he explained, but the more he explained, the more black lines appeared on Shinzo's forehead. Jiraiya quickly corrected him. Lu Shi, you should refer to this great person as Shinzaka Senin. Otherwise, it's too impolite. Lu Shi immediately changed his tone. Shinzaka Senin, I'm sorry. It's just that it's my first time seeing a talking toad, and I'm a bit excited. Please don't mind me. Shinzaku ignored Lu Shi and turned to Jiraiya, saying, let's go. That person is already waiting for you. Jiraiya felt a bit awkward, not expecting Lu Shi to have such a sharp tongue. Thus, the three of them, one person and one toad, headed towards the temple on Mount Mayaboku. 15 minutes later, Lu Shi met Fukasaku, the toad sage. Looking at Fukasaku's appearance, Lu Shi felt that this toad seemed to be on the verge of meeting the sage of the six paths. Who are you? A hoarse voice came from Fukasaku's mouth. Shinzaku gave Fukasaku a glance and said, is this really necessary? Didn't you ask me to call Jiraiya? Oh, Jiraiya, what brings you here? Lu Shi tugged at Jiraiya's clothes, and Jiraiya turned around to ask what was wrong. Lu Shi said, Lord Jiraiya, I know where Lady Tsunade is now. Should I go and invite her over? I feel like she might have some senile dementia, and perhaps with Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, she could be cured. The awkward atmosphere lingered for a few seconds until Frogmaru said, Kid, I had a dream. I dreamed that a shadow appeared beside the child of prophecy, but I don't know if it's good or bad. Can you tell me your choice? Lu Shi is now completely certain that this is entirely the work of the Sage of Six Paths, who has sent a dream to Gamamaru. So, you're the Sage of the Toad, huh? Since you asked me this, I also want to ask you a few questions. First, how did you determine that Shadow was me? Second, who is that prophesied child of yours? What is my relationship with this prophesied child? Third, here's my answer. If the prophesied child is my friend, I will help him. If the prophesied child is my enemy, I will do everything in my power to kill him. Even if it's the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, I won't hesitate to kill him. That is my answer. By the way, one more thing. Sage of the Toad, you should dream less in the future. Perhaps the future you see is what some people want you to see. The two toads present were shocked, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves. They never expected Lu Shi to say such things, and they were even more surprised that Lu Shi knew the Sage of Six Paths. Lu Shi's attitude caused Gamamaru to doubt himself. Could those dreams really be the work of that person? The situation on Jiraiya's side was similar. It seemed he also knew who that prophesied child was. Dear Shi said these words not to show off, but simply because he doesn't like living according to other people's plans. The meaning of Frogmaru is very clear. He wants to train Dear Shi to be Naruto's subordinate. But how could Dear Shi agree to that? Even if he helps Naruto, he cannot do so as a subordinate. That would be too embarrassing for a traveler. A few minutes later, the person and the two frogs came back to their senses from their shock. Frogmaru sighed. Let's just pretend I didn't ask this. Dear Shi, are you willing to come to Myaboka Mountain to learn Senjutsu? No. Lu Shi rejected it without thinking. It wasn't that he was proud. He felt that the immortal techniques of Myoko Mountain were not suitable for him. He had his own plans, which were to learn immortal techniques from the Slug Sage, as that would suit him better. What he needed now was a spiritual beast that could heal injuries, and the toads of Myoko Mountain couldn't do that. Moreover, Lu Shi didn't need the toads of Myoko Mountain to help him fight. Also, Myoko Mountain was too deeply involved with the Sage of Six Paths, so it was better to pass on that. When the Toad Maru heard Lu Shi's rejection, he was initially taken aback, but soon felt relieved and did not continue to persuade him. Soon, Lu Shi and Jiraiya returned to Konoha. On that day, the sun was shining brightly, but for Lu Shi, it was another busy day. He had once again received a mission assigned by Sarutobi Hizashi. Unlike before, this time he had teammates, and Lu Shi was very interested in this new teammate. Just moments ago, during their self-introductions, Lu Shi suddenly heard someone introduce themselves as Kappa. This name immediately piqued Lu Shi's curiosity, and he secretly wondered if this person could be Yamato. After all, in the world of Naruto, Yamato was a very special ninja. His reputation as a wood-release ninja was quite famous. Unfortunately, everyone was wearing masks at that moment, so it was impossible to see each other's faces. In fact, Lu Shi guessed correctly. This person was indeed Yamato. Thus, carrying the anticipation and speculation about his new teammate's identity, Lu Shi, Yamato, and another member from the Umbu route set off for the Land of Water. Along the way, only the team leader Yamato knew the specific details of this mission, while Lu Shi and the Umbu member were completely in the dark. Despite their curiosity, they did not ask, as it was the rule. After several days of non-stop travel, the three finally arrived at the border of the Land of Water. At this point, the silent Kappa, who was Yamato, finally broke the silence. Gentlemen, this is our first time collaborating on a mission. Now, let me tell you about this mission. According to the intelligence we obtained from Konoha, Kirigakure's K. Yagura passed away last year. Our primary goal is to verify the truth of this matter. If K. Yagura is indeed deceased, we will also need to look for the whereabouts of the Three Tails. After saying this, Yamato's gaze swept over Lu Shi and the other team member, seemingly observing their reactions. At that moment, Lu Shi spoke up. Captain Kappa, perhaps we should split up. You and the other two teammates can go search for the Three Tails while I go to Kirigakure alone. After all, with my individual abilities, acting alone would be more flexible and covert, which might increase the chances of success. This way, we can improve efficiency and maximize the smooth progress of the mission. What do you think? Yamato furrowed his brow slightly, thought for a moment, and finally said, All right, since that's the case, let's arrange it like that. Kurohyu, you are responsible for investigating the relevant information. Be sure to be careful and do not expose your whereabouts. I will be searching for the Three Tails with Murasaki. Remember, we only have 1 month. Regardless of whether we manage to gather useful information or not, we must return here to regroup on time. If one party fails to return within the designated time, the other party should not continue waiting and must immediately return to the village and report the situation to Lord Hokage. Understood? Deer nodded to indicate understanding, and, after speaking, he walked in a certain direction. There was still a distance from mist-hidden village, and it was all sea, so he could only find a boat to get there. And he also needed to disguise himself, as he was currently wearing dark department clothing. Entering the land of water like this would be equivalent to seeking death. Lucier put away the dark clothing into the shadow space, changed into a set of wandering warrior clothes, let his hair down, and felt that he was almost ready. He then hung the weapon knife he had obtained earlier at his waist. Just like that, a handsome and capable warrior appeared out of nowhere. After a moment of vanity, Lucier put away his playful thoughts and headed towards the dock, looking for a ship to the Water Nation. Soon he found 3 ships, but none of the 3 boatmen dared to go to the Water Nation, as they had heard that it was very ominous there, and many people who went never returned. Lucier didn't hesitate and directly used his cash ability. Seeing how generous Lucier was, a boatman agreed to take him across. However, he only took Lucier to a small island 1 kilometer away from the Water Nation. 4 days later, Lucier set foot on solid ground again and felt a great sense of security walking on the earth. After reaching the shore, Lucier didn't rush to enter the city, as his appearance was too different from the people of the Water Nation. So he needed to change his appearance again. The samurai look was just for the boatman. Even as a wandering samurai, he would stand out significantly in the Water Nation. 7 days later, Lucier finally arrived at Mist-Hidden Village. At this point, Lucier had transformed into a very typical image of a Water Nation person, with sharp teeth and somewhat bizarre features, looking just like the people of the Water Nation. As Lucier walked down the streets of the Hidden Mist Village, he noticed that the people here had dull eyes, as if they had lost all hope of living, resembling walking corpses. Lucier couldn't help but admire Obito's ruthlessness. This guy was really pushing the Hidden Mist Village to its limits. But it made sense, as Lin's death was indeed related to the Hidden Mist Village. Lucier walked forward with his head down, afraid that others would notice something. Then Lucier found a shadowy place to sit down and ordered the Shadow Ninjas to gather intelligence at night. Just as the Shadow Ninjas disappeared, someone shouted, "Isn't that Lord Kagayame? She's so beautiful." Lucier heard someone talking, stood up to take a look, and indeed found it was Shomei. After Shomei greeted the villagers, she walked towards the Water Shadow building. There wasn't much excitement to watch, so Lucier returned to the shadowed spot from earlier, waiting for night to arrive. Lucier found an unoccupied house to serve as a temporary residence. As for ghost houses or the like, it was out of the question. Outsiders would never come here, making the local business particularly bleak. Soon, a few shadow ninjas returned, holding some documents. Lucier kept 2 useful ones and instructed them to return the rest, as it would be problematic if they were discovered. However, the next morning, trouble arose. Kirigakure was under lockdown. This incident began an hour earlier when Terumi Mei got up early to retrieve documents and noticed signs that they had been tampered with. She then checked the filing cabinet and found that 2 pieces of intelligence were missing. Since the filing cabinet was in the Mizuki's office, there wasn't much special security. After all, ordinary people couldn't enter the Mizuki's building. Terumi Mei then called Ching and a few trusted high-ranking officials, explaining the situation. Everyone agreed that they should first lock down Kirigakure to see if they could find the person responsible. The incident with Shinjitsu Yagura was too embarrassing, so they couldn't let outsiders know about it. Lucier also discovered the curfew in the Hidden Mist Village. If he ran out now, it would be easier for him to be targeted. However, Lucier miscalculated one thing. There was a Byakugan in the Hidden Mist Village, and he was already being watched. Lord Mizuki, I have found a suspicious individual. As soon as Ching entered the Mizuki's office, he reported his findings to Terumi Mei. Originally, Lucier wanted to gather some more intelligence, but he suddenly noticed that there were significantly fewer people on the road, and he had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether he could obtain any additional intelligence during the day, he would take the information he had back with him. Lucier observed his surroundings and realized that he was indeed being targeted. It's unfortunate for Lucier that when Ching began the search, he quickly discovered Lucier, primarily due to the large amount of chakra Lucier possessed. Although it wasn't to the extent of Naruto's abnormal levels, it was already far beyond that of an average chunin, even exceeding that of Kakashi, who was known for his weak constitution. Therefore, Ching quickly locked onto Lucier. After several twists and turns, the people from Kirigakure lost track of Lucier, and even Ching didn't notice how Lucier disappeared. Search carefully nearby. That person must be close. He can't escape. I'll go inform Lord Mizuki, Ching said before running toward the Mizuki building. He initially thought it was a simple task, but he didn't expect this person to be so troublesome. Ching now regretted not keeping his Byakugan activated from the start. Lord Mizuki, that person got away. Ching shouted even before entering the Mizuki's office. However, as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw many people inside the office. Terumi May also heard Qing's words and was a bit curious. After all, Qing had brought 10 people with him. How could they let the enemy escape? However, this wasn't the time to assign blame. Terumi May gestured for Qing to wait a moment while she and a few subordinates searched for something in the file cabinet. Soon, Terumi May and her team found some sand, which was clearly not from their land of water, but rather seemed like sand from a desert. Qing, take a look at this sand. Is there anything unusual about it? I stumbled upon this by accident, and this file cabinet shouldn't have sand in it. Terumi May handed the collected sand to Qing. Qing took the sand, pinched it between his fingers, and examined its shape. He confidently said, Lord Mizuki's, this isn't our sea sand from the land of water. It resembles sand from the land of wind. I visited the land of wind with my father when I was very young, so I feel these sands are likely from there. Terumi May nodded in agreement with Qing's assessment and shared her conclusion. I think so too, but without evidence, we can't accuse them. Plus, I've just become Mizuki's, and there are many things to handle. We can't afford to have a major conflict with the land of wind. Sigh. I never expected that even a powerful Mizuki's could be controlled by Jinjutsu. We've lost too many talents in our Kirigakure over the years. Starting tomorrow, the ninja school will continue enrollment, and all those cruel rules will be abolished. However, we can't force those children to enroll. Otherwise, the villagers will remember the past. After finishing her instructions, Terumi May began to handle paperwork. Having just become Mizuki's, she truly had no energy to deal with other matters. As for where the sand came from, it was naturally placed there by Lu Shi. No matter when or where, Lu Shi was willing to frame Sunagakure for this. Not for any other reason, but because his father bore 2 wounds left by Sunagakure. However, Lu Shi didn't expect Terumi May to be so timid. The evidence was so clear, yet she didn't get angry. But Lu Shi still had a backup plan. Even if he couldn't incite a war between Kirigakure and Sunagakure, he had to create some discord between the 2 villages. At this moment, Lu Shi had already changed locations, but was still within Kirigakure. Since many pursuing ninjas had been dispatched to chase outside the village, it wasn't a good time for him to leave Kirigakure. Therefore, he would have to wait a few days until those pursuing ninjas returned before he could safely head back to Kanehagakure. Before leaving the mist-hidden village, Lu Shi overheard a few ninjas chatting and learned how he had been exposed. So for the past few days, he had been avoiding Qing, as he didn't want to get himself into trouble. 3 days later, the pursuing ninjas returned to the mist-hidden village, and Lu Shi planned to leave that night, which was convenient for his journey. However, before leaving, he had one thing to do: leave a letter for Terumi May. To be precise, it was a letter written in the name of Raza. Oh, Raza, I'm going to kill you for insulting me like this. Early the next morning, Terumi May's roar echoed through the Mizuki's building. Startled, the high-ranking officials of the mist-hidden village rushed to the Mizuki's office. With the previous Mizuki's, Yagura, having passed away, Terumi May had just taken office, and she could not afford to cause any more trouble. The village couldn't withstand such turmoil. In fact, Terumi May's position as Mizuki's was not yet official. She hadn't reported to the daimyo yet. The high-ranking officials had chosen her themselves after Yagura's death, intending to report to the daimyo only after the matter was settled. Everyone looked at Terumi May, who appeared like a raging lioness. No one dared to speak, except for Qing, who cautiously asked, Mizuki-sama, what's wrong? The mist-hidden village needs you. You can't afford to be in trouble. Hearing Qing's words, Terumi May calmed down a bit and handed the letter to Qing. Qing picked up the letter to read, and the other high-ranking officials gathered around him. Not knowing what it contained, they were shocked upon reading it. They finally understood why Terumi May was angry. This letter was essentially a love letter, confessing feelings for Terumi May. It wasn't a big deal in itself, as Terumi May was young and beautiful, and receiving such letters was normal. However, if the sender was a village leader, it was a different story, especially since he was a married older man. Ms. Terumi May, I hope this letter finds you well. I struggled for a long time before deciding to write this letter to you. I am Raza. A year ago, I came to the Mist-Hidden Village on a mission and saw you at that time. I developed feelings for you and intended to confess, but I was attacked by a masked man and had to retreat hastily. After returning to Sunagakure, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I originally planned to confess to you this time, but I didn't expect you to have become Mizuki's. So, I can only express my feelings in this letter. If you're willing to accept me, I would offer the entire Sunagakure as a dowry. If we have children, they will definitely possess a more powerful bloodline limit, and we could merge the Mist-Hidden Village and Sunagakure into Mizuki's village. If you have made your decision, send someone to find me. Yours affectionately, Rasa. Two high-ranking officials couldn't hold back their laughter, but they quickly covered their mouths, reminding themselves, "You can't laugh. This is not the time to laugh. Laughing now could get you killed." In fact, Ching wanted to laugh too, but he held it in. That last line really amused him. He didn't expect that old Raza to be so flirtatious. "Have you all read it? Is this matter really that funny?" After Terumi May finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. The high-ranking officials of the Mist-Hidden Village immediately suppressed their urge to laugh and began to criticize Raza. Some said he was shameless, an old cow eating tender grass. Others called him shameless, thinking he could marry the village beauty of the Mist-Hidden Village. In reality, these people were old foxes. There was no way this letter was genuinely written by Raza. Since they couldn't find the person now, they decided to scold Raza first, which might help Terumi May vent her anger. Half an hour later, only Terumi May and Ching remained in Mizuki's office. "Ching, what do you think we should do about this? I know this isn't written by Raza, but if I don't find out who wrote it, I will really be unsatisfied." Listening to Terumi May's question, Ching pondered for a few seconds and then replied, "Mizuki-sama, we could have Sunagakure help us find that person." "Oh, quickly tell me how we can get the people of Sunagakure to help." Hearing Ching's words, Terumi May immediately perked up and urged him to hurry up with the plan. Ching, upon hearing Terumi May's words, quickly laid out the plan. "Mizukage-sama, we can send an invitation letter to Sunagakure, rejecting Raza's proposal in it, stating that the Mist-Hidden Village needs you and that you want to leave the village, and that you don't like Raza. Then we can promote this in the ninja world, portraying you as someone who doesn't care about personal matters for the sake of the village, and Raza as a lecherous man. If Sunagakure learns that Raza wants to use their village as a dowry, what do you think Raza will do? He will find that person." Terumi May immediately replied with the correct answer. Ching nodded and continued, "You're right. At that point, Raza will definitely find that person. Then, that person's village will fall out with Sunagakure. In that case, regardless of which village ends up fighting, it will benefit our Mist-Hidden Village." Meanwhile, Lucier had already boarded a fishing boat and had returned to his wandering samurai disguise. When Shika arrived at the meeting point, Yamato and another member of the Umbu had not yet returned. So Shika waited there, but he wasn't just idly waiting. He had been practicing his swordsmanship for the past few days. Shika felt that his understanding of this sword technique was deepening. Soon, the news of Rasha's confession spread throughout the ninja world. Shika didn't realize the power of this letter, which almost got Rasha ousted. That day, Yamato and the Umbu finally returned. From a distance, they saw Shika training. Yamato didn't expect Kurihiko to return so quickly. Before they set out, Sarutobi Hizashi had instructed him to listen to Kurihiko's opinions and specifically emphasized that Kurihiko had special methods for gathering intelligence, which was why he let Kurihiko scout for information on his own. However, he was unaware of Kurihiko's true strength, so he was still a bit worried since they had not found the three tails. If Kurihiko also came back empty-handed, then their trip would have been in vain. Soon, the three of them gathered, and upon meeting, Yamato asked, "So, Kurihiko, did you gather any useful information?" Lucier took out 2 documents from his pocket and handed them to Yamato. "Captain, I stole this from Mizuki's office. It should be enough to report back." Yamato accepted the 2 documents without looking at them. As per the rules, Umbu members are not allowed to peek at intelligence. Yamato nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the Hokage was right. This kid indeed has some skills. "All right, let's take a half-hour break and then return to the village." Yamato and Jiju began to recover their chakra. They had been walking on water for the past few days, which consumed a lot of chakra. After half an hour, the 3 of them started heading towards Konoha. A few days later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence in front of him, somewhat incredulous. This intelligence was too important, and the fact that Lucier could steal such information was surprising. However, considering those shadow ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. Just as he was about to praise them, someone knocked on the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Come in," and a ninja pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing that the newcomer was from the intelligence department, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Yamamoto, what's the matter?" "Hokage-sama, we just received a piece of intelligence, and it's somewhat special, so I brought it to you immediately." The ninja named Yamamoto placed the intelligence on the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked it up and began to read, curious about its contents. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. After so many years as Hokage, it was rare for anything to catch him off guard. However, this intelligence definitely exceeded expectations. Haha, I really didn't expect that guy Rasha is still so youthful at heart. If I remember correctly, he's almost 40, right? Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him with a strange expression. He looked up to find Yamato and the others staring at him. Yamato was curious about what kind of intelligence could make the Hokage laugh like this, and from the Hokage's tone, it seemed to be related to Rasha. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly composed himself, cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment, and said to the intelligence officer, "Ahem, Yamamoto, I understand this matter. You all in the intelligence department should publicize it. Since Rasha has this intention, we in Konoha should help out." "Understood, Hokage-sama, I'll get to work." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded to signal him to leave. After the intelligence officer left, Sarutobi Hizashi handed the document to Yamato. "You all take a look too." Yamato took the intelligence and had just glanced at it when he couldn't help but laugh, and another Umbu member reacted similarly. Only Lu Shur had no reaction because he was the one who wrote the letter. He couldn't laugh, but seeing the reactions of the others, he knew he had achieved his goal. Seeing Lu Shur's reaction, Sarutobi Hizashi immediately thought of something and said to Yamato, "Yamato, you can leave now. I need to talk to Kurohyu." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, Yamato immediately took Jiju and exited the Hokage's office. After the two left, Sarutobi Hizashi asked, "Lu Shur, you wrote this, didn't you?" Deer nodded, acknowledging it. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Sarutobi Hizashi would have thought it was him afterward. So there was no need to hide it. "Can you tell me the reason for your actions?" Deer had long thought of the reasons. So he said firmly, "Sunagakure is a backstabbing wolf. They have betrayed Konoha countless times. Only you, Lord Hokage, are willing to believe in them and give them a chance. But I can't do that. I hold grudges. I will do anything that is unfavorable to Sunagakure." Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent for a while and told Deer to go back and rest. Ultimately, this matter was still beneficial to Konoha, and he couldn't blame Deer for anything. Though those words were somewhat piercing to hear. If he could, he wouldn't want it to be this way. He also wanted to suppress Sunagakure directly. When Lu Shur returned home, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Mom, I'm back." Lu Shur's mother, as usual, ran out of the house and brought Lu Shur inside. His father and Lu Wan were playing chess, and when they saw him return, they greeted him. Lu Shur sat down next to them and teased, "You two stink at chess, but you seem to be really into it. Especially you, Lu Wan, with all this time. You might as well practice some ninjutsu or sword techniques. Our Nara clan's secret techniques lack offensive power." The father and son shot Lu Shur a glance. And Lu Jio continued while playing, "The current state of the board deer butterfly is just fine. If it are too aggressive, some people would start to worry. It's a deadlock. Next game." With the final move, their game ended. Although Lu Jio couldn't beat Lu Shur, he could easily handle Lu Wan. Soon after, their mother called them for dinner, and Lu Shur happily went to the living room. The two father and son were so engrossed in their game that they didn't hear her at all, and it was only under their mother's authority that they finally came to eat. At this time, the atmosphere in Rasha's home was extremely oppressive. Rasha received news from the Hidden Mist Village, and he was so furious that he wanted to go have a serious talk with them immediately. However, after seeing that letter, he was also dumbfounded. He couldn't remember when he had written such a letter. It was only under Chiyo's persuasion that he abandoned the idea of going to the Hidden Mist Village and simply replied, "That wasn't written by me." Yet, he still felt frustrated. When he got home, Gaara looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, which made him even angrier, and he went straight back to his room, not even eating. The next morning, Lu Shur took Ino to Hokage Rock. It was already autumn, and the leaves had turned yellow, making the entire Konoha look like a golden ocean. From Hokage Rock, Konoha appeared very beautiful. "Ino, do you have time tomorrow? I want to take you camping. The weather is just right, not too hot or too cold." "Big brother, I want to go too. How can you go camping without taking me?" Before Lu Shur could finish speaking, someone interrupted him. Without even turning around, Lu Shur knew that Naruto had arrived. "Dear Time really wants to beat Naruto up right now. We're a couple camping. Why are you here causing a scene?" Turning around, I found Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all there. At this moment, Naruto ran up to Dear Time and excitedly asked, "Bro, when are we going camping?" "I'm free tomorrow. I'll come find you." Dear did not pay attention to Naruto, as he had not agreed to him yet. He arranged everything himself, but with Naruto's personality, he was already used to it. Rushi walked over to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, how did you guys get here?" Kakashi pointed at the tools in Naruto and Sasuke's hands and said, "We accepted a mission to clean up Hokage Rock, so we came here. But why are you and Ino also?" As Kakashi spoke, he gave Rushi and Ino a strange look. Ino felt a bit embarrassed under Kakashi's gaze, greeted him, and then went to find Sakura. Roku cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi and said impatiently, "Kakashi-sensei, We're just here to enjoy the scenery of Konoha, so stop overthinking. If you keep this up, don't expect to see my future manuscripts. After saying that, she tilted her chin at Kakashi, finding it easy to tease this reserved guy. Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly explained, Roku, don't misunderstand, I was just curious and meant no harm. If you publish a new book, you have to let me see it first. I always buy 2 copies of your books. After saying that, he took out a few of Roku's previous books. After exchanging a few playful remarks, Roku left with Ino, who also had a mission today. However, before leaving, the 2 teams agreed to go camping together tomorrow. Lucia felt a bit helpless. Their camping trip had turned into a group activity. In the office of the 4th Reikage in Yunin Village, laughter echoed throughout the entire building. Ha ha! Rosha is so funny. He even used Sunagakure as a bride price. How could that poor place agree? He might as well say he would use his own gold sand as a bride price. That would be better, ha ha. 3 minutes later, T-Dai, who was standing next to the 4th Reikage, spoke up. Reikage-sama, I'm afraid this matter isn't Rosha is doing. That guy has a dark heart. How could he possibly promise a village for a woman? Even if he did, Sunagakure wouldn't agree. He has likely been framed. The 4th Reikage stopped laughing. His expression became serious as he glanced at the intelligence report just received, then he laughed again. Ha ha ha. T-Dai, it doesn't matter who wrote it. Rosha will bear this blame. Go notify the intelligence department and spread this news. Let us help Rosha gain some fame. It would be best if Sunagakure and Kirigakure ended up fighting. We can take back the maritime routes. The warlike Reikage didn't care about anything else. He was eager for the Shinobi World War. In the Tsuchikage's office, Yuki looked at the documents in his hand, then glanced at Katsuchi, who nodded at him, indicating that he wasn't mistaken, and that the letter was indeed real. Then, the Tsuchikage's office erupted in laughter similar to the Reikage's. Ha ha. It seems I've really grown old. I can't keep up with the young people's thinking anymore. If possible, I would let Rosha come to Awagakure to pick anyone he wants, as long as he gives me Sunagakure. Katsuchi rolled his eyes at his father, thinking, You're dreaming. This letter could never have been written by Rosha. Yuki certainly knew that this letter couldn't have been written by Rosha, and so did Kirigakure and the other villages. But what did that matter? As long as the villagers believed it, that was enough. Stopping his laughter, Yuki said, Katsuchi, since we know Rosha is so infatuated, as neighbors to Sunagakure, we should help Rosha promote this. We can't let his deep feelings go to waste. Katsuchi immediately understood his father's intention and went out to help Rosha spread the word. At the Akatsuki base, Obito looked at the intelligence brought back by Kuroji, somewhat lost in thought, wondering, had the Kage gotten so extravagant? But he quickly realized that Rosha had been framed. However, he didn't care about this matter at all. He wouldn't spare a glance, even if the entire shinobi world was dying. All he wanted was to create a world with Kakashi and Rin. A few days later, the entire shinobi world was in an uproar, praising Rosha's infatuation. The daimyo of the Land of Wind specifically sent a message scolding Rosha for his treasonous behavior, demanding an explanation. In truth, the daimyo also knew this news was a bit absurd, but he had to say something. He had received several letters from other daimyos asking if he needed protection. If he did, they could send ninjas to the Land of Wind to protect him, which infuriated him. In these days, a saying circulated in the shinobi world, if you're going to marry a man like Rosha. The office of the Wind Shadow was also filled with laughter, and many people could still hear Rosha's roars. Enough, enough, enough. Dingji, how many of you are there? Can you finish all this food? Dingji didn't hear a word of Akimichi Ding's complaints. Instead, he was busy stuffing meat and seasonings into his bag. Today was the camping day. Yesterday, Lucier had just told him to bring some seasonings, but Dingji was afraid it wouldn't be enough. So he packed a huge bag of meat, which made Akimichi Dings feel heartbroken. It wasn't that he was worried about the meat. He was concerned about his own hard work. He had planned to invite Lu Jio and Hai E over for dinner today, so this meat was specially marinated. Dingji's mother pushed Akimichi Dings aside, dissatisfied, saying, "What is wrong with my son taking some meat? Look at how heartbroken you are. It's not your meat." Akimichi Dings muttered pitifully, "But I have guests over today. It's a bit late to prepare again." Then go to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. They have everything. You can take all this, and I've even prepared snacks for you. You can share them with your classmates later. Dingji's mother scolded Akimichi Dings while helping Dingji pack. Perhaps this is how mothers are. They worry their children won't have enough to eat. So she packed Dingji's bag until it was overflowing, only stopping when it couldn't hold anything more. Then, Dingji left the house with an exaggeratedly large bag on his back, carrying 2 big bags of snacks in his hands. Everyone brought something today, snacks, drinks, and Naruto, who was no longer short on money, bought a lot of beef. If you asked where the money came from, it was of course sponsored by Jiraiya, this big spender. Over the years, Jiraiya had made quite a bit of money from writing books, so sponsoring his disciple was only natural, right? Coincidentally, when Lu Shi invited the 12 ninja warriors yesterday, they all said they were free today, so the 13 ninja warriors gathered once again. Upon arriving at the location, everyone tidied up the fallen leaves and then started to play around. Naruto and Lee were discussing his seduction techniques on the side. Shikamaru, Choji, and Inuzuka Kiba were throwing stones by the river. Ino, Hinata, and Tenten were chatting nearby. Their voices were too soft to hear clearly, but occasionally, laughter from the three could be heard. Sasuke, Niji, and Shino were sitting over there, not saying a word. That's just how their personalities are. Sakura was over here helping Shikadai organize the things needed for grilling meat. Actually, Shikadai told Sakura that he could do it himself. However, Sakura insisted on helping, so Shikadai went along with her. While organizing the ingredients, Sakura suddenly said, "Thank you, Shikadai." Lu Shi was a bit confused, not understanding what Xiaoying meant. He thought to himself, Xiaoying must have taken the wrong medicine. Why is she thanking herself? Then he looked at Xiaoying with a bewildered expression. Xiaoying didn't notice Lu Shi's expression and continued speaking. Actually, I was quite unconvinced by what I said that day. I thought Naruto was just a laggard and couldn't possibly compare to Sasuke. However, after observing for these past few days, I found that Naruto is indeed very outstanding. Although his strength is still not on par with Sasuke's, his progress is incredibly fast, which I cannot achieve. Moreover, my father told me, "Do you really think you can get into Kakashi's team because you're excellent? Look at the kids from the Uchiha family next door. Their team leader is a Chunin. One of their students was killed by a rogue ninja during a mission. The only reason you got into Kakashi's team is that Naruto likes you. The Hokage only placed you in Team 7 because he cares about Naruto and Sasuke. As for you, you are just an addition. If you ruin this bit of camaraderie, the Hokage will have no hesitation in kicking you out of Team 7. If you leave Team 7, with your personality, no other team will want you. At that point, you'll have two options. One is to wait until you are of age to marry an ordinary person or a ninja of average strength. Forget about Sasuke. The gap between you two is too large. The second is to do missions alone until one day you get killed. So think carefully. Don't wait until that day to regret it. By then, regret will be of no use." Lu Shi listened to Xiaoying's words and felt that Xiaoying's father was a smart person. He understood his position, and such a person can live well at any time. Just as Lu Shi was pondering, a small hand rested on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Jing Yi smiling at him. "What are you guys talking about?" Before Lu Shi could speak, Ino took the initiative to ask, "It's nothing. I just want to talk to Lu Shi about Naruto. His strength has been improving too quickly lately, and I feel a bit pressured. So I wanted to ask our strongest member, Lu Shi, if he has any tips. I really don't want to fall too far behind Naruto." Listening to Sakura, Ino pulled her aside and whispered, "You shouldn't ask him that question. His combat style isn't suitable for you. Come on, let's go find Hinata to chat. Let him handle this by himself." With that, she dragged Sakura away, throwing a warning glare at Lu Shi as they left. Lu Shi is also quite innocent. He really has nothing to do with Sakura, so why is he feeling jealous? But having a girl be jealous for you seems pretty nice. The more he thought about it, the happier Lu Shi became as he continued to handle the ingredients. On Sasuke's side, he didn't know what was going on. He had started fighting with Niji, and Lu Shi hurried over to ask young Shino not to let those two get hurt. "Shino, what's going on with these two?" Upon hearing the question, Shino turned around and, upon seeing Lu Shi, replied, "It's nothing serious. These two were just debating who is the strongest technique in the ninja world. Then neither could convince the other, so they decided to have a friendly spar instead, letting the results speak for themselves." Lu Shi was speechless. With these two weaklings, they still had the nerve to discuss this. However, their skills were indeed impressive. Just as the two were about to get serious, Lu Shi called out, "You two better stop right now, I might draw my sword." As soon as Sasuke and Niji heard Lu Shi's words, they immediately halted. They knew all too well the power of that sword. Everyone else saw that the two had stopped and couldn't help but chuckle. When they had told the two not to fight earlier, they wouldn't listen, but now, just one word from Lu Shi made them stop right away. With the two no longer fighting, everyone went back to their own business. Deer came between the two, placed his hands on their shoulders, looked at them for a few moments, and then said, "Niji, Sasuke, arguing about who has the best ocular technique is pointless. I know a girl whose ocular technique far surpasses yours. If you want to compete, wait a few years until she comes out, and then you can compare yourselves to her. I believe that only by defeating her can one claim to have the best ocular technique. Upon hearing Dear S words, the eyes of both immediately lit up. They were curious to meet the person Dear was talking about. But when they wanted to inquire about this woman S specifics, Dear interrupted them. He looked up at the sky and said, "Don't ask me when she will come. I only know that she will definitely come within 10 years. All right, talking about it now is meaningless. If you're so bored, come help me grill the meat. We have to feed 13 people. Do you plan to make me do it all by myself?" As soon as Lu Shigang finished speaking, someone said, 14 people. A few people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-haired man approaching. Sasuke recognized Jiraiya and quickly went up to greet him. "Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya patted Sasuke on the head and said, "No need to be so polite. I'm just here to mooch some food." At that moment, Naruto also ran over, shouting, "Pervert Sage, you're here. You said you weren't coming this morning." Jiraiya gave Naruto a smack on the head as he ran over. "Ouch, that hurts. Why'd you hit me? Aren't you just called a pervert sage? You little brat, you should call me Sage Jiraiya or Toad Sage. Don't call me pervert sage." While Naruto was covering his head and bickering with Jiraiya, Lu Shi ignored their antics and went back to preparing the barbecue. It was about time. He needed to start grilling. After greeting everyone, Jiraiya sat down next to Lu Shi and said with a lewd smile, "Lu Shi, I've finished reading those stories about Shimura Danzo. Are you planning to release a sequel?" "No, readers need time to digest. Releasing a book of the same type too frequently will impact the stories about Shimura Danzo and cause visual fatigue for the readers." Deer shared his thoughts with Jiraiya, but Jiraiya was somewhat reluctant and continued to ask, "Have you decided what you want to write in your next book?" After thinking for a moment, Lu Shi said, "I plan to write a treasure hunting book, and I already have a title in mind, Treasure King. The story follows a commoner ninja who, under the influence of a one-armed ninja, embarks on a treasure hunting journey with the ambition of becoming the Treasure King. The protagonist's name is Lu Fei. Lu Fei goes through countless battles and gathers several excellent companions by his side, whose names are Ninja Thief Nami, Third-Rate Zoro, Big Palm Robin, and Eight-Gate Sanji. With the joint efforts of the five of them, they finally defeat the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages and ultimately find the treasure in the Land of Rain. In the end, Lu Fei discovers that the treasure is actually a pair of eyes that can grant any wish. Then he uncovers a huge conspiracy from these eyes, leading to the second part. What do you think? Lu Shi wanted to ask Jiraiya for his opinion, but when he turned around, he found Jiraiya listlessly rummaging through the ingredients. He was mumbling, "This is boring. I'd rather write about Shiten Kinyan." Lu Shi was somewhat speechless. Aside from the yellow book, Jiraiya didn't like anything else. Writing this book was actually just to set the stage for the next one. The story of Kuroju saving his mother was the main dish. However, calling it Kuroju was a bit too obvious. So he decided to name it Juju Z Saves His Mother. He even thought of a name for Uchiha Madara, calling him Uchiha +1, indicating that he had made someone else a wedding gown. Ignoring Jiraiya, Lu Shi started grilling meat, and soon the aroma filled the air. The little buddies stopped playing and gathered around the grill like little birds waiting to be fed. Jiraiya ate grilled meat while sipping the wine he brought. Everyone chatted and ate, creating a great atmosphere. At that moment, Jiraiya sat down next to Lu Shi with a wine jug, shook it in front of Lu Shi, and asked, "Kid, want some? This is something only real men drink." Lu Shi shot him a glance and said irritably, "Drink up. You won't get many chances to drink this kind of alcohol. When Tsunade comes back, she'll let you have a proper drink." As soon as Jiraiya heard Tsunade's name, he became a little more alert and asked, "What do you mean by that, Lu Shi?" He guessed Lu Shi replied, "Recently." Jiraiya had felt a chill at the back of his neck, and upon hearing Lu Shi's words, he was certain that this feeling must have originated from Tsunade. Then, with a flattering expression, Jiraiya asked, "Lu Shi, if you tell me what you mean, how about I promise you a reasonable request?" After saying that, he took a sip of alcohol and watched Lu Shi's reaction while drinking. "Well, it's nothing much. It's just that Tsunade thinks the secret that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had to discuss was written by you." Fida. It's burning me. Quickly put out. A minute later, Jiraiya lay there hopelessly, covered in countless footprints from everyone who had just kicked him, who told him to spray alcohol on the grill and catch his clothes on fire. 2 lines of hot tears streamed down Jiraiya's face, not from pain, but from despair. Tsunade would definitely not let him off the hook when she returned. The fear of being dominated by Tsunade from years ago returned. Hinata asked worriedly, "Is Jiraiya-sama okay? Did we use too much force just now?" Looking at kind-hearted Hinata, Lu Shi comforted her, "Don't worry, Hinata. Jiraiya-sama is fine. He's just thinking of some sad things." "Oh, is that so? Should we try to comfort Jiraiya-sama?" Now Lu Shur thought Hinata was adorably naive, believing whatever others said. When the fire broke out, Lu Shur directed everyone to kick it, and unfortunately, Jiraiya had also spilled the remaining alcohol from the jar on himself. Consequently, everyone kicked him even harder, especially Naruto, who landed a couple of kicks right on Jiraiya's face, which Lu Shur felt had a bit of personal vendetta behind it. Lu Shur, please just admit it. Tsunade won't kill you, but she really will kill me. If you don't agree, I can only leave Konoha with Naruto. After Jiraiya calmed down, he kept pestering Lu Shur to admit that the book was written by him. How could that be? I'm not an idiot, and Tsunade is a violent woman. If she knew I was setting up her grandfather like this, I would definitely get beaten, and even my father wouldn't dare to hold her back. Aorig, Jiraiya-sama, I can only help you avoid getting beaten. As for admitting it, let's forget about that. I'm scared of getting beaten too. Upon hearing Lu Shur's words, Jiraiya immediately asked, Lu Shur, this is a matter of life and death. Don't joke around. Tsunade's fist is not something to mess with. One punch, and it could kill someone. Lu Shur pushed away Jiraiya, who had leaned over and said disdainfully, Lord Jiraiya, you are a legendary Sannin of Konoha, the sage of the toads. You need to have confidence in yourself. You have to get your act together. Right now, in the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can match you. Even your teacher is no longer your opponent. So what are you afraid of? You need to let your kingly aura shine through. Who knows, maybe Lady Tsunade will be conquered by you. Upon hearing Lu Shur's words, Jiraiya's face went from excitement to sleaziness, then to dejection, and finally to panic. Lu Shur truly didn't know that a person's facial expressions could be so rich. Hokage-sama, can you send someone else instead? Can't I just give him the knife and let him take it to a Wagakure? Sarutobi Hizashi just smiled at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Lu Shur understood that he couldn't escape and could only leave with the documents. An hour ago, Lu Shur was called to the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hizashi assigned him a mission to take the knife and go to a Wagakure. They wanted the owner of the knife to check if there are any of those minerals in a Wagakure. Of course, Lu Shur was unwilling to go. Last time, he caused trouble for a Wagakure. What if Inoki, that old man, came looking for revenge? Thus, Lu Shur had that moment of hesitation, but clearly, he didn't refuse the mission. The main reason was that Sarutobi Hizashi also urged him to go and come back quickly, almost explicitly saying to take Kuro with him. After explaining things to his mom at home, Lu Shur set off. Iwagakure wasn't far, and with Kuro's flying speed, he could arrive by night. In the evening, outside Iwagakure, Lu Shur jumped off Kuro's back. The ninjas of Iwagakure were very vigilant. They saw someone jumping off a large bird from a distance and immediately drew their kunai. Then one ninja shouted, Who are you? Why have you come to our Wagakure? Deer stopped 5 meters in front of them and took out the documents from a Wagakure for Konoha, then threw them to the ninja. The ninja carefully opened the documents, and another ninja stepped forward to take a look, and the two nodded to each other. Then they said to Deer, Wait here for a moment. I will send someone to notify Lord Tsuchikage. If there are no issues, someone will take you inside. One of the ninjas then ran toward a Wagakure. Deer nodded and did not have much interaction with that ninja. 20 minutes later, a tall man came out with a ninja. The tall man approached Deer and asked, You're the one sent by Konoha? I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Let's go. Follow me inside. Lu Shur didn't speak and followed the man straight to Yin village. On the way, the man said, My name is Huang Tuesday. It was my suggestion to bring you here this time. Our Yin village also has many types of iron ore, and I want to see if we have the same kind as in Shanin village. Oh, I've only seen refined iron, so I can't be sure if I can recognize it. Huang Tu laughed heartily and patted Lu Shur's shoulder with his hand, which was as big as a fan. It's okay if we find it, that's great. If not, we won't force it. Our Yin village doesn't rely on just 1 or 2 ninja tools to become stronger. This time, it's just a matter of luck. As they walked and chatted, they quickly arrived at the Tsuchikage's office. As soon as Huang Tu entered, he said, Lord Tsuchikage, the people from Konoha have arrived. The old man, Inoki, was reading documents. Upon seeing Huang Tu enter, he put the documents into a drawer and then sized up Lu Shur. A minute later, Inoki laughed heartily and said to Lu Shur, Haha, I didn't expect it to be a kid. It seems those guys at the front line are getting more and more backward, letting a child toy with them like this. Lu Shur felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that his little secret had been exposed. The Yimu noticed Lu Shur's awkwardness, put away his previous expression, and said seriously, You don't need to worry about me seeking revenge on you. It's their problem if those people at the border were fooled. However, I am curious about how you know about Deidara. How did you find out that Deidara betrayed the village? So far, Iwagakure has not declared Deidara a rogue ninja. Lucier thought, "This is bad. I was so focused on the border issue that I forgot about Deidara. But who is Lucier? This little thing won't stump him. Didn't Noki want to know how I knew about Deidara? I'll just make up a reason." Moreover, from what Noki said, it seems Deidara just defected from the village not long ago. Soon, a highly credible reason popped into Lucier's mind, and he said, "Last time I went to Sunagakure, I heard a female ninja named Temari say that Deidara from Iwagakure had defected and was causing explosions everywhere. They chased after Deidara, but he flew away on a large white bird." Noki thought for a moment. This was indeed Deidara's style, and he knew that the large white bird was something Deidara created with his abilities, so he temporarily believed Lucier's statement. "All right, it's getting a bit late today. Let Akitsuchi take you down to rest. The ores will be sent back to the village tomorrow, and you can help us take a look then." Lucier followed Huang Tu into a relatively clean room, and then Huang Tu said to him, "You can rest here today. This is the best room in our rock-hidden village. Someone will bring you food soon, and if you get bored in the evening, you can go for a walk. But some important places are off-limits. If you don't want to go out, you can read a book." After saying this, Huang Tu took out several books from his pocket, saying, "These are written by Jiraiya from your village, and they're quite entertaining." Upon seeing these books, Lucier was stunned. Weren't these his own books? Lucier looked down on Huang Tu in his heart. "You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually read this kind of book." After giving his instructions, Huang Tu left. Lucier had his shadow ninja check the surroundings and found that 2 ninjas were monitoring him. However, it didn't matter. This was a common practice in the ninja world. Who knows if he would cause any trouble? It was normal to send someone to watch. As for wandering around Rock Hidden Village, Lucier didn't want to go. It was too desolate and not interesting. Reading those books? Forget it. He didn't feel much while writing them, let alone reading them. So there was only one choice left: to sleep. Early the next morning, while Lucier was still sleeping, he heard a commotion outside. He had trouble sleeping the previous night because of the change of bed, so he went to bed late. Being woken up so early by the noise made him irritable, and he yelled out, "What is wrong with you? What are you making noise about so early in the morning? Can't anyone get some sleep?" Instantly, it fell silent outside, and after a few seconds, a young girl's voice called out, "Hey, the one from Konoha who rides birds, come out." Lucier heard the shouting and sat up in bed immediately. Since he couldn't fall asleep anyway, he thought it would be better to get up directly and see who was shouting at the door so early in the morning. 2 minutes later, Lucier, dressed in a full black outfit, opened the door and saw a short-haired girl standing outside. When the girl saw Lucier come out, she fell silent and just stared at him quietly. Lucier also took a look at the girl, with delicate features, short hair to her ears, big eyes, and a chi-pow that opened up to her navel. "Wow, you're a leg shadow." The words leg shadow slipped out, leaving Kuratsuchi and the Iwagakure ninja stunned, not understanding what leg shadow meant. After coming to his senses, Kuratsuchi scolded, "Are all you Konoha ninjas this lazy? Still not up at this time?" "Oh, Kuratsuchi is a bit bold now." Lucier couldn't indulge her and retorted directly, "I don't know if Konoha ninjas are lazy or not, but I do know that Konoha girls definitely don't block boys' beds. If a girl blocks a boy's bed, she has to marry that boy. Do you Iwagakure have this custom?" Kuratsuchi and the Iwagakure ninja were confused. They had no idea Konoha had such customs. However, Kuratsuchi quickly realized she was being teased. "You big pervert. I'm gonna tell my grandpa that you bullied me," Kuratsuchi said before running off, while Lucier looked at Kuratsuchi's long legs. I have to say, they were really long and beautiful. Kuratsuchi was probably a few years older than him, and she already had the shadow of future leg shadows. After indulging in his fantasies, Lucier started having breakfast. The food in Iwagakure was quite average, but not unpleasant. Lucier didn't fuss about it, and, after eating his fill, waited to identify those ores. However, Lucier didn't think Iwagakure would have them, as that piece of fine iron was obtained through a sign-in. So how could such a thing exist in this world? He had said that earlier just to slander Sunagakure, but it was debunked by them. In the Tsuchikige's office, Kuratsuchi was complaining to Inoki. After hearing the detailed story, Inoki laughed heartily. To him, it seemed like just a playful joke between 2 kids, harmless. Moreover, Inoki had developed a bit of fondness for Lucier. He was young, but not lacking in intelligence, and could gather some information about Deidara from Sunagakure and make use of it. Then he would have a Iwagakure cover for him. The most infuriating part was that the idiots at the border were trying to take credit for it. Just thinking about it made him angry. But after seeing his granddaughter today, he suddenly had an idea. If he could keep Lucier here, then the next generation of Tsuchikage would be secured. While Inoki was lost in thought, Kuratsuchi's words interrupted his train of thought. "Grandpa, you have to avenge me. That person teased me. Just as Kuratsuchi finished speaking, Akatsuchi walked in. Lord Suchikage, we have gathered the samples of the ores. Even those previously discarded ores have been collected. Good, then go invite Nara Lushur over. After saying that, Inoki began to comfort his granddaughter. All right, Kuratsuchi, after all, Nara Lushur is our guest from Awagakure. We should be magnanimous. Oomph. I'm not talking to you anymore, siding with outsiders. Kuratsuchi stormed out angrily, and Inoki looked at his granddaughter helplessly, sighing. I really don't know when you all will mature. I also don't know how much longer this old body of mine can hold out. In a room, Lushur was carefully examining the ores. Although he felt that Awagakure wouldn't have such ores, he still had to put on an act. Just then, a piece of ore on a cloth caught Lushur's attention. This ore was rare, just a little bit, and it was shiny and black. Lushur got up to observe carefully, and his actions were also noticed by Huang Tuesday. He approached Lushur and picked up a piece of ore to examine it, but he couldn't discern anything. At that moment, a ninja came to Huang Tu's side and whispered, Lord Huang Tu, these are all defective products. They were filtered out because the furnace couldn't melt them. Huang Tu nodded and continued to watch Lushur, who had now drawn out a short knife and was carefully comparing it. Lushur exclaimed in his heart, wow, this ore looks so much like the material of my sword. The color is about 70 to 80% similar. 3 minutes later, Lushur put away his sword, handed the ore to Huang Tu, and said, this ore is very similar to the material of my sword, but I'm not sure. Huang Tu took the ore and asked the ninja beside him, how much of this ore is there? The ninja thought for a moment and then replied, Lord Huang Tu, this ore can be found in small amounts after dozens of furnaces, and combined with what was thrown away before, this is all that's in front of you now. Huang Tu nodded, then turned to Lushur and said, you can take a look around our Awagakure for now. I'll go report this to the Tsuchikage, and if everything goes well, you can return to Konoha tomorrow. All right, let me know when you have news. After saying that, Lushur left the room. Just as he exited the Tsuchikage's building, he saw Kuratsuchi standing there. When Kuratsuchi saw Lushur come out, she immediately walked up to him, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated, opening her mouth several times without speaking. Lushur joked, your vocal cords have fallen off. Provoked by Lushur's teasing, Heitu immediately exploded in anger. You're the one whose vocal cords have fallen off? Your whole family's vocal cords have fallen off. After scolding Lushur a couple of times, he continued, I heard that you rode a big bird here. Can you let me ride it? Dita LA's big bird never let me ride it, but I really want to experience the feeling of flying. Heitu stammered and finally finished speaking. Lushur then realized that Heitu had come to find him in the morning for the matter concerning Xiaohei. Lushur held his shoulders with both hands, surveying Heitu while silently calculating in his mind. Actually, agreeing to her isn't impossible. I quite like Heitu when watching anime. That idiot Deidara, why not play with his legs? Why does he have to mess with clay? Ultimately ending his life with Patrick Starr's art. I can agree to you, but you have to let me touch your legs. Heitu. A few seconds later, perverted scoundrel, hurry up and leave Awagakure. If I see you again, I'll have to beat you to death. After Heitu finished speaking, she blushed and ran away, causing Lushur to burst into laughter. In fact, Lushur didn't have any particular feelings for Heitu. He was just teasing her. How high? Is this what it feels like to fly? Watching Heitu excitedly on Xiaohei's back, Lushur also felt visually satisfied. Though the safety shorts under Haitu's chi-pao were a bit annoying, as he would be returning to Konoha soon. So he agreed to let Haidu ride Xiaohei for a while. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Half an hour later, Haidu reluctantly jumped down from Xiaohei's back, affectionately petting Xiaohei, and then looked up at Xiaohei and said, Xiaohei, if that guy treats you badly, come find me. I will definitely take good care of you. Hearing this, Lushur couldn't help but get goosebumps, thinking, you're chatting so much, it easily leads to misunderstandings. Those who know might think you're competing with me for a pet, and those who don't might think you're competing with me for a girlfriend. Lushur wanted to say goodbye to the Yimu, but as soon as he turned around, he saw the yellow earth, and the Yimu looked at him with a dangerous expression. This kid had seen the scene of his granddaughter's mishap. Seeing the two of them, Lushur immediately ran to Hey Tuesday. All right, I'm leaving now, and you shouldn't linger either. I'll have Xiaohei come to see you when I have time. Really? Hey Tu asked excitedly. Of course it's true, but you need to tell the ninjas in your village not to lay a hand on Xiaohei. Okay, I'll tell them in a bit. After chatting for a while, Lushur rode Xiaohei and flew towards Konoha. Hey Tu reluctantly shouted from below, Xiaohei, come see me often. I'll give you the best food. In the evening, Lushur returned to Konoha. He originally planned to report to Sarutobi Hizashi tomorrow, since it wasn't a big deal. However, when he got home, he found no one there. He called out several times, "Mom, I'm back," but there was no response. Lucier quickly pushed the door open and entered the house. He looked around, and indeed there was no one at home. Just as Lucier was wondering where his mom had gone, Naruto shouted from outside, "Big brother, are you back?" When Lucier walked out of the house and saw the anxious expression on his face, he had a bad premonition. Seeing Lucier come out, Naruto said, "Big brother, it's really you. Just now I saw a black shadow in the sky, and I guessed it was you coming back. Naruto, how did you get here?" Naruto looked at Lucier, his little face flushed, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The unease in Lucier's heart grew more intense. He approached Naruto, grabbing his shoulders with both hands, and asked anxiously, "Naruto, what on earth happened? Hurry up and tell me. You're going to drive me crazy." Naruto replied, "Big brother, Shikamaru and the others are injured. I just came back from the hospital. They won't let me tell you. Just said Shikamaru is out for a few days." "Huh? Where'd he go?" Naruto looked around in confusion and realized his big brother had already disappeared. "Shikamaru, you guys stay in the hospital for a few days. Mom will secretly bring you some good food. Don't let your big brother know about your injuries for now. It's your dad's wish too. Your big brother is too protective, and your dad is worried he'll do something foolish." "I got it, Mom." So troublesome. Hearing the conversation between mother and son, Lucier, who originally wanted to go in, stopped and glanced at the sleeping Ino and Choji. Lucier also asked the nurse, and the nurse said that the three of them were fine, which made him feel relieved. Bang bang bang. Komin, Dear Time stepped into the Hokage's office, saluted in front of Sarutobi Hizashi, and said, "Hokage-sama, I'm back." As he spoke, he took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Sarutobi. Sarutobi glanced at it and said, "Dear Time, you did a good job on this mission. You can go back and rest now." "Who did it?" Sarutobi was taken aback for a moment, then said to Dear Time, "This who did it? Dear Time, it's already who did it. Don't be impulsive, Dear Time. I've already sent your father to negotiate with the Cloud Village. This was just a misunderstanding. Shikamaru and the others did. Does Hokage-sama think that only death counts as a serious injury?" Sarutobi Hizashi. Without giving Sarutobi Hizashi a chance to keep nagging, Ryu walked straight out of the Hokage's office. He needed to tell Ryuji to stop Ryu and prevent him from doing something foolish that could provoke a war between Konoha and Kyomogakure. "Hurry up. Ryu has a mount and is very fast." "Yes, Lord Hokage." After the Yumbu left, Sarutobi Hizashi lit his pipe and muttered, "Ryu, I hope you won't go too far this time. Konoha can't afford any more turmoil." Deer did not go home, but instead whistled, and a minute later, Little Black landed in front of Deer. Then, the person and the eagle flew towards Cloud Hidden Village. After crossing the border of the Land of Thunder, Deer jumped down and sent out shadow ninjas to help with surveillance and to look for his father's whereabouts. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the shadow ninjas finally brought back intelligence. The 5 of them were on their way when suddenly a shadowy ninja appeared from the shadows ahead. At first, they were startled, but when they realized it was a shadow ninja, Riku understood that his son had come, which was the last thing he wanted to see right now. The shadow ninja handed him a piece of paper that said, "Don't move, wait for me here." Akidu T and Yamanaka and Noichi took a look at the note. Akidu T smiled wryly and said, "Riku, have you thought about how to persuade Rikuji? That kid isn't interested in power. The only thing he cares about is the people around him. This time, it probably won't end well." "Yeah, I think so too. However, I don't believe Riku can persuade that kid. We've watched him grow up, and his bottom line is his family and friends. Those people from the Cloud Hidden Village have overstepped by trying to steal the Nara clan's void ninjutsu. They should be prepared to face Rikuji's revenge." After Yamanaka and Noichi finished speaking, he looked at Riku, who was also feeling a bit of a headache as he still hadn't figured out how to persuade Rikuji. The other 2 ninjas remained silent. They were just there for the ride and didn't want to get involved in these matters, nor did they have the ability to do so. Just then, a dark figure appeared above the 5 of them. Lu jumped down from Xiaolan's back and walked in front of a few people. "Father, can you tell me what happened?" Luj felt quite helpless, truly afraid that what he feared would come true. Just as he had thought of a response, he was directly interrupted by Lucier. At this moment, it was still Shanzhong Hai who helped Luj out of the situation. He stepped in front of Lucier, placed a hand on Lucier's shoulder, and gently said, "Lucier, it's nothing serious. Jingya and the others will be fine after resting for 2 days. You don't need to act like those mountain brutes. Listen to your uncle and come back with me. Let us discuss your engagement with Jingya. Although you can't get married yet, you can still get engaged." When Lu Jio and Xiu Dao Dings heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts how awesome it was. This reason was so good that it might really persuade Lucier. After all, everyone in the village knew about Lucier and Ino's situation. Wundehai, The Hokage has knelt for too long and can no longer stand up. I'm only 13. Can you bear to make me kneel too? With a flick, a scroll was thrown over. Lu Shi reached out to catch it, looked at it for a while, and then tucked it into his bosom. Yamashiro Hai, and Nara Lu Jio glared at Chiu Dao Dingzhua, thinking to themselves, aren't you just causing trouble? We were having a good discussion here. Why are you ruining it? Chiu Dao Dingzhua forced a smile and then explained, given the situation, do you really think you can persuade this kid? Just then, a figure appeared in front of Lu Jio, and everyone saw that it was someone dressed as an Umbu. This Umbu looked clearly exhausted, obviously from a long journey. Lord Lu Jio, the Hokage has instructed you to ensure that Lu Shi is stopped. We cannot provoke a war between Konoha and Kimobukuro. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Shi, and at this moment, the Umbu also noticed him. Lu Shi whistled and said to Lu Jio, Father, you all go back. I have some things to take care of. At this moment, Xiaohei also landed in front of Lu Shi. Then Xiaohei took Lu Shi and flew towards the direction of Yunin village. 3 minutes later, Lu Jio helplessly said, let's go. We're going back to Konoha. It seems there are some things we can't avoid. As a father, I can't let my child bear it alone. Akimichi Dingzhua looked at the departing Lu Shi and asked, is it really okay for Lu Jio's child to go alone? Don't worry. He may not be the strongest in the ninja world, but he is the smartest. If he wants to leave, even the Raikage can't keep him. You really have confidence in your son. In that case, as his uncle, I should lend a hand too. Then the three of them, Inoshikecho, laughed heartily. Soon, Lu Shi arrived outside Yunin village. He told Xiaohei to rest nearby while he took out the scroll. He had only glanced at it briefly before, but this time he needed to examine it closely. However, the more he looked, the angrier he became, and he understood the ins and outs of the matter. The incident started when the Inoshikecho team was on a C-rank escort mission and encountered several wandering ninjas in the land of grass. Shikamaru controlled one ninja and killed the opponent with a shuriken, and this scene happened to be witnessed by people from Yunin village. They wanted to take back this ninjutsu and clashed with Inoshikecho. Although Asuma's combat power was decent, the opponent had 7 people. 1 J-nin, 2 CH-nin, and 4 Jinin, a complete squad. The battle quickly tilted in one direction, and the 4 of them were soon injured. For some unknown reason, these people suddenly retreated, allowing them to escape with their lives. When Konoha sent someone to negotiate, they were mocked by the Raikage, who said, our Yunin village doesn't look down on such weak ninjutsu. It was probably just a misunderstanding before. Their attitude was very arrogant. They felt that Konoha was just talking big, but Yunin village didn't even bother to engage in conversation, directly sending them away. Below were the profiles of those 7 people. Lu Shi couldn't remember their names, nor did he plan to, but there were images on it. After the Shadow Ninja took a look at the images, Lu Shi instructed the Shadow Ninja to go find them. Lu Shi suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, but there hadn't been anything good for a while. He wondered if he had already exhausted the system. Forget it, he thought. System sign-in. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a troll squad and 1 giant shadow. Hearing the reward, Lu Shi was taken aback. He originally thought it would be garbage again. Unexpectedly, this time he got a new type of shadow army. By the way, system, didn't you usually include terms like shadow ninja when you gave hints? Why did you just say giant shadow this time? Host, I've categorized the ninja core and the armored shadows under shadow ninjas. The other core really don't relate to ninjas. So I just used the original name directly. Alright, it's just a name, it can be called whatever. After finishing his communication with the system, Lu Shi summoned the giant shadow. Judging by the giant in front of him, it must be over 2 meters tall and very robust. He patted the giant shadow twice, then recalled it. He didn't need it right now, and this guy had great strength but poor agility. However, the arrival of the giant shadow gave Lu Shi's revenge more hope, and he decided to give the cloud-hidden village a bloody lesson to let them understand the consequences of their actions. Soon, the shadow ninjas returned. They had already found 6 people, and 1 was still missing, but there was no rush. No one could escape. The next morning, 6 bloody heads appeared in the Raikage's office, which made the entire cloud-hidden village tense. Of course, this was all done by Lu Shi. Yesterday, he had gone one by one, letting the giant shadow twist their heads off, and while the Raikage was off work, he placed the 6 heads in the Raikage's office. The Jonin was still unfound, but the 7 shadow ninjas had already expanded their search area. Raikage found a place to rest, feeling a bit tired after staying up late last night. Suddenly, with a crash, Raikage smashed the newly replaced table and roared like a beast. How are you on duty? The enemy has put their heads on my desk, and you didn't even notice. Are you only happy when the enemy puts my head here? His roar frightened several patrolling ninjas into silence. At that moment, Reikage thought of something and continued. This must be the work of Konoha. They're taking revenge. Sachikage is declaring war on Konoha, and this time I will take matters into my own hands. However, Sachikage did not act, but instead advised Reikage. Lord Reikage, we currently have no evidence to prove that it was Konoha, and the daimyo will not agree to us declaring war on Konoha. Reikage was furious upon hearing this. As the fourth Reikage, he had never suffered such a loss. Wouldn't he that make him a laughingstock for that old man Noki? Just as he was about to erupt again, Sachikage said, Lord Reikage, although we have no evidence, we all know it was Konoha. We can threaten them with war to force them to hand over the culprits, just like before. Reikage considered this and agreed, saying, okay, you handle this personally. If they don't hand over the culprits, I will go to Konoha myself to demand an explanation. By the way, it seems like there were 7 people last time, right? Where's that person? Sachikage replied, Lord Reikage, Okai went on a mission and hasn't returned yet. The fourth Reikage thought for a moment and said, call Okai back. I suspect that person hasn't left yet. Use Okai as bait to lure that person out. This time, I will personally lead the team to ambush. We must find that person. Then, as was his habit, the fourth Reikage made a motion to slam the table, but since the table was already gone, he stumbled a bit, making the others want to laugh but not daring to. Little did they know, their conversation had been clearly overheard by the shadow ninjas lurking in the shadows. In the evening, Shika woke up, and the shadow ninjas reported what they had heard to him. Inside, Okai, you still want to catch my fish? Let's see how I crush you muscleheads with my intellect. In the evening, Okai returned to Yunin village, and as soon as he arrived, he heard the chilling news. The 6 teammates had their heads twisted off and placed in the Reikage's office. Okai quickly headed towards the Reikage's office, feeling that it was the safest place. Inside the Reikage's office, when Okai heard the Reikage plan, he was stunned as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror, because the Reikage actually wanted him to act as bait. Wasn't this equivalent to sending him to his death? However, despite the fear and resentment in his heart, he knew he had no right to refuse. After all, this incident was entirely caused by him. If he hadn't been greedy for others' ninjutsu, how could he have ended up in such a situation? Thinking of this, Okai felt a wave of bitterness in his heart, regret washing over him like a tide. If time could flow backward, even if he had 100 times the courage, he would never again covet others' ninjutsu. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted it now, it was already too late. Now, he was destined to play the role of bait. With a heavy heart and a sense of helplessness, Okai returned home in a daze. As soon as he entered the house, he forced himself to gather his spirit and began to carefully check the entire place. He spared no corner or crevice, fearing to overlook any potential danger. Only after confirming that there was nothing unusual in the house did his anxious heart slightly relax. And then he wearily sat down at the edge of the bed. Meanwhile, the Reikage had already led his elite subordinates to quietly lurk around Okai's home. They were like hunters hidden in the darkness, quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. The Reikage was confident that once the enemy appeared, he would be able to instantly show up in front of Okai. He was completely assured and confident in his own strength. However, at that moment, the Reikage did not know that his plan had already been exposed. In the land of the deer, he is about to take action. Early the next morning, in the Hokage's office, the high-ranking members of Konoha were present. Even Danzo, who had been rarely seen lately, showed up. No one knew what was happening. The Umbu had only notified them to come for a meeting. As for the content, they were unaware. Sarutobi Hizashi handed out documents to everyone, saying, take a look. This is from the Hidden Cloud Village. Everyone was shocked after reading it. Overnight, 6 ninjas had their heads severed and were placed in the Reikage's office. This was clearly a provocation. However, they did not know who was responsible. The document stated that Konoha should hand over the murderer, which likely meant that one of Konoha's J-nin had done it. They just didn't know who had such a deep grudge against the Hidden Cloud Village. Everyone looked at each other. Only Sarutobi Hizashi and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans knew this was done by Shikamaru. However, Sarutobi Hizashi did not expect Shikamaru to cause such a big stir this time. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru stood up and said, we must find this person. We cannot let him implicate the village. Mito Kazan also said, I agree with Shikamaru. Konoha cannot afford any more turmoil. If we hand over that person, we can quell the anger of the Hidden Cloud Village. Hyuga Hizashi, standing in the corner, sighed, feeling sorrowful. His brother's incident was likely to unfold again. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Uchiha, but Uchiha completely ignored him. There was no way Uchiha would clarify this matter. Riku let out a cold snort in his heart. If you want to be shameless, just say it. The Nara clan won't accept a result like that from the Hyuga clan. Although we Nara aren't a big clan, we won't survive by betraying our own people. At worst, we can retire. Now, that Konoha is in such a mess. It's not like anyone wants to take on more work. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Riku wasn't responding, he felt a bit angry, but still asked with a smile, "Riku, where's Riku? Why hasn't he come to work in the Umbu?" Everyone wasn't foolish. As soon as they heard the Hokage's words, they immediately guessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. However, they were puzzled. Isn't Riku only a year out of graduation? Does he have the capability to do something like this? Hokage-sama, didn't you send Riku to the village hidden in the clouds for a mission? Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked by that sentence and started coughing. Just as he was about to ask something else after stopping his cough, a voice came from outside the office. Hokage-sama, don't ask my father anymore. Just ask me directly. Everyone turned to look and saw Riku standing behind them, covered in blood. Then, everyone tacitly made way for Riku. Dear Time walked up to Sarutobi Hizashi's desk, took a cloth bag from his waist, which was covered in blood. Bang! Dear Time slammed the cloth bag down on the desk and said to Sarutobi Hizashi, "This is the head of Okai. He was the one who ordered the attack on my brother. I brought his head back. Does Lord Hokage have any objections?" When Lu Shi spoke, he stared firmly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He had heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said earlier. This old man actually wanted to force his father to expose him. Therefore, Lu Shi did not give Sarutobi Hiruzen a good face this time, and the previous superficial respect was gone. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Lu Shi to speak to the Hokage like this. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could say anything, Tsunade Kobayashi was unhappy and immediately stood up, pointing at Lu Shi and reprimanding him. "Nara, Lu Shi, how can you talk to the Hokage like that? You're being so disrespectful. This is all because of you. You should take responsibility." Before she could finish her sentence, a knife suddenly slashed in front of her. The others also saw it. Everyone noticed a samurai sword seemingly appeared out of nowhere at the corner of the wall to Tsunade Kobayashi's right. The moment the sword appeared, it cut off Tsunade Kobayashi's finger and then disappeared. It was so fast that no one could react in time. "You are an elder, that's true, but you have no right to criticize me. Who gave you the privilege to do so? Why point fingers when you can just speak properly? Look, your finger is gone because of your pointing. Be more careful next time, or you'll have to be careful in your next life." Lu Shi's words brought everyone back from shock to reality, and they looked at Lu Shi with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Wanted to know how he managed to do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen also reacted. He truly didn't expect Lu Shi to dare to act in the Hokage office, especially against an elder. "Oh, my finger." Only then did Tsurujini Koharu feel the pain, tightly clutching her right hand. "Mito Gate, quickly take Koharu to the hospital. Her finger might still be saved." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Mito Gate also reacted and immediately picked up the finger, helping Tsurujini Koharu out of the Hokage office. After the two left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. Then he spoke slowly and deliberately. "Lu Shi, I need an explanation." Lu scoffed and replied, "Explain? What explanation? I just taught a lesson to an old woman who was unworthy of her position. Shouldn't Lord Hokage commend me? Why do you want me to explain? If I really need to explain, then it's that I missed my target. Next time I'll aim for her head." Sarutobi Hiruzen. The crowd. Rikuji is now a bit worried. Originally, he wanted to make some jokes to brush it off, but this time things have escalated, and he didn't expect his son to be so bold, saying he would cut down anyone without hesitation. However, it does look quite satisfying. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking about how to resolve the situation when he heard Rikuji say, "All right, Hokage-sama, this matter is my doing. Isn't this how the ninja world works? Is revenge so strange? Are we in Konoha really going to send ninjas out to exchange for so-called peace? If that's the case, I need to go talk to the graves of the first and second Hokage. I wonder if the second Hokage would be so angry he would come back to life." These words hit Sarutobi Hiruzen right in the gut. He felt his face flushing red and pale, and he couldn't retort, as these things were indeed his responsibility. As for Danzo, he remained silent throughout, and seeing someone confront Hiruzen like that made him quite happy. However, the appearance of that shadow ninja made him feel a chill. He was now certain that the last incident was indeed caused by Nara Rikuji. Otherwise, it couldn't be such a coincidence that just as he wanted to control Rikuji through Yamanaka Ino, he was attacked. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had gathered himself and said to everyone, "You all go out first. I need to talk to Rikuji alone." Upon hearing the Hokage speak, everyone tactfully left, though they were curious about what the two would discuss. But they weren't allowed to listen. Soon, everyone had left. and only Sarutobi Hizashi and Rikuji remained in the office. This conversation lasted more than 2 hours, and while no one knew what they talked about, everyone sensed that a storm was coming. At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. Nara Rikuji was walking home with his father, and on the way, Rikuji remained silent. Soon, the two arrived home, and in the living room, the father and son sat facing each other. At this moment, Rikuji's father, Rikuju, finally spoke. "Rikuji, what did you talk about with the Hokage?" "Nothing much, just that I have to be a rogue ninja for a while." "What?" Rikuju immediately stood up upon hearing this. Lucier quickly comforted his father, and after a lot of effort, he managed to calm him down. Then Lucier explained the situation. "Father, this time the matter is quite serious. Sarutobi Hizashi can't handle it, so he asked me to leave for a while, and then Konoha will announce me as a rogue ninja to help divert some of the firepower from Kumobikure. It should be around June next year when I can come back. Have you thought this through, Lucier?" Actually, Luju still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Lucier. "Father, don't worry. I know what you're concerned about. When I leave, I will take Xiaohei with me. No one can threaten me. You can also mention this to Mother. Just say that I'm going out on a mission and need this identity. As for the identity of a rogue ninja, you can say it's a special mission, and the village will help me promote it in secret. Anyway, it's all to fool the Cloud Hidden Village. Also, before I return, you guys should refrain from taking on missions. I've already discussed this with Sarutobi Hizashi. The Hokage will agree to your conditions." Luju asked skeptically. "He can't refuse. I threatened him by saying that I would place shadow ninjas in the shadows of Shimura Danzo and the others. If you guys get hurt at all, I will take out Danzo and his companions first. Sarutobi Hizashi believes I can do it, so he compromised. What he cares about most is the will of fire and bonds. Those 3 old geezers have worked with him for decades. He can't bear to see them die. Moreover, Konoha is indeed too weak right now, and he's afraid of the trouble I might stir up, mainly worried about the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans causing a ruckus, which is why he came up with this plan. By the way, Father, I'm leaving soon. Please let Ino and the others know. We need to put on a good show." "Okay, I got it. If there's any danger, just run to Konoha. Your old man can still protect you." Hearing Lucier's explanation, Luju felt much more at ease. Moreover, his son was very clever. He believed that Lucier would take care of himself, while also reminding his son to run to Konoha if he encountered any danger. While his mother was not around, Rushi quickly packed his things and set off, mainly because he was afraid of seeing his mother's tears. As he watched his son's figure disappear, Rukyu, a man who rarely cried, shed tears. Although he believed his son could take care of himself, he still felt heartbroken. However, he quickly composed himself. He couldn't let his wife see him like this. The next morning, the entire Konoha knew about Rushi becoming a rogue ninja. However, people did not react negatively, because the announcement from the Hokage building clearly stated the reason for Rushi's defection: to seek revenge for his brother, which damaged relations with the Cloud Village. Therefore, the villagers of Konoha did not dislike Rushi. Instead, they praised him for his loyalty and righteousness. When the friends of Rushi heard the news, they were all stunned, especially Naruto, who had been insisting on bringing Rushi back. However, when Shikamaru told him it was just a mission, Naruto immediately snapped back, declaring that he would become a rogue ninja with Rushi, leaving everyone speechless. In fact, Shikamaru was also very shocked to hear this news. However, he thought more deeply about it, and felt that things couldn't be that simple. But to avoid worrying his mom, he didn't ask his dad. Even so, his mom held him and cried for half the night, only falling asleep after she was exhausted from crying. Ino was also crying terribly, and she too fell asleep only after crying herself out, which made Yahi from the Nara clan feel very heartbroken. At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. In a casino in the Land of Fire, Rushi was on a winning streak. Since he was out, he was determined to live life to the fullest. At this moment, Lucier is disguised and has obtained a versatile mask today. Therefore, Lucier's appearance is that of a middle-aged man in his 30s, and with Lucier's height of 1.6 meters, he doesn't look out of place. In an alley outside the casino, Lucier counted today's gains, having won a full 10 million taels, while also returning to his original appearance. Wearing someone else's face always feels strange. The money in the casino is really easy to earn. No one of the big fat sheep loves gambling so much. Just as Lucier finished this sentence, a peculiar voice came from behind. "Hee hee, your good luck has run out." Wow, I didn't expect to hear such a standard villain's laugh. I hope your strength is a bit stronger. When Lucier turned around, he was taken aback, and the two stared at each other for a full minute before Lucier spoke first. "Your Highness, the Princess of the Land of Fire. How'd you start robbing people on the road? Should I go talk to the Hokage about compensation?" That's right. The visitors were Tsunade and Shizen. I heard a very powerful person came here, so I came to see who it is. Isn't this a rogue ninja from Konoha? Capturing you could earn quite a bounty. The two immediately came in with hostility, mainly because Tsunade heard Lucier call him Big Fat Sheep. For her, the gambling goddess, the nickname Big Fat Sheep was a disgrace. Inside the tavern, Tsunade was wildly showing off her food, occasionally taking a few sips of alcohol. Dear asked Shizen, Lady Tsunade hasn't eaten for a few days, and I feel like her eating is even more difficult than that of those war refugees. Shizen said shyly, Actually, it hasn't been that long. Lady Tsunade needs to eat a lot at regular intervals to maintain the energy required for her body. Today, since you're treating, she just ate a bit more. Lucier was stunned, looking at Jing-in with disbelief, making Jing-in feel a bit embarrassed. Wait, when did I say I would treat you to a meal? Didn't you guys pull me in here? You, a princess of the Leaf, and you, a senior from the Leaf, have the nerve to ask a kid like me to pay? Besides, didn't I give you money last time? That should be enough for living expenses, right? Upon hearing Lucier's words, Jing-in lowered her head even more, while Tsunade put down her plate and shouted at the waiter, bring 10 more servings. Don't be so stingy. I heard you won quite a bit of money. How about traveling the ninja world with me? I could protect you. After saying this, Tsunade even gave Lucier a teasing look, which made Lucier feel a chill. Why did he feel like he had encountered a creepy uncle? No, it was a creepy aunt, but this aunt was quite pretty. Forget it. I don't have that much money to lose to you. After this meal, let's go our separate ways. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was on his way to the Leaf Village. The next morning, Lucier woke up in the hot spring room. I have to say, taking a bubble bath before sleeping is really comfortable. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was still on his way to the Leaf Village. Lucier changed into his Death Tyrant outfit and hung 2 knives at his waist, instantly enhancing his aura. He also let his hair down, mainly because his previous hairstyle was too recognizable. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Tsunade sitting in the hall. Lucier ignored her and walked past her with his head down. His little follower, Shizen, leaned over and whispered to Tsunade, Lady Tsunade. That person seems to be Lucier. I've seen that outfit before. Upon hearing Shizen's words, Tsunade immediately grabbed Shizen and ran outside. Outside the town, Lady Tsunade. You all should leave. At most, I'll give you some money. Just don't follow me. I'm a rogue ninja from Konoha. Is it appropriate for you to be with me? It's appropriate. I don't want money. I want you to teach me gambling techniques. Oh, I was cheating. Didn't I already tell you? That's just my ability. Then help me win money, and once I'm free of debt, I won't follow you anymore. Oh my god, did you send her to torment me? Inside the casino. Big, big, big. A group of gamblers shouted in unison at a gambling table. Lucier had already won 56 rounds in a row, to the point where the casino wouldn't even let the other gamblers place bets anymore. It was now a one-on-one bet between the casino and Lucier. However, Lucier had already changed his face. The dealer trembled as he opened the dice cup, revealing 3 sixes, 17 points, a big win. After calling out the result, the dealer collapsed onto the ground, knowing he was finished. He had lost so much money that the boss wouldn't spare him. After Lucier left the casino, he immediately slipped away into the shadow space. Having lost so much money at the casino, they wouldn't let it go easily. Soon, on another street, Lucier emerged from a shadow, and the casino's thugs didn't recognize him at all. At this moment, he had already removed his disguise and revealed his true self. Inside the tavern, Tsunade was listlessly drinking, complaining about Lucier's bad character, saying that gambling is a noble activity and how could one cheat? Lady Tsunade, if you hadn't followed me, I wouldn't have cheated at all, or we could just eat our own meals. Do you know how much your little drinking spree costs? Do you know how much accommodation costs? Do you know how much a meal costs? Let's start counting from when we first met. Lucier glanced at Tsunade, who was also hearing for the first time that gambling could be considered a noble activity. He calculated a sum for her, and since Tsunade had little concept of money, after Lucier's calculations, she realized her expenses were quite large. Oh, forget it. It's just money, right? Just wait until I get a big sum of money tomorrow, and I'll pay you back then. The next day at noon, Lucier was stunned by the large pile of money in front of him. He felt like his eyes had been opened. Tsunade was willing to go to great lengths to deceive loan sharks. She used every trick in the book except for seduction, and she could even play 3 roles by herself. Truly astonishing. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. At this moment, Lucier was considering whether to help those casino bosses eliminate their sins. After all, their money was stained with blood. In the hot spring, Lucier was comfortably soaking in the bath, feeling a sense of pleasure after helping others rid themselves of their sins. Just then, Tsunade walked in, startling Lucier. Tsunade approached the hot spring and grabbed Lu Shi, pulling him out. It's not that I'm not wearing clothes. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ignoring Lu Shi's struggles, she dragged him into the room, where Shizun was also present. Tsunade threw Lu Shi onto the bed. Let me tell you, I'm not of age yet, and I have someone I like. If it really comes down to it, can we take turns? I can't handle 3 at once. Shizun. Tsunade. After a moment, Tsunade yelled furiously, "You little brat. How dare you tease me? Do you want to die?" As she approached Lu Shi, flexing her fingers, she intended to teach him a lesson for his lewd thoughts. Fortunately, Shizun stopped her. "Lady Tsunade, don't you have something to ask Lu Shi? Please don't resort to violence. Someone could get hurt." At that moment, Tsunade remembered the important matter. She had been a bit flustered with anger earlier. "Kid, tell me, was it you who did those things at the casino?" After asking, she sat on the edge of the bed, causing Lu Shi to lean back in fear. Lu Shi had the shadow ninja fetch him a piece of clothing, the same deadbeat outfit. After changing, he quickly got off the bed, feeling no sense of safety and wanting to stay away from Tsunade. He walked over to the table and summoned the shadow ninja, startling Shizun. However, she quickly realized it was Lu Shi who summoned them. The expert looked at the shadow ninjas and said, "It was them, right?" "Yes, Lady Tsunade. That money is stained with blood, so I feel no burden taking a little." Tsunade nodded and took out a letter, saying seriously, "This is a letter from Jiraiya. Before Konoha declared you a rogue ninja, Jiraiya sent me this letter. Do you want to read it? It's related to you. I'm curious how he found me in one night and had the Umbu deliver the letter to me." Lu Shi took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "I won't read the letter. I guess it's asking you to protect me for a while. As for your news, Sarutobi Hizashi has always known. After all, you are his disciple, and even if he doesn't take care of you, he still needs to keep track of your movements. You said the same thing to Jiraiya. You're very clever, but you didn't guess everything. He asked me to protect you for a while, until things calm down in Konoha before bringing you back. His purpose in Konoha is to keep an eye on a few high-ranking officials. He's worried that they might do something foolish and push you to become a real rogue ninja. He also has to prevent those old guys from doing anything stupid. He said if your family gets hurt, you will destroy Konoha. Our last contact was brief, so I came to see what this little brat is that Jiraiya is afraid of." Rushi rubbed his face, not expecting Jiraiya to do so much for him. Out of this friendship, he felt he had to save Jiraiya's life. With this in mind, Rushi said to Tsunade, "Lord Jiraiya, you flatter me. Our Nara clan probably lacks ambition. We just want to live a comfortable life. In this regard, the Nara clan is pretty much the same. I feel the same way. We don't care who becomes Hokage. But if someone tries to disrupt our little lives, the Nara clan will fight back fiercely. We have never lacked the courage and means to go down with our enemies. As for me, I've lived in Konoha my whole life, and I can't say I love the village that much. But here are my relatives and friends. If anyone wants to ruin my life or harm my loved ones, I will make that person regret it. Even if they're the leader of another village, I will drag them into darkness. Although my strength isn't very strong yet, our Nara clan has always been a clan of ninja that fights with their brains. Especially after I awakened to Shadow Ninja, the Hokage knows I have this strength. That's why he compromised with me. Otherwise, Shikamaru and I would just be a replica of Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Alright, enough about that. I lost again today, so you have to treat me to a meal. Afterward, share half of the money you stole from me, and when I lose, you can steal it back." At this time, the fourth Raikage was on his way to Konoha. While he was busy helping those casino owners eliminate their troubles, the Raikage finally arrived in Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi personally welcomed Aizawa, who had a dark expression on his face. Though it was already dark to begin with, his current mood made it appear even darker. The Hokage's office was silent, with only the sound of Sarutobi Hizashi puffing on his pipe. Aizawa finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Hokage, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Sarutobi Hizashi put down his pipe. "That person is called Nara Shikashi, but he has already run away. Konoha has listed him as a rogue ninja, and I have already sent people to capture him." Silence continued. "Hand over his family to me, and I don't believe he won't come back." Hearing the Raikage's request, Sarutobi Hizashi unusually stood firm. "That's impossible. This has nothing to do with the others. I can't hand over innocent people to you." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, the Raikage showed a mocking expression, which made Sarutobi Hizashi uncomfortable. He continued, "Shikashi is now a rogue ninja, if you want to catch him." Before Sarutobi Hizashi could finish, someone spoke from the windowsill. "If you want to catch him, you can send someone yourself, but I suggest you send someone strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid your village will suffer losses again. I think you've seen that kid's abilities, right?" Sarutobi Hizashi and the Raikage turned to look at the windowsill. where a white-haired figure jumped in. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even need to look to know who it was. The only person who had climbed through the Hokage's window was Jiraiya. The Raikage was quite surprised by Jiraiya's arrival. He truly didn't know Jiraiya was still in Konoha. It seemed his plans would need to be adjusted, as Jiraiya was not someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the Raikage remained very assertive, just a rat in a sewer. If I see him, I can kill that Nara Shikashi in one round. Last time, he didn't even show his face. Is this the kind of ninja you have in Konoha? In response to the Raikage's mockery, Jiraiya directly countered, there aren't too many rats who can kill people under your protection. Just as the Raikage was about to get angry, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Raikage, you are here to resolve the issue, not to bicker. Jiraiya, you should also say less. After calming both of them down, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed a solution. Raikage, to express our apologies, Konoha can compensate the families of those people. As for the rest, don't think about it. If you insist on starting a war, then Konoha will respond accordingly. Moreover, this matter is inherently your fault. The Raikage did not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so tough this time. This was not his style. He thought that by intimidating him, this old guy would back down. The Hokage's office fell silent again. A few minutes later, the Raikage seemed to come to a realization and spoke up. Fine, but I want that kid's ninjutsu. In fact, the Raikage was very curious about Shikashi's ninjutsu. He couldn't understand how Shikashi managed to kill someone right under his nose. He felt that Shikashi must have space ninjutsu, possibly the Flying Thunder God technique. If he could exchange the lives of 7 people for the Flying Thunder God, it would be worth it. After all, Minato's Flying Thunder God had once made their team look extraordinary. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's next words directly shattered his fantasy. I'm afraid I can't do that. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Raikage was about to get angry. He had already compromised, but he didn't expect this old guy to be so disrespectful. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, if I give you that ninjutsu, you won't be able to learn it anyway. It's just the Nara clan shadow binding technique. However, Shikashi has undergone a mutation, and his shadows contain many shadow ninjas who can emerge from any shadow. Only Shikashi from the entire Nara clan can achieve this. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he took a puff from his pipe, watching the Raikage's reaction. The Raikage was internally analyzing the truth of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He had no reason to lie to him. These matters could be easily verified, and he had specifically brought sensory-type ninjas that day. There had indeed been no chakra fluctuations detected, and only when Okai disappeared was it noticed by the sensory-type ninja. So what Sarutobi Hiruzen said might be true. However, it felt a bit inappropriate to come all this way just to return with some money. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed in a direction and said before Shikashi defected. A samurai sword appeared there and severed the elder's finger. It was because of this that he defected. Koharu is currently in the hospital. If you don't believe it, you can go check. Alas, I regret not imprisoning him sooner. But even if I sealed his chakra, I couldn't keep him. The Raikage looked at that shadow and realized he had cleared up the confusion he previously had about how Okai died. The Raikage stood up and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, we in the Cloud Village don't need the money. We aren't short of that. I want all the information on that kid, especially regarding his ninjutsu. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen readily agreed. In fact, it was no big deal. Since Shikashi had used it in front of them, he was not afraid they would find out. After the matter was settled, the Raikage left. He had many things to arrange upon returning. He needed to fill the Raikage's office with lights, ensuring there were no shadows at all. He suspected that his previous actions had been overheard by those shadow ninjas, which was not good news for the Cloud Village. Moreover, he needed to continue sending people to hunt down Shikashi. His abilities were too terrifying. If Shikashi was willing, the Cloud Village would have no privacy at all, which he could not accept. After the Raikage left, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. He had finally sent this trouble away. He then said to the shadows, go back and tell Shikashi that the matter has been temporarily resolved. Tell him to be careful. The Raikage is notoriously petty and will likely come looking for trouble again. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed Shikashi must have also placed those shadow ninjas in his shadows. If he were in Shikashi's position, he would do the same, which was why he had said what he did earlier. However, it was like throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind person, a waste of effort. In the following days, the other villages also received the news of Shikashi being labeled a rogue ninja. It wasn't just the other ninja villages. The Akatsuki organization also received the news. Nagato and Konan were discussing whether to recruit Shikashi into the Akatsuki. Konan, do you think Shikashi has any value in joining the organization? Forget it, Nagato. That person is not one of us. And according to the information brought back by Kurizetsu, this is just a play staged by Konoha to deal with the Cloud Village. All right, Keep an eye on that guy, Toby. I feel like he's acting a bit strange. Got it, Nagato. It's been almost a month since Lucier left Konoha. During this time, he has helped eliminate many evils for those casino bosses, moving them to tears. In a forest in a land of fire. Lucier looked at the few ninjas from the hidden cloud village and felt underestimated, as they had only sent 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin to hunt him down. Over here in the hidden cloud village, Oak was staring intensely at Lucier, wishing he could swallow him alive. Lucier felt a shiver down his spine and thought to himself, is this person crazy? Why is he looking at me like that? What Lucier didn't know was that this person's name was Aoki-ai. Aoki-ai, the younger brother of Aokai, learned about his brother's murder when he returned to Yunin village. Upon seeing his brother's headless corpse, he vowed to kill the murderer. Later, he found out from Reikage that Lucier was the one who killed his brother, and Reikage was about to send someone to hunt down Lucier. He immediately requested to personally carry out the mission for revenge against his brother. Before setting off, Reikage specifically told them to find an open area to act, as Lucier's shadow ninja was very peculiar. However, as soon as Aoki-ai saw Lucier, he couldn't contain his anger and charged forward, shouting, I, Aoki-ai, am here to avenge my brother. Nara Lucier, prepare to pay with your life. Hearing such a melodramatic line, Lucier was left speechless. Lucier had long noticed that someone was following him, but he didn't know who it was. From what this person said, he should be the brother of Okai, but it didn't matter anymore. He had deliberately lured the person to this forest because the environment here was very advantageous for him. As he watched the person charge at him, Lucier drew out his twin knives. As the smoke knife was unsheathed, thick black smoke instantly concealed Lucier's figure, and the range of the smoke continued to expand. The battle had begun. The ninjas from Yunin village all had good sword skills, and lightning-type ninjutsu was their standard. One ninja shouted, lightning release, earth walk, and then a bolt of lightning surged towards Lucier. This technique concentrated chakra at the feet and transmitted electric shocks through the ground, allowing for rapid movement and attacks on enemies during combat. Lightning release. Lightning blade was another technique that infused lightning chakra into the ninja blade, unleashing powerful currents that could cut through an enemy's defenses. The two ninjas coordinated their attacks, one at a distance and the other close up, but Lucier wasn't going to confront them head-on. After forcing one ninja back, he immediately entered the black smoke. In the midst of the smoke, his figure appeared indistinct, as he used the black smoke to obstruct the enemy's line of sight, skillfully weaving through the battlefield. Lucier knew that he couldn't afford to be careless when facing the ninjas from Yunin village. He had to use his advantages as a shadow ninja and dark smoke. But first, he needed to take down Aokai. This guy's ninjutsu range was quite large, and if he didn't eliminate him, his movements would be easily restricted. During the battle, Aokai was constantly attacking him from a distance with ranged ninjutsu, while 3 others were engaging him in close combat, which was very annoying. With a lightning release technique, Lightning Serpent, a massive lightning serpent lunged toward Lucier. The crackling sound of the lightning serpent made it clear that danger was imminent, with sparks flying everywhere, resembling a snake. The lightning serpent moved nimbly through the dark smoke, attempting to strike Lucier. The ninjas from Yunin village were not to be outdone. Seeing that Lucier wasn't engaging them in close combat, they quickly retreated to Aokai's side. With their hands moving swiftly to form hand seals, they unleashed Lightning Release, Lightning Ball, a technique that concentrates chakra in their hands to create a sphere filled with lightning, which they then threw. The lightning ball streaked through the air, illuminating it with arcs of electricity as it headed straight for Lucier's hiding spot. The figure of Lucier moved quickly through the black smoke, using the body flicker technique to evade the lightning balls. The smoke thickened, and a few people began to sense something was wrong. 2 of them started to cough. Just then, a katana pierced through the chest of a Yunin ninja, and the others alertly moved away from the original spot, looking at their teammate, who had already lost his life. A cold sweat broke out among them as they suddenly remembered Reikage's instructions, but it was too late. One ninja felt his left foot suddenly lose its sense of ground. When he looked down, he found his left foot sinking into the shadow on the ground, and he could feel a large hand grabbing his ankle, pulling him inward. Terrified, he screamed, but 2 seconds later, he stopped because only half of his body remained on the ground. Aokai and another teammate immediately wanted to escape. As for revenge, forget it. Whether they could survive was still uncertain. The 2 exchanged glances and quickly ran in different directions, at least trying to get out of the black smoke. They hated themselves for not listening to Reikage. If they had listened, they wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. Lucier was very clear about their movements. How could he let those who wanted to kill him go? After a few body flicker techniques, that Chunin suddenly stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a katana protruding from the top of his foot, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. However, he did not scream. He knew he was done for. A huge shadow appeared before him, pulling his foot towards Lu Shi's direction. At that moment, Lu Shi was clashing with Ao Kuei, wanting to see the gap between himself and the Jonin. Cough cough, Nara cough cough, Lu Shi, please cough cough, let me go. I cough cough won't seek revenge on you anymore. Cough 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 cough, I won't seek revenge again. With a swift motion, Lu Shi's short blade sliced through Ao Kuei's neck. Ao Kuei looked at Lu Shi in terror, somewhat in disbelief that he had been defeated so easily. In the end, he saw his own feat. That was the last scene he witnessed. So much nonsense. I wanted to fight you a bit longer. Since you're so afraid of death, let me help you out. Once you're dead, you won't be afraid of dying anymore. Lu Shi put away his knife, found a place to sit down, and then said, Aren't you supposed to be protecting me? How did it turn into watching a show? A figure jumped down from the tree and waved away the lingering black smoke with a hand. Your fighting style is quite unique. It reminds me of someone. The person who came was naturally Tsunade. Without her saying she was reminded of someone, Lu Shi immediately knew who it was and answered quickly. I know. It's Hanzo the Salamander, the one who gave you guys nicknames. Yes, it is indeed him. Your fighting styles are quite similar. You rely on smoke, he relies on poison. And your swordsmanship is not bad either. Moreover, you are even more insidious than Hanzo. Deer smiled and said, I'll take that as a compliment. For me, it doesn't matter what method I use as long as I can kill the enemy. I really don't understand how someone as upright as Deer Geo could have a son like you. After finishing, Tsunade looked at Deer with disdain. Haha, maybe I have regressed. By the way, you lost again, right? Watch me clear out the sins of that casino for you tonight. After spending so much time with Tsunade, Lu Shi no longer regards her as an elder, but as a friend. By the way, I see there is another person over there. What do you plan to do with him? Shika glanced at Tsunade's gaze and saw the giant shadow grabbing the fleeing Chunin's leg. After giving him a lesson, he let him go. Tsunade looked at Shika suspiciously and said, Are you really that kind-hearted? Lu didn't pay attention to Tsunade's words and walked straight towards the town. Lu Shi wiped the sweat from his face and then took a sip of the water handed to him by Tsunade. This is the third batch, right? How much does the Raikage hate you? Sending 3 batches of people to kill you in 2 months. Lu Shi put down the water bottle and glanced at the ninja from Yuin village in the distance who was begging for mercy. Because Raikage saw my potential. He's afraid of my growth. After saying this, Lu Shi sighed. The shadows of other villages have never seen me, yet they can recognize my potential. But our Hokage only thinks that having too much strength will affect his position. I don't know if the second Hokage is blind for choosing someone like this to be Hokage. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a murderous intent locking onto him. Lu Shi then realized that it was indeed inappropriate to mention her great-grandfather in front of her, so he quickly changed the subject. Lady Tsunade, we need to change places again. This town has no more evil left. Just look at those casino owners. They're laughing so happily that they're almost in tears. Tsunade shot him a glance and continued walking ahead. Lu Shi silently followed along. In fact, not all casinos operated like that. He had gone through a selection process. First, he would go to the casino and win a large sum of money. If the casino troubled him, he would help the casino owner eliminate their sins at night, but there were very few casinos that didn't cause him any trouble. On a road in the land of fire, 3 people were walking leisurely. The 3 were Tsunade, Shizune, and Lu Shi, and they were heading to the next place of evil. In the Raikage's office, the Raikage was banging on the table and roaring, That bastard Nara Lu Shi. How did he turn our people into fools again? How did he manage to do that? He glanced at the person he had sent out. This person was one of those who had previously pursued Lu Shi. However, all his teammates had perished, and he was the only one brought back. Now, he looked somewhat pitiful, with vacant eyes and drooling, making anyone who saw him think he was a fool. Seeing the Raikage in a rage, T-Dai spoke up. Raikage-sama, this is the 3rd one. We can't keep sending people to hunt Lu Shi. Upon hearing this, the Raikage immediately exploded with anger. As a proud Raikage, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He immediately rebutted T-Dai. What? That bastard killed so many people in Kyomogakure. If we don't kill him, Kyomogakure will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Seeing the Raikage react like this, T-Dai hurriedly explained, Raikage-sama, please let me finish. What I mean is not that we shouldn't kill him, but that we shouldn't do it now. The Raikage calmed down a bit after hearing T-Dai's words and wanted to hear his suggestion. Seeing the Raikage calm down, T-Dai continued, we have already sent 3 waves of people, but every time that guy leaves one survivor and turns the others into fools. Now, Kimogakure already has 3 fools. We can't keep going on like this. We need to gather complete intelligence on Nara Lushur. From previous events, he must have hidden cards. Our intelligence personnel from Konoha reported that Nara Lushur's strength is at best that of a special J-Nin. However, the people we sent were all real J-Nin level, yet none succeeded, which indicates he has means we are unaware of. The intelligence also indicated that Nara Lushur is not particularly strong-willed. As long as he can kill his enemies, he doesn't care what means he uses. Moreover, he is the smartest person in the history of the Nara clan. Therefore, we need to understand him first, and once we have a comprehensive understanding of him, we can deliver a fatal blow and minimize unnecessary casualties. Otherwise, we can only send a large number of ninjas into the Land of Fire to encircle him, or send Karabi. Otherwise, the outcome will be the same, but Konoha will not agree to send a large number of ninjas into the Land of Fire. Listening to T-Dai's explanation, Reikage found it reasonable. However, he felt a bit unwilling. 3 batches of people returned as 3 fools, and he felt somewhat like a big fool himself. Although Reikage was somewhat reluctant, he still agreed to T-Dai's plan. After all, he couldn't personally go hunt Lushur. That would be too embarrassing. He still cursed. Damn Konoha. Why do such geniuses appear every few decades? At that moment, he seemed to think of something and then laughed heartily. Haha, it doesn't matter. Anyway, with someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage, any genius will fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been doing well in this regard. He has already proven to us that Konoha is both the cradle and the graveyard of geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also considering this matter. He felt that Lushur posed a significant threat. The Inuzuka clan, being part of the Hokage lineage, had become estranged from him due to Lushur's emergence. The Inuzuka clan didn't require particularly strong strength. In other words, without Lushur, the Inuzuka clan was the one he wanted. Lushur was unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken an interest in him. However, it didn't matter. Before he was completely sure he could take down Lushur, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't act. This old schemer was quite patient. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not even know that his good disciple Orochimaru was already preparing to give him, this teacher, a lavish funeral. At that moment, Lushur was checking the manuscript for Treasure King. These days, aside from training, he had been writing, but he was doing it all behind Tsunade's back. He didn't want to expose his identity as the author. The violent woman's fists were no joke, and his small frame couldn't withstand them. In the bookstore of the daimyo's residence, the owner was looking at Lushur's Treasure King, and he was quite invested in Lushur's work. Your Highness, the Melancholy Prince, we will take this book, and we will split the profits according to the previous ratio. By the way, do you have any more manuscripts? Before the owner could finish his sentence, Lushur took out 2 more manuscripts and placed them on the table. The owner quickly picked them up, and upon seeing the titles, he immediately became excited. The 12 Hours of Konoha, The Widow's Troubles. An hour later, the owner slammed the table and excitedly said, "What a great book! That Shimura widow is so unfortunate. I almost want to comfort her at midnight, especially that addictive illness. I really wish I could encounter a few myself." Lushur gave the boss a glance and thought to himself, this is just an old sleazy guy. However, the boss quickly realized that such words shouldn't be spoken, as it made him seem a bit too lewd. "We will take these 3 books from your bookstore, and they will be released within half a month. Your Highness, the Melancholy Prince, do you have anything else to instruct?" The boss still didn't know Lushur's name, so he referred to him by his pen name. "No special requests. To sell the 12 Hours of Mai and the Gossip in front of the widow's door normally. As for Treasure Hunting King, I only have one request. Make it a bit more expensive." The boss didn't understand Lushur's meaning, but Lushur had no intention of explaining. Half a month later, all 3 books were released simultaneously. After the release of the 3 books by Dear Time, they were sold out immediately, especially Treasure King, which was snatched up by bookstore owners on the same day. There was no choice but for the publisher to print another batch to satisfy these bookstore owners. Inside the Akatsuki base, Nagato said, "I've read this book, and I feel like Jiraiya-sensei is reminding us. Do you think he already knows about our situation? And more people are coming to Amigakure. Should we hide for a while?" With tubes inserted all over his body, Nagato replied, "No need. We can just intimidate those people when the time comes. Amigakure is our home. Where else can we go? Besides, this book shouldn't be written by Jiraiya-sensei. Send someone to talk to the publisher and ask them to change Amigakure to Konoha and see if we can find the author to bring back with us." After Conan left, Nagato fell into thought. Why is the final treasure a pair of eyes? Does this person know something, or is it just a coincidence? During this time, not much was happening in the ninja world, except for an increase in treasure hunting ninjas. all targeting Amigakure. The Akatsuki organization cleared out one batch after another of treasure hunting ninjas, but they could not stop the enthusiasm for treasure hunting. Moreover, some people went and never returned, which further stimulated these individuals' nerves, making them believe there must be treasure in Amigakure. It wasn't just wandering ninjas. Some villages also noticed Amigakure and sent people to check the situation, but they too went in and never came back, which made them realize something was off. In an inn in the land of fire, Shizun was reading, specifically Treasure King by Dear Time. Shizun's life had been quite comfortable lately. With Dear Time's edition, she and Tsunade no longer had to worry about money and didn't have to live on the streets anymore. However, Tsunade's borrowing of money had increased significantly, reaching a frantic level. But now, instead of borrowing from loan sharks, she was borrowing from Dear Time. It didn't matter if she lost. Dear Time would just steal it back at night, erasing the sins of the gambling house. This was Dear Time's take, and she thought of it as stealing. But she didn't care about that. Now was the time to live a proper life. She no longer wanted to live on the streets. At that moment, Tsunade and Dear Time were soaking in hot springs, though not together, as they were in separate tubs, separated by a wooden partition. Dear Time, when do you plan to return to Konoha? You can't keep wandering with me forever. Hearing the question from next door, Dear Time thought for a few seconds and replied, The Chunin exam is in 2 months. I'll wait until after that to go back. That'll be a good time. Tsunade didn't understand what Dear Time meant and continued to ask, What's so special about the Chunin exam? Why do you have to return then? You could go back now. After all, Kimogakure isn't stupid. They should already know about your fake defection. If you go back now, they won't say much. If they make a fuss, it will be embarrassing for them. After all, you gave them the chance to hunt you down, but they just didn't succeed. Lady Tsunade, it seems like you really want me to go back. Don't forget, you and Shizun are currently eating my food, living in my place, and spending my money. If I leave, you'll have to go back to that wandering lifestyle again. Suddenly, a splashing sound came from next door, and Tsunade excitedly said, What do you mean by that? Without me, could you steal so much money? Lord Tsunade, what you're saying is unreasonable. What do you mean I couldn't have stolen so much money without you? Do you think I wanted to? It's because your expenses are too high. You spent 300,000 Rio on a meal yesterday, and you lost 20 million Rio at the casino. I suddenly feel that if you were the daimyo of the fire country, you could bankrupt the entire country. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of water splashing came from next door. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi was reading a book, and Jiraiya was hiding in the corner like a quail, afraid to speak. After being called into the office today, Sarutobi Hiruzan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, he didn't explode in anger, which was even more terrifying. If he had scolded Jiraiya, it would have been easier for him. Just as Jiraiya was thinking about how to escape, Sarutobi Hizashi spoke up. Jiraiya, am I really that foolish right now? Hearing Hiruzan's words, Jiraiya was first taken aback, then shook his head and sighed. Old man, there are some things I don't want to say, but since you asked, I'll speak my mind. Let's start with Tsunade. Was S.H. Tun's death really an accident? Over the years, I've traveled the ninja world and found out a lot. Why would you send a 12-year-old child to the battlefield? You know that child's personality. He has too much like Naruto, and accidents are bound to happen. Yet you still send him out. Don't say it was the child's wish. Your orders alone could have kept him in the village, and you saw the result. Perhaps that was what you wanted to see. Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to say something, but Jiraiya raised his hand to interrupt him. Old man, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Then we'll talk about Dan Kato. I examined his corpse with Orochimaru. He was killed by someone attacking from behind. He was on a mission with the Root, right? Why did an elite Jonin die while the Root members survived? Have you considered that? Then Jiraiya spoke with disappointment. You've definitely thought about it. But you suppressed this matter for Danzo. And what about Kakashi? Is having a Hokage half-sleeve really that important? The Hitaki family is a samurai family that values honor the most, and you exploited that to force him to death. Even Tsunade was heartbroken, which is why she retired early. The Uchiha clan now has only 2 left, and you were the one responsible for this. I don't believe you couldn't handle the Uchiha situation, yet the Uchiha clan was exterminated. The most powerful clan of techniques in the ninja world was wiped out by you and Danzo. When that incident was exposed, how did you handle it? You symbolically punished Danzo, which enraged the daimyo, reduced military funding, and now it's about to blow up. You want me to come back and take over this mess? Old man, I'm your student. Are you calculating even me? Is it really that hard to punish Shimura Danzo? The last few sentences were shouted by Jiraiya, and it was the first time he spoke to Sarutobi Hizashi in this manner. And about the kid, why did the Raikage send someone to hunt him down? It's because the Raikage saw his potential. And you're only worried about him threatening your position. If I'm not mistaken, you're considering how to eliminate him, right? I can tell you, if you lay a hand on him, none of your 4 clans will fare well. Let's talk about the last person, Orochimaru. You should know very well how he defected. That level of human experimentation isn't something he could do alone. You know who his partner is. Yet, you only hold Orochimaru accountable while giving Danzo a free pass. I pursued Orochimaru for so long, and he is never willing to see me. I know he has completely lost faith in those around him, and the one who made him lose faith is you, his good teacher. Forget it. I want to say more. You wouldn't listen anyway. In your heart, there's only Danzo. He is your partner, while everyone else is just a tool. The 4 of you trample on Konoha as you please, relying on betraying your own to achieve peace. If the first Hokage knew, I believe he'd rather disband the village than see it continue in this way. He, the god of the ninja world, cannot afford to lose face like this. After finishing, Jiraiya walked out, muttering names: Hatake Sakumo, Kato Dan, Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Shursui, and all those from the Uchiha clan, as well as those who died at the hands of their own. In your next life, don't come back to Konoha. Konoha is rotten. It cannot protect you. Find a new place to live in your next life. Sarutobi Hizashi said nothing, no anger. He just sat there for the whole day. In the evening, he finally moved. He walked to the window, looking out at Konoha, and his originally murky eyes slowly became resolute. Bring someone in. As soon as Sarutobi Hizashi finished speaking, a member of the Umbu appeared behind him. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? Go and capture Shimura Danzo. After capturing him, seal his chakra. The same goes for the root members. Lock them up, and the Umbu will guard them personally. No one is allowed to see Danzo. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Do you understand? I mean anyone, including the 2 elders. Also, go inform Jiraiya to bring Tsunade back and revoke Nara Shikamaru's rogue ninja status. Go. The Umbu were shocked. They didn't expect the Hokage to be so ruthless, treating the elders equally. Is this really their Hokage? Have they been swapped out? One Umbu cautiously asked. Hokage-sama, are you sure? The elders will be treated the same. Sarutobi Hizashi turned to glance at this Umbu. He knew he'd been too biased towards the 3 of them, to the extent that when he gave orders, the Umbu didn't believe him. You heard correctly. Now go. After receiving the Hokage's affirmative reply, the Umbu left. Soon, Konoha learned about Danzo's arrest. However, no one paid much attention. Who knew what Sarutobi Hizashi was up to? They all thought it was just another round of antics between Hiruzen and Danzo. In the prison, Shimura Danzo kept shouting, "Let Hiruzen come see me. I want to see Hiruzen. I've shed blood for Konoha. Hiruzen, you can't treat me like this. I want to see Hiruzen. Did you hear me? Hurry and report. Otherwise, I want to let you off." The Umbu ignored him, just standing guard outside. At this moment, 2 people approached the gate, reaching out to open the door. The Umbu immediately drew their kunai and said to the 2, Hokage-sama has ordered that no one is allowed to see Danzo. Those who disobey will be killed. Step back. You re-rebelling? I'm a Konoha elder. What right do you have to stop me? Get out of the way, I bang. The Umbu kicked the one trying to open the door, Tsurugi Kamachi, several meters away, causing her dinner to spill out. I'll say it again. Hokage-sama has ordered that no one is allowed to see Danzo. Those who disobey will be killed. The last word killed was particularly emphasized. Mito gaped and finally reacted and quickly went to help Tsurugi Kamachi up. Don T touch me. In. You go call Hiruzen to see me. I want Hiruzen to personally deal with this bastard who dared to lay a hand on me. Hearing Zhuangqin Xiaochun's words, Mito Minion immediately headed towards the Hokage office. He felt that today's Umbu was a bit different. It hadn't been like this before. Time passed minute by minute, and Zhuangqin Xiaochun went from cursing at the beginning to being silent now, from anger to confusion. Soon, 3 hours had passed, and Zhuangqin Xiaochun could no longer wait. She stood up and walked towards the Hokage office, threatening the Umbu member, "You just wait and see how I deal with you later. How dare you lay a hand on me?" The Umbu ignored her. This old lady had always directed the Umbu to do this, and that for her. And today, she was finally venting her anger. "Rijan, you better explain this to me." "Ah, that hurts. Who ambushed me?" Good thing the Hokage. Zhuangqin Xiaochun had just entered the door to complain, but what greeted her was a pile of documents. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Sarutobi Rijan looking at her with a face full of anger, and the words she was about to say were swallowed back down. She then looked at Sarutobi Rijan in a daze. "Pick it up and explain this to me." "Rijan, I was just about to explain for Zhuangqin Xiaochun." Mito Minion started, but when he saw Sarutobi Rijan glaring at him, he didn't dare to continue. Zhuangqin Xiaochun picked up the documents, glanced through them, and casually said, "This matter. I used this money to buy medical equipment." "Xiaochun, do I look like a fool to you?" Zhuangqin Xiaochun instinctively shook her head. Smack! Sarutobi Hizashi slammed the table and shouted, "Since you don't think I look like a fool, then why are you treating me like one? Look at that price. Are you a big spender? Or am I the big spender? The main point is I had the umbu check, and you took the medical equipment in the morning, then returned it in the afternoon. Is that what you call buying? If you had at least refurbished it, I would say you have some conscience. But you returned it as it was. Is that considered buying? If you're going to embezzle, at least take it seriously." After cursing, Sarutobi Hizashi took a breath and continued, "Return the money tomorrow. I'm not just talking about this time. I mean all of it. Otherwise, you could go live next to Danzo. Get out." Zhuangqin Xiaochun walked out of the Hokage office like a zombie. Sarutobi Hizashi picked up the logistics documents again. Just as he opened it, he heard Mito Minyan say, "Hizashi, I will return the money to you tomorrow morning." After saying that, he ran out of the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hizashi was stunned. 3 minutes later, very unpleasant curses echoed in the Hokage office. Because the curses were too vulgar, I won't write them down. Outside the window, Jiraiya felt that it wasn't the right time to go in. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Sarutobi Hizashi say, "Get in here. Are you having a conflict with the door? Can't you walk through a door properly?" Jiraiya jumped in, awkwardly scratching his head, then said, "Teacher, I'm going to find Tsunade. I came specifically to remind you, don't touch the bottom line of Kashi. Otherwise, there will be trouble when he comes back. Also, I plan to take Naruto with me this time." Sarutobi Hizashi thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I believe you can protect Naruto well. Go. Bring Tsunade back soon. They are at the daimyo's residence. Hurry up, so they don't change locations again." "Okay, I got it, old man." After saying that, he jumped out of the window, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi speechless. Everyone, the next chapter is already written. I want to add the dark fruit into the story. What do you think? I'm looking for suggestions. I'm not very confident to post it. In the tavern, Tsunade was drunk, and Kashi looked at her speechlessly, while Shizen felt a bit embarrassed. Mainly because Tsunade's drinking behavior was too poor. She started babbling nonsense as soon as she drank. "I'm telling you, kid, money is something you can't take with you when you come or go. Don't take it too seriously. You should spend it if you need to. Look how happy I am now." Hearing this, Kashi felt speechless, then said in a mocking tone, "You're right." Upon hearing this, Shizen immediately looked up at Kashi, feeling that this wasn't his style, but the following words confirmed that Kashi was still the same Kashi. "You're right, because you, Lady Tsunade, have never earned any money. It's all loans. Now if someone wants to kill you, I can guarantee that your creditors will definitely tear that guy to pieces. They wouldn't dare let you die. You're too valuable." Tsunade ignored Kashi's mockery and said to herself, "Oh, actually it's not much money. It's all small change. I'll win it back after a few trips to the casino." At this moment, Shizen pulled out a small notebook and started looking through it. A few minutes later, she weakly said, "Lady Tsunade, you currently owe a total of 32.5 billion ryo. The juice in Kashi's mouth sprayed out and hit Shizen in the face. Kashi hurriedly helped Shizen wipe it clean, but she didn't mind. Then looking at this big fat sheep, he said, "What do you mean by traveling the ninja world? You're just dodging your debts. The highest price for a shadow in the exchange market is less than 100 million ryo. You've lost the lives of 320 shadows." At this point, Shizen also started to add salt to the wound. Lady Tsunade can't even go to other countries now. Most of this money was lost in other countries. I'm afraid in a couple of years, you won't be able to stay in the land of fire either. Lucier also wanted to match Tsunade and Jiraiya. I hope Jiraiya's wallet is enough to pay off this spendthrift woman. She really is a deadbeat. Amazing. If during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade called her creditors over, it would definitely be enough for Madara to have a drink. At this moment, Tsunade had already drunk too much and was saying something like, "I want to win over the entire ninja world," which made Lucier roll his eyes. And even Shizen felt very awkward, thinking, if we hadn't run into Lucier, maybe we would have ended up spending the night in some cave. Don't doubt it. Shizen really did this with Tsunade, and it happened quite a few times. On the way back, Lucier started today's sign-in. His sign-in times are now random, mainly because he hasn't used good items for a long time, so he wasn't that invested. System sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one dark fruit, chakra version. What the hell? When Lucier heard the reward, she blurted out "wow," and the silence that followed didn't matter much, mainly because she had gotten used to it. Although she didn't know what "wow" meant, she often heard Lucier say those two words. Lucier glanced back at Jing-in and Tsunade. then rubbed his face to calm down. Just a moment ago, he felt like he had entered the world of One Piece instead of Naruto, but after seeing Tsunade, he was sure that he was indeed in the Naruto world. After returning to the inn, Lu Shi took out the darkness fruit. It seemed to be the darkness fruit. After all, he had watched over 1,000 episodes of One Piece. System, can you explain why the darkness fruit exists? If there are devil fruits, why not give me a Logia type one? If I had a Logia type devil fruit, I would dare to face Madara without eating beef. Host, the darkness fruit is also a Logia type. That's a bit awkward, but the darkness fruit can't elementalize. There are no other devil fruit users, and I suffer double the pain. Are you trying to kill me? Can we change hosts? Host, this devil fruit is chakra-based. When you activate its ability, you can be immune to ninjutsu attacks. However, it cannot immunize against taijutsu, senjutsu, or physical attacks, such as Orochimaru's snakes, Jiraiya's hair, and various ninja tools. System, this is a bit of a trap. It doesn't seem suitable at all. Can you give me a different one? Preferably Akainu's magma fruit. Just imagine throwing a punch right in his face. It sounds thrilling. Host, the rewards are random and cannot be changed. If you don't want it, I could take it back. It's delicious. Didn't they say devil fruits taste bad? This one is pretty good. It tastes a bit like cantaloupe. Upon hearing that the reward might be taken back, Lu Shi decisively took a bite and found the taste very pleasant. Host, this is an upgraded version, removing all side effects. When used, it directly utilizes chakra. Otherwise, with your body, it would be hard to develop this devil fruit to its limit. Blackbeard also needs to expend stamina when using it. However, he has a special physique that allows him to perfectly control the darkness fruit. With your small frame, using dark water twice might exhaust you. Come on, system, are you looking down on my physical condition? I'm telling you, I'm not weak. I've eaten the darkness fruit. What about Blackbeard? I actually want to see Blackbeard beat Luffy to a pulp. Besides, didn't T. Blackbeard eat the darkness fruit? Host, we are stealing the time node. Blackbeard has not yet encountered the darkness fruit. As for Blackbeard, he will encounter the darkness fruit eventually. But it will be a new one that grows on the devil fruit tree. You don't need to worry about Blackbeard. I'm not worried at all. I just said that. Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. I just look forward to Blackbeard smashing Luffy. He is a pirate who doesn't even act like one. And he doesn't have a harem. He is wasting such good resources around him. Host, do you want a harem? If you want, I can help you create an indestructible one. Sure, if you can give me an indestructible body, I won't be afraid of the darkness fruit side effects anymore. By the way, system, has the double pain side effect been eliminated? Before the system could finish speaking, Lu Shi agreed. Who wouldn't want an indestructible body? However, the next words from the system disappointed him. Of course not. This is a characteristic of the darkness fruit and cannot be eliminated. The system only removed the taste and the fear of seawater as side effects. And I meant an indestructible kidney, not body. Okay. A kidney is fine. For Ino's happiness, I can accept this. Let's go. Build it. Ding. Increased kidney capacity added to the sign-in reward. Lu Shi. A minute later, Lu Shi finally reacted and then lay on the bed feeling lifeless. System, what grievances do we have? Do you have to play me like this? If you have the ability, change those 0 1s to 100, then I'll respect you as a man. Host, I did not have the authority to change the reward values. TCH, useless, wasting my time, I'm going to sleep. While Lu Shi was sleeping, the high-ranking officials of the Grass Country gathered together, which is rare in the Grass Country. The Grass Country is a small nation, and its style is just like its name, a wall grass. Whoever pays is the father. However, recently, a major event happened in the Grass Country. Speak up. What should we do? We only have so few ninjas in the Grass Country, and this time they all went in. Only one came back. Who will protect the Grass Country in the future? The speaker was the daimyo of the Grass Country. Although the country is small, it still has a daimyo. As for what he said, it dates back to a few days ago. Since Lu Shi's Treasure King was sold, a wave of treasure hunting swept through the ninja world. There was no way around it. The book by the melancholy prince of Konoha was too popular. At first, people went to the rain-hidden village out of curiosity. But later, someone noticed something was wrong, because those who went did not come back. After learning this, the Grass Country also sent people to the rain-hidden village. But they did not return either, which made this small country feel that their opportunity had come. If they could really find the treasure, the Grass Country would stand on par with the 5 great ninja villages. So the daimyo sent over 200 ninjas to the rain-hidden village. Now they still did not know that Hanzo was already dead, so they went under the pretense of visiting Hanzo, but in the end, over 200 of them went, and only one came back. That person told the daimyo that there were many rogue ninjas there, and he saw that the leader's eyes were very special. If it weren't for another wave of people coming suddenly, those rogue ninjas would have attacked them, and the one who played Deadwood T have come back either. One of the aides said, "Daimyo, let us inform the 5 great ninja villages about this. We've suffered such great losses. Let them take action to resolve it. Then we'll see which village can win, and we'll seek their protection while also recruiting some wandering ninjas." The daimyo's bony face showed no expression, and after a long time, he said, "Do as you say. Alas, it's a pity to lose so many ninjas. This is the foundation of our grass country. It seems there is no hope for our grass country to rise. The grass country suffered such great losses this time, which was purely deserved. Yahiko was killed by Hanzo, and if you go to visit Hanzo, it would be strange for Nagato to let you stay. Originally, Nagato did not often take action. After all, his body had been hollowed out by the Rinnegan, and he tried to avoid taking action as much as possible. This time he acted personally only because someone was visiting Hanzo. The speed of the ninja hawk was fast, and 2 days later, the other villages received the news. The grass country even specially drew the shape of those eyes. In the Rakige's office, they looked at the news from the grass country in a daze, recalling those eyes, feeling that he had seen them somewhere. Suddenly, he stood up and said to the Tsukikage, "Tsukikage, go find the information on Kinkaku and Ginkaku for me." 10 minutes later, Rakige looked at the documents and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I said it looked familiar. It turns out it's like this." Tsukikage gathered the high-ranking officials to the conference room. And this time, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was also invited. The conference room was a bit noisy, with everyone discussing the purpose of the meeting. At this moment, Rakige walked in, and when everyone saw him, they immediately stopped discussing. Rakige came to his seat, but did not sit down. Instead, he took out 2 documents. One was handed to the daimyo, and the other to the remaining high-ranking officials. "Daimyo, take a look at this document and a message from the grass country. You all circulate it. Time is limited, so I only prepared 2 copies." After A finished speaking, he sat down, waiting for everyone to finish reading the materials. 3 minutes later, the last person finished reading the materials, and Rakige stood up and said, "I believe you all have seen the contents of the documents. Speak up. What are your opinions?" Before anyone could speak, the daimyo took the initiative to say, "Let me say a few words first. After I finish, I'll leave." Rakige felt a bit displeased that the daimyo spoke first. The daimyo had no right to interfere in the village's internal affairs. He called the daimyo here out of courtesy and also to ask for money. However, the daimyo's subsequent words dispelled his concerns. "I'm not very clear about the value of those eyes, but Rakige thinks highly of them, so I choose to trust Rakige's judgment. How about this? I'll make a statement. If we can get those eyes back, I'll double the military expenses for next year. That's it. You all continue the meeting. I'll leave first." The daimyo of the Land of Lightning had this character, which was straightforward and decisive. After the daimyo left, the meeting continued. Everyone put forward many suggestions, making Rakige as head buzz, and then he interrupted. "All right, put your opinions aside for now. Tsukikage, you speak first." "Lord Rakige, I've looked over the intelligence from the grass country, and I think there are many things we need to understand, such as how many rogue ninjas are there, who are they, and we also need to understand the strength of those rogue ninjas. Most importantly, we need to understand the abilities of the owner of those eyes. The materials say that those eyes are extremely powerful, and we must be fully prepared. We can wait a bit and let other villages scout the way for us. I believe that wherever those eyes are, our cloud-hidden village can obtain them." Everyone fell silent, feeling that Tsukikage made a lot of sense, and even Rakige did not refute. At this moment, Tsukikage took out a book and said, "Everyone, the intelligence from the grass country also mentioned another thing. Recently, a storm of treasure hunting has swept through the ninja world, and the origin is this book in my hand." As he spoke, he placed the book in the middle of the conference table. I specifically inquired, and the author of this book is Jiraiya from Konoha. Jiraiya has been traveling the ninja world for many years, and I believe he must have discovered something, which is why he wrote this book. The people of the grass country also suffered heavy losses because they believed this book. Therefore, I think we can contact Konoha to see if they have any intelligence to share with us. Rakige was somewhat unhappy, but not with Tsukikage. He was unhappy with Jiraiya. He felt that Jiraiya had played the entire ninja world. However, he did not have a reason to blame Jiraiya. The main thing was that he had just had a conflict with Konoha, and now asking Konoha to share intelligence. He felt that Konoha might not pay any attention to the cloud-hidden village. That day, Jiraiya finally found Tsunade. "Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. Enough. This is boring. I'm leaving." "Lord Jiraiya, don't go. Let us play a bit more." just in time to try my technique on you. The more Jiraiya heard, the more depressed he became, and his pace unconsciously quickened. Naruto, who was originally standing not far away watching them talk, saw Jiraiya turn and leave, and immediately ran over. When he got close, Naruto excitedly and curiously looked up and asked, "Big brother, what ninjutsu did you just use?" "It was amazing. You easily dissolved the sage of the unruly's Rasengan. Can you teach me how to do that?" Hearing Naruto's request, Kashi smiled and gently patted his head, saying earnestly, "All right, Naruto, that's a special ability of mine, and I can't teach it to you. However, Jiraiya is quite an excellent teacher, so you must study hard with him. Do you understand? I put in a lot of effort to get Jiraiya to teach you." Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with gratitude, and his voice slightly choked as he said, "I will definitely study hard, big brother. The sage of the unruly has already told me that you pleaded with him for me many times. Thank you so much, big brother." As soon as he finished speaking, tears began to well up in Naruto's big eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry. Kashi noticed and quickly said, "Hurry up and hold back those tears. You're a ninja now. What kind of image is it to cry at the drop of a hat?" Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly stopped his tears. It must be said that this seemingly rough method worked quite well on Naruto, especially coming from Kashi, who had always cared for him. In the barbecue restaurant, it wasn't the Akimichi barbecue, but rather an ordinary barbecue place in the daimyo's residence. However, the taste was quite good. Inside, Jiraiya and Tsunade were drinking, while Shizen, Naruto, and Kashi were eating barbecue at another table. This was Kashi's suggestion, primarily to give Jiraiya a chance, as this old pervert completely failed to appreciate Kashi's good intentions. At that moment, laughter from Tsunade could be heard coming from Jiraiya's table, and she was laughing while slapping the table. The barbecue restaurant was still quite crowded, but everyone ignored it since Tsunade often came here to eat, and after drinking, this was just her usual demeanor. "Ha ha, Jiraiya, you're so embarrassing. You couldn't even use the Rasengan? That jutsu is quite powerful. How could it fail this time? You haven't regressed in strength over the years, have you?" Hearing Tsunade's teasing, Jiraiya felt quite frustrated. Such a thing would probably be hard for anyone to believe. A huge sphere, upon contact with Kashi, would turn into a black vortex in Kashi's hand, dissolving the Rasengan. "Tsunade, since you've been with him for so long, has he had any adventures? His technique is so strange, and that black energy gives me a very dangerous feeling." Tsunade put down her cup and glanced at Kashi's table before saying to Jiraiya, "After I received your letter, I found him. At that time, he had just won a large sum of money. Then we traveled through the ninja world and encountered 3 ambushes from the Cloud Village. But Kashi managed to turn the tables on them. We've been together since then." Burp Tsunade let out a burp and continued, "I can assure you he hasn't interacted with outsiders, and his ability only recently awakened. And don't you notice? His powers are all black. It fits his character so well. Can you imagine? A 13-year-old kid not only turned the tables on enemies, but also turned 3 of them into idiots. You haven't seen his battles. I'm almost embarrassed to say it. It's just too dirty. He uses every means possible. Sometimes I even think his heart is black too. I'm sure if you went all out, you could defeat Kashi in 3 minutes. But if it turns into a war of attrition, I guarantee that even if he can't kill you, he can seriously injure you. Just wait until you see him in battle. You'll realize how low this kid's limits are." Listening to Tsunade, Jiraiya was curious about Kashi's limits. He hadn't known Kashi for long, but it wasn't too short either, and he didn't think Kashi's fighting style was that dirty. He didn't know that previously they were just sparring, and since his own strength wasn't weak, he didn't need tactics. However, it was different outside the village. Especially with the pursuit from the Cloud Village, Kashi developed a set of combat coordination for his Shadow Legion. The giant Shadow controlled the ninja responsible for leg grabbing, eye-piercing, throat-locking, and groin attacking, while the 2 prevented the enemy from using the substitution technique, and the Shadow would deliver the lethal blow. This was something he learned from Jiraiya. A person's chakra is limited. Not everyone has the same amount of chakra, and relying on Shadow clones for coordination is difficult. Once hit, the clone disappears. However, the Shadow Legion has no such worries. They can respawn infinitely, making any tactic much more effective. Initially, Kashi considered having them fight up close or throw shuriken from a distance. But the people in the ninja world are very agile. Otherwise, they would use substitution techniques. So Kashi had the Shadow Legion coordinate with each other, and so far, the effect was excellent. An hour later, when it was time to settle the bill, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Was this meal really that expensive? The waiter, seeing Jiraiya's expression, understood he doubted the price and handed him the bill. After paying, The five of them left the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Jiraiya stepped out, he complained, "What a lousy place. So expensive. A kimchi barbecue is so much better and not as outrageous as this." "Jiraiya, tell me, why did you come looking for me? I'm a rogue ninja now. You've been here for 2 days without saying anything important. If you don't leave soon, you might not keep your money." Jiraiya smiled slightly at Kashi's words, knowing he was joking, and then explained the reason for his visit. "Kashi, Konoha has lifted your rogue ninja status, and Danzo has been captured. When I came, the old man was dealing with the Elder Group's issues. This time, he might really want to change things. Are you willing to give him a chance?" Tsunade didn't care about this matter. She didn't plan to go back. Jiraiya had said that he was sent by the teacher to invite her back to Konoha. However, she had refused at the time. She really didn't want to face those old folks. Shizune and Naruto were all ears, eager to hear whether Kashi would return. Shizune's thought was to prevent Kashi from going back, while Naruto wanted his big brother to return with him. Jiraiya bringing Naruto along was also in line with this intention. In the hotel room, only Kashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were left. The following conversation was not suitable for Naruto to hear, so Kashi asked him to rest. Lucier leaned against the wooden partition and summoned the Shadow Ninja to guard the door. "All right, now it's safe." Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't understand what Lucier meant, but they didn't ask. They just exchanged a glance. "Lord Jiraiya, now I want to talk to you about why I'm not going back right now." After saying this, Lucier's expression became serious. "The changes in the Hokage that you perceive as a sudden awakening, in my opinion, are merely a way to protect Danzo and the 2 elders." Jiraiya was somewhat moved and wanted to explain a few things about Sarutobi Hizashi, but he was interrupted by Lucier raising his hand. "Lord Jiraiya, if you have something to say, wait until I finish before you refute me. Now listen to me. The Hokage asking you to bring me back is just for show, to make you willingly take over the Hokage position. Because you want to take action against Danzo and the elders, that's also why he thought of you first. Why change now, when he could have done it earlier or later? I guess there must have been some conversation between you that stimulated him, so he would act this way. As for what you refer to as change, in my view, it's simply cleaning up after the old buddies before retirement. Then, after you take office, they can continue to hold their positions in the Elder Council." Hearing this, Jiraiya was somewhat at a loss for words. He had indeed had conversations with the old man, but he didn't expect Lucier could guess all this. However, he didn't interrupt Lucier. He wanted to listen to what Lucier had to say next, to see what else he didn't know. Feeling a bit thirsty, Lucier took a sip of water from the table and continued. "As for Danzo, it's even simpler. It's about protection. The daimyo's cuts to military funding can't be hidden for long. By the end of the year, it will blow up. So he wants to push you into the Hokage position before that explosion. But this doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Someone has to take the blame. There are 2 most suitable candidates. One is Orochimaru, and the other is actually Danzo himself. But he wouldn't do that. Clearly, he wants you to shift the blame onto Orochimaru. Because although Orochimaru is a rogue ninja, Konoha hasn't pursued him. I think Sarutobi Hizashi will suggest to you to issue a statement, saying that the reduction in military funding was due to Orochimaru's defection, which upset the daimyo. Although this happened years ago, it can still be used now." Jiraiya was stunned. Was his teacher playing such a dirty trick? As for having you find Tsunade, that is purely for her identity. Tsunade is a princess conferred by the daimyo. If she goes to see the daimyo, it's very likely to change the daimyo's mind and restore military funding to its original share, our Hokage, from beginning to end. He has never considered bringing Lady Tsunade back to Konoha, let alone wanting her to hold an important position. Because if that were the case, Konoha would be out of his control, and you, Jiraiya, will be the next Namake's Minato, a puppet Hokage. My father said, after the 4th Hokage took office, he had no real power. Even the Umbu were under the control of the 3rd Hokage, only establishing something called the Hokage Guard Team for him, which is really ridiculous. Isn't the Umbu supposed to be directly subordinate to the Hokage? What's going on with that? Let's talk about me. Like you, I'm also a pawn. Our Inuzuka, Nara, and the Kimichi clans are all firmly in the Hokage faction. My father is even the leader of the Jonin class. And the responsibility of this position is to manage Konoha's Jonin, coordinate their work in Konoha, and during wartime, be responsible for the mobilization of Jonin. However, my father hasn't done such work for a long time, because our Hokage has taken this work into his own hands. So my father usually just takes on some family missions. The Hokage asking me to return is just to find more people to share the burden for you. My father is a good candidate. Before I leave, I told my father not to get involved in your matters with the Hokage. Rushi's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. What should we do now that we need someone? I can only restore my father's rights, but he doesn't want to speak up himself. Because my father took his rights away personally, returning them now would be somewhat embarrassing. So he wants you to bring me back. After I return, my father will stand up for me, which is what Sarutobi Hizashi would like to see. Therefore, I won't go back now, at least not before the storm. I'm not a sapper. I don't have the skills to defuse bombs. Jiraiya and Tsunade were somewhat confused. They didn't know what Rushi meant by sapper. Nevertheless, they were both deeply shocked. They hadn't considered these matters at all, and they never imagined that their teacher was playing such a dirty game. While Jiraiya and Tsunade were staring at each other in disbelief, Rushi tapped the table to draw their attention back to him. All right, don't be surprised. I have a few more words to say, and then I'll go back to sleep. I don't have the energy you two have. I'm still a kid, and I need to go to bed early and wake up early. Hearing Rushi's words, the two exchanged knowing glances, thinking, kids like you are really rare. Strong enough is one thing, but having so many schemes is another. Ignoring their eye rolls, Rushi continued, Lord Jiraiya, I think you should stay with us for a while, and return after the Chunin exams. Or I could go back with Naruto to take the exam, and you can wait outside for a while. Lord Jiraiya, it's not that I look down on you. You can't solve this problem. Your heart isn't dirty or ruthless enough for someone in that position. The ones who sit in that chair are either great lovers or ruthless people. It's hard for anyone else to hold that position, especially at this time. As Rushi said this, he deliberately paused, causing Tsunade and Jiraiya to lean forward instinctively, eager to hear what he would say next. Rushi didn't keep them waiting. And Jiraiya, you're just an old pervert who spends all day writing dirty books with your mind full of Tsunade's big chest. You still want to be Hokage? Dream on. You can find anything in your dreams. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he ran away because Tsunade had already raised her fist, her eyes blazing with anger. 10 seconds later, Jiraiya's scream echoed through the room, and everyone in the inn leaned out to see what was happening. At that moment, Naruto ran over. Big brother, what happened? That scream must be from the pervy sage. Let's go take a look. Deer placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said seriously, this is indeed Lord Jiraiya. But you don't need to worry. He's just playing a game with Lady Tsunade. As he spoke, Deer pointed upstairs. Listen to how happy Lord Jiraiya sounds, calling out so loudly. As juniors, we shouldn't disturb the adults' good times. All right, let's go back and rest. Naruto obediently followed Deer towards his room, but still curiously asked, Big brother, why is the pervy sage shouting for help? Deer time. All right, maybe I was too happy and said it casually. Let's go to sleep. We need to get up early to exercise tomorrow morning. Okay, big brother. The next day at noon, Naruto was feeding Jiraiya porridge. At this time, Jiraiya was already wrapped up like a mummy, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed. While drinking the porridge, Jiraiya looked at Deer Time with a resentful gaze. Heaven knows what he experienced yesterday, as Tsunade had beaten him up for a full half hour. While drinking, Tsunade asked Deer Time, You provoked me yesterday just so I would hit him, right? Lu Shi looked at Tsunade in disbelief. They say big breasts mean no brains, but I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Suddenly, Lu Shi felt Tsunade's gaze change and quickly softened his tone. All right, Lady Tsunade, I was complimenting you. You heard what I said yesterday, and Jiraiya-sama heard it too. But he's still going back to Konoha, so I want to find a way to keep him here longer. How about this? To make amends with you, I'll cover your betting amount today. You can lose freely. Jiraiya felt distressed. If you want me to stay, just say it directly. Why do it this way? At least you have a bit of conscience. Tomorrow, I'll be leaving with Shizen too. We've been together for so long, it's time to part ways. Okay, I know I can't keep you, so I won't try. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Jiraiya was unhappy. He intended to take Tsunade back to the village. What would he do if Tsunade left? Just as Jiraiya was about to persuade Tsunade to stay, he saw her glaring at him, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. If he got hit again, he might really end up disabled. After dinner, Tsunade left with several boxes of money. Once Tsunade was gone, Jiraiya dared to speak and complained to Lu Shi. How could you let Tsunade leave? I was planning to have her return as Hokage. All right, Jiraiya-sama, I didn't intend to let Tsunade leave. But neither you nor I can persuade Lady Tsunade. So I plan to send out the King of Tongue. Only he can keep Lady Tsunade here. Jiraiya was a bit confused, thinking, who is this King of Tongue? I don't think I've heard of him. Could it be this kid's strange ability again? However, he didn't press further. Since Lu Shi said so, he must have a way to keep Tsunade. All right, Jiraiya-sama, you should rest. I'm going to train with Naruto, and we'll bring you dinner later. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. Rasengan, dark water. Come on, brother, this is too unfair. My Rasengan disappears the moment it touches you. Lucier comforted Naruto by patting his head, saying, "All right, Naruto, don't be discouraged. This is just my ability restraining you. The Rasengan is still very powerful. Just train hard, and I'll go sit over there for a while." "Okay, big brother," Naruto replied, immediately feeling better and happily went off to train. His carefree personality is a good thing. He is always so optimistic. After this reflection, Lucier began to summarize the abilities of the dark fruit. Jiraiya had helped him with a few techniques, and he now had a certain understanding of the fruit's capabilities. In close combat, the dark water can neutralize most energy attacks, like the Rasengan and Raikiri, but he is unsure if it can interrupt the Raijin's lightning techniques. He might try it if he gets the chance. However, he doesn't feel like he can match the Raijin right now. 4 long-range attacks like the Water Dragon Bullet and Fireball Jutsu, the Dark Water's effect is not particularly good due to their large area, especially for physical attacks like Water Release and Earth Release, which cannot be neutralized at all. Only Fire Release can be easily countered. Oh, it's so complicated. Swordsmanship, physical techniques. Fruit development. Which path should I take? Lucier felt that this system was a bit unreliable. If it were the perverted fruit of Kizuru, he could instantly turn into a perverted light person. When he thought of perverted, Lucier had a flash of inspiration and then patted his own head. How foolish he was, getting tangled up in those thoughts. Anyway, he didn't want to be the king of the perverts. As long as he could win, it was fine. There was no need to confront the enemy head-on. He would have more shadow armies in the future, so he decided to adopt a sneaky approach. After figuring this out, Lucier began practicing swordsmanship, followed by fruit development. Once he decided on his path, Lucier started his journey of cultivation. In the evening, Lucier brought Naruto to the entrance of the casino. It was time for Naruto to use the B-Tianzue. Although he could talk quite well too, his power was far from that of B-Tianzue. After giving Naruto a few instructions, Lucier left, thinking about Jiraiya back at the inn. He shouldn't let him starve. As soon as Lucier entered the room, he smelled a foul odor. "Damn, did you poop in your pants?" Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed by Lucier's comment, and didn't he respond, tightly closing his eyes. Lucier immediately called 2 staff members to clean up Jiraiya, which cost a lot of money, otherwise he would do it. Then he changed to another room, as that room was full of odors and uninhabitable for a day or two. I'm not saying you, but as a dignified Sannin of Konoha and the Sage of Toads, how can you do something so embarrassing? Hearing Lucier's teasing, Jiraiya's face turned even redder, but he still said nothing. It was really too humiliating. Seeing Jiraiya blush, Lucier stopped teasing him and said, "You should rest for a while. I've already arranged for someone to take care of you. During this time, Naruto and I will be training. In a few days, I will take Naruto back to Konoha. This exam will be beneficial for him. However, I don't plan to show up. After Naruto finishes the exam, I will come to pick you and Tsunade up." Speaking of Naruto, Jiraiya suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Naruto come back and asked, "Lucier, where's Naruto?" "Oh, I sent him to persuade Lady Tsunade. If you want to keep Lady Tsunade, neither you nor I can do it. Only Naruto can." Jiraiya asked worriedly, "Can Naruto really change Tsunade's mind?" "Of course, if Naruto can't do it, then I'll send you back to the village." Jiraiya glanced at Lucier and said, "You seem very confident in Naruto." "Of course." Lucier replied with a confident smile, and then explained why he believed in Naruto. "Naruto is the most optimistic person I've ever met. If there is only one person in the entire ninja world who can make Tsunade change her mind, it must be Naruto. He has been treated that way since he was a child, yet he still loves the village and wants to be recognized by everyone through hard work. Something I can't do. If it were me, I would choose to endure, and once I have the ability, I would destroy the entire Konoha. I hold grudges. Whoever harms me, I would use the technique to make their entire clan disappear." Just as Jiraiya was about to say something, Tsunade walked in holding Naruto, who had his little eyes darting around. She put Naruto down and complained, "This little brat is too annoying. He made me lose all my money. Lucier, I'm going to Hot Springs. Come pay the bill for me later." After saying that, she left, and then Naruto ran up to Lucier to show off. "Big brother, I did it. Granny Tsunade decided to go back to Konoha with me after a while. And look, this is the necklace Granny Tsunade gave me." As he spoke, he showcased the necklace around his neck to Lucier. Seeing this, Lucier's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, "Goodness, a necklace full of death attributes. Only you, the protagonist, can handle it. If I had known, I would have stolen this necklace and given it to Sarutobi Hizashi. That old man would surely have gone to meet the second Hokage and the others long ago. All right, Naruto, hurry up and get ready. I'll take you to the hot springs." Then the room was left with only Jiraiya, a lonely old man. What? You want to learn sage techniques? Forget it. You should ask Jiraiya about that. The sage techniques of the wet bone forest are very difficult to learn. My grandfather took a whole year to master them. Lady Tsunade, we've known each other for quite a while now. Ask yourself honestly, do I respect you or not? And do you know how much money you owe me? Your expenses have always been covered by me. And look at Shizun. She has gained weight during this time. Deer pointed at Jingyin and said. Jingyin felt a bit shy, then touched her face to see if she had really gained weight. Rushi had been asking Tsunade for half a day, the reason being that he wanted to learn Senjutsu. At first, Tsunade wanted to take Rushi as her apprentice, as that would allow him to sign a contract with the wet bone forest. At that time, Rushi wanted to learn Senjutsu wouldn't be considered breaking the rules. Summoning beasts also value inheritance. How could they be casually given to outsiders? However, during the testing, a small accident occurred. Rushi showed no talent for medical ninjutsu, which is why Tsunade rejected him. How could Rushi possibly give up? He kept pleading with Tsunade, but seeing her unyielding demeanor, Rushi directly used his cash ability. 100 million Ryo. Rushi, this puts me in a difficult position. 200 million Ryo. It's not about the money. I, Tsunade, am a person of principle. How could I? 300 million Ryo, and I'll wipe out the previous debt as well. If that's still not enough, I'll go find Jiraiya. Deal, Tsunade said, and Shizun went to get the summoning scroll. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Shizun thought to herself. So the initial refusal was because the money wasn't enough. It really is you, Lady Tsunade. Shizun immediately headed towards the room. Soon, Shizun came out with the summoning scroll, and Tsunade opened it. There were 3 names on it, all with the surname Senju. He only recognized Senju Hashirama and Tsunade. The other one he hadn't heard of, probably a senior of Hashirama. Following Tsunade's instructions, they quickly signed a contract with the wet bone forest. Inside the wet bone forest, Rushi looked at the massive body of the slug sage and thought that if he could summon the body, it would definitely be very impressive. Tsunade patted Rushi on the shoulder and said, Don't you want to learn sage art? Let the slug sage test your qualifications. I must tell you, even if you can't learn it, I won't refund that money. It doesn't matter. Whether I can learn depends on fate. If I really can't, then I'll think of another way. At this moment, the slug sage spoke. Little Tsunade, is this the one you introduced? Tsunade stepped forward and politely said, Slug sage, this is Rushi, my half-disciple. He wants to learn sage art. Can you test his qualifications? As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, a large mouthful of slime was spit at Rushi. Instinctively, Rushi wanted to dodge, but he thought the slug sage couldn't harm him, so he didn't move. Then, the slime hit Rushi like a water cannon, instantly soaking through his clothes, and he felt as if his body was being corroded, causing him immense pain. Youth, the slime can help you feel natural energy, but might hurt a bit. You'll have to experience it yourself. Whether you can learn sage art depends on you. This slime can last for 15 days. If you can endure it, come find me after 15 days. If you can't endure it, wash it off. If you cannot hold on, it means you can't learn sage art. Just go back. After saying this, the slug sage continued to eat. In the end, Rushi endured the pain while feeling the natural energy. No one from the Nara clan had ever learned sage art, and he wanted to see if he could learn it and how sage art would affect his shadow binding technique. As for being like Senju Hashirama, he didn't even dare to think about it. Hashirama was even more outrageous than him, who had the golden finger. System, damn you. Why give me something like this? Give me the dark fruit instead. This is too painful. I feel like my muscles are cramping. After cursing the system, Rushi felt a bit of pain and numbness in his body. When he touched himself, he couldn't feel anything. Possibly due to the pain, Rushi sensed a slight fluctuation of energy in the air. However, he didn't know how to use it. Just then, Tsunade walked in and saw Rushi sweating profusely. She reminded him, concentrate your chakra and see if you can feel the natural energy. If you can, try to merge that energy with your chakra. Once you can merge them anywhere and anytime, you'll be able to enter sage mode. Rushi began his training according to Tsunade's instructions, but perhaps due to the pain, he was always unable to concentrate. After giving Rushi some tips, Tsunade once again arrived at the wet bone forest. Sage of slugs. I've looked at my grandfather's notes. Why is Rushi's training method different from my grandfather's? What are the differences? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the sage of slugs stopped eating, turned his head towards Tsunade, and began to explain. Little Hashirama has a massive amount of yang chakra in his body, so when he trains, he only needs to apply a little of my slime. However, the child you brought has yin chakra. For such chakra to learn sage arts, it requires much more effort. Even applying just a little bit causes pain that ordinary people cannot endure. Only little Hashirama has managed to hold on. So I think it will be very difficult for that child to learn. If he can endure it, let him continue to come to me. Tsunade nodded upon hearing the Sage of Slugs, feeling reassured. Since the Sage of Slugs said so, it should be okay. A bit of pain, that kid should be able to handle it. Although she thought this, she was still very worried, so she returned to the inn. At this point, Rushi had already fainted from the pain and had passed out 4 times over the next 2 days. At the barbecue shop, Rushi was eating wildly. He hadn't eaten much over the past 2 days due to the pain. Jiraiya was the same, having only eaten some porridge. Now that he woke up, Rushi felt extremely hungry, as if every hair on his body was crying out for food. So Tsunade took him out to eat. This time, Tsunade unusually did not drink alcohol and kept grilling meat for him. Not just Tsunade, but Shizune and Naruto were also grilling meat for him. Watching Rushi eat more and more, Shizune asked with concern, "Lady Tsunade, is Rushi going to be okay? He has eaten a lot already. Is this really all right?" While grilling meat, Tsunade replied, "It's fine, let him eat. Pain also consumes stamina, and what he is experiencing is not ordinary pain. If it were you, you would have probably given up long ago. Of course, I would have too." Naruto felt very sorry for his older brother. After all, there weren't many people who treated him well, and his older brother was one of them. Thus, after 2 hours, Rushi finally stopped. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Rushi finally managed to endure it. He then sought out the Sage of Slugs for another treatment of slime. However, he was now able to accept this pain. Although it was still quite painful, it no longer affected his normal activities. One day, Rushi was going to escort Naruto back to participate in the Chunin exam, and Jiraiya was a bit worried about Naruto's safety. Therefore, he decided to test Rushi's current strength. After this period of recovery, he had almost fully recovered. However, he followed Rushi's suggestion and decided not to return to Konoha just yet. In the forest, Jiraiya stood opposite Rushi. "Rushi, I'll let you make the first move. After a minute, I will attack you with all my strength. Let us see how strong you are now and whether you can protect Naruto. By the way, Lady Tsunade, why did you take off your jacket?" Rushi said, showing a mischievous grin. Jiraiya, still pretending to be a wise man, instinctively turned to look behind him upon hearing Rushi's words. Then Rushi summoned a shadow army from the dark energy of the dark fruit. The giant shadows quickly grabbed Jiraiya's shoulders, and the shadow ninjas each took their roles. Although they didn't have Sharingan, they were not lacking in other abilities. Jiraiya realized what was happening and was about to break free. But these shadow ninjas couldn't be controlled by him. Just as he was about to escape, suddenly, Jiraiya felt like his eyeballs were about to pop out, accompanied by a scream. The shadow ninjas couldn't really harm Jiraiya, so they just started pulling, tugging, yanking, grabbing, stretching, twisting, flicking, rubbing, and kicking him. That's it for today. When Lu Shi recalled the shadow ninja, Jiraiya knelt down, clutching his groin, and let out a strange howl. In the distance, Naruto tightly covered his groin with both hands, feeling very unsafe despite that. Tsunade turned away, no longer looking at Jiraiya. She had previously warned him to be careful and not to fall for Lu Shi's tricks, but the idiot still got tricked. Shizune covered her eyes with her hand, though her fingers slightly hinted at eavesdropping. Half an hour later, Lu Shi, "I'm leaving him to you. I believe you can protect him well. If you encounter enemies, use that move from earlier, but next time, don't use it on your own people. Its power is too great and can easily hurt a man's pride." Jiraiya still hasn't recovered yet. He's even stuttering while talking. Hearing Jiraiya's advice, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "Enough with the nonsense. Let Lu Shi get going. I told you before the match, you didn't believe me, and now you know how dirty Lu Shi's methods can be. Dear Time also has a black line. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to say this in front of me?" Lu Shi whistled, and a minute later, Xiao Hei landed in front of him. This was the first time Tsunade saw Xiao Hei. Looking at the gigantic Xiao Hei, Tsunade asked, "Lu Shi, is this your summoning beast? The Wetbone Forest wouldn't agree to you signing contracts with 2 places." Lu Shi patted Xiao Hei and said, "This is my pet, and I have another one at home. When you go back, I'll let you meet Xiao Bai." Hearing Lu Shi's words, Tsunade felt relieved. After all, this was no small matter. If the Slug Sage pursued it, it would be troublesome. Deer jumped onto the back of Little Black with Naruto, and Little Black took off from the ground. Just as they took off, Deer shouted down to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, look beneath you." Hearing Deer's words, Jiraiya glanced down, and that one glance scared him out of his wits. He saw a hand reaching out from the shadow beneath him, making a gesture as if to flick something. Jiraiya jumped straight into Tsunade's arms, wrapping his arms around her neck, and Tsunade instinctively embraced Jiraiya. A few seconds later, the two locked eyes. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, Jiraiya?" Tsunade's forehead was bulging with veins as she glared at Jiraiya through gritted teeth. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya shuddered and quickly got off Tsunade. I am sorry, Tsunade, I was just scared. Tsunade ignored him and walked towards the inn. She knew Jiraiya didn't mean it and that he was genuinely frightened by deer. On the way to Konoha, Naruto and Deer saw many ninjas from other villages. But what Deer didn't know was that a cunning poisonous snake was watching him from below. Interesting is that the little brat from the Nara clan? Perhaps he could be a good vessel after all. Suddenly, Rushi felt a chill on his back, as if he was being watched by something. In the evening, the two returned to Konoha, and Rushi told Naruto to report this incident to Sarutobi Hizashi by himself. Rushi had already explained everything he needed to, and he didn't want to see that old face of Sarutobi Hizashi. As soon as Kuro landed on the shelf, several people ran out of the house. Son, you're back. Mom missed you so much. As soon as Lu Shigang jumped down, his mother hugged him tightly and started to cry. Lu Shi felt warm in his heart and sighed. This is family. After crying for a while, she suddenly remembered that her son had just returned and hadn't eaten yet. She quickly grabbed her son and walked towards the house. Riku and Shikamaru, this father-son pair, completely ignored the conversation, which was quite awkward. Back in the house, Riku suggested inviting the Hayai and Dingzwa families over so that the three families could have a good gathering. Of course, Lu Shi's mother would not object and immediately went out to call someone. In the living room, Lujo finally had the opportunity to ask his son about his situation during this time. How has it been? Have you encountered any dangers? Hearing his father's question, Lu Shi stopped rubbing Lu Wan's head. Escaping from his brother's clutches, Lu Wan quickly came over to sit by his father. Looking at this younger brother, Lu Shi smiled and said, being a traitor feels pretty good, and I've awakened a new ability. Saying this, he activated the dark fruit, and the room was instantly filled with darkness. After demonstrating, Lu Shi retracted his ability, and at that moment, Lu Jio's mouth fell open. He was once again profoundly shocked. Riku secretly pondered, is it possible that our Nara family's ancestors had such powerful figures? Even if it's a so-called ancestral phenomenon, why did it only manifest in Riku? Oh heavens, when will you also favor me and let me experience this magical power? Just by looking at how that ability is displayed, one can tell it's definitely very impressive. Just as Riku's thoughts were wandering, he was suddenly lightly nudged on the arm by Rikamaru. He came to his senses and casually asked, "What's up?" Rikamaru looked at him with a face full of suspicion and then questioned, "Does our Nara clan have some secret technique that I don't know about? And you've only taught it to my brother." Upon hearing his son's words, Riku felt a wave of frustration rise within him. He sighed helplessly and replied, "Rikamaru, don't I want to pass on more impressive skills to you two brothers? But the problem is, aside from the well-known shadow binding technique, even I don't possess the peculiar abilities that your brother has. Think carefully. What kind of skill could I teach him that I don't understand myself?" Shikamaru thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lu Shi pushed open the door, and before he could see who it was, a wave of floral fragrance rushed in like a tide, directly enveloping him. This familiar scent required no thought. Lu Shi knew immediately that it must be Jing Yi. "Why did you take so long to come back?" Jing Yi's soft, complaining voice came with a slight sob. She tightly nestled against Lu Shi's chest, tears rolling down like a string of broken pearls, soaking his clothes. Lu Shi was filled with guilt and helplessness. In truth, he wished he could have returned earlier. However, having been a traitorous ninja before, it was simply impossible to come back. If given a choice, who would want to wander around with Tsunade, who was both a heavy gambler and an alcoholic? Thinking of this, Lu Shi gently patted Ino's back and said softly, "All right, Ino, stop crying. I'm back now, and I won't leave again. Let's go back inside. If you feel like you haven't hugged enough, come to my room later, and I'll let you hug me as much as you want, and I'll even give you a sweet kiss." As he said the last part, Lu Shi intentionally lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. However, at that moment, Lu Shi suddenly realized something was off. Yamano Haichi, who had been standing not far behind them, was quietly watching them. Oh no, he had been so focused on comforting Ino that he completely forgot about this future father-in-law. Lu Shi couldn't help but clear his throat twice and smiled awkwardly. Ino clearly heard Lu Shi's cough. She quickly broke free from his embrace like a startled deer, her face turning bright red, and she hurriedly walked towards the house without daring to look up. Once in the living room, she finally calmed down a bit and softly said to Rikuju, "Hello, Uncle Rikuju." Rikuju also greeted Ino with a smile. After all, she is his future daughter-in-law. After Ino entered, Riku hurriedly let Yamanaka Kaichi into the house. "Uncle Kaichi, please come in." Seeing this, Yamanaka Kaichi smiled and shook his head, teasing. "I was just about to go inside, but someone was blocking the door, so I couldn't get in." After saying that, he stepped in with big strides. Riku was sitting and drinking tea when Yamanaka Hai walked into the room. He quickly put down his teacup and said enthusiastically, "Hi, you finally made it. Come over here and sit down. I have something big to tell you." Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Hai immediately quickened his pace and sat down opposite Riku, curiously asking, "What's this mysterious matter? You look so happy." Deerju leaned forward excitedly and lowered his voice, saying, "It's that kid Deer, sure. He has awakened a new ability again." Upon hearing this news, Yamaguchi's eyes immediately lit up, and he became energetic, eagerly asking, "Really? Deerju, what kind of ability has that kid awakened this time? Please tell me in detail." Deerju scratched his head, showing a hint of embarrassment, and waved his hand to reply, "I really can't explain it clearly at the moment. Why don't we wait and let him show us directly later?" As he said this, Deerju turned to call his son, "Deer." However, just as he was about to shout the word deer, he suddenly stopped. At that moment, he noticed that his son was actually huddled together with that little girl Ino, and the two were chatting enthusiastically as if no one else was in the room, completely ignoring the other people present. Rikuju couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted his mood and smiled as he explained to Yamamoto Kaichi, "Haha, these two kids are getting along well. Let's wait a bit and not disturb them. Besides, Dingzo will be coming over soon, and then we can all check out Rushi's new abilities together." Yamamoto Kaichi followed Rikuju's gaze and naturally noticed the scene over there. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, just smiled slightly, nodded in understanding, and echoed Rikuju's words. "All right, let's wait then. It's not urgent. When Dingzwa arrives, we can all watch together." The first person my sister contacted was our family, and then she went with my partner to invite Dingzwa's family. So I think they might already be on their way to your house. Not long after, Dingzwa's family arrived, and Ino's mother and Rushi's mother also came back. Everyone was already very familiar with each other, and didn't need to be polite, so the three mothers naturally went to cook. After the three mothers left, three small groups formed in the room. The older generation of boar, deer, and butterfly were chatting and laughing about things in Konoha in the living room. Dingji and Rukamura huddled together, discussing the upcoming Chunin exam. On the other side, Rushi was sharing bits and pieces of his experiences with Ino during this time. However, he didn't mention anything about being pursued by the hidden cloud village, as he didn't want Ino to worry. Just then, Rushi suddenly heard his father's voice calling him. "Rushi, you can chat with Ino later. Come over and show us your new ability quickly." Lucier hesitated for a moment, but did not move his feet. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. A large amount of thick black mist suddenly surged out from beneath his feet. This black mist spread rapidly like a roaring tide, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the entire room, plunging it into complete darkness. It was as if they had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. Frightened, Jingyi tightly grasped Lucier's hand. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp at this sight. Lucier quickly retracted his abilities, or else this room would likely suffer. In the mountains, Hai Yi and Xiao Dao Dings was stared wide-eyed at Lucier, their faces filled with astonishment, curiosity, and doubt. After observing Lucier for a while, Xiao Dao Dingzwa asked Lugio, "Our three families, Zhu, Lu, and Dai, have been banding together since the Warring States period. How come I'm hearing about this ability for the first time?" Shan Zhonghai nodded slightly, as he was also curious about this. Lugio chuckled wryly and said with a gloomy expression, "I'm curious too. How does that brat have so many strange abilities? I was planning to check the records of our Nara clan later. I want to see if anyone has ever awakened such abilities before. To be honest, I'm quite envious of those abilities. Recently, I've been summoning ninjas from my own shadow, and I'm almost losing my mind." "Huh." Yamanaka Kaichi and Akimichi Choza laughed heartily as well. Soon, the meals were ready, and the three families gathered together to enjoy the delicious food. After the meal, the two families took their leave, and Lucier gestured to Ino to write something. Ino immediately understood Lucier's meaning and walked home with her parents. "Bang, bang, bang. Mom, I'm not eating anymore. Let me sleep a little longer. It's more comfortable to sleep at home." "Bang, bang, bang. Mom, I don't want to eat. Just let me sleep a bit longer." "Bang, bang, bang. Ah, I'm getting up now. I'll be down soon." 2 minutes later, Lucier sleepily opened his room door, planning to go down for breakfast. Creak. "Wait, Hokage-sama, why are you in my house?" It turned out that the one knocking was not his mom, but that old guy, Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi Hizashi walked into Lucier's room and sat on Lucier's bed, then said kindly, I heard you were back, so I came to see you. Lucier didn't believe a single word of Sarutobi Hiruzen's. However, since this old guy wouldn't be around for much longer, there was no need to offend him now. Lucier rubbed his face to regain his spirits and said, Lord Hokage, you are too polite. How could I let you come see me? I wanted to see you for a while longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, this kid is really slick. If I hadn't knocked on the door 3 times and you hadn't said those things, I would have believed it. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this way, he couldn't say it out loud. He had come for a reason. With a kind expression, he asked, Lucier, I heard from Naruto that you defeated Jiraiya. What's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He did ask, but Naruto didn't say anything. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen shake his head, Lucier explained what happened that day. Lord Hokage, I was able to win for a few reasons. First, Jiraiya didn't take it seriously. Second, he let me attack first. Third, I used some tactics that weren't very honorable, so it's better not to mention them. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He felt that Lucier's explanation made sense. He was not even Jiraiya's match, so how could Jiraiya be defeated by Lucier? Lucier, can you show me your fighting style? What? Lucier shouted in surprise and then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit uneasy under Lucier's gaze, unsure if he had said something wrong. At that moment, Lucier spoke again. Lord Hokage, let us forget it. You're too old. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Ha ha ha. Although my strength has declined a bit, I'm not someone a little kid like you can compare to. No, Lord Hokage, even if you really want to see, you could send the Umbu. You really don't need to try it yourself. Really, a Konoha person wouldn't deceive another Konoha person. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially just wanted to gauge this kid's strength, but now he felt underestimated. You ambushed Jiraiya, but you can't ambush me. So he decided he must give it a try. At the training ground, Lucier looked conflicted as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He really didn't want to fight this old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Lucier's hesitation and encouraged him. Come on, Lucier, don't be afraid of hurting me. Let me see how much you've grown during this time. Sigh. Good advice is hard to give to a stubborn old man. Then let us do it. After mumbling this, Lucier stopped hesitating and looked seriously at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, aren't you here to assess my strength? What is the deal with those Umbu behind you? Hearing Lucier's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to tell the Umbu to stand down. As Hokage, assessing a child's strength with the Umbu's help was quite embarrassing. But just as he turned around, Lucier moved. In an instant, with just a few meters of distance and the aid of the shadow fruit, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself surrounded. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized what was happening. He was about to use a jutsu when a sharp pain shot from his lower body, but he held it in. 5 seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke free from the encirclement of the shadow ninjas and jumped out, then said to Lucier, That's enough, Lucier, stop. Your tactical coordination is excellent, and I'm very pleased. Come to my office tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen left, not even hearing Lucier's response. Though his walking posture seemed a bit strange, silently gave a thumbs up to Sarutobi Hiruzen in my heart, thinking, no wonder he is a ninja master. He can endure this pain. When Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the office, he had all the people protecting him reassigned, and even opened the door to check if anyone was in the corridor. Then, he covered his pants with both hands and laid his face on the desk. 2 seconds later, he exclaimed, Ah, it hurts so much. That bastard, Lucier, who did he learn this from? Although the Shadow Ninja didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen a full set of kicks, he still kicked him 5 or 6 times. How could it not hurt? Hiruzen, the logistics for Mito Kaden are ready, he shouted while pushing open the door and walking in. However, the moment he stepped into the room, what he saw left him speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on the desk in an extremely strange position, with both hands tightly covering his pants, and his face was flushed red. Mito Kaden rubbed his eyes vigorously, muttering in disbelief. No, I must be seeing things. Let me try again. Saying that, he slightly exerted force with the hand that was still holding the doorknob and closed the door again. Standing outside, Mito Kaden took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his shocked and confused heart. After a moment, he slowly pushed the door open again, murmuring, This is how it should be for Hiruzen in logistics. I must have been hallucinating just now. Upon entering the room, Mito Kaden saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen had returned to his normal sitting posture, sitting upright in his chair, with no signs of anything unusual on his face. Mito Kaden steadied himself and quickly walked to the desk, saying, The accounts for Hiruzen and logistics are ready. I brought them to you. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at the account book in Mito Kaiden's hand and nodded in response. Kaiden, just put it here. I'll look at it later. Mito Kaiden gently placed the account book on the desk, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. Hizashi, when I came in just now, I seemed to see you. Was it just my fatigue causing hallucinations? Did I really see you covering your pants while lying on the desk? Is this because I'm getting old? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzan's expression became slightly unnatural, but he quickly concealed it, responding calmly. All right, Kaiden, you are indeed not young anymore. So you should pay more attention to resting and not overexert yourself. You can go back now. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling Mito Kaiden to leave. After Mito Kaiden left, Sarutobi Hizashi began to rub his pants again. However, this time he did it quietly, fearing that someone might suddenly come in. Not everyone is as foolish as Mito Kaiden. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizashi said, Lucier, I have always had high hopes for you. In this Chunin exam, I really hope you can participate and show the strength of our Konoha to the other villages. The third Hokage sat at his desk, looking kindly at Nara Lucier, who was standing in front of him. However, Lucier frowned with dissatisfaction and replied bluntly, Hey, Hokage-sama, I heard from Jiraiya that you've changed, but in my opinion, you haven't changed at all. Instead, you've become dirtier and more despicable. Can't you really tolerate me? It was you who revoked my rogue ninja status. And it's still you who insisted on keeping me here when I wanted to leave the village to travel. Since you can't tolerate me, why not let me go? Do you really want to kill me? Hearing this, the third Hokage was slightly taken aback and quickly explained, Lucier, you really misunderstand me. The reason I want you to participate in this Chunin exam is merely to use you to intimidate the other villages. Before he could finish his sentence, Lucier impatiently interrupted. Enough, Hokage-sama. Don't try to fool me with this set of rhetoric like you did with Naruto. Can you even believe this nonsense yourself? With my abilities, logically speaking, shouldn't you be hiding me? Waiting for the right moment to let me strike like a sharp blade, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy? But now, you're eagerly pushing me into the spotlight. Isn't that clearly putting me on the assassination list of other villages? In that case, you can also take advantage of me during the mission to achieve some unspeakable goals, right? Facing Lu Shur's aggressive questioning, the third Hokage appeared somewhat embarrassed and helpless. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Lu Shur, I really have no such intention. Enough, Hokage-sama. Lu Shur once again rudely interrupted him. What I want to say today is merely to hope you don't do something foolish. I don't want to put Jiraiya in a difficult position. The momentum of the deer suddenly became fierce, with black mist spreading at its feet. I, Nara Shikamaru, fear no schemes or tricks. If anyone wants to defeat me with a conspiracy, come on, let's see who dies first. After saying this, he turned and strode away, leaving the third Hokage sitting alone at the table, lost in deep thought. Today, Rushi is really angry. He originally planned to go out and carry out a few missions to escape, but Sarutobi Sasuke absolutely wouldn't let him leave and even wanted him to participate in the Chunin exam. Isn't this forcing him to expose his strength? Just look at the Cloud Village. They don't let the other villages know anything, but Konoha is just the opposite, forcing you to reveal yourself. It's really frustrating. Rushi was originally thinking about finding Ino to cultivate their relationship. Just then, a commotion came from ahead, and it seemed like Naruto. Deer was a bit curious, so he lifted his foot and walked over. As he got closer, he finally saw that Naruto was arguing with someone. Getting even closer, Deer was surprised to find that he was witnessing the scene of Naruto's first meeting with Kankuro, and there were also two notorious figures in the tree, Sasuke and Gaara, all famous characters in the Naruto world. As soon as Naruto saw Deer approaching, he immediately started to complain, shouting, Big brother, this guy is so despicable. He actually bullied Konohamaru. Before he could finish, Kankuro, who was nearby, was not pleased. His expression darkened, and he made a move to untie the puppet he was carrying on his back. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Temari suddenly felt a wave of dark energy spreading from beneath her feet. She looked down and was immediately shocked. It turned out that Kankuro's puppet had been firmly grabbed by an enormous figure, and no matter how hard Kankuro tried, he couldn't retrieve it. Seeing the situation was dire, Temari quickly stepped forward and, with an apologetic expression, said to Deer, I'm really sorry. This time it was indeed Kankuro's fault, and I apologize on his behalf. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Lucier hesitated for a moment, but when his gaze met Shoju's eyes, which were filled with guilt and pleading, his heart stirred. After all, Shoju was going to be his brother's wife in the future, so he had to give her this face. Thus, Lucier decisively withdrew the giant shadow. Mocha Bamaru, if you bump into someone, apologize first. Your grandfather is the Hokage, and you still have to apologize. And that guy? Oh right, the puppet master. Don't always think about making a move. You might not even lift your hand before your own life is gone. You should know that puppet masters are not invincible, right? You too, King of Forcing? Lucier teased with a smirk. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone followed Lucier's gaze, and, upon looking, they were shocked to see Sasuke sitting on a thick tree branch. On another tree, Gaara was oddly hanging upside down from another branch. Look at how the King of Forcing makes an entrance. Truly impressive. However, in response to Lucier's words, both Sasuke and Gaara chose to remain silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. At that moment, the branch Sasuke was sitting on was suddenly severed by a razor-sharp katana. Following that, the branch Gaara was on met the same fate. Fortunately, these two kings of forcing were quite capable. Even without their support, they managed to land safely and steadily. Gaara first glanced expressionlessly at the severed branch, then walked up to Kankuro and coldly said, "If you do this again, I'll kill you." Kankuro clearly feared Gaara, breaking out in a cold sweat for being scared. Gaara then turned to Lucier and slowly spoke, "You are strong. I will kill you in the Chunin exams." Lucier's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile as he responded, "Sure, if you have the ability, come at me. Just don't cry when the time comes." Gaara looked at Lucier expressionlessly, completely not understanding what he had just said. However, Gaara didn't dwell on it and walked straight ahead, with Kankuro immediately following. When Temari passed by Lucier, she stopped, slightly turned to look at him, and softly asked, "What is your name?" Lucier blinked, a mischievous smile appearing on his face, and then answered without hesitation, "My name is Huluwa." This name made Temari pause for a moment. Then she recalled the Huluwa from Sunagakure. She looked at Lucier, sizing him up, and then said, "It's quite unexpected that you managed to survive the pursuit of our two strongest individuals from Sunagakure." Lucier seemed indifferent to this, simply shrugging lightly and responding nonchalantly, "Humph, what you call the strongest is just your personal opinion. In my eyes, they're just like that." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gaara, who had been walking forward, suddenly turned around, fixed his gaze on him, and slowly said, "So, you are the person who appeared that night." Lucier's face immediately showed a hint of smugness as he grinned and said, "Ha, how does that free smoke bath feel? Is it particularly enjoyable?" Upon hearing this, Gaara's expression instantly turned extremely grim, and he coldly replied, "Very good. It just gave me another reason to kill you." Before he finished speaking, Gaara turned and walked away, not casting another glance at Lucier. Shimura looked at Lucier for a few moments before quickly following Gaara. Once the two had walked far away, Lucier finally shifted his gaze from them. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed another figure, Sasuke, leaning quietly against a large tree, observing this side with a cold and proud demeanor. Lucier's lips curled up slightly as he intentionally raised his voice and shouted, "Oh hey, Juzi, you're really getting more and more arrogant now. You see your former teammate and you can't even bother to greet me?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately became unhappy. He hated it the most when Lucier called him Juzi. "Shut up. I don't go by Juzi. Also, I'm not the Olmi anymore. You might have been strong back then, but that was in the past. You're not my opponent now." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sasuke. "Among the people I know, no one understands how to show off better than you. I, Nara Lucier, would like to call you Sasuke the strongest show-off king." Lucier teased with a smile. Naruto also reacted and immediately got riled up. "You arrogant Sasuke. How dare you say that about my brother? You think you could surpass my brother? You're just good at bragging. My brother is really impressive." As he spoke, Naruto rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. As it looked like Sasuke and Naruto were about to argue fiercely, Lucier quickly reached out and grabbed Naruto, advising, "All right, Naruto, stop it. Sasuke is just like that. We shouldn't let this affect our friendship. Remember, no matter how your teammates perform, as partners we should be tolerant of each other." What I just said was just to tease Sasuke. I'm not really angry. Just as Lucier was trying to persuade Naruto, a sudden crackling sound broke out. Deer subconsciously turned around and saw Sasuke standing there, his palms shimmering with crackling lightning, which was his signature jutsu, Raikiri. When Deer turned back, Sasuke's lips curled up slightly, revealing a provocative smile as he said, "How about it? Want to spar a bit? Let me see your current strength." Lu sighed helplessly, shook his head, then pressed his hand against his forehead and mumbled to himself, "Alas, it seems I can't let you off without a beating to match your second pillar title. Let's go to the training ground, where there are fewer people. I'll show you what it means to be your grandpa." Although the sound of Rushi was not loud, It was still heard by Sasuke, who then roared at Rushi. Bastard, don't call me Air Juzi. I hate that name. Rushi directly ignored Sasuke's protest and walked straight towards the training ground. Originally, Rushi did not intend to bully Sasuke, but Sasuke's arrogant demeanor truly irritated him. Since Air Juzi was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten, he shouldn't be an exception. That would be the greatest disrespect to Sasuke. Beside the training ground, Naruto, Sakura, and Konohamaru were watching. Sakura was actually very worried, but because Rushi was there, she did not show it. Naruto, on the other hand, was excited, hoping that his brother would beat Sasuke just like he did to Jiraiya. If Sasuke knew how miserable Jiraiya was, he would definitely thank Naruto's whole family. Konohamaru was somewhat confused. In the distance, there was a white-haired figure watching, curious to see how much Rushi had grown during this time. Under the watchful eyes of the few, Sasuke moved. Raikiri Anshue, Raikiri Anshue, Raikiri Anshue. 5 minutes later, Sasuke's face was flushed, and large beads of sweat continuously slid down from his forehead. His body trembled slightly, and he tightly pressed his hands on his knees, as if this was the only way to support his swaying body. Each breath felt heavy and hurried, sounding like a bellows. Sasuke's eyes widened as he stared at Rushi not far away, filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected that the most powerful technique he had mastered would not cause any harm to this former teammate standing before him. This outcome hit him like a heavy hammer to the heart, causing the once firm belief in his revenge to show signs of cracking. Sasuke was very frustrated. Killing Itachi was his only goal. However, at this moment, facing such a powerful and seemingly unbeatable Rushi, he couldn't help but start to doubt whether he truly had the ability to take revenge. Could the path of revenge really reach its end? Or was he actually chasing an elusive illusion all along? At this moment, Kakashi walked over to Sasuke, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. You think you practice hard. That's your own feeling. While you were training, Rushi was already fighting for his life against the people of the Cloud Village. Your paths are different. Don't lose confidence in yourself. Keep working hard. I believe in you. Then he looked at Rushi and said, Rushi, I didn't expect your strength to progress so quickly. Do you want to spar a bit? It was a fine day. Naruto looked at Kakashi-sensei with excitement. In fact, Kakashi had come because Sarutobi Hizashi had given him a mission to personally test the strength of Naruto. After his last failure, he was unwilling to accept it. So before coming, Kakashi had specifically instructed himself not to look back and to focus on Naruto. Kakashi didn't understand the Hokage's intentions, but he agreed anyway. Just as Sasuke had lost, he used this opportunity to test Naruto, who should not refuse. However, looking at Naruto's eyes, Kakashi had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Okay, bring it on. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said seriously, his eyes revealing confidence and determination. Kakashi smiled slightly and replied, Bring it on. Although your strength is already quite strong, it might still be a little lacking to defeat me. He crossed his arms, appearing calm and unhurried. At that moment, Naruto suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, here is a sequel to the stories of Shimura. Take a look first. I wanted to give it to you when I came back, but I've been a bit busy these past few days, so I forgot. It's perfect to give it to you now. You can also give me some suggestions. Saying this, he summoned a giant shadow, placing the paper in its hand, signaling it to deliver it to Kakashi. The giant shadow understood immediately and stepped forward to hand the thick stack of paper to Kakashi. Kakashi naturally knew about Naruto's abilities, but today this shadow ninja seemed to be larger than usual. However, he didn't think much of it and reached out to take the stack of paper. However, the moment he touched the paper, a bad premonition surged in his heart. Why would Naruto choose to give him the book at this moment during their spar? Since he was giving it to him, why not just hand it over himself instead of sending this big guy? Unless Kakashi silently cursed, it was too late. Two shadow ninjas had already grabbed his legs, and then a sharp pain shot through his lower body. The giant shadow firmly held Kakashi's shoulders, while the shadow ninjas proceeded to pull, tug, yank, tear, dig, stretch, twist, flick, knee, kick, and finally added 1,000 years of death. Victory is that simple. With that, he recalled the Shadow Army. Oh, Kakashi let out a piercing scream, his body involuntarily curling up like a shrimp, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Meanwhile, the instigator Naruto stood aside with a sly smile on his face. Sasuke, Naruto, and Konohamaru were trembling, tightly covering their pants as if something precious was hidden there, fearing that Naruto might suddenly use the same trick on them. After all, they couldn't withstand such an attack. Just thinking about that excruciating pain made the three shiver. especially Sasuke, who now felt grateful to Naruto. He knew that if Naruto had really used that move during their earlier spar, he would have probably been hospitalized for months. Looking back now, Sasuke couldn't help but feel relieved. As for Sakura, she was already blushing bright red, quickly covering her eyes with her hands, seemingly trying to block out the embarrassing scene before her. However, the way she peeked through her fingers gave her away, resembling Ino's behavior. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, who was secretly observing this farce through a crystal ball, was also taken aback by Naruto's actions. He instinctively squeezed his legs together, muttering, "This Kakashi is really disappointing. I had already warned him, yet he still fell for it. And that Naruto too, this fighting style is too dirty. Really shameful for our Konoha." Time passed by minute. About half an hour later, Kakashi, satisfied and holding a sequel to the stories of Shimura, left the scene with a smile. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that for Kakashi-sensei, these yellow books are truly his heart's desire. In fact, Naruto had been quite lenient with Kakashi and Jiraiya. The shadow ninjas were also very measured in their actions, only striking them hard enough to feel pain, but definitely not causing any substantial harm. However, when it came to the hypocritical Sarutobi Hizashi, Naruto showed no mercy. The shadow ninjas used all their strength to kick Sarutobi, but unfortunately, the old man dodged later. Otherwise, he would have received 2 hard hits. You see, such unexpected sneak attack tactics can only be used once by each person. After all, no one would be foolish enough to fall for it a second time, especially those enemies. Deceiving them is even harder. When Naruto tried to lure that group from the Cloud Village, he had to rack his brains and use every possible method. Yet even then, he failed once out of 3 attempts. It must be said that ninjas from other villages are not easy to deceive. The reason Naruto was successful in his sneak attack was largely because Kakashi and the others underestimated him and didn't take him seriously. Plus, he understood the few of them, allowing him to cleverly seize the opportunity and hit home. However, if he were to face other unfamiliar opponents, the situation would be completely different. Since Naruto knew nothing about these outsiders, he couldn't accurately gauge their thoughts and behavior patterns. Therefore, the chances of a successful sneak attack would naturally be greatly reduced. I don't want to think about these troublesome matters anymore. Naruto shook his head, pulling his thoughts back from the recent memories to reality. He turned to look at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were training hard. The 3 of them had been motivated by Naruto, so after Kakashi stood up, they continued training. Naruto asked the 3 of them, "How is the preparation for the Chunin exams going? Do you need me to tutor you?" When Naruto suggested tutoring them, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura immediately flailed their hands as if someone had stepped on their tails, mumbling, No. Who would dare let you tutor us? It's fine if you tutor us in cultural classes, but what if you use that move against us in practical lessons? This is no joke. So, we appreciate the thought, but we'll pass on the tutoring." Seeing the 3 of them resolutely rejecting him as if facing a great enemy, Naruto couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't press the issue further. In fact, he just wanted to share some experiences about the exam with his friends. "Alright, since you're not willing, let us drop it." But Naruto changed the subject, smiling as he continued, "I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Naruto, you handle this. Remember to call everyone and tell them that today I'm treating. So let us all have a good feast." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he excitedly nodded. "Alright, big brother. Don't worry, I'll go notify everyone and make sure no one is left out. Free barbecue to eat." With that, he dashed off energetically. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked a bit dejected, staring off into space. At this moment, Lucier said to Sasuke, "I still like your rebellious look from just now. You need to perk up?" Hearing Lucier's words, Sasuke blushed, which was rare for him. Perhaps he had failed to act cool. In the ninja school of Konoha Village, a highly anticipated exam was taking place. This exam not only tested the students' fundamental knowledge, but also their ability to gather intelligence and their psychological resilience. The Konoha 12, as the elite of the village, were naturally expected to perform well. The exam questions were unexpectedly difficult, with many topics that the students had never encountered before. The classroom was filled with silence. Only the sound of pen tips scratching paper and occasional sighs could be heard. Mori no Abiki, as the proctor, was occasionally writing something in his notebook. From time to time, someone was disqualified from the exam. Everyone frowned, trying hard to think through each question, attempting to find a breakthrough in solving the problems. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly tense. Many students began to feel anxious and uneasy, worried that they might not be able to complete all the questions within a given time. Some students even started to doubt whether they truly had the potential to become excellent ninjas. Naruto looked at the exam paper, scratching his head as he pondered the answers. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, one figure appeared particularly calm. That was Lu Shi, a student known for his composure. Lu Shi was not nervously flipping through the exam paper like other students. Instead, he calmly analyzed each question. His eyes revealed a sense of confidence and composure, as if this exam posed no challenge to him. Well, the reason he could remain so calm was that he had stolen the answers. Just then, Lu Shi suddenly felt as if he was being watched by many people. Turning around, he saw what the hell. Ningxi and Hinata were staring at him with their Byakugan. Sasuke was looking at him with a Sharingan. Gaara was watching him with a sand eye, and all 12 of the little strong were looking at him. Lu Shi instinctively touched his face. In fact, he didn't know the answers to the questions on the paper at all, because he had never studied them. He could answer them only because he had stolen the answers. Never mind that for now. Let's finish writing first. The movements of Lu Shi were fluid and swift, as if he were performing a silent act. Finally, halfway through the exam, Lu Shi had completed all the questions. He gently placed his pen down and carefully checked the paper to ensure there were no omissions or errors. After confirming everything was in order, Lu Shi began writing answers again, producing a total of 12 copies. Then, he slowly stood up and walked over to Sanai Yubiki. Sanai Yubiki was also surprised. Even he might not be able to answer all these questions. This child had been writing continuously from the start. Could he really do it? Although puzzled, he still accepted Lu Shi's exam paper. Just as Sanai Yubiki was about to look at Lu Shi's paper, Hinata suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze turned to Hinata, who immediately lowered her head and apologized. Sorry, a pin pricked my hand. Upon hearing Hinata's words, the crowd stopped looking at her, and Sanai Yubiki lowered his head to look at Lu Shi's paper. The reason Hinata shouted was not because of a pin prick, but because a hand suddenly appeared from under the desk, startling her. This hand, of course, belonged to Lu Shi's shadow ninja. Lu Shi had instructed them to deliver the answers to the 12 small strong, but Hinata, who lacked composure, was frightened by the sudden appearance of the hand. It was Ino, sitting next to her, who took the answers instead, and only then did Hinata react. In fact, Lu Shi had already showcased the shadow ninja during the gathering the day before. Now that the existence of the shadow ninja could no longer be concealed, he decided to let his friends know. The 12 small strong received the answers, and when Sanai Yubiki looked up, he found that many people had already begun writing. He walked around, seeing identical answers, and realized this was cheating. However, the purpose of the exam was to assess everyone's information-gathering abilities, if they could cheat without him noticing. That was also a skill. But when he saw Naruto's exam paper, Sanai Yubiki thought, how could there be such a foolish person? Because Naruto's answers were prefaced with phrases like, Naruto, this is the answer to the first question, don't get it wrong. Naruto, this is the answer to the second question. Fill those numbers in the order on the diagram. Sanai Yubiki held his head, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed that the person who passed answers to Naruto did not write clearly enough. Naruto might not even distinguish which was which. However, Naruto's way of thinking really opened his eyes. He wrote everything down without missing a single one. Yao Shirdo watched this scene and silently calculated the task given to him by Orochimaru, which was to gather as much information as possible about Nara Lu Shi. Because of Lu Shi's appearance, all the 12 small strong submitted their papers early. Well, except for Naruto. Sanai Yubiki Wu-Ti let him submit his paper and insisted he check his answers carefully. This made Naruto so angry that he argued with Sanai Yubiki for a bit, almost letting it slip about Lu Shi. Unexpectedly, there were still so many people left. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hongdo jumped in through the window. But when she looked at the students, she was dumbfounded. Where are the Konoha people? Why is only Naruto left? Logically, Naruto should be the least likely to succeed. How is it that only he remains? Sanai Yubiki noticed Hongdo's thoughts and pointed at Naruto, saying, you'll know if you go take a look. Hongdo approached Naruto and took a glance. Ha ha ha. You fool, you can't even copy the correct answers. Just wait to be eliminated. I will definitely pass. This is the correct answer. Naruto started to say something about Lu Shi again, but he still held back. After the exam ended, the students all came out, and Naruto immediately found Lu Shi. Big brother, I passed the final test. Just as Naruto was about to say something more, Sanai Yubiki walked over, looking at Lu Shi with appreciation, and said, you really surprised me. You disrupted our plans, but you did pass. Here, This is a reward for you. After saying that, he handed Lucia a piece of paper and turned to leave. After Sanai Yubiki left, Naruto opened it to find it was Naruto's exam paper. But when he saw the answers, he was completely taken aback. At this moment, everyone gathered to see the paper in Lucia's hand. Idiot, Sasuke mocked as usual. Naruto-kun. Hinata also wanted to laugh but held it in. However, the others couldn't help it. In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. Naruto was truly talented. At first, Shika was curious. Why was it that only Naruto didn't come out? With this answer, it was strange that Sanai Yubiki could let him out. But fortunately, everyone passed, so Shika decided to treat everyone to Ichiraku ramen. Yakushi Kabuto watched this scene from afar, and Shika noticed him, but he didn't expose Kabuto's identity. Lucia thought to himself, since the medicine master Do is here, Orochimaru should also be here. After laughing, everyone headed towards Ichiraku ramen. Early the next morning, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha gathered outside the Death Forest. And with Lucia added, they should be the 13 young ninjas now. After Hongdo announced the rules, everyone entered the Death Forest from different directions. But Lucia didn't have any teammates. He was participating alone. As Lucia walked inside the Death Forest, he felt quite good. It wasn't as terrifying as Hongdo had said. Approaching noon, Lucia discovered 3 little cuties hiding in the trees, possibly considering him as their prey. Lucia pulled out the smoke knife and stood there, not moving forward. Because ahead was a trap, Lucia's glasses were not just for show. He had already spotted a few people. 10 minutes later, cough, 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 retreat. Hurry up and leave. Cough, 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 cough. If you don't leave soon, cough, cough, you'll be choked to death. Watching 3 people escape, Lucia did not chase them. He just found the heavenly book scroll a bit annoying, as he himself was also a heavenly book. This was useless, and he could only continue to look for the next little cutie. Soon, Lucia encountered 3 little cuties again. These 3 people should be under Orochimaru. The same steps, the same results, but this time he obtained the Earth Book, so he could go complete the task. He really didn't want to wander aimlessly in the forest, nor did he want to kill indiscriminately. It was meaningless. Just then, someone called his name. Lucia. When Kashin turned around, he saw Ino and the others. Shikamaru and Choji walked up to Kashin and said, I told you it was Kashin. Who else could make so much smoke? It's really troublesome. Can't we just walk ourselves? Going back and forth means we have to walk a lot more. Ignoring the banter between Choji and Shikamaru, Kashin took Ino's little hand and said, So, did you encounter any enemies? Didn't I tell you? If you see smoke, come to me. Actually, I wanted to come find you as soon as I saw the smoke. But Shikamaru said he would catch up, so I didn't come. Hearing Ino's explanation, Shikamaru felt an unfriendly gaze directed at him. When he looked up, he indeed saw his older brother looking at him with an unfriendly expression. Shikamaru turned his head away and no longer looked at his brother. All right, Ino, let's ignore that lazy guy. With his attitude, he won't find a girlfriend in the future. Ino burst out laughing at Kashin's words, finding these 2 brothers quite interesting. Just then, Kashin asked her, Ino, what scroll do you have? I have an extra book of heaven here. If yours is the book of earth, then I'll give this to you. As soon as Lucia finished speaking, the chubby Ding Ci said, Great. Our goal is the book of earth. This time we 1T have to steal from others. Wind release, great breakthrough. Dark tide. A large amount of black mist appeared from beneath Lucia's feet. Then the mist surged like waves in one direction. Shikamaru, along with Ino and Ding Ci, went to inform Lord Hokage that Orochimaru had arrived. In an instant, Lucia had come up with a plan, and the fact that he could use such a large-scale wind release meant it was definitely Orochimaru. Ino was still reluctant to leave, but when she saw the seriousness in Lucia's eyes, it was the first time she had seen him so tense. So she immediately followed Shikamaru and Ding Ci out. If she didn't leave, she would likely become a burden to Lucia. The moment the wind release made contact with the dark tide, it instantly transformed from a hurricane into a gentle breeze, then dissipated. This was the enhanced version of dark water developed by Lucia, specifically to counter such large-scale ninjutsu. What a clever little brat. But how did you know it was me? Do you know me? And what kind of ninjutsu is that? Before Lucia could see the snake, he heard Orochimaru's triple question. As the dark energy dissipated, Orochimaru appeared right in front of Lucia. I have to say, the sense of pressure Orochimaru exuded was really strong. His aura was very dark at that moment. I have a natural liking for snake soup. So as soon as you appeared, I knew who you were. As for how I knew, I think there isn't a ninja in the entire ninja world who doesn't know the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. But I don't understand why someone as important as you would come to find a mere child like me. Although it seems that Rushi might be okay. Rushi cannot defeat Orochimaru, but he isn't afraid of him. If he can't win, he can still run away. I heard that the Nara clan has produced a remarkable genius. So I came to take a look, and unexpectedly, he is even better than the rumors. Not only can he block my attacks, but he can also immediately organize his teammates to retreat. Truly worthy of being from the Nara clan, his mind is very sharp. As for Orochimaru's words, Rushi doesn't believe them. Anyone who does is a fool. After adjusting his emotions, he said, Lord Orochimaru, you have seen it. Shouldn't we leave now? Otherwise, your teacher might come personally. Then he heard Orochimaru's eerie voice say, At the beginning, I did intend to just observe, but now I've changed my mind. I want to take you away. Shadow snake hands. Suddenly, more than 10 snakes emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves, and as soon as these snakes appeared, they lunged at Rushi. Lucier pulled out his smoke blade and quickly retreated. At this moment, the Shadow Ninja was also summoned, and a samurai sword extended from Orochimaru's shadow, slashing towards him. The giant shadow pulled out a tree as thick as a calf and smashed it towards Orochimaru. True to his reputation as an old hand, Orochimaru instantly dodged the attack of the samurai sword. Interesting. I'm more interested in your body now. Next time, I will definitely obtain your body. At this point, Lucier had already run far away. Orochimaru had too many trump cards, and his escape skills were unmatched. It was not the right time to confront Orochimaru head-on. Lucier was still hoping that Orochimaru would eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi for him. Otherwise, he would have to deal with him, pull, tug, yank, and grasp. Soon, Akkad arrived with 2 Umbu members. Lucier didn't even want to comment. With this lineup, they thought they could capture Orochimaru. If Orochimaru really got caught by them, he might as well not be in the ninja world anymore. It would be embarrassing. As soon as Akkad saw Lucier, she immediately asked, Lucier, where is Orochimaru? Over there in the black smoke. Go look for him. I hope you don't find him. Otherwise, with just the 3 of you, tomorrow will be the day of the poisonous snake. Ignoring Akkad's murderous gaze, he walked towards the approaching Kakashi and the others. In fact, after being told this by Lucier, she calmed down. She knew Orochimaru's strength very well. The 3 of them truly weren't enough. She had indeed acted impulsively earlier. Because Orochimaru had left a cursed mark on her, she hated him intensely. The moment she heard that Orochimaru was in the forest of death, she rushed over without thinking of anything else. Deer walked up to Jinnya and gave her a hug. It was obvious that Jinnya was a bit tired from the continuous journey. All right, it's okay now. Let's go turn in the mission. Seeing that Deer was fine, Jinnya felt relieved and then remembered that they were still in the Chunin exam when she heard Deer mention turning in the mission. The 4 of them then headed towards the place to submit their mission. After finishing the Heaven and Earth scroll with the Pig Deer Butterfly squad, Rika exited the forest of death. Anyway, the others wouldn't be in any danger. It was just that Sasuke would get a strawberry planted by Orochimaru, but that wasn't a big deal. Just go with the flow. The others would take some time to come out, so the 4 of them went home. Coincidentally, when Rika and Shikamaru got home, the older generation of the Pig Deer Butterfly clan was there. After greeting his father, Uncle Hayashi, and Uncle Dingswa X2, Rika intended to head upstairs since he planned to chat with Ino. However, just as he turned around, his father called him back. Rika, don't go back to your room yet. Come sit down. We need to discuss something with you. Sitting beside his father, Rika curiously asked, Father, what is it? Hayashi, you tell Rika. It's best if you explain this yourself. After Rika spoke, he winked at Hayashi, leaving Rika confused, thinking what's going on. Just say it if there's something to discuss. Do we really need to drag this out? Lucier glanced at his father-in-law, feeling that the 3 of them were somewhat strange. Ahem, Lucier, I heard you have a particularly strong shadow ninja. I want to borrow it for a bit. Our clan's territory in the mountains is being renovated these days, and we need someone to help with the heavy lifting, so I want to help out. Before his father-in-law finished speaking, Lucier placed the troll soldier into his father-in-law's shadow and simultaneously gave the troll soldier a command. Shan Zhonghai watched as Lucier directed a huge shadow ninja to dive into his own shadow. Curious, he touched his own shadow, feeling no change, and said, Come out and help. The troll soldier then appeared from the shadow, standing directly in front of Shan Zhonghai. Uncle Hai, they can understand some simple commands, so just give them orders directly. Upon hearing Lucier's words, Shan Zhonghai pointed at a Kimchi Dingzwa and said, Throw this fat guy out for me. Upon hearing Shan Zhonghai's command, the troll soldier grabbed a Kimchi Dingzwa by the waist with both hands and lifted him up effortlessly. A Kimchi Dingzwa was initially confused but quickly reacted, shouting, Hi, you bastard, let me down. Seeing that the shadow ninja obeyed him, Shan Zhonghai then ordered the shadow ninja, to put a Kimchi Dingswa down. In fact, the term Shadow Ninja was just what others called them. Lu Shi would recall whichever name he thought of, as it was merely a code name. After resolving the matter with Shan Zhonghai Yi, Lu Ju looked at his son with a puzzled expression and asked, "Aren't you guys supposed to be taking the Chunin exam today? I remember that this exam is quite difficult. How come you returned so quickly?" Deer rubbed his face while responding with a hint of helplessness, saying, "Sigh. How should I put it? After I went in, I encountered two small teams that tried to snatch the scroll from me. But I managed to take it back from them. Then I met Ino and the others. After that, I ran into Orochimaru." "What? You actually encountered Orochimaru?" Hearing this news, Shikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza all exclaimed in unison, their surprised expressions and voices startling Deer. However, Deer quickly regained his composure, understanding why the three were so shocked. Clearly, they were worried that he and the others would suffer greatly when encountering Orochimaru, so he hurriedly explained, all right, Father, Uncle Inoichi, and Uncle Choza, I understand your concerns. Don't worry, Ino and the others are fine. When I encountered Orochimaru, I told them to retreat first. As for me, I took the opportunity to leave the scene while Orochimaru was entangled with those shadow ninjas. Fortunately, I ran into Teacher Akado and the Umbu on the way. Together, we returned the Heaven and Earth Scroll to the teacher in charge of the assessment, and we successfully passed the exam. Lu Shi said with a smile, his tone particularly relaxed, as if everything he had just experienced was just a piece of cake. However, in reality, this operation did not encounter too much danger. The other three listened to Lu Shi's nonchalant words, but deep down, they were not calm. They knew Orochimaru too well and were aware of his strength. Just didn't expect Lu Shi to achieve such a feat in the mountains. He laughed heartily and praised. This kid Lu Shi is really impressive. Not only did he bravely step up to block the enemy's attack for the three of us, but he also safely evacuated Zhu, Lu, and Dai in a short time. He cleverly used strategy to successfully buy enough time for the three to retreat. What's even more astonishing is that under such circumstances, he was able to lead the three of us smoothly through the Chunin exam. Looking at Lu Shi now, I suddenly feel like I'm really getting old. Hearing his father-in-law's praise, Lu Shi felt a bit shy. After all, the situation at that time wasn't that serious, and he wasn't as excellent as his father-in-law said. However, he didn't refute it. After discussing the matter, Lu Shi returned to his room. He still needed to chat with Ino on WeChat. At the Konoha hospital, Sarutobi Hizashi was helping Sasuke suppress the cursed seal. The plot had not changed. Orochimaru still left strawberries for Sasuke, and Sasuke would soon go to meet him. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hizashi walked out of the ward. As soon as Naruto saw Sarutobi Hizashi come out, he immediately asked with concern, "Grandpa Hokage, how is Sasuke? When will he wake up?" Although Naruto often bickered with Sasuke, he still cared deeply for him. Seeing Naruto like this, Sarutobi Hizashi patted Naruto's head with a kind expression and said, "Don't worry, Naruto. Sasuke is fine. He will wake up tomorrow. You should go back and prepare well for the upcoming exam." "Oh," Naruto replied and left, but it was evident that he was still very worried about Sasuke. Occasionally turning back to look at Sasuke's ward. In the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, we found 3 corpses on the edge of the village. The faces of the deceased are unrecognizable. And with such methods, I can determine that this must be the work of Orochimaru. Hokage-sama, do you think we should temporarily halt the Chunin exam?" Sarutobi Hizashi sat at his desk, slightly furrowing his brows, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head, looked firmly at Akane, and slowly said, "Akane, this Chunin exam is of great significance. Even the daimyo will be present to watch. For us, this is an opportunity to ease our relationship with the daimyo. Therefore, no matter what, the exam cannot be stopped. As for Orochimaru, I will send the Umbu to deal with him. What you need to do is to focus on the affairs related to this Chunin exam and ensure everything goes smoothly." After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzan's words, Akane nodded and replied, "Understood, Hokage-sama. In that case, I will take my leave." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Akane bowed again and then turned to leave. 2 days later, today was the day for one-on-one practical combat, so everyone was very excited, especially Lee, who had been shouting youthful slogans since he arrived at the scene in the morning. It was quite awkward for the other team members every day. Sasuke had already regained consciousness, but he felt that his imposing aura had intensified. Yesterday, Lu Shi had sought out the slug sage for another treatment of the slime, so Lu Shi was now in pain all over. Just then, the real Hulu Wa Gara walked up to Lu Shi and said, I hope to encounter you in the upcoming exam, so I can kill you openly. Lucier glanced at Gaara and teased. I hope your sand can protect you well. I prepared a surprise for you. Umph. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth, Gaara replied before walking away. Soon, the battle roster was released, and possibly due to Lucier's appearance, the order in the original story was mostly messed up. Lucier's opponent this time turned out to be Hinata. Dear Time was also at a loss for words. Isn't this just a joke? How can my moves possibly work on the soft and cute Hinata? Forget it. I'll just persuade Hinata to admit defeat later. The first to appear was Naruto, and his opponent was Niji Hyuga, one of the 12 Ninja Guardians. Right now, Naruto was no match for Niji at all. After a few rounds, his Rasengan and Shadow clones were easily countered by Niji's gentle fist, and then Niji unleashed a flurry of strikes that left Naruto bewildered. In the end, Niji won with overwhelming strength. This made Naruto feel very disappointed, and just as he came out, a hand landed on his shoulder. When Naruto turned around, he saw his older brother. He felt a bit embarrassed, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Dear Time say, Naruto, you've done really well. You just lack experience in battles. Don't lose heart, I believe in you. Hearing Dear Time's words, Naruto's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Big brother. After saying that, he excitedly leaned in, only to be ruthlessly pushed away by Dear Time, who thought to himself, save those starry-eyed looks for Sasuke. The second to appear was Shikamaru, and his opponent was his future wife, Temari. Temari floated down to the center of the arena on her fan. However, Shikamaru didn't want to compete and wanted to admit defeat right away. This time, he didn't need Naruto to push him. Dear Time kicked Shikamaru down into the arena. After kicking him down, Dear Time shouted from above, if you lose, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Looking at his older brother shouting at him, Shikamaru sat up. What a hassle, what's the point of this match? But since Big Brother spoke, he had to take it seriously. Otherwise, thinking of this made Shikamaru shiver, not daring to think any further. Soon their battle began. Temari's large fan was indeed very powerful. At first, it made Shikamaru retreat in panic. However, Shikamaru quickly regained his rhythm. With the help of shurikens, Shikamaru's shadow eventually managed to control Temari. But just like in the original story, Shikamaru chose to admit defeat. In Dear Time's view, admitting defeat was completely fine. Admitting defeat once could lead to a beautiful wife, which was a huge win for the Nara family. After Shikamaru came up, Shikashi did not reprimand him, and even praised him with a good job. Seeing that his brother was not angry, Shikamaru felt relieved. The competition continued. Soon it was Shikashi's turn, and at this moment, Hinata on the opposite side was very nervous. She knew Shikashi well and understood that she couldn't possibly be his opponent. But in order not to disappoint her father, she decided she had to give it a try. Looking at Hinata's stubborn little eyes, Shikashi admitted that he softened a bit. It wasn't that he liked Hinata, but he felt a bit sorry for a little girl being pressured like this by her family. So he didn't plan to persuade Hinata to concede, and wanted to let her show herself as much as possible. The little ones had no intention of cheering because there was no suspense in this match, and besides, they were all classmates, so it was awkward to cheer for anyone. In the center of the arena, seeing the nervous Hinata, Shikashi was the first to speak. All right, Hinata, bring it on. Let me see your strength. Okay, Fikasvikun. I'm going to attack now. Byakugan activate. Then the two began to exchange blows. Shikashi's taijutsu was average, but compared to his swordsmanship and abilities, in terms of taijutsu, only Lee was stronger than him. The people on the stage were stunned, especially Kakashi, who thought to himself, this brat, why is he so gentle with a girl? Why doesn't he use those moves on me? But he quickly realized that his thinking was wrong. Shikashi wasn't that brutal toward friends. His brutality was only for enemies. The little ones watched the fight between Hinata and Shikashi and realized that Shikashi's taijutsu was also quite strong. Soon, Hinata couldn't hold on any longer with one distraction. Shikashi's fist stopped right in front of her, and he playfully tapped her forehead with his fist, saying, "You lost, Hinata." Hinata then reacted quickly and hurriedly stepped back. At this moment, the teacher came over and announced, Nara Shikashi wins. In the viewing area, Hyuga Hayashi said to Hyuga Hizashi behind him, Hizashi, you really have good son. I really envy your Nara clan. Riku smiled and replied, that brat is still far from it. Miss Hinata is also very outstanding. After a bit of mutual flattery, the two continued watching the match. Hinata was quite satisfied with her performance in this match. After all, she had heard that Riku had taken down several Jonin, and being able to battle Hinata in this way had already given the Hyuga clan some face. Next up was Sasuke, who leaped down from the stands and did a 720-degree spin in the air before landing steadily. His entrance was full of flair. As for Sasuke's opponent, Sakura, she was left in awe, muttering, "So cool," and gazing at Sasuke with starry eyes. Naruto, seeing Sakura like this, said with a look of discontent, "Show off Sasuke, always trying to be cool." Everyone had become immune to the love story between the three of them. Finally, even the referee couldn't watch any longer and shouted, "Begin." Before Sasuke even made a move, Sakura conceded defeat. Riku felt that conceding like this didn't do justice to the grand entrance of the king of show-offs. The matches were resolved one after another, and soon the day's competitions came to an end. A total of 27 people from 9 teams emerged from the Forest of Death, and with Riku, the lone wolf, that made 28. 14 people successfully advanced, and now they just had to wait for the finals in half a month. Ino lost to Kiba, but she wasn't disheartened. Her individual combat ability wasn't strong, so losing was quite normal. It was uncertain if there was any foul play, but Gaara faced Kankuro, who was so scared that he conceded immediately. Gaara glanced at Riku without saying a word and walked straight out of the arena. Naruto also noticed, thinking, "Hey, that guy with the gourd, why is he looking at you like that? He probably wants to show off again, but that's fine. I'll just beat him up next time." After the exam ended, everyone returned home, and Riku took Ino to the forest outside of Konoha, as they hadn't watched the sunset together in a long time. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled over the stream, dancing on the water's surface like countless sparkling diamonds. Riku and Ino sat on a rock by the stream, quietly enjoying the tranquility and beauty. The water flowed gently, occasionally carrying a few fallen leaves that broke the surface's calm but added a touch of poetry. The two sat side by side, leaning against each other, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat. Surrounding them were dense trees, and the leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound as if whispering a love song for them. Ino rested her head on Riku's shoulder, closed her eyes, and breathed deeply, savoring the fresh air and the embrace of nature. Deer gently stroked her hand, his gaze tender and focused, as if the whole world had disappeared, leaving only the two of them. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, all worries and noise shut out, leaving only this pure happiness and tranquility. They both remained silent, quietly watching the sun, and an hour later, the sun had completely set. "Ino, after the Chunin exam, do you have any other thoughts?" Hearing Deera's question, Ino moved her head away from Deera's shoulder, thought for a moment, and said, "I don't have any special thoughts, except for the mission. I hope you can spend more time with me, and not just leave silently to do missions like before." Rushi held Ino's small hand and said, "Don't worry. It won't be like this again. The previous situation was a bit. That's why I left in such a hurry." I believe you," Ino replied, leaning her head on Rushi's shoulder, enjoying the feeling. Although they were not yet of marriageable age, she knew that her future partner would definitely be Rushi. The two walked back very late, but it was difficult. A villager in a wheelchair passed by them and deliberately glanced at them. After dropping Ino off at her home, Rushi headed in the direction of his own house. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared 5 meters in front of Rushi. Lucier looked up and saw it was Kakashi. Just as Lucier was about to speak, Kakashi spoke first. "Lucier, the Hokage wants you to go over there." After saying that, he ran off. "Hey, is there no one in Konoha? Why am I the only one being tossed around?" After mumbling for a bit, Lucier walked towards the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Lucier looked at the mission and was somewhat speechless. He was told that the daimyo would be coming to Konoha tomorrow and that he needed to secretly protect the daimyo. "Hokage-sama, is there no one left in Konoha? Or was there no one in the Umbu? You want me, a kid, to secretly protect the daimyo? Are you trying to get rid of me secretly?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and he replied irritably, "Lucier, I know you have many misunderstandings about me, but it's okay. This mission concerns the safety of the daimyo, and I won't do that." Lucier furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought. He secretly pondered that perhaps he was overthinking this time. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was such a shrewd person. How could he possibly take action against him at this moment? It was important to note that Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently contemplating how to secure military funding from the daimyo. If trouble arose at this critical juncture, it would truly be counterproductive. After coming to this realization, Lucier slowly raised his head, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, "All right, Hokage-sama, I understand. I will set off on time tomorrow morning." However, just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly waved his hand and said, "Lucier, there's no need to wait until tomorrow morning. You can mount Kuro and set off immediately. This way, you can return to the village together with the daimyo." Upon hearing this, Lucier's eyes widened in shock. disbelief visible on his face as he stammered, "Hokage-sama, you can't be joking with me, right? I haven't even had a bite to eat yet. How can I travel on an empty stomach?" Faced with Lu Shi's doubts, Sarutobi Hizashi seemed to realize that what he had just said was somewhat inappropriate. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and insisted, "Lu Shi, this mission is urgent and time-sensitive. We cannot afford any delays. Moreover, among the entire village, your speed is the fastest. If you are in T-Sen to carry out this mission, it will be difficult to complete it on time, so you'll just have to bear with it this time." "Ugh, fine." Lu Shi sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. He slowly walked out of the Hokage building, secretly muttering to himself. Ever since Kuro arrived, these missions seemed to have become more frequent. As he walked, Lu Shi suddenly stopped in his tracks, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait a minute. Oh no, I've been played. I clearly resigned from the Umbu when I returned. Why is that old guy, Sarutobi Hizashi, still assigning me such tasks? Moreover, Kuro is my personal property. Thinking of this, Lu Shi stomped his foot in anger, unable to suppress his curses. However, despite being angry, after calming down, Lu Shi decided to complete this mission first. After all, he had already promised Sarutobi Hizashi. Sigh, that old man Sarutobi Hizashi really tricked me. But it's too late for regrets. Complaining won't help, so I might as well hurry and get the task done. Lu Shi muttered to himself, a bitter smile on his face. After some inner turmoil, Lu Shi no longer dwelled on the matter. He quickened his pace back home, briefly explained the mission to his father, and then arranged for a shadow ninja to relay a message to Ino. Once everything was ready, Kuro took Lu Shi and flew towards the daimyo's residence. 2 days later, "Help! Please spare me. I've had enough." Lu Shi screamed in his heart, as if these words could penetrate his weary body and reach far away. 2 whole days had passed, and this long stretch felt like a nightmare for Lu Shi. He had been closely following the daimyo's convoy, but incredibly, in those 2 days, they hadn't even covered 30 kilometers, stopping frequently to rest. And whenever they saw a scenic spot, the daimyo would have the dancers perform. Lu felt extremely depressed and thought to himself, "It's just going to watch a Chunin exam. Why do we need to bring so many people?" This time, the daimyo's entourage had more than 100 people, moving at a pace that was driving him crazy. Looking at the so-called daimyo of the Land of Fire, he resembled a drug addict, with a haggard appearance and lifeless eyes. When he spoke, it was weak and intermittent, as if every word drained all his energy. And when he walked, he was even slower than frail old ladies, swaying unsteadily with every step. Lu Shi really couldn't figure out, no matter how hard he tried. How could such a lifeless, weak, and incompetent guy become the lord of the Fire Nation? Was it merely because of family background or political marriage? With this thought, Lu Shi sighed helplessly and continued to follow the convoy. "You guys better push the cart harder for me. All you do is eat my food all day, and you can't even handle such a small task." The Lord shouted angrily from the cart, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, clearly very dissatisfied with the performance of the group in front of him. At that moment, Lu Shi was leisurely sitting on a large tree not far away, watching the Lord's outburst with great interest. He thought to himself, "With this cart, it's like a moving house. This road is all mud. It's a miracle if it can get through." Despite the fact that the people following the Lord had been pushing with all their might for quite a while, the cart remained completely motionless, as if it were tightly held by the earth. It was precisely because of this that the Lord couldn't help but erupt in anger. Lu Shi was observing the situation at the scene while estimating the time in his mind. He couldn't help but think to himself, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the daimyo would arrive in Konoha before the Chunin exam started. With this thought, Lu Shi suddenly leaped down from the tree and landed steadily in front of the daimyo. Then, with a smile on his face and a sincere tone, he said to the daimyo, "Daimyo, your carriage is simply too heavy, and the horses pulling it seem to be struggling. Why not try my method?" Upon hearing this, the daimyo was taken aback for a moment, then turned his gaze to the boy who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. The boy was tall, with a youthful face, dressed in a set of black clothes that the daimyo had never seen before. The daimyo couldn't help but wonder, with so many people unable to move it, what could a child possibly do? Although ninjas are known for their killing prowess, when it comes to something like pushing a cart, even a ninja probably wouldn't have any particularly good solutions. Deer recognized the daimyo's doubts, and then summoned the troll soldiers, saying, "You go help pull the cart." Then he saw the troll soldier grasp the rope with one hand and gently pull, and the cart was pulled out. The daimyo looked at Deer in disbelief and asked, "What is this ability of yours?" Deer replied, "I am from an Nara clan, and this is my awakened ability. I summoned this with my power. It's immensely strong and particularly fast. Daimyo, would you like to give it a try? The daimyo cheerfully said, all right, let me see it. He sounded like a child who had just received a new toy. 5 days later, Sarutobi Hizashi stood at the village entrance, his gaze fixed on a group of refugees slowly approaching. He was about to order someone to chase these refugees away. After all, the daimyo would be arriving soon, and letting the daimyo see these people would be like giving him a reason to criticize the Hokage. As the people got closer, Sarutobi could clearly see their appearances and couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and surprise. These were not refugees at all. They were clearly the daimyo's guards. Their clothing was unmistakably expensive. Refugees couldn't afford such clothes. However, they looked quite disheveled, as if they had gone through a terrible disaster, which puzzled Sarutobi greatly. Logically speaking, no one should have the courage to attack the daimyo within the land of fire's territory. Moreover, he had sent deer to protect the daimyo. So what on earth had happened? Just as Sarutobi was lost in thought, a luxurious carriage stopped not far away. The door opened, and deer was seen walking out with the daimyo, chatting and laughing. Seeing the daimyo safe and sound, Sarutobi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. He hurriedly walked up to the daimyo and respectfully greeted him. Daimyo, it is truly an honor for you to come to observe the CHNIN exams. I believe the children participating in the exams will be very happy to hear of your arrival. The daimyo slightly nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Then, with a voice that was sharp and unique, reminiscent of a eunuch, he replied, Hokage, I am very pleased with the person you sent to pick me up this time. Please send him again next time. I don't really like anyone else. After the daimyo finished speaking, he walked toward Kanehagakure. However, the people behind the daimyo were internally groaning, all thinking, please don't send that guy named Deer again. He really knows how to push people too hard. Let that big black guy compete with everyone to see who runs faster. Although that big guy is still pulling the cart, they are no match. The key is that this brainless daimyo was even cheering for them. God knows how they managed to get through these 5 days. Now they feel like their legs aren't even their own. Not only the people, but even 2 horses are exhausted to the point of foaming at the mouth. The troll soldiers may be slow, but relatively speaking, compared to these guards, they are completely dominating. As soon as Lu Shijin entered the village, he wanted to go home, but he was stopped by Sarutobi Hizashi, who asked him to accompany the daimyo first. With no choice, he had to follow the daimyo to his place of residence. Upon arrival, the daimyo said, Hokage, I'm very satisfied with the people you sent, so I will increase the military funding a bit. However, to restore it to the previous level, I need to see your attitude. It's been so long. Have you not dealt with Danzo yet? I've also heard that Danzo has just been captured. You're not just putting on a show for me, are you? Sarutobi Hizashi felt quite happy when he first heard about the increase in military funding. However, when it came to Danzo, he felt troubled, as he really couldn't bring himself to take action against him. He could only respond evasively. Daimyo, I'm still investigating the matter regarding Danzo, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hizashi wanted to say a few more words to brush it off, but the daimyo interrupted him directly. And the following words made Hirushin's originally good mood disappear. All right, you can leave now. I'm a bit tired and need a rest. Also, next time when you make up excuses, don't look away. If I believe that, then I would really be a fool. The previous increase in military funding doesn't count. Consider it the prize for your deception. Lu Shi was completely a bystander in this matter. He didn't want to get involved and didn't have the ability to do so either. After coming out, Lu Shi wanted to go home, but he was stopped by Sarutobi Hizashi. Lu Shi, wait a moment, tell me what happened on the road. Hokage-sama, it's nothing much. Just that the daimyo's carriage got stuck in the mud. Then I had the troll soldiers pull it out, and I had them drive and pull the carriage at the same time while those guards ran behind. Otherwise, after the Chunin exams, the daimyo might not even make it. Sarutobi Hizashi was initially curious about how those guards were in such a state. It turned out it was all because of Lu Shi. However, he didn't pay much attention to this and continued to ask, Lu Shi, what did you say to the daimyo? Why does it feel like he really likes you? It's nothing, I just told the daimyo in the carriage. My admiration for him is like the waters of the Yellow River. 10 minutes later, Sarutobi Hizashi said, Lu Shi, your words are too. Because of Lu Shi, the daimyo had arrived several days early. But Lu Shi was now completely busy, as the daimyo specifically named him to protect him. This was quite troublesome for Lu Shi. If only the daimyo would stay still. But he insisted on taking people everywhere, every day, driving Lu Shi crazy. He wished he could just give him a set of pull, drag, tug, and yank. Lu Shi, are you interested in working under me? If you're willing, I can speak to the Hokage about it. Hearing the daimyo's words, Lu Shi instantly realized this was an attempt to win him over. This question was not easy to answer, as it could offend both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the daimyo at the same time. However, this question was not difficult for Lu Shi. He bowed politely to the daimyo and said, "Your Excellency, I appreciate your invitation. It is an honor. However, I'm a ninja, and what I've learned since childhood is how to kill. Killing is my mission, and being killed is my fate. These were destined when I chose to be a ninja. If I were to be a bodyguard all the time, I think I would lose hope in life." After Lu Shi finished speaking, he felt a wave of loneliness wash over him, though it was all an act. Refusing a prominent figure requires a certain approach. And with Lu Shi's tone and expression, he was definitely worth a little golden statue. Upon seeing this, the prominent figure immediately tried to comfort him. "All right, Lu Shi, I was just saying that. My advisors mentioned that ninjas like you have some psychological issues from killing since childhood. I didn't really believe it before, but seeing you like this, I do now. Let's just pretend I never said anything. But when you have some free time, you can come visit me. I don't know why, but I really like you, kid. When I go to the deer, I won't encounter the old glass anymore, right? But it doesn't seem so. This daimyo is too lustful." And this time he brought several dancers to the capital. After regaining his senses, the deer immediately said, "Thank you, daimyo. I will come to see you when I have time. During these days beside you, I can always feel a kingly aura from you that makes people unconsciously want to submit." The word from Rushi were very well received by the daimyo, making the advisors behind him internally exclaim, "Goodness." This time, he truly broadened his horizons. He originally thought he was quite skilled at flattering, but unexpectedly, he lost to a child in his area of expertise. In the Hokage office, Rushi rejected the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Rushi's words and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he had already known these things. He just wanted to see if Rushi would speak honestly to him. While he was lost in thought, Rushi spoke up. "Hokage-sama, do I have a salary these days? I've been working really hard." Hearing Rushi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, then took out a mission form from his drawer, wrote some task descriptions on it, opened another drawer, and Rushi glanced inside to find it full of stamps. Sarutobi Hiruzen stamped the mission form and handed it to Rushi. Lu Shi glanced at it. An A-level task, not bad at all, at least it's not just a part-time job. "All right, Lu Shi. Tomorrow is the last match of the Chunin exam. You should go back and rest." Shika finished collecting the money from the mission department and went to find Ino. Outside the flower shop, Shika quietly watched Ino, who was introducing fresh flowers to a customer inside the store. Suddenly, Shika had a bright idea. Didn't he know a big spender? If he could sell all the flowers to the daimyo, wouldn't that be great? Just then, a customer walked out of the flower shop and Ino, who was seeing off the customer, happened to spot Shika. Ino ran over, happily asking, "Shika, have you finished? What did you come by?" "I just came over and saw there was a customer, so I didn't go in. By the way, Ino, how many flowers do you have here? I met a big spender, so I want to sell all these flowers to him." Hearing Shika's words, Ino immediately grabbed his hand and said, "Really? That's great. Let me go inside and count." Inside the daimyo's room, "Shika, aren't there a bit too many flowers?" Upon hearing the daimyo's words, Shika arranged the flowers while saying, "Daimyo, I've been protecting you these past few days and noticed that you seem to have trouble resting at night. These flowers have a calming effect, so I brought them for you. Don't worry, it didn't cost much. They were personally grown by my future wife, so consider it my way of showing respect to you. I feel close to you every time I see you." The daimyo was very touched. Over the years, many had asked him for money, and he received plenty of gifts, but they were all from people seeking favors. This was the first time someone had been so thoughtful, bringing him flowers to help him sleep better, and it was from a child. However, he couldn't take advantage of a child. The daimyo glanced at his aide, and the aide immediately understood the daimyo's intention, taking out a leather case from the luggage. After arranging the flowers, Shika dusted off his hands and said to the daimyo, "Daimyo, the flowers are set. I'll head back now, and I'll take them back when you return to the daimyo's residence." Just as he was about to leave, the daimyo called out to him, "Shika, take this box back with you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. You don't need to worry about the flowers. I'll have the guards bring them back when I return to the daimyo's residence. Daimyo, I want you to take the money. Consider it a gift from me." When Lu Shi was still trying to play it cool, he was directly interrupted by the daimyo. "All right, Lu Shi, you're still a kid. If I take advantage of you, even Sarutobi Hizashi would look down on me. So just accept it." Originally, Lu Shi wanted to refuse 3 times, but since the daimyo said so, pushing back any further would seem ungrateful. So, Lu Shi accepted the money and left. However, the guards outside looked at Lu Shi with fiery eyes. They could have slowly walked back to the daimyo's residence, but this kid had made them find more work. In the territory of the mountain clan, the Zhu, Lu, and Dai families were having a feast, and today's dinner was very lavish. Lu Shi, you really did well. You sold those flowers for 30 million Rio? I'm starting to like our daimyo a bit now. Haha. Uncle, hi. If you like the daimyo, you might be sleeping on the couch tonight. Everyone erupted into wild laughter a moment later. At this time, Hai from the mountain clan understood, but didn't mind. Today marked the completion of the mountain clan's territory. And since Lu Shi earned them a sum of money, he took the initiative to gather the three families together. Lu Shi, tomorrow is the last round of the Chunin exam. Are you feeling any pressure? I heard the remaining competitors are all very strong. Uncle Hai, you should come to the venue tomorrow. Watch how I teach those arrogant ones a lesson. I'll also show my full strength otherwise. There will always be someone eyeing me. Everyone knew who Lu Shi was talking about, but seeing his confident demeanor, they felt at ease. The feast lasted late into the night, mainly because three big men were drinking. Otherwise, it would have ended earlier. After dinner, the two families took their leave. Today was the last round of the Chunin exam. But when Lu Shi arrived at the venue, he found that there were only 6 people left on the battle roster. So, Lu Shi went to ask Hongdo about the reason. Teacher Hongdo, weren't there still quite a few people before? Why are there only 3 matches today? Hongdo put down the notebook in his hand and said, most of our Konoha people gave up because they knew they weren't your match. Only Sasuke, Niji, and Lee are still competing. As for the others, they were somewhat afraid of that Gaara from Sunagakure. That kid doesn't hold back, and those who fought against him got seriously injured. If the teacher hadn't intervened, that kid could have killed someone. Got it, Teacher Hongdo. I'm going to prepare now. After understanding the situation, Lu Shi left. It seemed that because of his presence, the original plot had already changed. Upon arriving at the venue, Lu Shi found that his friends had all arrived. The first to see Lu Shi was Lee. Lee immediately walked up to him and said, Lu Shi, I really want to challenge you. But unfortunately, my opponent today is Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt somewhat dissatisfied, thinking, what do you mean unfortunately? Does that mean I'm weak? However, due to Sasuke's personality, he did not argue with Lee. He had to maintain his cool demeanor. When Lu saw that Xiao Li was a bit down, he encouraged Xiao Li. Xiao Li, we can always spar in the future. After all, we are from the same village. Let's have a good match today. Your youth has just begun. But hey, what does it mean for you to cry while holding onto my leg? Can't you just say what's on your mind properly? Lu Shi was speechless. After just encouraging Xiao Li a bit, this guy was clinging to Lu Shi's leg with tears in his eyes. Those who didn't know would think Lu Shi had abandoned him. Xiao Li, this is what your youth is all about. Teacher Kai. When Xiao Li saw Teacher Kai, the master and disciple hugged each other and said in unison, this is our youth. Everyone else turned their faces away from Ning Ci. As this master-disciple duo often had such awkward moments, which was too embarrassing. Lu Shi felt that the two characters' youth were like a switch for Kai and Xiao Li. Soon, everyone returned, and although Kai and Xiao Li's behavior looked quite awkward, it wasn't off-putting. After all, in the 13 Little Strong, there aren't many normal people. Only Niji and Hinata can be considered normal, while the others all have some quirks, like Shikamaru's laziness, Sasuke's brooding, and Sakura's brainlessness. Around 9 in the morning, the daimyo, Hokage, and Kazekage arrived at the scene amidst the crowd. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech about the will of fire, the competition began. The first match was Niji against Temari. Lu Shi glanced at Luo Sha on the stage, knowing that at this moment, Luo Sha had already been taken down by Orochimaru. Despite being dark-hearted, Luo Sha was still no match for Orochimaru's ruthlessness. Shikamaru's gaze was keenly noticed by Orochimaru. The two of them locked eyes, and after a moment, Orochimaru turned his head. He was now Raza and couldn't let his teacher see any flaws. Below the stage, Temari and Niji had already started fighting. Temari's large fan indeed caused Niji quite a bit of trouble, and Niji had been kept on the defensive by Temari's attacks. A taijutsu ninja like Niji was at a disadvantage against a ninja like Temari. After all, not everyone has the speed and power of Guy. Niji's gentle fist technique had to be executed at close range to be effective. 10 minutes later, Temari voluntarily raised her hand to surrender, which left everyone puzzled. Although Niji had won, he was not satisfied. Deer tapped Niji on the shoulder and said, her chakra is gone, which means she can no longer hold you back. Although your pride makes it hard for you to accept this victory, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. It's unrealistic to think she could still compete with you in taijutsu without chakra. Then Deer gave a glance to his father on the stage. Seeing his son's signal, Deerji quickly found an excuse to leave his seat. In a corner, Deerji asked curiously, did you call me for something? Deer glanced around and then said softly, I feel something is off. Look at those Sand Ninja's tool packs. They all seemed to be open, as if they're ready to fight at any moment. Dear Joe heard his son's words and took a few glances, realizing that it was indeed the case. Father, please don't make a fuss. Just tell Uncle Hai and Uncle Dingswa, and don't inform the Hokage. I think he has noticed as well. If any unexpected situation arises, immediately take Shikamaru and the others away from here and protect our family. After ensuring our family's safety, we can then go on to protect others. As for Rasha, let the Hokage handle it. Luju nodded, then walked away with a serious expression. Below the stage, the battle between Sasuke and Shaoli began, with Shaoli unleashing all his power from the start, leaving the Bee King a bit dazed. However, Sasuke wasn't to be underestimated either. With the support of his Sharingan, he managed to hold his own against Shaoli. A few minutes later, Shaoli removed his weighted training gear, and when he threw it to the ground, it created a large crater. Kakashi shouted to Guy beside him, "Guy, you're being too reckless, letting Shaoli carry something so heavy." Guy flashed a big grin at Kakashi and gave him a thumbs up. After removing his weights, Shaoli's combat power immediately increased to a new level. And this time the Bee King couldn't keep up. Shaoli's speed was too fast. In other words, his eyes reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. With the opening of the first gate, Shaoli became a mere afterimage, delivering a series of powerful kicks that completely subdued the Bee King, who then closed his eyes after receiving a final blow. After their battle ended, it was Lu Shi's turn to face Gaara. "Get ready to be killed by me. Last time outside Sunagakure, I let you escape, but I won't give you another chance. Hurry up, don't dawdle. You think you're Naruto?" He taunted. "You want to talk your way out of this? Last time, both you and your father couldn't catch me, and now it's just you, so you're even less likely to succeed. This time, I won't use my smoke blade. I'll show you what a real ninja is like. I'm not just a coward hiding in the sand." Gaara initially wanted to retort, but Lu Shi mocked him directly, pushing Gaara to the brink of fury. Sand, shuriken. A dense barrage of sand shot towards Lu Shi. After being mocked, Gaara decided not to waste words and launched an attack. As for Lu Shi, he had no intention of dodging. 7 shadow ninjas appeared in front of him, using their bodies to block the attack. Although some shadow ninjas were dispersed, they quickly emerged again from Lu Shi's shadow. This was just an appetizer, a mutual test. The real battle was yet to come. Spear of Shikaku. Dark water. The sand-formed spear turned into scattered grains the moment it touched Lu Shi's palm, falling at his feet. The crowd was shocked by Lu Shi's bizarre ability, their mouths agape. Only Sasuke and Naruto remained unfazed, thinking, "We've seen this before. What's the big deal?" Gaara was also very surprised, but he was only stunned for a moment before unleashing Sand Bind Coffin and Sand Waterfall Funeral. Looking at the sand around him, Lu Shi sneered. "Is this all you've got?" Dark hole. A of black mist immediately appeared under Lu Shi's feet, spreading across the entire arena in an instant. "Teacher, you should exit first. This next move is a bit too powerful for you to handle." After using the dark acupoint technique, Lu Shi immediately shouted to the ninja, acting as the referee. This ninja actually wanted to run away too. The dark, ominous thing looked very formidable. So upon hearing Lu Shi's words, he immediately jumped onto the stage. Gaara wanted to restrain Lu Shi with sand, which was slowly descending along with him. However, Gaara lifted himself up by controlling the sand, and the trees and rock formations in the arena were engulfed in darkness. As Lu Shi looked around and saw that it was almost time, he faintly said, "Liberation." The black mist returned to Lu Shi's feet, forming a black tornado behind him that released the things that had just been swallowed by the darkness. However, when everyone saw those things, they found that the trees and rockeries had been reduced to rubble, clearly compressed by something. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Shi, wanting to see what other abilities he had. "You've had your fun, now it's my turn." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Gaara immediately became alert. At this moment, the figure on stage, Raza, actually disguised as Orochimaru, had his eyes shining. He thought Lu Shi was perfect to be his vessel. But now wasn't the time to think about that, as there were still things to do. Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, he saw Gaara fall from the sand, only to be caught again by it. Many people were confused about what was happening, but some noticed, due to the angle, that a samurai sword appeared in Gaara's shadow and thrust towards his rear. Although it was blocked by sand, it still made contact, causing Gaara to scream. "I'm going to kill you, sleep technique." "No." Just as Gaara used the sleep technique, he heard Temari shout no. But he didn't listen and slowly fell into a state of sleep. I'm out now, huh? Who are you, kid?" Shikako looked at Lu Shi in confusion. At this moment, the stands had become chaotic. No one expected that watching a match would also involve tailed beasts. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to question Raza, they heard the sounds of explosions. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! The sounds of 5 explosions mixed with Shikaku's screams. Deer Time doesn't have the habit of exchanging insults with tailed beasts. Instead, he directly had the Shadow Ninja stick 5 explosive tags to the chrysanthemum of Shikaku, which Deer Time had specially prepared, because Deer Time knew that Gaara would definitely use this move. Damn it, who attacked me? Roared Shikaku in the arena. However, after looking behind and finding no one, Shikaku turned to Deer Time and questioned, "Hey, you little brat, was it you who attacked me?" Lu Shi pointed to the Luo Sha on the stage and said, "It's him who placed the explosive tag behind you." Orochimaru. Wind release, void ball. Shoha, with his bad temper, spat at Orochimaru. Get ready. Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, feathers began to fall from the sky. Lu Shi knew this was an illusion. The Nirvana Temple technique. The moment the feathers fell, the 4 of them shouted simultaneously for purple flames formation. 4 transparent walls completely trapped Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hizashi inside. However, this was part of Orochimaru's plan, using the 4 purple flames formation to block the Konoha ninjas. Shoha's chakra bullet hit the transparent wall, causing Orochimaru's 4 subordinates to show painful expressions as if they were hit by something, but the formation remained intact. "Teacher, it's been a long time," Orochimaru said, tearing off his disguise to reveal his true form. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hizashi never expected to meet Orochimaru in this way. Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands and summoned 2 coffins from underground, one labeled first and the other second. "Teacher, you're getting old. I've surpassed you, even surpassed Konoha itself. I want you to see how your beloved Konoha will be destroyed. Orochimaru, you are desecrating the dead and disturbing the peace of our ancestors." The coffin lids fell, revealing 2 corpses, yes, corpses with cracks all over their surfaces. "Teacher, I've improved the impure world reincarnation. I'll make the 1st and 2nd Hokage destroy Konoha with their own hands, and it starts with you." After saying that, he inserted 2 kunai engraved with special runes into the brains of the 2. "Huh, am I revived? Big brother, this is not resurrection, but the impure world reincarnation I developed. Tobirama, I'm not criticizing you, but you always develop such dangerous techniques. Can't you see the current situation?" Senju Hashirama was in a daze. "Orochimaru, you bastard, you actually summoned the 1st Hokage. Monkey, is that you? I didn't expect you to be this old." Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Sarutobi Hizashi was a bit stunned. It had been years since anyone called him monkey. "Teacher, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for disturbing your peace." Senju Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru behind him, then looked at Sarutobi Hizashi and sternly asked, "Monkey, what's going on? How can the impure world reincarnation technique be casually leaked?" Just as Sarutobi Hizashi was about to explain, Orochimaru said, "Lord 2nd Hokage, let me explain the current situation. But before that, you should take a look at this." Orochimaru had snakes deliver 2 pieces of paper to the Senju brothers. The 2 took them from the snakes' mouths and began to read. These were the letters that Lu Shi wrote back then. It's unclear how Orochimaru got them. Senju Hashirama, who had originally been laughing, fell silent upon seeing the letter. The contents were too heinous. He never expected that the Uchiha clan, who established a village with the Senju, would be exterminated. He now felt particularly guilty towards Madara. Senju Tobirama trembled all over as he read, then threw the paper aside and walked in front of Sarutobi Hizashi, delivering a heavy slap. Senju Hashirama said to Tobirama, "Tobirama, let's talk this out. Don't hit the kid. This might be a misunderstanding. Shut up. Look how old he is. If he's still a kid, what does that make us?" Hashirama was in a daze. Sarutobi Hizashi also felt quite awkward. At that moment, Senju Hashirama shouted, "Tobirama, look over there. That kid is amazing. He can actually hold his own against Showa. He looks like he's only in his teens." Hearing his brother's words, Senju Tobirama also looked towards a field. "Void ball. Dark tide. Void ball. Dark tide. Little brat, is that all you can do? Aren't you afraid to face me head on? One tail, aren't you just doing the same move? How dare you say that? Since that's the case, let me show you my ultimate move." After Lu Shi finished speaking, he began to form hand seals. On the stands, Tobirama thought to himself, "Although I'm not skilled at forming hand seals, I believe I'm much better than this kid. Many of his seals must be wrong, right? Or have you developed some strange way of forming seals?" Listening to his brother, Senju Tobirama did not respond, because he didn't know either. As a prodigy of forbidden techniques, he felt a bit confused seeing Lu Shi's hand seal method. A minute later, Tobirama said, "It's been a minute, and his seals are still not finished. What level of ninjutsu is this? Just after Hashirama asked, Lucier moved and shouted, front attraction, back explosion of the flower technique, explode for me. Shoha felt a tightness and then a piercing pain, followed immediately by his wails. The crowd didn't see any earth-shattering ninjutsu. They only saw a katana inserted into Shoha's rear. The men present felt a chill from behind and instinctively covered their own rears. Shoha's defense was too thick. The only weak point was at the back. The shadow warrior chased after Shoha's rear, stabbing continuously, while the troll soldier pulled on his tail and the shadow ninja targeted his eyes. Everyone, Senju Hashirama nudged Tobirama with his arm. Seeing his brother turn to look at him, Hashirama asked innocently, "Did you invent this too? This is too dirty. I'm not criticizing you as your older brother, but how can you—" "Shut up, that's not my invention." Tobirama fell silent. "Monkey, who is that kid?" Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Lucier, who was still chasing after Shoha, and respectfully replied, "That kid is Nara Lucier, the young clan leader of the Nara clan, and the smartest person in the history of the Nara clan." Senju Tobirama nodded and said, "He's a good kid, but his methods are a bit filthy." "Teacher, this kid Lucier is very strong, with no rivals among his peers. Moreover, his lower limit is very low, as long as he can kill the enemy. He doesn't mind using any means, even I." "Monkey, I'm dead now. I'm very angry about what you did before. After this matter is over, you should voluntarily step down. And about that kid, I ask you, what is his sense of belonging to Konoha?" "Teacher, Lucier may not love Konoha, but he loves the people around him. When his brother was injured, he went alone to the Cloud Village and killed 7 people, including AJ Nin. Even I don't know how he did it. Lucier is quite lazy like the other Nara clan members, not interested in power and such. Is that so? Then this kid is amazing. Which is stronger, my wood release or his front attraction?" "Shut up. Is this the time to talk about that? I'm discussing serious matters with Monkey." Tobirama fell silent again. "Monkey, you didn't harm his family or friends, did you?" Sarutobi Hizashi quickly waved his hands and said, "Teacher, the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are all staunch supporters of the Hokage. How could I possibly harm them? As for the Uchiha, that was a last resort. That's good. Let him be the assistant Hokage for the next generation. As for Danzo, execute him on the spot. Anyone who harms Konoha's interests cannot be spared." "Teacher, Danzo." Boom. Sarutobi Hizashi wanted to explain for Danzo, but Senju Tobirama's aura erupted, and Hiruzen's words got stuck in his throat. Just then, the battle below also ended. Lucier, using his front attraction followed by the back explosion technique, sent Shoha back into Gaara's body. Just as Lucier wanted to check, Temari and Kankuro jumped to Gaara's side. Temari said to Lucier, "You want stop." "Oh, why didn't I hear the teacher call for a stop?" "You." After Lucier finished speaking, he pulled out his knife. Temari knew she was no match for Lucier, so she just tightly pressed herself against Gaara. At that moment, Kankuro lay on Temari's back. Gaara had already woken up, and seeing the two like this caused a slight ripple in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he had no strength left at all. Lucier looked at the 3 people stacking on top of each other in front of him and approached with a knife. With a thrust, Lucier's knife plunged directly into the ground next to Gaara, and he hoisted the knife onto his shoulder, turned around, and walked away with great flair, saying, "Halua, think about it. Life is not just about killing, but also about living in family." Gaara and Temari watched Lucier's back, and when they opened their mouths to say something, Lucier spoke again. "You didn't even hit me from this close. Looks like I need to practice more when I get back." Temari couldn't help but laugh. In fact, Lucier didn't really intend to kill Gaara, originally. It was something Naruto would have said, but this time it was Lucier who said it. He just didn't know if Gaara would change without the influence of the original. In the stands, Kakashi, Dans, and several clan leaders came to find Sarutobi Hizashi, but everyone realized they couldn't get in. Kakashi then shouted to Sarutobi Hizashi inside the arena, "Lord Hokage, Konoha is under attack from Sunagakure. What should we do?" Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Kakashi and said, "You all go protect the villagers. I'll handle this here. If I can't get out, have Jiraiya take over as Hokage, and Nara Lucier will assist him. At the same time, send someone to the Umbu prison to inform them to execute Danzo immediately. Saying this is my order along with the second Hokages." Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect the Hokage to give such an order, but he accepted it and left. As soon as Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hizashi sadly said, "Kakashi, I'm sorry." However, Kakashi definitely couldn't hear it. "All right, teacher, the time for final instructions is over. So let's continue." After saying that, he controlled the first and second Hokage back to his side. Earlier, Orochimaru wanted to see if the second Hokage would kill Sarutobi Hizashi without his control, which would save him some trouble, so he didn't control the two. Since the second Hokage didn't act as he had hoped, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Dear Shiwan watched this scene from a distance and did not intervene. Perhaps this was the best ending for Sarutobi Hizashi. After watching the duel between the master and apprentice for a while, Lu Shi felt it was pointless and decided to leave. No matter how he felt about Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing him die right in front of him was quite unsettling. After all, he was the Hokage of his village. However, since this old man wanted to attack him, he couldn't save him, as he didn't want to get into trouble. After leaving, Lu Shi headed home, but when he passed by the shelter, he saw many people lying inside, including the daimyo and the 12 guardians. The guards at the entrance didn't stop him when they saw Lu Shi. Upon reaching Shikamaru, Lu Shi kicked him in the butt and impatiently said, "All right, stop pretending. Come back with me to protect Mom." Shikamaru reluctantly sat up and muttered, "So troublesome. Everyone's fainted. Can't you let me faint too? Besides, Dad has already gone back. Do we really need to go back? Great. I'll tell Mom that in a bit, then you'll know if it's necessary or not." Upon hearing his brother's words, Shikamaru immediately stood up and said with a flattering expression, "Big brother, please don't say anything, or Mom will come after me again." Lu Shi ignored him and walked straight out of the shelter, and Lumaru followed him. After returning home, he found that his mom was fine. Then, in his mom's shadow, Lu Shi summoned 2 shadow ninjas and a troll soldier. He only had 1 samurai left himself, as he had placed the other 5 in the shelter to protect the little ones. After ensuring his mom was taken care of, Lu Shi took Lumaru to start looking for ninjas from Sunagakure to battle. Lumaru didn't have much practical experience, so, as the older brother, Lu Shi needed to motivate his trouble-averse younger brother. Soon, Lu Shi spotted several ninjas from Sunagakure. Lumaru watched closely. This is how the Nara family shadow technique is used. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he directly jumped into the middle of several people, using shadow stitching technique and black biennois. In an instant, Lu Shi's shadow controlled 4 people. Lu Shi drew his short knife and severed the throats of 4 people one after another. Lu threw the knife to Lumaru and said, "Next time you encounter the enemy, it's your turn. You always look like you haven't woken up and you don't put an effort to train. Do you really want your mom and dad to cry at your grave?" Shikamaru was stimulated by his older brother's words and immediately became alert. While walking, he began to slay the ninja from Sunagakure, and if there were any stragglers, Shikashi would take care of them. Together, they had already killed 8 people. This also caught the attention of Sunagakure. Not only did they notice the 2 of them, but Akimichi Choza also noticed them. Choza shouted to Shikaku, "Your 2 sons are over there. Go help them. This time, leave it to me and Hayashi." Dear Joe smiled slightly and then said, "No need. As long as there is Dear Sure, Luan will be fine. You should experience this as well." Xiao Dao Dings was scratched his head, thinking that Dear Joe was right, wondering whether he should bring Ding Ci over to see this too. How many people have come? Why are there more and more as we kill? Lu Shi had been fighting for half an hour, feeling like the people from Sunagakure just wouldn't stop coming. "Shikamaru, give me the knife. You step back, I'm going to show off." As soon as he heard his brother say this, Shikamaru immediately threw the knife to him and put on a mask, knowing that his brother was about to unleash his powers. 10 minutes later, half of Konoha was shrouded in black smoke. Most people had gone to the shelters, so Lu Shi wasn't worried about collateral damage. The black smoke was filled with numerous coughing sounds and screams. Soon, it became quiet. At that moment, a Sunagakure ninja ran out of the black smoke and shouted into it, "Sunagakure, retreat. This plan has failed. Hurry up." But no matter how much he shouted, no one responded from the smoke. Seeing no one answer, he continued to shout, "Nara, Lu Shi, stop. Do you really want to fight us to the death? If you stop the killing now, we will retreat." But there was still no response, and all he could do was wait. As the black smoke dissipated, it revealed the bodies of Sunagakure ninjas. Everyone looked on. "Nara, Lu Shi, do you want to go to war with us, Sunagakure?" Hearing Maki's words, Lu Shi coldly replied, "Aren't we already at war? Or do you think this is the Chunin exam?" "You." Maki pointed at Lu Shi, unable to say a word. Indeed, what they were doing was practically the same as going to war. Lu Shi didn't waste any words and directly summoned all the shadow ninjas back to his side, commanding the shadow army to attack Maki together. Maki was being pushed back relentlessly, and Lu Shi jumped down from the rooftop, shaking the blood off his short knife before sheathing it again. Maki couldn't hold on much longer. The shadow army was wearing him down. The battles in other areas were also reaching their conclusions. I have to say, fighting in the black smoke was exhilarating. Even elite ninjas were no match for Lu Shi in that smoke. At that moment, someone shouted, "Lu Shi, stop the attack. Do you want to provoke a war between Konoha and Sunagakure?" Didn't you just say that? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Shi retorted. But then he realized it was a woman's voice. When Lu Shi turned around, he saw Xiao Chun running over. As soon as he reached Lu Shi, he pointed at him and said, "You need to stop attacking. What are you?" My hand." Lu Shi directly cut off the hand of Zhuangqin Xiaochun with one stroke. Last time it was just her finger, but it was reattached. This time, it was a clean cut from her wrist. Without looking back, he just walked away, too lazy to waste words with that old woman. During the battle, she was nowhere to be seen, and now she comes out pointing fingers, really thinking it's still their Konoha F4's world. "Xiaochun, wait for me. Why are you running so fast?" Shui Humanyan, who ran up to Zhuangqin Xiaochun, was confused. Her fingers had just been reattached, and now her hand was gone again. With no other choice, he had to pick up Zhuangqin Xiaochun's hand and support her as they walked toward the Konoha hospital. Shield of Shikaku. Hearing the voice, Lu Shi, who was walking ahead, stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. A massive sand shield blocked the fatal blow from the shadow warrior aimed at Maki. Lu Shi helplessly smiled and then walked towards Maki, who at this point no longer resembled a human, having even lost an arm. "Gaara, I'll let you go because you are a pitiful person. Do you really think I dare not kill you?" As he spoke, dark energy spread, and when the sand shield came into contact with it, it immediately collapsed like quicksand and fell to the ground. "Lu Shi, we of the Sand Village have lost. I hope you can spare Maki. He is very important to our village." At this moment, 4 people emerged from behind the sand shield, and the one speaking was Temari. "Gaara clearly hasn't recovered. He looked half dead." "Sigh. All right. Since he is important, then it's 200 million. Deliver it to me within a month, or I will personally take his life, and you, Temari." He pointed at Temari, saying, "My patience with you is also limited. If it weren't for my brother saying he likes you, I would kill you too." Dear Time retracted the ability of the dark fruit, turned around, and left, thinking to himself, "Brother, this is all I can do for you." Shimura, Kinkaro, and Gaara all looked towards Shimura at the same time. After releasing Gaara, Shikamaru arrived at the location of the CH-9 exams. There were many people gathered here, and at that moment, Shikamaru heard a very familiar voice. Lu Shi stepped forward and saw Naruto kneeling alone in front of Sarutobi Hizashi's corpse, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. The sight of his heart-wrenching grief was truly heartbreaking. Although Lu Shi felt that Sarutobi Hizashi had many complex and even unsavory aspects, it was undeniable that for Naruto, this Hokage had undoubtedly been one of the few rays of warmth during his childhood. Even if that care was merely a facade, it was still a precious existence for the young and lonely Naruto at that time. Therefore, Lu Shi couldn't bear to shatter this beauty, nor did he want to easily destroy the deep impression Sarutobi Hizashi had left in Naruto's heart. Now that the man was dead, let him retain his last shred of dignity. The main focus now was to persuade Naruto. Sarutobi Hizashi was dead, so they needed to comfort Naruto quickly. Just as Lu Shi was pondering how to persuade Naruto, the originally heartbroken Naruto seemed to sense someone approaching. He suddenly raised his head and, through his tear-filled eyes, saw Lu Shi's figure. In an instant, Naruto lunged at Lu Shi as if grasping at a lifeline, tightly hugging him and crying out loud. Amidst his sobs, Naruto incoherently cried, "Big brother, Grandpa Hokage. He is dead." Looking at the inconsolable Naruto in his arms, Lu Shi felt a pang of heartache surge within him. He gently reached out his hand, softly patting Naruto's back in an attempt to offer some comfort to the poor child. At the same time, Lu Shi spoke softly, "Naruto, don't be too sad. You must understand that as Hokage, one must stand up without hesitation in the face of danger." The third Hokage did just that. He paid the ultimate price with his life, perfectly embodying what it means to carry the will of fire. His actions are worth learning from for all of us. Now, stop crying. Let us give the Hokage a proper burial. Keeping the body here is also a sign of disrespect to the deceased. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Naruto felt a little better, while Sarutobi Hizashi cast a grateful glance at Lu Shi, as he was genuinely afraid that Lu Shi would say something embarrassing about the old man at this moment. After all, Asuma also felt that the old man's actions were shameful, but Lu Shi was still considerate and preserved the last shred of dignity for him. 3 days later, Sarutobi Hizashi was buried, and all the high-ranking officials of Konoha attended, regardless of how many mistakes Sarutobi Hizashi had made in the past. Most people were still willing to send him off on his final journey. After the ceremony concluded, everyone left, and just as Lu Shi took a few steps, he was called by Sarutobi Hizashi. "Lu Shi, thank you for your words that day. I know the old man had." Lu Shi raised his hand to interrupt Asuma's words and said, All right, Asuma-sensei, the third Hokage indeed had some thoughts about me, but he didn't really harm me, and I'm not a petty person. After all, the third sacrificed for the village and deserves respect. After patting Sarutobi Asuma on the arm, Lucier left, then listened as Asuma spoke to the tombstone. Old man, when did you start being unable to tolerate others? That afternoon, Lucier was summoned by the daimyo to the Hokage's office. By the time he arrived, many people were already there. Upon seeing Lucier enter, the daimyo immediately said, "Little Lucier, you're here. Come over. I have something to tell you." Hearing little Lucier in the daimyo's voice gave Lucier goosebumps, as if he needed to kill a few people to shake it off. However, he still approached the daimyo respectfully and asked, "Daimyo, what do you need from me?" The daimyo glanced at the nearby Tinian Koharu and Mito Menyen and slowly said, "Since the third asked Jiraiya to take over the Hokage position before he died, I agreed. But now we don't know where Jiraiya is. I heard that Jiraiya had taken Naruto Uzumaki to find you. But since you and Naruto returned, do you know where Jiraiya is?" Lu Shijin really wanted to give the daimyo a few cuts. The speed at which he spoke could drive someone crazy. Besides, couldn't he just ask where Jiraiya was directly? Why did he have to say so much nonsense? Although he thought this in his heart, he still respectfully said, "I know. Jiraiya is at the daimyo's residence. If needed, I can go bring him back right now." "All right, then go," the daimyo replied. "This time, I'll give you the reward for 2 S-rank missions." The others felt that the daimyo was being extravagant. What kind of reward was just for 2 S-rank missions? It made them all want to go. Tanshin Koharu was about to say no, but the pain in her hand brought her back to reality. Having her finger chopped off once and her hand chopped off the second time, she could see that the blade was getting closer to her head. If they chopped off her head, it really wouldn't be able to be reattached. Lucier rode on Xiaohei and set off as soon as he returned home. By evening, he arrived at Daimyo's residence. Just as he reached the inn where Jiraiya and Tsunade were staying, he found them both sprawled over the table, fast asleep. It seemed they had drunk too much, but he didn't see their little follower. Just as Lucier was about to wake them up, he heard Shizun's voice approaching from a distance. "Tsunade-sama, something's wrong. Konoha is in trouble. There's a fire." Before Shizun could explain what had happened, Lucier's sudden appearance startled her. After she calmed down, Jiraiya and Tsunade groggily opened their eyes. They weren't too surprised to see Lucier, and Tsunade turned to Shizun and asked, "What were you saying? What happened?" Shizun looked at Lucier and said, "Let him explain. I think he came for the news I've heard." "Smart," Lucier said, giving Shizun a thumbs up. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table and said, "What happened? Hurry up and tell me. Since you're here, come with me to the casino later. The third Hokage is dead." In an instant, Jiraiya and Tsunade's minds exploded. They never expected to receive such news. Jiraiya, still somewhat in disbelief, asked, "Lucier, you're not joking with me, are you? I saw the old man not long ago. How could he suddenly be gone?" Orochimaru returned to Konoha, trapped him and the third in the 4 purple flames formation, and summoned the first and second Hokages using Edo Tensei to fight for him, along with the invasion from Sunagakure. By the time we arrived, the third was already dead. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shizun if she has heard this news, but she definitely doesn't know as much as I do. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Shizun. Shizun nodded her head in response. Bam! Tsunade smashed the table in front of her and cursed, "Damn Orochimaru. How dare he desecrate the souls of the dead. If I see you, I'll make sure to break your bones." Jiraiya stood by, stunned. The next morning, the 4 of them set off back to Konoha. On the way, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't speak. However, their faces showed that they were not at peace. This time, Lucier did not return with Xiaohei, but instead sent Xiaohei back to Konoha with the news. Lucier wrote down Jiraiya and Tsunade's return to Konoha on a scroll. They rushed at full speed. To be honest, Lucier was quite tired, but with Xiaohei not around, he had to persevere. The reason Lucier stayed behind was that he was unsure if Orochimaru would come looking for Tsunade, as in the original storyline. At this point, Tsunade still had hemophobia, and although Jiraiya could handle the current Orochimaru, he was too soft-hearted. To hurry back to Konoha, he had to act as a bodyguard for a while. In front of the campfire, each of the 4 ate a soldier pill. At this time, they couldn't be too picky. After eating, they began to recover their chakra, as the day's consumption had been quite large, and they needed to replenish it quickly. The next morning, the 4 continued their journey, and, around noon, Jiraiya raised his right hand, signaling that something was up. Lucier summoned the Shadow Ninjas and instructed them to check ahead. A few minutes later, the Shadow Army returned, handing Lucier a piece of paper that he had taught them to draw whatever they saw. This was because the ordinary shadow army did not have a language system. So Lu Shi taught the ninja army some things, especially drawing. Jiraiya and Tsunade glanced at the content on the paper, and the two exchanged looks, clearly realizing something. Lu Shi also noticed that Orochimaru had come. The few of them slowed their pace and walked towards the open area ahead. Once they exited the forest, they indeed saw Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru looked somewhat disheveled, with his hands wrapped in bandages, and standing next to him was Kabuto. As soon as Jiraiya saw Orochimaru, he wanted to go teach him a lesson, but Tsunade held him back. I didn't expect you to be here too, Jiraiya. It seems I won't be able to get Tsunade to treat me this time, he thought. However, Orochimaru wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Lu Shi, who just wanted to return to Konoha quickly and didn't have time to argue with Orochimaru. What the hell? Knowing you can't defeat us, just scram. Do you want to die here? I may not have been your match before, but now I'm confident I can kill you and extinguish your soul. I don't believe you can resurrect after that. Dark hole technique. A large amount of dark gas surged from Lu Shi's feet and rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru had taught Lu Shi this technique, so he quickly retreated. Seeing Orochimaru backing away, Lu Shi immediately formed hand signs. Upon seeing Lu Shi forming hand signs, Orochimaru stopped retreating and immediately charged forward, leaving Jiraiya and the others stunned. In front, it attracted attention, while behind, it was the exploding but technique. They saw a samurai sword appear from Orochimaru's shadow, while a wooden stick emerged from Kabuto's shadow. Orochimaru had taught Lu Shi this technique, and back then, the one-tailed Shikaku had been stabbed many times. So he barely dodged this strike, but it also made Orochimaru's snake scale stand on end. Kabuto, on the other hand, was not so lucky. The wooden stick hit him right in the heart. It must be said that Kabuto was impressive. Without using chakra, he managed to jump more than 3 meters high, making Lu Shi want to applaud him. The moment Kabuto landed, Orochimaru summoned the 10,000 snakes, revealing them above. Orochimaru, you summoned me. Is the sacrifice ready? I will give it to you. Now hurry and take us away. 10,000 snakes. How could Rushi just let Orochimaru go like that? After showing off, he wants to run away? That makes no sense. The troll soldier grabbed the tail of the 10,000 snakes and started pulling. The 10,000 snakes is very powerful, but such an attack is worrisome. Orochimaru anxiously urged the 10,000 snakes to hurry and run. 10,000 snakes, shake him off quickly and take us away. However, the 10,000 snakes was already blinded by anger. As the mighty 10,000 snakes, when had it ever been bullied like this? It opened its mouth and bit at the troll soldier, while the shadow ninja, not idle either, charged at the 10,000 snakes' massive mouth, covered in explosive tags. Orochimaru wanted to warn them, but it was too late. The 10,000 snakes swallowed the shadow ninja whole, but before it could savor anything, a violent explosion occurred in its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. After the explosion, black smoke billowed from the 10,000 snakes' mouth, but it seemed that such damage had little effect on it. It still wanted to continue attacking. The troll soldier, holding onto the 10,000 snakes' tail, began to spin. A minute later, the 10,000 snakes transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. With the disappearance of the 10,000 snakes, Orochimaru and Kabuto fell to the ground. Without the use of his hands, Orochimaru's combat power had severely declined, and he was now gasping for breath. Just as Rushi was about to continue attacking, Tsunade blocked Rushi and walked towards Orochimaru herself. Lu Shi felt a bit uneasy. He was worried that Orochimaru's techniques of spitting snakes and having snakes spit him back could still be used. He was truly afraid that Orochimaru might pull something on Tsunade. So he threatened, Orochimaru, I advise you not to move recklessly. If Tsunade beats you up, you might still survive, but if I decide to take action, you could really die. I've recently developed a technique that can obliterate souls. Do you want to give it a try? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Orochimaru's little schemes were put away. He really didn't dare to attempt such a technique, and he thought Lu Shi was right. Tsunade wouldn't kill him even if she attacked. But if Lu Shi were to take action with that kid's methods, he might truly end up dead. So Orochimaru struggled to find a way out. Tsunade approached Orochimaru and started beating him up, and Lu Shi felt that Orochimaru's whole being was transformed. No, it was the whole snake. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto, watching Tsunade humiliate Orochimaru, secretly pulled out a dagger from behind. However, before he could fully draw it, a large hand tightly grasped it. What followed was a classic scene reminiscent of Hulk smashing Loki. But unlike Loki, Yakushi Kabuto didn't have that kind of resilience. He was knocked out in 3 blows. During the lively scene, Lucier didn't mind the chaos and even voiced a character for the troll soldier. You're called Pharmacisto. Watching, Jiraiya and Tsunade rolled their eyes at Lucier. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru, get lost. Don't let me see you again. This time, consider it a lesson. Next time, I'll skin you alive and turn your skin into a ninja tool pouch for Lucier. Lucier quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, it's too fishy. I'm fine with the ordinary one. After teaching Orochimaru a lesson, the four continued on their journey. Lucier knew that Tsunade wouldn't kill Orochimaru. After all, they were former comrades, and even if she wanted to, Jiraiya would definitely stop her. It was similar to why Hiruzen Sarutobi could never bring himself to kill Danzo. After decades of friendship, how could he just kill him? 2 days later, the four returned to Konoha. Upon returning, Lucier went home, as the matters that followed were no longer something a mere genin like him could interfere with. Indeed, Lucier was still a genin, and he didn't actually want to become a jonin. Little did he know, being a genin in Konoha was actually an impressive feat. 1 day later, Tsunade ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage, just as in the original storyline. Inside the Hokage office, Lucier exclaimed, "No way, absolutely no way. Nara Lucier, refuse to be a ninja. Even if I jump off the Hokage building, I will never be an assistant to the Hokage. Look at me. Really look at me. I'm still a child. How can you say such cold words with your 37-degree mouths? Is there any justice? Is there any law?" The crowd looked on. With a loud bang, Tsunade slammed her hands on the table in front of her, causing the sturdy wooden surface to tremble violently, as if it couldn't withstand her fury. She glared at Kikuchi with wide eyes, her face flushed with anger, and shouted, "Kikuchi, this is Uncle's decision, and you have no right to oppose it. You must obediently serve as the Hokage's assistant. When you encouraged that brat Naruto to trick me into coming back, why didn't you say this? Now that the situation has come to this, you're telling me this? If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have come back at all." Seeing Tsunade's furious expression, Kikuchi felt bitter inside. He never expected that Tsunade would summon him early in the morning to make him the Hokage's assistant. Was this a joke? He was only 13. If he became the Hokage's assistant, not to mention anything else, other villages would laugh at Konoha. But he immediately came up with an idea. Lucier said with a flattering face, "Lord Hokage, look at me, I'm still a child. If I really become the Hokage's assistant, our Konoha will be laughed at by other villages, saying that we have no one left, letting a child be the Hokage's assistant." Upon hearing Lucier's words, Tsunade seemed to be somewhat swayed. Tsunade's expression was noticed by Lucier, and then Lucier seized the opportunity to continue. "Lord Hokage, how about this? Let Jiraiya be the Hokage's assistant, and I'll assist him. When I am older, I could take over from Jiraiya. This way I also get some time to learn, and it won't make other villages laugh at us. What do you think?" "No, I don't have time. Besides teaching Naruto, I also have to collect materials." Jiraiya was still saying something, but was interrupted by Tsunade. "You, just shut up and listen to Lucier." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya fell silent. Ever since Tsunade was pushed into the Hokage position, her temper had become even more irritable, and he didn't dare to argue with her. Rushi saw that Jiraiya had fallen silent and continued to persuade him. "Lord Hokage, even if you keep me in this position, the others won't accept it. It will affect your authority. If Lord Jiraiya becomes the Hokage's advisor, I believe no one in Konoha will object. I'm doing this for the village." "Tsunade, why does this sound so familiar?" Mito gate on. "Is it something that all Hokage advisors say?" At this moment, Tsunade remained silent, contemplating Rushi's words. After listening to Rushi's explanation, she found it quite reasonable. Then, she slammed her hand on the desk and said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, you'll be the Hokage's advisor, and Rushi will assist you." Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare and said irritably, "You were supposed to be the Hokage, but you pushed that onto me. You think you could just wander around outside after pushing it off? No way, it's settled. I'll announce it shortly." Outside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya complained to Rushi, "Rushi, you're being unreasonable. Can't you just do your job as an advisor? This is a position that many dream of. Why do you want to push it onto me? Do you know how busy I am? Recently, I've had a new idea. I plan to write a sequel to Aika Paradise. Lord Jiraiya, does anyone still read your books? Don't waste paper. You should focus on being a good advisor, and I can guide you to write a great book that will definitely sell well." As soon as Jiraiya heard Rushi's words, his expression changed immediately, going from helplessness to lewdness. "What? You want to write about Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage? Hurry up and write it. I must buy it to read." After Lucier finished speaking, he ran away because he saw Tsunade walking over. Since Jiraiya was also facing away from Tsunade, He didn't realize she was approaching him. Lu Shi's words were meant for Tsunade. At that moment, Jiraiya was still immersed in the joy of publishing his book when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. When he turned around, Jiraiya was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He realized he had been tricked by Lu Shi again. Just as he exited the Hokage building, Jiraiya heard his own miserable scream. In the Nara clan compound, Lu Shi was sitting across from his father, who had a long-lost smile on his face. Lu Shi, I was just thinking about how to give you a hint. I didn't expect you to push for the assistant position yourself. This is great. You really aren't suited for that position right now. And the most important thing is that you pushed Jiraiya up instead. This is good for our Nara clan, and even for the entire village. Father, I've spent some time with Jiraiya. Although it wasn't long, I can tell that he is not like the third Hokage. Only someone like Jiraiya is suitable for high position. We won't have to live cautiously anymore. Once we deal with Danzo and dismiss the 2 members of the Elder Council, Konoha can finally bid farewell to the past. Dearju listened to his son's words and nodded in satisfaction. He thought the same way. However, he still asked, have you thought about how to deal with the Elder Council? You offended Zhuangqin Xiaochun before, and if they are still in power, I'm afraid they will try to sabotage you. Lu Shi listened to his father's words and replied disdainfully, Father, those 2 old fools only dared to act arrogantly because of Sarutobi Hizashi. Now that Sarutobi is dead, it's very simple to deal with them. I'm not bragging. With their intelligence, it's too easy to handle them. However, I don't plan to go all out. Konoha knows I have grievances with that old fool. If I were to kill them, the rest of Konoha would distance themselves from us, thinking that our Nara clan is petty and vengeful. They might even think we're settling personal scores, which would be detrimental to our clan. I just plan to take them down from their positions. That way, even if others know it was me, they won't say much. It's not a life-and-death feud, so there's no need to wipe them out completely. But Danzo must die. At this point, Lu Shi's demeanor changed, becoming sharp and fierce. Of course, Rikuji wouldn't oppose it, as he also despised Danzo. Early the next morning, a major incident occurred in Konoha. The 2 elders, let's talk. Why did Danzo escape right after you met with him? Initially, my second grandfather ordered Danzo to be executed immediately, but you stopped this with the reason that the Hokage had just died and no one was in charge. Now, you just met with Danzo, and immediately afterward, he successfully escaped. Shouldn't you provide me with a reasonable explanation for this matter? Tsunade's expression was grim as she fixed her sharp gaze on the 2 in front of her, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Kazan. Faced with the questioning, Kamachi and Kazan exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. In fact, even they themselves felt confused and bewildered by the current situation. Not long ago, Tsunade had already issued the order for Danzo's execution the next day. So, they felt pity and wanted to see Danzo one last time before the execution. After all, they had worked together for decades, and they wanted to send off their old comrade. However, what no one expected was that shortly after their visit, Danzo had managed to escape without anyone noticing. If they were to say that this matter had nothing to do with them, it would be hard to believe, even for themselves. But the truth was indeed that they truly did not know. At this point, there was no other way. They could only bear the blame for this. Kamachi looked at Tsunade with a worried expression, feeling a mix of emotions. She thought to herself, if the 3rd Hokage were still alive, how could he let them take the blame? However, at this moment, no amount of regret or frustration would help. Everything was too late. Apart from silently accepting their fate, Kamachi could not think of any better way to handle the situation. The only thing they could do was pray that Tsunade would show mercy and not eliminate them completely. Then, Kamachi forced herself to regain her composure and slowly said with her slightly aged and hoarse voice, Tsunade, this incident was indeed due to our negligence, and we feel deeply remorseful about it. I never expected Danzo would dare to escape. No matter how you punish us, we will accept it willingly. Upon hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This old guy is rambling on with grandiose words. Yet, he didn't even mention resigning from the elder position. Since you are unwilling to save face for yourself, let me help you maintain some dignity. After calming her emotions slightly, Tsunade spoke sternly. Considering the severity of your mistakes this time, effective immediately, you are relieved of your duties as elders, and in a few days, a meeting will be held to re-elect the elders. Kamachi and Kazan exchanged glances, their faces showing extreme reluctance. But they knew very well that the current situation was no longer in their control. Despite their unwillingness, they could only grit their teeth and agree. No problem, we agree. Kamachi suppressed her dissatisfaction and tried to make her voice sound calm, then asked, Tsunade, when do you plan to send someone to take over the logistics and medical departments? It will be good for us to prepare in advance. After a moment of thought, Tsunade slowly replied, "How about this? You will continue to manage for 1 month. After a month, I will send someone to take over. However, there are some matters you need to handle well to avoid making things awkward later. I don't need to say more about what those matters are. You should know." "Understood." Kamachi and Kazan replied in unison, their tone unable to hide their disappointment. When the two turned to leave, their steps felt particularly heavy. They knew that after returning, they had to make up for the deficits as quickly as possible. After all, over the years, they had embezzled and accepted bribes in the logistics and medical departments. Although it was painful to hand over their power, as long as they could retain most of their interests and give up a small portion as a compromise, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. However, the following days would likely not be easy. Outside Konoha village, in a dim cave, the once proud and imposing Danzo, who would carry a cane to showcase his authority wherever he went, now lay like a dead dog, weakly sprawled on the cold, damp ground. His face, once filled with arrogance and pride, had twisted into a grotesque expression, and he continuously spat out a series of vicious curses. "That damn Nara brat. I will never let you off easily. You ungrateful brat have no right to treat me this way. Don't forget, I'm the Hokage's advisor, a high-ranking official of Konoha." However, at this moment, Danzo seemed to still be immersed in his past glory, still trying to intimidate Rikuji with his so-called identity and status. Little did he know, the fear he once commanded had long since vanished. Now, he was merely meat on Rikuji's chopping block, to be sliced as he pleased. Standing beside him, Rikuji looked at Danzo, who was performing like a clown, with an expressionless face and a hint of disdain welled up in his heart. Shikamaru ordered the Shadow Ninja to tie up Danzo. Upon receiving the command, the Shadow Ninja immediately secured Danzo tightly to a massive cross. After doing all this, Shikamaru slowly spoke, his tone calm, as if discussing an insignificant matter. "Don't worry, someone will come and take care of you soon. Maybe he will show some mercy and give you a quick death. As for me, to be honest, I have no interest in someone like you, a petty clown. If it weren't for your plan to use Ino to control me, I probably wouldn't even bother to give you a glance." When Danzo heard Shikamaru's words, his murky eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the schemes he had been plotting in secret were already known to Shikamaru. He had only shared this with a few trusted subordinates. So how did Shikamaru find out? However, thinking of Shikamaru's abilities, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, the Shadow Ninja was too mysterious, so it wasn't surprising that he knew about his plans. With that thought, Danzo seemed to resign himself to his fate, lowering his head. Now that his chakra was sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person, and it seemed he was destined to die here today. But he was truly unwilling. He hadn't even become Hokage yet, and he didn't want to die. Seeing that the person hadn't arrived yet, Shikamaru took the initiative to speak to Danzo. "Danzo, you might not know this, but on the day of the Uchiha massacre, it was I who ordered the Shadow Ninja to destroy all the Sharingan. I thought you didn't deserve it. Why should the Uchiha massacre benefit you? I was particularly curious about what your expression would be if all your plans ended up in vain. You evil little brat. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go." Danzo wanted to curse, but just then, a troll soldier gave him a big slap to the face, distorting his features, causing Danzo to quiet down. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. The footsteps grew closer, and soon Shikamaru could see the visitor. It was the last Uchiha, the king of the ninja world, the wielder of the Rinnegan, Sasuke. "Shikamaru, why did you call me here?" "I'm very busy," Sasuke complained with an impatient expression. Just an hour ago, Shikamaru's Shadow Ninja had suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke and handed him a note. The note clearly stated that Sasuke should come to this place to meet him, also mentioning that there would be a surprise. Sasuke didn't think much of it and stopped his training to come. Although Shikamaru often gave him some unpleasant nicknames, especially the second pillar, Sasuke didn't actually dislike him. Given his understanding of Shikamaru, he figured that Shikamaru wouldn't do anything to him, so he came. Therefore, when he saw Shikamaru, he couldn't wait to ask what was going on. However, just as he began to ask, his gaze suddenly swept to the side and landed on the figure on the rack, leaving him stunned. It was Danzo. This sudden discovery struck him like a thunderclap in his mind, instantly choking the words he was about to say in his throat. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at that familiar, yet detestable face, momentarily unsure of how to react. When Lu Shur saw Sasuke's eyes fixed on Danzo, he opened his mouth to explain to Sasuke, "Sasuke, here's the situation. That guy Danzo escaped from prison. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and caught him again. At first, I thought it was a small matter and didn't want to disturb Lord Hokage. After all, Lord Hokage has just taken office and is really busy. Initially, I considered just killing him to end it all. But then I thought, you have a grudge against this old man for the massacre of your clan. So, I changed my mind and decided not to kill him right away, but to call you here so you can deal with this enemy yourself. Haven't you always been wanting to take revenge on Itachi? In fact, the Uchiha massacre was planned by him and Itachi together. You can't defeat Itachi right now. So start with this old guy. Go ahead and torment him well. When he's dead, it will count as half your revenge. Now, this old man is in your hands, so make sure he doesn't die too easily. After hearing Lu Shi's words, Sasuke was instantly filled with rage. His eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and without hesitation, he reached for the long knife at Lu Shi's waist. As soon as Lu saw the situation, he hurriedly covered the handle of the knife. Don't be impulsive, Sasuke. This won't do, that's a smoke knife. If you use that, Konoha will come after us. Come on, let go, behave now, good boy, let go. I've already prepared something for you. After saying this, he forcefully took the smoke knife back from Sasuke and quickly put it away. Then, without rushing, he took out a rusty tetanus blade from the shadows and handed it to Sasuke. After receiving the knife, Sasuke charged in front of Danzo without any hesitation. With a click, the knife was firmly lodged in Danzo's right arm. Sasuke slashed down more than 10 times before finally severing Danzo's right arm, blood splattering everywhere. The intense pain caused Danzo to let out a piercing scream, the sound echoing through the entire cave like the cries of a slaughtered pig. Deer instructed the shadow ninjas beside him to quickly remove the protective arm guard worn on Danzo's right arm. After the arm guard was taken off, Sasuke discovered that on Danzo's right arm, which was covered in gruesome scars, were actually embedded 3 Sharingan. Lu Shi waved to Danzo's severed arm in front of Sasuke for a moment, then coldly said, "Do you see this? This is the true reason why Danzo wanted to eradicate your Uchiha clan. Doesn't it seem particularly absurd and ridiculous? Just because he wanted your Uchiha Sharingan, he didn't hesitate to kill and wipe out an entire family. It's truly insane to the extreme. All right, you continue. But remember, be a little gentler and slower when you strike. At the pace you were chopping just now, Danzo would probably be dead after just a few hits." At that moment, Danzo was exuding an incredibly weak aura, as if he were a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Lu Shi instructed the shadow ninja to bring over the ginseng soup that had been prepared in advance. The shadow ninja quickly pulled out a pot from shadows, filled with rich, aromatic soup. This ginseng soup was specially prepared for Danzo by Lu Shi. After all, the Nara clan has always been responsible for medicinal herbs in Konoha, so getting a pot of ginseng soup was extremely easy for Lu Shi. The shadow ninja swiftly poured the ginseng soup into Danzo's mouth, and Sasuke couldn't help but curiously ask, "What is that?" Lu Shi smiled slightly and explained, "This is ginseng soup. It can temporarily prolong Danzo's life. I'm worried he might die too quickly and affect your sense of revenge, so I specifically prepared some. With this, he won't die for a while. Now you can continue." After hearing Lu Shi's words, a fierce look flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he raised the Tetsuzan blade in his hand and struck down hard at Danzo. However, unexpectedly, Sasuke didn't chop directly like most would. Instead, he chose an extremely cruel method, slowly and precisely cutting Danzo's body at a pace of 1 centimeter per cut. As Sasuke continued his actions, Danzo first fainted from the intense pain, but soon he was painfully awakened. His eyes widened, nearly bursting from their sockets. His face twisted in agony, and he let out muffled whimpers. However, Danzo's jaw had been dislocated by the giant troll soldier, making it impossible for him to express his anger and fear with coherent words. The next scene made Lu Shi unable to help but exclaim, "Sasuke, you really know how to play with creativity, to come up with such a torturous method, though it fits his deserved fate." Sasuke ran outside to find a few dry branches, and then he set them ablaze right under Danzo's feet. Danzo was still wailing. Perhaps he never expected that after a lifetime of tyranny, he would end up being burned alive. With flames below and shadow ninjas above feeding him ginseng soup, Danzo was now too drained to curse, wishing only for a swift death. Meanwhile, Sasuke, crying, said, "Itachi, you're next. I will burn you alive." At this moment, Sasuke had turned into a complete mess of tears. Roshi patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, "Later, take Danzo's ashes back and put them in your family's septic tank. Then plant 2 trees in front of your parents' graves, and use Danzo's ashes to nourish the trees. Didn't he always say that the roots nourish Konoha? Let's help him realize this wish." Sasuke looked at Roshi in horror, suddenly feeling that compared to Roshi, he seemed much more merciful. Lu Shi is really ruthless. In the evening, inside the Hokage office, Three pairs of large eyes like bronze bells stared at Lu Shi without blinking, as if they wanted to see right through him. The situation was like this. In the end, I let Sasuke take Danzo's ashes back to his home. After saying this with a straight face, Lu Shi shrugged, indicating that he had just done something quite ordinary. However, as soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, the three people present seemed to be hit by a cold wind, and they all involuntarily shivered. They were clearly shocked by the scene described by Lu Shi and were momentarily at a loss for words. The first to break the silence was Jiraiya, who stammered, "Lu Shi, you are too ruthless. Even Danzo's ashes are not spared." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi first cast a faint glance at Jiraiya, then replied irritably, "Lord Advisor, it's good that you have compassion, but please don't misuse your kind heart. Compassion should be directed towards the right subjects. Someone like Danzo can no longer be considered a normal human, so it's best if you keep your sympathy to yourself. There are plenty of people in Konoha who truly need your compassion and help." Hearing Lu Shi's unrelenting words, Jiraiya couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression, yet he found himself unable to refute it. After all, everyone was clear about Danzo's actions, and the prison break incident was actually Lu Shi and Tsunade's idea, effectively allowing them to execute Danzo and regain power from the Elder Council, killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Tsunade said, "All right, since Danzo is already dead, and in such a manner, it fits his usual style, let's not mention him anymore. Lu Shi, the reason I called you here today is that I have an important task to assign to you. Jiraiya doesn't currently need your assistance. From now on, come help me in the Umbu. I have decided to appoint you as the deputy head of the Umbu, and I hope you can help me manage it well." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Shi's previously calm face instantly turned to one of shock. He widened his eyes and hurriedly spoke, "Lord Hokage, please don't joke around. I'm really just a kid. I can't even take care of myself. How could I possibly be a deputy head? Just spare me. I'll take on more missions, However, before Lu Shi could finish his sentence, Tsunade interrupted him firmly. With her arms crossed and a serious expression, Tsunade looked at Lu Shi and said in a deep voice, "Lu Shi, you've used that excuse before, and it won't work this time. My mind is made up. Starting tomorrow, you will officially take up the position of the Umbu's leader. You must understand that the Umbu is currently a chaotic mix of people, with spies from the Elder Council and individuals placed by various clans. Often, news travels faster to those people than to the Hokage's office. This situation cannot continue any longer. Therefore, I order you to completely reorganize the Umbu within a month and resolve all existing issues, ensuring that similar situations do not occur again." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his face showing a look of helplessness. But he quickly replied, "Since Lord Hokage trusts me so much, then fine. Actually, it won't even take a month. I guarantee that in no more than 3 days, I will be able to clean up the Umbu thoroughly. 3 days later, I promise the entire Umbu will only listen to you." Hearing Lu Shi's assurance, Tsunade finally revealed a smile, nodded slightly, and then said, "Jiraiya, I need you to conduct a comprehensive survey of the current situation concerning the Konoha ninjas. I have discovered that there are serious issues with our Konoha villages accounts, with a substantial amount of funds having unclear destinations. Moreover, what is even more infuriating is that those two old geezers from the former Elder Council have completely shifted all the blame onto the old man. They really are the old man's good comrades." The words "good comrades" were spoken by Tsunade through gritted teeth. Jiraiya nodded gravely in response. "This matter is indeed quite tricky. It will be extremely difficult to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of these funds, since they are intent on concealing the truth. We might as well focus our efforts on the survey of the ninjas for now. As for those accounts, I estimate that someone will eventually be unable to hold back and come forward. You just need to keep the financial department under your control." Tsunade and Jiraiya turned their heads in unison to look at Lu Shi, their eyes showing a hint of inquiry. Lu Shi nodded, indicating his agreement with Jiraiya's view. Seeing this, Tsunade pondered for a moment before adding, "Lu Shi, remember to notify your father to come to see me tomorrow. I plan to have him continue serving as the leader of the Jainin class. I don't know what the old man is thinking. Always wanted to keep all the power in his hands. Isn't he afraid of exhausting himself?" When Lu arrived home, it was already very late. His mother was asleep, and only his father was still waiting for him in the living room. Lu Shi sat down opposite his father. He reached out to pick up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and then took a gentle sip. After a brief pause, he asked, "Is Mom asleep?" Rika nodded and replied softly, "Yes, she has taken a break." "How did things go returning so late today? Have everything been handled properly with Danzo?" Lucier put down the teacup in his hand, a slight smile of confidence appearing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Don't worry, old man. Everything is taken care of. Moreover, this time the approach is quite environmentally friendly and leaves no hidden dangers." Then Lucier adjusted his sitting posture slightly and continued, "Oh, by the way, there's another piece of news I need to tell you. The Hokage has appointed me as the deputy minister of the Umbu. Also, she has returned the authority of the Jane Nin class leader to you and asked you to visit her in the Hokage office tomorrow." Riku had no emotional reaction to the news, just nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. It's getting late, so you should head back to your room and rest. We'll go to the Hokage's office together tomorrow." Lucier nodded, stood up and said, "I understand, father. I'm really a bit tired today, so I'm going to sleep now. Don't stay up too late. Remember to rest early." After saying that, he waved goodbye to his father and turned to walk towards his room. Watching his son leave, Lucio felt a mix of emotions and pride in his heart. The next morning, Lucier followed his father to the Hokage's office. His father chatted with Tsunade for over an hour before leaving. After his father left, Lucier approached the desk and said, "Hokage-sama, I need you to issue 12 B-rank missions, and I will take care of the content of the missions." Upon hearing Lucier's words, Tsunade casually took out 12 mission forms, filled them out, and handed them to Lucier. As she handed them over, Tsunade asked casually, "What do you need so many mission forms for? Do you need my help?" Deer shrugged and replied helplessly, "I don't want to either, but I don't know how many people and how many ghosts are in the dark department right now, so I can't use them. Cleaning up the dark department isn't the same as purging it. It can't involve bloodshed. But in order to help you clean up the dark department as soon as possible, we can only use some special methods." Tsunade nodded in agreement and added, "Dear, I originally wanted to remind you to avoid bloodshed during the investigation. Since you've already considered this, I feel relieved. I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. Is it really necessary to worry?" Shika teased Tsunade a couple of times before taking the mission list and heading to the Umbu. At this time, the Umbu were all waiting for the arrival of their new boss. In fact, they were not particularly unfamiliar with Shika, as he had spent some time in the Umbu himself. Around 9 in the morning, Shika arrived at the Umbu, and everyone greeted him warmly. Lushidu responded one by one. 10 minutes later, Lucier arrived at his office. At that moment, a purple-haired female ninja walked in, slightly bowed to Lucier, and said, "Deputy Minister, my name is Yu Eshien. A few team leaders asked me to come in and ask if there are any special arrangements." Lucier found this woman somewhat familiar, especially her purple hair. Suddenly, he remembered the person who took him to choose a mask that day. He pointed at Yuzuki Yuin and asked, "Are you the one who took me to choose the mask before?" Yuzuki Yuin nodded, which was her way of responding to Lucier. Lu felt that this woman was not very talkative, but it seemed that her lover had just died. He particularly wanted to say to the moonlight and the swift wind, "You can rest assured and go. Your wife, I will take care of." However, this was just a thought. He had no plans to take a harem. Lucier stood up from his chair and said, "Notify all the team leaders and squad leaders to gather in the conference room." "Okay, Deputy Minister." After Mitsuki Yuin left, Lucier considered how to make the upcoming plan go more smoothly. Half an hour later, in the conference room, many people had arrived. Lucier pushed the door open and walked in. When everyone saw Lucier enter, they all stood up. Lucier pressed his hands down to signal everyone to sit down. When Lucier arrived at the front of the seat, he got straight to the point and said, "Everyone, I've also been in the Umbu for a while, so I'm not particularly unfamiliar with it. Some of you might think I'm young and feel unconvinced, which is normal, and I don't mind it. If you can get the Hokage to revoke my position, I would really appreciate it." Ha ha. Everyone was amused by Lucier's words. After the laughter subsided, Lucier continued, "Now that we've had our laugh, I want to talk about something serious. In a week, there will be a major operation in the village, and my requirement is that everyone without a mission must participate. As for what the mission is, I will inform you before it starts. That's all I have to say. Does anyone have anything to add?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one seemed inclined to speak. Since there's nothing, the meeting is adjourned. After the meeting, Lucier found Naruto. "Naruto, go gather everyone and just say I need to talk to them." As soon as Naruto heard his brother say this, he immediately ran off to find people, and they agreed to meet at Naruto's house. Actually, it would be more convenient to use shadow ninjas to find people, but might be a bit impolite. Who knows where they might pop up from and scare someone. So let's put Naruto to work. Lucier felt that Naruto's house was a bit messy, so he had the shadow ninja clean it up from top to bottom. Half an hour later, Naruto returned, but he could hardly believe his eyes. Muttering to himself, "Is this really my house? It's so clean." Seeing Naruto's expression, Lucier patted him and said, "Wake up, this is your house. Don't be dazed. How did it go with the task I asked you to handle? Hearing Luciur's words, Naruto remembered the important matter and smiled as he said, Don't worry, big brother. I've notified everyone. Because of Grandpa Third's situation, no one has been on missions, so I found them quickly. Watching Naruto boast, Luciur patted Naruto's head. Soon, everyone arrived. Naruto's house wasn't big, and with so many people, it felt a bit crowded. They were also curious about why Luciur had called them here. Once everyone was gathered, Luciur didn't hesitate, took out the 12 mission forms, handed them to everyone, and said, I am now the Vice Minister of the Umbu, and these missions are... Luciur is amazing. My big brother is so impressive. What hassle. Upon hearing that Luciur had become the Vice Minister of the Umbu, everyone began to discuss. Putting the mission aside, only a few, like Niji, Lee, Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru, were still thinking about the missions. Luciur clapped his hands, making a sound that drew everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Luciur continued, Everyone will talk about the Vice Minister matter later. Right now, look at the mission forms. This is the real reason I called you here. Everyone glanced at the mission forms and found that they didn't list any tasks, only instructing them to listen to Luciur's arrangements. They looked at Luciur in confusion, wanting to know what this mission was. Once the mood was settled, Luciur began to announce today's mission. Everyone, Lord Hokage has given me a secret mission. However, I can't complete it alone, which is why I called you here. Due to Grandpa Third's sacrifice, some families are getting restless, especially those with people in the Umbu who are always leaking information. So I've devised a plan. I need you to help me keep an eye on those people for a day and a night. The mission will start tomorrow. What do you think? Do you want to take this mission? This operation is entirely voluntary. Everyone considered it for a moment and all agreed. Then Luciur assigned the tasks, and, after that, treated everyone to a barbecue. When he returned home, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and the older generation of Inoshikacho were all there. Seeing Luciur return, Akimichi Choza couldn't wait to ask, Luciur, what did you secretly gather us for? Luciur came to the living room and gestured for everyone to sit down before taking a seat himself. He explained to everyone, Lord Hokage asked me to investigate the spies from various clans in the Umbu. However, I have no one on hand, so I can only ask you, teachers and elders, for help. Shikamaru muttered dissatisfiedly. Did you not come looking for us? How come I understand that you're going to use the scheme you mentioned? Luciur gave his brother a thumbs up and said, That's right. How can your little skills compare to those of the Umbu? This is a killer move, and it's also to avoid bloodshed. Although these people are quite irritating, their crimes do not warrant death. All right, let me explain the plan to everyone. The next morning, Luciur arrived at the Umbu and said to the busy Yuzuki Yuin, Yuzuki Yuin, notify all Umbu ninjas who are not on missions to come for a task. Understood, Deputy Minister. After Yuzuki Yuin left, Luciur began to think about the next actions. Half an hour later, he said, Everyone, for certain reasons, the previous mission has been moved up. Please inform your subordinates that they are not allowed to go anywhere today and must remain on standby in the Umbu. As for the timing of the operation, I will inform you after I discuss it with the Hokage. Luciur thought for a moment and then added, Previously, we found quite a lot of poison from the root. Before the operation, each of you must poison your weapons. If some old guys accidentally touch it, that's just their bad luck. The few managers in the Umbu felt a bit frightened, thinking, Isn't this too ruthless? Who exactly are we targeting? The entire Umbu is mobilized. Although they thought this, no one spoke it out loud. After everyone left, Luciur called in Ugetsu Shien, gave a few instructions, and then went to find Tsunade. In the Hokage office. Luciur, you're too sinister. I bet someone is getting anxious right now. Lord Jiraiya, this isn't sinister, it's strategy. Someone with your IQ would find it hard to understand my thinking. Just wait and see the show. Tsunade listened to Luciur's conversation with Jiraiya without speaking, focusing on handling documents. Meanwhile, the Konoha 12 had already started their actions. Luciur's task for them was to accurately record everyone who left the Umbu. However, given their abilities, there would definitely be some who slipped through the cracks. But that was fine. This was just the first step. The real trump card was yet to come. The reason for bringing in the Konoha 12 was to let them train a bit and confuse those people with the tasks they had previously completed. In Luciur's view, those previous tasks were too childish. It was time for them to see what a real ninja was like. In the Umbu, Ugetsu Shien walked in with some bottles and jars. At this moment, some people asked her what those things were. Did your captain not tell you? Everyone shook their heads. Seeing them shake their heads, Ugetsu Shien said, This is highly toxic, prepared at the request of the deputy minister. As for the rest, I don't know. After saying that, Ugetsu Shien left, leaving the Umbu members looking at each other, all pondering the matter of the deadly poison. Now the Umbu members were gathered together, and there were quite a few of them, making the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. However, some people began to have different thoughts. In the Hokage office, Lu Shi was sleeping soundly on the sofa, which he had suggested be set up. The original Hokage office was really a mess, just one chair for the Hokage, not even a place to sit. No matter how long the discussion lasted, one had to stand while talking to the Hokage. One couldn't help but wonder what Sarutobi Hizashi was thinking, relying on this way to showcase his authority as Hokage. In the evening, Tsunade could no longer hold back and kicked Lu Shi in the butt. "You bastard, wake up quickly. You've been sleeping all day. What stage is your plan at? Why aren't you anxious?" Awakened by Tsunade's kick, Lu Shi rubbed his eyes and lazily looked at the sky, saying, "It's just begun. Why are you so anxious? But I do need to check on the Umbu. I need to give them some strong medicine." After saying that, Lu Shi stood up from the sofa and walked outside. In the Umbu, the atmosphere was now terrifyingly oppressive, and everyone felt that this matter was quite serious. Just then Lu Shi walked in, and everyone immediately stood up to salute. Seeing their expressions, Lu Shi felt the timing was right, then said to everyone, "Are you anxious? We can only act in the second half of the night, so there's no need to hurry. Soon, I'll have Yujutsu Shien distribute the poison to you. Everyone executing tasks today must poison their weapons. But be careful. Don't accidentally injure yourself or your teammates." Lu Shi's words caused an uproar in everyone's hearts. What kind of task was this? They actually had to poison their weapons. However, everyone tacitly chose not to ask further. "All right, use the remaining time to rest quickly. I'll call you later." After giving out the strong medicine, Lu Shi hurried back to the Hokage office. When he pushed the door open, he saw Tsunade scolding Jiraiya, who was standing there with his head down like a child caught making a mistake, while Tsunade had her hands on her hips, looking furious. From Tsunade's words, Lu Shi roughly understood the situation. It turned out that Jiraiya had actually suggested that Konoha set up several open-air hot springs, which had infuriated Tsunade. At that moment, Lu Shi's appearance interrupted Tsunade's scolding, indirectly saving Jiraiya this time. As soon as Tsunade saw Lu Shi walk in, she temporarily let Jiraiya off the hook and turned her attention to Lu Shi, asking, "How's the progress on your side? Can we really wrap this up smoothly by tomorrow morning? I wouldn't want to make things worse. That would be hard to handle and would also affect your authority as deputy minister." Lu Shi walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. However, he did not immediately respond to Tsunade's question. Instead, he turned his gaze to the blushing Jiraiya beside him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he said teasingly, "Lord Jiraiya really has a good interest. This outdoor hot spring must have been built especially for you." Hearing Lu Shi's teasing, Jiraiya's face instantly turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple. He secretly muttered to himself, "Is my intention really that obvious?" Even Lu Shi saw right through it. Ignoring Jiraiya's awkwardness, Lu Shi continued, "Lord Jiraiya, since you have such high spirits, why not go find Kakashi? He is short on manpower over there. If you help me with this, I will take care of the outdoor hot spring for you. What do you think? Why are you still jumping out of the window?" Jiraiya replied while running, "Leave this to me, and I'll leave the outdoor hot spring matter to you." Tsunade, listening to their conversation, had veins popping out on her forehead and shouted at Lu Shi, "Give up on that thought. I will not agree." Rushi revealed a mischievous smile and said to Tsunade, "Hokage-sama, I only agreed to Jiraiya's outdoor hot spring plan, but I never said it would only be women in the hot spring. Do you think Jiraiya would sneak a peek at a bunch of old men?" Tsunade laughed for a moment in the Hokage office. "Ha ha ha, Rushi, you're too naughty. I really want to see Jiraiya's reaction when he sees a bunch of old men." After having a meal with Tsunade, Rushi started to sleep again because he wouldn't be needed for the next events. The next morning, Rushi was awakened by a knock on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up on the sofa in the Hokage office. He had spent a sleepless night there. Although the sofa in the office wasn't very comfortable, Rushi still dozed off on it throughout the night. He yawned, stretched, and muttered to himself, "It's really uncomfortable to sleep here. It seems I need to sleep at home." Just then, Kakashi walked in through the door. Seeing Rushi sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "We worked all night, and you, on the other hand, slept in the Hokage office." However, Kakashi didn't voice his thoughts. He simply said to Rushi, "Everyone is in the meeting room. Hokage-sama has already gone there, and I came to get you." Lu Shi rubbed his face to refresh himself a bit, then stood up and said to Kakashi, "Let's go. Let's check on those old guys." After saying that, he followed Kakashi out of the Hokage office and headed to the meeting room. When Lu Shi arrived at the conference room, there were already 20 to 30 people gathered inside. There were members of the Dark Division, as well as some clan elders, including 2 former elders. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, and everyone was whispering, discussing why they had been brought here. Lucier walked into the conference room, scanned the surroundings, and then sat down next to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Lucier and said, "Lucier, why don't you go ahead? I think some people can't wait any longer." Lu nodded, glanced around the people in the conference room, and then slowly spoke. "Why are you staging a coup? Has Konoha done anything to wrong you?" When Lucier's words fell into the ears of the crowd, it was no less than a thunderclap. They never expected Lucier to say such a thing. It was pure slander. The meeting room was instantly in an uproar, with people whispering and discussing among themselves. How could they dare to stage a coup? Faced with Lucier's questioning, Mizuho no Yen was the first to stand up. He looked troubled and explained, "Lucier, we are not staging a coup. Please don't slander us. We have dedicated our lives to the village. How could we possibly stage a coup? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here?" Upon hearing Mizuho no Yen's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, indicating that they thought the same way. Lucier chuckled and then asked, "Misunderstanding. Since you all think there's a misunderstanding here, let me explain the situation, and then we can discuss the misunderstanding." After saying this, Lucier stood up, took out a document, and read, "2 days ago, we received intelligence from Sunagakure, saying they wanted to continue ambushing us in Konoha. So the Hokage asked me to gather the Umbu to intercept them outside the village. I was on guard outside the village yesterday, but when dawn came, I didn't see anyone from Sunagakure." The crowd responded, "If you clean the smudges from the corner of your eye, I might believe your nonsense." At this point, everyone understood what was going on. Clearly, they had been plotted against by the Hokage, but since they were in the wrong first, they didn't dare to say anything. Ignoring the crowd's thoughts, Lucier continued, "However, when I returned, I found that many Umbu were missing. After inquiring, I learned that these people had sneaked away in the middle of the night, and some had returned after running away." With a loud bang, Lucier slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily and shouting, "Do you have any secret collusion with Sunagakure? Are you planning to launch a coup while Sunagakure attacks Konoha? Otherwise, why would the ninjas from your families leave the team during an important mission? Today, someone must stand up and give me a reasonable explanation." Another loud bang followed, as Truk Haru also slammed her hand on the table, then shouted, "Look at the dust on this table. It's simply outrageous. How can we hold a meeting in such an environment?" However, after saying this, she quickly sat back down. The crowd looked at Truk Haru with strange expressions, thinking, has this old woman lost her mind? Is now the time to talk about dust? Truk Haru felt her face burning from the stares. She had intended to give Lucier a lecture, but regretted it the moment she slammed the table. Lucier was no pushover. Moreover, it was clear that Lucier was there to deal with them today. She didn't want to be the scapegoat. So, in a moment of quick thinking, she mentioned the table not being clean to cover up her actions. Ignoring Truk Haru, Lucier continued, "The Umbu have become increasingly undisciplined, actually taking action against the village at this time. It hurts my heart." After saying this, he pretended to wipe non-existent tears. "Kakashi-sensei, you've been in the Umbu longer than I have. What do you think should be the punishment for leaving the team during a mission?" At that moment, Kakashi's deadpan eyes were fixed on the white paper in Lucier's hand, thinking, how does Lucier say so much just by looking at that white paper? Has he awakened some specialized technique? The document can only be seen by him. When Kakashi heard Lucier's question, he immediately replied, "Umbu members who leave the team during a mission will be treated as betraying the village." Instantly, all the Umbu members present were stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. They never expected that merely going home to relay a message would suddenly label them as traitors. They had done similar things before, but no one had ever called them traitors. Just then, a member of the Umbu wearing a pig mask stepped forward, emotionally shouting, "I refuse to accept this. I did not betray the village. I just went home to deliver a message. You can't slander me as a traitor." The speaker was a subordinate of Mito Menyen. At that moment, Mito Menyen was so angry he could bite his teeth, cursing inwardly. Is this guy out of his mind? This was originally just an excuse to punish you all. How could you be so stupid to say the truth? Now, we don't even have any excuse to defend ourselves. Upon hearing the words of that Umbu, Lucier did not show any anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, revealing a faint smile. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. He quietly watched Mito Menyen. And although Lucier was smiling, Mito Menyen felt a chill run down his spine, making him feel a shiver and his scalp tingle. At that moment, Tsunade stood up. Tsunade rose from her chair, scanned the group, and coldly said, "Given the serious losses your families have caused Konoha this time, I have decided." Tsunade paused here, looking at everyone's reactions. These people had no reactions left. They all stared at Tsunade as if they were criminals awaiting their final judgment. To dismiss all personnel from your families in the Umbu. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't go for complete annihilation. Dismissing them was better than losing their lives. They were truly afraid that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan would happen to their own families. Just as everyone was relieved, Tsunade spoke again. The selection of the remaining Umbu personnel will be handled by Nara Lushur, and within 3 years, your family's mission quota will double. Any objections? They didn't dare to have any objections. Being able to live was already good enough. Thus, these old geezers all agreed to Tsunade's punishment. After dealing with these people, everyone went home. Lushur also wanted to go home. He and T slept well last night, and he wanted to catch up on sleep. However, this wish was destined to be unfulfilled. After leaving the conference room, Lushur was pulled into the Hokage's office by Tsunade. Lushur, you handled this matter very well. Once the issues with the Umbu are resolved, go help Jiraiya. In a few years, you will take over for him, so he doesn't keep bothering me. Rika didn't have much to say. After all, the Umbu were all managed by the Hokage, so there was no need for him to be a middleman. He could easily skip work if he followed Jiraiya. After discussing these matters, Riku left the Hokage building, but not far from there, he saw 2 familiar figures. Lushur quickly wrote a few notes and handed them to the Shadow Ninjas, instructing them to deliver the message. The 2 people in front of him were not something he could handle at the moment. However, Lushur was soon discovered. Itachi glanced over at the alley beside him and said, Lushur, come out. I've known you were there all along. Hearing Itachi's words, Lushur took out his glasses and put them on, as Itachi's Jinjutsu was not something he could deal with. With the glasses on, he would be fine. As Lushur walked out of the alley, he took the initiative to greet Itachi. Itachi, are you back to see your brother? He misses you a lot, and has prepared a lot of surprises for you. Itachi was momentarily taken aback when he heard Sasuke's name, but quickly regained his composure. I have other matters to attend to this time. Are you going to stop me? Beside him, Kisame Hashigaki coldly interjected, Do you need me to kill this little brat? After saying this, he even gripped his sword, Samahata. No need. We are here to capture the Nine Tails. Let's not complicate things. He won't affect us. Hearing Itachi's words, Lushur pointed behind Itachi and said, I can't affect you, but someone who can is here. You should deal with him first. Itachi turned to look, and Sasuke was standing 10 meters in front of him, panting. Sasuke looked at Itachi, not with anger or any excess expression, but simply walked towards him step by step. This surprised Itachi. Wasn't Sasuke supposed to attack immediately? Why was it like this? While Itachi was pondering, Sasuke had already reached him, but he was looking down. Just as Itachi was thinking of provoking Sasuke, Sasuke kicked him right in the groin. Fortunately, the Akatsuki outfit blocked some of the impact, and with quick reflexes, Itachi managed to dodge the kick. Otherwise, even a fighting rooster would struggle with that. Regaining his composure, Itachi kicked Sasuke away. Sasuke didn't get up but sat on the ground, talking to himself. Is it still not enough? It seems I have no hope for revenge. Father, mother, I miss you. I'm coming to see you now. Hearing Sasuke's self-talk, Itachi felt quite pained. At that moment, Sasuke pulled out a kunai and aimed it at his own throat. Itachi was terrified and instantly appeared in front of Sasuke. Grabbing the kunai, aimed at him tightly. Just as Itachi was about to scold Sasuke, Sasuke smiled. A very eerie smile. Then they heard a hissing sound. Itachi looked down and saw 3 explosive tags stuck to him by Sasuke. Itachi quickly took off his clothes and threw them into the air, retreating rapidly with Sasuke. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his leg and looked down to see a kunai embedded in his thigh. He quickly threw Sasuke aside. Boom! 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 3 explosions rang out, and the people around scattered in panic. Itachi now felt that this brother of his was quite unfamiliar and a bit troublesome. Was this really the impulsive little brother he once knew? How did he turn into such a schemer? If this continued, Itachi genuinely felt that Sasuke might kill him. Kisame hurriedly supported Itachi and asked, Itachi, how are you? Do you need my help? Itachi shook his head and helplessly said, Let's go. This mission has failed. Konoha will send people soon. Just as Itachi was about to leave, Sasuke stretched out his arms, making a gesture for a hug, and quietly said, Brother hug, brother hug. Itachi turned and left, thinking that if he hugged him twice, he might lose his life. Sasuke would not let Itachi off that easily, as Itachi ran ahead. Sasuke chased after him. As for the moves Sasuke was using, they were all taught to him by Lushur, and there were even more ruthless ones. If Sasuke caught up, he might just want to give Itachi a hard time. Lushoji was also curious whether Itachi would fall for it again, so he followed him. When they reached outside of Konoha village, Sasuke laid down by himself. Looking at Itachi's Sharingan, Lushoji knew that Itachi was putting Sasuke under pressure. Itachi looked at Lushoji and coldly said, "That move was taught by you, wasn't it?" Deer nodded and said with a sly smile, "These are just appetizers. There's something even fiercer. Why don't you release the illusion on Sasuke and let you two brothers have a go at it? I can guarantee that Sasuke has a 70% chance of killing you. After all, you wouldn't kill Sasuke, but he would, and that kunai is also poisoned." Itachi then noticed that the area around his wound had already turned black. Kisame couldn't stand it any longer and said he was going to grab Samehada. However, just as he reached for it, a large hand suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Kisame and pulled Samehada into the darkness. Dear Time wanted to do this just now, but the angle was wrong. Now it's just right. Before dry persimmon Kisame could react, he felt an emptiness behind him. He immediately turned around and saw the shadow of Samehada's handle sinking in. Now, dry persimmon Kisame was truly anxious. He rushed to the spot where the shadow was and started digging. I have to say, dry persimmon Kisame's digging speed is really fast. In the blink of an eye, he had dug a pit over a meter deep. As he was digging, he also realized that this was a space ninjutsu, so he immediately jumped up, shouting to return Samehada to him. Just as dry persimmon Kisame came up, Kakashi also arrived. Kakashi looked at the scene before him, his brain rapidly analyzing the current situation. Just now, he was at home reading, and then he received a message from Dear Time. After reading it, Kakashi didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed here as fast as he could. When he arrived, he saw Sasuke lying on the ground and Dear Time confronting two people. Kakashi's expression instantly became serious. He put away the widow's door in his hand and then pushed back his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Rushi came to Kakashi's side and said, "Kakashi-sensei, hold on for a moment. I've already sent the Shadow Ninja to find Teacher Guy and the others. Just hold out until reinforcements arrive, and we can take down these two. By then, you'll be the great hero of our Konoha village." Kakashi frowned slightly. His gaze still locked on Itachi ahead, and he solemnly advised Rushi, these two are extremely dangerous. They are both S-rank rogue ninjas. Step back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire." Hearing this, Lu Shi quickly nodded, then swiftly picked up Sasuke beside him and retreated rapidly, stopping only about 10 meters away from Kakashi. "All right, Kakashi-sensei, you can fight with peace of mind now. Go for it. Kakashi-sensei, you have a hold on. Why are you lying down? Did you ask me to stay away just to show me how you fell?" Kakashi, who had just been standing, lay down before Lu Shi could finish speaking. Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, looked at the fallen Kakashi and disdainfully said, "Without the Uchiha bloodline, this I must be a heavy burden for you." Lu Shi originally wanted to encourage Kakashi, but halfway through his words, Kakashi laid down straight. There was no other way. Lu Shi had to put down Sasuke and come to Kakashi's side, wanting to carry Kakashi away as well. At that moment, Kisame Hashigaki couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Lu Shi, "Give me back Samehada, or I'll kill you, you little brat." "Hehe, you think you can kill me? Our Konoha's Azure Beast has arrived. I don't think you're a match for Guy-sensei." As soon as Rushi finished speaking, a youthful voice came from behind him. Indeed, the blue beast of Konoha had made its appearance. "You won't harm the seedlings of Konoha." Then, Guy appeared in front of Kakashi, showing Rushi a big smile and giving him a thumbs up. Guy looked at the two of them and said to Rushi, "These two are extremely dangerous. They are both S-rank rogue ninjas. You should step back to avoid getting caught up in this." Hearing Guy's words, Rushi was stunned. Someone had just said that. No matter. It was better to retreat for now. However, Rushi still reminded him, "Teacher Guy, don't look into Itachi's eyes. That's how Teacher Kakashi got caught." "Don't worry, Rushi. After battling with Kakashi so many times, I have quite a bit of experience fighting against those with Sharingan." Lu Shi picked up Kakashi and said while walking, "Kakashi-sensei, you should watch less adult content in the future. How can you not tell the difference between men and women? Itachi, a big man, gives you a flirtatious look, and you just lie down?" Hearing this, Itachi was furious inside and cursed, "Country bumpkin, this is my Sharingan, not a flirtatious glance." Seeing Lu Shi about to leave, Itachi said to him, "Lu Shi, return Samehada to Kisame. We are leaving now." As soon as Itachi finished speaking, several figures appeared, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, Asuma, and the Inoshikecho trio. Seeing that his companions had gathered, Lu Shi felt reassured. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he was worried that a fight would accidentally injure Kakashi and Sasuke. Tsunade stepped forward and asked, "Itachi, what are you doing in Konoha?" "To capture the Nine Tails." "But it failed. We were about to leave." Can you let Lu Shi return Samahata to Kisame? I don't want to fight with you. Tsunade actually knew Itachi's identity. As soon as she took office, Jiraiya had informed her. As for how Jiraiya knew, of course, it was Sarutobi Hizashi who told him. Tsunade looked at Lu Shi and found that he wasn't looking at her, but was staring at the sky. However, she knew that Lu Shi must have heard Itachi's words and was pretending to be deaf. Lu Shi, give Samahata to Itachi, and I'll give you a reward for an S-rank mission. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Shi knew he couldn't keep Samahata. In fact, he didn't want it. Mainly, this thing was useless to him, but he still really wanted it. Who wouldn't want a living weapon? However, Lu Shi still took Samahata out from the shadows. At that moment, Samahata was gasping for air as if a drowning person suddenly found oxygen. Samahata was a bit afraid of Lu Shi, but didn't dare to move. It was really afraid that this person would take it back to that dreadful place again. Lu Shi gently stroked the skin of the fish in his hand, revealing a sly smile. He whispered to the skin, "Little guy, when your master dies, come find me. If you dare to become someone else's weapon, then I'll continue to pull you into the shadow space and make you hold it in there until you suffocate. Understand?" The fish skin seemed to nod in a personified manner, indicating that it understood Lu Shi's words. When Lu Shi saw the situation, he smiled with satisfaction and then forcefully threw the shark skin towards the nearby Kisame. "Return the shark skin to me before you die." Kisame's shark-like face was expressionless as he steadily caught the shark skin and skillfully slung it over his back. Kisame was very angry now. The shark skin originally belonged to him, so why did it feel like he was borrowing it from someone else, especially with that line about returning it before dying? If it weren't for the large number of people around, he would have given that little brat a good lesson. After dealing with the shark skin matter, Lu Shi turned to Itachi and said, "Leave your Jinjutsu technique for Sasuke. Why do I feel like the Sharingan looks completely different on you than it does on Sasuke?" Itachi took out a scroll and threw it to Lu Shi, who caught it steadily. After throwing the scroll, Itachi turned and left, and no one stopped him. The group carried Kakashi and Tsunade towards the Konoha hospital, and Tsunade glanced back at Itachi, revealing a look of pity. On the way, Guy asked Lu Shi, "Just now, I saw Itachi was injured. Was it Kakashi's doing?" Mentioning Kakashi made Lu Shi angry. The famous Kakashi of the Leaf was known for being evenly matched, and just one glare from him made Lu Shi fall down. What a shame. Not wanting to think about Kakashi anymore, Lu Shi explained the reason for Itachi's injury to everyone. They were all dumbfounded, wondering why the style was so similar to Lu Shi's. Thus, everyone's gaze turned towards Lu Shi. Seeing their expressions, Lu Shi understood their thoughts. So he generously admitted, "You guessed it right. It was me who taught him. I also taught Sasuke how to kill Itachi. Since I didn't know when Itachi would come, I wasn't prepared. Next time, when I'm ready, I'll have at least a 70% chance of killing Itachi." Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, everyone shivered in unison and mourned for Itachi for 3 seconds. 7 days later, at Konoha Hospital, Kakashi-sensei, "It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you need to pull yourself together. You can't let yourself go like this. Otherwise, when you meet Itachi next time and you're lying down again, how would you feel? You, the great Kakashi Hitaki, lying down like a flag would when you see someone. I'm too embarrassed to say you taught me." Kakashi was now in despair. An hour ago, Lu Shi came to visit him with a gift, and at first, he felt quite pleased, thinking Lu Shi was polite. But then, during the visit, Lu Shi started talking about his weaknesses, urging him to quit his habit of reading adult books. It wasn't the adult books that were the cause of his weaknesses, so that habit couldn't be changed. At first, he didn't pay much attention to Lu Shi's words, but Lu Shi kept going on and on for an hour. Kakashi really wanted to throw him out and decided to ignore him, pulling the blanket over his head. Seeing Kakashi like this, Lu Shi simply stopped talking. He still needed to check on Sasuke. He almost forgot about Sasuke while talking to Kakashi. As Lu Shi gang opened the door, he turned back to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, the sequel to the story of Shimin Dachingwan is coming out. Remember to support it." Kakashi. After leaving Kakashi's hospital room, Rushi headed towards Sasuke's hospital room. Rushi advised Kakashi to read less adult material, just teasing him. Someone like him, an old pervert, could never quit such things. But then the conversation got more intense, and he couldn't stop himself. Deer walked into Sasuke's hospital room. At that moment, Sasuke was quietly sitting on the hospital bed, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Sasuke slightly turned his head, glanced at Deer, and then shifted his gaze back to the scenery outside, remaining silent once more. Lu Shi silently walked to the bedside and followed Sasuke's gaze to look out the window. Outside, the trees were lush and green, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making a soft sound. After a while, Lu Shi withdrew his gaze, turned to Sasuke, and said softly, Naruto said he likes you and wants to confess to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of urgent coughs erupted. Sasuke, who had been pretending to be deep, was suddenly caught off guard by Lu Shi's words. His body trembled, and he started coughing violently. Coughing, Sasuke covered his chest with his hand, his face turning bright red. After a while, he finally managed to stop coughing. He lifted his head, looking at Lu Shi with a complex expression, and asked with a hint of disappointment in his tone, Am I really useless? If it were you in that situation, you could have killed Itachi, right? Lu Shi listened to Sasuke's words, but did not reply immediately. She leisurely sat on the edge of the bed, casually picked up an apple from the table, and started eating. After finishing the apple, she wiped her mouth and hands with Sasuke's blanket and then said, You've already done exceptionally well. Itachi's strength far exceeds your imagination, right? Kakashi-sensei is strong. But with just one glance from Itachi, Kakashi-sensei ended up in the hospital. You think I can defeat Itachi, but that's only because he isn't familiar with me. Once we engage in a direct battle, in 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, Itachi will analyze all my weaknesses clearly. This ability is a natural talent and an extremely terrifying combat gift. In this battle, you couldn't kill Itachi for two reasons. One is that you weren't fully prepared, and the other is that you lack experience in life and death struggles. Give it a few years. I believe you will definitely be able to kill Itachi. After hearing Lu Shi's words, the once dim Sasuke's eyes finally rekindled hope. Then Sasuke asked, Lu Shi, if I want to leave Konoha, would you support me? Dear Time sighed inwardly. It seems that Sasuke is ultimately going to walk the same path as in the original story. Nevertheless, Dear Time didn't particularly mind this matter. After all, Sasuke leaving the Hidden Leaf Village would indeed be greatly beneficial for him. Not to mention, the ability of Orochimaru to teach his disciples is something that someone like Kakashi, who is somewhat mediocre, cannot compare to. Kakashi has been teaching Sasuke for such a long time and has only taught him the Chidori. Thinking of this, Dear Time couldn't help but give Kakashi a negative review in his mind, labeling him as a poor teacher. However, it seems that teachers in the ninja world are generally like this. Being able to teach a few jutsu to their students is considered quite good. More often than not, those teachers act more like bodyguards and babysitters. As his thoughts gradually came back, Dear Time turned his gaze toward Sasuke and said softly, Do what you think is right. Don't ask others about everything, just ask yourself, and that's enough. No matter how you choose, you're still Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Dear Time's words, Sasuke, who had a hesitant look in his eyes, gradually became more resolute. Lu Shi looked at Sasuke in front of him, paused for a moment, and reminded him, Sasuke, you need to understand that in this world, no one will help you unconditionally, especially someone like Orochimaru. Be cautious of him when you go over there. Sasuke looked at Lu Shi in shock, not expecting him to know so much. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Shi took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to him. This scroll is from Itachi, Lu Shi said, seeing the expression on Sasuke's face. Lu Shi smiled slightly and continued calmly. Sasuke, don't be so quick to refuse. Let me finish. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Sasuke, who was initially agitated, calmed down. He took a deep breath and decided to listen to what Lu Shi had to say. Sasuke, you are determined to seek revenge on Itachi, and that resolve and courage are commendable. But have you ever thought about what you currently lack? Lu Shi asked seriously, his arms crossed. Sasuke shook his head, not understanding Lu Shi's meaning. At that moment, Lu Shi snapped his fingers and raised his voice. It's actually quite simple. It's learning. If you truly want to kill Itachi, you must first understand him deeply. You need to know his various abilities, fighting style, and weaknesses, and you should also try to imitate his techniques and strategies. Only by doing this, combined with the tricks I teach you, will you have the capability to kill Itachi. Right now, you probably don't even know what abilities Itachi possesses. In that case, how can you seek revenge? Lu Shi continued. So from now on, you need to learn everything Itachi excels at, and even what he doesn't excel at. You should learn as well. Do you understand what I mean now? Sasuke nodded. All right, before you leave, go see Kakashi. He still cares about you. Don't be ungrateful. After saying this, Lu Shi left the hospital room. He came this time to see if Sasuke had thoughts of leaving Konoha. If he did, this meeting would be a farewell. If not, it would be a visit. In fact, by teaching Sasuke those techniques, he was giving him a glimmer of hope, showing him the possibility of revenge. After all, he was also a comrade. No matter what, Lu Shi did not believe Sasuke could kill Itachi. Itachi's eventual death was a decision of his own. Otherwise, Itachi wouldn't be so easy to kill. As Lu Shi walked out of the hospital room, he felt a bit sad, thinking, Sasuke leaving the village will surely make Naruto very sad. This time Ashura is much stronger than Indra from the last life. At least they reconciled in the end. Unlike Madara and Hashirama. 3 days later, in Konoha Hospital, Sasuke left a letter for everyone and departed. The news of Sasuke's departure swept through the village like a sudden storm. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and the others were anxious. They could not accept that Sasuke was leaving like this and decided to bring him back at all costs. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade asked Lucier, "Do you know about Sasuke leaving? You don't seem worried at all." Lucier calmly admitted, "That's right. When I went to see him last time, I already knew. I also know he is going to find Orochimaru. That's why I didn't follow him this time. If I did, Sasuke wouldn't be able to leave." Bang! Tsunade slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Lucier, you are being reckless. How can you let Sasuke go find Orochimaru? That person is too dangerous. You are putting Sasuke in danger." Sitting on the sofa, Lucier showed no fear in the face of Tsunade's fury and said, "Konoha cannot provide Sasuke with the power for revenge. Why should we stop him? Konoha has already wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Do you want to extinguish Sasuke's desire for revenge as well?" Lucier's words left Tsunade speechless. Although those actions were not hers, they were indeed the responsibility of Konoha, and she could not shirk that. After a moment, Tsunade said dejectedly, "No matter what, I don't want Sasuke to come into contact with Orochimaru. Orochimaru is too dangerous. I'm afraid for Sasuke." Before Tsunade could finish, Lucier confidently replied, "Orochimaru can't harm Sasuke. He's tough." Then Lucier changed the subject, grinning as he said, "Lady Tsunade, stop putting on a brave face. You know Sasuke won't come back. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't have sent Naruto and the others to pursue him. If you had sent Jiraiya, even if Orochimaru himself came, he wouldn't be able to take Sasuke away, right?" Tsunade sighed. "Forget it. Konoha ultimately owes Sasuke, so let it be this time." But Tsunade paused, looking at Lucier lounging on the sofa, and said irritably, "You hurry up and go watch over Naruto and the others. Don't let anything happen to them, and bring them back once it's done." Lucier looked at the furious Tsunade and quickly left the Hokage's office. This woman really dared to hit people. After leaving the Hokage's office, Lucier chased after the direction Sasuke had gone. At this moment, Naruto and the others had already encountered the 5 from Sound Village. Coincidentally, Gaara also joined the battle for Sasuke because he had come to deliver money to Lucier. On the way, Lucier saw many trees damaged due to battles and praised, "It seems my little friends have become much stronger." However, he soon spotted his younger brother, lying stiffly in a rather ungraceful position ahead. Not far from Lu Shik, there was a person holding a flute. Rushi had an impression of that person, who seemed to be called Miyu. Her abilities were spirit communication and illusion techniques, allowing her to summon the 3 ghosts and play music on a flute to control them to deal with enemies. In the Cursed Seal state too, she could also play music to use illusions to paralyze her opponents. When Miyu saw Rushi, she became nervous. This was because Orochimaru had specifically reminded them when he came. If they saw someone dressed in black, with 2 knives at their waist, they should retreat immediately, as this person was not someone they could handle, and their methods were extremely insidious. Thinking of this, Miyu immediately retreated, and Rushi did not pursue. After all, as a modern person, he really disliked killing. But if it were a mortal enemy, Rushi would definitely not hold back. Deer kicked Shikamaru's butt. "Aren't you always pretending to be confused? You're addicted, right? Haven't I taught you how to break the illusion?" Shikamaru sat up awkwardly, scratching his head. He had pretended to faint twice, and both times his brother had seen it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "Big brother, that person Jinjutsu is really strong. I was pretending to faint to think about how to counterattack." Just as Shikamaru was educating his younger brother, Temari arrived. Temari approached Shikamaru and asked, "A guy with thick eyebrows sent me over to provide support. It seems I'm late." Upon seeing Temari, Shikamaru immediately smiled and said, "Just in time. Could you please take care of my brother? I need to go after Sasuke. That guy is injured." Temari assessed Shikamaru and felt that he seemed fine, but since Shikamaru said so, she agreed. "All right, you go ahead. I'll take good care of him." At this moment, Shikamaru was completely confused. When did he get hurt? Just as he was about to explain, his neck was tightly gripped by his brother's arm, and he heard his brother coldly say in his ear, "You're injured, do you understand? Let Temari take you home, and then you have your mom make Temari a meal. No funny business on the way, just have a good chat with her. Otherwise, I really will make you hurt, got it?" Shikamaru quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Shikaji looked at Temari with a smile and said, "You take him back to Konoha first. I promise to bring your brother back safely." Upon hearing Shikaji's words, Temari immediately came over to support Shikamaru, who was still a bit reluctant, until he heard his older brother coldly say 2 words, "Injured." Shikamaru immediately shivered and then let Temari help him up. Seeing the two of them, Shikaji continued to chase after Sasuke. As Shikaji walked away, Temari teased, "You two brothers have such a good relationship. You get hurt and you just accept it." Hearing Temari's words, Shikamaru's face turned red, and just as he was about to explain, he heard Temari say, "Let's go. I'll take you back to Konoha." So, one healthy person helped another healthy person as they walked toward Konoha. As Lucier was walking, he suddenly heard two passionate voices coming from nearby. "Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Sasuke! I have to bring you back." "Idiot, I won't go back." Watching their affectionate exchange, Lucier felt a bit embarrassed to interrupt. So he just stood by and watched, as the two were so engrossed that they didn't notice his arrival. Then one was doing the Rasengan, and the other was performing the Chidori, and Lucier thought it was time for him to show off. At that moment, he saw the two rush towards each other, running and calling each other's names, looking just like a long-lost couple. Well, it would have been better without the Rasengan and Chidori. "Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke! Naruto! Sasuke!" After the Rasengan and Chidori were neutralized, Sasuke and Naruto collided directly. Lucier, who was in the middle, instantly teleported away. He didn't want to become a cushion for the two. Bang! The two tightly embraced. No, they crashed heavily into each other and then fell straight down. A minute later, the two stood up again, with Naruto facing Sasuke, his gaze firm yet complex. He looked at Sasuke, a surge of emotions rising in his heart. But it only transformed into a simple sentence. "Sasuke, don't go." When Lucier heard Naruto's words, he felt goosebumps all over and thought to himself, "Wow, a man telling another man, 'Don't go,' feels so disgusting." However, Lucier did not interrupt their conversation, but listened quietly. Sasuke slightly raised his head, determination in his gaze. "Naruto, I have to go. Konoha can't give me the power I want. I need to be stronger to kill Itachi." Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling. "But this is our home, the place we grew up together. What will we do if you leave?" Sasuke was silent for a moment, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "I know, but some things I have to face on my own. I can't stay in Konoha forever. I need to find my own path." Naruto was unwilling. He didn't want to lose his close friend like this, and he didn't want Sasuke to walk down a dangerous path. He desperately searched for reasons to convince Sasuke, "We are friends, partners. We've been through so much together. If you leave, I'll worry about you." A flicker of emotion passed through Sasuke's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "I know you're worried about me, but this is my choice. I have to pursue what I want, even if it means leaving Konoha and leaving you." Naruto gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness and anxiety. He didn't want to give up like this. He didn't want to lose Sasuke. He tried to calm himself down and said with the most sincere voice, "Sasuke, give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove that Konoha can give you strength. Let's work hard together and become stronger." Sasuke's heart stirred slightly, but he knew that Konoha's current situation could not satisfy his desire for power. He gently shook his head. "Naruto, this is not something you can change. I must seek new power to achieve my goals." Lucier really couldn't listen any longer and interrupted the conversation between the two. "Hey, you two buddies, have you forgotten about me? If it weren't for me, you both would be hurt right now. Shouldn't you thank me?" It was only then that Naruto remembered Lucier. He walked up to Lucier and said, "Big brother, can you talk to Sasuke? I really don't want him to leave." After saying that, he was crying like a little abandoned wife. Rokushi patted Naruto's head and then walked in front of Sasuke, saying, "I thought you would say goodbye to me before you left." Sasuke didn't say anything, but Naruto spoke up. "Big brother, you." Shikamaru gestured for Naruto to stop talking, then seriously said to him, "Naruto, everyone has different pursuits. This is Sasuke's own path, and we have no right to interfere." There's no but. If you truly consider Sasuke a friend, then wait for him to take his revenge and bring him back to Konoha. A friend is a support, not a burden. Do you understand? Naruto nodded while crying, then went to Sasuke and said with a sobbing voice, "Sasuke, just go. After you take your revenge, come back. If you don't come back, I'll come find you." Rika thought to himself, "Yes, this is the taste." Sasuke didn't say anything and turned to leave. Naruto stood there, watching Sasuke's back, filled with helplessness and despair. He didn't want Sasuke to leave. He didn't want to lose this friend he had always had. But he also understood that he couldn't change Sasuke's decision. Moreover, his brother was right. He couldn't hold Sasuke back. Sasuke was also feeling quite upset. He felt reluctant to part with Konoha and had apologies for Naruto in his heart. But he knew he had to leave. He needed to pursue his own power and seek revenge. The sun was setting, casting a long shadow of Sasuke. While Naruto stood in place, full of complicated emotions. He knew that his path and Sasuke's would diverge from now on, but he also believed that one day they would reunite on new paths to protect the Konoha in their hearts together. In the evening, everyone returned to Konoha. Because of Sasuke's situation, no one spoke on the way back, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. As soon as they arrived in the village, Sakura ran to Naruto in tears. "Naruto, did you bring Sasuke back?" Listening to Sakura's words, Naruto lowered his head. Slap! Sakura's palm struck heavily on Naruto's face. Just as Sakura was about to blame Naruto further, she felt someone grip her foot and lift her up by her head and feet. Then she collided with the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 impacts, Sakura was violently thrown out, but at that moment, a figure caught her. The events unfolded too quickly for everyone to react. And then it was over. At this time, Tsunade came over, carrying Sakura, and shouted at Riku, "You bastard, do you want to kill her?" Ignoring Tsunade, Riku looked at the bloodied Sakura and said, "I warned you not to vent your anger on Naruto. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. Don't you want to find Sasuke? He's in the Sound Village of the Land of Rice. Go find him. Since you like Sasuke so much, I assume you don't mind becoming a rogue ninja." After saying that, Riku summoned the Shadow Warrior and ordered, "Get into her shadow as soon as she leaves the village. Take her out." Upon hearing Riku's command, the Shadow Warrior immediately dove into Sakura's shadow. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Riku to be so ruthless. Naruto wanted to say something, but seeing his brother's predatory gaze, he wisely kept quiet. Tsunade also didn't know what to say. Actually, she had seen Sakura's behavior too, but she didn't expect Riku to act so suddenly. "Halua, and the one playing with the dummies, come with me. I'll take you to find your sister." After saying this, Riku left with the two, and everyone looked at each other in confusion before leaving as well. Sakura continued to cry in Tsunade's arms. Tsunade patted Sakura's head and said helplessly, "Let's go. I'll take you to get treated." When they got home, Ino was there, happily chatting with Shikamaru. Seeing the 3 come in, Shikamaru immediately asked, "How is it? Did you get hurt? Did you bring Sasuke back?" Gaara and Kankuro shook their heads. At that moment, their parents and Shikamaru walked out of the kitchen, and as soon as they saw their son, they said, "Just in time, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon." At this moment, Lu's mother was very happy. When Lumaru returned and mentioned the previous events, she understood that her second daughter-in-law also had a future, so she was very warm towards Shoju. Lushur introduced Gaara and Kankuro to his mom, who was also very enthusiastic. Soon, the family began their meal. The next morning, Lushur was kicked out by his mom because he extorted 200 million ryo from Gaara. Tamari cried and complained, and his mom immediately softened. Not only did she return the 200 million ryo to Tamari, but she also told her to come to her if she needed anything, mainly because the Nara family was really wealthy now. When leaving, Lushur glanced at Tamari and ended up getting hit with a mop by his mom, who shouted at him, "If you dare to bully Tamari, I won't spare you." Lushur felt, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't try to match Shoju with Luwan now. After all, they would definitely end up together, and he was just shooting himself in the foot. When he arrived at the flower shop, he saw Ino still busy. Since there were no tasks today, Ino had specially come to help her mother manage the flower shop. As soon as Ino looked up, she saw Lushur standing outside and waved for him to come in. Once inside, Lushur was about to ask if she needed help when Ino grabbed his ear and asked, "Are you going to say it or not?" Lushur was momentarily confused. After a moment, he quickly raised his hand in surrender and turned to ask Jingyi, "Why don't you ask?" Hearing Lushur's words, Jingyi let go of Lushur's ear and, with a serious expression, asked, "On my way here, I saw a bookstore promoting books. Many of the titles were ones you mentioned to me before. I want to know, are those books written by you?" "Yes. I've written quite a few books recently. If you like, I'll give you some." "Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and put the stool down." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Jingyi pick up the stool as if to hit him. So Lushur quickly snatched the stool away and cautiously asked Jingyi, "What's wrong with you? Why are you still angry? I can tell you, all the royalties are with my mom. That's the betrothal gift I prepared for you." Upon hearing Lushur's words, Jingyi turned away and stopped looking at him. This left Lushur somewhat puzzled about Jingye's feelings, but that wasn't important. When your partner is angry, you must admit your mistakes and apologize. Half an hour later, Jingyi finally revealed the reason for her anger. "Lushur, how could you write that kind of book? I heard the bookstore owner say that your books are selling really well. Are you often peeping at others while they bathe?" Upon hearing this, Lushur understood why Jingyi was angry and quickly explained, "Oh, that. I wrote those out of boredom, but I really didn't peek at anyone while they bathed. Think about it. When I'm not on a mission, I'm with you. At night, we chat in the dim light. When would I have the time? Besides, even if I had the time, I wouldn't do something so low. If I wanted to see someone bathing, it would be you. No one else even catches my eye. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Jing Ye's face immediately turned red. In truth, she wasn't really angry. She was just worried that Lu Shi might be flirting with others. After clarifying things, Lu Shi began helping Jing Yi manage the flower shop again. Just as the two were enjoying their sweet time together, the arrival of the Umbu interrupted their moment. Deputy Minister, Lord Hokage requests your presence. When Lu Shi heard the words from the dark part, he signaled for him to go ahead. Then he said to Ino, I'm going to the Hokage office. I'll come help you after I'm done. Okay, you go ahead. My dad asked me to bring you home for dinner tonight. After being lovey-dovey with Ino for another 2 minutes, Lu Shi reluctantly left the flower shop. When Lu Shi walked into the Hokage's office, he saw a pig head sitting on the sofa, and this outfit looked a bit familiar. A few seconds later, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" He immediately approached the pig head and said, "Lord Jiraiya, your style is quite unique. Did you get plastic surgery?" Jiraiya didn't respond, just looked at Lu Shi with a resentful little gaze. At that moment, Tsunade spoke up. He got beaten up. Yesterday, the outdoor hot spring opened, and he went a peep. Because the scenery inside was too good, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout out. The people inside thought they had encountered a pervert. He then fell from above and ended up being laughed at. Tsunade couldn't hold back anymore, and before she finished speaking, she burst out laughing, her voice boisterous, even causing the children's grain bag to sway along. Lu thought to himself, if Ino had this scale, I would dare to have 4. Ding. Host if you want. I can help you. Hee. The system has a problem. Do you have the ability to give me more Shadow Legion? It's not long before I have to face Konoha, and I'm really not a match for him right now. Hurry up. Do you have any way to help Ino reach Tsunade's level? Tell me quickly. TSK, hypocritical host. Ding. Cup growth liquid has been added to the sign-in rewards. Please continue to sign in, and you will eventually receive it. Lu Shi. System, tell me the truth. What is your name? Why do you feel like you're becoming less serious? The full name of this system is, there is nothing in the myriad realms that cannot be stolen. The strongest. System, shut up. Didn't you say something different last time? You seem to say something like the strongest shadow system. Why has the name changed? Host, this system can also upgrade, okay? The previous version was just the original, and now I've upgraded. My new full name is, anything can be stolen in the myriad realms. Just shut the hell up. This is different from what you just said. Are all systems this careless? My system's IQ is super high, so what? So I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. And I'm not going to deal with you, stupid host. Damn, you're making stuff up without even drafting it. It's the first time I've heard of a system needing to eat and having a cafeteria. Damn, Jiraiya, what are you going to do? After having a quarrel with the system, Lu Shi suddenly saw Jiraiya's big face, only about 5 centimeters away from him, which scared Lu Shi into quickly shifting his butt. Lu Shi, aren't you going to give me an explanation? What did you promise me before? Hearing Jiraiya's question, Lu Shi thought for a moment and then said, I said you would help me, and I would take care of the outdoor hot spring issue. But, alright, Lord Jiraiya, there's no but. I never specified male or female baths. That's just your one-sided assumption. The Hokage can vouch for me. I did say that. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who nodded with a smile. Jiraiya leaned back on the sofa, feeling completely drained and downcast. At that moment, Tsunade finally stopped smiling and asked Lu Shi seriously, Lu Shi, what are you planning to do about Sakura? Were your words yesterday out of anger? Or do you really want to kill her? Deer Shi put away his previous lazy demeanor and said 2 words softly. Really? Really? These 2 words struck Tsunade's heart like heavy hammers. Tsunade actually thought Sakura was quite good and had already considered taking her as a disciple. But what Deer Shi said next completely extinguished that thought. Lady Tsunade, do you have something to say? Just wait for me to finish. Upon hearing Deer Shi's words, Jiraiya also straightened up. He wanted to hear what this child would say. Tsunade adjusted her sitting posture as well, eager to see what the smartest person in the history of the Nara clan would say that would be so shocking. Lu Shi thought for more than 10 seconds, organized his words, and then said, Sakura Haruno is not as simple as you think. She is very scheming and knows how to use her advantages. This statement piqued Tsunade and Jiraiya's curiosity, and they stared intently at Lu Shi. We have been classmates from school to graduation for several years, and we were teammates for a while too. You know that, right? The 2 nodded, and Jiraiya said, I heard Kakashi mention it. Later, the old man transferred you to the Umbu, which is why you left Team 7. That's right. It means we weren't teammates for long. Now let me tell you about Sakura Haruno. Let's start from when Naruto first met Sakura. Naruto had met Sakura when they went to school together, and it was at that time that Naruto liked Sakura. Back then, Sakura like the other kids in the village. Didn't he want to play with Naruto? We, the kid from the clans, were also warned by our elders not to get close to Naruto. If any clan dared to interact with Naruto at that time, the third Hokage would talk to them on the same day, and they might even get killed by Danzo. Tsunade and Jiraiya sighed inwardly upon hearing this. They knew Lucier was speaking the truth. After starting school, Naruto kept sticking to Sakura. She, being in love, of course knew that Naruto liked her. However, she did not reject Naruto. She just took her frustrations out on him when Sasuke ignored her, and of course, she only dared to take it out on Naruto, because she knew that the kids from common families wouldn't let her bully them, and she didn't dare to provoke the clan kids, so she could only vent her anger on Naruto, the orphan. By this point, Jiraiya had already clenched his fists, and Tsunade frowned slightly. She felt that since Naruto was a commoner and liked her, that was why she dared to bully him without restraint. Lucier said he was a bit thirsty, picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and after drinking it, continued speaking. Let's talk about after graduation. We don't know what the three generations were thinking when they put Sakura Haruno in Team 7. Naruto, Sasuke, and I got along well. With me as a lubricant, the rivalry between Sasuke and Naruto became quite harmonious. However, with Sakura's addition, the team became chaotic day by day. Naruto and Sasuke argued endlessly, while Sakura always sided with Sasuke. No matter if Sasuke was right or wrong, she made Naruto apologize to him. Her role in the team was like a troublemaker. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle, but upon seeing Tsunade's glare, he quickly stifled it. Lucier felt that it wasn't quite appropriate to say it that way, so he explained. It wasn't appropriate to say it like that, but the meaning is similar. As for her liking Sasuke, I think it's not normal. Before the Uchiha massacre, if Sakura really liked Sasuke, then after the Uchiha massacre, it would be to the point of being brain dead. Do you know why? The two didn't expect Lucier to suddenly ask this, but they shook their heads in unison. Seeing them shake their heads, Lucier shared his perspective, because she saw hope. The hope of escaping from being a common ninja. As long as she married Sasuke, she would no longer be a common ninja. Even if the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Uchiha name still held weight. Even if only Sasuke remained, he would still be an Uchiha, and she and her future children could use the name Uchiha to completely shed the label of common ninja and achieve a class transition. While interacting with us kids from clans, she felt inferior so much so that she could only regain a bit of confidence by bullying Naruto. Last time she apologized to me, saying she was wrong, but I knew that was her showing weakness. She had clearly rejected Naruto, but when I asked Naruto, he said Sakura never said those things. Do you know why? This time, the two didn't have time to think, and Lucier said, "Forget it. Asking you is pointless. Just listen to me." Upon hearing Lucier's words, the two exchanged knowing glances. Because she knew I treated Naruto well, some questions would hurt Naruto's pride. And she might also feel that Naruto wouldn't tell me everything, especially about her. She had confidence in herself, but she overlooked one thing. If I really wanted to extract information from Naruto, it would be too easy. Some things didn't even need to be pried. Naruto would say them himself. Now let's talk about this situation. Do you really think she is worried about Sasuke? The sound of the deer gradually rose. Wrong. What she was worried about was herself. She was worried that Sasuke would meet someone he liked outside. At that time, all her plans would be ruined. That's why she was so angry and wanted to take it out on Naruto again. If she really liked Sasuke, she should just go find him. I even told her Sasuke's location. Do you believe it? Once she gets better, she won't bring up Sasuke again, but she will still think about him. This isn't worry. It's determined by her criteria for choosing a partner. Rushi looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Lord Jiraiya, if you could choose someone to marry, what kind of woman would you choose? Or rather, who would you choose?" Of course it would be Tsunade, but I'm not sure about that. You little brat. Aren't you talking about Sakura? Why are you asking me? Seeing Jiraiya's contradictory expression, Rushi didn't continue to tease him, but went on to say, Sakura Haruno has two criteria for choosing a partner. The first is a family background. The second is that they must have a certain level of attractiveness. As for strength, it doesn't have to be too impressive. Lee also likes Sakura, but she doesn't pay him any attention. He always says Sasuke is strong and handsome. But is that really the case? Lee's strength is much greater than Sasuke's, so why won't she accept him? Isn't it just because Lee is a commoner ninja? If Lee were from the Uchiha clan and confessed to her, do you believe she would agree immediately? That's all I have to say. Who agrees and who opposes? I oppose Rushi. Don't you think you're underestimating Sakura? I don't think that girl is like that. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Rushi laughed, a mocking smile on his face. Lord Jiraiya, I bet you that when Sakura is discharged from the hospital, she will definitely come to apologize to me instead of Naruto, the person involved. Because she thinks Naruto is not worthy. Do you dare to bet? All right, let's bet. How could I, the great toad sage, possibly lose? If you lose, you must unconditionally agree to one of my requests. How about that? Deal. And Lady Tsunade will be our witness. Tsunade shot a glance at these two immature boys. Then she seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped the desk, saying, Rushi, listen to what you're saying and quickly talk some sense into Jiraiya. Lushur, here you are again. Can you women at least say what the matter is before asking me? After hearing Lushur's words, Tsunade couldn't help but slap her forehead, realizing that she hadn't mentioned what the matter was at all. Then Tsunade cleared her throat and said slowly, Actually, it's like this. Jiraiya wants to take Naruto out for training, believing that this method is very beneficial for Naruto's growth and can help him improve his strength and experience. Therefore, he hopes that you could take over his original position. So, I wanted to ask for your opinion. After listening to Tsunade's words, Rushi slightly frowned and fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, Rushi slowly raised his head and said, This is naturally a good thing. It is indeed beneficial for Naruto's growth, I agree. Jiraiya, who was beside him, was instantly delighted to hear Rushi agree so decisively. The worry that had been hanging in his heart finally eased. He had been somewhat concerned that Rushi would refuse, but he didn't expect Rushi to agree so readily. Then, Rushi curiously asked, Jiraiya-sama, when do you plan to leave? Jiraiya pondered for a moment and then answered without hesitation, The sooner the better. It should be in these few days. Let Naruto say goodbye to his friends first, and then I will take him on his journey. At this moment, Rushi suddenly changed the subject and asked, Jiraiya-sama, the first thing you will do after leaving the village is definitely to catch up with those lovely ladies, right? I'm sure they must miss you, the toad sage. Of course. It's just too boring in Konoha. I can't find any material here. That's why I was thinking of running away, and I was wary of you. Jiraiya suddenly realized he had let something slip and tried to escape. But Rushi had already anticipated this. Just as Jiraiya stood up, a large hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Hokage-sama, you still have official business to handle, right? I'll take my leave first. The giant toad will stay with you. It will return to my shadow once you're done using it. I'm off now. Tsunade slowly stood up from her seat, her fists cracking as she pressed them together, and then she walked step by step toward Jiraiya. Upon seeing the situation, Lushur quickly stood up and walked towards the door. Just as he opened the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around with a sly grin, and said, Lady Tsunade, please go easy on him. Don't beat Jiraiya too badly. Just break his two legs. After all, he still needs his upper body to work. After saying this, Lushur hurriedly walked out of the Hokage building. Hearing Lushur's words, Jiraiya's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to say a few words in defense, but Tsunade had already come to him and, without a word, raised her hand and delivered a heavy punch. A piercing scream echoed in the room, followed by Jiraiya's muffled and intermittent shouts. Lushur, you ungrateful guy, how could you betray me like this? Just wait. I'll get you back later. However, none of this could stop Tsunade's actions, as her fists fell on Jiraiya like rain. After Rushi left the Hokage building, he could still hear Jiraiya's screams behind him. In fact, Rushi didn't want to put Jiraiya in a tough spot. But who told Jiraiya to try to trick him? He wanted to go out and have fun while making a child do his work, which was quite nice for him. The next morning, a person with a huge pig head and leaning on a cane walked into the assistant's office. This person was none other than Jiraiya, who had been brutally beaten by Tsunade the day before. Although Tsunade didn't break his legs as Rushi had said, the beating was still severe, and he would probably need at least 3 or 4 days to recover. In the assistant's office, Jiraiya looked at the mountain of documents and felt numb. He remembered that Danzo walked around with a stick all the time, but why did he have to deal with so many documents? Rushi, Lord Jiraiya, please don't point at me. I've never handled documents before. My current task is to learn from you. If you don't handle the documents, how can I learn? Oh, what a sin. Jiraiya still wanted Rushi to help him with the paperwork, but Rushi blocked him from doing so, leaving Jiraiya to handle the documents with a bitter smile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Rushi had a very enjoyable week. He trained at the Umbu training ground during the day, took a nap at noon, continued in the afternoon, and sometimes even slept until the end of work. When he did, he would go straight home, which infuriated Jiraiya. But there was nothing he could say. Rushi's words were too powerful. He was no match for him, so Jiraiya simply let it be. One day, just as Rushi was about to go home, someone grabbed his clothes. Turning around, he found Jiraiya looking at him with a pitiful expression. Rushi, Naruto is already practicing the Rasengan on the back mountain. When you go back tonight, just teach him some theoretical knowledge. But Naruto can already summon Gamabunta, and has received the big frog's acknowledgement. Lord Jiraiya, do you have anything else to say? Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't say anything, but returned to his chair to continue handling documents. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. He just had nothing to say. The two excuses he thought of for skipping work had already been shot down. Although Rushi couldn't manage him, if he skipped work, that kid would definitely report him to Tsunade. After getting to know him for a while, Jiraiya felt that this kid's heart was quite dark. Late at night, two figures, one big and one small, appeared at the entrance of Konoha village. Perverted sage, where are you sneaking off to in the middle of the night? Can't we wait until daytime for this training? Besides, I haven't had a proper goodbye with my brother yet. Naruto grumbled as Jiraiya dragged him forward. Hearing Naruto's complaints, Jiraiya quickly covered Naruto's mouth with his hand, fearing that Naruto's words would attract that person. At this moment, the person he least wanted to mention or even think about was Rushi. Finally breaking free from Jiraiya's grasp, Naruto gasped for air and said, "Hey, perverted sage, you're suffocating me. Also, why are you so scared to mention my brother?" Jiraiya lowered his voice and whispered in Naruto's ear, "Shoo, keep your voice down. Just mentioning that guy Rushi makes my back feel cold." As if a pair of eyes is staring at us. Just then, a strange yet familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. "Lord Jiraiya, do you feel cold? Do you need another piece of clothing?" Jiraiya shivered all over, freezing in place. He slowly turned his head, and when he saw that familiar face, he deflated like a puncture balloon. Indeed, just as he feared, what he was afraid of had come true. Standing behind him was none other than Rushi. Deer stood in place, wearing a gentle smile, and lightly waved to Naruto, who was not far away. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately ran to Deer, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, and he happily asked, "Brother, did you come specifically to see me off?" Deer silently watched Naruto, the smile that had been hanging on his lips gradually fading away, replaced by a deep sense of guilt. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "Naruto, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit his teeth hard and forced out 2 drops of tears from his eyes. Naruto and Jiraiya, who was beside him, were both stunned upon hearing this. Naruto widened his eyes, looking at Deershur with a face full of confusion, and quickly comforted him. "Big brother, what is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly saying this? You've always been so good to me. How could you possibly harm me?" Lucier slightly lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched into fists, as if he was experiencing an intense internal struggle. Then he raised his head, putting on a very troubled expression, and continued. "Naruto, I used to think that Jiraiya-sama was a very outstanding and trustworthy teacher, so I felt particularly reassured to entrust you to him for guidance. However, what I never expected was..." At this point, Lucier's voice trembled slightly as he pointed a finger directly at Jiraiya, who was standing nearby. "I didn't even realize that he is actually a coward, scared to take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Naruto's mouth fell open in shock, completely at a loss for how to respond. Jiraiya, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, his face suddenly turning strange as he pondered what Lucier was trying to accomplish. Yet, an ominous premonition surged in his heart, and his instincts told him that something bad was likely to happen next. Just then, Lucier slowly reached into his robe, cautiously feeling for something. After a moment, he successfully pulled out a letter and gently handed it to Naruto. With a face full of doubt, Naruto extended his hands to take the letter. Upon opening it, he found that it was a letter Jiraiya had left for Lucier. However, the contents of the letter were not only about Lucier, but also mentioned himself multiple times. The letter read, "Lucier, by the time you read this letter, I must have already left Konoha with Naruto. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect Naruto's safety. When we return to Konoha, I believe Naruto will definitely become very strong. As for the position of the Hokage's advisor, to be honest, it really doesn't suit someone with my carefree personality. It's much more appropriate for you to take over. With your abilities and wisdom, you can definitely do far better than I did. Sigh, life in Konoha is too oppressive. Not only can I not peep at will, but even gathering materials is fraught with difficulties. Plus, that hot-tempered, violent woman Tsunade always beats me up at the drop of a hat. I've really had enough. So this time I just decided to leave, and bringing along that little brat Naruto makes it even easier for me to peep. He. All I have to do is disguise myself as a blind man and let Naruto lead me to the women's bath. That way, I can have material for my next book." After reading the letter, Naruto's face instantly turned bright red. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran back home without looking back. Jiraiya was left dumbfounded, completely at a loss, muttering to himself, "What on earth is going on? He hurriedly rushed to Lucier, snatching the letter away. Just as Jiraiya glanced at the contents of the letter, a voice filled with gritted teeth came from behind, saying, "Violent woman." This sudden voice hit Jiraiya like a bolt from the blue, and his body instantly became rigid. It was as if he had been hit by a paralysis jutsu, slowly and mechanically turning his head. When he finally saw that the person standing behind him was Tsunade, his face turned pale. Tsunade had her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, glaring at him with an angry expression. Jiraiya's heart sank, realizing that this was bad. Without a moment to think, he immediately used the body flicker technique, bursting forth with a speed that exceeded his limits and quickly fled the scene. However, neither Tsunade nor Lucier pursued him. Moments later, a frustrated shout from Jiraiya came from a distance. "Lucier, you tricked me again." In reality, the contents of the letter were half true and half false. The first part was indeed left for Lucier by Jiraiya, but the latter part was entirely added by Lucier later on. His purpose for doing this was simple: to find a way to keep Jiraiya in Konoha. After all, training can be done anywhere. It doesn't have to be outside. However, the current Konoha has very few powerful figures who can hold the scene, almost none at all. Even someone as strong as Tsunade can only be considered half of one. After dealing with this matter, Lucier went to Naruto's house. Upon seeing Naruto, he let out a long sigh of relief and patiently explained the situation regarding the letter, especially emphasizing that the latter half was added by him personally. He candidly shared his reasons for doing so, which was simply to keep Jiraiya in Konoha, as it was too weak right now and needed a strong figure to hold the fort. At the same time, Lucier repeatedly urged Naruto not to harbor any misunderstandings or dissatisfaction toward Jiraiya because of this. After leaving Naruto's house, Jiraiya was waiting not far away for him. Dear Time came before Jiraiya and teased, "Lord Jiraiya's body flicker technique is truly mastered to perfection. I'm afraid there's no second person like you in the entire ninja world." In response to Dear Time's teasing, Jiraiya did not engage but instead asked, "Why did you come here? You slander me and then explain yourself. I really don't understand what this means." Lucier looked at Hokage Rock, pointed at the third Hokage's face, and said, "Because of this old guy, Konoha is too weak now. So I hope Lord Jiraiya can stay in the village for a few years to protect Konoha, at most 5 years. And then I will have the ability to protect Konoha and my friends. As for today's incident, you can interpret it as a prank or a little joke. I said those words, and I'm afraid Naruto won't follow you no matter what you say. I used Naruto, but I didn't harm him, nor did I hinder his growth." Saying this, Lucier turned his head towards Jiraiya and said slowly, "Lord Jiraiya, after hearing all this, can you tell me your choice?" "Ha ha ha, I accept, but you have to promise me one condition, which is..." Jiraiya still wanted to keep it a secret, but Lucier directly said, "You can see the manuscript of the new book first." Jiraiya was somewhat speechless. Dealing with smart people has this downside: nothing can be hidden from them. After chatting, Lucier parted ways with Jiraiya. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and a whole month had passed since Jiraiya's last escape incident. After a period of treatment and rest, Sakura finally recovered and was discharged from hospital. The first thing she did after being discharged was to apologize to Shikamaru. As for Naruto, he was ruthlessly ignored by Sakura. This behavior made Tsunade and Jiraiya deeply disappointed. It's worth noting that before this, Tsunade had considered taking Sakura as a disciple. However, seeing how Sakura treated Naruto, that thought vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, considering Sakura's decent medical talent, Tsunade recommended her to study at the Konoha Hospital. Aside from this matter, Tsunade no longer intervened in anything related to Sakura. On Sakura's side, ever since Sasuke left and Jiraiya began to focus on guiding Naruto's training, the former Team 7 was officially disbanded. Kakashi-sensei also returned to the Umbu and took on the role of vice minister. The once lively 13-strong was now reduced to just 11 members due to Sasuke's departure and Sakura's gradual distancing from everyone. At this moment, shocking news suddenly arrived. The Akatsuki organization had gone to war with the Cloud Village and the Rain Village. It turned out that the Cloud Village had been planning to wait for other villages to attack the Akatsuki first, so they could reap the benefits. However, after waiting and waiting, the other villages showed no intention of taking action. Now, the hot-tempered Fourth Raikage could no longer contain himself and decisively dispatched elite ninjas from the Cloud Village to seize Nagato's legendary eyes. Unfortunately, this adventurous operation ultimately ended in a painful failure, and the Cloud Village paid a huge price for it. Inside the Akatsuki base, after this battle, Nagato said, "After this battle, I'm afraid the eyes of the entire ninja world will be on us. Should we hide for a while?" Now is not the time to be enemies with the whole ninja world. Conan, having said this, kept looking at Nagato. In her heart, she especially wanted Nagato to avoid confrontation this time, because Nagato's health was getting worse. If he went through a few more fierce battles, he might not live much longer. At this moment, Nagato's face was as cold as water, and after a long time, he spoke. Conan, this is our home. Where can we go? I will not avoid it until we fulfill Yahiko's wish. By the way, has that author been found? I always feel he knows something. Conan sighed and said, I checked. The author of Treasure King is very likely Nara Lushur from Konoha. He has written quite a few books, especially yellow books, but he is only 13 years old, so it's impossible for him to know about us. Black Zetsu also investigated and said that Nara Lushur has been to the Land of Waves, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, but he hasn't been here, so the chances of him knowing about us are very small. However, Nara Lushur's abilities are very strange. He can nullify ninjutsu. His fighting style is very insidious, using any means necessary to win. So, I only let Black Zetsu continue to monitor him. Alright, Conan, let Black Zetsu come back. Now is not the time to fight with Konoha. As for Nara Lushur, he is just a clown. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are futile. After Conan nodded, she left. She didn't think Nara Lushur could threaten Nagato. She knew best how strong Nagato's abilities were. Everyone, don't misunderstand, the author is talking about combat power. Not that kind of power. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade said, is this the Flying Thunder God? It feels so profound. There are several sealing techniques involved here. How did the second Hokage come up with this? Hearing Lushur's words, Tsunade replied impatiently, are you going to learn it or not? If you're not going to learn, then hurry up and leave me alone to work. Hee, Tsunade, if you wipe your drool off, I might believe you. You were sleeping before I knocked on the door, right? Just as Tsunade was about to get angry, Lushur said, I brewed some good wine. When the time comes, I'll let you taste it. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately stopped being angry. For a wine lover, there is nothing that a bottle of wine can't solve. If there is, it just means they're isn't enough. Brewing wine was a money-making method Lushur recently thought of, and it wasn't strong liquor. Strong liquor is too spicy for the people in the ninja world, so he brewed a mixed type of sake and fruit wine, along with some foreign wines he knew for his past life. This time he made some, and when the first batch of wine comes out, Lushur will see the results. If the results are good, Lushur plans to open a winery. By then, with mass production of gin, vodka, beer, and whiskey, he will definitely become the richest in the ninja world. Lushur said, even the Sage of Six Paths can't stop me. Getting off track. Lushur had just gone to check on Naruto's training when he suddenly remembered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. So he came to ask Tsunade how to obtain this ninjutsu. As a result, she directly gave it to him, which made Lushur quite happy. But this technique was a bit too difficult. He hadn't even fully grasped his sage techniques yet. After going through 3 treatments of the slime technique, the slug sage refused to continue, saying, little Lushur, you've already used it 3 times. Using it again won't have any effect. You've already made it to the beginner level, and relying on slime to sense natural energy won't work anymore. So now you have to rely on yourself. Then Lushur was forcibly sent back. Lushur took the Flying Thunder God with him. He needed to study it well, as it was a great item. The Eternal Companion earned the title of Yellow Flash through mastery of the Flying Thunder God. If he learned it himself, he had to come up with a title even cooler than Yellow Flash. What should that title be? It was frustrating, just as Lushur was lost in thought. He found himself in the forest outside of Konoha village. Then he saw Naruto teaching Konohamaru the Rasengan, which was a bit tricky to explain, but that was the situation. This ninjutsu involved 3 steps. First, practice with a water balloon, then smash it with a bang and a pop. During the time of the deer, Makimaru heard Naruto's words, and his mind was filled with black lines, making him feel completely gloomy. Lushur thinks that Konohamaru is really a genius for being able to learn the Rasengan. Although he doesn't know the Rasengan himself, he probably understands the principle. In order to help Konohamaru avoid some detours, Lushur decides to step in personally. With this in mind, he walks over to the 2. Naruto and Konohamaru see Lushur and happily greet him. Big brother, you're here. I'm teaching Konohamaru the Rasengan. But this guy is so slow. I've explained it clearly, yet he just doesn't get it. Konohamaru, Deer thought to himself, with this kind of approach, it's a miracle if you can learn anything. It's just that Konohamaru is smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn it even if he died. However, Deer didn't say that Naruto's teaching method was wrong. Instead, he spoke to the still introverted Konohamaru and said, all right, Konohamaru, since Naruto didn't explain it clearly, let me explain the principle of the Rasengan to you. As soon as Konohamaru heard this, he immediately perked up. After all, this was his brother's older brother, and he must be more reliable than his own brother. Thus, Teacher Deer began the class. Deer approached Konohamaru and said seriously, "The principle of the Rasengan is to go bang and then bang to burst the water sphere. Do you understand?" After Lucier finished speaking, he realized that Konohamaru had turned into a black and white image, with his eyes becoming circular and a lot of black lines appearing on his head. The Rasengan that Naruto mastered was also taught by his brother, right? Naruto was laughing beside him, mocking Konohamaru while laughing. Ha ha ha, I told you even an idiot could learn it. Isn't it as easy as I said? To be honest, Konohamaru now felt a bit reluctant to learn the Rasengan. It was too difficult. Deer Time saw that the timing was about right, rubbed with Leaf Maru's head and said, "The Rasengan is a high-level ninjutsu. Its basic principle is to concentrate chakra in the hand, making it flow in irregular directions while compressing it, forming a chakra sphere of an attribute-less nature, about the size of a palm, which is then used to attack the opponent. The Rasengan consists of the following steps. First, concentrate the chakra in the hand. Second, continuously release chakra in the hand, causing the scattered chakra to spin endlessly. Third, the continuously spinning chakra is further compressed with precise control to form a sphere of a fixed size. Fourth, maintain this spinning form, and the Rasengan is born. Do you understand it now?" Upon hearing Deer Time's explanation, Wood Leaf Maru immediately asked Naruto for a water balloon and began experimenting. Naruto, somewhat dissatisfied, muttered, "Brother, it's obviously a very simple thing. Why do you have to make it sound so complicated? Can't you just understand it with a bang and a pop?" Lucier shot Naruto a glance, thinking to himself, "What do you even understand? If Jiraiya taught you this way, you wouldn't learn it even if it killed you." So, Lucier sat under a tree and began studying sealing techniques. The Flying Thunder God technique involved many sealing techniques, some of which were quite obscure and related to space. Time passed quickly while studying, and before he knew it, it was noon. Naruto was eager to invite Konohamaru and Lucier to eat ramen. Since he was hungry too, he went along with Naruto. As they just entered the village, they saw Sakura coming towards them. Ignoring Naruto's pig-like behavior, Lucier walked straight past Sakura. Sakura reached out, wanting to say something to Lucier, but before she could speak, Lucier impatiently said, "I've already taken back the warrior from your shadow. If you want to find Sasuke, go ahead. But let me remind you, Orochimaru doesn't keep useless people." Naruto was feeling conflicted. One was a girl he liked, and the other was his very kind older brother. Seeing their relationship in such turmoil, he wanted to say something, but he understood his brother well enough to know that he probably couldn't persuade him. So after comforting Sakura a bit, Naruto also left. At Ichiraku Ramen, while waiting for their order, Naruto kept wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to express it. Seeing Naruto like this made Rushi feel uncomfortable, and he asked, "Just say what you need to say. Stop beating around the bush." Hearing Rushi's words, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then cautiously said, "Big brother, do you have some misunderstanding with Sakura? Actually, Sakura is really kind." Rushi then asked, "So tell me, in what way is Sakura kind?" After Shikamaru finished speaking, he turned to look at Naruto with a playful expression. Naruto said, "Sakura." After thinking for a long time, Naruto couldn't come up with any of Sakura's strengths. Aside from hitting him, he really couldn't think of any other merits. Seeing Naruto's silence, Shikamaru pointed to Uncle Ichiraku in the kitchen. "Then tell me about Uncle Ichiraku's strengths." When it came to this, Naruto was no longer sleepy and immediately said, "Uncle Ichiraku is very kind. When others are unwilling to sell me things, he is the only one who treats me to ramen. Every time I come, Uncle Ichiraku gives me the biggest portion. He never rejects me or dislikes me. Just like you, big brother." As he spoke, Naruto started to falter. For the first time, he began to doubt Sakura. Yeah, why can others' kindness be articulated, but not Sakura's? At that moment, Uncle Ichiraku came out with 2 bowls of noodles and placed them in front of the two. He had heard Naruto's words just now, but he didn't say anything, only gave Shikamaru a faint smile. Deer patted Naruto on the back of his head and said, "Let's eat. This is the ramen that Uncle Ichiraku made with his own hands, so don't waste his effort. Remember, when looking at people, you should look with your heart and feel with your heart, not just with your eyes, especially with your presbyopia." Naruto looked at his brother with his clear, yet foolish eyes, not knowing what presbyopia was. Lucier didn't explain what presbyopia was and started eating noodles. Sakura returned home in a daze, and when she saw her parents, she burst into tears, hugging her mother tightly and not letting go. While crying, she complained to her mother, "Mom, I feel abandoned by everyone. No one cares about me anymore. Seeing their daughter like this, her parents felt very distressed. After all, she was their daughter, and the bond between mother and daughter was deep. Sakura's mother also started to cry. After calming Sakura down, her father, who had been silent, finally spoke up. You say you've been abandoned by everyone, but do you have a place for others in your heart? Besides that Sasuke, do you think of your other friends? I told you before not to lose this bond. Did you listen to me? Now you say you've been abandoned, but it's more like you've given up on this feeling. Sakura's mother signaled him with her eyes to stop, but this time, Sakura's father became unusually firm and ignored his wife, continuing, Do you think I don't know what happens at school? Naruto is just a common ninja. Why should he take your nonsense? Now he is being personally taught by Jiraiya, and your Team 7 has disbanded. You won't have to see Naruto anymore. Should you be happy? Why are you back crying? Do you even have the face to cry? Sakura's father's words struck deep, and she didn't expect her usually honest father to say such things. She wanted to refute him, but didn't know how to start. All right, I've said enough. Whether you listen or not, I don't care. Aren't you studying at the Konoha hospital now? That's good. Don't mix with those kids from the big clans anymore. They're much smarter than you. They don't bully Naruto. Have you thought about the reason? If you spend even a little less time thinking about Sasuke and use your brain to think, you wouldn't end up like this. I really don't understand how you can still cry. After finishing, Sakura's father started eating and ignored the mother-daughter pair. Sakura was stunned. For the first time, she felt her father was somewhat inscrutable. Tsunade, what you're doing is simply inhumane. Do you know how long I have to work every day? Do you know how long it's been since I've been to a beautiful place? Why could Danzo stroll around with a stick when he was Hokage, occasionally saying it was for the village, while I have to work like a donkey and only return home in the dead of night? Even that little Naruto has started to complain. At that moment, Tsunade was processing documents, not even lifting her head, and replied indifferently. So, what do you want? Hearing this, Jiraiya instantly changed to a flattering expression, eagerly saying, Tsunade, how about this? However, Tsunade wasn't buying it at all and coldly shot back, No. Stop bothering me with these documents, or I'll send them all over to you later. As soon as she said this, Jiraiya deflated like a punctured balloon. Just then, he noticed Lucier sitting on the sofa like a grandmaster, and the balance in his heart was immediately disrupted. Jiraiya quickly moved to Lucier's side, sat down, and once again donned the flattering smile he had when facing Tsunade. Speaking in an almost fawning tone, Lucier, could you help me process these documents today? I can teach you a very powerful ninjutsu. Lucier raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at Jiraiya, and said slowly, I'm not interested in your ninjutsu. Besides, you should handle your own business. Don't think you can drag me into it. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately made a distressed face, clasped his hands in a pleading manner, and said, Lucier, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Look at this old body of mine. If this goes on, I'm really going to fall apart. Besides, that ninjutsu is my ultimate technique. Learning it would be very beneficial for you. Lu didn't move, stretched lazily, stood up, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Jiraiya's eyes turned, and a plan came to mind. He pretended to be regretful and said, I want to teach you all my strongest ninjutsu. It seems that's not going to happen. Listening to Jiraiya, Lucier naturally knew he was trying to trick him into doing his work, and he wasn't falling for it. He replied, After I'm done, you'll say that you signed a contract with the Wet Bone Forest, and I can't use your sage techniques, right? Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that his little scheme had been seen through. Just as he was about to say something, Tsunade's voice came through. Jiraiya, if you don't start working within 5 minutes, tomorrow's workload will double. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya immediately took off running. He was already exhausted, and he couldn't handle any more tasks. After Jiraiya left, Lucier also planned to leave, as he had come here to discuss the opening of a distillery with Tsunade. Just as Lucier turned around, he heard Tsunade say, Lucier, don't leave yet. Almost at the door, Lucier stopped upon hearing Tsunade's voice and turned back to see what she wanted. Seeing that Lucier had paused, Tsunade continued, There's a task that requires you to run an errand. As she spoke, she gently placed a document on the desk in front of her. Lucier walked to the desk and picked up the document. After he focused his gaze on the details of the task, he let out a slight sigh of relief. This task was not complicated. It was just to clear out a group of bandits. However, as he continued to read, Lucier's brow gradually furrowed. The document mentioned that there seemed to be some ninjas hidden among the bandits. Moreover, they had successfully robbed several passing merchant caravans and nearby villages. From various signs, it appeared that this group was not weak. Recently feeling somewhat bored, he thought it would be good to go out and take on a task. As for the strength of those people, they were just bandits. What was there to worry about? If they were truly formidable, they would be taking on missions at the exchange for gold instead of being bandits. Lucier put away the document and then walked out of the Hokage's office. After leaving the village, he headed towards the village where the task was issued. This time, he did not bring Xiaohei with him, and the reason was that the bandits were not worthy. Lucier didn't walk very fast, taking his time to enjoy the scenery of the Land of Fire. No wonder it made the other villages envious. The environment was truly beautiful. Early the next morning, Lucier arrived at the village where the mission was posted. He needed to ask where the bandits were. After getting clear information, he headed in the direction the village chief indicated. It took only a few hours to reach the bandits' hideout, but from the looks of it, there weren't many people around. He still needed to follow the necessary procedures. He certainly didn't want to face any unexpected troubles. Lucier quietly arrived at the back of a house and discovered that there were people talking inside. Hey boss, how many women do you think you can bring back this time? I haven't been with a woman in a long time. The ones we grabbed before have all been monopolized by the boss. I don't know if he even shares with the brothers. Exactly. If I could take him on, I would have rebelled long ago. He just relies on his little bit of ninjutsu. Without it, what is he? Hearing this, Lucier understood that this might be a wandering ninja who couldn't survive outside and had come here to claim the mountain as his own. He probably didn't know that being a mountain bandit was even more dangerous than being a ninja. Countless time travelers were using them to practice their skills. Since the people were not around, Lucier decided to wait a bit longer. After all, it was daytime, and it would be easier to act at night. Thus, Lucier began to rest not far from the bandit's lair, where the view was open and monitoring was convenient. Lu suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in today, so he immediately did so. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blade soldier. Wow, this is a great item. When Lu summoned the blade soldier, it had sharp blades for arms and legs, looking quite formidable. It's true that in Jackie Chan Adventures, a blade-wielding soldier took down the entire main character team. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Uncle Chan would have been done for. Lucier looked happier the more he watched. Mountain bandits. Are you ready to accept the baptism of the? It's a bit cringy, but still quite cool. After showing off a bit, Lucier put away the. He decided to use the to deal with these mountain bandits, which could be considered a way to honor them. In the evening, a large group returned to the mountain stronghold, and these bandits were pulling over a dozen horse-drawn carts. Lucier estimated that there were more than 50 people in the entire stronghold, but it didn't make much difference. They all had to die. After Lucier gave the order to the, he sat on the tree and watched. Soon, the slaughter began. Lu kicked the corpse in the pool of blood and spat on it. What useless leg. With his strength, you still dare to be a bandit? You're really embarrassing the bandits who trample on the Pirate King and swing bottles at the Four Emperors. Just look at them, and then look at yourself. Next life. Go mix in the world of the Pirate King. The bandits there have more prospects. Lucier was a bit unhappy. These people had completely failed to test the limits of the blade soldiers, which was quite a pity. After checking that there were no survivors, Lucier began to inspect the carts that the mountain bandits had brought back. There was nothing valuable, just food, but he planned to open a distillery soon. So this food would come in handy. He arranged for the shadow ninjas to move the food into the shadow space, toss the corpses of the bandits into the house, and then set it ablaze. Lucier felt that he was doing a good deed by not letting these bandits rot in the wilderness. What great merit that was. Just after Lucier left, a few people dressed as ninjas arrived at the mountain stronghold. Looking at the raging fire, the lead man said, "It seems that our people have been killed. I can smell the scent of roasted meat." Another plump ninja turned to the lead man and asked, "Captain, what should we do? We arrived too late. It's all that aid's fault. We didn't get there in time." And he dared to return to the land of grass with the goods. Who gave him the guts? Now that the goods have been stolen, what should we do next? The lead man thought for a moment and said, "You take your team to the nearby village to ask if they issued a mission, and check if it was a mission issued by Konoha. I'll take the remaining people and head toward Konoha." "Understood, Captain. I'll go right now." On the road to Konoha, Lucier was leisurely making his way. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few people. When Lu turned around, he saw that a few people had already come close. He took a look at their forehead protectors and realized they were ninjas from the land of grass. They must have reported their presence in the land of fire. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to appear here so boldly. He had no intention of dealing with these people. And just as he was about to continue walking, he noticed that several of them had surrounded him. They were dressed in green ninja attire, holding shuriken in their hands, with fierce expressions on their faces. The leading ninja stepped forward and asked in an accusatory tone, "Did you steal food from that mountain bandit? Hand over the food now. That food belongs to us." Lucier frowned. These people were too arrogant. If they had just said something nice, he would have considered giving them the food. After all, losing goods was considered a mission failure for a ninja, and he was a ninja as well. He couldn't make things difficult for others over a bit of food. However, their attitude really displeased him. If it was burned, they could go look for it in the fire themselves. As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, he was about to leave, not in the mood to deal with these fools. However, the ninja from the land of grass clearly had no intention of letting him go. Those earlier questions were just a casual inquiry. Now that they had found a main target, they were definitely going to retrieve the food. Seeing Lu Shi's attitude, the leading man exchanged glances with his companions, and the three grass country ninjas quickly charged at Lu Shi. Their intention was to subdue him first, and then force him to reveal the whereabouts of the food. But they had chosen the wrong opponent. Lu Shi was not someone they could mess with. In an instant, Lu Shi evaded their attack, and after dodging, he immediately summoned the Shadow Legion. Deer was worried about not having a place to test the newly crafted dagger blade, and now these oblivious ninjas have come to his door, making them perfect test subjects. In an instant, a group of shadow troops appeared from a void. They varied in form: 7 ninjas, a samurai soldier, a troll soldier, and a dagger soldier. They were all summoned to prevent these people from escaping. The grass country ninjas were taken aback at first, but soon became tense, realizing they had encountered a tough opponent. At this moment, the leading man stepped forward and said, "You're a ninja from the Leaf Village, right? We do not intend to be your enemies. We just want to retrieve our food. If you give us the food, we will leave immediately. What do you think?" Lu smiled and shook his head. "Not really. If you don't take action against me, I might give you the things, but as of now, you can go die." Just as Lu Shi finished speaking, the blade soldier pierced a man's back, and a scream echoed, causing several people to retreat quickly. However, how could the Shadow Legion give him a chance? They swiftly blocked the ninja from the land of grass, and the blade soldiers were harvesting the lives of the 8 one after another. In less than 2 minutes, most of the ninjas from a land of grass were dead, leaving only one leading man, as Lu Shi had specifically instructed. He felt that something was off. How much could that food possibly cost? How could they send so many ninjas for escort? The leading ninja was barely holding himself up, looking at Lu Shi and the Shadow Legion in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that the boy before him could be so powerful. The deer approached the man, but maintained a safe distance, saying, "Go ahead. What's in those grains?" The man looked at the deer in surprise, not expecting the child in front of him to be so clever. He hadn't said anything, yet the child guessed that there was something in the grains. However, it was no longer a matter of whether to speak or not. Since the other party already knew there was something inside, it didn't matter much whether he spoke or not. He hoped that after he finished speaking, the other party would give him a quick end. After making up his mind, he said, "The grains are worthless. What's valuable is the chakra metal inside. As for where the chakra metal came from, I don't know. I was just ordered to escort it." Upon hearing the man's explanation, the deer felt that he was telling the truth. As a dying man, he had no reason to lie. However, the deer was still curious and asked, if chakra metal is so important, why was it taken by bandits? After Lu Shi finished speaking, he looked at the person, who sighed and said, "The one responsible for transporting the chakra metal is the advisor of our land of grass daimyo. Our task was to take the storage scrolls to retrieve the chakra metal. However, by the time we arrived, the advisor had already set off with the chakra metal. When we caught up, they had already been robbed by mountain bandits, and the rest you already know." Deer nodded and said, "Since you didn't lie, I'll give you a quick end. Don't blame me. If you hadn't attacked me first, I might have really given you the food, so you can leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, the blade of the assassin pierced through his chest. Deer ordered the Shadow Ninja to gather the bodies together and set them on fire. "Umaba, well done, another act of merit." After finishing, Deer headed back to Konoha. On the way, he took out the chakra metal, which seemed to weigh about 1 kilogram. He heard this stuff is quite valuable, so he planned to ask his father about it when he returned to Konoha. The next noon, Deer returned to Konoha, and after completing his mission, he wanted to go home to catch up on sleep. However, he was stopped by Tsunade, who said, "Deer, don't leave yet. Can your winery allow Konoha to invest in it? You can split the profits 50-50. Rushi looked at Tsunade as if she were a fool. After a moment, Rushi asked, "Why should we? The factory is owned by our Nara clan. The labor is also our Nara clan's people. The raw materials are bought by us, and the brewing technique is mine. What can Konoha provide if they want to invest? I don't want someone who doesn't work, but want to share the profits." Tsunade felt that she hadn't explained herself clearly and that Rushi misunderstood her, so she added, "What I mean is, Konoha will handle the sales, and you Nara clan won't have to take care of anything else. Konoha can also help you purchase grain. buying it in the name of the village, which would at least be 10 cheaper than if your Nara clan bought it yourselves. How about that? Doesn't it sound appealing? Lu Shur extended 3 fingers and said, at most 30%. The cost of brewing is too high. You have tasted those wines, and they will definitely sell well. So this deal is not a loss for Konoha. If you disagree, I will find other families. They will definitely be willing. Deal. Tsunade agreed readily. A 30% profit met her psychological expectations. By the way, Lu Shur, aren't you quite wealthy? Why are you still working so hard to make money? Hearing Tsunade's question, Lu Shur sat down on the sofa and explained his reason for working hard to earn money. Lady Tsunade, in the past, Konoha was poor, and everyone was poor together. At that time, no one dared to make money. Once you made money, the Hokage would come to you complaining about how difficult it was for Konoha, forcing you to hand over the profitable business. The current industries in the village came about this way. Now it's better. No one is watching. So I want to earn more money and retire early. Just as Lu Shur was about to say more, a paper ball was thrown over. How old are you to think about retirement? Can't your Nara family be a bit more diligent? All right, Lady Tsunade, I'm going home. As for the distillery, when the time comes, draft a document to clearly outline the profit sharing and responsibilities. We are like brothers. Let's settle the accounts clearly, so we don't hurt our feelings later. Tsunade agreed to this, so she didn't oppose it. Although Lu Shur wouldn't cheat her, necessary procedures still had to be followed. The reason she wanted to invest was that Konoha was too poor. Although the daimyo had restored military spending, Konoha was still very short on funds. Lu Shur's wines, which he had tasted yesterday, were very good. Compared to other wines, they completely crushed them. This was the main reason she wanted to invest. If she didn't act now, other families would compete for it, and it would be harder to consider investing later. Suddenly, Lu Shur thought of the chakra metal and believed that Tsunade would definitely recognize it. After all, the second Hokage had used chakra metal to forge the sword of the Thunder God. With that in mind, Lu Shur took out the chakra metal and placed it on the table. Tsunade was somewhat surprised to see the chakra metal. She certainly recognized it, but wondered where he had gotten it from. Lady Tsunade, I obtained this while cleaning up some mountain bandits. Tsunade looked puzzled and said, Lu Shur, chakra metal is extremely valuable. This piece is worth at least 100 million ryo. How could mountain bandits have something like this? Selling it to any ninja village would fetch a large sum of money. Why would they want to be bandits? Lu Shur then explained the reasons behind it. Hearing Lu Shur's account, Tsunade began to ponder. The land of grass was not to be underestimated, and such a backstabbing ally was only something the third Hokage would trust. After a minute, Tsunade asked, Lu Shur, what do you think the land of grass wants to do with all this chakra metal? What else could they do? Forge some ninja tools. I heard they suffered heavy losses, with most of their ninja dead, so the land of grass will definitely recruit some wandering ninjas. However, these ninjas are generally weak and will find it hard to protect the land of grass. Therefore, they can only find other ways to strengthen themselves, like the 7 ninja swordsmen, which is a good example. Although the land of grass can't create ninja swords like the Samahata or the decapitation blade, they can still forge some ordinary ninja tools with chakra metal. After hearing Lu Shur's explanation, Tsunade found it very reasonable. These are also thoughts that Lu Shur had while on his way back. Tsunade pointed at the chakra metal on the table and asked, what do you plan to do with this? Deer thought for a moment and first asked his father if it was useful. If not, he would ask Naruto and the others. If this thing could provide them some help, he felt it was more meaningful than exchanging it for money. Tsunade was very satisfied with Deer's attitude. He might not love Konoha, but he truly cared about the people around him. Moreover, on the night Jiraiya wanted to leave, she heard Deer's conversation with him. She was really looking forward to Deer 5 years later and wanted to see how far this young man could reach. After Lu Shur left, he returned home. His father was resting today and was at home. After sitting down, Lu Shur took out the chakra metal. After the shock, he heard Lu Shur express his thoughts. Lu Shur, it's great that you can think this way. I just plan to forge 2 special kunai, one for Shikamaru and one for myself. This is all thanks to the improved secret techniques of our Nara clan, which allow us to free our hands during battles. I've been considering how to form a new combat system. As for your twin blades, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I've secretly practiced at home, but I might not have the talent for using blades. So I chose to develop a weapon that suits me, and I already have some ideas. However, the weapons needed for this new combat system are a bit expensive. Upon hearing this, Lu Shur immediately showed a rich and smug expression, saying in an even more smug tone, if money can solve the problem, is it even a problem? Our Nara family may not have much, but we do have money. You can take this chakra metal to use. There's no need to be polite with me. ISNT, all of this yours in the future? Lu realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. What he actually wanted to say was, "Isn't what I have yours?" Who knew that, by some twist of fate, he ended up saying that instead. Deer looked at his son and didn't say anything else. He knew that the kid was just being reckless. Deershire's mouth had certainly taken advantage of things outside. After discussing the matter of the chakra medal, Deershire remembered to ask where his mother and Deer Maru had gone. Your mom went grocery shopping, and Deer Maru is on a mission, just a simple escort task. So you don't have to worry. Dad, I'm not worried about Deer Maru. I'm thinking about Ino. Time flew by like a white horse, and a year quickly passed. In this year, one could say it was a burst of good fortune. The ninja team had expanded to 30 people. The samurai team had 15. The troll team had 6. The alien soldier team had 8. The dagger team had 6. The shadow eating team had 3. The night bat team had 3. The giant pincer team had 6. And the sickle shadow team had 3. This meant that Deershire had gathered 9 major shadow legions, with a total of 80 subordinates. The system originally told him that Deershire could only have over 50 shadow legions, but now with 80, it surprised Deershire a bit. He asked the system about it, and the system replied, "Why are you so annoying? Isn't it better to give you a bit more? If you don't want it, I can take it back." Lushire. After spending these years together, Lushire has also realized that this system was likely given to him because others didn't want it. This system is even more sarcastic than he is, has a whole set of ways to insult people, and always talks nonsense, saying things like, it has added Xiaohua's WeChat, and it wants to have a passionate love affair with Xiaohua. Lushire was obviously stunned and thought to himself, is this system operated by humans? After pondering for a long time, he felt it was very likely. In this year, with the help of Jiraiya as a training partner, Lushire had assembled many combat teams, each with its own area of expertise. Except for the trolls, which had strong defense, the rest of the Shadow Legion's defenses were not very strong. Therefore, Lushire used the trolls as meat shields, and he discovered that he could share vision with the trolls. During the day, Lushire still couldn't do anything to Jiraiya, but at night, Jiraiya could only run away. After all, the Shadow Legion could respawn endlessly and appear from anywhere, and Jiraiya couldn't withstand that. Lushire has learned about the strength of these Shadow Legions, most of which are at the level of Chunin, with only the Assassination Blade Corps and the Scythe Shadow Corps reaching Jonin level. However, this is already quite formidable. With his own swordsmanship, Lushire feels that he is at least not inferior to Nagato. Recently, in tests, Lushire did not use any underhanded tactics and fought head-on. It must be said that Jiraiya, that old guy, is really strong. If it weren't for plot reasons, Jiraiya wouldn't have died at all. It would have been very easy for him to be summoned back from Mayaboka Mountain. He doesn't know why he chose to die in battle. Was it just to promote Naruto's growth? Lushire thinks that's ridiculous. However, since Lushire is here, Jiraiya won't die again. The sudden increase in combat power is not what makes Lushire the happiest. What makes him happiest is that his children's food supply is also increasing significantly. Although it is not as exaggerated as Tsunade's, it is quite substantial, which makes the other girls in the village very envious. Especially Sakura, who is like an airport. As for why Ino has changed like this, it is of course Lushire's doing. He tricked Ino into drinking the cup growth liquid as soon as he signed out. In this year, Sakura has changed a lot. Although she has dropped out of the top 13, she can still be encountered often. She clearly rejected Naruto 6 months ago, which left Naruto quite depressed for a long time. However, after Lushire's thorough education, Naruto quickly recovered. In the room, Lushire feels that his plan can be implemented. As for what plan, it is of course to write the story of Juju Z saves his mother. Since he is no longer inferior to Nagato, there is no need to wait any longer. This book is Lushire's ultimate trump card. He doesn't believe that Nagato and Obito would not suspect Kagaya Otsutsuki after seeing this book. Of course, he doesn't expect to solve Kagaya Otsutsuki just with a book. It's just to create some cracks between them. He started writing right away, planning names like Vortex Nervous Door, Uchiha Dog Dai, Southern Fool, Yellow Hair Yin, and Jujuzi. He had thought of these names a long time ago and had written some over the years, but he hadn't finished, mainly because there was no rush. As for the main characters, Lushire arranged them to be Darui from the Cloud Village, but in the book, he is called Daruhei, and the other main character is the Mist Village leader, Jiro, whose name in the book is Changshi. Darui and Changshi are still unaware that their lives were almost lost because of Lushire's book. To confuse Nagato, Kurojitsu, and others, Lushire racked his brains. He specifically described Darui and Changshi as the reincarnations of Ero and Taro. Not only that, but he also detailed the abilities of the 6 paths of pain in the book. Deer was secretly thinking about how Nagato that neurotic would react upon seeing this book. The names of the 6 paths of pain were changed to peculiar yet unforgettable titles like One Path, Tomorrow's Path, Day After Tomorrow's Path, Possible Path, Unknown Path, and Maybe Path. As for those rogue ninjas, Deer had already thought of how to portray them. There were the tragic ones like a shark whose fate was choked by destiny, the ungrateful, heartless ones who killed their own parents, the money-obsessed ones who couldn't extricate themselves from their greed, the artsy ones obsessed with their craft, the clay boy who loved to create various explosive designs, those who enjoyed pretending to be someone else's dog, and the scum who worshipped evil gods and did bad deeds. Each nickname was vivid and highly ironic, making it easy for anyone to instantly associate it with a corresponding person. However, the most anger-inducing event for Obito was when Kagaya and Uchiha Kaji teamed up to kill Rin, which was then shifted to the head of Mist Village and Obito. Not only that, but Deer also elaborated on why he specifically chose that ultimate failure of a character, simply because he saw him as simple-minded and easily manipulated. Thus, for the past few days, Deer hadn't taken on any tasks, instead staying at home writing. When his parents asked, he just brushed them off. Kakashi came by every day just to check how much Deer had written. After reading the book, he was astonished to find that the character named Hatake Obito was almost identical to him. Especially the various past experiences described were so similar, they seemed copied and pasted. Kakashi thought this was something Deer had heard, so he didn't pay much attention. But the content of the book was indeed good. He wanted to read more, so he came to Deer's house daily to see where he was in the writing. One day, Deer finally finished writing. Without wasting a moment, he immediately rode his little black horse to the bookshop at the daimyo's estate. It was the shopkeeper himself who received him. After all, the book of the melancholy prince of Konoha was too popular, making him a fortune over the years. He had previously urged Deer to write more, but Deer had always declined, saying he had no inspiration. This time, with the melancholy prince himself bringing the manuscript, how could the shopkeeper not be pleased? The two discussed and split the profits profitably, and after concluding, Deer left. Although writing this book had a purpose, he still needed to earn money. After all, he needed to prepare a full pantry for his future children, and having more children would be a disservice to Ino's good conditions. So, engaging in underhanded dealings was a minor issue. Earning money was the main concern. A month later, the sun shone down on the bustling streets of Konoha Village, where people were coming and going, each busy with their own affairs. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the tranquility. "Come and see. The melancholy prince of Konoha's new book, The Tale of Juujweizi, Saving His Mother, is on sale." This shout was like a clap of thunder, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Upon hearing the news, people rushed towards the source of the sound. At the entrance of a bookstore, a crowd was packed, with excited shouts and anxious urges coming from within. "Please don't push. We have plenty of stock. Everyone will get a copy. Just line up." The bookstore owner shouted at the entrance, trying to maintain order. However, before he finished speaking, someone tried to cut in line. "Hey, you there. Go to the back of the line." The owner pointed at the person without hesitation. Despite this, the scene remained chaotic. People were jostling forward, eager to get their hands on the highly anticipated new book. "I'm sorry, everyone. We truly have no stock left. But please rest assured, we will contact the printing factory for an urgent restock, expected to arrive tomorrow. No, today. We will continue selling in 3 days." The bookstore owner explained while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding across various corners of the ninja world. In bustling towns and remote villages, wherever there were bookstores, people were fervently buying the tale of Juujweizi, Saving His Mother. However, in the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Nagato, filled with tubes, wore a grim expression that seemed ready to drip water. He tightly held a copy of the tale of Juujweizi, Saving His Mother, his eyes filled with suspicion. The plot of this novel bore an astonishing resemblance to his own experiences. The book described him as a character who was manipulated by others. After completing his mission, Conan used up to 6 trillion explosive tags to perish alongside Obito. But in the end, Obito was unharmed while Conan died. All of this undoubtedly reminded Nagato of himself. Conan, and the various past experiences they went through, some of which he had almost forgotten, yet were all recorded in the book. Thinking of this, Nagato suddenly slammed the book to the ground, shouting angrily, "Damn it! Who wrote this? How does he know all about the 6 paths of pain's abilities? And with such precision." Just moments ago, he had specifically asked Conan, and it turned out she really had 6 trillion explosive tags. If that were the case, then what was written in the book could very well happen in the near future. Conan remained silent beside him, equally astonished at how Nara deer seemed to know everything. No one knew about their encounter with Hanzo the salamander. So why did he know? Although the book had changed Hanzo the salamander's name to Hanzo the half-gene. Even a fool would recognize who that was. After thinking for a long time and unable to figure it out, Conan suddenly spoke. Nagato, since you've read this book, what are your thoughts? Seeing Conan's worried expression, Nagato's gaze softened immediately as he gently said, "Can you see if you can bring that Nara deer back? I have some questions for him." Then Nagato's expression turned cold. The plan will not change. This time, Yahiko's wish must be fulfilled. As for that Madara, he is not the real Madara at all. Check which Uchiha have names with dog or lead in them. Haven't you noticed? The names in this book have all been altered. But one character remains unchanged, making it much easier to investigate. Conan nodded. I'll go do that right away. Nagato specifically reminded Conan, don't let that Madara find out. Okay, I understand. After Conan left, Nagato began to reconsider the next steps of the plan. The plan had to change. Conan was the only one he cared about, and he couldn't let Madara harm her. Of course, this Madara is a Bito in disguise. In a gloomy underground room, Black Zetsu was stunned. Had he been exposed? After plotting for so long, how could a child know about it? No, he had to see for himself. If necessary, he would kill Nara deer. As for Obito, it would be easy to deceive him. 3 days later, outside Konoha village, Deer heard Ino say, I've been feeling more burdened lately. I'm so troubled. Do you think it will be like Lady Tsunade? Hearing Ino's words, Deer felt overjoyed, thinking to himself, it's great. This is a chance I wasted to become stronger. If she doesn't grow a bit, what will happen to my future children if they go hungry? While thinking this, he couldn't say it out loud. Ino, you're at the stage of development. This is all very normal. If you don't like it, I can help you. Upon hearing Deer's words, Ino's eyes instantly lit up. Although she likes her current scale, it is indeed a bit inconvenient. So, she asked Lu, do you have any solutions? Deer sure smiled mischievously and then extended his hand. I can help you massage it a little, but once it's done, it can't go back to how it was. You naughty rascal. I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, Jingyi ran away. Her mother told her it was a good thing. How many women want to grow bigger, but can't? She said he was unaware of his good fortune. Actually, every time she saw Deer Shure's lewd gaze, she felt quite happy. After all these years together, she couldn't imagine anyone else in her heart. She didn't know why. Deer Shure seemed to particularly dislike painting, always telling her that drawing in the ninja world was definitely not a good thing. Rika gently held Ino's small hand and said, Ino, do you really not like this? If you don't, I can really help you. Ino smiled sweetly, then tapped Rika's forehead and playfully said, silly, how can I not like it? In fact, I really envy Lady Tsunade. It would be great if I could have femininity like hers. Lucier was about to whisper sweet nothings in Ino's ear when he noticed a dark figure watching them from behind a tree. He quickly changed his words to, Ino, there's an enemy. Just as Ino was about to check, Lucier stopped her. Don't move, it will be bad if it spots us. Just follow my instructions. You're so bad. I'm going to tell your mom, Ino said before running off. 2 minutes later, seeing Ino run into Konoha, Lucier shouted towards the tree, come out. What a vigilant little brat. I'm here to find your mom. Bite it. Then, Shuring emerged from the shadows behind the tree and lunged at Kurizetsu, biting him fiercely. Deer faintly heard the sound of barking. Basically, all the Shadow Legion had been tested, and this time it was just right to use Black Absolute to test the strength of Shadow Devourer. Black Absolute was almost lying on the ground, so it had no shadow at all. The furious Shadow Devourer bit at Black Absolute, somewhat like 3 lions bullying a hyena, and Deer clearly heard Black Absolute cry out in pain. It was only about 10 seconds. The 3 Shadow Devourers bit off 3 dark lumps from Black Absolute. After breaking free from the mouths of the Shadow Devourers, Black Absolute immediately burrowed underground, swearing in the name of its mother that it would never seek out Nara Deer again. Until its mother was rescued, it would avoid this guy. Those 3 dark lumps had bitten it too painfully. Deersure approached the dark, murky object, picked up a stick and poked it, discovering that it was alive and still wriggling, which was a bit disgusting. He casually collected the dark object into the shadow space to see if it could survive without oxygen. Now, Deersure felt a bit regretful. He should have just put Black Absolute into the shadow space earlier, which might have prevented all those subsequent troubles. However, with Black Absolute's cunning skills, it would have been difficult. That guy's ability to escape was comparable to Orochimaru's. After everything was over, Jiraiya and Ino arrived. Jiraiya checked the surroundings and, finding no danger, asked, Deersure, what's going on? Didn't Ino say you were in danger? Where's the enemy? Lu Shur took out the 3 black things, which were the enemies. Not knowing what they were, they seemed to be of average strength and were quickly driven away by me. Jiraiya examined these black objects. He had seen a lot, but he couldn't tell what they were either. On the way back, Jiraiya shared some intelligence about the ninja world with Lu Shur. Lu Shur, recently a couple of Jinchuriki have been captured. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable. You should do something for the village. I know your strength now, and at night. Even I can't match your shadow army. Although I can scatter them, they can respawn infinitely. That ability is too terrifying. Just as Jiraiya was about to finish his sentence, Lu Shur interrupted him, looking serious. Lord Jiraiya, I am already doing something. You just haven't seen it. After a while, you will know how much I have accomplished. Hearing Lu Shur's words, Jiraiya didn't continue to persuade him. He knew Lu Shur was not someone who made empty promises. What he said surely meant he was planning something. And he definitely wouldn't harm Konoha. That was enough for him. In a dark cave, Obito was smashing things. He had read the Mother Rescue record and realized the dog belt mentioned, and it was clearly about him. Even the part about him impersonating Toby was in the book. And the more he read, the angrier he became. If the book was true, then he had been used like a big fool. At that moment, Black Zetsu returned. But when he tried to question Black Zetsu, he noticed something was off today. Although Black Zetsu had always been dark, he had a more rounded appearance before. This time, he clearly had 3 notches on him. Obito subconsciously asked, "Are you Black Zetsu's brother?" Black Zetsu. After a moment, a furious voice echoed in the bass. "I am Black Zetsu. Can't I change my appearance?" Obito. After Black Zetsu vented his frustration, Obito threw the Mother Rescue record to him and said, "Explain this. What's going on?" Black Zetsu had already thought of an answer on the way back. "I suspect there is a traitor in our organization. The traitor has passed this information back to Konoha. That kid Nara Lu Shur is trying to create a rift between us, which is why he wrote it that way." Although Obito still had doubts, Black Zetsu's explanation didn't seem wrong. After some consideration, the only one with that ability could be Uchiha Itachi. It seemed they needed to be cautious. "Black Zetsu, you go monitor that kid Nara Lu Shur." "I'm not going." Before Obito could finish his sentence, Black Zetsu immediately refused, saying, "If I go once, I'll lose 3 pieces of meat. If I go too much, I might not come back at all. That kid's ability is too special. I can't dare to approach him recklessly." As an ancient schemer who had lived for over 1,000 years, he wouldn't take any unnecessary risks. Seeing the dangerous look in Obito's eyes, Obito explained why Black Zetsu shouldn't go and advised him not to approach Lu Shur lightly unless necessary, specifically mentioning Lu Shur's abilities. Although Obito was somewhat surprised by Lu Shur's abilities, he didn't take it seriously. After all, he was invincible after becoming intangible. In the Akatsuki base, Black Zetsu was already numb. After refusing Obito, Nagato had asked him to monitor Nara Lu Shur again. Obito could be deceived, but Nagato was not that easy to fool. "Black Zetsu, I want all the information on Nara Lu Shur's abilities. Go. Don't disappoint me." "Do I have to go?" Hearing Black Zetsu's refusal, Nagato coldly said 2 words. "You can't." Nagato continued, "This is the foundation of our collaboration. If you can't provide us with intelligence, then the cooperation will terminate here." To save his mother, Black Zetsu had no choice but to endure. Otherwise, he would have given Nagato a lesson. Just as he was about to dive underground, he heard Conan laughing heartily. "Ha! Did you see the 3 notches on Black Zetsu's head? It's so funny. When he appeared just now, I was even wondering who he was." Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, knowing that if it weren't for his mother, he would have killed Conan. On the streets of Konoha, Lu Shur was holding Ino's hand, strolling along. "Lu Shur, have you noticed that Sakura has changed? She seems to have matured and no longer argues with me. Recently, when I invited her to the hot springs with Tintin and Hinata, she refused. Do you know what's going on?" Listening to Ino's question, Lu Shur thought for a few seconds and then said, "She might feel like she can't keep up with us, so she chose to step back. Sakura's medical talent is decent, but her other talents are average, and without a particularly good teacher, her potential is limited. Plus, with Team 7 disbanded, Kakashi won't continue to mentor her, so going to the hospital is a good choice." "Oh, is that so? It feels like we can't even be friends anymore." After saying this, Ino clearly felt a bit sad. "All right, Ino, friendship is a 2-way street. One person can't carry it all." Suddenly, Lu Shur shifted the topic and asked, "Do you know the difference between Naruto and Sakura?" Ino shook her head, looking puzzled. "It's simple. Naruto tries to change, while Sakura doesn't. That's the fundamental difference between them. Naruto has done his fair share of reckless things. Sometimes he really gets on my nerves, and I just want to kick him. But after I advised him a few times, he hasn't acted out again. He just wanted to attract others' attention. Similarly, when I was at school, I also advised Sakura not to hit Naruto. But she agreed at first, and then went back on her word. Since Naruto was willing, I just let it go. Deer suddenly turned his head and said seriously, "You might not understand what I'm saying. You can consider a different question. Why doesn't Sakura hit others?" I don't deny that Naruto can be annoying at times, but is it all Naruto's fault? On the way to the daimyo's mansion, a guy was cursing while hurrying along. That woman, Tsunade, is so shameless. She even plotted against me. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her invest. This cursing person is Deer. When he received the family task today, he was stunned. Tsunade actually asked him to go to the daimyo's mansion to fetch food. And this food was meant for brewing's sake. Originally, this was all Konoha's business, but Tsunade assigned it as a family task. Family tasks cannot be refused. Even the strict Hyuga clan wouldn't dare to reject the family tasks assigned by the village. Otherwise, Shinji Tobarama would have dealt with the Hyuga clan long ago, as he is someone who even disbanded his own family. If the Hyuga clan were to disobey, he wouldn't hold back when dealing with them. Some rules can be broken. So although Deer was somewhat reluctant to go, he had no choice but to comply. Lucier didn't bring Xiao Hei this time. Not because he didn't want to, but mainly because Xiao Hei had been borrowed by his father recently. So Lucier could only go to the daimyo's mansion on foot. As for Xiao Bai, it's better not to mention it. Even when Lu Wan wanted to ride Xiao Bai, they had to negotiate and bribe, so he had no chance at all. Just as Lucier was about to arrive at the daimyo's mansion, a person walked out in front of him. A woman whom Lucier recognized, Nan Xiaosha from the Mother Rescue story. Xiaonan had light blue-purple hair, giving her an air of mystery and elegance. Her eyes were light orange-yellow, revealing a blend of determination and gentleness. She wore a light purple paper flower on the right side of her head. Is your Akatsuki organization so poor that you can't even afford a hair accessory? This paper flower is a bit inauspicious. In our Konoha, paper flowers are only used for the dead. Xiaonan ignored Lucier's words and coldly said, "Come with me. Nagato wants to see you." Hee. It seems a name Nan Xiaosha suits you quite well. What makes you think I would go with you? If you had set up 6 trillion explosive tags here, I might consider it, but did you? Xiao Nan. All right, stop pretending to be a cool goddess in front of me. If it weren't for the trouble, I would take you down right now. As for Nagato, I really don't care at the moment. If it comes to a fight, I think my chances of winning are greater. After all, his combat power in his original form is too weak. In a battle of attrition, I could wear him down. As Lu Shi finished speaking, the Shadow Legion appeared around Xiao Nan. Looking at the surrounding Shadow Legion, Xiao Nan felt a lot of pressure. However, she did not show it. She knew she couldn't bring Lu Shi back today and had to change her strategy. How do you know our intel? Is what's written in the book true? Hell, why should I tell you? Or do you think you can threaten my life? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Xiao Nan fell into contemplation. She carefully observed that these black figures were not puppets. Therefore, it was difficult for her paper to restrict them, and she had heard that Lu Shi's fighting style was particularly ruthless. She did not want to confront her head-on, as it was not in the interests of the Akatsuki organization. After a moment, Xiao Nan said, "State your terms." Lu Shi revealed a smile of triumph and stepped forward, saying, "Just relying on the detonation talisman won't kill Dog Dai. I can give you an idea that increases your chances of killing him by up to 20%. But you might also die. My condition is that you bastard. Do you believe I can kill you right now?" Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Xiao Nan felt a bit angry. "Lu Shi, you must be misunderstanding something. Let me finish my words. I just need some explosive tags. Is that too much to ask?" Inside, Xiao Nan was cursing Lu Shi to death. "If you need explosive tags, you should just say so, making me think too much." After sorting out her feelings, Xiao Nan spoke up. "Okay, I will give you some explosive tags. Now tell me how you found out about our intel." Although she didn't mention a specific quantity, since this rich girl Xiao Nan had agreed, it definitely wouldn't be a small amount. So Lu Shi decided to weave a truth for Xiao Nan. "Since you were once students of Jiraiya, you should know that Jiraiya signed a summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku, right?" Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Xiao Nan nodded. This was something she, Yahiko, and Nagato were all aware of. Seeing Xiao Nan nod, Lu Shi continued to fabricate. Mount Mayaboku has a toad that has lived for over 1,000 years. It is the highest-ranking toad of Mount Mayaboku, also known as the Great Sage Toad. Its main job now is to dream. A few years ago, if Jiraiya went to Mount Mayaboku, he would say the Great Sage Toad was looking for me. When I went, that old toad would tell me about many things it dreamed of, and then it would narrate its dreams to me. Finally, it told me to write these down and publish them in the ninja world to stop the Uchiha's conspiracy. Then why didn't you write it a few years ago? Deer looked at Xiao Nan with a mischievous smile. Previously, I couldn't defeat the Vortex Shinobi Gate, but now I fear no challenge. Seeing Deer so confident, Xiaonan felt he might be overestimating himself. After all, these shadow ninjas couldn't stop Nagato. What she didn't know was that Deer didn't intend to confront Nagato head-on. Killing Nagato wasn't that troublesome. It was just that Miga hadn't arrived yet, and he couldn't go to Rain Village to find him. So, tell me your method for dealing with Obito. Hearing Xiaonan's question, Deer became even happier and immediately shared his plan. To kill Obito, you need to do it in 2 steps. First, when you use the explosive tags to blow him up, you need to put a lot of paralyzing poison in the paper. The amount has to be large. Otherwise, such a violent explosion could easily cause the drug's effect to dissipate. So, the quantity must be substantial. As for how to detonate it, that's also a skill. 6 trillion explosive tags can at least explode for over 10 minutes. If you do this, you won't be able to kill Obito. You need to compress the time down to 7 minutes, or even 6 minutes, for a limit break. The effect will definitely be better than a sustained explosion. If this still doesn't kill Obito, then you'll have to fight desperately. I heard that your body can split into a large amount of paper. I don't know if the paper is poisoned after you get poisoned. At first, Xiaonan thought Deer had a point, but when he asked her if the paper was poisoned, she fully understood his meaning. This was asking her to trade her life for a life. She never expected that this child in front of her, just over 10 years old, would have such ruthless methods, or that he could indeed pose a threat to Nagato. After telling Xiaonan the method, Deer was about to leave. But he suddenly remembered there was something else he hadn't said. I've said everything I needed to say. When will you give me the explosive tags? Hearing Deer's words, Xiaonan, lost in thought, came back to her senses and said, I will bring them to you in a few days. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Deer was very satisfied. This was a big win for him. Watching Deer leave, Xiaonan wondered whether she should kill him. She just felt that this kid didn't seem like a good person. Inside the feudal lord's mansion. Feudal lord, this is the wine specially brewed for you by our Nara company. It's a plum flavor, not sold outside. What kind of level do those drunks outside have to deserve to drink with you? The feudal lord felt extremely pleased as he listened to Deer's words. As the richest feudal lord, he had to show that he was different from others in everything. Little Deer, it's enough that you can come to see me. You don't need to bring anything next time. Lucier murmured to himself. If it weren't for seeing that smirk on your face, I would have believed your nonsense. Although he thought this way, he couldn't say it outright. Your Excellency, you're too polite. Our Hokage always speaks highly of you. Upon hearing this, the daimyo became interested and asked, what has Tsunade said about me? The Hokage said you're the most virtuous daimyo, and the Land of Fire has been thriving under your management. That old man Sarutobi is really something. Why does he always make you angry when he has such a great daimyo? She's extremely satisfied with your abilities. If you didn't call her Tsunade, you'll be the perfect daimyo. The daimyo was slightly taken aback, and then burst into laughter. Haha, that sounds just like Tsunade. She always complains to me about not letting me call her Tsunade. After stopping his laughter, the daimyo asked Lucier, did you come here this time just to deliver wine, or is there something else? Deer scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and said shyly, Daming, actually I came here wanting to buy some grain from you, as the distillery is running low on supplies. After saying that, he took out a whole box of money and placed it on Daming's table. Daming didn't even look at it and casually replied, you can take the money back this time. Consider this grain a gift from me. You don't have to keep running back and forth. Just come and pick up the grain when you need it. As for the money, just deduct it from next year's military expenses. Doesn't the distillery also have shares in Konoha? There's no need to keep transferring money around. When Lucier heard the words of the Lord, he immediately gave a thumbs up to the Lord. My Lord, you are truly wise and brilliant. My admiration for you is as vast as the waters of the Yellow River. All right, little Lucier, I understand what you want to express. No need to say more. It's too cheesy. I'm actually not as great as you say. From now on, I'll give you a 20% discount on the grain for your winery. The Lord's aide, standing behind the Lord with a notebook, recorded what Lucier had just said, thinking that these words would come in handy for him in the future. It was impressive. Lucier's praise had left the Lord somewhat bewildered. If the timing had been right, the aide would have wanted to celebrate with Lucier. After leaving the Lord, Lucier hurried towards Konoha. Although this place was bustling, he had no family, lover, or friends here, so he did not stay. While Lucier was on his way, he spotted a familiar figure about 20 meters ahead. Lucier thought to himself, this Black Absolute really has a bad memory. It still comes to find him. However, this time Black Absolute has learned to be smart. It didn't show itself, but instead lurked 50 centimeters underground. Most people wouldn't be able to notice it, but with the glasses provided by the system, Lucier spotted it at a glance. However, pulling it into the shadow space was out of the question. but he could scare it a bit to prevent it from constantly monitoring him. Deer summoned the Shadow Eater and said, "Bite it for me." Hearing the familiar words and seeing the familiar three opponents, Black Absolute turned and ran. To hell with the mission. He needed to stay alive to save his mother. The Shadow Eater called out a few times above Black Absolute's head before being recalled by Deer. The Shadow Eater couldn't walk in the ground like Black Absolute. It was just trying to scare him. The next night, Deer returned to Konoha. Feeling a bit tired, he thought about soaking in the hot springs. Konoha did have a hot spring, but there was only one, with 6 pools, not very large in scale. After telling his mom that he wouldn't be home for dinner, Lucier set off with Lumaru, and the little ones were all there. So Lucier generously invited everyone to enjoy a barbecue first. This time, Sakura was also brought along by Ino, but Lucier didn't target Sakura. After all, there was no direct conflict with her. It had always been about Naruto before, and now Naruto wasn't clinging to Sakura anymore, which was a good state of affairs. Moreover, it was called by his future wife, so he had to give her face. After dinner, Lucier took the little ones to soak in the hot springs. So comfortable. Yeah, Niji just finished a mission. Soaking in the hot springs is really enjoyable. As soon as they entered the pool, Lee and Niji expressed their feelings. Naruto, on the other hand, was having a water fight with CHG in another small pool. Lucier asked Shaoli, "Did you just come back? Where did you go for the mission?" Shaoli took off the towel on his head. "We went to the land of Earth with Teacher Kai to escort a merchant convoy. It was pretty boring, and we encountered 2 groups of bandits along the way." Ning Si nodded, looking equally helpless. "There's nothing we can do. This is what ninjas do. We have to take on any mission. If you really want to spar, you can come find me, and I'll have the Shadow Legion accompany you." Upon hearing Lucier's words, both Xiao Li and Ning Si shivered and said in unison, "No. Thanks." The others looked at Xiao Li and Ning Si with slight smiles, all knowing why these 2 battle maniacs would refuse. 6 months ago, people from the land of grass came to Konoha for supplies, but Konoha dismissed them, saying, "We only killed the bandits and didn't take any of that grain." When they left the village, they happened to see Lucier. The information they received was that after Lucier killed those bandits, the food disappeared. Upon seeing Lucier, these people tried to force him to admit it, but were taught a lesson by the Shadow Legion. The scene still sends chills down their spines when they think back on it. A long wooden stick was directly used against the other ninja, and of course, everyone covered their behinds. Since then, Xiao Li and Ning Si never sought to spar with Lucier again. They certainly didn't have the ninjutsu like those ninjas from the land of grass. While the boys were chatting enthusiastically, the girls were just the same. "Ino, we're all girls. You don't need to be so shy." At this moment, Ino was crossing her arms. In response to Tion's words, what Ino said next directly provoked Sakura, who felt like she was about to float away. So annoying. Tion. Sakura. Only Hinata was there, giggling with her hand over her mouth. After soaking in the hot springs, everyone went back to their own homes, looking for their own moms. Those without a mom looked for their dads. And those without dads looked for Jiraiya. If there was no one like Jiraiya, then it was time to sleep. After sending Ino home, Shikamaru took his time returning. Black Zetsu grumbled as he returned to the base. Seeing Black Zetsu, Obito curiously asked, "Weren't you supposed to monitor Nara Shikashi? Why are you back so soon? Did you complete Nagato's mission?" "No, that kid discovered me. His perception is too strong. He could sense me even underground. It's impossible to monitor him. We should focus on those 2 reincarnated individuals instead." Upon hearing this, Obito's expression turned cold, and he asked, "Didn't you say it was all fake? Why are you still concerned about those 2? Seeing Obito's skepticism, Black Zetsu quickly explained, or rather, tried to deceive him. "No, I read that book, and there are many things we are uncertain about. So, to ensure our plan goes smoothly, we need to eliminate all potential dangers. Only then can we succeed." Listening to Black Zetsu, Obito grew increasingly doubtful about the contents of that book. However, thinking of Rin made his intelligence drop to 0, so he agreed to Black Zetsu's plan. Obito and Black Zetsu found Konan, hoping she could send someone to deal with CHG and Darui. After some back and forth, they decided Kisame would deal with CHG and Obito would handle Darui. After Obito left, Konan entered a secret room. When she saw Konan come in, Nagato asked Konan, "Why are you back? Weren't you supposed to deliver an explosive tag to that brat Nara Shikashi?" Konan approached Nagato. "I just went out and ran into Madara. He wants us to eliminate Darui from the Cloud Village and CHG from the Mist Village. In the end, I only agreed to eliminate CHG from the Mist Village." "Nagato, I find this very strange. If the book is all fake, why are they concerned about this?" Plus, Black Zetsu's monitoring failed. He He said Nara Shikashi's perception is very strong, and he couldn't get close at all. A minute later, Nagato said, then let Kisame and Itachi go. As for your worries, there's no need. In front of my eyes, Nara Shikashi and that fake Madara pose no threat to me because I am a god. Receiving the order, Kisame and Itachi immediately set off. Obito was also considering how to eliminate Darui. If he acted in the Cloud Village, the commotion would be too great. He could only first bring him into the Kamui space and then kill him. On the way to the Mist Village, Kisame asked Itachi, Mr. Itachi, you've read that book too, right? What do you think? The organization is currently suspecting that you leaked that information. Hearing Kisame's question, Itachi simply replied, it wasn't me. Kisame didn't continue on that topic, but changed the subject. Mr. Itachi, what do you think about the terms tragic shark, wolf-hearted and dog-livered, and ungrateful Uchiha? Very fitting. He was right. You are a tragic shark, and I am wolf-hearted and dog-livered. Kisame was not surprised by Itachi's answer, nor did he care. After reading that book, he also felt like a tragic shark. No life, no friends, only killing and missions. He glanced at his clothes and remembered a line from the book. This organization is too poor. There is only one piece of clothing. As all the money was used by Conan to buy explosive tags. As he walked, Kisame pondered why he joined this organization. They said they could provide him protection. Did he really need someone else's protection? During this time, Itachi also reflected on the words in the book, which said that his Sharingan was blocking his vision, preventing him from seeing whether people were human or ghosts, obscuring familial and friendly ties, and only allowing him to see the results woven by others. Sasuke could not bear the glory of the Uchiha, and that glory would completely disappear with Sasuke's children. Sure, Sway, did your Koto Amatsukami really work on me? Now that the Uchiha has disappeared, is that what you wanted to see? Or did you also fail to see the future? Itachi's mood was chaotic, and he felt unprecedentedly lost. He thought it might be time to talk to Shikashi. Perhaps he could resolve his confusion. In the Cloud Village. Damn it, who is that guy with the Sharingan? How dare he come to the Cloud Village to kill? The situation began 2 hours earlier when Darui went to the Cloud Thunder Gorge to find Killer Bee. On the way, he was attacked by a masked man. Darui was strong, and with Killer Bee arriving in time, they managed to drive the masked man away. Even so, Darui sustained serious injuries. When Killer Bee brought Darui back, the fourth Raikage was furious. At that moment, a dark-skinned woman placed a book on the Raikage's desk. The Raikage glanced at the book and then at the woman, dissatisfied. Mabui, I don't read children's books. It's not the time for reading. My subordinate is seriously injured. Lord Raikage, please take a look at page 79 of this book. Perhaps you'll know who attacked Darui. Hearing Mabui's words, I picked up the book, albeit skeptically, and flipped to page 79. 10 minutes later, I put down the book. This book is well written, but I suddenly froze and flipped back to page 79. Damn it, this Darui isn't Darui, is it? Which bastard wrote this? This is totally misleading. I looked at Mabui. Mabui pointed at the book and said, Lord Raikage. This was written by Nara Shikashi from Konoha. After seeing the contents of the book, I got curious and did some research. I found out that this Nara Shikashi, at such a young age, has written quite a few books, including quite a few adult-themed ones. Get to the point. The Raikage was becoming impatient and urged Mabui. All right. The point is, many things in here have really happened. The previous Treasure Hunt King was also written by Nara Shikashi. And then the Land of Grass discovered that pair of eyes, which caused us significant losses. In the Mother's Rescue story, many events are true, so I suspect Nara Shikashi knows something. Or perhaps Darui really is a reincarnation of TRA. Upon hearing Mabui's explanation, I fell into deep thought. I suddenly stood up and said to Mabui, send a letter to Konoha, demanding they give us an explanation for Darui's attack due to his book. Mabui felt a bit overwhelmed. Was it really the time to discuss this? The later parts were the main focus. Thinking of this, Mabui quickly advised the Raikage, Lord Raikage. You should take a look at the later content. If the earlier parts are true, and the later events are also true, it would be terrifying. Hearing Mabui's words, the Raikage picked up the book again. He hadn't really looked at it carefully before. This time, the Raikage started reading from the first page. Mabui, do you really think this big glutton family exists? The book is too exaggerated. I always feel something is off. Mabui took back the book from A.S. hands and said, Lord Raikage, some things are indeed true. As for the others, I can't be sure. You'll have to judge that for yourself. A walk to his beloved gym equipment, casually touched it, and then said with determination, send a letter to Konoha to inquire about this matter, and if possible, ask Nara Shikashi to come. I have something to ask him. Understood, Lord Raikage. I'll go right away. After saying goodbye to the linen, they left. A few days later, Kakashi and Itachi arrived in the Land of Water and the next afternoon reached the Hidden Mist Village. With Kakashi being a local, the two easily entered the village. However, not long after they entered, they encountered Terumi, Mei, and Ao. Terumi Mei is now the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, and Ao is her capable assistant. Coincidentally, they had business to discuss with the feudal lord of the Land of Water, and unexpectedly ran into Itachi and Kakashi. Their appearance disrupted Itachi and Kakashi's plans. Originally, the two wanted to quietly find CHJR and eliminate him, but they didn't expect to encounter these two first. Moreover, Terumi, Mei, and Ao both knew Kakashi, leaving no opportunity for them to fabricate a story. Upon seeing Kakashi, a complex emotion flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. The four stood facing each other, and it was Terumi Mei who broke the silence. Kakashi, come back. The Hidden Mist Village is no longer what it used to be, and I can overlook the past. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Kakashi simply replied indifferently, whatever happens to the Hidden Mist Village has nothing to do with me. I'm here to kill someone and then leave. His mission with Itachi was to assassinate CHJR, not to engage in pointless conversation with Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei still appreciated Kakashi. If he could return, the Hidden Mist Village would gain another powerful fighter. However, since Kakashi was unwilling to return, they could only fight. No matter who he wanted to kill, Terumi Mei would not agree, and the four immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terumi Mei and Ao teamed up against Itachi and Kakashi. While Itachi observed the situation from the side, looking for an opportunity, Terumi Mei launched the first attack, forming hand seals and shouting, "Water style, water dragon bullet." A giant water dragon soared into the sky, heading straight for Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi formed hand seals and shouted, "Water style, shark skin water shark bullet." The shark skin transformed into a massive shark, colliding head-on with the water dragon. The two jutsu clashed in midair, producing a tremendous sound. The water dragon was torn to shreds by the shark, and after biting through the water dragon, the shark disappeared before them. Kakashi seized the opportunity to rush at Terumi Mei, his shark skin glinting with cold light, aiming for her throat. Terumi Mei quickly retreated while forming hand seals again. Water style, water barrier. A solid wall of water appeared in front of her, blocking Kakashi's attack. Kakashi's shark skin struck the water wall, splashing countless droplets, but it couldn't penetrate. Ao saw this and joined the battle. He formed hand seals and shouted, "Water style, Azure Dragon Whirlwind." Ao's right hand shot toward Kakashi's back. Sensing the killing intent from behind, Kakashi quickly turned around, his shark skin sweeping out to collide with Ao's fingers. Kakashi pushed slightly harder, forcing Ao back. After pushing Ao back, he also felt some impact, his body swaying slightly. Seeing this, Itachi decided to join the fight. He formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball." A huge fireball erupted from his mouth, heading straight for Terumi, Mei, and Ao. They quickly separated to dodge the fireball's attack. The fireball hit the ground, erupting into massive flames and smoke. In the heat of the battle, Terumi, Mei, and Ao quickly counterattacked. Terumi Mei formed hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water shark bullet." A gigantic water shark leaped up from the sea, heading straight for Itachi. Unfazed, Itachi formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, phoenix fire." Dozens of flames erupted from his mouth, forming a net of fire that trapped the water shark. The water shark struggled in the fire net, but couldn't escape, ultimately being consumed by the flames. Seeing this, Ao shouted, "Water style, water surge wave." A waterfall extreme of water shot towards Kakashi. Kakashi, who excelled in water style, saw Ao attacking him and responded with the same technique. The two streams of water collided, creating splashes. Terumi Mei seized the opportunity to launch an attack, forming hand seals and shouting, "Water style, water tornado." A massive water tornado rose from the sea, heading straight for Kakashi and Itachi. They quickly separated to evade the water tornado's assault. The water tornado hit the ground, exploding in a shower of water and airwaves. The battle continued for several minutes, with both sides sustaining some minor injuries. Although Terumi Mei's water-style jutsu was powerful, Kakashi's shark skin and Itachi's fire-style jutsu were equally formidable. Additionally, being in the Hidden Mist Village, there were some powerful jutsu she dare not use. Ao had just attempted to sneak attack Kakashi with his laser sword, but was burned by Itachi's Amaterasu, the flames quickly spreading. To save his life, Ao decisively severed his own right hand, stopping the spread of the flames. At that moment, reinforcement from the Hidden Mist village arrived on the scene. Kakashi and Itachi realized that continuing the fight was pointless. Let's go. This mission has failed. After saying this, the two disappeared before Terumi Mei, who did not pursue them. Although she hadn't used her full strength, she knew that Kakashi and Itachi hadn't either. Both sides had fought with restraint. After they left, Terumi Mei said to the person beside her, "Send AO for treatment, and find out who from the Cloud Village has had a conflict with Kakashi. I want to know who Kakashi is trying to kill." "Yes, Mizukichi." At this time, Shika was counting small change. The manuscript payment had arrived, and the brewery had made quite a bit of money during this time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the richest in Konoha, completely unaware of the trouble he had caused for the Cloud and Mist villages. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, as that was his intention. While counting his small change, Shika was startled by the sudden appearance of the Umbu. "Shika, the Hokage wants you to come." It turned out to be Kakashi. After putting away the money, Shika followed Kakashi to the Hokage's office. As soon as he entered, he heard Tsunade's ominous voice say, "Hello, the melancholy prince of Konoha. You've been hiding this from me for so long. I always thought those books were written by Jiraiya." Riku was a bit scared as he looked at Tsunade's half-smiling, half-serious face. After a long pause, he finally said, "You've already hit Jiraiya, so you can't hit me again." Tsunade couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a round of sweet talk, Riku finally managed to cheer her up. He was almost ready to call her sister to make her happy. Just then, Riku heard a rustling sound. Turning his head, he saw that it was Jiraiya, who was writing something down. Without needing to think, Riku knew that Jiraiya had recorded what he had just said. Lucier sat down on the sofa and said to Jiraiya, who was still writing, "Lord Jiraiya, the person who wore a mask and went to the red light district yesterday was you, right?" "Yeah, I was afraid of being recognized." Jiraiya looked up at Lucier, thinking to himself, "This little brat always digs pits for me." Tsunade ignored Lucier's earlier comment and instead asked about the story of Juujweizi saving his mother. "Lucier, tell me, how do you know so many things? There are many things that your father doesn't know. How did you find out?" Lucier felt a bit troubled. He had already made up a truth before, and now he had to fabricate another one. However, this time he couldn't use Jiraiya as an excuse since Jiraiya was right next to him when he met Gamamaru. Nevertheless, Lucier was quite skilled at concocting stories. He looked directly into Tsunade's eyes, and his eyes gradually turned as dark as ink, then were enveloped by a dark aura. Tsunade looked at Lucier in disbelief, not knowing what new ability he had acquired. This was a new technique that Lucier had developed himself, and he gave it a very imposing name, Dark Eye. This technique wasn't particularly powerful. It just relied on the dark fruit to absorb eye fatigue, enhancing dynamic vision and allowing one to block Genjutsu. However, he couldn't say that right now. Lord Jiraiya has been killed. After saying this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade stood up. Lucier gestured for them to sit down and then said, "My ability allows me to see some scenes from the future. Some are quite complete, while others flash by in an instant. That book was written based on the scenes I saw, and sometimes I can also see some images from the past." Jiraiya, however, was not in the mood to think about the book, as he was in deep trouble himself. Tsunade felt the same way. Jiraiya was his old partner, and he couldn't let him die. So he hurriedly asked, "Lucier, what do you mean Jiraiya is dead?" Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Lucier, wanted to know how he would die. Hearing Tsunade's question, Lucier felt more secure and continued to weave his tale. "The scenes I saw this time are not complete." "Stop stalling, just say it." Tsunade was clearly more concerned about this matter than Jiraiya. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Lucier relayed what he had fabricated to both Tsunade and Jiraiya. "I saw Lord Jiraiya proposing to you. For some reason, you rejected him. That's the first scene. The second scene shows Lord Jiraiya covered in black rods. And then he said, 'The wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me.' Jiraiya, that line is really cool. What kind of expressions are you two making?" Lucier suddenly noticed that the two were looking at him with questioning eyes, and he quickly understood. He continued, "Don't be so down. When Lord Jiraiya proposes to you, just say yes. Although it's a bit of a pity for such a beautiful lady to marry this old man, I believe Lord Jiraiya will be a good husband. Who knows, maybe they'll keep him from dying. If worst comes to worst, there's still me, right? I definitely want to let Lord Jiraiya die." After he said this, a dense army of shadows appeared in the Hokage office. The Umbu, protecting Tsunade, wanted to enter to protect the Hokage, but was stopped by a white-haired figure. This white-haired man was Kakashi, who knew that Lucier would not harm Tsunade. Lucier retracted the Shadow Legion and continued, "People should cherish those around them. Otherwise, when you lose them, there won't even be a place to cry over your regrets. I think I'll go to your place and grab a spicy banana chicken leg." While trying to advise Tsunade, Lucier turned his head and saw Jiraiya looking at him lecherously, almost pressing his face against Lucier's, which nearly made Lucier's heart jump out. So he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. "What is wrong with you? Why are you so close to me?" Upon hearing Lucier's words, Jiraiya sat back in his original position, but the lecherous grin on his face couldn't be wiped away. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya and continued to ask, "Lucier, you can't be joking about this. What you just said, is it true? I don't know. If Lord Jiraiya has thoughts of proposing to you, then it might be true. If he doesn't, then it's not. But just look at Jiraiya's expression and you'll know." Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and found his face completely red, with his head lowered like a shy bride. Tsunade also felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly concealed it. Then she took out a document and threw it to Lucier, who was on the sofa. Lucier carefully read the document he received, which was a message from Yunin village, indicating that the Dalu E had been attacked, likely related to the book he possessed. They wanted to ask if Lucier had any intelligence on the matter, and, if possible, to pay a visit. After putting away the document, Lucier asked Tsunade, "Hokage-sama, do you have any thoughts on this? I don't have much in mind, but I'd like to hear your opinion on whether we in Konoha need to prepare for anything. After all, the Big Eater family in the book is too strong." Tsunade replied. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Lucier began to ponder the situation in his heart. It might be a good idea to prepare something in advance. But once the Ninja World Dance King appears, our high-end combat power would still be insufficient. It would be better to let things unfold naturally. After all, with Naruto and Sasuke around, he just needed to be more careful with the people around him. In the original story, his father and father-in-law were taken out by a single attack, so he must ensure they don't follow the same path. Thinking of this, Lucier looked up at Tsunade and said, "Hokage-sama, based on what I've seen, there's no need for us to prepare anything other than strengthening ourselves. Unless the other ninja villages can jointly attack Yuin village, preparing would be of little significance. Especially those two old stubborn ones, the fourth Raikage and Noki. They won't believe it until danger is upon them. Even if they did believe it, do you think a book could convince the daimyo? If the daimyo disagrees, everything else is pointless." Tsunade felt that Lucier's reasoning made sense. They would definitely not agree to risk their lives based on just a book. Then why not pay a visit to Yunin village? You could let them prepare in advance. "Hokage-sama, let's forget about that. The Raikage is only inquiring because his subordinates were attacked. Even if I tell them this is something that will happen in the future, I think he would at most hide the Jinchuriki, well, rather than seek trouble with Yuin village. All right, Lucier, you can go back now, if possible. I still hope you can make a trip, but of course, this is entirely voluntary. I have some matters to discuss with Jiraiya, so I won't see you off." Seeing that Tsunade had issued the dismissal, Lucier hurriedly left, feeling that Jiraiya was about to face misfortune. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out, a scream from Jiraiya echoed in the office, followed by Tsunade's threat. "Jiraiya, if you dare go to the red light district again, I will break your legs." Once outside the Hokage building, Lucier felt very good. He thought that once the Fourth Great Ninja War was over, if he wrote another book, he might even unify the ninja world. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but shout, "I'm destined to be the king of writing." A bit too Chinibyu. At the entrance of Yunin village, a gentle breeze brushed against Lucier's hair, and combined with his laid-back demeanor, he still looked quite handsome. Deer doesn't really like the traditional hairstyle passed down in the Nara family, finding it too troublesome since it requires tying up the hair every day. So, he simply let his hair down and doesn't look bad on him. Ino even said he looks much more handsome than Shikamaru. Lucier's gaze fell on the dark-skinned woman in front of him, feeling a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember her name. He had previously watched the anime, focusing solely on Naruto, the big fool, and rarely paid attention to the female characters. Now he realized how foolish he had been. In fact, Lucier didn't really want to come. Tsunade had insisted that everything was voluntary, yet the next day, she sent him here. Just as Lucier was mentally cursing Tsunade for her shrinking chest, he heard the dark-skinned woman speak. "Hello, my name is Mabu, and I am Lord Raikage's secretary. I'm here to take you to the village. The Raikage is already waiting." Upon hearing Mabuyi's introduction, Lucier finally remembered her. In the original story, he recalled that she was ultimately killed along with his father by the tailed beast bomb. If possible, he thought he would save this dark-skinned woman when the time came. As Lucier and Mabuyi walked into the village, a burly man rushed up to him. Without saying a word, the man immediately launched into a hilariously awkward rap performance. "Hey, you must be the moody prince of Konoha. Yo yo yo. The book you wrote caused Darui to get hurt. That's really unforgivable." Faced with such a sudden and bizarre scene, Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He leisurely pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and, with a smile, handed it to the burly man. Upon seeing this, not only was the man left dumbfounded, but even Ma Bu-yi standing beside him wore a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Lu Shi maintained his calm demeanor, looking at the somewhat confused man, and slowly said, "Your rap is quite interesting, but if you add a basketball, it might feel even better. All right, go back and keep working hard. I hope next time you can express yourself more clearly so I can fully understand what you want to convey." In fact, Lu Shi recognized the burly man right away. He was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Dear Time did this to tease Karabi. After finishing up things over here, Dear Time turned and walked up to Ma Bu-yi. At this moment, he spoke with an appreciative tone, saying, "I have to say the artistic atmosphere in your cloud-hidden village is truly rich. I've never seen such a unique rap performance back in our Leaf Village." Upon hearing this, Ma Bu-yi's already dark face began to flush red. Clearly, she felt embarrassed about what had just happened. Their village's Jinchuriki was being seen by outsiders as someone who makes a living through rap, which was truly humiliating. However, at that moment, Karabi, the person involved, was completely unaware of the impact he had just caused. On the contrary, since it was the first time he received recognition and affirmation for his rap, he was joyfully immersed in happiness, with a smile almost reaching his ears. Ma Bu-yi pondered over what to say to clarify the situation and, after a slight hesitation, explained, he's not a street performer. He's actually a ninja. Hearing Ma Bu-yi's words, Dear Time's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open as if he could fit an egg inside, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone, "He's actually a ninja? Are there really that few missions in your cloud-hidden village? Even ninjas have to come out to make extra money by performing?" While saying this, he pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and shoved it into Karabi's hands without any hesitation. At this moment, Karabi wasn't paying any attention to their conversation. His attention was completely captured by the stack of money Dear Time had just handed over. Thinking to himself how generous this person was, clearly a big fan of his singing. Thus, he wore a proud smile and took the money without a second thought. Ma Bu-yi, witnessing this, was utterly speechless. She really didn't know how to explain this to Dear Time. But considering the village's reputation couldn't be tarnished, she gritted her teeth and continued to defend Karabi, saying, "Oh, please don't give him any more money. He could be a bit mentally challenged, so please don't take it to heart." Ma Bu-yi's words could have been better left unsaid, but as soon as she spoke, Dear Time immediately pulled out another 2 large stacks of cash and handed them to Karabi without hesitation. He gently patted Karabi's broad shoulder and earnestly advised, "Brother, this is all the money I have. I came out in a hurry and didn't bring much, but however much it is, consider it my little token of appreciation. Please don't give up on treatment. If it really can't be treated here, come back to the Leaf with me. Our Hokage's medical skills are unparalleled in the ninja world. Maybe they can cure you. Look at you, tall and strong. It's such a pity that your mind isn't quite right." Hearing this, Ma Bu-yi felt utterly exhausted and could no longer argue or explain. She sighed deeply, shook her head helplessly, and then silently led Dear Time straight to the rakeage office. At this moment, Karabi, even if he was a bit foolish, realized he was being treated as if he were crazy. However, just as he wanted to say something, Dear Time and Ma Bu-yi had already entered the rakeage building. Along the way, the two remained silent, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Soon, they arrived at the rakeage office. As soon as Ma Bu-yi entered, she pulled the rakeage aside and whispered for over a minute. The rakeage, erupting with fury, crackled with lightning and smashed through the glass to jump down. "Why didn't you open a window in the glass? You rakeage seem to be quite skilled at this. I bet you've done this kind of thing more than once." Upon hearing Dear Time's teasing, Ma Bu didn't respond, but felt quite resentful towards the rakeage. Clearly, there were guests present, and he couldn't just walk through the door properly. Hitting Karabi didn't take that much time, and he let outsiders see him make a fool of himself. Indeed, after hearing Ma Bu-yi's words, the rakeage went straight to confront Karabi. This guy was too embarrassing. At that moment, a scream from Karabi echoed outside. 10 minutes later, the rakeage walked in holding several stacks of cash and came to Dear Time, shoving the money into his embrace. "Karabi's illness can't be cured. He doesn't need your money." When Lu Shi listened to Lei Ying's words, he felt that this was too much of a face-saving act. From the beginning, he knew that the money would have to come back. Otherwise, how could it be so straightforward? Lei Ying sat down in a chair and gestured for Lu Shi to sit as well. Lu Shi looked around but couldn't find a place to sit. Can't these shadows put a sofa in the office? Sigh. It seems he could only rely on himself. Lu Shi went to the corner and directly took a chair out of the shadow, which shocked Ma Bu-yi, thinking, what kind of ability is this? Holding the chair, he sat down opposite Lei Ying. Lord Lei Ying, this is not how you treat guests. What kind of guest are you? How many people from our Yunin village have you killed? Have you forgotten so quickly? Since Lei Ying said that, Lu Shi had to have a good chat with him. When it comes to sharp-tongued remarks, he has never been afraid of anyone. Lei Ying, I really didn't expect you, a senior from a ninja world, to be so childish. Hearing someone say he was childish, Lei Ying's body crackled with lightning. Lu Shi wasn't intimidated. He summoned the entire shadow army, and the whole Lei Ying office was filled with them. The guards responsible for protecting Lei Ying appeared right in front of him. Ma Bu-yi looked at Lu Shi's ability and quickly advised Lei Ying, if this turns into a fight, won't the Lei Ying building be destroyed? Lord Lei Ying, don't forget the purpose of inviting him here this time. With someone like Lei Ying, you can't be polite. If you're soft, he'll be tough. Lei Ying released the lightning release mode and said to the nearby guards, you can go down. There's nothing going on here. Hearing AI's words, the guards disappeared in front of AI. Seeing these people disappear, Lu Shi also dismissed the shadow army. Isn't the ninja world all about mutual slaughter? You allow the people from Yunin village to attack my brother, but you won't let me take revenge. What kind of logic is that? Do you really think I'm the third Hokage? Ma Bu-yi was afraid the two would really start fighting and quickly persuaded Lu Shi, this matter is already in the past. After Konoha lifted your rogue ninja status, our Yunin village also did not break the rules and continued to attack you. I hope you won't bring this up again. We came to you this time to ask about that book of yours. Can you explain it to us? Lu Shichong gave a thumbs up to Ma Bu-yi and said, you're a capable person. Since I find you pleasing to the eye and you asked, I'll show you something good. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Lei Ying and Ma Bu-yi both fixed their gaze on him, and they saw Lu Shi's eyes gradually turn as black as ink, then enveloped by a dark mist. Lei Ying and Ma Bu-yi exchanged glances, both puzzled and unsure of what Lu Shi meant. After retracting his ability, Lu Shi directly stated two shocking things. Lei Ying, your hand is gone. Ma Bu-yi, you were blown up by a ball. As Lei Ying just stood up, he felt something was off and gently asked, Nara Lu Shi, what do you mean by that? Explain it to me. Ignoring Lei Ying's attitude, Lu Shi continued, after I awakened the dark eye, I can always see some images. Some of these images might be of the future, and some might be of the past. That book is written based on the images I saw. As for how much is true and how much is false, I don't know. Just now I saw an image of Lei Ying's hand being burned off and Ma Bu-yi being blown up by a ball. I don't know about the others. That's all my explanation. If you have any questions, ask now, so I can go back to Konoha. Lei Ying exchanged a glance with Ma Bu-yi, who immediately understood and quickly left Lei Ying's office. After Ma Bu-yi left, Lei Ying asked Lu Shi, can you see everyone's future? Not everyone. I've tried many people, and quite a few don't even have images. The images in that book appeared automatically during the time my eyes awakened. At that moment, Ma Bu-yi returned with Karabi. As soon as Lu Shi saw Karabi, he immediately grabbed him. You guys Lei Ying are good people. Knowing that you can't be cured in Kumogakure, you want him to go back to Konoha for treatment. Don't worry, the treatment cost will be on me. Karabi, Ma Bu-yi, is this never-ending? Nara Lu Shi, I'll say it again, Karabi is fine. No, wait. He is not sick. He wants to go back to Konoha with you. Why don't you use your eye to look at him now? At this point, Lei Ying was on the verge of exploding. Not wanting to provoke Lei Ying's fragile nerves any further, Lu Shi activated the dark eye. After a moment, Lu Shi said, what I see is a bit strange. It seems like there's an octopus in his belly, but someone pulled it out with iron chains. Lei Ying was shocked. Not only Lei Ying, but Karabi and Ma Bu-yi were also very surprised. Karabi's belly didn't contain an octopus. It was the 8 tails. Lei Ying was starting to believe Lu Shi's words, realizing that even if it were a fabrication, no one would make something like this up. All right, Lu Shi, you can stay in our Kumogakure for a few days. The expenses will be covered by us, and we need to hold a meeting. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Lu Shi did not refuse. After all, these were the main forces for the upcoming battle against Otsutsuki, and they deserved some respect. Lei Ying asked Karabi to take Lu Shi to rest and instructed Ma Bu-yi to gather all the high-ranking officials of Kumogakure for a meeting. As soon as Rushi came out of the Thunder Shadow building, Karabi asked him, do you really admire my rap? Do you want to come to my concert? When? Tomorrow night, at the square east of the village. Lu Shi feels that the entertainment in the ninja world is somewhat lacking. Should we help Killer Bee? Lu Shi tugged at Chi La Bai and said to him, Chi La Bai, do you want a concert with a sea of people? Do you want to hear the cheers of the audience? Upon hearing Lu Shi's description, Chi La Bai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted to see? Chilabai immediately grabbed Lu Shi. Can you teach me? If you can teach me, I'll acknowledge you as my big brother. I'll forget it. I'm afraid of Reikage coming after me. If you want a concert to be successful, you need good works in your own rap style. Do you have a pen? Hearing Lu Shi's words, Chilabai quickly took out paper and a pen. After receiving the paper and pen, Lu Shi started writing the very popular song Wild Wolf Disco from his previous life. Since he had listened to it a lot, he could basically write it out, and it was fine if he missed a line or two. Capturing the essence was what mattered. After finishing, he handed it to Chilabai, saying, "This is what I wrote. You just say this tomorrow, and I guarantee there will be a sea of people." Chilabai took it and immediately began a rap, with Lu Shi correcting him on any mistakes. During a meeting of the higher-ups of the Hidden Cloud Village, Lu Shi was designing a hairstyle for Chilabai. He didn't have a basketball, but parting the hair was still quite simple. With Lu Shi's help, Chilabai was also practicing hard. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Reikage's words sounded a bit absurd, and it felt like they were listening to a story. Otherwise, if someone else had said this, they would have wanted to hit them. You have also seen the things in that book. Most of what was in the front has already happened. I want to hear your opinions, Reikage said. After he finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, and to make them believe that a book could predict the future, they would rather believe that Reikage was a woman. AI looked at everyone's expressions and realized that they wouldn't reach any conclusion today, so he decisively ended the meeting. After everyone left, AI asked Mabu, "Where is Chilabai?" Chilabai has been with Lu Shi. Since you had him take Nilang Lu Shi to his residence, they have been together. I asked the people monitoring them, and Nilang Lu Shi hasn't left. He has been researching rap with Chilabai, and there hasn't been anything unusual in the Hidden Cloud Village. Reikage thought for a moment and said to Mabu, "Tell the people monitoring them not to let their guard down. As for Chilabai, after Nilang Lu Shi leaves, let him return to the Yunlei Gorge. It's safer there." Early the next morning, Lu Shi began to set up the concert venue. Although the ninja world still didn't have computers, there were some old antiques, like the speaking tube, which is a microphone. Lu Shi specifically released several tasks from the Cloud Hidden Village, and when it came to payment, Lu Shi wrote the name of Lei Ying. These people even inquired about Lei Ying, and his exact words were, "As long as he doesn't do anything to threaten the Cloud Hidden Village, don't mind him." As a result, Lu Shi directly released 20 tasks, looking for 20 talented female ninjas. The female ninjas in the ninja world don't have the same fiery spirit as in anime. For the sake of the mission, seduction is quite normal. Lu Shi taught them a simple dance routine, which, although a bit basic, was sufficient. With the dancers ready, the only thing missing now is music. Without a musical accompaniment, the concert certainly won't be exciting. Shika found several types of Japanese instruments and formed a band. When those people heard that they were going to accompany Karabi, they shook their heads in refusal. In the end, Shika offered a condition they couldn't refuse. One can only say that the power of money is delightful, of course. He couldn't spend his own money and would seek reimbursement from Reikage afterward. As for whether Reikage would deal with Karabi, that's another story. Having resolved these matters, Shika went back to check on Karabi. They had already divided their tasks. Karabi was focused on practicing his rap, while the rest was handled by Shika. Karabi had 2 subordinates who were distributing flyers, which Shika had personally written. The flyer read, "The renowned rap artist Karabi from the ninja world will hold a concert tonight at the small square at the east end of the village. The 10 loudest voices tonight will each receive a reward of 1 million Rio. Everyone is welcome to participate." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Karabi's concert began. Karabi was a bit excited. He didn't expect Shika to organize his concerts so well, or at least that's what Karabi thought. If there had been more time, Shika could have done even better. At the opening, a dozen female ninjas started dancing, which drove the men in the audience wild. In the conference room, Reikage was having a meeting with the senior officials of the Cloud Village regarding the issue of Shika's book. He wanted to unite the other ninja villages to take action against the Rain Village, but this proposal was met with opposition from most. They had suffered heavy losses last time and were unwilling to go again, especially since the daimyo did not agree this time. Just then, Reikage faintly heard music. He went to the window, opened it, and heard Karabi's rap. "Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow on your right, and let's go. Come to the left and draw a rainbow with me. Draw another dragon on your right. Don't stop." Reikage furrowed his brows and slammed the window shut with a dull thud. Aoi turned around and said to the guards standing beside him, "Quickly make Karabi stop this ridiculous concert and disperse the crowd. What are they doing here at this hour?" "Yes, Lord Reikage, I will handle it right away." The guard replied respectfully and turned to leave. However, even though the window was closed, the noisy sound from outside continued to come in, like waves crashing against Reiki's ears. These sounds made Reiki, who was already in a bad mood, even more irritable. After a while, the guard returned quickly. He approached Reiki, lowered his head, and cautiously said, "Lord Reiki, there's simply too many people at Kurabi's concert. I fear I can't disperse the crowd alone." Hearing this, Reiki glared at the guard and scolded, "You are becoming more useless. You can't even handle a few dozen people. Do I have to do it myself? I'll send 2 more with you." After saying that, Reiki thought the guard would leave immediately. But the guard stood still, showing no intention of leaving. Reiki's anger flared up, and he impatiently shouted, "What? Do you have something else to say?" The guard took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and said again, "Lord Reiki, the real issue is that the number of people at Kurabi's concert is far more than just a few dozen. It has exceeded 3,000, and the number is still increasing." Poof! Reiki spat his tea all over T-Dai's face. T-Dai wiped the tea off his face and looked at Reiki with a resentful expression. Reiki ignored T-Dai's gaze and asked again, doubting he had heard wrong. After all, Kurabi had previously held concerts secretly, and the number of attendees never exceeded 30. "Say it again. How many people are there?" Upon hearing Reiki's question, the guard repeated the number. This time, Reiki was certain he hadn't misheard. This guard had been with him for many years and wouldn't deceive him. Bang! As everyone was still curious, they saw Reiki, surrounded by lightning, jump out of the conference room's glass window. Seeing this, Mabui sighed and shook her head helplessly, saying, "Sigh, we just replaced the office windows. It hasn't been long. Now we have to replace the conference room's windows again. Our Lord Reiki really gives us no peace of mind." When Reiki arrived at the concert venue, it was at the climax. Kurabi was passionately rapping on stage. "Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow on your right, and let's go. Come to the left and draw a rainbow with me. Draw another dragon on your right, don't stop." Just as Kurabi was very into it, a gritted voice came from the side, "Kurabi, you bastard." As soon as the words fell, a size 45-foot kicked Kurabi squarely in the face. At the entrance of the Cloud Village, Reiki was glaring fiercely at Shika, making Shika feel a bit embarrassed. Shika whistled, waiting for Kuro to come and pick him up. An hour ago, Reiki had been yelling at Kurabi, "You bastard. Do you know how much it costs to hold concert? The reward for over 40 A-rank missions, plus those 10 1 million Rio rewards. And they came to demand money early in the morning. Do you want to kill me?" The expenses for yesterday's concert were all covered by the wealthy Reiki. He truly didn't expect Shika to post over 40 A-rank missions, hiring backup dancers and musicians under the guise of A-rank tasks. What was most infuriating was that Shika had dragged all the small stalls from the Cloud Village to the concert site, claiming that everything sold today would not cost money, and that Reiki would reimburse them double tomorrow. When he came to work today, over 70 people were blocking the Reiki building demanding money. In a fit of anger, Reiki immediately cursed Shika, saying that if he stayed a few more days, the Cloud Village would be driven to bankruptcy. Kurabi insisted on sending Shika, but Reiki was a bit worried, fearing they might pull some stunt again, so he followed them. Soon Kuro arrived, and Shika jumped onto Kuro's back, who then soared into the sky. In the air, Shika shouted to Kurabi, "Kurabi, your rap is excellent, keep it up. Hold more concerts. Money is just an external thing. Don't worry about it." Deer sure quickly disappeared from Kurabi's sight, and now Kurabi was deeply moved. He felt he had found a soulmate. Yesterday's concert was the one he was most satisfied with. Thinking of Deershure's words, Kurabi said to Reiki, "Big brother, I need to go on a mission to make money. I want to hold a concert." A fist as big as a sand pot directly hit Kurabi's face, sending him flying. "Bastard, go to the Cloud Thunder Gorge and don't come out unless necessary. Also, you're not holding any concerts. I don't have that much money to waste on you." After teaching Kurabi a lesson, Reiki left. He had many matters to attend to. A few days later, Deershure returned to Konoha Village. As soon as he arrived in the village, he was called over by Tsunade. Inside the Hokage office, Reiki ultimately couldn't convince the daimyo. If Reiki couldn't convince the daimyo, the other villages had even less of a chance. No daimyo would start a war over a book, so they could only wait. Listening to Deershure's report, Tsunade also understood the meaning of the hidden Cloud Village. She had already anticipated this outcome. If Deershure wasn't from Konoha, it would be hard for her to believe him. "All right, let's put aside the hidden Cloud Village matter for now. Jiraiya is looking for you. It seems urgent. Before you go home, you should check on him." "I understand. Hokage-sama." After leaving the deer, he arrived at the assistant office, which is not far from the Hokage office. When he pushed the door open, he saw Naruto was also there. As soon as Naruto saw him, he immediately perked up. "Big brother, you're back. In a few days you were gone. The pervy sage kept mentioning you. Deer found a place to sit down, feeling tired from the journey. Naruto, how has your training been lately? Have you been slacking off? Of course not. I've been working really hard. The pervy sage said that once I can use the Nine Tails chakra, he will take me to learn sage arts. Rin asked a question, and Naruto took a full 3 minutes to answer, even talking about how Jiraiya was beaten by Tsunade yesterday. Jiraiya, who was handling documents, gave Naruto a glare. After Naruto finished speaking, Jiraiya explained to Rin the reason he was looking for her. The Great Sage Toad wants you to go with Naruto. It has something to tell you. Rushi glanced at Naruto and felt that he seemed quite eager to go, so he agreed. All right, I'll rest for a night, and we'll go tomorrow. By the way, Naruto, do you want to go to the hot springs together tonight? Of course. This time, it'll be on the lecherous sage. Jiraiya, that night in the hot springs. It's really nice to relax after a day of work. Rushi, you really know how to enjoy yourself. By the way, Rushi, I saw Konohamaru. He's learning the Rasengan really quickly. How did you figure out the principles of the Rasengan? Rushi took off the towel from his head, pointed to his own head, and said, I figured it out after seeing it once, and I have experienced it directly with dark water. It's not difficult at all. Jiraiya thought about Rushi's words and felt that it sounded a bit pretentious coming from him. Then Jiraiya brought up the matter of their trip to Mayaboka Mountain. Rushi, I think the Great Sage Toad is looking for you this time, probably because of your ability. If the Great Sage Toad says something you don't like, please don't get angry. Lucier glanced at Naruto, who was soaking in the hot spring, and said to Jiraiya beside him, Don't worry. Naruto still has to go learn sage techniques. I won't be like that confused toad. Hearing Lucier's words, Jiraiya felt relieved. After spending such a long time together, he had come to understand this child well. He was very opinionated, and once he decided on something, it was hard for anyone to change his mind. The only hope was that girl Ino. Mayaboka Mountain. Perverted sage, should we head back first? It looks like this big toad sage still needs to sleep for a while. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya felt a bit awkward. Next to him, Shinzaku couldn't take it anymore and said, If you don't wake up soon, Jiraiya is going to leave. Is it really that interesting to keep playing this way? As soon as Shinzaku finished speaking, they saw Gamamaru open his eyes. Then, in his aged voice, he said, Who are you? The three of them said nothing, just staring intently at Gamamaru, who felt a bit awkward. Ahem, it's Jiraiya. Is there something you need? Great Sage, if you keep this up, I'm going to take Lucier and Naruto away. Lucier doesn't have my patience, so think carefully before you speak. Gamamaru didn't take Jiraiya's words to heart. He looked at Lucier and Naruto and said leisurely, I had a dream. I dreamt that the future changed. Now, I can't see what the future looks like. The reason I can't see the future is that my eyes are covered by dark energy. Shinzaku, Jiraiya, and Naruto couldn't help but look at Lucier because he had that kind of ability. Lucier didn't pay attention to the 3 pairs of eyes, but instead used his ability to take a look at the Toad Maru. After that, Lucier withdrew his power and began to speak. You are just a pathetic old toad. All those dreams of yours were woven by others. You are merely a megaphone. Just sleep well from now on. Stop being a megaphone for others. The crowd looked at Lucier in astonishment. Jiraiya was similarly surprised. Only Naruto was confused. Kid, you have changed the future. This is very dangerous. The ninja world will become uncontrollable, and it may collapse. I hope. Hearing Toad Maru's words, Lucier directly laughed. He was now certain that it must be the old guy sage of 6 paths who was stirring things up. What does the future of the ninja world have to do with your Mayaboka Mountain? You live by the sea. Why are you meddling so much? Why should I follow your plan? Just because you've lived a long time and can dream? The matters of a ninja world are decided by the people of the ninja world. If you don't like it, you can let Sage of 6 Paths come find me. If he dares to plan my life, I'll make sure he regrets it. A coward hiding in the Pure Land, too afraid to confront his mother directly. Just wanting others to do the work for him. What a useless waste. Toad Maru was shocked. This kid actually knew all of this. Far away in the Pure Land, the Sage of 6 Paths, upon hearing Lucier's words, felt his defenses crumbling. When had he ever been scolded like this, especially by a little kid? As the one who sealed Kagaya, the Sage of 6 Paths should be thanked by the ninja world. However, as a son, sealing his mother for 1,000 years, he was unworthy of being called a person. After sealing her, fearing she would retaliate, he let his 2 sons, Indra and Ashura's chakra, wreak havoc in the ninja world while he quietly practiced in the Pure Land, essentially shielding himself from disaster. When Kagaya emerged, she mistook Naruto and Sasuke for her sons, which was telling. Seeing Toad Maru silent, Lucier taunted, What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Out of words? Just sleep, stop dreaming so much. It's fine to dream, but it's wrong to use those dreams to deceive others. After a long while, Toad Maru said dejectedly. Shinzo, take Jiraiya and the others away. I won't look for him anymore. I've been confused for so long. It's time to wake up. After they exited, Shinzo asked Lu Shi, what do you think the future of the ninja world will be like? Who knows? The ninja world has its own path. How to walk it isn't something I can dictate. Hearing Lu Shi's answer, Shinzo asked again, what about your path? My path. My path is to live. To live well with my family and friends. The rest is none of my business. I'm not their father, so why should I care so much? Soon, the three returned to Konoha, but shortly after they arrived, news came from Shinzo that the great Toad Sage had passed away. Lu Shi didn't pay much attention to this matter. Perhaps in the heart of Ga Frog Maru, this was the only way to make him wake up. Jiraiya was still quite saddened by Ga Frog Maru's death. After all, they had known each other for such a long time. But he didn't expect that right after their meeting, the great Toad Sage would pass away, which was definitely related to Lu Shi's words. However, this was the great Toad Sage's own choice, and he wouldn't blame Lu Shi for it. When Lu Shi and the others arrived at the Hokage office, they found two people standing inside, Kakashi and Sakura. Seeing Jiraiya return, Tsunade quickly said, Jiraiya, you're finally back. There's a big problem in Sunagakure. Gaara has been captured. Sunagakure is requesting support from Konoha, specifically asking for Lu Shi to assist. At this moment, Lu Shi was still thinking about the original plot. It is now the 66th year of Konoha, and it's about time that kid gets captured. He had warned Gaara before to be careful of the Akatsuki, but he never expected this. Even if he rode on Xiaohei now, Shikaku would probably have already been extracted. It's troubling. While Lu Shi was lost in thought about the original plot, someone nudged him, bringing him back to reality. Lu Shi, did you hear what I just said? Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Can you say it again? Listening to Lu Shi, Tsunade really wanted to give this kid a beating for being absent-minded at such a critical time, but now was not the time for that. So she repeated the situation in Sunagakure. Lu Shi had no objections to Tsunade's arrangements, but he didn't bring Xiaohei along. For people would be too much for Xiaohei to carry. He couldn't bear that. Moreover, it would take time for the news to reach Konoha, and by then, the Akatsuki might have already extracted one tail. Without intelligence from Sunagakure, he wouldn't know where to find them. So the four of them set off directly towards Sunagakure on foot. The four moved quickly, and Lu Shi was a bit curious about the timeline. Logically, Deidara and Sasori should have had time to retreat. How did they get caught up by Naruto and the others in the original story? Could it be because Sasori was hiding inside the Hiroyuki? After thinking of several reasons, he decided not to dwell on it. That night, the four arrived at Sunagakure. As soon as they arrived, Temari and Chiyo came out to greet them. After a few pleasantries between Chiyo and Kakashi, Chiyo led Kakashi and the others into the village. In the conference room, Chiyo introduced the entire process of Gaara's capture to them. Originally, Chiyo planned to pursue the next morning since nothing could be seen at night. But Lu Shi rejected that idea. Let's start the pursuit now. We might be able to find Gaara sooner. Deer summoned the ninja army and introduced his abilities to Chiyo. At night, my ninja army is very convenient. We might find Gaara sooner. Hearing this, Temari and Chiyo naturally agreed. Thus, a group of 6 set off from Sunagakure. As soon as they left the village, Deer released all the shadow troops. It would be best to protect Shikaku, but if that wasn't possible, Chiyo would have to sacrifice herself. Soon, a ninja returned with news, and Deer said to the others beside him, "There's news, follow me." The deer suddenly accelerated, which surprised Kakashi and Chiyo. What breed of animal is this? How can it run so fast? 20 minutes later, Lu Shi arrived at the designated location of the Shadow Ninja, with Kakashi and Chiyo behind him. As for Naruto and the others, they had not arrived yet. Seeing the person on the ground, Chiyo immediately rushed forward to help him up. "Kankuro, are you okay?" No matter how much Chiyo called out, Kankuro showed no reaction. So Chiyo quickly checked on him. Fortunately, he was just poisoned, but the toxin was a bit difficult to resolve. Chiyo could only feed Kankuro some ordinary antidote to try to suppress the poison. At this moment, Naruto and the others arrived as well. Hearing that Kankuro was poisoned, Sakura volunteered to try to help. It must be said that during this time, Sakura had learned some things in the hospital. When Tsunade went to the hospital, she would teach the doctors a few things, so Sakura knew some methods to detoxify. Without Tsunade's careful guidance, Sakura's skills were barely acceptable. But at least she managed to control the scorpion's poison. As for the follow-up, it might have to be handled by Tsunade. After handing Kankuro over to the Sand Village Ninja, the group continued their search. Just as dawn was breaking, Lu Shi received 2 pieces of intelligence in quick succession. One was about Scorpion, and the other was about Deidara. It seemed that Gaara was already dead. Chiyo Baba, My shadow ninja has sent back 2 pieces of intelligence. One is about Scorpion, who is waiting for us not too far ahead, probably trying to intercept us. And the other is about Gaara. Do you think we should split up? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Chiyo did not hesitate and replied directly, Lu Shi, I'll leave Gaara to you. As for Scorpion, let me handle it. At this time, Sakura also said, Lu Shi, saving people is a priority. You guys go save Gaara. I'll stay here to help Chiyo-baba. Deer nodded and left a shadow ninja to guide them, while the others went with Kakashi to rescue Gaara. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Naruto was about to go in when Deer pulled him back. Naruto, our main task right now is to save people. You and Kakashi-sensei stay outside and guard. We need to rescue them first. Kakashi also said, Naruto, the cave is more suitable for Deer's fighting style, so listen to him. Seeing that both of them said so, Naruto had no choice but to agree. Kakashi-sensei, you guard outside, and don't let anyone escape except for me. Okay, Deer, I understand. After arranging things outside, Deer walked into the cave. As soon as he entered, he heard a mocking voice say, Kid, how dare you come in alone? Do you think too highly of yourself? Lu Shi glanced at Gaara and found that he still had a breath of life, but the chakra from the one tail was still continuously leaking out. Perhaps it was because Lu Shi had found Gaara early. Therefore, the Akatsuki's sealing technique, the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, had not yet been completed. Lu Shi remembered this technique clearly. It was a sealing technique used by members of the Akatsuki. Through the outer path golem, it utilized the chakra-absorbing mouth to extract and seal the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki's body. This method took the longest time, requiring the user to remain stationary for 3 days. There were several phantoms beside the outer path golem, and Lu Shi recognized these people. Oh, aren't these a few scumbags from the Akatsuki? Still hanging out with that lunatic Nagato? Should I invite them to join me? None of them spoke, and only Konan coldly said, Nara, Lu Shi, do you wish to be our enemy? Nagato is enough in the past 2 years. I was still wary of the Rinnegan, but now it's just a lunatic with someone else's eyes. When Lu Shi saw Itachi staring at him, he smiled slightly and said cheekily, Your body can't hold out much longer, can it? It's best not to run into Sasuke right now. I've taught him some pretty powerful techniques. Itachi, I remember you telling me that you don't like to waste words with enemies. It's true. I don't like to talk nonsense, Itachi replied. I just got a bit carried away seeing so many scumbags. Thanks for the reminder. After chatting a bit with Itachi, Lu Shi didn't want to dawdle anymore. Since Gaara was still alive, he couldn't just stand by. After all, he was his brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Lu Shi pulled Gaara into the shadow space and had the shadow ninja send Gaara outside. Deidara was still warily watching Lu Shi, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. But when he turned around, he was stunned. By the time he looked back, even the outer path golem had disappeared, which was also Lu Shi's doing. He wanted to see if Nagato could still summon it back. The members of the Akatsuki looked at Lu Shi with serious expressions. Such space ninjutsu reminded Konan of Madara, disguised as Obito. All you scumbags, pay attention. What true power is. You don't even know who your enemy really is. So let me wake you up. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Deidara immediately wanted to create some art, but Lu Shi didn't give him that chance. The Shadow Army was fully deployed, a total of 80 people. They launched a brutal group assault on Deidara, with the ninja army harassing him. The Night Bat Corps firing lasers from the air, the Giant Claw and Alien controlling the situation, the Shadow Eater responsible for chasing Deidara's shadow, the Troll soldiers guarding the cave entrance to prevent Deidara from escaping, and the Samurai, Blade Shadows, and Side Shadows responsible for sneak attacks. One-handed, Deidara was still strong, but in this cramped cave, he had no room to maneuver. Soon, he was covered in wounds, forced to rely on constant movement to dodge sneak attacks. He even tried to take down Lu Shi first, but all attempts failed. The Akatsuki members watched as Deidara was beaten without the ability to fight back, wondering if they could defeat Nara Lu Shi themselves. Before long, Deidara was controlled by the alien, and the Shadow Eater frantically devoured Deidara's shadow. At the moment Deidara's shadow was completely consumed, he fell into a deep sleep. Logically speaking, Deidara shouldn't be easy to deal with, but having lost an arm greatly diminished his combat power. Plus, without any clay nearby, he might have been able to self-destruct. However, Lu Shi wouldn't do something foolish like wait for the enemy to unleash their ultimate move. Deer looked at Yahiko and said, Nagato, I'm waiting for you to catch the Nine Tails. I want to see which is stronger, your Pain Six Paths or my Shadow Army. I'll tell you some intel. My Shadow Army can appear anywhere in the dark, so be careful when you come to catch the Nine Tails. I really like people like you who are afraid of the light. After saying that, Deer walked out of the cave. The Pain coldly said, the outer path golem has been summoned back. This mission isn't a failure. I've extracted half of the chakra from the one tail, which is enough. Kakuzu pointed at the lying Deidara and asked, what about this guy? He doesn't seem to be dead yet. This time, Nagato didn't speak. Instead, Conan spoke. I'll have Black Zetsu bring him back. It would be best if he wakes up. If not, that's his problem. Kakuzu cruelly smiled. I feel like it's useless. Just throw him away. Otherwise, Nara Deer won't let him go either. Do you think that kid is soft-hearted? A few of them thought about it and agreed. Although they didn't know what means Deer used, seeing Deidara's shadow being devoured, they felt he probably wouldn't wake up. When Deidara came out, Gaara had already been revived by Naruto's Rinnegan. Kakashi saw Deidara emerging and immediately stepped forward to ask, Deidara, how is it inside? It's resolved. Deidara probably won't wake up again. As for whether to bring him back to Konoha, it's up to you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi walked into the cave and carried Deidara out. Believing he could obtain a lot of information from him, Gaara saw Deidara come out and stood up with the support of Temari, then walked in front of Deidara and said weakly, thank you. Deershiz didn't care and just waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. We're all family from now on. After some pleasantries, the group went to find Chiyo. Gaara had already been rescued, so there was no need to stay here. By the time everyone arrived, the battle here had also ended. Chiyo was staring blankly at Sasori's puppet. If it weren't for the circumstances, she really didn't want to kill her own grandson. Just like in the original story, Chiyo killed Sasori. Deershiz felt that Sasori's death might be his own idea. After all, the strength was there. When Chiyo saw that Gaara was fine, she finally felt relieved. Sakura, on the other hand, was in worse shape. Without Tsunade's monstrous strength, she was beaten all over by Sasori, but luckily there was no life-threatening danger. Seeing Sakura injured, Naruto couldn't help but show concern. After discussing for a while, Kakashi took a few people back to Konoha. Gaara had already been rescued, and it was meaningless to stay any longer. Temari specifically thanked Deershiz, and he just responded a couple of words before following Kakashi. Inside the Akatsuki base, Nagato looked at the outer path golem that had just returned from summoning and felt a bit heartbroken. At this time, the outer path golem was missing a lot, all because of Deershiz, who wanted to see if the golem could be shattered. So he had Kame and the Blade Ninja take turns attacking the outer path golem. The result was just a bit of debris, but it was still quite a bit. Deershiz thought that if he had enough time, he could turn the outer path golem into rubble. Looking at his breathing machine turned into this, Nagato wished he could suck Deershiz inside. At this moment, the remaining members of Akatsuki had arrived, including the Deva Path. Let's talk. How should we deal with Nara Deershiz? In response to Deva Path's question, the others had no good ideas. They had observed and found that those shadow ninjas, even if defeated, would reappear from other places, which was quite troublesome. The only method they could think of was to use large-scale ninjutsu to block and prevent close combat. They had seen what happened to Deidara. Being beaten by so many shadow ninjas, they didn't think they could withstand it. Only Haiden didn't care much. That kid's blood would surely please Lord Jashin. The others looked at Haiden as if he were an idiot, thinking, go ahead. After you, I'll collect your corpse. Seeing that no one spoke, Itachi opened his mouth. I think it's best not to provoke Nara Deershiz for now. I believe his shadow ninjas are not the most troublesome. The most troublesome part is the ability to nullify ninjutsu. He doesn't use that ability often. I think he's hiding his strength. What he showed me today is not everything. If we only think that Nara Deershiz fights relying on shadow ninjas, that would be a big mistake. Nagato knew about Deershiz's ability. He hadn't paid attention before, but now, after Itachi's reminder, he remembered. Itachi continued, Nara Deershiz is a classmate of my brother. I know him very well. Whether it's swordsmanship or the Nara family's shadow binding technique, he is very outstanding. His only shortcomings might be in taijutsu and jinjutsu. Although Nara Deershiz's taijutsu is not as strong as his swordsmanship, it has reached the level of AJ Nin. If I want to deal with him, I hope to be sent, as this would increase our chances of winning. Itachi didn't know that Deershiz could nullify jinjutsu, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. After hearing Itachi's words, Deva Path thought for a moment, and then said, for now, we should not touch the Nine Tails. We should capture the other tailed beasts first. As for the Nine Tails, I will go personally. In front of God, everything is futile. Inside the secret room, Nagato, are you really going to personally capture the Nine Tails? Nara Deershiz knows too much about our information. I'm afraid you might suffer. Conan, you don't have to worry. In front of my eyes, everything is futile. What he said was also out of fear. If he were really that strong, he would have come to find us long ago. Hearing Nagato say this before made her feel very reassured. But recently, when she heard this, she always felt a sense of unease. Nagato's obsession was too deep. She couldn't persuade him, so she simply changed the topic. Nagato, I inquired about Itachi, and among the Uchiha clan, there's no one with dog in their name. But there is one who does. Moreover, I discovered something interesting. Seeing that Nagato didn't seem interested in asking, Conan had to continue. That person is named Obito, and one of his eyes was given to Kakashi from Konoha. They were teammates, and there's also a girl named Rin. Our Mr. Madara is very likely to be Obito Uchiha in disguise, which explains why he only reveals one eye. Obito Madara. After hearing Conan's words, Nagato mumbled the names of the two to himself. After a moment, Nagato said to Conan, Deidara and Sasori are dead. The organization is short on people now. Let's have our Mr. Obito work a bit harder. Isn't he pretending to be Madara? Capturing the Nine Tails should be simple, right? Upon hearing Nagato's words, Conan immediately understood his meaning. After all, he claimed to be Madara. Isn't it normal to capture his previous pet? This was digging a pit for Obito, and it was a pit he had to jump into. Conan quickly found Obito and told him what Nagato said. Upon hearing it, Obito exploded. Isn't Nagato always saying he's a god? Why doesn't he go capture it himself? Jiraiya is guarding that little brat Naruto. How can you expect me to go to Konoha and take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? That's impossible. Hearing Obito's refusal, Conan immediately retorted, Mr. Madara is a being on par with Hashirama. How could he fear this junior Jiraiya? Besides, isn't the Nine Tails originally your pet? Bringing it back is very normal, right? Me? Conan's words left Obito speechless, who told him to fool around in the ninja world under Madara's name. Fine, I'll go. By the way, Nagato asked you to deal with that Nara deer, shiz casually. He knows too much of our information, and such a person cannot be left alive. Upon hearing this, Obito wished he could give Conan a few big slaps. He knew about Deidara's situation and really didn't want to touch that troublemaker Nara deer shiz. Who knows if Nara deer shiz has any tricks up his sleeve? But now that it had come to this, he could only agree. In Konoha, in the Hokage office, Tsunade finished listening to Kakashi's report, praised him a few times, and then let Kakashi leave. Rushi also wanted to leave, but Tsunade called out to him. Rushi, wait a moment, I have something to ask you. With no choice, Rushi could only sit down on the sofa, deliberately showing a serious expression. Go ahead. Seeing Rushi's serious face, Tsunade smiled. You, don't be so serious. I actually want to ask about Sakura's performance this time. Naruto being like this isn't a good thing either, so I want to reorganize Team 7. Oh, that's what it is. Tsunade-sama, you should have said so earlier. As for Sakura's performance, it was average. There were no standout moments, nor any mistakes. Oh, I see. Then Rushi, you can go back now. I'll talk to Jiraiya about this matter. Lu Shur. These days, Lu Shur has been living quite comfortably. After completing a family mission, there hasn't been much going on, and he has been hanging out with Ino, but Ino is on a mission today, leaving him on his own. So, Lu Shur plans to take a stroll and then grab a bowl of ramen. Not long after he sets off, Lu Shur holds his forehead and thinks, isn't Itachi afraid that the Akatsuki will find out about his undercover identity? Why does he keep coming back to Konoha? Itachi sees Lu Shur and gently turns his head, signaling him to follow. In the forest, Lu Shur, the Akatsuki has already set their sights on you, so be careful. Also, they might target Naruto, so keep an eye out. Okay, I got it. Is everything alright? If there's nothing else, I'm heading back. As soon as Lu Shur finished speaking, he was about to leave, but was called back. Wait, you seem to know me very well. Aren't you afraid that I might deceive you? Lu Shur turned around, looked at Itachi with sympathy, and then said, as an undercover agent, you should stay undercover. What is the deal with constantly returning to Konoha? Itachi was not surprised by Lu Shur's words, but instead asked, can I know how you found out about this? Dear Shur sat down in place, and Itachi saw him sit down, so he also sat down across from Dear Shur. As soon as he sat down, he heard Dear Shur speak. All the Uchiha Sharingan have been destroyed by me. Itachi was not surprised. He knew about the destruction of the Uchiha Sharingan. The third Hokage had even asked him about it, and he was originally curious, but after learning about Dear Shur's abilities, he had speculated about this matter. How could someone who slaughtered all his clan members leave his own brother alive? Do you expect me to believe that there is nothing going on here? Hearing Dear Shur's words, Itachi nodded and then took out the book The Record of Absolute Child Saving Mother, asking, is everything written in this book true? Lu Shur thought for a moment and asked, which ones are you referring to? About everything regarding the Uchiha. You mean that? It's indeed true. And why do you think only Sasuke can represent the Uchiha? Your Uchiha clan is gone. What glory is left? In a few generations, what Uchiha will there be? The so-called glory in your eyes is nothing to me. Upon hearing someone disparage the glory of the Uchiha, Itachi immediately became displeased. But before he could speak, Lucier interrupted him. Don't be angry. After you hear what I have to say next, you'll be even angrier, and then we can both be mad together. Itachi, are you even speaking human words? There are so many Uchihas, and even children. As the young clan leader of the Uchiha, how could you go this far? Without the support of the Uchiha family, what is Uchiha Itachi to you? Do you really think having talent means you can grow up? There are plenty of geniuses who die halfway. Why do you think you can succeed? Isn't it the Uchiha who protected you? But what about after you grew up? You willingly act as a dog for Konoha. Turn against your own family. Don't talk about coups. Couldn't you just kill the people causing the coup? Those children didn't offend you. How could you go that far? Aren't you afraid of dreaming about them? Forget it. I want to say more the more I talk. The angrier I get. Anyway, I really dislike you, so don't bother me. I don't care about your information. Didn't T. Nagato want to capture the Nine Tails? Let him come. I'll make sure to beat him down. Otherwise, others will think I'm on the same level as him. Hell, eggs, what bad luck. Don't come looking for me in the future. After Lucier finished scolding Itachi, he left. He really hated Itachi. In his opinion, anyone with a conscience would never do such a thing. At worst, he would fight to the death with Konoha, dragging someone down with him. But Itachi, that brat, directly turned against his own family, all in the name of family honor. With everyone gone, what glory are you showing to the ghosts? At that moment, Itachi was stunned. He kindly delivered information to Lucier, but instead got a barrage of insults. After scolding him, Lucier just walked away, not even giving him a chance to retort. Itachi felt particularly miserable. Lucier's words felt like a knife stabbing deeply into his heart. Didn't he feel heartache when he annihilated his clan? But now he felt a deep pain in his heart. He was starting to miss his parents. After separating from Itachi, Rucky headed towards the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. A minute later, Tsunade said, Jiraiya, you heard what Rucky said. Keep a close eye on Naruto. If Naruto gets captured because of your mistake, I will break your legs, the kind that won't heal. Tsunade's words were serious this time, and Jiraiya did not refute her. Hearing the news Rucky brought back, Jiraiya was genuinely worried. After all, Nagato was also his disciple. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Rucky comforted him. Lord Jiraiya, I think we don't need to worry too much. The Akatsuki's target this time should be me, so you don't have to be overly concerned. After I turn Deidara into a vegetable, they will probably be afraid to provoke me for a while. The reason for this could be that there are cracks within their organization, and this is a form of suppression. Tsunade felt there was some truth to Rucky's words. Who would come back for more trouble right after suffering a loss? Jiraiya asked Rucky, what else did you talk about with Itachi? Rucky replied, not much. Just scolded Itachi a bit. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. If they were Itachi, they might have committed seppuku in apology. Rucky's words were too sharp. After reacting, Jiraiya weakly asked, Rucky, what would you do if you were Itachi? Hearing Jiraiya's question, Tsunade shot him a glare, thinking, don't you think you're making things worse? This kid already hates the third Hokage and Danzo. Aren't you afraid he'll go down a wrong path? Lucier casually said, the village is a home, but not family. If it were me, I would choose family. If I protect my family, I would hide and then take revenge on them in the future. If I were Itachi and the village forced my family to death, I would drag the entire Konoha down with me. At the very least, the Kurmi can completely do that. Upon hearing Lucier's words, the two shivered in unison. This child is too ruthless. Fortunately, the old man did not act against the Nara clan. Otherwise, Konoha might really disappear. They have witnessed Lucier's dark tunnel technique, where an entire forest vanished into darkness. After ending this topic, Tsunade asked Lucier, I plan to reorganize Team 7. Because of Naruto's uniqueness, I hope you can protect him for a while. Lord Hokage, I am currently the Akatsuki's #1 target. Aren't you afraid I will implicate Naruto? It's okay. I believe you can handle it. Lucier was somewhat speechless. He really had treated himself like a laborer. He turned to Jiraiya and asked, Lord Jiraiya, Naruto is your disciple. Do you have anything to say? Jiraiya replied, it seems I still have some unfinished business. I need to hurry and take care of it. After saying that, Jiraiya rushed out of the Hokage's office like a gust of wind. Is it really that necessary? The next morning, Lucier was called to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found quite a few people there. Besides Tsunade and Jiraiya, there were Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura. Oh, and there was Sai, who was drawing. Seeing Lucier enter, Tsunade introduced him to the new Team 7. Lucier, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is the new member of Team 7. His name is Sai. Tsunade Baba. I already told you I don't want this guy. I want Sasuke, and I will bring Sasuke back. Tsunade didn't even bother to look at Naruto's words. Rucky didn't pay much attention to it, and instead sat down on the sofa. Sajui was also a person with a hard life. However, that didn't stop him from hating those from Root. In Rucky's perception, no one from Root was normal. It was only after being baptized by Naruto's unique way of speaking that things improved a bit. Seeing Rucky's attitude, Yamato came over and said, "Rucky, Sajui used to be like me, a member of Root. Ever since Danzo died, Sajui was recruited into the Umbu by Lord Hokage. I also recommended Sajui for the formation of Team 7. Lu Shi turned to look at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, we didn't you agree on this before? Didn't you say the Root was cleared out? How come there's still one here?" Hearing Lu Shi's words, Tsunade felt that something was wrong because the Shadow Army had already appeared in the shadows. Tsunade quickly explained, "Lu Shi, don't get excited. I know you hate Danzo, but Sai is innocent. I can't just kill everyone, right? You agree, right?" After hearing Tsunade's words, Lu Shi withdrew the Shadow Army. In fact, he didn't really intend to do anything to Sai. He just wanted to scare him a little to make him stay away from Ino. Lu Shi wouldn't really go after a machine. Just after Tsunade finished persuading Lu Shi, Sai said, "Are you really strong? Your words are so annoying." Hearing this, Lu Shi laughed, genuinely happy. He stood up and walked to Sai's side. "Whether I'm strong or not, we can find out by sparring outside. After we spar, you won't think I'm annoying anymore. Really, trust me." While speaking, Rushi pulls with E and was about to walk out. Kakashi quickly stopped the two. As he couldn't let Zwa-E spar with Rushi, he knew how dirty Rushi could play and didn't think Zwa-E was a match for him. "Rushi, stop messing around. I know you hate Root, but Zwa-E was forced to join Root too. You both are from Konoha. There's no need for this." Seeing that a fight wouldn't happen, Rushi simply returned to sit on the sofa. Tsunade, relieved to see Rushi calm down, also felt at ease. If Kakashi hadn't stopped them, she would have intervened herself. She didn't want Konoha to have another vegetable after what happened to Deidara, an S-rank rogue ninja, being turned into one by Rushi. With that in mind, Tsunade took out a document and said to everyone, "This is the information that Scorpion obtained before his death concerning Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. So I plan to send Team 7 to check it out, and Rushi, you will go with them." Okay, Deer also wanted to go and take a look. He remembered that this time it seemed that Yamato had been captured, but he couldn't recall the specifics, and he couldn't just do nothing. Although it was all written in the book, it was impossible to make everyone believe it was true. Even Tsunade, that book was actually meant for the Akatsuki organization. It would have been better if they had started fighting among themselves, but things did not go as Deer had expected. The few of them tidied up and set off. Just as they exited the gates of Konoha, they encountered the Ino Shikacho team. When Lu came up, he gave Ino a hug. "How is it? Are you tired? Did you encounter any danger?" When Deershire came up, he immediately asked 3 questions, which made the others roll their eyes. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ino quickly pushed Deershire away and shyly said, "That's annoying. There are so many people watching." After saying that, she ran off. "Your girlfriend is really beautiful." Hearing this, Deershire turned to look at Sai. "She's beautiful, and she's mine. If you have any improper thoughts, I guarantee I'll turn you into an idiot like the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village." Sai was a bit confused and didn't understand what Deershire meant. It was Kakashi who explained, Deershire was a rogue ninja for a while due to some special circumstances. The Hidden Cloud Village sent 3 groups of people to kill him, but he dealt with them all, and their leaders were turned into idiots by Deershire. The Hidden Cloud Village still hasn't cured those 3, and whenever they hear Deershire's name, they immediately go crazy. Listening to Kakashi, Sai didn't show any emotional reaction. He hadn't yet experienced the baptism of the otherworldly mouth and was still like a machine. Lu asked Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, what is the plan this time?" Kakashi thought for a moment and then pointed to Yamato. "I plan to have Yamato disguise himself as Scorpion to make contact. Do you have any suggestions?" Deer Shiba took out the Scorpion's Crimson Flow Pearl and said, "Kakashi-sensei, let me handle the rendezvous. I think I'm more suited for this mission." In the original work, Yamato transformed into Scorpion using Wood Release, and this is real. After Scorpion died, he stored the Crimson Flow Pearl and Scorpion's puppet in the shadow space. At that time, Chio glanced at it but didn't say anything, so this became Deer Shiba's trophy. "Kakashi-sensei, you go to Orochimaru's lair to gather intelligence. Leave the rest to me, and I promise to bring back Kabuto in pieces to Konoha." Kakashi, "Dear Shiba, did you even listen to Tsunade-sama's plan? Your mission is to bring Kabuto back and gather more intelligence. Bringing back just the head is fine, right? That guy, Ibiki Marino, can extract information as long as he has the head." Kakashi was speechless, Dear Shiba's thought process was different from ordinary people's. However, he explained, while a corpse can also provide intelligence, a living person is more valuable. All right, I'll do my best. Hearing Dear Shiba's perfunctory response, Kakashi said nothing more and left alone. Then, Yamato led Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Dear Shiba towards the Tenchi Bridge. While riding his bicycle, Lucier imitated the sound of Scorpion. He was not Yamato, so it wasn't until he reached the Tenchi Bridge that he finally managed to mimic the sound. Upon arriving at the Tenchi Bridge, Lucier felt that his legs were sore. It seemed that riding a bicycle was quite a physical task, so he began to scout the surroundings. Actually, Lucier's shadow ninja could do this kind of thing too, but since he had free labor, he was too lazy to do it himself. So he quickly finished his reconnaissance and confirmed that there were no ambushes nearby. Yamato-sensei, wait for my signal to act, he said, and then Lucier pedaled his bicycle towards the Tenchi Bridge. At the Tenchi Bridge, Lucier was waiting for Yakushi Kabuto's arrival. Waiting for someone requires patience. Even waiting an extra minute felt like a torment. 5 minutes later, Yakushi Kabuto finally arrived, just as he was about to speak. Dearsher made a gesture to take action, and Dei was a bit confused. Why are they fighting right after meeting? However, after a moment of daze, Dei brought the three of them in front of Dearsher. Lucier also walked out of the Crimson Stream, feeling suffocated. How can that lunatic Scorpion stay here for so long? Lucier, I think your imitation of Scorpion's voice is a bit excessive. At this moment, Do also realized he had been set up and immediately wanted to run, but Dei wouldn't give him the chance and charged at him with the three others. Do fought while retreating, finally backing up to the bridge, but as soon as he reached the bridge, he was surrounded by the Shadow Army. This was also part of Lucier's plan. The bridge was not suitable for the Shadow Army to fight, while the forest could fully unleash their combat power. Just when Do was in despair, wind release, great breakthrough. A storm rushed towards the group from behind Do. Everyone immediately jumped aside, and thanks to the storm earlier, Do got a chance to catch his breath. At that moment, a very melancholic snake approached. Without even looking, Lucier knew Orochimaru had arrived. Orochimaru walked up to Do, looked at the 5 people opposite him, and said in his melancholic and magnetic voice, Konoha is going backward, actually using numbers to bully the few. Yes, I don't know which shameless person couldn't defeat the 3rd Hokage and had to summon the 2nd and 1st Hokage for help. Hearing Lucier's words, Orochimaru did not get angry, but instead sized up Lucier, finding him quite interesting, even more so than Sasuke. Dei, you deal with Do and Naruto and the others. Orochimaru is mine. Dei nodded. Orochimaru felt underestimated. Last time he was defeated so badly because he lost his arms. This time, Lucier actually dared to face him alone, and he felt he should teach him a lesson. Even before he moved, he saw Lucier act first, simultaneously saying, Shadow Army, obey my orders. Charge straight at Orochimaru's rear. Dei, Do, Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Orochimaru. As Lucier's words fell, the battle began. The Shadow Army was truly obedient, all rushing to attack Orochimaru from behind. Even the troll soldiers broke several trees, using them as weapons and relentlessly pounding at Orochimaru's back. Although Orochimaru could spit snakes and have him attack, he couldn't do anything about the rear, despite summoning a large number of snakes and scattering many of the Shadow Army. Their numbers never seemed to decrease, and Orochimaru kept looking for places without shadows to escape. The Shadow Army attacked his rear like they were mad, and upon seeing a tree thicker than himself, Orochimaru couldn't hold back anymore. After scattering a few shadow ninjas, he roared at Lucier, You bastard, come face me head on. Do you only know how to hide behind? Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands, then slapped the ground, causing a technique to appear, and a huge figure emerged. Orochimaru, since you summoned me, the sacrifice. Bang! With a bang, the figure disappeared again, and the sudden disappearance of the 10,000 snakes caught Orochimaru off guard, causing him to fall to the ground. The troll soldier charged in with the tree. Bang! The ground trembled slightly, kicking up a lot of dust. As the dust settled, only a snake's skin remained on the ground. Orochimaru really had many escape methods. This could allow him to escape. When Lucier arrived at the side of Dei, Yaoshi Do also ran away, which made Lucier very frustrated. It's one thing that Orochimaru didn't stay, but how could he not keep this little Caramir? At this moment, Sai spoke up. I left a mark on him. He ran that way, he said, pointing in the direction. Chase. After Dei gave the order, they all rushed out after him. As Lucier chased Do, he thought about Sasuke. I wonder what his strength is like now. Soon, they arrived outside Orochimaru's secret base. where Orochimaru was feeling somewhat down. As a prominent member of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, he had been pushed to this extent by a child. At that moment, Sasuke walked in and said to Orochimaru, "There's someone outside. Do you need me to deal with them?" Orochimaru thought for a moment and believed that Lucier wouldn't harm Sasuke, which meant he had the strength to escape. So he said, "Go meet your old friend. We'll regroup at our base in the land of grass." After saying this, he took Do and turned around, only to see the black mark on Do's body, which was a mouse pattern. Orochimaru pinched the mouse pattern with his hand, and after a moment, the pattern turned into ink. So it was thanks to this that he found his way here. "Do, you were too careless." The moment the mouse disappeared, Sai sensed it. "My mark has disappeared. Should we go in and chase them?" Just as Yamato was about to speak, they saw the long-awaited king of pressure coming out, his aura even stronger than before. Naruto and Sakura saw Sasuke and immediately ran up to him. "Sasuke, come back with us. We know you were deceived by Orochimaru. The Hokage hasn't declared you a rogue ninja. Come back with me this time." Deer took out a chair and sat there watching the love story of the three of them. Yamato glanced at Deer, used would release to create a chair, but no. This could no longer be called a chair. It was a bed, bigger and more luxurious than Deer's. He lay sideways to watch. Sai drew a lion and sat on top of it to watch. "Deer time. Your wood release is useless except for fighting, but the rest is really versatile." Sasuke and the others ignored the damn desire to win from Deer time and continued to persuade Sasuke. This time, Sasuke didn't try to attack them like in the original story. "Sasuke, come back with me. Please, everyone misses you." Sasuke ignored Naruto and looked at Deer time, then asked, "Are you here to persuade me to go back too?" "Lucier, how can one eat melons and end up with it on themselves?" However, since Sasuke asked, it wouldn't be appropriate not to say a few words, so Lucier cleared his throat. "Ahem, I'm just here to take down Orochimaru, but since he ran away, that's that. As for persuading you, I have no intention of doing so. When you've taken enough beatings, you'll return on your own." "Sasuke, big brother you. That's enough, Naruto." Sasuke's entire clan was wiped out in front of him. You wouldn't understand his feelings. This is his obsession. Once he kills Itachi, I promise to bring him back. Hearing Lucier's words, Naruto stopped trying to persuade Sasuke. However, he truly couldn't bear to part with Sasuke. But what his brother said made sense, so he ceased his attempts. Sakura, on the other hand, was crying incessantly. Before long, Sasuke left. The others also headed towards Konoha. Shadow Strike 5 Shadow Strike Shadow Line Entanglement Shadow Dance. Shikamaru watched his elder brother's training and felt that he had practiced a fake shadow bind technique. His brother's was the real deal. "Dad, is this really our Nara clan's shadow bind technique? Why does my brother's look so different from ours?" At this moment, Shikaku was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His son had taken a shadow bind technique and made it into something extraordinary. He felt like he had wasted all these years. After the shock, Shikaku helplessly said, "This must be talent. I really didn't expect our family's secret technique could be used like this." After finishing his training, Shikadai walked over to his father, took the towel Shikamaru handed him, and wiped off his sweat. "Dad, I'm going out to eat with Ino later, so tell Mom not to prepare my meal." "Oh, okay, I got it. Shikadai, is that ninjutsu of yours all developed by you? Can you teach it to me and Shikamaru? It's so cool." Hearing his father's words, Shikamaru nodded vigorously. He really wanted to learn. "Sure, there's still a bit of time. I'll first explain the principles of these techniques to you." When Shikadai spoke, the father and son duo synchronously took out notebooks and pens. These are things that could be passed down in the family. Let's start with the simplest technique, Shadow Strike. Our family shadow bind technique requires a physical entity to extend the attack, like the ground, trees, walls, etc. After years of development, I can now make the shadow detach from the ground. It's not difficult. You just compress the shadow into a thin line and then use chakra to make the shadow detach from the ground. At the moment of attacking the enemy, inject a large amount of chakra into the front part of the shadow to harden it, achieving a piercing effect. The basic principle of Shadow Strike is compression and release. I'll write down the chakra operation method for you later. The father and son recorded every word from Shikadai in their notebooks, afraid of missing even a single word. Now let's talk about 5 Shadow Strike. The principle of this technique is the same as Shadow Strike. All subsequent techniques are developed based on the principle of Shadow Strike. Besides Shadow Strike, I have to perform hand seals for the other techniques, which is quite troublesome. Dear Juku, dear Shikamaru, do you want to hear what you just said? You want to release such a complex ninjutsu without hand signs. Although the father and son thought this way, they didn't say anything after all, as dear Shikamaru really doesn't like forming hand signs. The principle of 5 Shadow Strike is based on the Shadow Strike, allowing the shadow to split into 5 shadow lines for attack. This technique requires 5 hand signs, Sai. Too troublesome. Shikamaru. Lugio. Now let me talk about shadow binding, which is an inspiration I got while fighting alongside others. This is an advanced version of the shadow bind technique and requires 2 hand seals. If the chakra amount is sufficient, it can literally strangle the enemy to death. Similar to the shadow strangulation technique. Shadow Dance is a mutated version of the 5 shadow strike and is also an advanced version. After activation, it wildly lashes out with 8 shadows around the body, like whips. In my tests, 8 shadows are the limit. This technique requires 7 hand seals and consumes a significant amount of chakra, so be careful when using it. The principle is like this. And now I will teach you the hand seal method. Alright, you can practice slowly. First, let the shadows detach from the ground, and then practice other techniques. When I have time, I will see if I can simplify it. I don't really like hand seals and aim to turn everything into no-seal ninjutsu. Shikamaru. Deer. After Deer's departure, the father and son began their practice, but they hadn't practiced for long when Dear Gio was called away by Tsunade. In the Hokage office, Tsunade said, "Dear Gio, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why have you been so hard to find these past few days? Jiraiya has already complained to me. He needs an assistant, and neither you nor your son are available. Are you both planning to retire? There is no one at the Konoha hospital who can handle things. So I sent Shizen there. She just got to the hospital, and now I called her back again. Look at you two." After Tsunade vented her frustrations, she finally stopped. Rokuge quickly explained, "Lord Hokage, I've finished all my work. I haven't delayed anything. It's just that I've had some issues these past few days. That's why I haven't come by. But it's only been 2 days. What could possibly be the matter? Your 2 sons are a real relief for you." Hearing Tsunade's praise, Rokuge smiled bashfully. He then told Tsunade about Rokushi's self-created jutsu and specifically mentioned the power of the jutsu. Tsunade was quite surprised after listening. Creating jutsu is no easy feat, and the key point is how young Rokushi is. Improving the Nara clan's jutsu is one thing, but to create his own jutsu, and several of them at that, is impressive. "Rokuge, bring Rokushi to me. I want to see him." "You take me to find him." Lukyu hesitated for a moment, but still took Tsunade to find Lukushi. However, when they found him, Lukyu didn't go inside because Lukushi had brought Ino to the hot spring, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go in. In fact, Lukyu was overthinking. On the way, they ran into Tintin and Hinata, so they all went together. This time, Lukushi was the only one in the men's bath, while there were 3 girls on the women's side. Tsunade didn't run over to the men's bath to find Lukushi. Instead, she went to join Ino and the others. As soon as Tsunade entered, the 3 girls were filled with envy, especially Tintin, who was on the same level as Sakura. "What kind of look is that, you 3 little ones?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata quickly turned her head away, while Tintin came over to sit next to Tsunade, looking eager to please as she said, "Lady Tsunade, do you have any tips?" After saying that, she even poked Tsunade's breast with her finger. Hearing Tintin's words, Ino and Hinata's ears perked up. Although Ino was already quite well endowed, compared to Tsunade, it was completely a different level. Lucier was quite curious about what tricks this big cow had, but unfortunately, he couldn't hear anything except for the sounds of laughter from the other side behind the wooden wall. When it came time to pay, Lucier was speechless. Not only did Tsunade make him pay, but she also drank quite a bit of alcohol inside, which Hinata had to bring back for her every day. Lugio, who was waiting outside, felt that he had come for nothing. On the way home, Lucier held Ino's little hand. "Ino, what did you guys talk about with Lady Tsunade? You all seem so happy." Upon hearing Lucier's words, Ino blushed slightly and stammered, "It's nothing. Just that Lady Tsunade was joking with us." Ino didn't want to say more, and Lucier didn't ask further. After dropping Ino off at her home, Lucier went back home as well. The next morning, Tsunade called Lucier and Shikamaru to the Hokage's office. When they arrived, everyone except Naruto's team was already there. Asuma stood there with a sad expression. Once everyone was gathered, Tsunade took out a scroll. "We just received news that the Land of Earth in the Fire Temple was killed by the Akatsuki organization. According to the information we received, the ones who killed the land were Kakuzu and Haiden from Akatsuki. They are likely planning to use the land's body to exchange for money at one of the 5 exchange places in the Land of Fire. Therefore, I will dispatch 5 teams to pursue them. Now, take the information and set out. We must keep them within the Land of Fire." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Lucier realized that this was likely Asuma's death mission. Asuma had always taken good care of Shikamaru, so Lucier planned to try and save Asuma, especially since Hong was pregnant. This time, Lucier directly followed Asuma's team because he knew that Asuma would definitely encounter Kakuzu. After leaving the village, Lucier stopped Kai. who was headed to another exchange place. Kai-sensei, I think you should skip that exchange place. The chances of Kakuzu going there are too low. It would be better to come with us. I believe the chances are highest here, and if we don't encounter them, we can still block them at the border. Kai thought Lu Shi made sense, but the Hokage had instructed him. All right, Kai-sensei, I will explain to the Hokage for you. The reason I didn't say this in the Hokage's office is that Lady Tsunade has to arrange things from a broader perspective, but we need to adapt to the situation while executing the mission. After thinking for a moment, Kai agreed. He felt Lu Shi's reasoning was valid. Even if nothing was over there, they could still go to the border to block them. Thus, Kai also followed Asuma, who did not oppose it either. He had heard Lu Shi's words and thought they made sense. The 9 of them traveled quickly, and by the afternoon, they caught up with Kakuzu and Haiden. I told you, this direction has the highest probability. Kakuzu looked grimly at the 9 people. The only ones he really cared about were Kai, Asuma, and Lu Shi. Ha! You must be Nara Lu Shi. Your blood, the evil god, will definitely love it. Kakuzu looked at Haiden with a look of disdain and reminded him, don't be careless. These people are not easy to deal with. Dear Time pointed at Kakuzu and said to Kai, Teacher Kai, he has 5 hearts. You can only kill him by shattering all of his hearts. Go! Our Konoha's Azure Beast. After saying that, he pushed Kai out. Everyone, this is youth. Let me, the Azure Beast, have a go at you. So, Konoha's Azure Beast opened the 8 gates and charged forward. Everyone, Teacher Kai is so passionate. Soon, Kai started fighting Kakuzu. Over here, only Haiden was left. Asuma-sensei, I'll leave this guy to you. We'll study over here. Asuma began his battle with Haiden, who had average taijutsu and was just swinging around a large scythe. Asuma-sensei, don't let him get your blood. Otherwise, you're done for. Haiden was somewhat shocked. Why did Dear Time know so much information? Shika brought Ino and the others to watch the battle, and he summoned shadow ninjas to set up a bonfire. The bonfire was quite large, over 3 meters high, and Shika was also boiling a pot of water nearby. Although Shika had warned him, Asuma was still injured by Haiden's large scissors, but Asuma managed to sever one of Haiden's arms as well. Ha ha ha, you're doomed. I'm going to sacrifice you to the great evil god right now. After saying that, Haiden drew a ritual circle on the ground. Lu Shi knows that this is Fei Duan's curse technique, Death's Offering by Blood, which is Fei Duan's core ability and belongs to the secret ninja arts of the evil god cult. By using the enemy's blood as a medium, Fei Duan can draw a ritual array on the ground. As long as he stands within the array, he could transfer any damage he receives to a specific target. Lu Shi had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Just as Fei Duan finished drawing the ritual array, his 2 legs and 1 arm were cut off by the blade soldier. It hurts so much. You bastard. How dare you interrupt the ritual of the Lord of the Evil Gods? I won't spare you. Bring him over here, along with those limbs. Upon receiving Lu Shi's order, the shadow ninja directly brought Fei Duan over. Even without his limbs, Fei Duan kept cursing, you bastards. How could you you burn me to death. He directly poured boiling water over the deer, and then signaled the ninja to remove his jaw. The decapitated Haiden could only make muffled sounds. I heard you are immortal, but I don't believe it, so I want to experiment on you. After Shikamaru finished speaking, he summoned the side shadow, the blade soldiers, and the samurai, and began cutting into Haiden's body. He was very curious, since it could be cut. Why was an immortal body? It didn't have super healing either. Tintin tugged at Ino and whispered, what if Shikamaru gets carried away and cuts us too? Ino didn't say anything, just smiled and held Tintin's hand. 10 minutes later, Haiden's body had been chopped into pieces the size of corn kernels. Even his head was smashed. And then Shikamaru ordered the shadow ninja to throw the pieces into the fire. The fire immediately crackled. After burning for a while, Shikamaru used the dark hole technique to compress the pieces again. Release. Everyone saw a large amount of black powder emerge from the black vortex behind Shikamaru. Asuma touched the powder and said, this Edo Tensei could definitely revive him. Tintin involuntarily took 2 steps back. For the first time, she found Shikamaru terrifying. The so-called immortal Haiden was reduced to nothing in his hands. Lu Shi squatted down to take a look at the powder and then said, aren't you supposed to be immortal? With this, next time I'll make sure to send that so-called evil god of yours to meet you. Then you two can have a good chat about immortality. Everyone around. In fact, Lu Shi had always been curious about this immortality. Clearly, one could get injured. So how could it be called immortality? Now that he saw it, it was nothing special. Asuma said to Lu Shi, thank you this time, Lu Shi. Otherwise, I might have died. Lu Shi clapped the black and gray off his hands and said nonchalantly, it's all trivial. Teacher Hong is pregnant, and there are already enough orphans in Konoha, so if we can reduce one, we should. Asuma took out a cigarette and offered it to Lu Shi. Want one? Forget it. The smell of smoke will affect kissing. Everyone present. Ino's face turned beet red upon hearing this. Tintin looked at Ino with a gossiping expression, thinking that Lu Shi hadn't even reached that stage yet. Morning Peacock. Everyone turned to the voice and saw Chong Kai fighting Kakuzu. Following Kai's voice, countless flames struck Kakuzu, and with the last heartbeat's rupture, Kakuzu ended his wicked life. The group didn't linger and, after collecting Kakuzu's corpse into a storage scroll, returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was very satisfied after hearing Asuma's report and did not pursue the matter of Kai acting on his own. All right, you all can go rest now. Lu Shi stayed behind. After everyone left, Lu Shi began to complain. Lord Hokage, what kind of habit is this? Why do you always leave me behind? It's just because you're older. Otherwise, others might think there's something between us. Tsunade shot Lu Shi a glance and casually took out the mother's rescue record from the drawer. Lu Shi, isn't the Sarutobi with the big beard in this book Asuma? If it weren't for you and Guy this time, would he have died? Who knows? Maybe. It's just one scene. How would I know so much? Maybe he'll die next time. Tsunade didn't pay attention to Lu Shi's words. She was now focused on this book. It's one thing to explain one or two events, but he seems to foresee everything, which is a bit scary. Now she was also worried about future events. After chatting with Tsunade for a while, Dear Shi went home, where his family was waiting for him to have dinner. His mom specially prepared his favorite dishes. After dinner, his mom went upstairs with Dear Maru, and Dear Jiu took out that book, which is the story of Juajweizi saving his mother. Is everything in it true? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen really get killed by Haiden? Did you come this time just to save Asuma? Lu Shi, why are you all asking about this? Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. He wasn't sure about the specifics, just a scene. Hearing his son answer like that, Lu Jiu asked again, so what do you think my future looks like? I got hit by a ball, and then I saved you. After saying that, Lu Shi went upstairs. He was really afraid his dad would ask something else. Inside the Shao organization base, Nagato glanced at the black gray in front of him and then at Conan. Is this really Haiden? Even his ashes should be white, right? Hearing Nagato's words, Conan said helplessly, this is Haiden, brought back by Kurozetsu. Kakuzu's body must have been taken away. All that was found at the scene was this and a twisted ring. It's certain that this is Haiden's ring. Isn't Haiden supposed to be immortal? How did he die so completely this time? Sigh. Conan really wanted to answer Nagato, but she didn't know how to say it, only sighing. Conan went to tell our Mr. Madara that the 2 tails and 9 tails are his responsibility, and the rest we will handle. All right, I'll go tell him in a bit. By the way, Nagato, what should we do? Lu Shi's strength exceeded our expectations. Upon hearing Conan's words, Nagato emitted a strong killing intent and coldly said, if he obstructs our actions, I will personally kill him. I will make him understand that in front of my eyes, everything is futile. Conan. Recently, perhaps from hearing this phrase too often, Conan wasn't so confident in Nagato anymore. The next morning, Lu Shi, still in bed, was dragged to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, don't you sleep? People your age sleep less, but I'm still a kid. Why do you always call me here? If you have something, just discuss it with Jiraiya-sama. As Lu Shi was about to say something else, he heard a cracking sound. Tsunade looked at her coldly. She hated it the most when others said she was getting old. When Shikamaru saw Tsunade's gaze, he immediately wilted and fell silent. At this moment, Jiraiya stepped in to mediate. Shikamaru, you're not that young anymore. You should consider what the second Hokage said back then. Even if you don't want to be an advisor, you should still come help me. You always said you wanted to learn, but you never around me. So how can you learn? Don't you think so? After Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade chimed in. Jiraiya is right. After the old man died, I wanted you to assist as Hokage, but you brushed it off because of your age. Don't think I don't know. Your Nara clan is all about avoiding trouble. And you're even worse than them. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable, so you have to step up. Watching Jiraiya and Tsunade harmonizing like a couple, Shikamaru realized he couldn't avoid this anymore, so he decided to agree. All right, I agree, but I have a condition. Shikamaru, think about it. Being Hokage's advisor is something you agreed to. Jiraiya realized halfway through that he wanted to persuade Shikamaru a bit more. He didn't expect him to just agree. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's noisy demeanor and asked Shikamaru, what is your requirement? As long as it's not excessive, I can agree. Actually, it's nothing much. I can help Jiraiya, but try not to make me responsible for specific tasks. I can help with ideas and stuff. No way. Why would I have you come over just to do nothing? You think I want to see you sleeping all day? When Rushi spoke, he was immediately opposed by Jiraiya. Can I know the reason? Tsunade, not knowing why Rushi would act this way, asked. In fact, there wasn't much of a reason. if I were to handle specific matters, I would be afraid of offending people. Don't think I don't know. Jiraiya has always turned a blind eye to the Sarutobi, Nara, and Mito clans, which I cannot accept. If I were to take responsibility, you all should be prepared to deal with those old guys bothering you. Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, who didn't dare to meet her gaze. Just by looking at Jiraiya, it was clear that Rushi was right. However, Tsunade didn't blame Jiraiya because she knew he was someone who valued old relationships. That's why he treated those 3 clans favorably, which is also why the 3rd Hokage wanted him to be Hokage. But this wasn't the time to discuss that. They needed to get Rushi to work quickly. He was the only one who could help them share the pressure. The rest were either too timid to use or useless. All right, I promise you. I want to interfere in the matters you're responsible for, as long as you can be fair and just and don't dwell on past issues. Hearing Tsunade relent, Rushi felt that it was fine. Anyway, if something went wrong, Tsunade would handle it. Then I'll start work tomorrow. Lord Jiraiya, please try not to give me tasks that offend people. I'm not good at offending people. I'm good at making them disappear, just like Danzo. After saying that, Rushi left, and Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances. Jiraiya had originally planned to hand over a lot of work to Rushi, but now it seemed impossible. This kid wasn't as easy to talk to as he was. Early the next morning, the assistant to the Hokage took up his post. As soon as Rushi arrived, Jiraiya brought over a large pile of documents. Rushi, these are the materials for ninjas exchanging their achievements for ninjutsu. You need to handle them. Even if their achievements aren't enough to exchange for ninjutsu, you should write some comments to encourage them. After all, they're just kids. Lucier didn't waste time with Jiraiya and directly started reviewing the documents. While handling the files, Jiraiya stole glances at Lucier to see if he was working diligently. As for the correctness, he trusted Lucier. By noon, Lucier had finished processing everything. Jiraiya curiously picked up a document, but when he opened it, he was stunned. Name, Shimizu Kenjin. Gender, male. Age, 15. Strength, Chunin. Number of missions, 7 D-rank missions, 4 C-rank missions. Want to apply for a C-rank or B-rank wind release ninjutsu? The reply from Ruki was, get lost. A Chunin has only completed 11 missions. Who do you think you are to apply for a jutsu? Then Jiraiya started looking through them one by one, not paying attention to anything else, just focusing on Ruki's reply. You want to apply for an A-rank jutsu? Do you even need to ask? You think failing the mission was due to a lack of jutsu? Go find teacher guy and experience youth for 3 days, and I'll give you a C-rank jutsu. Don't let me see you in Konoha, or I'll kill you. It's the first time I've seen someone describe running away so refreshingly. Come to the assistant office to find me, and I'll show you what cruelty is. If your head is sick, go to the hospital, don't bother me. Take my advice and give up on being a ninja. You're really not suited for it. Honestly, if you're worried about not having a job, I can hire you to work at Nara Sake. I also want jutsu that increases chakra. If you know anything, let me know, and I'll trade you for other jutsu. Right now, find a pillow, lie down, and you'll dream of A-rank jutsu. After reading this side of the documents, Jiraiya finally understood why Ruki's books were so popular. The way he curses is so fresh and unique. After looking at the left side, he looked at the right side, which was very normal. All kinds of encouraging words like keep it up, keep trying, believe in yourself, you're excellent, you got this. Although the comments were short, they were all from people Ruki recognized. Putting down the documents, Jiraiya curiously asked, Ruki, what standards do you use for your evaluations? Of course, I don't mean to interfere with your work, I'm just curious. The number of missions and the reasons for applying for jutsu, you see this? I'm planning to go kill him shortly. After Lucier finished speaking, he handed a document to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took it and opened it. Name, Zwanshinju. Gender, female. Age, 13. Strength, Genin. Number of missions, 2 D-rank missions, 1 C-rank mission. Give me a powerful ninjutsu. My chakra nature is water. And send it to me when you're done. The reply from Rushi was, you wait for me. I'll go kill you in a moment. After reading it, Jiraiya quickly explained to Rushi, don't be angry, Rushi. This is a genius from the Tsunade family. The child is young and doesn't understand. But wait, Lord Jiraiya. How could people from such prominent families be interested in the village's worthless ninjutsu? Upon hearing Rushi's words, Jiraiya put the document into his own pocket, fearing that Rushi would go find that girl. He then explained the situation about the girl. Of course, she looks down on low-level ninjutsu. That child wants the water style of the second Hokage. Dear time, Jiraiya, you said I should put a water tank in the shadow space and drown that girl. Do you think that would count as fulfilling her request? As soon as Jiraiya heard this, he immediately wanted to say something. He was really afraid that Dear Time would take action. Lucier looked a bit impatient with Jiraiya, pressing his right hand down to signal him not to worry. Just joking. I won't hold it against the kid, even though I'm a kid too. All right, I've finished my work, so I won't be coming in this afternoon. For 7 consecutive days, Lucier handled a lot of documents, most of which were applications for ninjutsu. Lucier demonstrated to everyone what it means to insult someone artfully. Because of Lucier's way of insulting, the number of applications for ninjutsu decreased significantly. For those who truly needed ninjutsu and were very hardworking, Lucier was not stingy at all. After all, it wasn't coming out of his own pocket. He finally understood why common ninjas found it so hard to grow. Ninjutsu was a big problem. Although Lucier sympathized with them, he didn't want to be a pushover. He wouldn't give it to anyone who was unqualified, no matter who they were. That morning, after Lucier finished handling documents, he was about to head home as usual when Jiraiya called out to him. Lucier, there are some documents here for you to handle. Tsunade sent them over with Shizune and asked you to take care of them. After saying that, Jiraiya brought the documents over. Rushi opened the file and took a look. It contained some subsidies for ninjas from Konoha. As he was looking through it, Rushi noticed something strange. Jiraiya, what is going on? Why are all the recipients from prominent families, and there are almost no commoner ninjas? Hearing Rushi's words, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and said, this was set by the old man back in the day. Tsunade hasn't had the chance to manage this yet. I've been handling it. After you talked to Tsunade, she planned to let you take care of it. Tsunade specifically instructed that this matter is handed over to you, and she won't interfere. Lucier didn't speak, but continued to look at the documents. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Slamming the table, Lucier pointed at Jiraiya and exploded in anger. Jiraiya, you really are a good disciple of your teacher. How can you sign this? You're using Konoha's money to support your teacher's family. If this continues, the number of ninjas from the Sarutobi family will keep increasing. How will Konoha support so many people? This would drag the village down. By the time you retire, you'll leave this mess for the next person to clean up while you play the good guy. I regret trying to keep you here. You and your teacher are cut from the same cloth, sharing the same morals. Lucier became increasingly agitated, and his roar could be heard throughout the Hokage building. Jiraiya's face turned beet red from what Lucier was saying, and he covered his face with a document. He really didn't want to be in this situation, but there was nothing he could do. In the Hokage office, Tsunade was handling paperwork when she heard Lucier's roar. She put down the document in her hand and decided to see what was going on. Tsunade brought Ino to the assistant's office, and as soon as they entered, they saw Jiraiya hiding behind a pile of documents, and Lucier sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. Upon their entrance, Lucier simply opened one-eye to glance at them before closing it again. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Tsunade walked up to Jiraiya and pushed aside the documents in front of him. What is going on? Upon hearing Tsunade, Jiraiya explained the reason for Lucier's outburst. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Tsunade felt somewhat helpless. She was aware of the situation but hadn't had the time to address it, mainly because there wasn't much she could do. Tsunade approached Lucier and, in her rarely seen gentle tone, said, Lucier, this situation is unavoidable. Right now, those few clans are too powerful, and we can't just wipe them out, so I had to leave it to you. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lucier opened his eyes, but they were filled with anger. He finally understood why Konoha was in such a dire state. Those 4 greedy and selfish old men had turned Konoha into a paper tiger. Thinking of this, Lucier resolutely stated, this can't continue at this rate. In another 20 years, Konoha will become Sarutobi village. Jiraiya, who had been acting like a quail, also stepped forward to Lucier. Do you have any ideas, Lucier? I know the harm of doing this, but until we find a solution, we have no choice but to proceed this way. Tsunade agreed with Jiraiya's words. Otherwise, she would have dealt with those people long ago. Who is in charge of the Sarutobi clan now? Tsunade asked. Before Lucier could respond, Ino spoke up first. The current head of the Sarutobi clan is Asuma. Upon hearing that Asuma was the clan leader, Lucier stood up and took the documents with him as he walked out. Tsunade quickly asked, Lucier, where are you going? Lucier said without looking back. Talk to Asuma. Inside the Sarutobi clan, Hong welcomed Lucier in. Lucier, thank you for what you did last time. Asuma told me that if it weren't for you, he probably wouldn't have come back. Looking at the beautiful sunset, Lucier really didn't understand how she could be interested in that big bearded man. However, this wasn't the time to think about such things, so he quickly replied politely, It's nothing. Asuma-sensei takes good care of Shikamaru and the others. Out of both sentiment and reason, I should help out. I just don't know when Asuma-sensei will be back. If it's inconvenient, I can come by another day. Just after Lucier finished speaking, he saw Sarutobi Hizashi coming back with groceries a cigarette in his mouth, but he extinguished it before entering the door. Asuma saw Lu Shi as soon as he entered. Lu Shi, why didn't you let me know in advance before you came? I could have prepared a bit. Lu Shi stood up and said, Asuma-sensei, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I just have a few things I want to discuss with you, and I'll leave after we talk. Hong, hearing their conversation, quickly took the basket of vegetables and said to Lu Shi, you two go ahead and chat. Lu Shi, you can eat here for a while. Lu Shi was not polite. After all, Luan often came here to eat. All right, teacher Hong, then I'll disturb you. Asuma sat down in front of Lu Shi, and Lu Shi followed suit. After they both sat down, before Lu Shi could say anything, Asuma spoke up. Ever since you officially joined the assistant office, I knew you would come to find me. Just didn't expect it to be so soon. Since Asuma already knew, Lu Shi didn't plan to beat around the bush and directly handed the documents to Asuma. Asuma took the documents and started reading. 10 minutes later, Asuma slowly closed the documents and said in a low voice, I didn't expect the Sarutobi clan to become a tumor in Konoha. I really don't know what that old man is thinking. Teacher Asuma, it's not a tumor. After all, the Sarutobi clan is also part Konoha. It's just that the current development is a bit distorted. The Hokage has entrusted this matter to me, so I plan to discuss it with you. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Asuma said, Lu Shi, you are a child with opinions. Since you came to find me, it means you have a plan. To say it directly, I will cooperate fully. Seeing Asuma being so straightforward, Lu Shi shared his ideas. Teacher Asuma, the Sarutobi clan cannot be disbanded, but its size must be reduced to a healthy level. My idea is as follows. First, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Yamanaka, and Mito clans, all female ninjas aged 25 and under, except for Jonin, should retire and be encouraged to marry early. Of course, before they get married, they can still receive subsidies. However, this subsidy can only be received for a maximum of 2 years. After 2 years, regardless of whether they are married or not, the subsidy will cease. Second, the Jonin of the Sarutobi clan will no longer be eligible for subsidies. Of course, this decision applies not only to your Sarutobi clan, but to all clans as well. A Jonin who cannot support themselves deserves to starve. Third, only Genin from all clans and civilian ninjas are eligible for subsidies. Once they reach Chunin, the subsidies will automatically stop. Meanwhile, receiving subsidies as a Genin also has a time limit. If they have not reached Chunin within 5 years, the subsidy will also be stopped. Because if they can't become a Chunin in 5 years, it's either a lack of effort or lack of talent. Once on the battlefield, they will just be cannon fodder, which is not meaningful. This can also be considered a form of assessment for Konoha ninjas. Those who do not qualify should go do something else. It's better than losing their lives. Fourth, after this order is issued, there will be some turbulence. But that's okay. I will discuss with various clans and give them some external tasks, which will significantly reduce the turbulence, even to the point of being negligible. In this way, Konoha can return to a healthy state in 5 years. What do you think, Teacher Asuma? Hey, Lu Shi, I have to say, you're more suitable to be Hokage than the old man. Your plan is very good, and I will discuss it with the clans. After their conversation, Hong's meal was ready. After finishing dinner at Asuma's house, Lu Shi left, as there were still matters to discuss with Tsunade. That's about it. So I wanted to ask Hokage-sama your opinion. If you disagree, just treat it as if I didn't say anything, and I'll go back to continue my mission. You don't need to keep dragging me to handle documents. After hearing Lu Shi's conversation with Asuma, Tsunade fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons in her heart. Lu Shi's plan was indeed very suitable. But how would those Genin without subsidies live? She couldn't just watch them starve to death, could she? Lu Shi, your plan is very good, but what about those Genin without subsidies? Have you considered this issue? Regarding Tsunade's concerns, Lu Shi had also thought it through. Hokage-sama, the land of fire is rich and the land is fertile. We can completely establish a farm to grow food, allowing those Genin without strength to farm. Although their abilities are average, they can still protect the farms from being damaged by animals. This way, they can have an income to support themselves. And Konoha will also eliminate those ninjas who are just filling in the numbers. Tsunade thought for a moment and then said, you go and call your father and Jiraiya over. Let's discuss this matter. All right, I'll go now. Lu Shi returned home late with his father, and a few people refined Lu Shi's proposal. The land in the land of fire belongs to the feudal lords. So to establish a farm, their approval is necessary. Tsunade assigned the task of persuading the feudal lords to Lu Shi, since he has a way with people. After a night of silence, the next morning, the Hokage's office was in chaos, all because of Lu Shi's proposals. The loudest protest came from Tsurujin Kamaru, and the other clans felt similarly. Tsunade, You're disrupting the balance of the village. There are so many ninjas in the village. Without subsidies, how are they supposed to survive? Mito Gate and also echoed. Yes, Tsunade, this decision is indeed a bit inappropriate. If this continues, our Konoha will have to follow the elite path like Sunagakure. Right? You want to bring Konoha to the same level as Sunagakure. If I had known this would happen, I should have let Jiraiya become Hokage. A folder was heavily slammed onto Tsurujini Kamaru's head, causing her to stumble. If it weren't for Mito Gate in blocking her, she would have fallen down. Everyone looked towards the direction from which the folder had flown. Rushi looked at T.K.S.H. Rin with a face full of anger. And Tsunade also looked at Rushi, surprised that he actually dared to take action. If she had known that Rushi had attacked T.K.S.H. Rin twice, she probably wouldn't have been so shocked. You old pest. Pick up the documents and see how many ninjas your T.K. clan has and how much blood you've drained from Konoha every month. You dare to hit me? T.K.S.H. Rin trembled as she pointed at Rushi. You still dare to point at me? Let me see where I should strike this time. Upon hearing Rushi's words, T.K.S.H. Rin suddenly remembered Rushi's terrifying nature and immediately withdrew her hand. At this moment, Jiraiya leaned into Tsunade's ear and briefly mentioned that Rushi had attacked T.K.S.H. Rin twice. Tsunade suddenly felt like laughing, but as the Hokage, she couldn't laugh. So she said to Rushi, Rushi, if you have something to say it without resorting to violence. In fact, Rushi had no intention of fighting this time. Resorting to violence would harm Tsunade's reputation and make it easier for others to label her as a dictator. Lucier looked at the Zhuangqin clan and said, You won't pick it up, right? Then I'll tell everyone about the true face of this former elder. After saying that, Lucier sat down and took out a document. The Zhuangqin clan has a total of 377 ninjas, with an average subsidy of 8,000 taels for each person, meaning they take away 3 million taels a month. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. They really didn't expect such a small clan as Zhuangqin to have so many ninjas. Wasn't the Uchiha clan scale similar when they were wiped out? Ignoring the crowd's emotions, Lucier continued. Now that we've talked about money, let's discuss the number of tasks from the Zhuangqin clan. Last month, they completed a total of 31 family tasks, and that was after Lord Hokage doubled their quota. This means that during the third Hokage's administration, the Zhuangqin clan only needed to complete a dozen family tasks each month. The Yamanaka clan has 72 ninjas, and last month they completed 19 family tasks. At this point, Lucier stood up, looked at everyone, and coldly asked, Everyone, shouldn't such a ridiculous rule be abolished? Do some people really want to suck Konoha dry for a lifetime? From now on, family tasks will be allocated according to the number of family members, and Konoha's subsidies will only be given to those who need them. If you don't have that much foundation, don't raise so many ninjas. Don't say it's all for Konoha. I don't believe it. Konoha will open a farm in a while, probably needing over 1,000 people. Each clan will have a quota, and you can send your weaker, less talented family members over. It's better than losing your life for unfinished tasks. The base number of lower ninjas in Konoha is too large. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Times are changing, and we must learn to change as well. We need to learn to utilize our advantages. All right, that's all I have to say. Let the Hokage speak to you about the rest. Tsunade, what else can I say? You said it all. Of course, that was what she thought in her heart, but she said, that's about how things are. You should go back and soothe your clansmen. Here are some external tasks. You should complete these tasks first, and the village will get better after a while. After Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya handed a stack of documents to everyone, especially Asuma, who left with a stack higher than others. The reason everyone was unwilling to take on external tasks was that the pay was too low. The village only symbolically provided some, and the bulk had to come from a clan. After everyone left, Jiraiya hurriedly sat down next to Lucier and said with some concern, Lucier, will this cause some people to retire? If Konoha ninjas retire on a large scale, it won't be a small matter. Don't worry. Ninjas earn more than civilians no matter what. They won't want to retire. Moreover, due to the Akatsuki organization, the ninja world is becoming more chaotic. Haven't you noticed that our Konoha's number of commissions has increased dozens of times? Now, in 1 month, we have more tasks than in previous years combined. Although they are mostly low-level tasks, they are enough for Konoha to hold on until the storm passes. I estimate that in about a year and a half, Konoha will be back on track. As long as we don't explode in numbers, it will be completely fine. It may be tough now, but it will get better after a while. Distorted development cannot last long. Hearing Lucier's words, Jiraiya felt relieved. He was really afraid that something big would happen in Konoha. After dealing with this matter, Jiraiya also handed over the issue of the new graduates to Lucier. Lucier is feeling a bit like the third generation now. If you're still around, how could he be working like a donkey? Ino hasn't had any missions lately, and he doesn't even have time to spend with her. It was only in the middle of the night that Lucier walked out of the office with Jiraiya. When he got home, his mom and little brother were already asleep, and only his dad was waiting for him. Have you eaten? He had eaten with Jiraiya and Tsunade in the office. Dad, why are you still up? Oh, it's nothing. I just encountered a bit of a problem regarding the 5 Kage summit and wanted to ask you about it. Lu sat down in front of his dad. Go ahead. What is the problem? The shadow splitting is uneven, and the attack power is too weak. About that. The uneven shadow splitting is easy to fix. You can have 5 shadows support the object, keeping the heavy object at the same height. Over time, it will naturally become even. Once the shadow splitting is even, you could try to have a shadows launch the heavy object. When you can launch it 3 meters high, the 5 shadows will have succeeded. Lucier nodded, feeling that his son's words made sense. After talking to his father for a while, Lucier went upstairs. Then he chatted with Ino using Shadow Ninja. While Lucier was acting like a donkey in Konoha, Nagato and Obito started fighting. You bastard Nagato! How dare you lay a hand on me? Tendo coldly looked at Obito and disdainfully said, Uchiha Obito, how long are you going to keep pretending? Reveal your true intentions. Hearing Nagato expose his identity, Obito was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down. Nagato, I don't know what you're talking about. If you remain obstinate, then our cooperation ends here. Tendo looked at Obito and disdainfully said, Itachi told me that the Uchiha Sharingan is also known as the Eye of Mind-S Reflection. Now I finally understand why your ability is to become intangible. You are just a coward who only knows how to escape. Rin thinks so too, right? Nagato was really stabbing at Obito's heart with those words. Obito was ready to fight Nagato. It turned out that the 6 paths of pain, along with Itachi and Kisame, easily overwhelmed Obito, but his intangibility ability was indeed invincible, allowing him to escape in the end. Kisame looked at the current Akatsuki organization and really wanted to quit. Members were dying one after another, and he didn't know when it would be his turn or Itachi's. However, he was unaware that soon Sasuke would come to seek revenge on Itachi, and by then, he would be the only one left in the Akatsuki. The incident actually started half an hour ago when Kurizetsu and Obito approached Nagato to discuss capturing the Nine Tails. But during their conversation, Nagato suddenly asked Kurizetsu, Do you miss your mother? Although Kurizetsu didn't speak, he fell silent, and it was just that few seconds of distraction that Nagato noticed. So he attacked Kurizetsu, who fled without even explaining. After Kurizetsu escaped, Nagato then attacked Obito, leading to the earlier scene. In the secret room, Nagato, do you believe in the things written in Nara Lucier's book? I didn't believe it before, but now I believe some of it. Even if it's true, I must fulfill Yahiko's dream. In front of my eyes, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. Conan. 3 days later, Itachi sent back news. Lu was a bit stunned when he saw this news. He thought to himself, did I ruin the plot? Why are these two still fighting? I just don't know how the fool will retaliate against the madman. Rokushi remembered that Ban had left a backup plan on Nagato and Obito. Thinking of this, Rokushi decided not to dwell on it, and thought to himself, let it be. Let it be. If they're all dead, then it will be quiet. Soon, time reached the 67th year of Konoha. Konoha had recovered a lot, and after a few years of restoring the Sarutobi clan to a controllable number, Konoha would be back on track. During this time, Rokushi did not take action against the Sarutobi clan because he knew that the 4th Great Ninja War was coming, and that would be the time when people would be needed. One day, while Rokushi was handling documents, Kakashi walked in. Rokushi, our intelligence personnel, spotted Sasuke, and he is with a man and a woman. Hearing Kakashi's words, Rokushi looked up. Kakashi-sensei, where is Sasuke? The intelligence personnel saw Sasuke in the land of grass. I want to ask you if we should go bring Sasuke back. Lu thought for a moment. At this point, Sasuke seemed to have just sealed Orochimaru. Kakashi-sensei, let go. Sasuke won't come back unless he kills Itachi. By the way, how is Naruto's training going? Upon hearing this question, Kakashi also had a proud look on his face. Naruto's growth is very fast. I can barely keep up with him anymore. Sai has also become less indifferent after spending more time with Naruto. However, it seems that Sakura has reached her limit. She has been getting injured frequently in recent missions and is starting to hold the team back. I'm considering sending her to the hospital, where she would be better suited. But I would like to ask you to talk to her. Dear time, Kakashi-sensei, you can't be so unreasonable. Why did you make me say something that would offend others? Isn't Yamato their current team leader? Why doesn't he say it? Dear time, please have some pity on us. We really can't say it. Besides, What you said would be easier for Sakura to accept. Sigh. All right, let Sakura come to find me. Actually, do you have to run so fast? I haven't finished asking yet. As soon as Ruki agreed, Kakashi ran off, as if he were afraid Ruki would change his mind. Soon, Kakashi brought Sakura to the office. And Sakura looked a bit nervous upon seeing Ruki. All right, don't be nervous. We're classmates after all. There's no need for that. After saying this, Ruki poured a cup of tea for Sakura. How have the recent missions been? Upon hearing Ruki's words, Sakura seemed to guess something, lowered her head, and tears began to flow. Ruki, are you trying to persuade me to quit Team 7? Shika returned to his chair and sat down. Hey, you noticed it too, right? You've been getting injured more frequently lately. Teacher Yamato feels embarrassed to say it, but he is really afraid you might sacrifice yourself on one of these missions. That's why he asked me to talk to you about it. Honestly, I didn't want to bring this up either. Can I still stay in Team 7? I'm not afraid of sacrificing myself. I just want to keep up with them. Hearing Sakura's words, Shika felt hesitant to persuade her further. After all, he was the one who had cut off her chance to become Tsunade's student. All right, I'll talk to Teacher Yamato about it. Since you have this awareness, I want to try to dissuade you. You can go back now. Upon hearing Shika's words, Sakura didn't feel happy. Instead, she felt a sense of shame about trying to take advantage of someone. She stood up and walked towards the door, but just as she reached it, she stopped. Shika, do I really bother you that much? Looking at Sakura's back, Shika opened his mouth and spoke in a very calm tone. I don't know what others think, but I really dislike you. Whenever you have a problem, you think of Naruto. When things are fine, you think of Sasuke. It makes me feel like you have double standards and are very materialistic. If I dislike someone, I keep my distance. Even if that person could save my life in my most dangerous moments, I wouldn't seek help from them. But you can't do that. Your tears only reach Naruto, while your smile is always for Sasuke. Thank you. I understand now. I will make myself stronger. After Sakura finished speaking, she left. Lu looked at Sakura's back, feeling quite helpless. He really couldn't like Sakura's personality. Although Sakura had changed a lot, no one could enter her heart except for Sasuke. Even friends had to come after Sasuke, and she simply couldn't treat everyone equally. After Sakura left, Kakashi walked in again. Sakura went to find Lady Tsunade. Lu sure didn't even lift his head and simply said, oh. Kakashi noticed the awkward atmosphere and also left. Hokage office. Lady Tsunade, please take me as your disciple. Sakura cried, her tears streaming down her cheeks. I really want to become stronger. I want to keep up with Naruto's pace and never be a burden to everyone because of my weakness again. Hearing Sakura's heartfelt words, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise and emotion in each other's eyes. Then, they both turned their attention to the crying Sakura in front of them. In fact, Tsunade had always admired Sakura. She thought Sakura was smart, diligent, and had even considered taking her as a disciple at one point. However, the words Lu Shur had said back then felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Tsunade's heart, extinguishing that thought. Now, seeing Sakura so persistent and sincere, the heart that had already quieted began to stir again. But she did not immediately agree to Sakura's request. All right, Sakura, first tell me what your plans are after you become strong. Also, why do you have such a desperate desire for power and want to become stronger? Tsunade asked seriously. Sakura looked up, her eyes filled with hope, and answered firmly, Lady Tsunade, the first reason I want to become strong is to keep up with Naruto's footsteps. He is always so fearless, working hard to achieve his dreams. I hope to be a reliable partner like him and fight alongside him. Secondly, I want to change Lu Shur's perception of me through my own efforts. He has always disliked me because I only had eyes for Sasuke and neglected my friends. So I want them to accept me again. After hearing Sakura's response, Tsunade gently shook her head, indicating her dissatisfaction. Sakura, these reasons alone are not enough for me to take you as a disciple. If you simply want to gain the recognition and respect of others, to make them see you in a different light, then I can teach you some basic medical ninjutsu. With those skills, you could become an excellent medical ninja. But that is not the true path of a strong person. Listening to Tsunade's words, Sakura fell into deep thought. Tsunade then pulled out Sakura's file, which contained all the information from her school days to the present. Sakura had always been at the top of her class in a ninja academy, showing talent in various ninjutsu theories and medical ninjutsu. Sakura had a strong learning ability, quickly mastering new skills and knowledge. Over the past 2 years, through battles with different opponents and completing missions, she had rapidly learned from her experiences, constantly improving her combat methods and strategies. Sakura had a keen perception of chakra, able to accurately sense the flow of chakra within the human body and various subtle physiological changes. This allowed her to accurately identify the causes of illnesses and take effective treatment measures during medical diagnosis and treatment. Sakura also performed well in taijutsu, with good physical fitness, agility, and quick reflexes. In close combat, she could flexibly evade enemy attacks and find opportunities to counterattack. Looking at Kakashi's evaluation of the hospital, to be honest, Tsunade was moved. However, if she couldn't convince herself, she wouldn't take her as a disciple. Sakura quietly stood opposite Tsunade, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and determination as she thought about how to impress Tsunade. The words of dear echoed in her ears, piercing her heart. She realized that she had not respected Naruto enough in the past and had not truly understood Sasuke's inner feelings. She remembered Naruto's efforts and persistence. He always risked everything to protect the village and his friends. She also recalled Sasuke's loneliness and pain, carrying too much hatred and responsibility. Sakura decided that from now on, she would respect Naruto, support his dreams, and understand Sasuke, helping him to overcome his inner shadows. Taking a deep breath, Sakura resolved that regardless of whether Tsunade accepted her, she would go find Naruto, apologize to him, and express her determination. With this thought, Sakura lifted her head, gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and said, "Lady Tsunade, I have an even more important reason. Sasuke has left the village. I know he has embarked on a dangerous path, and I want to become stronger to bring him back. We were once comrades, and now he is lost. I must become strong enough to face the darkness he might encounter. Moreover, Konoha has suffered so many disasters, with many people injured and sacrificed each time. If I am strong enough, I can protect more villagers in battle, rather than just healing the wounded from the rear. I want to be a ninja who can save lives and prevent death. That is the true strength I seek." Tsunade's eyes sparkled for a moment. She did not expect Sakura to have such awareness. Jiraiya also nodded slightly, feeling that Sakura had indeed undergone a significant transformation. After a moment of silence, Tsunade said, "Good. Sakura, from today on, you will be my disciple." Hearing that Tsunade would take her as a disciple, Sakura was overwhelmed with joy and repeatedly bowed to thank Tsunade. In the following days, Sakura embarked on a grueling training journey, and Tsunade's violent training methods were indeed intense. Tsunade first focused on training Sakura's super strength technique, making her punch huge rocks every day until her hand was swollen and numb. Although Sakura was in great pain, she gritted her teeth and persevered, thinking of her goals. In terms of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade took Sakura to Konoha Hospital, starting her training with basic wound suturing. Sakura carefully observed every detail. Soon a month passed, and during this time, Sakura worked very hard. To become stronger, she had the hospital director use the palm sage technique on her several times. A medical ninjutsu that stimulates cell division. No one would choose such treatment unless absolutely necessary. After all, there are only so many cells. And although Tsunade had advised Sakura against it several times, Sakura went secretly, so Tsunade stopped advising her. When Tsunade saw Sakura skillfully applying the skills she had taught her, she smiled with satisfaction. Sakura also understood that true strength is not just about having power, but knowing how to use that power to protect what is precious. At that moment, she felt one step closer to her vision of strength and was more determined to bring back Sasuke and protect Konoha. Damn it. Jiraiya is becoming more and more untrustworthy. He used to help me a bit, but now he has just gone. Lu Shuriweb became increasingly angry and simply quit. After coming out of the assistant office, Lu Shur arrived at the Hokage's office, and upon entering, he found that Tsunade was also not there. What did these two run off to? Are they both skipping work? Do they think they can just abandon Konoha? But before Lu Shur got home, he saw Jiraiya and Tsunade sitting on a bench by the road. Wow. This seems to be the scene from the original work where Tsunade and Jiraiya had their last meeting. But why is it happening early? I have to go take a look. After saying that, Lu Shur jumped onto the tree behind Tsunade and Jiraiya, watching the two below. The setting sun cast its light on them, creating a scene that was both warm and a bit melancholic. Tsunade, I have to go to the Rain Village. Although Lu Shur knew a lot of information, he still wasn't at ease. He wanted to see Nagato, hoping he could persuade him to turn back. Today, I intentionally handed over all the documents to him to prevent him from stopping me. But didn't he, Lu Shur, say you would die? Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Aren't you the one who loves to gamble? Why don't you bet on whether I will die? After all, you've never won." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade was slightly taken aback and then said, "Come back alive." After saying that, Tsunade turned her head, revealing a rare feminine side. Hearing her words, Jiraiya picked up a scroll and started to leave. And after a while, he wanted to give a thumbs up. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Stop it. Who dares to sneak attack this sage? Hearing Jiraiya's voice, Tsunade turned her head and saw a shadow ninja attacking Jiraiya. Just when Tsunade was wondering where Lucier was, she heard Lucier's voice. No, do you two have a serious illness or something? I've made it so clear. And you still want to go to your death. If you want to die, at least wait until Naruto gets married. By then, you'll be old and dying with safe food. And you, Tsunade, do you really dare to let him go? If he leaves, you won't see him again. After saying that, Lucier jumped in front of Tsunade. Aren't you the one who wanted to gamble on Jiraiya's life and death? Now let us bet. If you lose, I won't stop Jiraiya. After saying that, Lucier threw the dice at Tsunade's feet, rolling 2 6s and a 4. It's your turn. Pick it up and let us bet. Hurry up. Lucier's tone was very stern, and he was genuinely a bit angry this time. He did all this to prevent the original tragedy from happening. But these two guys ended up playing a game of open deception and covert maneuvers. Tsunade picked up the dice with trembling hands and gently threw them on the ground. 3 6s, a triplet. Tsunade immediately ran to Jiraiya, hugged him tightly, and shed 2 streams of hot tears. At that moment, Jiraiya was still in a daze, and the shadow ninja didn't hold back with a heavy kick. Once Jiraiya regained his composure, he revealed a lewd smile, but he hadn't enjoyed it for long before Tsunade discovered him and landed a punch. Tsunade stood up, adjusted her clothes, and walked towards the Hokage building. At that moment, she regained the authority of the Hokage. Jiraiya, get back here and handle the paperwork. Lucier's holiday starts tomorrow. Deer walked up to Jiraiya. If you really want to die, I'll tell you a way. Just take a kunai and stab it a few times on your carotid artery, and you'll be dead in 10 minutes or so. Jiraiya, after finishing speaking, Lu didn't look back and just left. In the Hokage office, Lucier looked at Tsunade with a face full of resentment. This is what you call a holiday? I haven't even made it home yet. You've already sent someone to call me here. All right, enough complaining. This matter is a bit urgent. Sasuke has appeared at the daimyo's residence. Go check it out. It will be best if you can bring him back, but if you can't, don't let him cause trouble over there. Hearing Tsunade's words, Lucier glanced at her and then at Jiraiya. You two aren't trying to send me off, are you? Is Jiraiya still thinking about looking for Nagato? Jiraiya waved his hand and quickly explained, No, this really has nothing to do with me. I thought it through. Since you have the ability to see the future, I won't go to my death. It's just a pity about that kid Yahiko. All right, since you say so, I'll trust you this once. If you go looking for death again, I won't stop you. After you die, I'll retire and never care about Konoha's affairs again. Tsunade also made a promise. Lucier, don't worry, I will definitely not let Jiraiya go to his death. I'm just a bit worried. If things really develop according to the future you saw, I don't know how many people will die in Konoha. All right, we haven't reached that point yet. We'll talk about it then. Suddenly, Lucier changed the subject and asked, What are you two going to settle down? Tsunade, Jiraiya. Seeing their expressions, Lucier felt anxious for them and urged, Since you both have feelings for each other, then stop playing hard to get. Jiraiya, I'll tell you. If you don't hurry, Tsunade is going to marry someone else. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately stood up. Lucier, is what you said true? Is there any doubt? My eyes can see clearly. Tsunade is going to be married off to a wandering ninja who looks a lot like you. It's probably because after you died, Tsunade misses you too much. Lucier kept teasing them. Since they both had feelings for each other, he said this to encourage them to get together sooner. The next morning, Lucier set off riding Little Black, who had recently put on some weight. So, Lucier had to help it lose some weight as he was counting on Little Black to take him and Ino on trips in the future. Around noon, Lucier arrived at the daimyo's residence and found Konoha's intelligence personnel to inquire about the location of the king. After gathering the information, Lucier headed towards the north gate of the daimyo's residence. Soon, he saw a familiar figure on the road. It was the Tang Sung of the Naruto world, Uzumaki Karen. However, Lucier did not see Sasuke, so he followed behind Karen, not bothering to conceal himself, and soon he was noticed by her. Karen entered an alley, and by the time Lucier arrived, she was already waiting for him. Who are you? Why are you following me? Seeing the kunai in Karen's hand, Lucier realized she was treating him as a bad person. I'm here to find Sasuke. He should have told you about me. Upon hearing this, Karen did not let her guard down, but instead asked, How can you prove it? This really stumped Lucier. How could he prove it? What do you want me to do to prove it? If I say it, you won't believe me. Karen thought for a moment and said, Sasuke said you have a smoking sword. Show it to me. Oh, is that it? Simple. After saying that, Lucier drew out the smoking sword. 1 minute later, Cough, cough. I believe you, I believe you. Just put it away. Deer followed Xianglin's footsteps, weaving through the dense forest. Half an hour later, they arrived at a clearing in the woods, where they could see a man exuding an imposing aura from a distance. Indeed, it was our heir Zhu. Sasuke, look who I brought. Xianglin shouted loudly. Upon hearing Xianglin's voice, Sasuke slowly turned his head. When his gaze landed on the approaching figure, a complex emotion surged within him. The person standing before him was someone he was all too familiar with. Hey, heir Zhu, look at you. Why don't you find a place to stay in the city? Why come to this godforsaken place? The environment here is really terrible, isn't it? Have you been in that snake den for too long and gotten used to our normal way of life? Deer teased with a grin, his words full of mockery. Beside him, Zhongwu's expression darkened instantly. He could never tolerate anyone mocking Sasuke like that. With a glare, he gritted his teeth and said, Sasuke, do you want to take care of this guy right now? As he spoke, he clenched his fists, exuding a menacing aura. However, Sasuke reached out to stop Zhongwu and said softly, Zhongwu, don't act. You don't know how powerful this man is. With your strength, you're not his match. If it really comes to a fight, it should be me who handles it. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi immediately felt displeased. Oh, Sasuke, you haven't been beaten recently and are getting cocky. Huh? Do you think that after taking down a weakened Orochimaru, you are now invincible? Ignoring Lu Shi's sarcasm, Sasuke asked, what brings you here? Deer arrived and sat on the stone in front of Sasuke, then said, I don't want to be here either. Someone saw you at the daimyo's mansion, and the Hokage is worried you might cause trouble. If you do cause trouble, it will be difficult for Konoha, so I was sent to check on you. Lady Tsunade also said that if we can bring you back, that would be best. If we can't bring you back, we'll just keep an eye on you and hope you don't cause any trouble. It seems I've been underestimated. Dear, I'm not the Sasuke I used to be. The current you, just as you were about to act tough, noticed that Deer had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, which made him swallow the rest of his words. However, our Sasuke is not an ordinary person. He directly continued with the word you. Are you here to take me back to Konoha? When Lu Shi saw that Sasuke didn't plan to show off anymore, he moved his hand away from the smoke knife. No, you won't go back with me now. Even if I force you to go back, you will still go looking for Itachi. So I just came to see you. Consider a vacation. Dealing with documents has been too dull lately. Do ninjas still need to handle documents? Sasuke asked in confusion. Ninjas don't, but the Hokage's assistant does. The three of them were shocked by Lu Shi's words. They didn't expect that someone around their age would actually be the Hokage's assistant in Konoha. Seeing their expressions, Rushi knew they had misunderstood. So he explained, the Hokage's assistant is Jiraiya, but that guy's been a bit unreliable lately, so I've been doing his work. Although Rushi's explanation was clear to them, they still found it hard to believe. Deer was feeling quite bored. He stood up, patted his butt, and was about to leave when he was called by Sasuke. Are you leaving? Yeah. Seeing you stay in this ghostly place, I guess you don't have any plans for trouble, so I might as well head back to Konoha. Ino hasn't had much work lately, and I plan to keep her company. Upon hearing Deer's words, Sasuke simply remarked that it was really boring. Then Sasuke changed the subject and said, since we met, let's have a fight. Let me see the gap between us. Deer, who had already turned around, heard Sasuke's words and turned back. He also wanted to see his own strength now. All right, I also want to see my current strength. Ever since I got the Shadow Army, I haven't had a proper battle for a long time. Ryugu and Kankuro immediately stepped back upon hearing that Sasuke was going to fight Deer. Deer, I don't believe you've always been stronger than me. Over the past 2 years, I've thought of ways to deal with you, so don't let me down. Deer sure smiled faintly. Uchiha Itachi, come on. Let's see your jutsu and experience the power of the king. Don't call me Itachi, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. As soon as Sasuke shouted, he charged forward. This sudden move caught Deer sure off guard, thinking what's going on? Is he really going to compete in taijutsu? But now is not the time to think about that. Sasuke's fist was already approaching. Lu crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a bang, the deer was sent flying several meters and crashed hard into a tree. Sasuke saw the deer being knocked away and broke into a brilliant smile. The deer was almost becoming a shadow of his childhood. He was defeated by the deer every time, but this time Sasuke finally stood up. Oh my Sasuke, that's a bit unfair. Relying on sneak attacks and deception to ambush me, the next assistant of Konoha. Lu Shi moved his body and said, come on, since you want to compete with me in martial arts, I'll show you my 12 techniques. How is this even useful ninjutsu? When Lu Shi wanted to show off his leg skills, a huge fireball came crashing towards him. Dark Tide. As the words fell, a massive black wave surged towards the fireball, which extinguished instantly upon contact with the black wave. Xianglin looked at Lu Shi's black wave and turned to Chongwu. wondering if this was the ability that Sasuke said could nullify ninjutsu. It should be. Let's continue watching. Let's see if the Shadow Ninja of Konoha, the Black Old Six, is really very strong or just a name. In fact, Lucia himself didn't know about these titles. They were given to him by people in the ninja world. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. After Sasuke finished speaking, countless fireballs burst from his mouth, like seeds of a phoenix flower. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Dark Water. Deer caught these fireballs barehanded, and they quickly extinguished in his hands. If you want to scheme against me, you're still far from it. Lu Gang blocked Fengzi and Huo, and saw many steel wires swirling towards him. I have to say, Sasuke's steel wire skills are really impressive. Deer pulled out a smoke knife and directly cut the steel wire, then rushed toward Sasuke. However, before he could reach Sasuke, he was bombarded by Sasuke's ninjutsu. Chidori, Thousand Needles. A dense barrage of lightning attribute Thousand Needles shot towards Deer. After dealing with these Thousand Needles, Deer became a bit impatient. Alright, warm-up is over. I'll defeat you in 1 minute. Upon hearing Deer's words, Sasuke felt a bit angry. He felt underestimated. Deer Shiryong used his fastest speed and charged directly in front of Sasuke, swinging his weapon down. Sasuke also drew his Kusanagi sword to block. Clang! The smoke blade struck hard against the Kusanagi sword, producing a ringing sound, followed by a burst of sparks. Sasuke was sent flying. Deer Shiryong's physique, enhanced by the system, was much stronger than Sasuke's. At this moment, Sasuke was also greatly shocked. He didn't expect Deer Shiryong to have such strength. Just as he stopped, he heard Deer Shiryong shout, "Shadow Strike." A black shadow shot towards him like an arrow. Kursetzel Chitori. The black curse seal spread across Sasuke's face, and black and white lightning appeared on his hands as his left hand fiercely attacked the black arrow. The moment the black arrow made contact with Sasuke, the shadow was dispersed, and Sasuke retreated several steps. 5 shadow strikes. Lucia didn't give Sasuke a chance. This time, 5 black shadows shot toward Sasuke. Shadow Snake Hand. 5 poisonous snakes emerged from Sasuke's right hand and charged at the 5 shadows. In an instant of contact, the snake heads were pierced by the shadows, and these snakes posed no obstacle to the shadows. After penetrating the snake heads, they directly lunged toward Sasuke. Just as the 5 shadows were about to pierce Sasuke's body, he transformed into a half-wooden stake. Knowing he couldn't evade, Sasuke directly used the body substitute technique and appeared behind Lu Shi. Chidori, Sharp Spear. A lightning attribute light column over 10 meters long appeared in Sasuke's hand and struck fiercely at Lu Shi. Lu Shi was not panicked. He slowly extended his right hand. Dark Water. The beam of light slowly passed over Lu Shi's right hand. Xiang Lin and Chong Wu watched this scene nervously, both thinking that Lu Shi's right hand wouldn't hold up. They were all too aware of how sharp the 1,000-bird sharp spear was. The next scene nearly dropped their jaws. Lu Shi grasped the 1,000-bird sharp spear and swung it around like a hammer, with Zhuoshu being treated as the hammerhead. After a thud against the ground, they saw Zhuoshu rolling his eyes, lying in a pit. Looking at Zhuoshu, Lu Shi calmly said, 37 seconds, not bad. Chong Wu and Xiang Lin immediately ran to Zhuoshu's side. Xiang Lin hugged Zhuoshu, tears streaming down her face. Zhuoshu, are you okay? Then she extended her arm, covered in bite marks, wanting Zhuoshu to bite her. Lu Shi couldn't bear to watch any longer and reminded them, he's fine, don't worry. He'll wake up in a bit. I really want to kill someone. He didn't even get the chance to bite you. Zhongwu and Xiang Lin looked at Lu Shi, momentarily at a loss. 10 minutes later, Lu Shi said, am I weak? After all these years, I still can't beat you. Sasuke replied, you're already very strong. You can kill Itachi now. After saying this, Lu Shi added in his heart, under the condition that Itachi is letting his guard down, you can indeed kill him. I know you too well, better than Itachi does, so you lost due to carelessness. You should have competed with me in swordsmanship and then used your wire-controlled shurikens. Maybe you would have won. Of course, I'm talking about sparring. If it were a life-and-death battle, you still couldn't beat me. I know you have trump cards left, and I have those too. After finishing, the Shadow Army appeared around them. Sasuke and the others looked at the Shadow Army in shock. Lu Shi, I remember when I left, you didn't have this many Shadow Ninjas. Yeah, as my strength has grown, the Shadow Army has increased. Though he said this, he thought to himself, this is all for my sign-in rewards, but I can't tell you. Alright, Sasuke, I'm leaving. You've lost to me more than once or twice, so there's no need to be downcast. Sasuke replied, it's nice to hear, but why does it sound so awkward? Sasuke didn't speak, but quietly watched Lu Shi's departing figure until it disappeared. Xiang Lin asked worriedly, Sasuke, are you okay? Should I not have brought him to see you? I'm sorry. All right, Xiang Lin, I didn't blame you. Actually, I really wanted to meet this guy. Although losing to him is somewhat frustrating, I don't feel defeated. Having a goal to chase is a good thing. Hearing Sasuke's words, the two felt relieved. They were still worried about Sasuke being affected. Konoha, did Sasuke really seal Orochimaru? Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade, Lucier knew they were still concerned about Orochimaru. Although it was Jiraiya who asked Lucier, judging by Tsunade's expression. She probably felt the same. Yes, Orochimaru wanted to take Sasuke's body but failed, and then he was sealed by Sasuke. However, he hasn't died yet. He might revive one day. Hearing Lucier's words, they felt relieved. Since Orochimaru was fine, Jiraiya asked about Sasuke again. Is that kid really very strong? Lucier thought about their previous battle and said, Kakashi-sensei might not be Sasuke's match right now. What? X2, come on. Are you two going to bite each other? No matter how strong Sasuke is, he still lost to me, right? Besides, I haven't even used the Shadow Army yet. If I do, Sasuke won't last 3 minutes. Unless he can somehow give himself a light and make himself shadowless. Otherwise, it's the same for me. The only ones who can counter the Shadow Army are Guy-sensei and that reckless Raikage. I don't take the others seriously. At this point, Lucier suddenly thought of Naruto. Why haven't I seen Naruto? Is he on a mission? I sent him to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Technique, and he's reached the threshold to learn it now. By the way, Lucier, didn't you start learning Sage Technique a long time ago? How's it going? Did you learn it? Listening to Jiraiya's 3 consecutive questions, Lucier was too lazy to respond and directly entered Sage mode. 2 black marks immediately appeared on Lucier's face. They were both elongated, stretching from above the eyes to about 3 centimeters below, somewhat resembling Jiraiya's. However, they were thicker than Jiraiya's marks, but not as long. After entering Sage mode, Lucier used the Shadow Bind technique, and at the moment the shadow touched the ground, Jiraiya and Tsunade heard a sizzling sound. As Lucier retracted his shadow, the two of them saw that the place where the shadow had appeared seemed to be corroded by something. This was the ability of the Sage mode, capable of corroding enemies, though the effect was average, and it still lacked self-healing abilities. He really envied the physique of the first generation. After explaining the mission, Lucier went to find Ino, as he hadn't seen her for several days and missed her a bit. Recently, he had drawn a cup-sized growth liquid and wondered whether he should give it to Ino. Sigh. Having too much is also a hassle. I'm not particularly fond of big sizes. Just as Lucier and Ino were joking around and flirting, a major incident occurred far away in Awagakure and Kyomobikure. Damn it, these bastards, that damned Akatsuki organization has actually captured the Four Tails. Inoki roared in fury. The sound of Inoki's angry shout made the ears of those nearby ring. Ignoring the ringing, Lust quickly stepped forward and said, Sachikage, don't be angry. Our top priority is to quickly gather manpower to rescue the Jinchuriki and then teach the Akatsuki a lesson. After saying that, Lust took out a scroll of intelligence. Inoki snatched the scroll and quickly browsed through it. After a moment, his brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that Kyomobikure is in a similar situation. Their Two Tails has also been captured by the Akatsuki. Lust, you need to contact Kyomobikure immediately to see if we can launch a joint attack on Amigakure. If they agree, the two villages will act together. If they don't cooperate, then we will attack Amigakure by ourselves. But one thing must be made clear to them. If they don't cooperate, once we find the Two Tails, it will belong to us and will absolutely not be returned to Kyomobikure. Lust nodded and replied, I'll contact Kyomobikure right away. After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, in Obito's secret base, Obito was fuming as he yelled at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, how long has it been? Have you not come up with a way to deal with Nara, Lucier? Nagato has started pushing me again. He said that if I can't capture the Nine Tails, our cooperation will be terminated immediately. If it weren't for the fact that I still need him, I would really want to kill him right now. Hearing this, Black Zetsu felt wronged and thought to himself, if I had this ability, I wouldn't need you two useless beings. I would have rescued my mother long ago. However, thinking of his mother, Black Zetsu forcibly suppressed his anger and dissatisfaction, patiently explaining, Nara, Lucier, and Jiraiya are both in Konoha. If you want to capture the Nine Tails, you must lure them out of Konoha, or you can absorb Nara, Lucier into the Kamui space. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito felt it made some sense, but he knew he had to be prepared before going. Lucier's abilities were a bit strange, and Obito wasn't confident. Raikage, this is an important message sent urgently from Awagakure, Mabui said seriously, then handed the scroll to the Raikage. Without saying a word, The Reikage snatched the scroll and quickly began reading it. As he looked at the scroll, his expression grew increasingly grim, as if a storm was about to break. After a moment, the Reikage suddenly closed the scroll, raised his head, and looked sharply at Mabui, saying in a deep voice, "Mabui, immediately notify the daimyo and all the high-ranking officials in the village. Tell them I have important matters to discuss with them." Upon hearing the Reikage's orders, Mabui immediately went to notify everyone for a meeting. At this time, in Konoha, Tsunade also convened a meeting. Everyone knows about the Akatsuki's actions, right? They captured 2 tail beasts, and the next target will definitely be the 9 tails inside Naruto. We must devise a comprehensive plan to protect Naruto. Kakashi stepped forward and said, "We can arrange for the Umbu to guard Naruto at all times and restrict his outings for missions." Tsunade shook her head. Naruto won't agree to that, and it would instead expose his whereabouts. Just then, Nara Shikaku stood up. "Perhaps we can use the Akatsuki's eagerness to obtain the 9 tails to set a trap." Everyone looked at him. Shikaku continued, "Let Naruto deliberately show a flaw. We can ambush them and wait for the Akatsuki to take the bait." Tsunade pondered for a moment and nodded. "This method is a bit dangerous, but it's worth a try. However, everything must be done cautiously. We absolutely cannot let Naruto be captured by them." Hearing his father's words, Lucier immediately opposed. "The risks are too high. The Akatsuki probably won't fall for it. Even if they do, their strength is very strong, and at that time, Naruto is likely to be captured. Why not let me transform into Naruto's appearance and lure them outside the village? At that time, even if I can't keep them, I'm confident I can retreat safely, and without fighting in Konoha, everyone can act more freely." Tsunade still recognized Lucier's strength, but was still worried and asked, "Lucier, are you confident? Who can say for sure about such things? I don't know if I can lure the Akatsuki out. Right now, the 5 great ninja villages are fighting for themselves, and we can't rely on them in Konoha. We can only give it a try. By the way, Jiraiya, can you ask Fukasaku Sage to delay Naruto's progress in learning sage techniques until after we deal with the Akatsuki before bringing him back? Naruto is too impulsive. He should come back to create chaos right now." Jiraiya nodded. "Okay, I will notify Fukasaku Sage right away." "Lucier, this is different from what you wrote in your book. What if something goes wrong? Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any accidents. If I end up killing Nagato, just don't stop me." Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki base, the last 2 members, Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi, were having a meeting with Nagato. "Itachi, you and Kisame go capture the 8 tails. The 9 tails will be handled by me and Obito." "Understood." Nagato was very satisfied with Itachi's attitude, then said, "Once we capture the last 2-tailed beasts, the ninja world will be completely at peace, and the entire ninja world will remember you." Lucier did not hear Nagato's words. If he had, he would definitely have applauded him. Nagato is really putting in effort for the tailed beasts, even using motivational speeches. "Konoha, this is the entire plan. If you 2 are afraid of danger, you can withdraw now. I won't blame you." After hearing Lucier's plan, Sai said, "I will participate." Sakura followed suit, "Me too." "All right, since you both want to participate, go back and prepare. Although I hope you can join. I also don't want you to encounter danger." When the Akatsuki members appear, Sai, you immediately take Sakura back. This time, the enemy is not something you can handle. Just focus on transporting the injured to the rear, and don't worry about anything else, got it? "Understood." Sai's response was still so simple. "Sakura, this time you will be responsible for treating the injured. Don't go to the front. The personnel for this operation are all elite jonin. You are not needed there. Your battlefield is at the rear, understood?" Sakura nodded. After finishing speaking with the 2, Lucier left. He also needed to prepare, as he planned to give Nagato a surprise. The next morning, as the sun just rose, golden sunlight poured over the streets and alleys of Konoha. Under Captain Yamato's leadership, Naruto slowly walked out of the gates of Konoha, with the gatekeepers being Konoha's guardians, Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu. However, at that moment, the Naruto on the road was not the real Naruto, but transformed by Lucier using the transformation technique. Their mission this time was to escort supplies to the frontline camp in the Land of Rain. In Obito's secret base, Kurizetsu was reporting the latest intelligence he had gathered to Obito. That kid has already left the village. According to my investigation, their mission this time is to escort a batch of supplies to the frontline camp in the Land of Rain. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for us to capture the 9 tails, Kurizetsu said excitedly. However, after hearing Kurizetsu's report, Obito was not as happy as he had expected. On the contrary, he furrowed his brows. a hint of doubt and vigilance in his eyes. Don't you think it's suspicious to carry out a mission outside the village during such a sensitive period? The higher-ups in Konoha are not fools. How could they easily send the Nine-Tails right to us? There must be a trick to this, Obito calmly analyzed. In fact, even Kurizetsu himself had a vague feeling that something was off. But faced with such a rare opportunity, he was unwilling to let it go easily. So he continued to deceive Obito. I have already investigated this matter thoroughly. It was that kid who insisted on going out on a mission. Even Tsunade couldn't refuse him and had to reluctantly agree, specifically dispatching 6 Umbu members to ensure his safety. So, in my opinion, this should just be a coincidence. Kurizetsu explained firmly. Obito frowned, still unconvinced. He stared at Kurizetsu and asked again, who exactly are the Umbu members? Is Kakashi not among them? Hearing this, Kurizetsu quickly shook his head and replied firmly, definitely not. This time, it's just ordinary Jonin protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With your strength, those guys wouldn't pose any threat to you at all. Moreover, if we miss this excellent opportunity, who knows when the next one will come? Despite hearing this explanation, Obito still felt uneasy. He lowered his head in contemplation, recalling every word Kurizetsu had said. In the end, he still couldn't fully put his mind at ease. No, this matter is too important. I must go see for myself, Obito said firmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly activated his ability, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. The team, weary from the journey, arrived at the front line camp in the Land of Rain. After the supply handover was completed, a few members of the team hurriedly made their way back towards Konoha. At this moment, not far from them, a black figure was quietly standing. It was Obito. His eyes, hidden behind his mask, closely observed everything happening before him, but he did not notice anything unusual. Even so, the cautious Obito did not rashly make a move, but decided to hold his position and continue observing for a while, waiting to confirm that there were indeed no potential dangers nearby before moving to capture the Nine-Tails. In a dense forest, Yamato was leading his 3 students to rest. 9 days had passed, and if the Akatsuki did not make a move, they would arrive at Konoha tomorrow. Lu Shur was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to hold back. However, Lu Shur was not anxious because he knew that the Akatsuki would definitely come. After all, his appearance had caused them to lose Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu ahead of schedule. Now that the Akatsuki was short-staffed, they would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. After a period of rest, Lu Shur and his group continued toward Konoha. But they hadn't gone far when the space ahead suddenly began to ripple with strange fluctuations. Deer Time was the first to notice the anomaly and immediately shouted, "Run! There are enemies!" This was the secret signal set before Deer Time's departure, and upon hearing his shout, everyone immediately began to run. Before they took off, Deer Time threw 100 explosive talismans at the spatial fluctuations below, letting them feel the impact beforehand. Hearing Deer Time's words, the others didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to sprint away, their movements fluid and decisive. When Obito emerged from the waves of distortion, he was met with the ground covered in densely packed explosive talismans. What the hell? Clearly, the sudden scene before him exceeded all his expectations. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions erupted. The flames soared into the sky, smoke billowed around, and the powerful shockwaves created massive craters in the ground. At this time, Deer Time and the others had already successfully escaped to a safe distance amid the chaos created by the explosions. With a thunderous roar, thick smoke and roaring flames quickly engulfed the surroundings. When the smoke gradually cleared, Obito stood there unscathed. At the moment of the explosion, he had used his intangibility ability to successfully avoid the blasts of the explosive talismans. "Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on me? You must be tired of living!" Obito yelled furiously. Watching the fleeing figures, Obito sneered. A few little mice. Do they think they can escape from my grasp like this? What a delusion. With a cold huff, Obito flashed and chased after them. Before long, he spotted 4 figures desperately fleeing ahead. If it were just Deer Time alone, given his speed, Obito knew he couldn't catch him without using space ninjutsu. However, with Day and the others there, he couldn't run ahead and had to follow them. Seeing Obito getting closer, Deer Time unleashed Conan's signature technique, the paper jutsu. As he ran, he continuously pulled explosive talismans from his pocket and threw them behind him without hesitation. Explosions erupted one after another, lighting up the sky. Although these talismans couldn't injure Obito, they forced him to dodge left and right, making him appear somewhat flustered. Naruto, stop running. I have something to discuss with you. I even held you when you were a child. Obito shouted loudly. Hearing this, Dear Time couldn't help but retort, if slapping explosive talismans on you counts as holding, then you certainly have held me. Lucier is definitely not Naruto. He has no intention of stopping at all. As long as Obito gets a little closer, he'll throw the explosive tag, and several people will run towards the encirclement. After chasing for a few minutes, Obito suddenly stopped, looking at the scene before him. Feeling a bit confused for a moment, Kai stood in front of him with more than 20 people, and behind him were 6 Umbu, who had also removed their transformations. Zida, Asuma, Inoshikacho, Kakashi. At that moment, Obito really wanted to say, I just want to capture the 9 tails. Why is it that I, Obito, am so important to Konoha? Although Obito, surrounded, felt a bit regretful about his impulsiveness, he didn't pay much attention to it, since if he couldn't fight, he could still run. At that time, Kakashi stepped forward, tears streaming down his face, and asked, Is that you, Obito? Since you're alive, why don't you return to Konoha? In fact, after Kakashi read that book by Lucier, he had always suspected that Obito wasn't dead, mainly because many things in that book had come true. So when he saw this person wearing a mask with one eye exposed, Kakashi immediately thought of Obito, mainly because this person's aura was very similar to Obito's. I am Uchiha Madara. I do not know the Obito you speak of. Lucier dispelled his transformation, took a few steps forward, and said, Kakashi-sensei. If you ask him like that, it's impossible for him to admit anything. Just watch me. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lucier. Even Obito looked at Lucier, wanted to see what this little brat was up to. Since he was in a phasing state, he wasn't afraid of being ambushed. Lucier took a deep breath and shouted loudly. The person Lin cares about the most is Kakashi, and she hates Obito the most. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, Obito went into a rage. The closest to Lucier was Guy, who rushed forward with a kick but missed, his attack passing right through Obito's body. Obito, feeling a bit reckless, charged towards Lucier, only to see many shadow armies appear beside him, especially the one with blades for hands and feet, which made him feel a sense of danger. Just when he hesitated, he suddenly saw 3 dark figures gnawing at his shadow, sending chills down his spine. He had heard from Nagato that Deidara fell into a coma after his shadow was completely devoured. Lucier's original plan was to provoke Obito, making him lose his rationality, and then ambush him. It seemed this plan wouldn't work, so Lucier changed his strategy. He shouted to everyone, let's all attack him together. If he attacks, he'll reveal his physical form. Hearing Lucier's words, everyone immediately launched a barrage of attacks at Obito. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Earth style, Earth Dragon Spear. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Although the attacks were powerful, these jutsus, as expected, all passed through him. However, Obito's phasing time was about to end. Kakashi-sensei, stop him, he's gonna run. Jiraiya-sama, use that technique. When Lucier saw Obito activate his ability, he immediately shouted, Senjutsu, Super Large Rasengan. Jiraiya smashed a super large Rasengan towards Obito, which Lucier had instructed Jiraiya to prepare in advance. However, this was originally intended for Nagato, and since Obito showed up, he naturally had to be dealt with as well. The idea was good, but at the last moment, Obito managed to escape. So it seemed they could only leave it to Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. Deer stepped forward to take a look at Kakashi, who was still in a daze at that moment. Feeling someone watching him, Kakashi turned his head and saw Deer. Kakashi, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I'm sorry, Deer. Lu interrupted Kakashi's next words directly. It's okay, Kakashi-sensei. It must be difficult for you to kill your beloved. Although I respect you, I still hope you find a girl to marry. 2 men can be together, but in the end, they can't have children. Kakashi. Lucier patted Kakashi's arm and left. Most of the people here heard Lucier's words and looked at Kakashi with strange expressions. This time, Obito managed to escape mainly because Kakashi didn't use his Sharingan to stop him. If Kakashi had intervened, he could at least have held Obito for 2 seconds, giving Jiraiya's big ball a chance to seriously injure Obito. Although it might not completely kill him, at least it would reduce his visits to Konoha. On the way back, Lucier pulled Jiraiya to discuss writing. Lord Jiraiya, I've had a new inspiration recently and wanted to share it with you. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately perked up. Lucier, what kind of book are you planning to write this time? Have you finished the outline? Lord Jiraiya, asking that makes me feel a bit underestimated. Don't you trust my abilities? Let me tell you about my new book's concept. Lucier pretended to take out a notebook and began to read. The story goes like this. It's a love story between 2 men and a woman. Wait a minute. Lucier, Isn't this similar to your previous book? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Uzumaki Mido. That's also 2 men and a woman, right? Hearing Jiraiya interrupt him, Lucier said unhappily, Jiraiya-sama, please don't interrupt me. This story is even more explosive than that one. Jiraiya immediately took out a notebook to take notes. This is a story about a woman who supports 2 men. The female lead is named Shaolin, and she has 2 teammates. One is called Hatake 55 Kai, and the other is Uchiha Dog Dai, Kakashi. Both of these men treat Shaolin very well, and she doesn't know who to choose for a while. However, when she finally decides to confess to Hatake 55 Kai, she discovers that Hatake 55 Kai likes Uchiha Dog Dai. Lin leaves sadly, but Dog Dai likes Lin and goes to find her. Lin dies in an accident, and Dog Dai is heartbroken. In the end, Hatake 55 Kai uses his sincerity to make Dog Dai accept him, and they even clone a child of their own. The story ends here. So, what do you think of my story? When Lucier turned his head, Jiraiya was holding a pen, staring blankly at Lucier. Not just Jiraiya. Everyone was looking at Lucier. Even Lugio was the same. Kakashi's eyes were practically on fire. If this book were to be published, Kakashi could only follow in his father's footsteps and commit seppuku. Lucier felt that the atmosphere was off and ran away immediately. The 2-stage body flicker technique he developed was definitely a godsend for escaping and traveling. How could Kakashi, that weak man, possibly catch up? In the Konoha office, Jiraiya briefly introduced Tsunade to the details of this mission. Although it failed, Tsunade did not blame Kakashi. Delivering a fatal blow to a former teammate was indeed very difficult. However, Kakashi spoke up. Lady Hokage, please punish me, I beg you. Tsunade felt that Kakashi was being a bit too serious and was about to advise him when Jiraiya leaned over and whispered something in her ear for a long time. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade's face almost turned purple, and her shoulders shook uncontrollably. After a long time, Tsunade finally managed to control her emotions and said, Kakashi, this is not your fault. You are exempt from punishment. Then she turned to Lucier and warned him sternly, Lucier, don't mess around. If you really write that, Kakashi will have to commit suicide tomorrow. Lucier also knew it was time to wrap things up. He said to Kakashi, sorry Kakashi-sensei, this was just a joke and a reminder. Because of you, everyone made a wasted trip. Even if we really had the ability to capture Obito, we might not necessarily kill him. All right, don't take what I said to heart. I have to go see Ino now. This was something Obito didn't hear. But if he had, he would definitely scold Lucier. Are you blind? Throwing such a big ball at me and still saying you don't want to kill me. Inside the Akatsuki base, Nagato coldly stared at Obito. So you failed. If it were the real Madara, he wouldn't have come back in such a sorry state. Upon hearing Nagato's taunt, Obito immediately retorted, speaking sarcastically, you say I can't do it? Then why don't you go yourself? With that lineup, you just get slapped around. Conan interrupted their verbal sparring. This isn't the time for that. The Cloud and Rock villages are coming our way. We need to think about how to deal with these 2 villages. Also, fighting among ourselves here, Mr. Madara, we have already forgiven you for deceiving us. Now you need to show your true strength. Otherwise, the plan can't proceed. If Lucier were here, he would definitely scold them. It was clearly written in the book. Yet 2 fools and 1 lunatic refused to believe it. The will of Hokage is really impressive. It could treat people like fools. In fact, both the Eye of the Moon and Infinite Tsukuyomi have significant flaws, but no one has discovered them. It's really something. And then there's the Sage of 6 Paths, who knows everything but just one T say anything, allowing the ninja world to remain in constant turmoil. Obito snorted. Those 2 villages are not to be feared. We just need to proceed according to our original plan. However, if I am to give my all, I must be given more resource support. After thinking for a moment, Nagato nodded in agreement. This time, the Cloud Village was led personally by the Raikage, while the Rock Village was led by Inoki. Soon 200 ninjas from both villages gathered at the border of the Land of Rain. In the command room, the 2 hot-tempered Kages were arguing. Raikage, you can't command our Rock Village. We are cooperating, not your subordinates. Even if it's cooperation, someone has to command the battle. I am more suited for this command position than you. Bastard, what did you say? Seeing their argument, Sachikage immediately stepped in to mediate. Gentlemen, our goal this time is the Hidden Rain Village. Since neither of you is willing to follow the other's command, why don't we attack from both sides of the Cloud Village? That way, the problem is solved, right? Hearing Sachikage's words, both felt it made sense, as they wouldn't let the other command them anyway. Konoha, this is the intelligence just received. The Cloud Village and Rock Village have reached the border of the Land of Rain, and they're likely to engage in battle soon. Do you think we should go in hand? Tsunade said, I think Konoha should help this time. After all, the existence of the Akatsuki organization has already threatened the entire ninja world. I plan to take Lu Shi to help. Although it's to help, Konoha can't send too many people. Otherwise, it could leave the rear vulnerable to enemy ambushes, which would be bad. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade asked for Lu Shi's opinion. Lu Shi, you heard what Jiraiya said. What do you think? Deer scratched his head and said, sure. Anyway, Naruto is not in Konoha. Helping out is fine. Since Obito has come once, we should return the favor. Upon hearing Deer's words, Tsunade immediately decided it's settled then. Jiraiya and Deer will go help Awagakure and Kumogakure, while the rest will prepare for Konoha's defense. All sensory-type ninjas in Konoha will have their holidays canceled and be assigned to the defense force immediately. All right, go execute it. After hearing Tsunade's orders, everyone left. And this time Tsunade did not keep Deer behind. After the meeting, Deer followed Jiraiya towards the direction of Amigakure. On the way, Deer asked Jiraiya, how are things going with Lady Tsunade? It seems like there's not much progress. Jiraiya actually felt quite helpless. After that day, he specifically confessed to Tsunade, but was rejected and even beaten up. Since Deer had asked this time, he decided to ask Deer. Deer, I confessed to Tsunade before, but she rejected me. Do you think I did something wrong? Lord Jiraiya, tell me how you confessed that day, and I'll analyze it for you. Upon hearing Deer's words, Jiraiya immediately recounted the events of that day. That day, I specially went to Ino's flower shop and bought a big bouquet of flowers. Lu Shi nodded, feeling that Jiraiya had finally understood. I called Tsunade to the rooftop, handed her the flowers, and said to her, little son, you are the greatest in my heart. What the hell? Hearing this, Lu Shi lost control of his chakra and almost fell from the branch. Jiraiya, tell me the truth. Where were your eyes when you said that? Upon hearing Lu Shi's question, Jiraiya's face turned red. Well, this was exactly what he thought. So he scolded, you deserve it. Why didn't you just die? Greatest? Who needs you to say that? It's obvious to anyone with eyes. And besides, if you're going to confess like this, Tsunade not killing you is already a favor. How could she possibly agree to you? As soon as Jiraiya heard this, he immediately pleaded with Lu Shi. Lu Shi, I only had the courage to confess because of what you said. You have to help me. I can't help you. You've already blocked your own path. Just prepare to be single for life. Jiraiya knew Lu Shi must have a way. So he begged again, Lu Shi, you must have a way, right? Just tell me this once. As long as you help me, I'll do whatever you say in the future. Hearing Jiraiya's condition, Lu Shi was tempted. So he immediately took out paper and pen and started writing. 5 minutes later, Lu Shi threw the notebook to Jiraiya. Just say this, and add your own feelings. I guarantee you can win the beauty. Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Jiraiya immediately looked at the notebook in his hand and began to read aloud. Tsunade, from the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you, this hot-tempered girl. You were the one who gave me the motivation to become stronger. But when I became capable, your heart had someone else. So I chose to leave, and over the years I traveled through the ninja world. Besides looking for the child of prophecy, I was also trying to find a girl like you. Gradually, I realized that you are the only one. There's no second Tsunade in the ninja world. So please accept me, okay? I will treat you well. At this point, you can embrace Tsunade and kiss her on the forehead, and it's done. Jiraiya, I must tell you, if you say the latter part, Tsunade will still hit you. Hearing Lu Shi's reminder, Jiraiya hurriedly crossed out the latter part. The two chatted while on the road, and by the time they arrived at the rain village, it was already in chaos. Jiraiya, you go find Raikage. I'll look for Noki to see if we can help, and we'll regroup after the battle. Okay. After saying that, the two parted ways. Rushi quickly arrived at Awagakure, where Inoki was directing the battle from the sky. Old man, your Awagakure isn't doing so well. You can't even handle these 5 puppets. Where's your granddaughter? Has she come yet? I want to chat with her about life. Hearing Rushi's words, Inoki almost used dust release on him. Kid, are you here to mess with me? Seeing Inoki's red nose reminded Rushi of another red nose. Awagakure had suffered some losses, and he didn't want to tease the old man any longer. I'm here to support you. The Akatsuki organization has already threatened the safety of the ninja world. That's why the Hokage sent me and Jiraiya to support your 2 villages. Jiraiya went to assist Kumogakure, and I'm here to support you. How about that? Are you touched? Do you feel like crying? Inoki replied, Humph, I'd rather it be Jiraiya coming. What can a kid like you do to help? Don't expect me to protect you later. Oh, come on. Old man, you're underestimating me. Tell your people to step back and watch how I deal with them. You keep an eye on that blonde-haired one, and I'll take care of the rest. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he rushed towards the battlefield. Daimu no dit at Huang Tu. And Huang Tu commanded the ninjas of Awagakure to retreat. Deer jumped onto a mound of dirt which was created by the Earth-style ninjas of Awagakure. When Yahiko saw Deer arrive, he coldly asked, "Are you here to die as well?" Deer took a deep breath and slowly said 3 words, "Neurotic." Upon hearing this, Nagato wanted to say a few more words, but he saw a dense army of shadows appearing around Deer. The troll's soldiers will deal with the summoned beasts, and the rest of you take them on one by one. As soon as the command from Shika was given, the Shadow Legion charged onto the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. Is this what you call a one-on-one fight? Before the Shinra Tensei could reach the Shadow Legion, Nagato had already repelled it back with a Shinra Tensei, scattering many of them. Keep charging. After stopping, the Shadow Legion continued to charge, with those that had been scattered reappearing. Ha ha ha, Nagato, your Shinra Tensei has a 5-second cooldown, but my Shadow Legion does not. Using Shinra Tensei must be a waste of chakra for you, even if you are from the Uzumaki clan. How much chakra can you really have? Hearing Shika's words, Nagato did not respond, but directly charged at Shika, thinking that if he dealt with Shika, all these troubles would be over. Old man, he's coming, quickly give him a hit. When Noki heard Shika call him old man, he really didn't want to bother with him, but since Konoha was there to help, he couldn't just stand by. Dust release, primitive world displacement technique. A circular transparent light column shot towards Pain, who also sensed the danger. The moment the repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei made contact with the light column, a huge sound erupted, followed by a shockwave radiating outwards. The residual waves scattered many of the Shadow Legion again, but Shika didn't mind, as he could summon them infinitely. As the dust settled, a massive, deep pit appeared where they had just been. Understand, Pain. Nara Sika, universal pool. After saying this, Pain extended his right hand towards Shika. At that moment, Lu Shur felt a tremendous pulling force, drawing his body toward the direction of the heavenly path. Nightbat, Shadow Eater, take him down. After hearing the command, the Nightbat Legion fired a barrage of lasers at Nagato, while Shadow Eater lunged at him with a series of bites. Shadow Eater had already tried swallowing Pain's shadow, but couldn't put these corpses into a coma, possibly due to Pain's lack of life. However, it didn't matter. If it couldn't eat the shadow, it could still be used as a Tibetan Mastiff. After seeing the Nightbat's attack, Nagato's skill cooldown ended. Shinra Tensei, another powerful repulsive force came, pushing Lu Shur back more than 10 meters. How the hell do I fight this? In fact, Lu Shur had already located Nagato's hiding place, but the Shadow Ninjas had been eliminated. He had slightly underestimated the strength of Nagato's true form, but the Shadow Army had firmly suppressed the remaining Pains. The main combat force, the Azura Path, had been cut to pieces by the Blade Soldiers, and Lu Shur had even collected the severed hands, feet, and other body parts in the shadow space. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from the other side, followed by a towering blaze. Lu Shur guessed that this was Conan using the drying technique with Kakuzu's eyes. Retreat. Hearing the words of the heavenly path, Lu Shur was a bit curious. Aren't you the one controlling this? Who are you shouting for? Lu Shur had always wanted to bring the Hell Path into the shadow space, but he never had the chance and could only watch as the Hell Path retreated with half of the Azura Path. After Nagato left, Lu Shur checked the spoils from this battle. 2 arms and 1 leg from the Azura Path, 1 arm from the Hungry Ghost Path, 1 hand from the Beast Path, and 2 arms from the Human Path. Wow, this is getting interesting. Nagato is left with 3 disabilities, and I wonder how long it will take for the Hell Path to recover. Next time, I'll aim to bring the Hell Path over as well. At this moment, Ohyuki walked over to Lu Shur, wanting to thank him, but Lu Shur's next words made him withdraw his gratitude. Old man, has your granddaughter come? Has she grown taller? Did her legs get longer again? Ohyuki's old face darkened, and he turned to leave. He really didn't want to deal with this brat, and felt that this kid was definitely thinking about his granddaughter. Ohyuki could leave, but Huang Tu couldn't. Huang Tu stepped forward and said, "Thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many people Awagakure would have lost. Let's go talk at the camp." Deer waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "These are all minor matters. For the sake of the leg of the ninja world, we in Konoha cannot stand idly by." Huang Tu replied, "Did you almost let the truth slip just now? It seems I can't let my daughter wear a Cheongsam anymore. This kid has already set his sights on her. If Deer were from our Awagakure, I would fully support it. After all, strength matters. It wouldn't be unfair to my daughter, but since the other party is from Konoha, we have to be cautious." Thinking this in his heart, he said, "There hasn't been any movement over there either. The battle is probably over. Let's go." On the way, Deer kept inquiring about Kuratsuchi's leg. Even Huang Tu, who had a good temper, wanted to use Earth Release on him. On the other hand, Inoki didn't have such a good temper. If it weren't for Huang Tu holding him back, he would have confronted Deer. As soon as they entered the tent in the camp, They saw Raikage sitting there with a dark face, along with Sachikage and Jiraiya. Isn't that the Raikage? Your color is getting darker and darker. Did you bring that secret technique? It's been a long time since we last met. I really miss that little black girl. Upon hearing Deer's words, Raikage's temper flared up immediately, and he reached out to slam the table, but was stopped by the quick-handed Sachikage. Don't slam, don't slam. Raikage-sama, calm down. Why get angry over a child? It's normal for young people to have some romantic feelings. This isn't Kumogakure. There aren't that many tables for you to change. Everyone. So your focus was on the table. Lucier did not continue to speak, and after everyone had arrived, Huang too was the first to speak. This time, our Yenin village lost 43 ninjas, with over 100 injured, both seriously and lightly. We underestimated the strength of the Akatsuki organization. I think we need to unite. Otherwise, the ninja world will really be in danger. After Huang Tu finished speaking, Tu Dai also spoke up. Our Yenin village lost over 110 people this time, with more than 70 injured, most of whom sacrificed themselves in the explosion. Our Konoha only lost 2 people. Nothing much, Lucier said. Upon hearing Lucier's words, everyone looked at him with unkind expressions. Lucier scratched his head awkwardly and said, I see you all have expressed your opinions. If I don't say something, won't it seem like we're not united in Konoha? The crowd. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped in to ease the situation. Everyone has seen the strength of the Akatsuki organization. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, the tailed beasts will be captured by them, and no one will have it easy then. The power of the tailed beasts, I don't think I need to elaborate further. We need to unite and quickly eliminate the Akatsuki organization. The 2 villages were hesitant. They only wanted to retrieve the tailed beasts and did not want to confront the Akatsuki directly. Lucier noticed their expressions and decided to apply some pressure. Thus, Lucier used his persuasive ability. The crowd watched as Lucier's eyes slowly turned black, eventually enveloped by dark energy, curious about what he was about to do. Moments later, Lucier withdrew his ability. I saw the Akatsuki capturing all the tailed beasts, forming a tailed beast with 10 tails. It possesses all the abilities of the tailed beasts, but it lacks intelligence, causing destruction and slaughter everywhere. Everyone in the ninja world becomes its nourishment. Upon hearing Lucier's words, the crowd was stunned, as if struck by a thunderbolt, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Just when they were still in shock, a voice came from outside. That's right, Lucier is right. I did sense that terrifying aura. Although I don't know what it is, I trust Lucier. The crowd, hearing this, also regained their senses and looked towards the entrance. At this moment, a person carrying a gourd walked in. It was Gaara from Sunagakure, followed by Temari and Kankuro. Gaara was now the Kazekage. Seeing the 3 enter, Lucier immediately walked up to Gaara. What brings you here? Is Shikaka doing well? Upon hearing Lucier's question, Gaara looked a bit dejected and replied, Shikaku has shrunk a lot and has been sleeping continuously. After some polite exchanges, Gaara joined the group discussion. No, it was a meeting. At that time, I fell into a coma and didn't know what they did to me. I just felt that Shikaku was being slowly drawn out of my body by something. That thing is called the Outer Path Ghetto, the shell of the 10 tails. The 9-tailed beasts are the chakra split from the 10 tails, Lucier added. If that Outer Path Ghetto really gathers all 9-tailed beasts, there will be no one in the ninja world who can match it. So when I heard that your 2 villages were going to attack the Akatsuki, I came to help. I originally wanted to persuade Konoha to act with me. But when I arrived in Konoha, the Hokage told me they had already sent someone, which is why it took a bit longer. Upon hearing Gaara's account, they began to believe. Lucier's words were merely based on his own mouth, not like Naruto's unique persuasion. They still held doubts about Lucier's words. However, Gaara's words were different. This was the experience of a Jinchuriki, so the credibility was very high. When Rushi felt that he was no longer needed, he pulled Temari aside and asked, Did you go to my house this time in Konoha? How did your conversation with Shikamaru go? Upon hearing Rushi's words, Temari's face turned red, and she nodded, softly saying, Yes, I went. And he was very nice to me, but Shikamaru seems to not like me that much. Did you get it wrong? Oh, he has that deadpan attitude. If he keeps acting like that, just hit him and say it's what I told you. If you love someone, you should express it. Why pretend? By the time he asks Jiraiya's age, he won't even know how to cry. Jiraiya, I feel offended. To prevent Rushi from saying anything more shocking, Jiraiya called Rushi over for a meeting. All right, Rushi, there's no rush in introducing a partner for your brother. You should focus on the ninja world first. Lucier was a bit unhappy to be interrupted and said irritably, with so many big shots here, there's no need for a mere genin like me. Our Nara clan has few members, so I have to worry more. Jiraiya then remembered that Lucier was still a genin. He had forgotten about it since the last Chunin exam, when the death of the third Hokage overshadowed everything, and only Shikamaru and Shino from the Yamanaka clan were promoted to Chunin. However, Jiraiya still advised, Lucier, you know the most, and you are the smartest among us. Hurry up and share your opinion. With no choice, Lucier could only continue to participate in the meeting. Since I'm being asked, then I'll speak up. This matter is both difficult and simple. As long as we eliminate Nagato and that person with the phasing ability, the issue can be resolved. That masked man is named Uchiha Bito, a Uchiha who died in the Third Great Ninja War, but for some unknown reason, he survived and is the main instigator behind this. Reikage said with a grim face, I have fought that person before. His abilities are very strange and difficult to deal with. Lucier rubbed his face and said helplessly, yeah, his ability is so annoying, almost impossible to kill, which is quite frustrating. However, he can only stay in his intangible state for 5 minutes each time, or maybe that's a breakthrough point. Upon hearing Lucier's words, everyone began to think of countermeasures. If this continued, the losses would definitely be significant. 10 minutes later, Lei Ying was the first to speak. In the next attack, we can't fight separately anymore. We need to unite. We need a leader to coordinate everything. If that's the case, then I will. I disagree. Before Lei Ying could finish, Anoki was the first to object. There was no way he would let Lei Ying lead him. Then the two engaged in a fierce debate. Seeing that the two couldn't persuade each other, Lucier said, why don't you listen to my opinion? Upon hearing Lucier's words, the two stopped arguing and turned their attention to him. Not only Lei Ying and Tu Ying, but everyone else also looked at Lucier, eager to hear his suggestions. When they were having a meeting, the Akatsuki was also in a meeting. Leader, this time both Itachi and I have sustained some injuries. We can't keep wasting time with them. Plus, with Nara Shikashi and Jiraiya on their side, our chances of winning are slim. We should retreat. No need. Amigakure is our home. I will not leave. Even if Nara Shikashi comes, he's no match for me. In front of my eyes, all schemes and tricks are futile. Kisame Hashigaki. If I hadn't seen those puppets missing limbs, I might have believed her nonsense. However, Kisame didn't say anything more and just helped Itachi to recover. This time, the main force against Kumogakure was him and Itachi, while Obito just slacked off and he and Itachi were hit several times by the Reikage. After Kisame finished advising, Konan also urged in the secret room, Nagato, let's retreat for now. The capture of the tailed beasts can wait. You've used a lot of chakra today. If this continues, your body won't be able to handle it. What will I do in the future? After saying this, tears flowed from Konan's eyes. Nagato, feeling somewhat sad, said, Konan, where else can we go? This is our home. I won't leave until I fulfill Yahiko's wish. But Yahiko doesn't want you to take risks for him. Nagato, I'm begging you. If you don't agree, I'll use an explosive tag to take them down with me tomorrow. No, Nagato shouted loudly. Then his tones softened again. Konan, you go prepare. Even if we have to leave, I will give them a lesson. Hearing Nagato's words, Konan immediately stopped him. Nagato, that technique puts too much strain on your body. Just forget it. It's fine. I must kill Nara Shikashi this time. His abilities are too troublesome. Otherwise, he will be an unavoidable presence in our future plans to capture the tailed beasts. Konan could only nod helplessly. At that moment, Kagaya emerged from underground, and Gaara from Sunagakure arrived, likely intending to deal with us together. Nagato looked at Kagaya and coldly said, it doesn't matter. In front of my eyes, all schemes and tricks are futile because I am a god. Kagaya, Konan said, Kagaya, we forgive you too, but with conditions. Since you say our plans do not conflict with yours, you must contribute as well. I want to monitor Nara Shikashi's every move. You have no right to refuse. Understood. I'll go now. Just as Kagaya was about to leave, Konan said to Nagato, Nagato, look, that Kagaya has 3 gaps that seem to have grown, and it feels less interesting than before. Hearing this, Kagaya immediately left, fearing that staying would infuriate him. This is just because Shikashi is not present. Otherwise, he would have scolded them as fools. The book clearly states that these two refuse to believe, and in the end, they can only make someone else their wedding dress. Back then, to deceive Konan and Nagato, Kagaya put in a lot of effort. It said, I am the will of Madara-sensei. The current Madara is indeed impersonated by Obito. Their goal is also peace in the ninja world, not to save some mother. He is no mother. It also said that Nara Shikashi wrote that to divide their relationship. If you don't believe it, he and Obito will leave. Although Nagato still doubted Kagaya, the Akatsuki was short on manpower and could only accept them for now. One can only say that the will of this world is too strong to the point of tricking a person into submission. Such absurd things can still be believed by some. At the camp, Shikashi proposed his plan. The Earth-style ninjas from Awagakure gathered together to hold off Kisame and Konan, while the ninjas from Kumobikure would hold back Obito. Everyone would take turns attacking Obito. The Raikage speed is perfect for dealing with him, and that Tsuchikage can fly, ready to support at any moment. I suspect they won't separate tomorrow. Even if they do, it won't be too far. Gaara, Jiraiya, and I will take care of those 6 puppets. Everyone nodded, agreeing that Shikashi's reasoning made sense. Deer briefly explained the abilities of the 6 paths of pain to everyone, and then specifically warned Jiraiya, the Hungry Ghost path has the ability to absorb ninjutsu, so be careful. Otherwise, you can deal with the Deva path. And the rest will be handled by me and Gaara. Alright, this is a good opportunity for me to talk to Nagato. Maybe I can persuade him to turn back. Jiraiya shot a glance at Riku, thinking to himself, if it weren't for me saving you, you would have been buried at sea by your own disciple. The next morning, the Akatsuki organization was fully mobilized, but now the Akatsuki was a bit shaky. Aside from pain, there were only 4 people left. As soon as Jiraiya saw Nagato, he recognized it was Yahiko and rushed forward, shouting, Nagato, I know it's you, turn back. Your plan is destined to fail. Jiraiya-sensei, you don't understand what pain truly is. As a resident of the great hidden village, you have no idea of the hardships faced by the small hidden villages. I want the entire ninja world to feel pain, so that they won't dare to start a war. Jiraiya wanted to say more, but was pulled back by Riku, who said irritably, Jiraiya, you can't reason with this filthy-minded lunatic. He talks about pain all day, but when his parents died, I didn't see him suffer at all. Now that a companion has died, he suddenly feels pain. On the side, Noki whispered to Raikage, the kid is a good kid, just has a big mouth. What a pity. Raikage glanced at Noki and nodded. Nagato, aren't you the one who goes on about pain? Let me tell you something painful, so you can suffer a bit more. After saying that, Riku pointed at Obito and mockingly said, you probably don't know yet. Konan was captured, and Yahiko died. All thanks to this Mr. Obito. Of course, I mean the real Obito. Yahiko's sunny personality was not beneficial to his plan. Then he had Kurizetsu betray your Akatsuki's information. And Hanzo the Salamander teamed up with our Shimura Danzo from Konoha to thwart that plan. You know the result of that, right? How does it feel now? Are you in pain? Want to take revenge on Kurizetsu? Hurry up. Let me see your pain. I've already told you who caused Yahiko's death. So go on and make your move. Dear Time suddenly remembered something and continued. Alright, there's something I forgot to tell you. Your eyes are just like those of Uchiha Obito. You are merely a vessel for someone else's beautiful eyes. Have you ever thought about why your body is deteriorating day by day? The Rinnegan is an evolution of the Sharingan, and you, a person from the Uzumaki clan, have no right to possess such power. Don't you have any self-awareness? Alright, that's all I have to say. Please begin your performance. Since things had developed to this point, Dear Time didn't mind revealing the truth. At this moment, he truly wasn't afraid of any chaos. Having crossed over, what was there to fear? In the secret room, Nagato's expression became complicated upon hearing Dear Time's words. His thoughts seemed to drift back to the past, to the time spent with Yahiko. Yahiko's smile, his ideals, and the little experiences they shared all surfaced in Nagato's mind. He remembered what Yahiko once said. We should use peaceful means to make this world a better place. Back then, Yahiko was full of sunshine and hope, and his dreams inspired everyone around him. However, now he had taken a completely different path. He used violence and pain to intimidate the ninja world, trying to achieve so-called peace. He knew that this was not what Yahiko wanted. Nagato's heart was filled with contradictions and pain. He began to doubt whether his actions were correct and whether they could truly bring peace. He recalled Yahiko's death, which was an everlasting pain in his heart. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning, but it can still be corrected now, Nagato murmured to himself. At that moment, the Deva path outside spoke. Nara, Dear Time, do you know how to achieve true peace? Hearing Nagato's question directed at him, Dear Time was momentarily stunned, thinking, what's up with this guy? Why did he suddenly ask that? But since the question was posed, he had something to say. Lu Shiqing cleared his throat and said, permanent peace does not exist at all. Even if you really collect all the tailed beasts and achieve peace in the ninja world, how long can you live? Once you're gone, those oppressed people will still erupt into war. You cannot change that. Relying on a tailed beast weapon to intimidate everyone is unrealistic. The ninja world is this vast, and resources are limited, so there will definitely be people who cannot get enough. If everyone is facing starvation, do you think those people will still fear any weapon? To solve this issue, one person cannot do it alone, unless the people of the ninja world work together. What is needed is a leader, not a weapon, especially not a weapon that threatens everyone. The people behind Lu Shi were dumbfounded. How did the conversation turn to this? Weren't they here to fight? Although everyone felt a bit confused, they didn't interrupt. Nagato listened to Lu Shi's words and found some sense in them, asking, I heard your eyes can see the future. Can you show me? Upon hearing Nagato's words, Lu Shi immediately activated his all-purpose reasoning eye. Why is it called this name? Because with this eye, Lu Shi could fabricate any story he wanted. After a moment, Lu Shi said, I see peace, true peace, but I don't see familiar faces. It's likely our next generation or even further. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Nagato nodded without speaking. Lu Shi wasn't entirely wrong. The era of ninjas was over. And now it was the era of tattoos. Once the tattoo era passed, there would be nothing left. Wouldn't that be peace? At this moment, Nagato moved. He summoned the Outer Path Gedo statue, and everyone watched him warily, wanting to know what he was going to do. Obito had a bad premonition, and Kagaya's Black Zetsu was rushing towards the secret room. Illusion Dragon 9 Seals. Release. Don't. Seeing Nagato's actions, Obito rushed towards him. The Reikage and Tsuchikage blocked him. If he attacked, he would reveal his true form. The Reikage immediately activated his lightning release mode, his body flashing with lightning. The Tsuchikage used dust release near Nagato, scaring Obito into not making a move. Moments later, 6-tailed beasts were released. 1-tail Shikaku, 2-tails Matatabi, 3-tails Isabu, 4-tail Son Goku, 6-tail Saiken, and 7-tail Mei. At this time, Shikaku was much smaller than before, mainly because part of it was still within Gar's body. Nagato, you bastard! How dare you let the tailed beast go? You idiot! Obito cursed at Nagato, feeling that all his efforts over the years had gone to waste. Nagato's actions had sent Obito back to square one, and all his hard work had been in vain. Lu Shi is a bit confused right now. What's going on? When I pull this out, this power is a bit too much. It must be an enhanced version. Soon, the tailed beasts also regained their senses and realized they were free. Looking around, a few tailed beasts exchanged glances and immediately scattered. Gara shouted from behind, Shikaku, don't run. Come back to Sunagakure with me. Shikaku has a decent relationship with Gara, so it stopped right away. The villagers of Kimogakure and Awagakure saw this and immediately shouted for Son Goku, the 4 tails, and Waikai, the 2 tails. However, the effect wasn't as good. The tailed beasts didn't even pay them any attention. They just ran. At this moment, Obito was still exchanging words with Nagato, who had only consumed a large amount of chakra this time. He wasn't dead, so he couldn't let Obito off easily and directly attacked him. He had just activated his intangibility, and now the time was about right. So Obito entered the Kimui space. Kagaya still couldn't stop Nagato's actions and had to follow Obito for now. Riku and Jiraiya stared at each other in surprise. The current situation was indeed beyond their expectations. After bidding farewell to Temari, the two headed towards Konoha. They needed to inform Tsunade about this matter. It was too significant. On the way, Riku summoned the system. Is the system Big Brother there? I have something to say. I'm currently playing Dodiju. Dear Time. Now Dear Time increasingly feels that this system is being operated in the background. Previously, it was just about going out to eat. But this time it's playing Dodiju again. Hey, System Big Brother, can you check for me in the background? See when I drew the other day mouth. System. 1 minute later. Is there something wrong with you, host? Don't you have Tsunade over there? Go find her to treat you. Whether it's the other day mouth or not. Dear Time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's gone. Hurry up and pay $3 each, alright? You all go serve your host first. My host is a bit abnormal. Let me tidy him up a bit. Dear Time. Dear can be sure that I have never been this speechless before. Ahem. Host, there is no reward called otherworldly tongue in the system, nor is there one in the Naruto world. That is just a term used by netizens. Next time you ask a question, remember to think it through first. When Lu Shi heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. He realized he was being scolded by customer service and had to retaliate. Damn it, are you giving me attitude? Didn't you bring this to me? What else with your attitude now? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? If not, just take it back. I'm not wearing it. And I want to put up with your nonsense. Fine, but I must tell you in advance, you're a corpse that has already been burned in the original world. When you go back, you'll just be a wandering soul. I'll accept being a ghost. It saves me from dealing with you. System upgrading, upgrade time, unknown. We'll notify the host upon completion. Can I still check in? Yes, you could during the system upgrade. When they finally returned to Konoha, Shika couldn't wait to find Tsunade along with Jiraiya. They recounted everything that had happened in the Rain Village in detail. Tsunade, who had initially seemed calm, became increasingly shocked as she listened to Shika's account, eventually becoming speechless with a look of disbelief on her face. After a long pause, she asked Shika, "Is everything you just said true? Has the Akatsuki really released all the tail beasts?" Tsunade's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Shika, as if trying to confirm the truth of this astonishing news from his expression and eyes. In response to Tsunade's question, Shika did not answer directly, but gently nudged Jiraiya with his arm, casting a pleading glance at him, seemingly signaling for Jiraiya to help explain. Receiving Shika's signal, Jiraiya cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. "Tsunade, you didn't hear wrong. That guy Nagato, for some reason, was actually persuaded by Shika. He not only voluntarily released all the tailed beasts, but it seems he definitely wants to fight Obito. Shika and I didn't want to get involved in the internal strife of the Akatsuki, so we seized the opportunity to withdraw quickly." After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, this is great. That detestable Akatsuki can no longer pose a significant threat. Naruto can finally be safe for a while." Tsunade laughed joyfully, feeling a huge weight lift off her heart. However, Shika was feeling a bit uneasy. This diverged significantly from the original plot. He had only intended to provoke Nagato, but the outcome was much more serious than he expected. Now, his foresight seemed useless, and he wondered if Madara would come out early. He could handle Nagato, but Madara would be quite a challenge. Once she finished laughing, Tsunade returned to her serious demeanor and said, "While this is a good thing, I feel like the ninja world is about to descend into chaos. And that Obito, I estimate he won't just let this go. Have you thought about how to deal with him?" Jiraiya shook his head, indicating he was powerless. The main issue was that Obito's abilities were too overpowered. They couldn't even touch him. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Lucier helplessly said, "I really have no way right now, but this matter is definitely a good thing for us in Konoha. Doesn't Obito want to capture the tail beasts? Now they don't have a single one left, and even if they start over, it will take a long time. Moreover, several villages know his intentions now, so it won't be that easy if they try to capture them." Both nodded in agreement with Lucier's words, but still felt a bit worried. After chatting for a while, Lucier went home. Upon returning home, he found that only his mother was at home. His father and younger brother were not there. After dinner, Lucier went back to his room to rest. He wanted to have a good talk with the system. The current situation had exceeded his expectations, and without being able to control the pace at all times, he felt very insecure. As soon as Lucier returned to his room, he called out to the system. "System brother, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you about something. I know you haven't upgraded. You're just avoiding me." Sure enough, after Lucier finished speaking, the system appeared. "Host, what do you need? If you still want to go back, then I can only continue to upgrade." "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going back. That was all just in the heat of the moment. I have something to ask you now." "That's good. As long as you don't want to go back, we still have things to discuss. Go ahead. Have you encountered something unhappy? Speak out so I can feel better." Lucier, ignoring the system's mockery, Lucier asked, "System big brother, I feel so insecure right now. I messed up the plot completely, and now I have no advantages at all." The system didn't respond, but instead made a sound as if lighting a cigarette. "Huh, host, actually, you were wrong from the very beginning. System big brother, I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you explain it to me in detail?" "All right, since you've been calling me big brother for so long, I'll tell you where you went wrong. First, you crossed over. So why do you still see Naruto and Sasuke as the saviors? Why can't the savior be you?" Don't interrupt me. Let me finish. "Okay, system big brother, go ahead. The Cross-World Management Bureau, to put it simply, exists to fulfill everyone's wishes. Why do humans have the desire to cross over? It's because they dislike certain things in that world and want to change them. At first, you did well, making Naruto's life less miserable and giving him some warmth. But then you changed, became irresponsible, and just wanted to sit back and do nothing, leaving everything to Naruto and Sasuke. But you've already integrated into the Naruto world. You're no longer an outsider. Wait a moment, my other host is having a problem. Let me help him out." "Wow, how many hosts are you servicing?" The system ignored Lucier, and Lucier then heard the system start to curse. "You're such an idiot. I've given you such an amazing martial soul. What the hell are you doing? Just go and be Tang-san. As for Tang-san's father, don't worry, I'm here. You won't die. Also, with so many beautiful women there, you actually like a rabbit? What's wrong? Do you want to change your taste? If you keep this up, I'll uninstall the program. Get lost. Go and pick the shrimp line for Tang-san. No, wait, uninstall that external soul bone for me. Otherwise, don't talk to me." Lu Shidu was stunned. That host over there has gone to the Dolawa continent. "Ahem, I'm back. Now let's continue discussing your questions." I've given you such strong power. Why are you still being so modest? Dear time, it feels like it did just now. What a pain. Otsutsuki, their strength is still within the rules. With my system, what are you afraid of? Strive to be the main character yourself, even if you really can't win. You still have me. Go for it, young man, I'm here for you. During this time, I'll try to get you some benefits so you have the confidence to tell Obito that you don't eat beef. System, if you say that, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Don't worry, I've got your back. But I really didn't expect you to have such a sharp tongue. Able to say that Nagato is releasing the tailed beasts. All right, just go ahead and do it. You've already crossed over, so don't worry about ruining the plot. This is no longer the original Naruto. Lucier felt that the system's words made sense, so he stopped dwelling on the matter. Since he had already crossed over, why worry about the original storyline? Inside Obito's secret base, Kurizetsu and Obito were also gloomy. They had worked hard to capture 6-tailed beasts, and just as they were about to complete the final step, they were released by Nagato. Kurizetsu, what should we do next? Without Nagato's cooperation, it will be very difficult to gather the tailed beasts again. Should we retrieve the Rinnegan? Hearing Obito's words, Kurizetsu didn't immediately respond. It was feeling anxious because it had planned for 1,000 years, and after finally seeing hope, it was now witnessing that hope shatter, which was extremely distressing. However, Kurizetsu quickly composed itself. It had failed countless times before. It wasn't going to be deterred by this one. Besides, it still had a trump card left. Obito, we can't rely on Nagato anymore. In a few days, we will go retrieve the Rinnegan. Now that several tailed beasts have escaped, capturing them again won't be difficult. Once we have collected enough, we can use Edo Tensei to bring Madara back. As long as he takes action, we can quickly gather all 9 tailed beasts again. Obito found Kurizetsu's words reasonable, but still asked a question that Kurizetsu found troublesome. Can you perform Edo Tensei? Hearing Obito's question, Kurizetsu was stumped. Seeing Kurizetsu like this, Obito realized it couldn't use that jutsu, so he voiced his own idea. Why don't you go find Orochimaru again? If he's willing to cooperate, I'll give him a body that can use the Sharingan. At this moment, Obito still didn't know that Orochimaru had been sealed, so he was focused on him. All right, I'll go find him soon. Also, regarding Nagato, he possesses the Rinnegan and is not easy to deal with. Have you thought about how to handle him? Hearing Kurizetsu's question, Obito laughed, a wild laugh reminiscent of the later Uchiha clan's Mad Four. After laughing, Obito disdainfully said, the Rinnegan is indeed powerful, but it depends on who wields it. With his body, he can't fully unleash the power of the Rinnegan. The reason I didn't fight him before was that he was still useful. Now that he's no longer useful, I can take back the Rinnegan at any time. Upon hearing Obito's words, Kurizetsu remained silent, feeling that Obito made sense. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki base, Nagato, let's leave. You release the tailed beasts, and Kurizetsu and Obito won't let this go easily. Nagato slowly opened his eyes, his gaze firm but with a hint of fatigue. Conan, if avoiding this could solve everything, I would have done it long ago. But this is my choice. I don't want to be used by others to create wars and hatred anymore. Conan looked at Nagato with concern, but he is very powerful. Especially Obito. His abilities are unfathomable. Nagato gently shook his head. Although my body is somewhat weak now, the power of the Rinnegan is not as simple as they imagine. Even if I am alone, I can still fight them. Just then, a sinister laughter echoed. Such big talk, Nagato. The space rippled, and soon Obito appeared at the entrance. Nagato calmly looked at them. In the end, you still came. Obito sneered. Hand over the Rinnegan, and perhaps I can spare your life. Nagato formed hand seals, and the surrounding atmosphere surged. If you want the Rinnegan, then come and take it by force. Today, I will break this manipulated fate. A great battle was about to erupt, both sides on high alert, while Conan secretly resolved to assist Nagato against the enemy before them. In the Hokage office. Look, this is a message from the Cloud Village. They have called for a 5-Kage summit regarding the tailed beasts. Tsunade said as she handed the document to Jiraiya. Lucier, who was beside them, also started reading. Jiraiya took the document and examined it carefully, his brow gradually furrowing. The Cloud Village's attitude this time is very tough. It seems the issue of the tailed beasts has drawn significant attention from all the villages. Rokushi echoed, after all, the tailed beasts are related to the balance of the entire ninja world. With the current turmoil, this 5-Kage summit probably won't go smoothly. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression serious. No matter what, Konoha must unite the 5 villages. Rokushi, you know the other Kage well, what are your thoughts? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before speaking. The Raikage has a fiery and straightforward personality, but he is decisive in his actions. The Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Seems young and naive, but is actually a ruthless and decisive leader. The Wind Kagegara has grown a lot after all he has been through. And that such a kid is very cunning. This summit, if we're uniting, there shouldn't be much of a problem, but with the sudden appearance of a wild seven tails, I'm afraid everyone will want it. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya retorted, is the seven tails Chome from Takigakure? Those villages wouldn't be so shameless, would they? Haha, Jiraiya, you're too naive. Compared to the interests of the village, face means nothing. Only the third Hokage would sacrifice his village's interests for the sake of face. The other villages aren't that foolish. Especially for Kirigakure, which only has one-tailed beast, Gaara might not even compete. But Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure will definitely fight for it. As for Takigakure, they have already lost their qualification. Hearing Rokushi's words, Jiraiya did not continue to argue, feeling that Rokushi made sense. As the discussion seemed to be wrapping up, Tsunade made a decision. Rokushi, this time for the 5 Kage Summit, you will go with Kakashi and me, while Jiraiya stays in Konoha. Sure, by the way, Jiraiya. After agreeing, Lucia reminded Jiraiya, tell Fukasaku that Naruto's progress in learning sage arts can be accelerated. The ninja world is becoming increasingly unstable, and Naruto should come back. All right, I'll notify him shortly, Jiraiya replied. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Obito was the first to launch an attack, his figure darting like lightning towards Nagato. Nagato's Rinnegan unleashed a powerful repulsive force that knocked Obito back. Conan took the opportunity to scatter a large number of explosive tags, engulfing the area in flames. Obito activated his intangibility to evade the attack. The battle intensified, and since the participants were familiar with each other, determining a winner was not easy. After returning home, Lucia packed the things he needed. He had been in Naruto world for many years. Except for special missions, Lucia rarely ate soldier pills, as they were too unpalatable and not good for the body. When Lucia arrived at Ino's flower shop, he watched Ino introduce flowers to a customer without interrupting. After the customer left, Lucia walked into the shop and immediately gave Ino a big hug. Ino's shop had really grown in scale. Compared to Tsunade's in Konoha, it was a bit smaller, and Lucia felt he could get the hang of it quickly. What brings you here? Aren't you really busy lately? Ino's words carried a hint of complaint and concern. Lucia quickly comforted her. Yeah, I've been really busy lately, but I have some time. That's why I came to see you. By the way, Ino, I'm going to Land of Iron with the Hokage tomorrow, so you should close up early today. Let's go have some barbecue. Okay, Ino readily agreed, as she had also been missing Lucia during this time. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Tsunade set off with Kakashi and Lucia. This time, the 5 Kage Summit was being held again in the neutral country of the Land of Iron. After the three of them left the village, Tsunade walked ahead, while Lucia and Kakashi followed behind to protect her. However, after walking for a while, she suddenly sensed something was amiss behind her and turned to look. Immediately, a sharp pain shot through her chest, as if someone had violently bumped into her. She saw a group of shadow ninjas leisurely carrying a luxurious palanquin, following behind at a relaxed pace. What infuriated Tsunade even more was that Lucia, sitting in the palanquin, was leisurely eating fruit while admiring the scenery along the way. How infuriating! As the dignified Hokage of Konoha, I can only walk to the meeting, and this guy is actually being carried. The more Tsunade thought about it, the angrier she became, and she charged straight to the front of the palanquin. Without saying a word, she yanked Lucia down from the palanquin forcefully. Then, she plopped down into the seat that originally belonged to Lucia and shouted, "Let's go." The shadow ninjas responsible for carrying the palanquin completely ignored Tsunade, making the situation a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Lucia, who had been pulled down, stood in shock, staring at Tsunade occupying his seat. Seeing that the shadow ninjas didn't obey her command, Tsunade unleashed her legendary money jutsu. Then, she turned to Lucia and said, "The reward for an S-rank mission." Upon hearing this, Lucia's eyes instantly lit up, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. He quickly turned around and shouted loudly to the group of shadow ninjas, "Prepare the sedan." After shouting, Lucia regretted it, feeling like he resembled a eunuch from ancient times. Forget it, he thought, money in hand is what matters. In fact, Lucia wasn't short on money right now. He just enjoyed the feeling of making money. Dear Time walked up to Kakashi and asked, "Our Konoha's Umbu captain, walking really doesn't suit your temperament. Shall I get you a palanquin as well?" "I don't have the money," Kakashi replied and started to walk away. It wasn't that he didn't want to ride in a palanquin. He just really didn't have the money. However, Dear Time didn't treat Kakashi poorly either, letting him ride on the head of a giant troll soldier. Kakashi took out a palanquin from the shadow space and sat down. The group set off like this. At first, Kakashi felt a bit awkward, but later found it quite nice, mainly because the troll soldier was very tall and it was very comfortable to ride on top. So he started reading a book on the troll soldier's head. The group's speed was very fast, and they reached the Land of Iron in just 7 days. As soon as they arrived in the Land of Iron, they encountered Darumi, Mei, and her 2 companions from the Mist Village. The moment Kakashi saw someone, he immediately jumped down from the troll soldier, mainly because he felt a bit embarrassed to be seen. When Rushi got off the carriage with Tsunade, Koyomi Mei immediately rushed in front of Rushi as soon as she saw him. She reached out and tugged at Rushi's clothes, then began to roar at him. "You must be Nara Rushi. You bastard, what kind of terrible book did you write? Do you know that because of your book, Choji has faced 3 assassination attempts?" Dear Time removed Tarumi Mei's hand and adjusted his clothes, casually saying, "Sister, that's all for the sake of the plot. Besides, isn't CH doing fine now?" Tarumi Mei snorted coldly. "If this happens again, I'll come directly to settle the score with you." At that moment, CH stepped forward to smooth things over. All right. We're all here to participate in the 5 Kage Summit. Let's not ruin the mood over such trivial matters. Upon entering the Land of Iron, Mifune was already waiting there. "You all have worked hard on the way. I've prepared a place for you to rest. Please come in." As they followed Mifune inside, Tsunade asked, "Have the others from the villages arrived?" Mifune turned his head and replied, "The Reikage, as the initiator, has already arrived. The Tsuchikage and the Kazekage haven't arrived yet, but they should be here soon." Just as everyone arrived at the resting place, a big man rushed over. He didn't look for anyone else, but went straight to Dear Time. "Dear Time, you made it. I want to hold a concert in the Land of Iron, and I've been waiting for you. I've held a few concerts before, but none were as good as the one you organized. You have to help me this time." Everyone was bewildered, looking at the two, wondering what their relationship was, thinking, when did the relationship between the Cloud Village and Konoha become this good? The big man was, of course, Killer Bee. Hearing Killer Bee's words, Dear Time patted his arm and said, "Killer Bee, holding a concert requires money. This isn't the Cloud Village. I can't just sign contracts everywhere." Upon hearing Dear Time's words, Killer Bee immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Dear Time. Then, he whispered in Dear Time's ear, "This is what I've secretly saved up. Use it for the concert and try to get it organized in the next couple of days. I've already learned the spinning 3.5 plus Thomas rotation you taught me last time, and this time I want to surprise the audience." "Lucier, damn. I was just saying it casually, and you actually practiced it." Just as Lucier was about to say something, an angry voice came from behind. "Killer Bee, you bastard. Why is there 2 million less in the money for buying ninja tools?" Hearing this, Lucier was stunned. "What the hell, this was saved secretly. Did you steal it?" Thinking of this, Lucier quickly returned the scroll to Killer Bee. He didn't dare to touch that money, as it could easily cause trouble. Just as Rushi returned the money to Karabi, Reikage's big foot arrived and directly kicked Karabi away. Ignoring the two, Mitsuba took the people from the hidden mist village and Konoha to rest, as he was already accustomed to such things. This was the 3rd time Reikage had violently beaten Karabi. In the evening, Karabi found Rushi again. "Rushi, take this money. I secretly saved it up." Stop. Don't say anything more. When you mention secretly saving, I think of bad things. As for the concert, let's forget about it." Hearing Rushi's refusal, Karabi immediately pleaded, "Rushi, this money is really what I saved up. It's 3 million Ryo. Just help me out this time. Didn't I promise you to go easy on someone named Sasuke? If you help me this time, I'll agree to one of your requests." Rika thought for a moment and decided it could be done. When Naruto returns, he would let him learn about tailed beast control from Killer Bee. After all, Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki. "All right, I agree to help you organize the concert. But you have to promise me one thing, and you can't go back on it." Upon hearing Riku's agreement to hold the concert, Killer Bee immediately assured, "I promise. As long as you don't make me do anything that goes against the village, I'll agree to anything you say." Hearing Killer Bee's guarantee, Riku revealed a cunning smile of success, but still asked, "Are you sure this money is really what you saved up and not something you stole?" Lucier is really afraid that this money was stolen. "Of course, I earned it by completing tasks." "That's good. Let's discuss the details of the concert now." 3 days later, the 5 Shadows Summit officially began. In the lounge, the bruised and battered Karabi was telling Lucier about the excitement of the concert. To be honest, not many people in the ninja world are interested in attending a concert, especially one by a big guy like Karabi. So Lucier used some tactics. He had 10 special prize tickets printed, and the flyer specifically stated that businesses that received a special prize ticket would get next year's ninja tool orders from the Hidden Cloud Village. As a result, many businesses hired people to attend the concert, hoping to get a prize ticket and thus secure an order from the Hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, the event was very lively, But this kind of liveliness also came at a price, the price of being beaten up by the rakage. Lucier was so annoyed by Karabi that he pushed him away and sat down next to Haidu. Haidu, where's your chi pao? Why are you wearing pants? It's really ugly. Huanta heard someone say his pants were ugly, and Haidu started to complain too. You think it's ugly too, right? I think so too. But my father told my grandfather that you would come along this time, so I wasn't allowed to wear that chi pao. Dear time. Good guy. These pants are meant to stop me. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Haidu, I know a clothing store. How about I get you the beautiful chi pao? After Lucier finished speaking, it was obvious that Hei Tu was a bit moved, but Huang Tu interrupted. No need, just stay away from my daughter, Huang Tu said, directly pulling his daughter to his other side. This didn't pose a problem for Lucier, who continued to chat with Hei Tu over Huang Tu's day. You like high cuts, right? What size do you wear? I'll have Shadow Ninja steal one for you. Hei Tu smiled slightly and replied, haven't you seen me before? I really like that red one. Where's the clothing store you mentioned? Why don't we go there now? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Huang Tu cough, Lucier glanced at him and then took out a piece of candy, shoving it into Huang Tu's mouth. Just as Huang Tu was about to protest, Lucier said, this is fruit candy, good for a sore throat. Don't speak, just hold it for a while and you'll be fine. Huang Tu, am I suffering from sore throat? Don't you have any idea what my coughing means? Ignoring Huang Tu's thoughts, Lucier continued chatting with Hei Tu's day. In fact, Lucier didn't want to do anything to Hei Tu. He simply wanted to fulfill a wish from the past. When he watched anime before, he always wanted to measure the length of Hei Tu's legs with his hands, and now that he had the opportunity, he had to give it a try. When Lucier was chatting enthusiastically with Hei Tu, he was pulled over by Chi-La. What are you doing? Didn't you see I'm chatting? Chi-La said in a very low voice, softly, hey you guy, weren't you in Amabu-e before? How come you've changed your mind so quickly? Upon hearing this, everyone was first taken aback, then they cast curious glances. Some whispered to each other, while others simply stared at Lucier, seemingly trying to read something from his face. Lucier clearly did not expect Karabi to suddenly say this, and for a moment he was a bit at a loss. However, he quickly reacted and shouted excitedly at Karabi, what? You're clearly defaming me. Everyone, listen up. He actually dares to openly slander me. While saying this, Lucier gestured animatedly, trying to convince those around him of his innocence. However, the few people present were completely unmoved, merely looking at Lucier with disdain, as if they had already determined that he was a fickle person who changes his mind easily. Seeing that no one believed him, Lucier simply continued to chat with Haitu. Just as Lucier was walking towards the previous seat, Huang Tu suddenly plopped down in his place. When Lucier saw the situation, a smile immediately spread across his face as he flatteringly said to Huang Tu, Uncle Huang Tu, you're sitting in my spot. However, Huang Tu remained unmoved, sitting steadily in his place. Noticing that the space next to Hei Tu was empty, Lucier walked over, ready to sit down. But Huang Tu always managed to return his seat just in time. After several repetitions of this, Lucier finally realized that he wouldn't be able to chat with Hei Tu today. In the end, Lucier had no choice but to return to his original position, sitting down obediently with a dejected expression. At that moment, he looked just like a child who had suffered a great injustice. Meanwhile, Kilabai on the side cautiously mumbled, am I wrong? Back in Union Village, who didn't know you were always chatting and laughing with Mabu-e? That's just liking someone. Just then, Shoju walked over and sat down beside Lucier. She slightly turned her body, extending her arm, seemingly unintentionally brushing against Lucier's arm. Lu Xiuan was originally deep in thought with his head down when he was suddenly jolted back to reality by the touch. He looked up sharply, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion and displeasure, and said irritably, what are you doing? However, Shimura seemed completely oblivious to his annoyance, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she revealed a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. She softly retorted, but why is it that, despite being both beautiful, there is such a big difference? Although her words sounded like a question, the implication was obvious. Seeing that Lucier didn't respond, she pressed on, aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend in Konoha? Why are you still out here flirting around? Upon hearing this, the crowd around them immediately thought, he's just a scumbag. It's confirmed. When Lucier heard this, he immediately stood up, hands on his hips, and argued in a flustered manner. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. I'm just chatting with them. It's not as terrible as you say. Besides, don't meddle in my relationship with Ino. If anyone dares to ruin our relationship, Hanabi, if you spread rumors about me and Ino, watch out or I'll have Shikamaru deal with you. After saying that, he even deliberately shook his fist at Hanabi, putting on a fierce expression. Hanabi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she nearly cried. The people around them exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. The whole scene became a bit awkward. Just then, they heard Tsunade's voice calling out, "Lu Shi, hurry up and come in." As soon as Lu Shi walked into the conference room, he saw Yimu with a dark expression, staring straight at him. He probably didn't know that if they weren't in a meeting right now, Yimu would have gone outside, especially when Lu Shi was about to buy a Chongsam for Hei Tu just now. Upon seeing Lu Shi enter, Tsunade said, "Lu Shi, we plan to establish an armed force to protect the Jinchuriki. However, we don't have any regulations yet, so we would like to hear your opinion." After scanning the crowd, Deer slowly spoke. "Since this is a task to protect the Jinchuriki, the selection of personnel must be strict. First, they must be trusted individuals from each village, without any ulterior motives. We can select elite ninjas from various ninja villages, and they must be skilled in teamwork." Tsunade nodded slightly in agreement, but Inoki beside her scoffed, "Is that something you need to say?" Deer did not pay attention to his dissatisfaction and continued. "Moreover, this team must be equipped with experts in sealing techniques specifically for dealing with tailed beasts going berserk. They also need to conduct simulation training for various dangerous situations that Jinchuriki might encounter." At this point, the Mizukage asked, "How will we solve the equipment issue? We can't just use ordinary ninja tools." Deer Time smiled and said, "The special chakra suppression chains are essential, as they can limit the actions of the Jinchuriki during a rampage. Additionally, there is specially made protective armor that can withstand a certain degree of tailed beast attacks. Moreover, we need to establish an intelligence network to keep track of any forces that may pose a threat to the Jinchuriki's safety." After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Tsunade was the first to break the silence. "Deer Time's ideas are very comprehensive. We can formulate more detailed regulations in this direction." Anoki snorted and said, "It sounds good, but all these things will consume a lot of resources. Where will the money come from?" Deer responded as if he had been prepared for this. "Funding sources can be raised from multiple channels. The 5 great nations can share a portion of the burden. After all, ensuring the safety of the Jinchuriki is also a matter of maintaining peace in the ninja world. Additionally, we can accept donations from wealthy merchants or families, offering them corresponding honors or limited privileges for ninja protection." Everyone nodded in agreement. The Raikage stroked his chin and said, "Now that we have selected the personnel, secure the equipment and funds, what about the command system? With so many ninjas from different villages, we can't have them acting independently." Lu Shi thought for a moment and said, "Establish a joint commander system, where each country elect a respected and experienced ninja to take turns serving as a short-term commander. At the same time, set up a long-term advisory group, composed of the 5 Kages and esteemed seniors from each ninja village, to discuss and decide on major decisions together." Tsunade decisively said, "Very well, then let's start refining the details of the charter based on these points." Everyone responded in unison, and a discussion about forming an armed force to protect the Jinchuriki finally had some initial results. At that moment, Lu Shi doused everyone with cold water. "The plan is good, but have you all thought about another matter?" Hearing Lu Shi's words, several people looked at him with puzzled expressions. Lu Shi didn't keep them in suspense and continued, "Have you forgotten about the spots? That old guy might come out at any time. And with Obito's white Zetsu army gathering the tailed beasts, it's very likely they could be caught all at once." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense with Lu Shi's words. Tsunade crossed her arms and said solemnly, "Lu Shi is right. Madara and Obito are indeed a huge threat." Raikage suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "Then let's deal with them first before talking about protecting the Jinchuriki." Kohara shook her head. "It's not that simple. Their movements are unpredictable, and the white Zetsu army is vast." Inoki's eyes flickered. "Perhaps we can set a trap to draw them out." Everyone looked at him as Inoki continued to explain. "We can use the 8 tails and 9 tails as bait to attract Madara and Obito, while secretly arranging a heavy ambush." Dear Time, Lightning Shadow, and Tsunade looked at Inoki with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Shi said, "If Obito really comes back to life and you use the 2-tailed beasts as bait, then Obito will eat all the fishermen." Suchikage, I don't need to tell you how powerful Obito is. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Inoki felt a bit abrupt. Obito is not someone like Kakashi that can be compared. However, Inoki didn't back down and retorted, "If this won't work and that won't work, then tell me what will work." After Inoki spoke, everyone looked at Lu Shi, wanting to see what kind of suggestion this young man would come up with. In fact, Lu Shi had already informed them about the white Zetsu army yesterday. Last time in the Rain Village, Lu Shi even managed to get one by chance. Seeing the white Zetsu, everyone believed Lu Shi's words in the book, although it mentioned the white Zetsu army. Protecting the Jinchuriki is not as important as protecting the tailed beasts. When this was said, everyone was confused about what it meant. Lucier didn't keep them in suspense and explained it to everyone. Everyone, now, besides the 5 tails, 1 tail, 9 tails, and 8 tails, the other 5 tail beasts are in a wild state. What I mean is, if your village has the ability to capture them, then do so. If you don't have the ability, then send people to protect them. I believe Obito will definitely try to capture these wild-tailed beasts before going after the Jinchuriki. Of course, the protection of the Jinchuriki cannot be neglected. We can form a group based on that condition I mentioned earlier, and we can also establish an armed force to jointly protect the Jinchuriki. However, there's no need to concentrate the Jinchuriki together. Just protect them within your own village. If one Jinchuriki is attacked, the other villages must provide support. Although concentrating the Jinchuriki isn't realistic, this organization can still be established. In the future, when we go to war against the White Zetsu army, we won't be caught off guard, and they can adapt in advance. Upon hearing Lucier's suggestion, everyone found it reasonable. However, the 7 tails from Takigakure made the Reikage and Tsuchikage a bit envious, and Terumi May felt the same way. After all, it's a tailed beast. Who wouldn't want it? Except for Konoha and Sunagakure. Noticing their thoughts, Lucier continued. We from Konoha don't want the 7 tails. You can go capture it yourselves. However, the village that captures the 7 tails must provide some compensation to the other villages. Also, there's a big trouble in the ninja world with Obito, so we should try to avoid war. The 7 tails is right there. Whoever captures it first gets it. Gaara also said, our Sunagakure will not participate in the competition for the 7 tails. Whoever captures it just needs to give us some compensation. The others nodded in agreement with this condition. Lu suddenly thought of something and added, now the tailed beasts don't know where they've gone. When you go to other villages to capture your original tailed beasts, you must report it to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. This condition wasn't a big deal, so everyone agreed. After Lucier finished speaking, he left the meeting room. The remaining matters no longer needed the lower ninja to worry about. However, Lucier knew that from today onwards, the Animal Protection Association would be established. The entire meeting lasted for 3 days. In the end, the 5 villages unanimously agreed to send 5 liaison officers to the other villages, responsible for conveying information to their own village in case of emergencies. Of course, these individuals were not allowed to share any other information. Just then, Lucier walked in. Everyone, have you finished your meeting? I have some information for you, which was just brought back by my shadow ninja. The others looked at Lucier, eager to know what had happened. According to the information received, Obito had sent people to various villages to collect the corpses of powerful individuals. They intended to use Edo Tensei to resurrect them for the purpose of capturing tailed beasts. The crowd was shocked upon hearing this. Terumi May said, this is troublesome. If a large number of powerful individuals are resurrected through Edo Tensei, it will be very difficult for us to resist. Deer nodded and said, so we must take the initiative. After we go back, we will seal the bodies of the strong ones and wait until we eliminate Obito before burying them. Nobody wants the strong of their village to be desecrated, right? So this is the only way. Everyone felt that Deer's words made a lot of sense. Although digging up the graves of ancestors seemed a bit unreasonable, it was necessary for the sake of the ninja world. On the way back, Tsunade asked Deer, do my grandfather and great-grandfather also need to be sealed? No, because due to the third's indulgence, the cells of the first and second Hokage have long been obtained by Orochimaru. So there's no need to dig up their graves. If I'm not mistaken, the second Hokage must have placed the first Hokage's body in a safe place, and you won't be able to find it. The 3 quickly returned to Konoha. After arriving, Jiraiya handed Tsunade the intelligence that Itachi had sent back. Tsunade glanced at it and exclaimed, what, Nagato is dead? Jiraiya said, somewhat sadly, yes. I heard that Kurizetsu ambushed Nagato and even took the Rinnegan. Riku was a bit stunned when he heard the news, thinking, how could Kakashi die before he even got to Konoha? Jiraiya nudged Riku with his arm. What do you think Konoha should do now? Shouldn't we take the initiative? You go ahead. Do you know where Obito is? Jiraiya was caught off guard by Riku's question. He really couldn't find Obito. However, he wasn't ready to give up and asked Riku, can you find him? Deer waved his hand, making a helpless gesture. At this point, Jiraiya was completely disheartened. Tsunade ignored this matter and said to Jiraiya, go and call the heads of each family over. I need to announce something. All right, I'll go right now. After Jiraiya left, Tsunade turned to Deer and said, in a moment, you'll need to persuade the people from each family to dig up the graves. Deer time. Shika's expression changed. Lady Tsunade, this isn't an easy task. Tsunade patted his shoulder. I believe you can do it. After all, you managed to persuade people from other villages before. Soon after, the heads of various clans arrived. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense as Shika took a deep breath and stood up. Esteemed clan leaders, the reason for gathering you all today is due to an urgent matter. We have received intelligence that Obito intends to use the Edo Tensei to resurrect our powerful ancestors to fight for them. To prevent our ancestors from being humiliated, the best course of action is to dig up their bodies and store them properly. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the room. Hinata Hizashi stood up first to oppose. This is simply a great disrespect. Shika hurried to explain, I understand everyone's feelings, but if the enemy uses them, forcing our ancestors to become tools of slaughter would be an even greater tragedy. We are only temporarily housing them. Once the crisis is over, we will give them a proper burial again. After some difficult persuasion, some clan leaders began to waver. At that moment, Asuma spoke up. Shika makes a valid point. Our Sarutobi clan is willing to cooperate. With a leader stepping forward, other families gradually expressed their agreement. Shika finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the meeting, everyone went to discuss the grave-digging matter. It wasn't just Konoha. During this time, the entire ninja world was digging graves. When Obito learned about this, he began to curse. He and Kagaya had just come up with this plan, and it was already being disrupted. Now it was just him and Kagaya left to gather all 9-tailed beasts, and he had no idea when that would be accomplished. Damn it, that bastard Nara Shika. How could he know our plan? Yakushi Kabuto just agreed. And now what do we have for Edo Tensei? Those ordinary ninjas? What use are those weaklings? Upon hearing Obito's words, Kagaya did not respond, but contemplated whether to bring Madara out now, as things were exceeding their plans. They completely lacked the ability to gather all 9-tailed beasts. At most 2 or 3. Obito was furious, but did not abandon the plan. After discussing with Kagaya, they decided to change strategies. Since they couldn't use Edo Tensei to summon many strong fighters to help capture the tailed beasts, they would focus on dealing with the wild-tailed beasts first, bringing those wild beasts back, while letting Madara capture the others himself. Kagaya, go find out the locations of the tailed beasts. Without Nagato, we will collect them ourselves. If I had known it would turn out this way, I should never have let him execute this plan. Now everything has gone to waste. After Kagaya left, Obito took out the Rinnegan and installed it in his left eye like a light bulb. In an instant, Obito felt as if he had been emptied out. If it weren't for the cells of Hashirama in him, he might have already collapsed. 10 minutes later, Obito finally adapted to this eye and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Narashika, you cannot stop me. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the grave digging was progressing very smoothly. Shika supervised the excavation work while organizing people to seal the bodies. He placed these corpses into the shadow space, ensuring their complete safety. Half a month later, the corpses of Konoha's powerful figures were all sealed away. Shika, do we really not need to care about my second grandfather and the others? Tsunade still felt a bit worried. We really don't need to, besides. I saw some interesting scenes. The first and second Hokages fought alongside us to stop Madara's plan. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately approached Shika, anxiously asking, Shika, quickly tell me, what exactly happened? Seeing Tsunade like this, Shika fabricated a reason. I'm not sure of the specifics. I just saw the first and second fighting with us. So who won? Hokage-sama, control your emotions. I only saw a scene. How would I know who won? Upon hearing Shika's words, Tsunade did not continue to ask, but began to ponder. Taking advantage of Tsunade's distraction, Shika hurriedly left the Hokage's office. He really couldn't come up with more lies. Half a year later, Jiraiya-sama, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you and Naruto really have no coordination at all. You let Obito escape again. Jiraiya ignored Shika's words and pointed ahead with his chin. Lu stopped scolding Jiraiya and looked ahead. At that moment, Itachi was quietly standing at the door, having already taken off his Akatsuki robe with Samahata on his back. Oh, isn't this Itachi from the Akatsuki? Are you back to capture the Nine Tails again? Ignoring Lu's teasing, Itachi threw Samahata to him. Kisame said he wanted to take a stroll in the ninja world, so he asked me to give you Samahata. Lu sure touched the shark's skin, feeling quite happy inside. After all, this was a living weapon. Jiraiya walked over to Lu Shur with Naruto and began to examine shark skin, sensing that it seemed to really like Naruto. Naruto, do you like this weapon? After hearing Lu Shur's words, Naruto was initially stunned. Then he nodded wildly. I like it, big brother, I really like it. Lu Shur looked at Naruto and decided to tease him, saying, if you like it, just look at it more. Naruto replied, Lu Shur, take me around Konoha. I don't have much time left. I'm leaving soon. While still teasing Naruto, Lucifer handed the Samahata to Naruto and then walked into Konoha with Itachi. Naruto wanted to follow, but Jiraiya stopped him, shaking his head. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Naruto didn't pursue the two any further. The two walked along the streets of Konoha, and Lucifer spoke up. Your body is about to give out, isn't it? Hearing Lucifer's words, Itachi didn't show surprise, but instead gave a bitter smile. Yeah, I could probably live for another 6 months at most. You really can't hide anything from you. Sasuke has been looking for me recently, but I've been avoiding him. I want to come back and see Konoha, and then go find him. We need to settle things between us. This time, Lucifer didn't mock Itachi, but instead expressed his true feelings. Ah, what's the point? Is the path you planned for Sasuke really the right one? Itachi replied, I don't know, but it is what it is. I can only keep moving forward, and as for right or wrong, it's no longer important. After saying this, Itachi changed the subject. Lucifer, when Sasuke takes his revenge, I hope you'll bring him back. Unknowingly, the two had reached the former Uchiha clan's land. Lucifer didn't answer Itachi's question, but pointed at the Uchiha clan's land and said, I divided the Uchiha land among the rest of the village. Originally, this place was allocated to other families by the third Hokage. After I became the Hokage's advisor, I took it back. However, I haven't touched your family's house. I even sent someone to repair it. Thank you, Itachi said, then headed towards the Hokage rock, and Lucifer followed him. Lucifer's words were clear. Sasuke was always welcome to return. The two stood on the Hokage rock, looking down at Konoha. Suddenly, Itachi laughed. Lucifer, you are truly sinister. Who would have thought? Shounen actually added so many drugs to that explosive tag. Among them were powerful drugs that could paralyze the nerves, causing one to instantly lose control of their body. There were also laxatives that would cause endless diarrhea, and even an aphrodisiac, such a despicable thing. If one had seen Obito's miserable state at that time, they would probably be laughing uncontrollably. Even Kuro, who had always been by Obito's side, was so scared that he ran away in a panic. Hearing this, Lucifer shamelessly said, Battle is battle. Only winning gives you the right to survive. As for the means, who cares? Itachi also said, yeah, who cares? Lucifer, I have a question for you. If you were me, what would you have done at that time? Seeing the confusion in Itachi's eyes, Lucifer sat down and seriously said, I really don't understand why Shursui said you think like a Hokage. You can't even understand this little thing. If I were you, I would abandon those who were planning the coup or leave with my clan. If no one followed me, I would take my family and leave or sacrifice those people. But I would absolutely never do something as insane as exterminating my clan. I could even take the heads of those planning the coup to buy time for your family and myself. Once I grow stronger, no matter who the Hokage is or who Danzo is, if they dare to act up, I will kill them all. Even if I don't have the ability to do anything now, I would still escape with my family and seek revenge once I grow stronger. To me, family is the most important. You really don't care about Konoha at all? Listening to Itachi's foolish question, Lucifer patiently explained, Konoha represents home, but it doesn't represent my family. My family is gone. Why should I care about this broken house? Itachi didn't say anything further and turned to leave. But as he turned, 2 tears fell. At that moment, he missed his father and mother. When Roku returned to the Hokage's office, Naruto had already taken the Samahata. Did Itachi leave? Listening to Tsunade's words, Roku nodded and then sat down on the sofa. Tsunade continued, Conan also died recently. I really didn't expect that. So many explosive tags didn't kill Obito, and he was able to quickly come out to capture the tail beasts, but fortunately he was stopped. Jiraiya chimed in, Sai. Obito's abilities are really troublesome, especially now that he has a Rinnegan. I don't know how to deal with him. Just drag it out. As soon as the words drag it out came out, both Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Roku with curiosity. Haven't you noticed? Obito has lost quite a bit of weight recently. The Rinnegan isn't something anyone can control. Some things, even if you have them, come with side effects. Just like Nagato. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, he has a massive amount of chakra in his body. Even so, he became emaciated from the Rinnegan's drain. Although Obito has Hashirama cells, he can't withstand the consumption of the Rinnegan either. We just need to hold Obito off. When his body can no longer support him, we can try to destroy the Rinnegan. At that time, without the Rinnegan, it won't be too much of a problem for Madara to come out. Hearing Roku say this, the two didn't press further. However, Jiraiya still asked another question. Roku, are you planning to give Samahata to Naruto? Yeah, Samahata is useless to me. Let Naruto have it. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Roku, thinking to herself, such a powerful weapon. And in your mouth, it has become a toy. All right, I'm going to find Ino now. You two single old men should consider your own issues too. How long has it been? and you still haven't made any progress. Especially you, Jiraiya. Deer pointed at Jiraiya. If you can't do it, just say so. Don't delay Tsunade's happiness. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, as he had already mastered it. The reason for his hasty departure? He saw Tsunade about to explode with anger. Meanwhile, Itachi walked toward Sasuke, knowing that Sasuke was looking for him, and he was prepared to face death. Days later, the two brothers met at the Uchiha clan's South Shrine. Sasuke had arrived long ago, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed intently on Itachi not far ahead. Itachi stood there, looking particularly lonely, as if he were isolated from the entire world. Itachi, I will kill you today, to avenge our parents and our clan. Sasuke's voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with excitement, the kind of excitement that came from being able to avenge his parents. Itachi slightly raised his head, his eyes calm and profound, as if he could see through Sasuke's heart. Sasuke, are you really ready? I am ready. Sasuke's response was unwavering. I must end this myself and take revenge for our family. Itachi's lips curled into a slight, helpless smile. Can revenge really bring you peace? Shut up, Sasuke shouted, his body instantly turning into a streak of black lightning as he charged at Itachi. His speed was incredibly fast, as if he wanted to pour all his anger into this one attack. Itachi's body swayed slightly and instantly vanished from the spot. Sasuke's attack missed. Sasuke turned sharply, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Itachi had already appeared behind him, forming hand seals as a powerful chakra surged from his body. Fire release, great fireball technique. Itachi's voice was deep and powerful as a massive fireball rushed toward Sasuke. Sasuke quickly retreated while forming hand seals to respond to Itachi's attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke shouted, releasing a gigantic fireball that charged straight at Itachi. The two fireballs collided, creating a shower of sparks. Itachi, I will bury you here today and let you accompany our clan in death. Itachi remained silent, his Sharingan spinning wildly. In an instant, large amounts of black flames appeared on Sasuke's body. What is this? Sasuke exclaimed in shock, feeling the power of the black flames. He quickly used the substitution technique taught to him by Orochimaru to dodge the flames. Itachi saw Sasuke create a clone of himself and chose not to continue using Amaterasu for a reason. First, to give him a chance, and second, to see how much Sasuke had grown. After escaping the black flames, Sasuke activated his cursed seal, transforming into a monstrous form. Chidori. Sasuke charged at Itachi, black and white lightning crackling from his hand. However, this attack posed little threat to Itachi, who easily dodged it. While Sasuke and Itachi were engaged in battle, Lu Shi was on his way to the scene. When he read the original story, this part had saddened him for several days. Although he didn't like Itachi's way of doing things, it didn't stop him from being moved. How could he miss such a storyline? Just yesterday, he finally touched Ino's breast, but had forgotten about it until he woke up in the morning. Of course, he and Ino hadn't progressed to the final step yet. It was just a touch. Lu Shi had already made up his mind. Since his future child was so fortunate, he had to have at least two more. By the time Lu Shi jumped to the place where the brothers were fighting, he saw Itachi spitting out blood and that annoying Kurizetsu. Lu Shi immediately summoned the Shadow Eaters. As soon as the three Shadow Eaters appeared, they charged towards Black Absolute like three Tibetan Mastiffs. Black Absolute seemed to have a fear of the Shadow Eaters. Upon seeing them, it immediately burrowed underground like a rabbit seeing a dog. As for the task that Obito gave him, to hell with it. During the final farewell between the two brothers, Kashi did not interrupt. Itachi and Sasuke both saw Kashi, but neither of them spoke to him. Itachi noticed Kurizetsu had left and walked straight toward Sasuke. This time he did not say "my eyes," as he had previously done to mislead the onlookers. Sasuke felt a bit scared as Itachi approached him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In the meantime, he attacked Itachi twice with the Kusanagi sword and explosive tags, but Itachi, using Susanoo, rendered all of Sasuke's attacks ineffective. Sasuke kept retreating until he stopped in front of a stone tablet. Itachi struggled to move towards Sasuke, each step appearing to be incredibly difficult. Lu was feeling a bit sad. Suddenly, he wanted to save Itachi, so he asked the system, "System bro, is there anything that can save Itachi? I suddenly don't want him to die." The system replied, "Host, there is something, but you need to draw to obtain it." Lu said, "Come on, don't mess with me. Just save him." Ding. Resurrection liquid has been added to the lottery pool. The resurrection liquid can revive any deceased person without any restrictions, as long as there is a part of their body, similar to Edo Tensei. Wow, System Bro, you're amazing. Does your system have a 5-star rating? I have to give you one. The system responded, Host, this item greatly affects the balance, so I can only add 10,000 bottles to your lottery pool. Dear time. Dear, she widened his eyes in disbelief. If all these 10,000 bottles were given to me, who in the ninja world would be my opponent? I could just outlast them. After a moment, Dear, she calmed his emotions. With these things, not only was he no longer afraid of dying, but the people around him didn't have to worry about that either. He could indulge himself freely. When Sasuke saw Itachi had walked up to him, Itachi stood in front of Sasuke, poked his forehead, and softly said, Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. This was Itachi's final farewell to Sasuke, as well as a continuation of his protection and love for his brother all along. After saying that, Itachi collapsed. At that moment, Sasuke was bewildered. He didn't understand what Itachi meant. He also leaned against the stone wall and sat down. Riku jumped in front of the two brothers, ignoring the stunned Sasuke. He stored Itachi's corpse into the shadow space. After doing all this, Riku turned to leave, but as soon as he turned around, he was called by Sasuke. Riku, do you know what Itachi's words meant before? Deer turned around, thought for a moment, and said, What I told you, you might not believe. Go find the answer yourself. Once you find the answer, come back to Konoha. I prepared a surprise for you. After saying that, Deer walked away. On the way back, Lucier had a detailed discussion with the system about the resurrection liquid. System brother, can people who have been dead for many years be revived? Of course, but you know the odds of winning the lottery. I can't guarantee how many you can get. Although I can increase the items, I can't solve the probability issue. That's still pretty good. Thank you, system brother. Deer Time happily returned to Konoha, and he had already decided who to resurrect first, but of course, that depended on drawing first. On a clear morning 5 days later, sunlight streamed through the window into the Hokage's office. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was exceptionally tense. Tsunade stood up, gripping a pen that had already been crushed in her hand. Her eyes wide with suspicion as she stared at Deer Time in front of her, loudly questioning, Deer Time, are you really not lying to us? When facing Tsunade's questioning, Rushi appeared very calm, but he couldn't help feeling a bit anxious inside. After all, what he was talking about was truly astonishing. The ability to bring the dead back to life and return them to their state before death sounded like a fairy tale. It was not only difficult for Tsunade to believe, but even Jiraiya, who was sitting beside her, looked incredulous. He frowned and shook his head, saying, Rushi, this ability of yours is just too unbelievable, isn't it? To be able to achieve such a thing is far more impressive than the Edo Tensei. In fact, just 15 minutes earlier, Rushi had told Tsunade and Jiraiya about this. However, he didn't mention the system. He said it was a new ability he had awakened. From the moment they heard about it, their faces had been filled with shock and skepticism. Before this, Rushi had first informed his father about the matter. He had thought his father would be surprised by his ability, but unexpectedly, his father only responded lightly, stating that the Nara clan was known for their longevity, with most clan members eventually passing away naturally. Therefore, his father advised Rushi not to waste such a precious opportunity lightly and sternly instructed him never to publicize such matters. Deer Time was well aware of his father's concerns. If the outside world learned that he possessed such abilities, it would likely attract countless people's greed and schemes. Tsunade hurriedly walked into the next room, her steps so quick it seemed she might spark a fire. She swiftly reached for a dusty scroll on the shelf, gave it a gentle shake, and the scroll unfurled to reveal a coffin inside. Tsunade carried the coffin back to the original spot, carefully placed it on the ground, and then turned to look at Deer Time, her eyes filled with anticipation. Deer Time, lying inside is my brother, Rope Tree. I hope you can demonstrate your special ability and see if you can bring him back to life. Deer glanced at Tsunade with a sidelong look, secretly muttering to himself, Humph, your pretense of selflessness is really obvious. If it weren't for the fact that you're the Hokage, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Lucier remained silent, simply raising his right hand and extending 3 slender fingers. Upon seeing this, Tsunade nodded without hesitation and replied, No problem. As long as you can successfully revive Shunshu, I will pay you the reward for 3 S-rank missions. For Tsunade, if she could truly bring her beloved brother Shunshu back to life, she wouldn't mind paying not just for 3 S-rank missions, but even 30 or 300. After all, she was known as the big cash cow of the ninja world, and every time she went to the casino to gamble, the amount she lost could easily rival that of Asuma. After receiving Tsunade's affirmative answer, Lucier leisurely walked forward and placed the coffin containing Shinshu's remains into the shadow space. Then, he instructed the ninjas in the shadow space to carefully apply the resurrection liquid onto Shinshu's bones. The entire revival process would take about 3 hours to complete. Once everything was arranged, Lu Shi thought of Itachi Uchiha. However, he didn't plan to revive Itachi right now. Itachi had been through too much over the years and deserved to rest for a while. Tsunade-sama, reviving someone is not a simple matter. The whole process will take about 3 hours. So, I hope you can prepare my reward in advance. Lu Shi said to Tsunade with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Tsunade quickly walked over to Jiraiya without hesitation. She swiftly bent down to pick up the large scroll that belonged to Jiraiya and unceremoniously unfurled it. Tsunade's hands moved like the wind as she rummaged through the scroll. Before long, thick stacks of cash appeared in her hands. Without saying a word, she tossed the money at Lu Shi as if she were throwing away trash. Watching his hard-earned savings being thrown to Lu Shi like that, Jiraiya felt a pang of pain, his face nearly turning green, and he couldn't help but shout, "Tsunade, save some for me. That's all my savings." However, Tsunade paid no attention to Jiraiya's protests and responded without turning back, "Stop whining. I'm your wife, so of course I have the right to use this money." She even shot Jiraiya a glare as she finished speaking. Standing aside, Lu Shi was dumbfounded by the scene before him, secretly thinking, "Wow, I didn't expect you, Tsunade, to say anything just to get that little bit of money from Jiraiya." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, although watching his wealth vanish, strangely didn't care at all. At that moment, he was completely immersed in Tsunade's words. "I am your wife," feeling as if he had floated up to the clouds, entirely forgetting the harsh reality that he was about to become a penniless fool. Seeing Jiraiya looking so blissful, Lu Shi decided to poke fun at him. "Tsunade-sama, I heard you once had a lover named Kato Dan. Look here, this money is quite a lot. Enough to revive both of you. How about I help you bring him back to life as well?" Lu Shi said with a big smile. However, the water Jiraiya had just taken a sip of immediately sprayed out, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Cough, cough, cough. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Shi, inwardly cursing, "This guy really doesn't know how to behave. Does he want to use my money to facilitate the reunion of Kato Dan and Tsunade?" The thought made Jiraiya feel like the biggest fool in the world. At that moment, a hint of sadness gradually appeared on Tsunade's originally calm face as she softly asked, "Even if there's only ashes left, can you still revive them?" Lu Shi was momentarily speechless, frozen in place. After a while, he scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Lady Tsunade, I really don't have the ability to bring ashes back to life. I'm really sorry." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression dimmed. She recalled the scene from years ago when she personally sent Kato down to the cremation platform and left the hidden leaf village with his ashes, and a deep sense of regret surged within her. 3 hours isn't actually that long, but waiting for 3 hours was indeed quite torturous, especially when waiting for a loved one's revival. Tsunade paced back and forth, and Lu Shi understood her feelings, so he didn't say anything. Finally, the 3 hours were up, and the coffin slowly emerged from the shadows. Tsunade looked at her brother in the coffin with excitement, witnessing the transformation from a skeleton to a complete body. From a distance, she saw S.H. Ju lying in the coffin. Tsunade hurried over, knelt beside S.H. Ju, and tears instantly blurred her vision. Sehyu. Tsunade trembled as she gently caressed her brother's face, her voice filled with choked emotions. S.H. Ju slowly opened his eyes. His vision was somewhat blurry, but he quickly recognized the person in front of him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, soon replaced by deep sadness. "Sister," S.H. Ju called softly, his voice weak yet full of emotion. Tsunade could no longer hold back and hugged S.H. Ju, crying bitterly. Years of longing, pain, and guilt turned into tears that flowed freely at that moment. She held S.H. Ju tightly, as if afraid he would disappear from her side again. "S.H. Ju, you're back. You finally came back." Tsunade sobbed, her body slightly trembling, tears soaking S.H. Ju's clothes. Just then, Jiraiya walked over. He stood by, watching the long-separated siblings reunite, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. He stood silently, unsure of what to say, only able to offer them silent support with his gaze. S.H. Ju's gaze scanned the crowd and finally landed on Jiraiya. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, followed by a teasing smile. "Aren't you my sister's silly teammate?" S.H. Ju's voice, though weak, carried a hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face turned slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and said helplessly, "S.H. Ju, after all these years, how come you're still so sharp-tongued? But I'm your brother-in-law now." S.H. Ju smiled slightly, but his smile quickly froze. A hint of confusion crossed his eyes, as if he were trying to recall something. "Brother-in-law." S.H. Ju pointed out the blind spot. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face instantly turned bright red. He hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, No, SHU, don't call me that. I'm not your brother-in-law. Me and your sister are just Tsunade. Hearing this, raised her head, wiped her tears, and revealed a helpless smile. She looked at Jiraiya and said softly, SHU, you don't need to worry about this silly man. I'll tell you about him later. SHU was stunned, and a look of surprise and confusion crossed his eyes. He looked at Jiraiya, then at Tsunade, seemingly trying to understand everything. Seeing SHU's bewildered expression, Tsunade gently set him down, sat up, and began to tell him about the events that had taken place in Konoha over the years. SHU, so many changes have occurred in Konoha over the years. Tsunade's voice was calm and gentle as she looked at SHU, her eyes filled with love and guilt. After you left, Konoha went through many storms, wars, rebellions. Countless ninjas sacrificed their lives to protect the village, and we have been working hard to safeguard this land. SHU listened quietly, gradually showing signs of focus in his eyes. He knew that during the years he was gone, Konoha must have faced countless hardships. I never got over it. Tsunade's voice became choked. Your departure was a huge blow to me. I always felt like I didn't protect you well. It was I who let you leave me. Upon hearing this, SHU's eyes flashed with pain. He reached out and gently held Tsunade's hand, softly saying, Sister, don't say that. I know you've always tried very hard. I'm proud to have you as my sister. Tsunade's tears welled up again upon hearing these words. She tightly grasped SHU's hand, as if at that moment, all her pain and guilt were released. All these years, I've been outside and just returned, Tsunade said with a hint of tenderness. SHU looked at his sister, a touch of concern in his eyes. He softly said, All right, sister, I will protect you in the future. Jiraiya, witnessing the two siblings like this, wore a warm smile on his face. Sister, these years must have been tough for Konoha, SHU gently asked. Tsunade nodded and said yes. Konoha has gone through too much rain and wind. But fortunately, we have been working hard. Over the years, the village has been slowly recovering and developing. Although there are still many difficulties, we have never given up. SHU felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. He knew that the ninjas of Konoha had been working hard to protect this land, and he hoped to contribute something to the village as well. Lushur, he saved you, Tsunade said with gratitude in her voice. He used his special abilities, giving me the chance to see you again. SHU's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He looked at Lushur and said softly, Thank you, Lushur. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to come back. When Lushur heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He gently shook his head and said, No need to thank me. This is what I should do. I'm already very satisfied that you are back. Shu nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that now that he had returned, he couldn't let his sister and everyone else worry anymore. All right, you two, let's save the reminiscing for when you get home. I have something to tell you. Upon hearing Lushur's words, Tsunade and Jiraiya stared intently at him, wanting to know if he had some special ability again. Deer felt a bit uneasy being looked at like that, and then said, Don't look at me like that. I'm just letting you know that the cooldown for my resurrection ability isn't long. I don't know exactly how long it is, maybe a day, maybe a month, or perhaps a year. Just have the bodies ready if you want to resurrect someone. Ashes won't do. At the very least, it needs to be bones. For a complete skeleton like rope trees, it takes 3 hours. For an incomplete one, it takes a week. All right, I'm going to find Ino now. You two siblings can chat slowly. After Lushur finished speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. Sister, that was Grandpa's Flying Thunder God, right? I want to learn it too. Tsunade gently patted SHU's head and said, Okay, once your body is fully recovered, I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God. Okay, by the way, sister, I'm so hungry. Hearing her brother say he was hungry, Tsunade shouted at Jiraiya, who was nearby. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear SHU say he's hungry? Hurry up and prepare some food. As time passed, SHU's health gradually improved. He began training again, regaining his strength. He knew that now that he was back, he couldn't let his sister and everyone else worry anymore. He saw the prosperity of Konoha and the efforts of the ninjas. He understood that Konoha had gone through many hardships over the years, but everyone had never given up. He felt an immense pride because he was also a part of this village. With SHU's determination, he returned to the ranks of ninjas. He used his strength to protect Konoha, safeguarding the land he loved. SHU's return brought new hope to Konoha. His presence allowed Tsunade and Jiraiya to rediscover the warmth they hadn't felt in a long time. SHU's return marked a new beginning for Konoha, as well as for himself. SHU also got to know Lushur again. He learned that Lu Shi was the strongest of the new generation. So his goal was to first surpass Lu Shi and then surpass his grandfather. Lu Shi didn't know Rope Tree's thoughts. If he knew Rope Tree's idea, he would only tell him, "Young man, wash up and go to sleep. You can dream of anything." Even the fact that he wouldn't dare to say he could surpass Hashirama's Senju, mainly because Hashirama's sage body and wood release are too misunderstood. Lu Shi, you must have had a hard time these years, Rope Tree said softly. When Lu Shi heard Shang Shu's words, he was slightly taken aback and then said, "It's nothing hard. Aren't all ninjas like this?" After saying that, he added in his heart, "What a pain. I just go on missions when there's nothing else to do and practice my dragon claw hand when I have free time. Life couldn't be better." Shang Shu nodded, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Looking at S.H. Ju's enthusiastic training, Lu Shi finally understood why Naruto could cure Tsunade's hemophobia. Their personalities were simply cut from the same mold. Just then, Naruto came over. In the past few days, Naruto had become familiar with S.H. Ju, and both were busy discussing their aspirations to become Hokage. This was driving Jiraiya crazy. A little banter was fine, but these two would often spar. Sparring wasn't really the problem. The main issue was that they didn't go to the training ground, but instead sparred right in Jiraiya's yard. Jiraiya's house was nearly reduced to ruins. And Tsunade saw it, but didn't say anything, only taking S.H. Ju home with her at night. That evening, Jiraiya and Naruto were shivering in the ruins. On this day, Jiraiya found Lu Shi, who was still telling Ino the story about how the dance king of the ninja world was betrayed by Kaguya. Then, he was pulled out of the flower shop by Jiraiya. "Lu Shi, help. I can't take it anymore. You have to save me." When Lu Shi saw Jiraiya looking at him with a foolish expression, he spoke up about why he was looking for Lu Shi. "Lu Shi, you need to take care of Naruto and S.H. Ju. They're out again." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi asked, "Why didn't he go find Tsunade?" "S.H. Ju is her brother." Jiraiya sighed. "I did go, but Tsunade said she wouldn't intervene and warned me that if I didn't take care of S.H. Ju, she'd break my bones." Seeing Jiraiya's miserable state, Lu Shi decided to help him out this time. When Lu Shi arrived at Jiraiya's house, he saw the two of them, Naruto and S.H. Ju, practicing their taijutsu. To be honest, S.H. Ju was clearly no match for Naruto. S.H. Ju was only 12 years old while Naruto was already 16. Moreover, Naruto could now use sage techniques, but they were only sparring with taijutsu. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything left here. "Lu Shi, why do I find that Naruto gets especially excited whenever he sees S.H. Ju?" Rushi thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because they saw their kind." Jiraiya. Ignoring Jiraiya, Rushi walked to the center of the yard. "You two young heroes, stop using your abilities." Upon hearing Rushi's words, the two stopped in unison and came in front of Rushi. "Big brother, you're here. Is my taijutsu strong now?" "Seiyusai somev hat unkonvinket. My taijutsu is much stronger than yours. You can't beat me." "What are you saying, brat? I'm clearly letting you win." Seeing that these two were about to argue again, Rushi quickly intervened. "All right, since you both claim to have strong taijutsu, how about the two of you fight me together? If you win, I can grant you one wish, including resurrecting your parents, Naruto." Hearing Rushi's words, Naruto was stunned, and Jiraiya hurried over to ask, "Rushi, has your ability recovered?" Deer nodded. Naruto shed tears and then asked in a crying tone, "Brother, is what you said true?" Deer pointed at the rope tree with his finger. "He is the one I revived with my ability. You can ask Jiraiya." Naruto immediately looked at Jiraiya, who nodded at him. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto instantly used multiple shadow clones. "Naruto, you're cheating. Shadow clones are also a ninja technique." Naruto chuckled. "Bro, you just said that." Lu Shi. Alright, I'll show you what the 12 paths of kicking legs are. In these past few years, I've had my hands in my pockets and haven't encountered any opponents. Shingshu has also used Shadow Clone, with only 3 clones, but that's not bad. Soon, the 3 of them began their physical technique sparring. Sweeping leg, cross-legged kick, waist kick, front push kick, side kick, soul-breaking whip, low kick, inch kick, each kick sent a Shadow Clone scattering. Lu Shi has mastered the 12 paths of spring legs to perfection through skills like bouncing, stepping, intercepting, kicking, splitting, hanging, sweeping, whipping, kicking, kneeing, swinging, and grasping, all of which he learned by himself in his past life. However, due to limited time and talent, and without a teacher, he only knows the basics. But in the ninja world, things are different. He picked up the 12 paths of spring legs again and felt quite good about it. "Hey, let's stop this. My house is going to be destroyed. You 3 young heroes, if you keep fighting, I want to have a place to stay tonight," Jiraiya said while shedding tears. But the 3 did not listen to him. Just as Lu Shi was wreaking havoc, a loud shout was heard. "You 3 bastards, Do you want to tear down Konoha? When Riku used the Flying Thunder God, he ran away without even looking back. He could tell by the sound that Tsunade had arrived. Damn it, he got away. Jiraiya, what happened? Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya quickly explained. Riku said he was going to spar with Naruto and Ju, and if they won, he would revive Minato. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Tsunade didn't continue to be angry, but instead smiled slightly. All right, Jiraiya, go prepare Minato's body. Also, why haven't I seen Ju? Just then, Naruto ran over and pointed. Tsunade turned around to see Ju foaming at the mouth, hanging on the wall. Damn, Riku, why did he go so hard? Tsunade hurriedly took her brother down from the wall, shot Jiraiya a glare, and then carried Ju back to the office. 3 days later, in the Hokage office, when Minato slowly opened his eyes, he saw a familiar, yet unfamiliar face. It was Jiraiya, his teacher. Minato's mind was still in chaos. He remembered clearly that he had died. How could he be here? His soul was clearly sealed. How could he return to this world? Minato, you're finally awake. Jiraiya's voice carried a hint of relief and a touch of complex emotions. Minato struggled to sit up. His body was still very weak, but he tried hard to appear calm. Teacher, what is going on? How could I? Jiraiya sighed and briefly explained how Riku had revived him. In fact, Riku wasn't sure if he could revive Minato. After all, Minato's soul was sealed in the mask. As Minato listened, his expression gradually became complex. He thought of his son, Naruto. He didn't know how Naruto had been during the years he was gone. He wondered if his sudden return would trouble Naruto. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the door. It was Naruto, his son. Naruto's eyes were filled with tears. He couldn't believe that the person before him was his father. His father had died right after he was born, and he had no memory of him at all. It was Jiraiya who had shown him a photo of his father, which was how he learned he was the son of the 4th Hokage. Looking at the face that was exactly like the one in the photo, Dad, Naruto trembled as he spoke, taking a step forward and rushing toward Minato. Minato also stood up, opened his arms, and tightly embraced Naruto. In that moment, the father and son held each other, crying bitterly. Tears streamed down Minato's face as he felt he owed Naruto so much. When he left, Naruto was still a child. And now, Naruto had grown up to become a ninja of Konoha. Dad, are you really back? Naruto choked out. Yes, Naruto, I'm back. Minato's voice also trembled. They cried for a long time until Tsunade's voice broke the silence. Minato, since you've been revived, you should take on the role of Hokage. If you have any questions, you can ask Jiraiya or Riku. Tsunade's voice was calm, but her words left Minato stunned. He lifted his head to look at Tsunade, feeling somewhat helpless and a bit amused. You brought me back just to make me work? Is there no justice in this? You're making a dead man work, he said with a bitter smile. Tsunade didn't respond, simply saying, this is what the village needs. Then she turned and left. Minato looked at Tsunade's back, knowing that he had no choice in the matter. Returning to this world meant he had to take on his responsibilities again. Dad, will you stay? Naruto wiped his tears and looked at Minato. Minato nodded. Yes, I will stay. I will make it up to you, my son. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Naruto's eyes. He knew that his father was back, and his life would become even better. Meanwhile, Riku stood to the side, watching all of this with a slight smile. He knew his efforts were not in vain. He brought Minato back to this world and helped Konoha regain that once lost yellow flash. However, Riku still said, Minato-senpai, your revival fee is 30 million Ryo. How do you plan to pay? The three of them were momentarily stunned by Riku's words, and then Minato smiled and said, you're Riku, right? Thank you for reviving me and allowing me to see Naruto. As for the money, that's completely fine. I'm quite wealthy. After saying this, Minato looked at Naruto. Naruto, go get 30 million Ryo for Riku. Naruto, looking blankly at him, Minato tentatively asked, Naruto, but didn't he go and squander all the shops on that street, right? Naruto. Seeing Naruto's confused expression, Jiraiya explained to Minato, after you died, the third reclaimed that street and only gives Naruto a small allowance each month. Dear sure added, it's hard enough to fill my stomach with that little living allowance. When Naruto is hungry, he has to go catch fish in the river. Jiraiya-sama, why are you still defending the third Hokage? Is it really that difficult to speak the truth? Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed by what Deershire said, mainly because he found it difficult to voice the things the third Hokage had done. Minato noticed his teacher's insincerity and then looked at Naruto. Naruto then recounted the events of the past few years. That money barely lets me eat, but the villagers won't sell me anything, so I can only buy expired food. It wasn't until I started school that my brother often lent me money, saying I could pay him back once I became Hokage. That's when I could finally eat properly. Later, when the pervy sage came back, he took care of me, and from that point on, I didn't have to worry about money. Minato felt both angry and heartbroken. He had sacrificed for the village, and the third Hokage had treated his son like this. Jiraiya quickly said, "Minato, don't be angry. The third Hokage is already dead, so there's no need to pursue it any further." Jiraiya recounted how Orochimaru killed the third Hokage, and only then did Minato start to understand. Minato approached dear Sure and solemnly bowed, saying, "Thank you, dear Sure, for taking care of Naruto. As for that 30 million Ryo, I will get it to you as soon as possible." Dear Sure replied, "No rush. Since Tsunade-sama has asked you to become Hokage again, there are some things I need to tell you. Recently, Jiraiya passed the position of Hokage's advisor to me. I'm only responsible for dangerous missions now. Jiraiya will still handle the paperwork. The rest of the power is in the hands of the Hokage. So you don't need to be a puppet Hokage anymore. Just call me when there's a mission. Don't bother me when there's nothing going on. I just want to be the richest person in Konoha." After saying this, Rick had disappeared with the Flying Thunder God. "Jiraiya-sensei, this is the Flying Thunder God, right?" Jiraiya nodded. "Yeah, this is the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Riku learns very quickly and uses it better than you and the second did." Minato scratched his head. "By the way, Minato, Riku has the ability to revive the dead, although the cooldown time is somewhat uncertain. Suk has also been revived. You should consider reviving Kushina." As soon as Rushi arrived home, he saw a white-haired figure sitting on his bed in his room. In the world of Naruto, time has rolled forward, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this half year, Konoha village has undergone tremendous changes, and the instigator of all this, of course, is Rushi. In the past 6 months, Lucier has successively resurrected the first, second, and third Hokage. Originally, Lucier did not intend to revive the third, but as Soma knelt before Lucier, tears blurring his vision, he pleaded with Lucier to bring his father back to life. Lucier was not a cold-hearted person, but when faced with Asuma's plea, his heart softened. Since he would need someone after a while, Lucier decided to resurrect the third generation as well. Not only did Dear Time resurrect 3 Hokage, but also Kushina, Kakashi, Shikaku, Shinsuke, Sarutobi, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Fugaku Uchiha, one by one. When these familiar figures reappeared in the Hokage office, the entire Konoha village was plunged into shock. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was tense and complex. The first, second, and third Hokage stood to one side, their gazes filled with both nostalgia for the past and confusion about the future. Meanwhile, Naruto, Kushina, Kakashi, and others were already in tears. They looked at each other, tears blurring their vision, but also cleansing the dust in their hearts. "Fugaku, haven't you always wanted to know why the second and third Hokage targeted the Uchiha? Now you can ask clearly." Dear Time's voice was calm, yet it pierced the hearts of everyone present like a sharp blade. Fugaku Uchiha lifted his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He looked at the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, then at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his lips trembling slightly. In this moment, he had waited too long. Why? Why did you target the Uchiha clan? Why did you make Itachi bear such a heavy burden? Fugaku's voice trembled. It was filled with determination. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "Fugaku, you must understand, the power of the Uchiha clan is too great. Great enough to threaten the safety of the entire Konoha village. We did not target the Uchiha clan. We did it to protect the peace of Konoha village." Peace. Fugaku's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Is the so-called peace built on the blood of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku, you are mistaken. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, interjected, his eyes filled with guilt. "We never intended to harm the Uchiha clan, but at that time, we had no choice. Itachi made that choice to protect the village." Standing to one side, Itachi Uchiha's eyes flashed with pain. He had never imagined that one day he would face these former enemies, to hear them speak these words. His heart was filled with contradictions, loyalty to the village and guilt towards his family. "Itachi, do you hate me?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Itachi, his gaze filled with guilt. Itachi was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "Third Hokage, I have never hated you. I just hope that the village can truly achieve peace, without hatred and killing." At this moment, the Hokage office was silent. Everyone was immersed in the reunion of this moment, lost in the unspoken guilt and pain. Lucier stood aside, his eyes filled with mockery. "Itachi, you idiot, didn't Shursui come back to life? You could ask him if he used any kinjutsu on you. Shursui looked at Itachi and lowered his head in shame. Dear Time said to Tobirama Senju, second Hokage, Madara might be revived as well. Don't you hate him? You can go deal with him. We promise not to stop you. Just say it. You hate Madara, so hate him. Why drag the whole Uchiha clan into this? Tobirama couldn't tolerate being spoken to like this by a younger generation. Kid, watch your tone. I have no personal motives. Haha, you may have no personal motives, but your successor does. Minato, who was just eavesdropping, felt embarrassed when he realized he was involved. The Sarutobi clan currently has 749 registered ninjas. Everyone was shocked by this number, especially the second Hokage. He walked up to the third Hokage and pulled him out of the Hokage office. Dear Time, thank you. Kushina walked up to Dear Time, her tears already soaking her clothes. Thank you for allowing our family to reunite. Lucier smiled slightly, a hint of warmth in his smile. Kushina, your reunion is what I hope to see the most. In the Hokage office, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The first Hokage, along with Kushina, Kakashi Hitaki, Shinsuke Sarutobi, Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, and Mikoto Uchiha, all of whom had left a profound mark in the ninja world, gazed at each other, tears and smiles intertwining. When Lu turned his head, he saw Tsunade and Hashirama playing dice. It's strange to say, but these two have been playing since the beginning, and after such a long time, neither of them has won. It's truly a peculiar thing. Dear Time clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Well, since everyone has been revived, I have something to say. There are a bit too many Hokages in Konoha now. The first, second, third, and fifth Hokages are no longer suitable for the position. You should all retire and enjoy your lives. You can come out during battles, but let Minato continue as Hokage. Jiraiya and Kakashi can serve on the Elder Council, and Uchiha Fugaku can assist the Hokage. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You can decide for yourselves. I definitely won't take the position of Hokage's assistant again. It's unreasonable for a child like me to serve in that role with so many adults revived. At that moment, Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked in. I have no objections. Let's do as Dear Time suggests. We've fought for so many years. It's time to enjoy ourselves, said Senju Tobirama. Lucier never intended to let this old guy rest. That second-generation adult, you might not be able to retire. Obito and Kagaya are stirring. You have to protect the tailed beasts. All right, I can take the monkey with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good, it's settled then. Now let's talk about something important. Upon hearing Lucier say this, everyone turned to him. Ahem, each of you whom I've resurrected owes me 30 million Ryo. Try to pay me back within a year. After all, I also need to make a living. Everyone, inside the South Shrine, the atmosphere felt particularly heavy and mysterious. Orochimaru stood in the center, surrounded by Sasuke, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo, who were busy preparing the preliminary work required for the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Since Itachi's passing, Sasuke had fallen into deep confusion. Although Itachi had permanently left this world, Sasuke's inner turmoil grew stronger. Ultimately, he decided to use the power of the cursed seal to resurrect Orochimaru and requested Orochimaru to perform Edo Tensei, summoning the past Hokages from the Pure Land, hoping to gain the truth from them, thus bringing some comfort to his restless heart. To ensure this operation was foolproof, Orochimaru spared no effort. Over the past few days, he meticulously prepared every detail, continuously refining the ritual process, and today everything was finally ready. He slowly turned around, directing his gaze toward Sasuke behind him. Sasuke slightly nodded, indicating he was prepared for the upcoming crucial moment. After receiving Sasuke's signal, Orochimaru took a deep breath and quickly began forming hand seals. As his fingers moved in complex patterns, strange lights flickered and intertwined in the air. However, at the moment he completed the hand seals, Orochimaru leaped without hesitation into another body that had already been prepared. Orochimaru knew that the soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was trapped by a special seal. If he forcibly summoned it, it would inevitably come at a heavy price, which was to invoke the Shinigami and take away the soul of the caster. However, as Orochimaru hurriedly fled into the other body, something surprising happened. The four sacrifices that should have reacted remained completely still, as quiet as sleeping sculptures. Orochimaru, what on earth is going on? Did you make a mistake at some point? Why is there no reaction? Could it be that you remembered the order of the hand seals incorrectly before you died? A skeptical voice came from the crowd, filled with doubt about Orochimaru's professional abilities. Hearing this, Orochimaru was instantly enraged. As a renowned figure in the ninja world, How could he tolerate others so easily questioning his strength and jutsu? Nonsense. My technique is perfect. It cannot be wrong, he shouted angrily, then quickly started forming hand seals again. In the following time, Orochimaru tried to perform Edo Tensei again and again, but each time the result was the same. The 4 sacrifices remained quietly lying on the ground, showing no signs of awakening. After 4 or 5 consecutive attempts, beads of sweat began to form on Orochimaru's forehead, and a sense of confusion and bewilderment arose in his heart. He had successfully used this technique many times before, but today's situation was unprecedented. At this moment, Orochimaru did not know that the people he desperately wanted to resurrect had actually already come back to life. Since they had already been reborn, they naturally could not be summoned in this way anymore. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was watching coldly from the side, silently observed the scene before him, his face revealing unmistakable disappointment. Finally, Sasuke slowly spoke. "All right, Orochimaru, this matter has exceeded your capabilities today. You don't need to try anymore. However, considering that you taught me a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You could go now. From now on, we are even, with nothing owed between us." After saying that, he turned away, not looking at Orochimaru again. After Sasuke left, Orochimaru attempted several more times, but still received no reaction. Sitting on the ground, Orochimaru began to question his life. It felt as ridiculous as a top scientist forgetting the periodic table of elements. Sasuke walked out of the South East Shrine, now even more confused, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Shi and decided to go back to find him. Perhaps Lu Shi could help him unravel the confusion in his heart. With this thought, Sasuke headed towards Konoha. In the evening, the 4 arrived in Konoha. Sasuke wanted to go home for a look, so he headed directly to the Uchiha clan's area. As night fell, the moonlight poured down like water, casting a glow on Sasuke. He stood in front of his home, breathing slightly heavier. This door, which he had entered and exited countless times, now felt somewhat unfamiliar. Sasuke's fingers gently touched the door, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside the house, and Sasuke's body instantly froze. It was his mother's gentle voice. "Dinner is ready. You all come eat." Then came Itachi's voice, low and warm. "Okay, we're coming." Sasuke's mind instantly became chaotic. How could this be? How is this possible? He took a deep breath and forcefully pushed the door open. Everything before him left him momentarily stunned. Inside, his mother was busy in the kitchen. His father sat at the dining table, and Itachi stood nearby, smiling at him. "Sasuke?" His mother's voice rang out again as she turned around and saw Sasuke standing at the door. A look of surprise spread across her face. "Sasuke, you're back?" Sasuke's eyes instantly filled with tears. He rushed into his mother's embrace, holding her tightly and crying loudly. At that moment, all his strength and indifference melted away. He cried like a child, without reservation. His mother gently patted his back, softly comforting him. "Don't cry, my child, don't cry." His father also stood up, walked to their side, and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke looked up, tearfully gazing at his father, whose eyes also flashed with tenderness. "It's good that you're back." Itachi stood to the side, quietly watching this scene, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. He stepped forward and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke, stop crying. We're all here." Sasuke wiped his tears and looked at his family, a warmth he had never felt before swelling in his heart. He choked out, "I thought I would never see you again." His mother smiled gently. "Silly child, how could that be? We have always been here, always waiting for you." Sasuke nodded, taking a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. In this moment, he felt as though he had returned to his childhood, to that carefree time. He sat at the dining table, eating with his family, listening to his mother's nagging, his father's teachings, and Itachi's comforting words. After dinner, Sasuke sat on the sofa, watching his family bustle about. His heart was filled with gratitude and warmth. He knew he still had many things to do and many roads to walk. But at this moment, he just wanted to cherish the happiness before him. It was only after finishing dinner that Sasuke dared to be certain that this was real. He had thought earlier that it was an illusion. Even if it was an illusion, Sasuke did not want to disrupt this scene, because it was exactly what he wanted in his heart. Then Sasuke voiced his confusion. Outside the Uchiha clan area, Yugo and Karen said, "Should we go in and check on Sasuke? It's been too long." While the three were blowing in the cold wind at the water moon, Sasuke was listening to Itachi tell him about the resurrection of the Hokage by Riku. It was a pity for those 3 unfortunate souls. Throughout the long years in the ninja world, Konoha village has always carried countless legends and secrets. However, this time, what happened in Konoha was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake. instantly stirring up monstrous waves. The cause of the matter was the news of Riku resurrecting the Hokage from past generations. This news spread through the ninja world as if it had grown wings, and the speed at which it circulated exceeded everyone's imagination. In an era where information was relatively slow to transmit, such speed was astonishing. This was enough to illustrate the magnitude of this event's impact. It had touched the most sensitive nerves of the entire ninja world. Other villages quickly learned of this news. They couldn't believe their ears, but they also dared not easily dismiss it. After all, the Hokage's position in the ninja world was an unshakable symbol. What did the resurrection of past Hokage mean? Did Konoha possess some astonishing power, or was the entire ninja world about to face an unprecedented transformation? Soon, various villages sent invitations to Konoha, their tone filled with urgency and seriousness, inquiring about the truth of this matter. They needed a clear answer, as it concerned the balance and future of the entire ninja world. Among them, the most irritable was the Raikage. His explosive temper was famous throughout the ninja world, and this time he even brought the body of the third Raikage with him. He wanted to see for himself what Konoha was up to, if possible. He also wanted to resurrect his father. Meanwhile, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could not sit still either. He understood the importance of the Hokage to the Land of Fire. The resurrection of past Hokage was both an opportunity and a huge challenge for him. He had to go to Konoha in person to see the truth of the matter. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to Konoha, and in his carriage, he carried a small coffin. Inside the coffin was his deceased daughter, the one he loved most. If Riku could truly resurrect the dead, then he would ask Riku to help him bring his daughter back to life. In fact, the daimyo was the first to receive the news. After all, with such a significant event, it couldn't be hidden from him. Konoha suddenly fell into an unprecedented tense atmosphere. Thick clouds seemed to shroud the village. The villagers were discussing among themselves, unsure of what was about to come. Was it the dawn of peace or the beginning of a new war? However, the village's higher-ups didn't seem to pay much attention. With Hashirama resurrected, were they still afraid of those insignificant dogs? Yet, the development of events seemed not as simple as they imagined. The Raikage had already arrived at the gates of Konoha with his doubts. On a sunny day, the Raikage led his entourage towards Konoha. Despite the dust of the journey, their hearts were filled with anticipation and tension. Finally, when they stepped through the familiar gates of Konoha, a figure appeared before their eyes. The legendary fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato stood tall like a pine tree, with an elegant yet commanding demeanor, quietly waiting there. The Raikage widened his eyes, incredulously looking at the living Minato, and exclaimed, "Why, you really have been resurrected? And it seems not through the impure world reincarnation." Facing this former rival, the Raikage felt a surge of complex emotions. Minato smiled slightly, nodding to the Raikage in acknowledgement. His gaze was calm as water, but the respect in it was evident. After all, the Raikage was also a respected strongman. Indeed, all of this was thanks to Riku. Without his efforts, it would have been difficult for their family of three to have such a reunion and make up for the fatherly love owed to Naruto over the years. At this point, a hint of guilt flashed in Minato's eyes. However, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "All right, let's not dwell on the past for now. I imagine you must be quite tired from your journey. How about you follow my people to rest for a bit?" After saying this, he gestured for a nearby ninja to come over and lead the Raikage group to their guest rooms. Seeing this, the Raikage said no more. He noticed that Minato seemed to be waiting for someone important. So, he silently followed the ninja, leading them away to the resting place, accompanied by Killer Bee, Aoi, and several guards. At this time, the daimyo also arrived at Konoha. Konoha was the first to inform the daimyo, but due to the preparations made before the daimyo's arrival and the large number of people, it was slightly delayed. If Riku had been present, the daimyo would have arrived much earlier. Minato, thinking back to our last meeting, you had just become Hokage then. Time flies, and it's hard to believe so many years have passed. The daimyo couldn't help but exclaim. Minato smiled slightly in agreement. Indeed, time flies like an arrow, passing in the blink of an eye. However, daimyo, you still look as graceful and spirited as ever. Today, the first Hokage is at the casino with Tsunade, and the second Hokage is currently out on business and hasn't returned. So, I can only come to welcome you in their stead. I hope you can forgive me, daimyo, Minato said. The daimyo waved his hand casually, seemingly not concerned about the matter at all. It doesn't matter. My main purpose for coming this time is just to see that kid Riku. As long as he is here, nothing else matters, the daimyo said with a smile. Standing beside him, Minato had already noticed the mysterious coffin following the daimyo, but did not show too much surprise. After all, with his experience and knowledge, he understood the deeper meaning behind the daimyo's words. Minato smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "Daimyo, you may not know, but Riku is currently at Ino's flower shop, carefully selecting flowers that can improve your sleep quality. How about this? You first move to the arranged accommodation to rest for a bit, and he will come to visit you soon." Upon hearing Minato's words, the daimyo couldn't help but smile broadly, nodding in satisfaction and praising. This kid really knows how to be considerate. Subsequently, a specially assigned person guided the daimyo to the resting place. Meanwhile, Minato was filled with doubts, pondering why Riku would treat the daimyo with such enthusiasm. If Riku could know what Minato was thinking at that moment, he would probably burst out laughing and unabashedly reply, "In this ninja world, people like the daimyo, who are foolish and rich, are rare. It's not easy to come across one, so of course I have to seize the opportunity and cherish it." 3 days later, the Tsuchikage arrived at Konoha with the Tsuchikage's assistant. This time, Kuratsuchi also changed into a Chiepao, followed by the Mizukage Terumi, Mei, and the Wind Kagegara, making Konoha bustling with activity. The conference room was filled with people, with all 5 Hokages of Konoha present. "Hokage, you should know the purpose of our visit, right? Can you tell us Konoha's stance on this?" This time, the Raikage was quite honest and spoke politely. After all, Senja Hashirama was sitting right there. Now, the one in charge of Konoha was Minato, who said, "I know the purpose of your visit, but I can't manage this matter. If you have any thoughts, you could go find Riku. After all, he is the key." Gaara looked at Hashirama and said, "First Hokage, may I ask if you have regained your strength from your previous life after being resurrected?" Just as Hashirama was about to speak, Tobirama interrupted him. "The resurrected person, my brother was injured in his previous life, so this time he has only 70% of his former strength." The crowd rolled their eyes at Tobirama, not believing the ruthless second Hokage at all. Kuratsuchi looked at Minato and asked, "Does the Hokage mean that if Riku is willing to, you won't stop us from resurrecting the strong ones from our village?" Minato nodded. "Yes, if you have the ability, feel free to give it a try. In this matter, we in Konoha will not interfere." After saying this, Minato secretly thought to himself and silently added, "Humph. If that kid Riku doesn't manage to clean out all the money from your pockets, then you really are impressive." After spending time with Riku, he deeply felt that this guy was simply a little money-obsessed kid who was obsessed with wealth. At that moment, Minato noticed that the Tsuchikage seemed to want to continue questioning him, so he didn't hesitate to interrupt the other party's words. Minato said seriously, "Everyone, regarding this matter, I can only tell you this much. As for more detailed information, you can personally ask Rika later. Now, let's quickly discuss Obito and Kagaya." After hearing Minato's words, the people present exchanged glances, although they might still have some unresolved doubts in their hearts. They ultimately chose to respect Minato's decision and did not continue to press for more information. Then, Minato looked around at everyone and spoke with a heavy tone. "Everyone, I must solemnly inform you of a crucial matter. That child Riku possesses a pair of magical eyes that can see the past and foresee the future. This fact has been verified with both the first Hokage and the second Hokage, and there can be no mistake. Because of this, our entire ninja world is now facing an unprecedented huge crisis. If we cannot unite and work together to overcome this difficulty, then the continent we live on will likely suffer a catastrophic disaster." Upon hearing this, the meeting room erupted in chaos. Raikage suddenly stood up and shouted, "What should we do?" Minato raised his hand to signal for quiet, then said, "Although Riku has special abilities, the visions he sees are currently limited and vague. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of the tailed beasts." The meeting continued for more than 3 hours. After discussion, it was decided that each ninja village would send elite ninjas to take turns guarding the tailed beasts. As the Jinchuriki, their safety is paramount. Normally, powerful ninjas from their own village would be responsible for protection. However, if the situation is special, sending the Jinchuriki to Konoha is also a good choice. After all, Konoha has the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, a god-level existence. His invincible power and unreasonable wood release are sufficient to deter any enemies who intend to harm the Jinchuriki. At that moment, sunlight fell on the quiet village streets, and Riku was happily chatting with Kuratsuchi, Ino, and Mabui. Kuratsuchi received an order from her grandfather Inoki, asking her to build a good relationship with Riku. Mabui was in a similar situation, also tasked with this mission. Ino watched Kuratsuchi laughing and joking with Riku, feeling a tinge of jealousy. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed, as she knew very well that she had enough charm to attract Riku. Every time she spent time alone with Riku, her strong appeal made Riku unable to resist. Because of this, Ino did not worry too much about whether Riku would fall for someone else. As time approached, Riku used Flying Thunder God to appear in the feudal lord's room, leaving Kuratsuchi and Mabui dumbfounded. The feudal lord was very happy to see Riku, and he was used to the way Riku arrived. Feudal lord, my abilities have recovered. I'm going to start resurrecting your daughter now. Are you ready? Hearing Riku's words, the reclining feudal lord sat up straight and ordered someone to bring over the coffin. Soon, Riku stored the coffin in the shadow space and instructed the shadow army to apply the resurrection liquid on the bones. For intact bones like this, it only takes 3 hours to resurrect, mainly to regrow the body. Hashirama's body was preserved particularly well because it had been kept in the wet bone forest. Although it was somewhat shriveled, it would take only 30 minutes to resurrect. If Riku hadn't discovered it early, he might have died again, considering there was no air in the shadow space. During this time, the feudal lord had someone bring over more than 20 boxes. Little Riku, here are 500 million ryo. Consider my thanks to you. Feudal lord, you are too polite. We don't need to do this. I just find you particularly friendly. And accepting money seems tacky. The feudal lord waved his hand. It's okay, just accept it. The feudal lord wanted to say something else when he saw the shadow ninja returning with the money to the shadow space. The lord actually didn't want to accept the deal, but the offer was too generous. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the shadow ninja walked out of the Shadow Legion holding a girl in her teens. The moment he saw his daughter, the lord cried and trembled as he took the little girl into his arms. At that moment, the little girl opened her eyes and weakly said, "Father, I just took a nap. Why have you aged so much?" Upon hearing this, the lord could no longer hold back and began to cry loudly. As soon as the Flying Thunder God arrived, he left without disturbing the father and daughter. However, he was particularly curious about how that shoehorn-faced man could have such a beautiful daughter. During this time, Deer has transformed into a resurrection expert, successfully reviving the third and second Hokage, the Sage of the Six Paths, and also Gar's mother. Reviving Gar's mother was quite challenging. If it weren't for Maki preserving the blood of Karura and Temari collecting her hair, it would have been impossible. The main point is that Deer also managed to revive Obito's obsession. During this time, Rin Noera has been pleading with Kakashi to take her to find Obito, as she wants to bring him back. Lucier didn't care about those Klitsch D plots. He was at home, counting money. Resurrecting a person costs 300 million taels. And considering that Shoju was his late brother's wife, he charged her 200 million taels. Now Lucier had truly become the richest person under the famous name. Just then, he heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Seriously. Lucier, who was halfway through counting his money, felt a bit displeased. Although he knew how much the money was, he just enjoyed the feeling of counting it, and being interrupted made him somewhat unhappy. He opened the door and saw Kakashi and Noera Rin. Kakashi-sensei. Cool. Kakashi brought Rin in and followed Lucier into the house. After seating them in the living room, Lucier poured them 2 cups of tea. Kakashi-sensei, did you come for something? Kakashi didn't speak, and it was Noera Rin who stated the purpose of their visit. Lucier, I have 2 reasons for coming this time. The first is to thank you, and the second. Before Rin could finish, Lucier interrupted. No need to thank me. Kakashi paid for it. Rin, I want to ask you to take me to find Obito. Kakashi said only you can find him. Hearing Rin's words, Lucier hesitated a bit. He actually didn't want to look for Obito. That madman was somewhat annoying. He could clearly resurrect Rin with the Rinnegan, but insisted on living through dreams. When Lucier watched the original plot, he found it very unreasonable, and Nagato was no better. Looking at Rin's pleading eyes, Lucier could only agree. Fine. I'll take you to find Obito. If he is unwilling to come back, you must listen to me. I have a way that might stimulate Obito to return. Seeing that Lucier agreed, Rin quickly responded to his request. Okay, as long as you can take me to find Obito, I'll agree to anything you say. The land of rain, a land ravaged by war, where the sky was always gray, as if even the sun had lost its light. Deer stood at the border of the rain country, looking at the forest shrouded in mist ahead, feeling somewhat emotional about the brutality of war. Beside him, Rin and Kakashi stood side by side, their expressions resolute. Deer, are you sure Obito is in this forest? Kakashi asked, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. Yes, Obito is nearby, Deer nodded. We need to be cautious. Obito's current state is very unstable. The 3 of them stepped into the forest, the rain pattering on the leaves, creating a rustling sound. They proceeded carefully every step feeling like walking on thin ice. Suddenly, they saw Obito. He was sitting under a large tree, facing away from them, his shoulders slightly trembling. Deer whispered to Lin and Kakashi, "Don't make a sound, let me go first." Deer slowly walked toward Obito, trying to be as light-footed as possible with each step. When he reached behind Obito, it seemed that Obito sensed something and slowly turned around. When Obito saw Rin, his expression instantly became complicated. First surprise, then pain, and finally deep guilt. Rin, Obito's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with tears. Rin quickly walked up to Obito and softly said, "Obito, it's me, Rin. Do you still remember me?" Obito suddenly stood up and hugged Rin tightly, his body trembling even more. He held Rin close, as if afraid she would disappear again. Tears streamed down his face, dripping onto Rin's shoulder. "Rin, I thought I would never see you again." Obito's voice was choked with despair. Rin gently patted Obito's back and said softly, "Obito, don't cry. We're all here. You're not alone." Obito lifted his head, confusion in his eyes. "Rin, are you really back? Is this not an illusion?" Rin shook her head and said firmly, "This is real, Obito. We are all here, Kakashi and Deer too. We can go back to Konoha together and start new." A hint of hesitation flashed in Obito's eyes as he slowly released Rin and said softly, "Rin, I don't know if I can go back. I've done too many wrong things. I don't know if Konoha will accept me." Rin held Obito's hand gently and said, "Obito, the past is the past. What matters is now. We are still alive, and we can make amends. Konoha will accept you as long as you are willing to turn back." A flicker of wavering crossed Obito's gaze as he lowered his head and fell into silence. At that moment, Black Zetsu's voice suddenly rang out. "Obito, don't be fooled by them. This is all fake. As long as you can activate the infinite Tsukuyami, you can live happily with Rin." Obito's body shook, and he looked up at Black Zetsu, confusion filling his eyes. Black Zetsu continued, "Obito, think about it. The infinite Tsukuyami can give you endless power. You can create a world without war, and you can be with Rin forever." A hint of wavering crossed Obito's eyes as he looked at Rin, filled with struggle. Rin tightly held Obito's hand and said firmly, "Obito, don't listen to him. The infinite Tsukuyami will only bring more pain and disaster. We don't need that kind of power. We just need each other." Seeing that Obito was still hesitating, Black Zetsu couldn't help but get anxious and continued, "Obito, don't you want to be with Rin? As long as you listen to me, you can have her forever." When Lu Shijian saw the situation, he was furious and immediately ordered Shuriying to bite at Heijue. Heijue was instantly bitten by Shuriying, screaming in pain. He cursed loudly, "Nara la Shijian. Can't you use a different move? Is this the only lowly trick you know?" Lu Shur coldly snorted and said, "To deal with you, any means can be used. Who can compare to you when it comes to despicable tricks? How many people have you harmed while stirring up trouble in the ninja world? Isn't Lin just a victim of you and Madara?" Heiju was immobilized by Shur-ing and could only stare in frustration. Obito looked at Heiju's awkward appearance, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. He slowly released Lin's hand, walked towards Heiju, and said softly, "Heiju, that's enough. I won't listen to you anymore." Seeing Obito's firm attitude, Heiju was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Obito, don't forget, I am your partner. We worked hard together for our ideals." Obito shook his head and said, "No, you're not my partner. You are just using me to achieve your goals. I won't let you hurt anyone anymore." Heiju, seeing that Obito was resolute, became angry and shouted, "Obito, you fool. You will regret this." Obito coldly laughed and said, "Regret? The only regret I have is not seeing your true colors earlier. Now, I just want to go back to Konoha with Lin and start over." After breaking free from Shur-ing, Heiju fled. Lu Shur was a bit confused. Did they really persuade Obito to come back? Shouldn't Obito be very stubborn? After Kakashi brought Obito back to Konoha, the three of them headed straight to the Hokage building. After all, given the past events, Obito really should apologize to Minato. On the other hand, Lu Shur did not get involved in the complicated emotional disputes between the master and apprentice. Once he got home, Lu Shur threw himself heavily onto the bed like a deflated balloon. The current situation was becoming increasingly different from the original plot. Who would have thought that Obito, that mad dog, could regain his sanity and become normal after seeing Rin without going through the trials of the other world? Would Madara still have a chance to come out? Would Otsutsuki Kagaya still come out? Lu Shur murmured to himself while lying on the bed. And what about that old schemer, Sage of Six Paths? What hidden agenda did he have? Sigh. This current world of Naruto feels completely different from what I used to know. With that thought, Lucier couldn't help but rub his temples and headache. However, he quickly comforted himself. Forget it, don't think too much. As the saying goes, there will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain, right? Besides, that old guy, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could definitely live for many more years. If any trouble arises, let him take the lead. After coming to this conclusion, Lucier regained his spirits and entered his carefree and happy life mode, occasionally accepting some simple and easy task assignments. And during his free time, he never forgot to tease the lovely Ino. Recently, Lucier had asked Yamato to help him build his own house, and the decoration was almost finished. This house was intended for him to live with Ino in the future, so it was beautifully decorated. Ino had visited twice and was very satisfied with the house. Just then, a white-haired figure climbed in through the window. Lord Jiraiya, why do you always like to climb in through the window? This behavior is really not good. Besides, I specifically arranged for the Shadow Army to guard at night. If you act recklessly and accidentally hurt yourself, what will happen? Lucier looked at Jiraiya with a helpless expression. Hearing Lucier's words, Jiraiya quickly smiled and nodded, assuring him, "Oh, Lucier, I'm really sorry. This time the situation is special. Tsunade urgently needs to see you. That's why I had to climb in through the window to notify you. Don't worry, I definitely won't do this again." At this time, the Senju clan's residence had been thoroughly cleaned and organized. After all, it was the residence of the first Hokage. If the environment was too poor, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? However, a little accident occurred during the renovation. It turned out that when Hashirama saw Yamato's greening technique, he was filled with curiosity and envy. Thus, he couldn't suppress his impulse and wanted to try it himself. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Hashirama's wood release ended up planting trees all over the Senju compound, resulting in severe damage to the entire Senju clan's residence. Senju Tobarama was furious, fuming and scolding his older brother. Deer slowly walked into the room, and after looking around in surprise, found that the attendees today were unexpectedly complete, including Minato and Kushina. Second Hokage, you really lack loyalty. The Flying Thunder God technique I left at your house, you actually erased it quietly. Only then did Senju Tobarama let out a heavy cold snort from his nostrils. With an angry expression, he said, "Humph, I've been traversing the ninja world for years. How could I easily allow someone to leave such things in my home? It's simply a delusion." His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Tsunade interrupted the verbal sparring between the two. After spending some time together, she had long noticed an interesting phenomenon. Her usually serious and stern second grandfather actually had a fondness for bickering with Deer. And that Deer was also someone who wouldn't back down verbally, managing to make Senju Tobarama so furious that he gritted his teeth but was helpless. "All right, Deer, I brought you here this time to resurrect my grandmother. Although we don't know how long she has left to live, we still want to see her. Okay, bring out the coffin." After taking the scroll handed over by Senju Tobarama, just as Tobarama turned around, Deer placed his hand on his shoulder. "Let's go." The others saw Deer vanish with the second Hokage. 3 seconds later, Deer reappeared. "Old Lantern, I can't wait to deal with you. Let's see how those women beat you." Everyone. After about 10 seconds, Senju Tobarama returned, looking a bit disheveled, and most notably, he had a woman's underwear hanging on him. "Nara, dear, I'm going to kill you for bringing me to the women's hot springs." Seeing Senju Tobarama approach with a murderous aura, Deer lay directly on the ground. "Oh no, I'm so scared. I can't resurrect Mito now." Everyone. Tobarama, who was walking towards Deer, was also taken aback and then said irritably, "You brat, let's forget about what just happened. Hurry up and resurrect my sister-in-law. We have some things we want to ask her." Seeing Senju Tobarama like this, Deer didn't continue to mess around and store the coffin in the shadow space. Minato approached Deer. "Deer, we've all read that book of yours. Regardless of whether other villages believe it or not, we do. So we want to learn sealing techniques from Lord Mito to try and seal that Kagaya." Lucier finally understood the significance of the resurrection of Kagaya, and this matter was likely led by Minato. I have to say that this Hokage is quite competent, although he wanted to do something for the village in the past. He had no power at that time and could only listen to the third Hokage. However, Lucier still expressed his own views. "Everyone, I'm not trying to discourage you. If Korezetsu could be sealed so easily, it wouldn't have survived until now." Minato asked Lucier, "Lucier, your eyes can see many things. Do you know of any way to seal it?" The only ones in the ninja world who can completely seal Korezetsu are Uchiha Madara and Sasuke. Madara has not yet been resurrected, and Sasuke has not yet grown up, so I don't have any good methods. Seeing that everyone's expressions were not good, Lucier began to PUA. "Everyone, Konoha doesn't even care about Madara right now. Why should we care about a rat in the gutter? I will continue to publish books, and I will write about Kurizetsu's matters to let everyone understand its true nature. Do you still think it's a trouble? After hearing Lucia's words, several people felt somewhat relieved. In Konoha village, the sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. However, this day was of great significance to the entire ninja world as Lucia's new book, the first half of Kurizetsu's life, finally arrived on release day amid much anticipation. This news swept through the entire ninja world like a storm, causing unprecedented sensation and discussion. Crowds gathered outside major bookstores, with people rushing in like a tide, each eager to be among the first to read this mysterious new work. People pushed and shouted, and the atmosphere was so lively it felt like it could ignite. Such a scene was beyond imagination. Even the usually calm and composed ninjas could hardly contain their excitement and curiosity. Speaking of Lucia, he is undoubtedly a master in today's ninja literary world. His previous work, The Tale of Juujweizi, Saving His Mother, caused a huge uproar upon its release, particularly the revelation of Kurizetsu's shocking conspiracy, which left the world in shock. Now, this book, the first half of Kurizetsu's life, undoubtedly takes things a step further, deeply exploring and showcasing Kurizetsu's unknown past experiences and complex personality traits. In the book, Lucia vividly portrays Kurizetsu as a supremely sinister, cunning, and utterly evil demon. He resorts to any means to achieve his goals, with various vile schemes emerging one after another, chilling to the bone. Moreover, the book includes an interesting description. It is said that Kurizetsu, when bored, secretly liked to watch Otsutsuki Kagaya bathe, only to be caught in the act and ruthlessly driven out by an angry Kagaya. However, fate played a trick, and after Kagaya was sealed, Kurizetsu, mentally traumatized, began to fall into a state of self-hypnosis. He stubbornly believed he was Kagaya's own flesh and blood, but in reality, he was merely a clump of mud that accidentally fell off Kagaya, perhaps due to some wondrous coincidence. This ordinary clump of mud gained self-awareness and gradually grew into the terrifying existence that would later stir up trouble, Kurizetsu. The official release of this book was like a bolt from the blue, delivering a heavy blow to Kurizetsu. Lucia's goal was clear and firm: to mercilessly expose Kurizetsu's true nature hidden in darkness and awaken the conscience and reason of those who were still in the dark and colluding with Kurizetsu. He firmly believed that once this book, like a mirror reflecting the truth, was published, no one would willingly associate with such a treacherous and cunning figure as Kurizetsu. At this moment, Lucia did not stop his forward momentum. He knew that the hidden dangers left by Kurizetsu in Obito's body were like a buried time bomb that could explode at any moment and lead to unpredictable serious consequences. Therefore, he tirelessly devoted himself to an in-depth investigation of this hidden danger, leaving no stone unturned, all in hopes of finding a way to resolve it as soon as possible. Finally, the release day arrived, and crowds surged outside major bookstores, creating a lively scene. People came from all directions, crowding the bookstores to the brim. These enthusiastic readers, filled with anticipation, anxiously waited to purchase the book so they could uncover Kurizetsu's unknown past at the first opportunity. Once they got their hands on the book, they eagerly flipped through the pages and read with a thirst for knowledge. As the gripping plot unfolded before their eyes, they sometimes felt their hearts race with tension and sometimes were left speechless in shock. The various experiences described in the book about Kurizetsu's first half of life were truly shocking. Gradually, readers began to engage in heated discussions. They expressed their opinions, sharing their views and feelings about the content of the book. Some were filled with anger at Kurizetsu's actions, condemning his despicable behavior. Others fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the good and evil in human nature and the fierce struggle between justice and evil. For a moment, society seemed to be stirred up by this revealing work. In a dark cave, Nara: Lucia, you bastard, once I get my mom out, I will make her kill you for daring to say that about me. You're just mud. Your whole family is mud. I'm the embodiment of my mother's will. Kurizetsu was cursing. An hour ago, he got his hands on Lucia's new book and began reading it, and it made him so angry that he almost died, eventually tearing the book to shreds. The more Kurizetsu thought about it, the angrier he became, his fists clenched and his body slightly trembling. Oof, I will make him pay for writing nonsense. Kurizetsu gritted his teeth. He suddenly thought of an idea. Konoha, Lucia, what do you think of this? The 3 days and 2 nights of Sarutobi Hiruzen and T-Rune Koharu. Lucia looked at the contents for a long time, speechless. After a moment, Jiraiya, if you're short on money, I can lend you some. I know you're under a lot of pressure lately. Supporting Tsunade is indeed difficult, but you can't commit suicide. If you die, who will you owe? Tsunade might marry someone else. All the money you spent before will be wasted. Jiraiya was confused. He just wanted Lucier to see his new book, but it felt like he was about to die. Lucier, I just wanted you to give a review of my book. What do you mean by what you said? After Jiraiya finished speaking, Lucier also realized. Oh my gosh, this is actually your book. At first, I thought it was the third Hokage's notes. I was pondering, wow, how explosive the content must be. If the third Hokage found out you secretly took his notebook, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe he would take your life. Fortunately, now I know it's just a book, so it's not a big deal. I took a careful look and feel that this book is quite good, but maybe it's slightly lacking in some areas. Oh, I know. If it could have a few exquisite illustrations, it would be perfect. I can help you with that. Thus, in the following time, the two of us began to discuss enthusiastically, from the style of the illustrations to the specific content of each picture, and which chapter would be most suitable for each illustration. We seriously researched and discussed every detail. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours passed like this. In the end, after everything was discussed and settled, Jiraiya, feeling very satisfied, picked up the carefully drawn illustrations, his face beaming with an incredibly bright smile, and left in high spirits. Watching his receding figure, Rushi stood still and silently murmured, "Go for it, Jiraiya. The third can't beat you now. Damn you, Jiraiya. I'll kill you. You've ruined my reputation." At this moment, Jiraiya was frantically fleeing across the rooftops. It wasn't a big deal, just that Jiraiya's new book was released. And then he was being chased by the third Hokage. It had been over 2 hours, and the third still hadn't caught up with Jiraiya. Recently, Konoha had been bustling with activity. Without any hindrance, Minato was a decent Hokage. The first Hokage and Tsunade had been gambling at the casino, while the second Hokage was teaching rope tree. After the revival of Uzumaki Mido, she had mostly been spending her time with Kushina, because of Hashirama's immense fame. Since his revival, the workload in Konoha had increased several times, and Konoha had been very busy during this time. Today was the day Rushi's new house renovation was completed, and all the little ninjas from Konoha came over, as they heard it was the most luxurious house in Konoha. So everyone wanted to take a look. Sakura didn't come. Sasuke was engaged to Karen, and Sakura couldn't accept it, so she had been taking leave to rest at home. Wow, your house is so big and beautiful. Yeah, Rushi-Kuin's house is gorgeous. Everyone chimed in to praise Rushi's house, when suddenly an unharmonious voice interrupted. It's just a place to live. Is it really necessary to exaggerate this much? Everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the voice, and the speaker was none other than our brooding prince, Sasuke. Sasuke, you'd better think carefully before you speak, or I'll let you experience the taste of the last time's 1,000 years of pain. Hearing Rushi's words, Sasuke shivered. Last time was too terrifying. Sasuke originally wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Rushi, but was knocked down by a shadow ninja's 1,000 years of pain in one move. He was already very wary of Rushi, even leaning against a tree, afraid that the shadow ninja would suddenly appear. But who would have thought? The hand of the 1,000 years of pain came right out from the tree, and he was KO'd in one move. Later, Sasuke wanted to continue looking for Rushi, but was stopped by Itachi. Itachi's exact words at that time were, "Before you abandon all your bottom lines, it's better not to look for Rushi. You're already engaged to Karen. You have to be responsible for her happiness. If you keep looking for Rushi, I can't guarantee you'll be able to keep yourself whole." After everyone toured the house, Rushi specially treated them to a barbecue. In the Hokage office, Minato, the disappearance of the two-tailed beast happened very suddenly. I went to the scene and saw almost no fighting. I suspect Madara has been resurrected. If it weren't for him, no one could easily capture the tailed beasts under the watch of the 5 great shinobi villages. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Minato pondered this matter. After a moment, Jiraiya-sensei, why don't we let Rushi use his eyes to take a look? That way, we won't have to guess blindly. Okay, then I'll go find Rushi. On the way. Lord Jiraiya, this is a bit too much. I just sat down, and I haven't even had 2 bites of the barbecue before you pulled me out. Rushi could still complain, feeling that the blame was being pushed onto Minato. Rushi, this time it's not me looking for you. It's Minato looking for you. Madara might have been brought back by Edo-tensei. So Minato wants you to use your eyes to take a look so we can prepare. Hearing that Madara had appeared, Rushi also put away his playful thoughts. This person was not someone like Obito, who could be easily dealt with. In the Hokage office, Minato-senpai, the scene I saw this time wasn't much. I saw Madara going to find the first Hokage, so I suggest that starting tomorrow, Let the first Hokage wait outside the village for Madara to avoid affecting Konoha. Minato and Jiraiya both agreed with Rushi's opinion. But this matter still had to be conveyed by Jiraiya, since he had a good relationship with Tsunade. Inside a cave. Useless, truly a bunch of useless people. It took so many years to capture a few tailed beasts, and in the end, it turned into a chicken flying and eggs breaking. How is my will so feeble? Listening to Madara's words, Kaguya did not refute. Madara was his only hope. If there had been any other way, he absolutely would not have resurrected Madara now. He was afraid that Rushi would also turn Madara against him. First Nagato, then Obito. He was genuinely scared now. If Madara failed, he didn't know how many more years it would take to find another tool like Madara. I heard that Hashirama has also been revived, and the Seven Tails is right in the Land of Fire. I'll go over tomorrow to see what's going on. Hearing that Hashirama was going to Konoha, Kaguya panicked. He just wanted Madara to quickly collect the tailed beasts. He didn't want to do anything extra. Madara, now is not the time for you to meet Hashirama. You haven't fully revived yet, so just wait a bit longer. Hearing Kaguya's words, Madara felt underestimated. Are you teaching me how to do things? A single sentence from Madara directly blocked what Kaguya wanted to say. It then remembered that Madara was not as easily fooled as Obito, so it quickly apologized. Madara, I'm also thinking for you. After you collect all 9 tailed beasts, I'll control Obito to use the Rinnegan to resurrect you. That way, Hashirama won't be your opponent. Madara was indifferent. It's okay. I am now an Edo Tensei body. It's just right to test how strong Hashirama is now. Listening to Madara's words, Kaguya really wanted to give him a few heartfelt words, but now was not the time, so it could only suppress its worries. Hopefully, Madara would just fight with Hashirama and not run into Nara Rushi. This kid has a bit of a sinister nature and has ruined many of its plans. It couldn't let him continue to ruin its plans. Right now, Madara was its only bargaining chip. If Madara failed, then rescuing its mother would be even less hopeful. But Kaguya was still afraid of Rushi's shadow bite. That thing hurt a lot. On Konoha's side, first Hokage, this is what the 4th asked me to tell you. You and the 2nd Hokage should go to the Seven Tails to stop Madara and persuade him to seal Kaguya. I will follow you to assist, trying to prevent Kaguya from causing trouble. What do you think? Before the first Hokage could speak, he was interrupted by the 2nd Hokage. Rushi, how strong is Madara now? In the memories of Dear Time, let us briefly recall the original plot. Madara should be at his peak strength, but it's not a big problem. We have the advantage with 3 against 1. Hashirama weakly raised his hand and asked, Isn't it a bit unfair for us to go against Madara like this? Shut up. I'm discussing strategies with Dear Time. Don't interrupt. Hashirama fell silent after being scolded by his brother. Lord Second, you confront Hashirama directly while I handle the sneak attacks. I want him to regret being brought back to life by Edo Tensei. Tobirama, why do I feel like Dear Time is more like the villain? Hearing his brother's words, Tobirama nodded in agreement. That day, in the forest of the Land of Fire, sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting mottled shadows. Deer was hiding behind a large tree, carefully observing the movements ahead. Madara Hashirama, Madara Hashirama, Madara Hashirama, watching the passionate interaction between the two. Deer remembered that it seemed like Indra and Ashura's reincarnations were always like this, a lifetime of love, and killing each other. After the passion, Hashirama's expression quickly turned serious, and he slowly spoke. Madara, you know that this time you're here to capture the tailed beasts. It's Kaguya who sent you, right? Don't be fooled by him. Turn back. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Hashirama, do you think I'm a fool? Hashirama sighed and said firmly, what I said is true. Kaguya wants to use the power of the tailed beasts to achieve his goal of resurrecting Otsutsuki. Madara let out a cold laugh, and his body instantly transformed into a shadow, lunging towards Hashirama. Hashirama also refused to back down, clapping his hands together, and a powerful chakra surged from within him. The two instantly clashed, and the entire forest seemed to be shaken by their chakra. Trees swayed violently. The soil on the ground was uprooted, and dust filled the air. The deer hid behind the tree, its eyes wide open. It had never seen such a breathtaking battle. Every clash between Hashirama and Madara seemed to contain immense power, and each collision made the earth tremble. As Lucier cautiously dodged the splashing dust and debris, he couldn't help but stare at Madara. He always felt that there was a unique aura about him. The battle continued, with their figures flickering in and out of sight amidst the dust. Hashirama was swinging his wood release, and massive trees grew from the ground, winding toward Madara. Madara, using his Sharingan, effortlessly dodged the attacks while unleashing powerful fire release ninjutsu, with flames sweeping toward Hashirama like a fire dragon. The entire forest was left in ruins from this battle, the originally dense woods devastated beyond recognition. Lu Shi hid behind a tree, feeling both fear and excitement. He knew he shouldn't get involved in this fight, but he couldn't help but want to see the outcome between the two. Finally, Hashirama and Madara both stopped their attacks. They stood amidst the ruins, staring at each other. A smirk crept onto Madara's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Hashirama, you're still the same, always overcomplicating things. Hashirama shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. Madara, I hope you can see the truth. Kagaya's scheme is beyond your imagination. Madara snorted coldly and turned to leave. Just as he turned, Lu Shi jumped out. Madara, I can bring your brother back to life, just like I did with the first Hokage. No need. As long as the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds, I can still see my brother. Seeing Madara's indifferent response, Lu Shi decided to provoke him a bit. Haha, is this really the shinobi world? I feel like calling it the shinobi fools is more appropriate. Madara was somewhat angry, but did not strike back. As Lu Shi continued, do you really think a dream can bring peace to the shinobi world? Fool, isn't the shinobi world peaceful now? Does anyone dare to act against Konoha? Wake up, Madara. You've seen Black Zetsu, right? In the later stages of infinite Tsukuyomi, humanity will turn into that dead existence. Is this the peace you want? Listening to Lu Shi, Madara was somewhat incredulous. Impossible. Black Zetsu was cloned from Hashirama cells. It has nothing to do with infinite Tsukuyomi. Seeing Madara like this, since he was unwilling to believe the truth, Lu Shi decided to fabricate a new truth for him. Madara, my eyes can see the past and the future. I saw a scene about your brother, Izuna Uchiha. Do you want to know? Upon hearing about his brother, Madara instinctively wanted to listen, but feared Lu Shi would deceive him. Ignoring Madara's conflict, Lu Shi continued. In a battle between the Uchiha and Senju, Tobirama, Senju used the Flying Thunder God to kill your brother, Izuna Uchiha. But do you know what your brother encountered in those 2 seconds before he died? Nara, Lu Shi, what do you mean? If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you right now. Madara, don't you have your brother's remains? Hand them over to me, and I will revive your brother, so he can personally tell you what he encountered in those 2 seconds. This is something discovered recently about reviving people. When reshaping the body, as long as someone constantly mentions a specific event in front of that person when they are revived, there's a high probability that this event will become part of their memories. Rikuji planned to use this to instill some memories in Izuna. Madara hesitated. He originally intended to retreat first, and then secretly go to Konoha to capture Rikuji and bring him back to revive himself and Izuna. But now that Rikuji had proactively mentioned reviving Izuna, he found it hard to believe, though he quickly relaxed. I'll bring you Izuna's remains tomorrow. You better not lie to me, or I will definitely kill you. Looking at Madara, who was acting all proud, Rikuji didn't mind and shouted, you better hurry. Kagaya is already looking for your brother's remains. Upon hearing Rikuji's words, Madara immediately quickened his pace. Tobirama, however, was somewhat dissatisfied. Why do you want to revive Izuna? Uchiha? Are you going to say that the Uchiha are all evil? Honestly, I really dislike people like you. Don't you hate the Uchiha just because Madara caused your brother to die early? Now that the person is revived, what are you still tangled up about? If you hate Madara, go chase after him right now. Confront him. If you can't beat him, just retire and live peacefully. The Uchiha and Senju are gone. Do the things you care about still have meaning? Also, you better bring your brother back quickly, or he might go looking for Madara. When Tobirama turned around, he saw his brother staring blankly in the direction where Madara had left. As Lu Shi walked towards Konoha, he pondered how to come up with a convincing reason for Madara. If Madara could personally seal Kagaya, then he would feel more at ease. By the time the 3 of them returned to Konoha, it was already dark. Dad, Mom, little brother, I'm back. His mother walked out of the house. So, why are you back? Didn't you go to the new house today? No, I just returned from a mission and haven't eaten yet. So I came home. As soon as she heard her son hadn't eaten, his mother immediately went to make him dinner. Upon entering the house, he saw his dad and little brother playing chess. You 2 lousy players are at it again. Are you competing to see who plays worse? After saying this, Lu Shi received 2 eye rolls. Ignoring their disdain, he sat on the sofa, pondering how to give Quan Nai some shocking news. It had been several days since he returned, yet Ban still hadn't come to find him, and he hadn't even brought back Quan Nai's remains. Dear Time was secretly speculating that perhaps something unexpected had happened. However, he wasn't too concerned about Ban's matters. After all, it wasn't like he could help Ban resurrect Kanna and still have to beg him. On this day, Dear Time arrived at the bookstore near the daimyo's residence. He was here this time to discuss an important matter with the people in the bookstore. As he stepped through the door, the familiar scene and faint scent of books greeted him. "Ah, it's an honor to have you here, Lord Deartime. I wonder what new book you have brought us this time." The bookstore owner, upon seeing Deartime, immediately broke into a warm and enthusiastic smile and hurried over to greet him. After all, the books written by Deartime had made him a fortune, so he was especially attentive to this benefactor. Lucier shook his head slightly and responded softly. "The new book is still in the process of conception and development. I'm not here for that today. To be honest, I do have something I would like to ask you for help with." After saying this, he carefully took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and gently handed it to the boss. The bookstore owner joyfully accepted the paper and eagerly began to unfold it. However, after just a brief glance, he showed a look of confusion, clearly puzzled by the content on the paper. He then looked up at Lucier and asked in bewilderment, "Lord Lucier, forgive my dullness, but I truly do not understand the purpose of your action." Lucier smiled slightly and patiently explained, "It's actually not a difficult matter. I hope to spend some money to ask your store to print this flyer. In the future, anyone who purchases my books will receive such a flyer as a gift." Upon hearing this, the bookstore owner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His previously tense heart instantly calmed down. He thought to himself, "So it's just this small matter." He then nodded without hesitation and patted his chest, assuring that he would handle this matter properly. What Lucier handed over for printing were images of kurizetsu and a series of detailed related materials. Moreover, the content described in these materials about kurizetsu is simply unbearable, filled with various negative evaluations and slanderous words. It can be said to be as harsh as possible. After all this time, the hope of successfully saving the Tsutsuki clan seems extremely bleak. As for whether he can completely seal away this incredibly evil kurizetsu, Lucier has no confidence at all. However, despite the uncertain path ahead and numerous difficulties, Lucier is still determined to drag kurizetsu out of the dark corners and expose it to the light of day, so that everyone can see its true nature and no longer be deceived or harmed by it. Shadows lurk in the mortal world, and nameless individuals leave no trace. White Zetsu hides in the shadows beside, while the true form manipulates behind the scenes. 1,000 years of reincarnation is all a chess game, with the roots of the divine tree reaching the sky. Kagaya dreams, yet the person remains unawakened. Uchiha's shadow also becomes void. Good and evil are hard to distinguish. The heart like a mirror, black and white intertwine, paths differ. Who governs the river of fate? Kurizetsu smiles and asks the heavens. This poem was carefully created by Lucier for Kurizetsu. After all, if the flyer is filled with unbearable foul language, it would be quite inappropriate. Upon returning to Konoha, Lucier once again returned to that lazy and relaxed lifestyle, like a leisurely fish. However, such days did not last long before he was called to the Hokage office by Hashirama. As soon as he stepped into the solemn and dignified room, Lucier began to mumble and complain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now our Konoha has already become a village with 5 Hokages. But why is it always me, a mere child, who is called for matters? After saying this, he even exaggeratedly counted on his fingers, his face full of displeasure. At this moment, Tsunade, who had the best relationship with Lucier, spoke first. "Lucier, Madara still hasn't come to Konoha. We're all a bit worried about this matter. When it comes to finding people, I'm afraid no one in the entire ninja world can match your ability. So we plan to have you go look for him, and if possible, bring Kurizetsu back as well." After listening to Tsunade's explanation, Lucier nodded but then shook his head, letting out a sigh. "All right, I will go take a look, but regarding Madara, you all must have some understanding of his temperament. Although he could accept my revival of Izuna, it's unlikely to expect him to return to Konoha. After all, Konoha has never truly accepted Madara. So even if Izuna is revived, he may not be willing to come back. For some reason, when the name Madara was mentioned, it seemed to touch a sensitive nerve deep within Tobarama's heart, and his expression instantly darkened. "You're simply talking nonsense. Konoha has long accepted the Uchiha clan, and his later departure was entirely his own choice," Tobarama retorted angrily. A cold laugh came in response. "Is your so-called acceptance simply handing over the easily offended police department to the Uchiha? Or is it like you, instilling your disciples with the absurd notion of the evil Uchiha? Honestly, if I were an Uchiha, I would have long since used the dark hole technique to completely destroy Konoha. After all, I'm not easily swayed like Itachi." Upon hearing Lucier's words, Tobarama did not argue further on this matter. After all, he had personally witnessed the power of the dark hole technique. The terrifying scene of vast forests being instantly swallowed into endless darkness still lingered in his mind. When those trees reappeared, they had all been reduced to debris, scattered everywhere. Seeing that everyone fell silent, Lucier wisely shifted the topic. By the way, what exactly are we looking for Madara for? It can't be simply to bring him and Izuna back to life, can it? Lucier gazed intently at everyone present, hoping for an answer. At this moment, Minato finally broke the silence and openly laid out the plan he had devised with the first Hokage. After returning home, Lucier packed his things, this time to find Madara. He estimated he wouldn't be back for at least 10 days to half a month, so he had to prepare some items. Once he finished packing, Lucier set off, intending to check out Madara's secret base. He actually didn't know where Madara was now, but that place was the most likely one. 3 days later, Lucier arrived at Madara's lair, and looking at the enormous animal corpses, he felt quite shocked. In a graveyard of mountains, the atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Lucier cautiously navigated through the dark, damp tunnels, and after more than 10 minutes of difficult searching, he finally found where Madara was located deep underground. When Lucier stepped into that room, a strong smell of blood rushed to his nose. He focused his gaze and saw that Kabuto's body had been brutally chopped into several pieces, carelessly discarded on the cold ground. Lucier couldn't help but ponder. I wonder if Kabuto can have an immortal body like Orochimaru and come back to life? At this moment, a low and familiar voice came. You've come. I knew you would come. Lucier Shuin looked in the direction of the sound and saw Ban quietly sitting next to the Outer Path demon statue, his gaze cold and profound. Deer took a deep breath and slowly walked forward, gazing at Ban as he said, Senior Ban, to be honest, I have always held great respect and admiration for you. If possible, I truly do not wish to stand on opposing sides and become enemies. After all, seeing someone you admire as an opponent is a really painful feeling. Upon hearing these words from Deer, Ban slightly raised his head, his face still showing no emotion. But his voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, rang out, Tell me, why do you see me as an idol? Lucier understood the situation and realized it was time to showcase his eloquence. However, just 2 minutes later, he helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Forget it. I originally prepared many grand and beautiful words to praise you. But now that I think about it, those words seem too hypocritical and pretentious. The truth is simple. I admire you precisely because of your extraordinary willpower and your tenacity, your spirit of never giving up. In order to realize that grand plan you envisioned, you have been able to endure silently and work hard for decades. This dedication and perseverance truly impress me. Ha ha ha. Interesting, Konoha has an interesting little brat. Your name is Lucier, right? Yes, Senior Madara. As for this ruthless world of ninjas, Lucier quite likes him. At least he is better than Tobirama. That old guy is too rigid. Lucier, actually at the beginning, I did consider having you use your abilities to bring Izuna and me back to life. After all, Izuna means a lot to me. However, after learning the truth hidden by Kaguya, my heart underwent a tremendous change. Suddenly, I found myself losing the original desire and obsession for resurrection. This truly confuses me, which is why I came to ask you, hoping you could help me unravel this mental knot and give me a clear answer. Upon hearing this, Lucier couldn't help but mutter to himself, Oh my goodness, is this still the decisive and domineering Uchiha Madara? Why is he suddenly discussing such profound philosophical issues today? However, these thoughts could only remain in his mind. He dared not say them out loud. Therefore, Lucier cleared his throat and replied seriously, Lord Madara, regarding the situation you mentioned, in my opinion, perhaps it is because you learned of Kaguya's conspiracy that made you realize the cycle of life has its own rules. And forcibly breaking it may not be a good thing. Or maybe, after experiencing many storms and trials, you have gained new insights about life and death. Is that so? Then do you think what I did before was wrong? Lucier felt a bit speechless. This was nothing like the Madara he saw in the anime. More like a literary figure. Senpai Madara, I know you have always yearned for peace in the ninja world. Your thoughts are not wrong, but your methods are. Lucier's voice was calm and firm, as if telling an ancient story. Infinite Tsukuyomi is just a magnificent dream, but illusions are ultimately false. Over time, people will turn into white Zetsu, losing themselves. Such peace is merely an illusion built on falsehood. Madara fell silent. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, a mix of misunderstood anger and reflective contemplation. He had always believed that only through immense power, putting people to sleep in a peaceful dream, could the ninja world truly find tranquility. However, Lucier's words struck him like a heavy hammer, awakening something deep within him. What if you had teamed up with Hashirama back then? Lucier continued. The combination of Susanoo and the great Buddha's power could have wiped out the four nations, and the ninja world would have been at peace then. A glimmer of light flashed in Madara's eyes. He recalled the days spent with Hashirama, once his rival, now a dear friend. They shared the same dream, but chose different paths. If only they had joined hands instead of opposing each other. Perhaps the history of the ninja world would have been rewritten. Do you really believe that? Madara's voice was deep and powerful. Can that kind of peace truly last? Lucier smiled slightly. At least it is a true peace. People will not lose themselves in illusions, but will truly face and solve the problems of the ninja world. Your power is enough to change everything. Ban was silent for a long time, struggling internally. He thought of Izuna, the brother he loved deeply, and also the eternal pain in his heart. If he could live again, would he choose another path? Could he let Izuna see a truly peaceful world? For Izuna, I decided to live again. Ban finally spoke, his voice filled with an unprecedented determination. I will no longer let illusions blind my eyes. I will use real power to create peace. Deer nodded. He knew that Ban had already made a choice in his heart. It was a difficult decision, but it was also the right one. What the ninja world needed was not a false dream, but real peace. Lucier now feels that he is becoming more and more impressive. So many powerful beings have been resurrected, and perhaps he can go find that Sichuan. As long as he takes care of this and that, the era of tattoos won't have to come, mainly because that era is really not interesting at all. After returning to Konoha, Lucier recounted the events of Madara's return to the village. Upon hearing this news, Hashirama couldn't help but cry. Lady Tsunade, don't you think the first Hokage's reaction is a bit excessive? It feels like he's happier about Madara's return than if his own father came back. Just as Lucier finished speaking, he felt two murderous auras locking onto him. Looking up, he saw Tsunade and Tobarama glaring at him fiercely. Boring, I'm leaving. In 3 days, Madara will return with Izuna's remains. You'd better go welcome him. After finishing speaking, Rucky used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. The resurrection process of Izuna Uchiha and Madara Uchiha was unusually smooth, something Rucky was already quite adept at. It is worth noting that Rucky had extensive experience and skilled techniques when it came to resurrection. When Izuna slowly opened his eyes, his mind was blank, clearly not fully awake from the long slumber. However, upon seeing Hashirama and Tobarama standing before him, he instantly entered a combat state, exuding a sharp killing intent, as if he were about to attack at any moment. Fortunately, Madara was quick to react and stop the impulsive Izuna in time. Hey kid, you must be Rucky, right? From now on, I'll protect you in Konoha village. But about the previous resurrection fee, could you give me a little discount? Hee hee. It's not that I'm really short on money. I just find it strange that this guy vanished in the blink of an eye. That annoying Tobarama Senju, creating such a troublesome technique like Flying Thunder God, causing these juniors not to know how to respect their elders. On the other side, Rucky teleported to the Hokage's office. And as soon as he entered, he saw Minato buried in a mountain of paperwork. Minato-senpai, I'm here to take refuge. It's really driving me crazy. Rucky complained while catching his breath. Hearing Rucky's words, Minato, who had been focused on his work, couldn't help but look up, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Oh, Rucky, what is going on? Is there someone in Konoha village who dares to trouble you? Minato asked with a smile. Lucier frowned and shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. Sigh, Watergate-senpai, you might not believe it when I tell you. It's not really a big deal. It's just that Izuna keeps bothering me, constantly nagging about the resurrection fees. I'm almost driven to a nervous breakdown by his constant chatter. I used to think the Uchiha were all aloof male gods. How come one of them turned out to be such a chatterbox? Watergate couldn't help but laugh. So that's it. Izuna-kun is indeed a bit unexpected. Lucier pouted, looking aggrieved. Watergate-senpai, you can still laugh? He's like a debt collector, never giving me a moment's peace. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Izuna stormed in angrily. Well, you little brat, hiding here, huh? No wonder I couldn't find you. Seeing this, Lucier shrank back behind Watergate. Watergate hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Izuna-senpai, calm down, let's talk about it properly. Izuna crossed his arms and huffed. This kid hasn't given me an explanation about the resurrection discount he promised. Lucier peeked out. Izuna-senpai, I'm resurrecting both you brothers for free. What discount are you still thinking about? Izuna was taken aback for a moment. Then his face turned bright red. Why didn't you say that earlier? Doesn't that make me look stingy? After saying that, he turned and walked away. Lu Shichi breathed a sigh of relief, while Mizuno smiled and patted him on the shoulder. indicating that the matter had been resolved. Lu Shiqi also smiled, hoping that there wouldn't be any more such blunders in the future. Soon, Izuna joined the big family of Konoha. Through this period of interaction, Lu Shiqi discovered that Izuna had a bit of a goofy side. He and Tobirama often ended up bickering. Their usual exchange went like this. Evil Uchiha. What's wrong? You don't accept it. Let's go then. As for Madara, he maintained his aloof persona, just staring blankly. Aside from Hashirama, he seemed to look down on everyone else. A month later, in the Konoha conference room, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me, Lu Shiqi said, his face serious as he scanned the crowd. He slowly continued, not long ago, my special ability allowed me to see a terrifying vision. The end of the ninja world is coming, and it will happen in just 3 years. At this point, Lu Shiqi paused, took a deep breath, and continued, I clearly saw a mysterious alien appearing in the ninja world, harboring sinister intentions, attempting to resurrect the legendary Ten-Tails beast. And in doing so, he aims to collect all the chakra of the ninja world for himself. If he succeeds, the entire ninja world will fall into an abyss from which there is no return. Lu Shi's words were like a sudden thunderclap, echoing in the conference room. In an instant, the previously calm atmosphere became noisy as representatives from the other ninja villages whispered to each other, discussing the shocking news. The hot-tempered Raikage suddenly stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the table, causing the teacups on it to tremble slightly. He widened his eyes and shouted at Lu Shi, stop beating around the bush. Since you've gathered us all here, just tell us directly, are we forming a coalition to fight against external enemies together? Or are we gathering strong fighters for a life-and-death battle? No matter what, we will follow your command. At this moment, the attendees had little doubt about what Lu Shi had said. After all, they had already witnessed the tremendous power displayed by Lu Shi's magical eyes, not to mention his astonishing ability to resurrect others. Because of this, Lu Shi held a high status in the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, Gaara, sitting nearby, quickly stood up in agreement, saying, that's right, Lu Shi, now that it has come to this, there is no need for concealment. Please tell us specifically what we should do to save the ninja world from peril. At the same time, the third Suchikage Onnoki from the Earth countries Iwagakure and the fifth Mizukage Terumi, made from the water countries Kirigakure, nodded in agreement with Raikage's viewpoint. It was rare for the 5 major ninja villages, which usually operated independently with differing opinions, to reach a consensus this time. In reality, Lu Shi was just talking nonsense. He was actually thinking about taking advantage of the strong military presence in the ninja world to eliminate that old guy Otsutsuki Ishiki. The ninja world had been ravaged by the Otsutsuki clan, and every time there was a few years of peace, a few Otsutsuki would show up. Lu Shi's current thought was to eliminate one whenever he encountered one, and he hoped that the era of tattoos wouldn't come back, so he could enjoy a peaceful life as a rich man. Deer stood up. Everyone, I want to gather all the Kaga-level combat power in the ninja world. Even elite Jonin won't do. The enemy we are facing this time is beyond your imagination, so everyone get ready for battle. But with me here, you won't die. Upon hearing Deer say this, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. However, no one refused. Instead, they planned to send a message to the village after the meeting. Everyone, this time we are only facing one person, but they have many more clansmen. After this battle is over, I have something to discuss with you all. Meeting adjourned. Minato, I am Hokage. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Lu Shi stood quietly on Hokage Rock, overlooking the bustling and lively Konoha village below, but his heart was filled with mixed emotions and deep entanglement. Soon, he would walk into the hall of marriage with the woman he loved, Ino. Looking back on the past 3 years, countless thrilling events surged in his mind like a tide. The most significant event was when Lu Shi gathered the strength of the entire ninja world, uniting everyone to defeat the immensely powerful Otsutsuki Ishiki. That fierce battle was nothing short of earth-shattering, and in the end, with the combined efforts of Lu Shi and everyone, they finally eliminated this terrifying enemy. Moreover, even Jigen's physical body was reduced to ashes under Lu Shi's hidden techniques. Following that, Uchiha Madara intervened and sealed away the deeply hidden Kaguya. For 1,000 years, Kaguya had meticulously plotted and schemed, and this operation was just a step away from success. However, fate played a cruel trick. At this critical moment, its conspiracy once again fell apart, and faced with such a heavy blow, Kaguya fell into deep despair. Before being sealed, it furiously cursed Lu Shi, venting its endless unwillingness. At that moment, the mysterious sage of 6 paths suddenly appeared before Lucier, attempting to advise him not to interfere in the affairs of the ninja world. Unexpectedly, Lucier mercilessly rebuked him to vent his frustrations thoroughly. Lucier even specifically requested his system brother to help find a large number of sharp and sarcastic words. After a fierce exchange of words, he made the sage of 6 paths blush and turn green with anger. In addition, the once comrades who fought alongside each other now had different life trajectories. Among them, Sasuke and Karen got married last month, and this news struck Sakura, who had long been infatuated with Sasuke, hard. Unable to bear the pain, she resolutely chose to go to the front lines and distance herself from this heart-wrenching place. Shikamaru and Temari are deeply immersed in their passionate romance, and their feelings for each other are growing stronger. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was once clueless about love, has finally had his awakening. He can be seen following Hinata around like a little tail. His eager demeanor is quite amusing. However, aside from these two couples, the other friends are still single for now. Fortunately, Niji is not only doing well, but also, thanks to Naruto successfully reviving Hinata's brother. His gloom about being a caged bird has gradually dissipated. Now, the relationship between Niji and Hinata has become very harmonious, and they get along quite well. Just as Tsunade and Jiraiya were tying the knot, Orochimaru, who once defected from Konoha, unexpectedly returned. Although the third Hokage generously chose to forgive his past mistakes, he also made it clear that from now on, Orochimaru's experiments must be under strict supervision to ensure that no harm comes to the village again. Speaking of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Naruto truly admires these two seniors from the bottom of his heart. Unexpectedly, not long after their marriage, Tsunade is already pregnant. It seems Jiraiya is indeed quite capable. However, the most important thing is that the entire ninja world has formed a ninja alliance because of Naruto's new book. It turns out that in just 2 years, Naruto has published 2 new works that cause a sensation. One of them is titled Why the Ninja World Faces So Many Disasters, in which Naruto boldly depicts the legendary sage of 6 paths and his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, as ruthless characters who, for their own cultivation, would use the entire ninja world as a resource. Such a novel and shocking setup naturally attracted the attention and discussion of many ninjas, prompting various villages to put aside their prejudices and work together to face potential crises. Seeing this, the other villages immediately convened a 5 Kage summit to discuss the formation of the Ninja Alliance, which made Naruto want to laugh when he heard about it. However, this Ninja Alliance has indeed played a significant role. There are now very few wars in the ninja world, mainly because the regulations within it clearly prohibit unlimited mobilization of troops, and any village that initiates war will face retaliation from the other 4 villages. Although complete peace cannot be achieved, at least wars are not sparked over trivial matters now. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, 2 arms tightly hugged him from behind. Without needing to turn around, he could tell from the touch that it was Ino. Naruto, are you feeling a bit nervous? I've noticed you've been coming here to daze off these past few days. Do you have something on your mind? Dear Sure turned around and faced Ino. Ino was now about the same age as Tsunade, so she definitely wouldn't be starving the child. Ino, I'm not nervous. I came here to see Konoha. After we get married, I want to take you around the ninja world. I'm afraid I'll miss home. After saying that, he even used some facial cleanser for himself. Enjoying a lot. Ino's face turned a bit red, but she didn't stop Dear Sure. Ino, let's go back. It's getting a bit cold. Okay. Rushi held Ino's small hand and returned to their new home, which had been built for several years. Rushi and Ino would come to stay for a day whenever they had free time, but they had never crossed the line. Rushi also wanted to be with Ino on their wedding night. On this day, the entire ninja world seemed to be immersed in a festive atmosphere, with all eyes focused on this extraordinary wedding. In the ninja world, the name Lucier has long resonated. He does not hail from a prestigious family, nor does he have earth-shattering legendary stories. However, with his wisdom, courage, and unyielding will, he has forged a path through countless challenges on his journey as a ninja, earning the respect and admiration of many. His village takes pride in him. His ninja team considers him the soul. His family is proud of him. His name has become a legendary symbol in the ninja world. The wedding venue was chosen to be the central square of the village, spacious enough to accommodate guests from all directions. Colorful flags fluttered and red silk billowed around the square, radiating a festive atmosphere. The village ninjas were busy early on, decorating the venue, preparing food, and welcoming guests from afar. Everyone wore smiles, as if this wedding was not just for Lucier, but also a glory for the entire village. As the wedding drew near, guests began to arrive from all over. First were the villagers from Lu Shi's village, gathering early in the square with their sincerest blessings. Children ran around excitedly, while the elders sat nearby, their faces adorned with kind smiles. Next, ninjas from other villages also arrived, including Lu Shi's comrades, former rivals, and juniors who came inspired by his reputation. They wore traditional attire from their respective villages, bringing gifts and blessings, converging in this small square. Most notably, the feudal lords of the 5 great countries also sent gifts. The wedding ceremony officially began amidst laughter and cheer. Lu Shi stood in the center of the square, wearing traditional wedding attire, his face beaming with happiness. His bride, beautiful and gentle, stood beside him, a perfect match. Hand in hand, they slowly walked towards the altar. On the altar lay gifts sent by the feudal lords, testifying to their love. An elder from the village officiated the ceremony, using a solemn yet kind voice to bless the newlyweds. He recounted Lu Shi's journey, from a naive youth to a legendary figure in the ninja world, filled with hardships and struggles. His words were filled with respect for Lu Shi and a warm welcome for the bride. He hoped the couple would walk hand in hand towards a bright future together. Under the elder's guidance, Lu Shi and his bride exchanged vows. Their vows were simple and sincere, devoid of ornate phrases, yet filled with deep emotion and resolve. They promised to support and understand each other, facing whatever challenges the future might hold. Their vows echoed in the square, moving everyone present. Next was the ring exchange. Lu Shi took out an exquisite ring from his pocket and gently placed it on his bride's finger. The bride also took out a ring from her bosom and placed it on Lu Shi's finger. These rings represented their commitment to each other and their expectations for the future. The rings sparkled in the sunlight, as if telling the story of their love. The climax of the wedding was the kiss of the newlyweds. Amidst the cheers of all the guests, Lu Shi and his bride embraced tightly and shared a passionate kiss. At that moment, the entire square erupted with joy. People cheered and jumped, offering the couple their most heartfelt blessings. Their love, like a legend in the ninja world, would be forever remembered. After the wedding, a grand banquet followed. A variety of delicious food filled the long tables, and guests gathered around to enjoy this rare feast. They talked about Lu Shi's heroic deeds, the grand wedding, and the future of the ninja world. On this festive day, all barriers and conflicts were temporarily set aside, and everyone immersed themselves in joy and happiness. The wedding of Dear Time is not just a ceremony, but a grand event for the ninja world. It witnesses Dear Time's growth, the power of love, and the unity and harmony of the ninja world. This wedding will become one of the most beautiful memories in the history of the ninja world, forever cherished in everyone's hearts. Introduction. Sarutobi Hizashi. Is this your family's secret technique? Duku? Duku, maybe possibly. Shimura Danzo. This technique is too dangerous. It must be entrusted to the village for safekeeping. Then, 9 shadows appeared within Danzo's shadow.